I just went to Mrs. Kojima's house in Japan and was surprised to find that everything I had seen in the videos was true. Just as I was marveling at their shocking openness, Mrs. Mieko suddenly knelt down in front of me. Ding! Detected that the host has a strong patriotic sentiment, so the Tokyo strategy system is opened for the host. Priced at 3.6. The system successfully binds the female lead. Mieko, 38 years old. Favorability 10. Female lead's wish list, hopes for her son's grades to improve, to find someone reliable in Tokyo, to dispel her inner loneliness. I stared at the system panel in front of me, feeling a bit dazed. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Whenever the host increases and binds the favorability of the female lead, the system will reward the host. At this moment, Mei saw that I had not spoken for a long time, thinking that it was her own poor performance. A worried look appeared on her face as she softly asked, Mr. Gao-shan, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? I came to my senses and replied, Madam, I am fine. It may be because I didn't have breakfast and felt hungry. Mei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thinking that I rushed over to tutor her incompetent son without even having breakfast, she couldn't help but feel touched. Ding! Mei affinity towards the host increased by 2, and the current affinity is 12. For every 10 points increase in affinity, 1 lottery chance will be given. Koyama, why don't you get up first? Meihui's gentle voice came. I started to act stubbornly, saying, Madam, I seem to be a little dizzy again. I really don't want to get up. In fact, I am attached to this gentle place and unwilling to leave, but I am afraid that my favorability will decrease. Helplessly, I have to get up in the end. Mieko wanted to help me up. Her petite 1.6-meter fragile body. How could she support my tall 1.8-meter physique? She stumbled under her feet. Before she could lift me up, she leaned to one side and fell. I quickly caught her, and as a result, we both fell to the ground. Tomoko's eyes instantly became flustered, and her originally rosy cheeks turned even redder, as if on fire. Even worse, there was a noise outside the door, and a voice could be heard clearly, Mom. It was Meihui's son coming back. Meihui heard her son's voice and felt extremely flustered inside. Mom, I got the medicine. Dee also said to Mieko, then handed her the medicine. It turned out that when I fainted, my wife immediately sent Dee to buy the medicine. Mom, I told you not to make me take extra classes. Not to make me take extra classes. And now something has happened. Daxi muttered unhappily. Daxi is a typical troubled youth, drifting through life aimlessly every day. Meihui alone raises her child, which is truly not easy. The people here place great importance on education, so they asked me to tutor her son. I heard these words, frowned, feeling very unhappy in my heart, and rebuked. How can this be? Is it your turn to shout loudly here? Dada, how can you talk to your mother like this? Everything she does is for you, isn't it? If you could just listen a little, why go to this extent? Meihui suddenly felt a surge of emotion in her heart, and it had been a long time since someone cared for her like this. Standing up for her. Ding! Meihui's favorability +2. Current favorability 14. Koyama, you sit and rest for a moment. I'll go prepare the meal, Meihui said. After eating, Meihui picked up the bowls and chopsticks. I originally wanted to help her wash the dishes, intending to improve my favorability, but Meihui insisted on not letting me, saying, Gao-shan, how can I let you do such trivial tasks? I just walked out of the kitchen, and Dee also gave me a dirty look and said, there are several math problems here that I don't understand. I looked at the math problem, and it seemed to be scrutinizing me as well. Da, who was beside me, became impatient and asked loudly, what are you doing? Why haven't you taught me yet? I responded coldly, what are you shouting about here? Can't you see I'm thinking? I'll go to the bathroom. You take a look first. I closed the bathroom door and then summoned the system. I want to draw a prize. With that, a draw page appeared in my mind. As the host uses the draw for the first time, the host's luck value will increase, and the probability of the host drawing the desired item will also increase. A flash of golden light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of the god of learning. Every time the host reads a book, they can absorb the knowledge within it. I suddenly brightened up, as if I was just about to take a break when someone brought me a pillow. I walked out of the bathroom, light-footed as if the wind was under my feet. Seeing me return, De complained impatiently, hey, is this class ever going to end? I picked up the math book on the table and started flipping through it directly. The pages turned quickly, as if flowing like clouds in water. In the blink of an eye, I finished reading the book, and knowledge rushed into my mind like a tide, analyzing, understanding, and mastering it. De also looked at me flipping through the book in front of him, his eyes first full of doubt, then turning to anger, roaring, how can you read like this? Do you even know how to read? I slightly raised the corners of my mouth, outlining a curve, thinking to myself, the realm of the study god is open. Isn't this small question just a piece of cake? Takagi Go explains this math problem to him, but Hirakawa Shiki can't understand it at all. Are you naturally dumber than others? Can't even understand this? It's so simple you don't even know. No. Are you a normal human? You can't understand something so simple. Stupid. No one is dumber than you. Takagi Go's mouth output was pulled full and he talked about Hirakawa Shiki for about 10 minutes. The key thing was that Hirakawa Shiki couldn't do anything about him, and all of what Takagi Go said was correct. All he could do was clench his small fists, his eyes looking at Takagi Go with viciousness, as if he wanted to eat him. Not a moment later, footsteps were heard outside. Hirakawa Mieko arrived, and she brought over some fruit. Mieko Hirakawa placed the fruit plate on the table and, as he walked, he said, Takagi Go-san is tired. Eat some fruit. Hirakawa Mieko got up and said to Hirakawa Shiki, Shiki, you have to listen carefully. Oh, know what? For tutoring at the top of her grade, Mieko treasures such opportunities. Hirakawa Shiki had heard this from Mieko more times than he knew what to do with her. Ears are getting calloused. He said impatiently, oh, I know. Takagi Go smiled from the sidelines and said, Mrs. Mieko, Hirakawa Shiki is very smart. What I teach is quickly learned, and I'm sure he'll improve his grades quickly with my help. Hirakawa Mieko's eyes widened as she listened. And for her too. I'm happier than anything to see my own son's grades improve. Really? Thank you so much. Takagi Go-san. Hirakawa Mieko finished and gave Takagi Go a bow. Takagi Go's eyes straightened, indicating that this kind of thanks could come more often. Hirakawa Shiki on the side was dumbfounded how Takagi Go had two other faces. A moment ago, he was berating himself, calling himself stupid, asking if he was a normal human being. Turn your head and it's like you're a different person. Hirakawa Shiki was surprised at the change in him, but didn't want to delve into it. I have something to do. I'll go out first. After saying that, Hirakawa Shiri didn't even pay attention to Hirakawa Mieko and directly walked out of the house. His words just now were more like a notice than an inquiry. The boy had to be straightened out and rectified. Takagi Goku was sure of it in his heart. Mieko Hirakawa smiled and apologized. Sorry. Takagi Go-san, he grew up with his father dead, so he's a bit of a rebel. But I know he's good at heart, so please don't mind Takagi Go-san. Takagi Go felt that such an apology should be made more often than not. In fact, Takagi Go didn't care at all. He'd been 27 in his previous life, rounding up to 30. As the saying goes, 30 is 30. And all these things that Hirakawa Chi did were nothing more than adolescent rebellion in his eyes. When Hirakawa Mieko saw that Takagi Go didn't say anything, she thought that he was angry and inwardly panicked. What if Go Takagi stops teaching Cookie? What if she can't find a good job in the future? What if? The more Hirakawa Mieko thinks about it, the more scared she gets, and she wants to apologize to Takagi Go again. At that moment, Takagi Go also spoke up. Chapter 4, More Heartfelt Love for You. Mrs. Mieko. Takagi Go-san. Please don't ever care. Takagi Go scratched his head as he listened. It seems to have underestimated the importance Mieko placed on her son's studies. Mrs. Mieko, actually, you don't have to keep calling me Go Takagi-san. Just call me Go. Little Go. Mrs. Mieko, I'm not angry. Not angry? Hirakawa Mieko froze. Takagi Go smiled slightly and said, Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to Mieko-sama? Hirakawa Mieko didn't quite believe Takagi Go's words. After all, what Hirakawa Shiki had done was too much. Takagi Go continued, Mieko-san, I'm really not mad at you. I'm actually kind of heartbroken. Cookie. Takagi Go saw this and knew he should pull out. He couldn't stay here forever. Well, it looks like Xiaoji won't be able to come back for a while. Why don't you wait until tomorrow and I'll come over again? Hirakawa Mieko's eyes flickered with loss when she heard Takagi Go trying to leave, but she was too embarrassed to force herself to stay. So, well, that's it then. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from shyness to reluctance. Mood value plus 100. Current sentiment value 810. The two of them stood facing each other, with Hirakawa Mieko a head shorter than Takagi Go. Takagi Go smiled and said to Hirakawa Mieko, I'll see you again tomorrow. What a delightful na. Mieko asked rhetorically, Are you happy to see me? Of course I'm happy. The thought of seeing Mieko every day makes me very happy. It's like seeing a beautiful flower. Really? Mieko tilted her head. Simply adorable. Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to Miechan? I couldn't have fooled Mieko even if I had fooled anyone. Mieko's heart warmed immensely as she listened. Well, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good. Hirakawa Mieko looked at Takagi Go's back and stood still. Inside, she couldn't wait for tomorrow. Takagi Go walked along the road. Slowly he noticed something was wrong. Someone's following him. Mud. I've only just crossed back over. I can't possibly have enemies. Takagi-go had a growing feeling in his heart that something wasn't right. We'll see if anyone really follows it or not when we try it. Takagi-go walked down an alleyway, which he knew well, by memory. Used to come often and escape was easy to get away with. If you can't beat it, just run. When he approached, a man in his 30s stepped in front of him and stopped him. The man had a flower arm tattooed on his arm, and he looked like a spiritual boy, not like a good man. Takagi-go turned toward the back, and a familiar face came into view. Chapter 5, Ambiguity. That familiar face turned out to be Hirakawa Shiki. Takagi-go instantly realized what was going on. This was an attempt to block him. Takagi-go showed a calm smile and said towards Hirakawa Shiki, "What are you doing here?" Shiki. Hirakawa Chi froze, not expecting Takagi-go to be so calm. It was as if the person surrounded was not him, but himself. "You've got to be kidding me." Takagi-go continued. "You want me to tutor you again?" Chi. Hirakawa Shiki hated him as soon as he said that. "Shut up. You can't tutor in my house from now on." "Why?" "There's no why. Just can't." Hirakawa Shiki is acting like a child. Takagi-go chuckled. "But Mieko won't agree." Hirakawa Shiki exclaimed. "Mieko is for you to call?" Hirakawa Chi cursed in his heart. Takagi-go was trying to be his father. At first it was Mrs. Mieko Hirakawa. Takagi-go skimmed his lips and continued. "There's no way I'm going to give up on you. Chi, no matter how stupid you are, I can tutor you up." It sounded good at first glance, but when you listened carefully, it was clearly a ing curse. Hirakawa Shiki first nodded, then realized something was wrong. This kid was still cursing him. Looks like it's not going to work without a beating. While Takagi-go was ting with Hirakawa Chi, his mind wasn't idle. He directly opened the system panel, and he still had one lucky draw chance left. "I hope I can draw a good one. And if I do." He could only think of 36 ways to go. System, I want a lottery. A large dial appeared in Takagi-go's mind, and then the hands began to turn. It's really hard to say what you'll draw this time without the luck bonus. The speed of the carousel became slower and slower, and finally slowly landed on skill class. Takagi-goku's eyes lit up, wondering what the skill class could draw. There was a flash of golden light. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Taijiquin Master skill. Taijiquin Master. Emperor's Possession. Takagi-gohan was overjoyed to see that he had drawn this skill. Taijiquin is about the 4 tails and the 1,000 pounds, and not having fitness yourself. The muscles on his body are definitely not as big as the tattooed guy. Hard Kong definitely can't be hard. Taijiquin solves this problem. Is this the main character? Hirakawa Shiki clenched his teeth as he pointed at Takagi-go and shouted to the side. "Get me on. Beat him up hard." Takagi-go didn't panic in the slightest, and several big men instantly surrounded him. He took his stance and the big man crossed and punched at him. Takagi-go dodged the big man's attack, followed by a slap to his face. The big man was dumbfounded, not realizing that Takagi-go could easily dodge it. Takagi-go smiled and looked at the crowd. Slowly, he said, "Chinese Kung Fu." Hirakawa Shiki froze and said toward them, "Together." A few of them came together, and Takagi-go didn't panic at all, dealing with them one by one, fully embodying what it means to be a four-pronged approach. Hirakawa Shiki looked dumbfounded, and he knew Takagi-go a little bit. As far as he knew, Takagi-go didn't know Kung Fu at all. Mud. He realized he might have been tricked. Takagi-go may have been faking it all earlier. As Hirakawa Shiki watched the situation in the arena take a sharp turn for the worse, he took on 5 or 6 men by himself. Originally, when he was at home, he wanted to find someone to beat up Takagi-go. That's when he saw Takagi-go come to look at his cell phone. But he was fastidious in buckling it back on himself. There's no way he's going to find out. While Hirakawa Shiki was thinking about that, Takagi-go had already put a few of them down. Hirakawa Shiki is the only one left on the field. Hirakawa Shiki scratched his nose in slight embarrassment. This was a good one, and it didn't hit. This guy won't even hit him. Hirakawa Shiki turned uneasy in his heart. Takagi-go slowly walked towards him, and Hirakawa Shiki wimped out, even though he was a troubled teenager. But it's not like he's not afraid of anything. He's also afraid of Takagi-go beating him up. "Little Jia, you're really a bit of a dish to find these shrimp soldiers and crab generals." Takagi-go gave a harmless smile. This smile was like a devil's smile in Hirakawa Shiki's eyes. "By the way, can I be your tutor now?" Hirakawa Shiki swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded hastily. He was afraid he would be in trouble if he didn't agree in time. "That's good." Takagi-go smiled and nodded, then said, "Let's go." That. Hirakawa Shiki called out to him from behind. Takagi-go turned his head, and Hirakawa Chi gulped and said, "Can you teach me Kung Fu?" No one can resist the charm of Chinese Kung Fu. Really want to learn? Want to learn. Depends on how you behave. After saying that, Takagi-go strutted out. Takagi-go's house wasn't very far from Hirakawa Mieko's house, a 15-minute walk away. According to his memories, Go Takagi was orphaned as a child. It sounds like the standard for a protagonist, gifted from an early age, a child of other people's mouths. Long according to the first. He's introverted and withdrawn. He has almost no friends. Living by myself in this tiny house. Returning to this small house, Takagi-go was overcome with emotion. Both came and went, and the rest of his life would be a do-over. In his last life he fought for a house and a car as a humble laborer. He was going to have a good enough time in this life. Takagi-go sat on his bed and opened his cell phone to browse through the messages on the internet. He was very happy to find that all the familiar music, movies, TV, etc. had disappeared, and Takagi-go was very happy. This way one's own is very much room for exertion. The system had to be utilized, and now it was imperative to get Mieko's favorability up to 60. Drawing or not, the unknown one is the only function that can be turned on. What is the unknown function? Takagi-go didn't want to think about that. Everything would wait until tomorrow when he went to Mieko's house. Chapter 6, Embarrassment. Early the next morning, Takagi-go woke up early, after Mieko called him in last night. Let him go to Mieko's for breakfast. Now Mieko was being a little too nice to him, but it was a sideways confirmation of her favoritism towards me. Try to get to 60 goodness soon and see what that unknown feature is. It didn't take 20 minutes for Takagi-go to arrive at Mieko's house. Mieko heard a knock on the door and she knew Go Takagi was here. Originally, she was thinking of going to open the door for Takagi-go, but Hirakawa Shiki changed his mind and, surprisingly, he volunteered to go over and open the door for Takagi-go. This surprised Mieko. When did Hirakawa Shiki take such initiative? You know, it turns out that Hirakawa Chi is the most annoyed with the remedial classes. But today, he actually changed his nature and took the initiative to open the door. Mieko didn't understand and was shocked that if there weren't ghosts in the world, she thought Chi had been taken over. Naturally, she doesn't know what happened yesterday afternoon. Takagi-go waited outside the door with a smile on his face. The door opened and the face of Hirakawa Shiki was reflected in his eyes. He had a smile on his face too. Takagi-go's smile immediately disappeared when he saw him, and was replaced by a wooden face. It had been Mieko who had opened the door for him before. The first time I saw Hirakawa Shiki open the door. Junior, what about your old bratty self? I still prefer the old bratty you. You're here. Come on. Hirakawa Shiki said 2 quick comes in a row. This kid is really so obsessed with martial arts. He's changed his attitude. It made Takagi-go feel very strange. Mieko brought out the freshly prepared breakfast. Smiling, he said to Takagi-go, "Go come over for dinner quickly." Takagi-go returned the same happy smile and said, "Good." How Takagi-go feels like he's more of a son than Hirakawa Shiki. After a brief meal, Takagi-go began tutoring Hirakawa Shiki in his homework. This time Hirakawa Ji's attitude to 180 degrees big change. Before he said a sentence he has to be annoyed. This time he had a smile on his face no matter what. Mud. Those who don't know better think he's really a good boy. Mieko came over with a pot of fruit and was surprised to see Hirakawa Shiki studying so hard. Is this still the son of? It can't really be taken over. Not sure why her son has changed so much, but she's very happy that such a change in his own son. Hirakawa Shiki got up and said, "I'm going to the restroom." Go, really, thanks you. I'm really glad to see such a big change in Chi. An expression of unbridled joy spread across her face as she said this. Nothing beats that as a mom. Takagi-go smiled modestly. Mieko-san, these are all things I should do. There's no need to thank me. Chi is a good-hearted boy. Not bad by nature. Seeing him get better, I'm really very happy. A barrage of sugar-coated bullets hit Mieko in the face, and her heart was struck hard. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability is +6. Current favorability is 30. Increase 1 chance to draw a prize. The system's voice rang in Takagi-go's ears. Phew! Finally got to 30. Halfway to 60. Go have some fruit. Mieko handed Takagi-go an orange. What's going on? At that moment, Hirakawa-chan came back and heard Mieko call out. He thought something had happened. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 100. Current sentiment value 910. Takagi-go also felt a little embarrassed that Mieko said at this point, "So, that you guys study first, I'll go out for a while. It's a bit too hot in here." After that, she went straight out. Hirakawa Shiki was dumbfounded, and when he reacted, his eyes tried to knife Takagi-go, but he knew he was only going to get a beating. Takagi-go coughed lightly. Ahem. Chi, let's continue studying. Hirakawa Chi asked. I want to learn Chinese Kung Fu. No problem. Takagi-go agreed in a single breath. Hirakawa Chi was overjoyed and asked uncertainly, "Really? You're really willing to teach me?" "Of course. After all, he's his own son. But you'll have to get in the top 20 of your class before I can teach you. When Hirakawa Shiki heard that, he immediately dropped his head. He's at the bottom of his class now. Not to mention the top 20. Pouring 20 is hard enough. What? That's a good way to back out. It seems you don't have much love for Kung Fu either. I'm sorry, Takagi-go said, irritated. When Hirakawa Chi heard this, he immediately clenched his fists and said with full trust, top 20 is top 20. It can't be reversed. Of course it won't backfire. The pact was made, and it only depended on whether he could fight his way through the month. Takagi-go took the remaining books and flipped through them quickly, pounds of knowledge entering his mind, but not in the least unruly, well-organized understanding of penetration. Hirakawa Shiki didn't know what he meant, but didn't ask. After a morning of studying, it was noon when I saw Mieko again, make a table of delicious food, but Takagi-go really isn't used to eating Japanese food. Mieko didn't even dare to look at Takagi-go during the meal. Or else you'll be reminded of the morning's awkwardness again. After eating, Mieko went to do the dishes. In the afternoon, Hirakawa Shiki went out after studying for a while, and as soon as that point in the afternoon came, he went out. Mieko and Takagi-go both suspect that he has a girlfriend, but have no proof. Takagi-go doesn't know much about Hirakawa Shiki's life, either, but it stands to reason that anyone like him would have a little girlfriend. At that moment, Mieko came over to Takagi-go and asked, "Go, ha? Is Chi in love?" "I'm not really sure about that," Takagi-go said truthfully. Chapter 7 Ryohana Yamaguchi. Mieko pulled her thoughts back. She looked to Takagi-go and said slowly, "It's not like she didn't actually think about it. It's just that I gave up after thinking about it. In the land of small days, women actually had a lower social status than men." Takagi-go took over at this point and said, "It's more because of Koshi, I guess." Mieko nodded. He did make a point. Because of her son, Mieko rarely considered remarrying. "Mieko, I think a person should not live for others, should live for themselves." "For yourself?" Mieko repeated. "Yes, live for yourself," Takagi-go said firmly. Mieko thought for a moment and said, "Let's just forget about it." "Now Koji." Before he could finish, Takagi-go directly interrupted Mieko. If I can get Chi's grades up to the top 20 in his class, wouldn't you just think about yourself?" Mieko hesitated as Takagi-go finished his speech with his eyes looking straight at her. Slender fingers had been rubbing the corners of her coat. After about a minute, Mieko reared her head and said, "Okay, I promise." "Good." Takagi-go smiled slightly, the sun shining on his face. "Please believe me, Mieko. I believe you." Mieko didn't know where she got her confidence from, but on a normal day, the one person changed her whole life. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability +5. Current favorability 35. Another increase in favorability, and one step closer to the small goal of 60. Hirakawa Shiki wasn't around in the afternoon, so Takagi-go didn't have much else to do, so he packed up and went home. On the way home, Takagi-go thought in his mind that it wasn't possible that Hirakawa Shiki had asked someone to beat him up again. It shouldn't, but there was no telling. After all, he seemed to have misunderstood himself and Mieko. Of course, Takagi-go wasn't afraid to call him out. Safe and sound, Takagi-go went home. Tomorrow, Monday, the first day of college life in the land of Little Japan. I wonder what the experience is like here. Early in the morning, Takagi-go gets up early, puts on his little school bag and rides his bike to school. The University of Tokyo is one of the best universities in Tokyo, and the quality of Of course it's possible to mix in a little punk like Hirakawa Shiki. "Hirakawa Shiki, are you polite?" Takagi-go was riding his bike when suddenly a luxury car appeared on one of the roads. It was a corner, blocked by a wall, so Takagi-go didn't see it. The car stepped on it just in time, but it was still too fast and Takagi-go fell straight to the ground. The main driver came down, a man dressed in a suit that looked like a bodyguard. He said, "Hey, are you bumming?" He wasn't polite at all, thinking that Takagi-go must be touching the ground here. "Martyr, what have I been reduced to come here to touch the porcelain to come?" Originally, thinking it was a misunderstanding, Takagi-go didn't want to dwell on it, but now it seems he has to. "Obviously you hit me. How did I touch the porcelain? Egu, it hurts me." After saying that, Takagi-go clutched his feet and wailed in agony as he used all his life's acting skills. When the bodyguard saw Takagi-go's face, he immediately stepped forward and held out his big, powerful hand and, just about to pick Takagi-go up. Just the moment his hand touched Takagi-go's collar, Takagi-go made a smooth move. It looks like it was punched by this bouncer. "Egu, how can you hit someone? How dare you hit someone in broad daylight?" Takagi-go immediately called out, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. It's in people's nature to eat melons. Everyone wants to eat melons. The bouncer realized he was being played and gritted his teeth. When had he ever been so angry? Trying to step forward to punch Takagi Go. When the window in the back of the limo slowly fell down, an incredibly delicate face was revealed. Her hair not long enough to reach her shoulders, and the wind blew past the hair fell wantonly in her face. Her lips were like ripe cherries, bright, glossy, and full, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved and, always with a smile if nothing else. It made her look radiant, warm and lovely, without applying any powder. It is already a perfect color on earth. Just like a sweet girl on earth. Female lead 002, Yamaguchi Ryohana. Age, 18. Favorability, 10. Hostess wish list. 1. Wish I was free from my father's control, X. 2. I hope to make a lot of friends, X. Takagi Go's eyes lit up. Another heroine had arrived. Like to make friends? I love making friends. It's right up my alley. Yamaguchi Ryuga called out softly. Uncle Ikuho. Ikyo-sien switches his pace and immediately walks towards Yamaguchi Ryuga. He cried out respectfully. Miss, Yamaguchi Ryuga said. Forget it, Uncle Iko. Seeing as he's so young, shouldn't do anything like that. Jiho Hyan objected. You don't know, miss, that people are bad regardless of age. When he finished, he shook his head. MS. Yamaguchi was good-natured and easily fooled. Yamaguchi Ryuga continued. Forget it. Iko Hyan couldn't be bothered to keep insisting, and turned his head and walked over to Takagi Go, pulling out his wallet and casually throwing some money to Takagi Go. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Takagi Go was already certain in his mind that he was going to teach Ikaruga Hokan a lesson. He stumbled to his feet and walked over to Jiho Hyan. Ikyo-sien wasn't sure in what he was going to do, only to see Takagi Go stealthily throw out his palm. Jiho Hin sees it coming and tries to hit it, but it's like hitting cotton. A shocking scene occurred when Jiho Hyun, who was standing just a moment ago, the next second it fell to the ground. Chapter 8, The New Table. People on the street have stopped and stopped. It is in the nature of people to eat melons, and anyone who wants to eat a little bit of melon. But what they didn't expect was a frail young man, Takagi Go. Surprisingly, he was able to knock out a 6'8" man. This is just unbelievable. Yamaguchi Ryohana doesn't know why Iko Hyun was suddenly knocked out. She didn't associate it with Go Takagi knocking her down, though, because after all, the two are simply not on the same level. Takagi Go knows it's time to go. If you don't leave now, do you wait until the others come and beat him up? As the saying goes, the 36th plan is the best plan. Takagi Go picked up his fallen bike and then rode towards the University of Tokyo. In Cullinan's backseat was a man in his mid-40s with black glasses. He didn't say a word, but he was dripping with a breathtaking atmosphere of not someone to be messed with from a distance. He looked through the window at the departing teenager with meaningful eyes. Yamaguchi Ryuga said to the man, Dad, don't do anything to him, okay? As soon as she opened her mouth, the suffocating atmosphere instantly disappeared. The man smiled and nodded, his palm gently supporting Yamaguchi Ryuga's head. Within 2 minutes, he was riding to the University of Tokyo. Right behind him was Yamaguchi Ryohana, and the bodyguard opened the car door. Yamaguchi Ryohana stepped out of the car, dressed in a long, clean white dress. A pink jacket was draped over the top, clean as a blooming white rose. Ryoko Yamaguchi gave her father, who was in the car, a greeting. Then he said to Jiho-sien, Uncle Jiho, I'm leaving. Yes ma'am, be sure to keep us posted. Okay. Takagi Go walked to the door of the classroom, a familiar and unfamiliar class. Everyone should be talking and fooling around. No one was paying attention to Takagi Go. Today is the first day of sophomore year. We haven't seen each other for a vacation. We're all talking and laughing. Speaking of missing each other, he's usually just a very introverted person who doesn't usually talk to people on his own accord. There was nothing but studying in class, and even fewer friends. In a word, nerd. Takagi Goku was also happy to be free, not having to deal with anyone else. As he found a random seat and sat down, he's always sat alone at a table, because he's a loner, and no one wants to sit next to him. What's the point of studying if you don't sit at the same table with the girls? Takagi Go felt his motivation to study instantly drop to a low point. The bell rang and a man with a shiny greasy hair came forward. He wore a black eyeglass and taught math and was their homeroom teacher. The name is Kenzaburo Fujino. He placed Math 1 on the table and scanned the crowd, his eyes sharp. It was as if none of the crowd's little movements escaped him. Fujino Kenzaburo said, Today, I'd like to introduce you to a new student. When these words came out, the crowd was instantly nonplussed. The arrival of new students does cause no small amount of concern, but only at first. Of course, what happens after that all depends on how good it looks. When Kenzaburo Fujino finished speaking, a girl came in from outside. Takagi Go's eyes instantly widened, and the surrounding students all widened their eyes as well. The new student who came was none other than Yamaguchi Ryohana. Takagigo's eyes widened as he didn't think it was really such a coincidence that his new classmate was Yamaguchi Ryuka. And the rest of them were amazed at Yamaguchi Ryuga's beauty. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Fujino Kenzaburo said to her. Yamaguchi Ryohana nodded softly and walked to the top of the podium. She looked to her classmates who were staring straight at her with their eyes on the ground floor. Vada Saiva pass Ryohana. Yamaguchi Ryohana looks nervous, not knowing where to put her two hands. Keep rubbing it back and forth. After brief introductions, it was time for seating. The eyes of the boys in the class showed a fierce fire. They all wanted Yamaguchi Ryohana to sit next to them. The female classmates were not happy. The newcomer directly stole the limelight. How could they be happy? Looking to Yamaguchi Ryuga's expression was less than pleased. "Where do you want to sit, Ryohana?" Kenzaburo Fujino asked. Ryuga scanned the room and then saw Takagi go. "That person. Isn't that person the one Uncle Ji Ho-hyun hit?" Ryuga raised his hand and pointed it at Takagi go. Fujino Kenzaburo pushed down the frames of his glasses in surprise. "I didn't realize that Ryuga had chosen to sit at Takagi-go's table." Fujino Kenzaburo spoke up at that moment. "Ryuka, you can sit next to Takagi-go. He's doing this solely out of trust in Go Takagi, because he also thinks that Takagi-go is a nerd. And even if he likes Yamaguchi Ryuga, he won't come forward to say so." And Yamaguchi Ryohana wouldn't look at Takagi-go. The arrangement of the seats was very reasonable and suitable. And Sunsaburo Fujino smiled happily and, "Tough problems are solved." Yamaguchi Ryuga looked over to the vacant seat. A teenager with his head down and, he wasn't staring at himself like the rest of them. It gave her an instant sense of how different the teenager was. Yamaguchi Ryohana stepped down from the podium and walked next to Takagi-go. She put her book bag in a drawer. When the teenager happened to look up and, Ryuga saw that familiar face. Chapter 9. Thank you. Takagi-go smiled in greeting and said, "Hello, Veda Shiva Takagi-go." Yamaguchi Ryuga really didn't expect to meet the person she ran into in the morning right here. "It's such a small world. Are you hurt?" Yamaguchi Ryohana asked. "It's done." Takagi-go returned. He wasn't actually hurt at all, but he couldn't say that to Yamaguchi Ryuga. "Right. I'm sorry," Yamaguchi Ryuga said apologetically. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed to guilt, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 1100. Takagi-go was a little surprised to hear Yamaguchi Ryohana's apology, not realizing that the little girl was so gullible. She believed what she said without thinking. Takagi-go continued, "You hit me. So are you going to buy me dinner?" Yamaguchi Ryuga cocked her head and said directly without thinking, "To please. Next we start reviewing." Takagi-go didn't listen at all in this math class. Eyes had been watching Yamaguchi Ryoko consciously or unconsciously. The more you look at it, the better it looks, like the white moonlight of youth. Yamaguchi Ryohana also noticed Takagi-go's gaze, and she inclined her head and, "Curious?" he asked in a small voice. "Well, do I have something on my face?" Takagi-go shook his head. "No, I just think you're so good looking." Takagi-go is straight up about hitting straight balls against such simple-minded people. "Thank you." Yamaguchi Ryuga was happy because growing up, aside from her father, they had complimented her on her good looks. No outsider has ever complimented her yet. At that moment, Fujino Kenzaburo, who was standing on the podium, saw two people whispering below. Yamaguchi Ryohana, you answer this question, Fujino Kenzaburo said as he pointed to this math problem on the blackboard. Yamaguchi Ryohana, who knows where he's gotten to, and is moving very fast again. You pick up a pen for the effort, and then you look up again and maybe you don't know where you're not talking about. Yamaguchi Ryohana stands up clueless and dopey. Kenzaburo Fujino looked at her and said, "You weren't listening just now, were you?" Yamaguchi Ryuga answered truthfully, "Yes." Takagi-go knows it's time for him to get in the ring, and this is the time to not get in. Takagi-go took the initiative to stand up and said, "Sensei, I can do this question." "You would?" Fujino Kenzaburo was surprised. He knew Go Takagi was a good student, but what he didn't expect was for Takagi-go to take the initiative to stand up and relieve Yamaguchi Ryoko. "It's a tough one, Kenzaburo Fujino. It's a tough one. It's basically only possible to solve it for the top few in the University of Tokyo." But Go Takagi and Ryoko Yamaguchi were clearly talking, and their attention wasn't even in the classroom. The key to solving the problem that he had just mentioned was not known to the two of them at all, so it was impossible for Takagi-go to understand the problem. "Okay, then come up here and solve this puzzle," Fujino Kenzaburo said. Takagi-go heard that and walked up. There were whispers in the classroom. "I didn't expect the nerd to get the hang of it and know how to save a hero." "Nonsense, don't you see how good-looking Ryuga is? Even the dullest nerd has to be moved. Hey, if only I knew how to solve this problem. I could have helped Ryuga if I had known." Takagi-go ignored the idle chatter of the people underneath him. He wrote the answer to this question directly on the board with little thought. Just kidding, he had the scholar's system with him. This little question is still not in the eye of the beholder. Sunsaburo Fujino on the sidelines looked dumbfounded, not to mention whether or not you made it or not. Think about thinking for a moment. Takagi-go is fine. He doesn't have a second to think, acting as if the question came from him. Takagi-go smoothed it down in one breath and sprawled out a blackboard. When he finished writing, Takagi-go looked at Fujino Tsunsaburo and said, "Sensei, I'm done." Fujino Kenzo swallowed as he said, "That. You tell everyone." Oh, Takagi-go didn't push the issue, and carefully and in detail explained it to the people below. The people at the bottom were all confused, and so was Kenzaburo Fujino. The people at the bottom were unintelligible, while Fujino Kenzaburo was not expecting it. Not a brother. You're so good at this. Teacher. Ha? I'm done talking. Oh, good speech. You're not listening at all. Lao Den. Takagi-go was unimpressed by his compliments. Kenzaburo Fujino continued, "Come to the office after class." Takagi-go responded, "Good." Fujino Kenzaburo nodded and said, You go down first." Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability +5. Currently at 15 favorability. Phew. Looks like his efforts were not in vain. Takagi-go. Yamaguchi Ryuga said softly. Takagi-go cocked his head. "Thank you." Chapter 10, because she's good looking. "Thank you. Just a verbal thank you?" Takagi-go asked with a smile. Hearing that, Yamaguchi Ryohana hastily waved her hands and said, "Of course not. Of course not. I'll buy you a nice meal for lunch." Takagi-go said, "No." Yamaguchi Ryohana wondered why Takagi-go said no. The evening meal is on the house, too. When Yamaguchi Ryohana heard Takagi-go's words, she smiled and immediately said, "Good." Takagi-go's lecture just now took up most of the class, so they felt like it was unusually short. It hasn't even been on for a few minutes and the class is already over. Takagi-go went forward to the homeroom teacher's office after class. He didn't know what Olden wanted with him, but figured it wasn't something bad. Takagi-go knocked on the door and Fujino Kenzaburo's voice came from inside. "Come in." Takagi-go walks up next to Fujino Kenzaburo, who closes the book. He looked at Takagi-go and said, "Go, to be honest, your talent is indeed strong." Takagi-go is definitely at a level where he can be the no. 1 in the country. It's been a long time since Kenzaburo Fujino taught the #1 student in the country. "It's okay," Takagi-go said modestly. It was a slight shock to see how modest Fujino Kenzaburo was. It's very good to have that kind of humility. His bigger goal is to graduate with the top grade in the country. Sunsaburo Fujino pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "The goal is clear. Not bad." He then immediately changed the subject. "By the way, what do you think of the new girl?" Takagi-go didn't expect him to ask about that. "This old den. Because she's good looking," Takagi-go said with a smile. He did speak the truth. And Kenzaburo Fujino thought it looked good, too. But Takagi-go praising his female classmate's beauty so bluntly made him feel something was wrong. Sunsaburo Fujino has found the beginnings of a love affair, if there ever was one. He had to snuff out the seed in a hurry. "Do you know anything about her life?" Kenzaburo Fujino asked. This Takagi-go really doesn't know much about her. But looking at the car she's riding in, I can tell that she has an unusual status. People of average status can't sit on it either. "Don't know much about it, but it's pretty rich," Takagi-go said. "How do you know her family is quite rich?" Kenzaburo Fujino asked. Guess. Takagi-go made a random excuse to excuse himself. "You can't tell Kenzaburo Fujino about what happened this morning," Kenzaburo Fujino advised. "Go, I suggest you put some distance between you and her, because she's not something you can. You know what I mean." There's something in this old den's words. Takagi-go heard it. It was advising him not to mess with Yamaguchi Ryohana. But Takagi-go obviously won't listen to him, because as the heroine doesn't invoke how to boost goodwill. Fujino Kenzaburo's words had given Takagi-go a wake-up call that Yamaguchi Ryoka was definitely a rich girl. "Think I'm going to be a soft touch?" Takagi-go asked. "Sensei, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave now. There's class later." Kenzaburo Fujino nodded and said, "There's nothing else, so go ahead and go to class." Takagi-go nodded and left the office. Returning to the classroom, he then saw that his seat had been taken by a man. That guy's name is Liang Yinsan. He's a famous school bully, but he's nothing compared to Hirakawa Shiki. Simply put, Hirakawa Shiki is the king, while Liang Kenzo is the youngest king. He sat in Takagi-go's seat, his mouth chattering away as he chatted with Ryoko Yamaguchi on the sidelines. Takagi-go knew what was going on as soon as he looked over and, turning to Liang Yinsan, he said, "This is my seat." Right. He had taken his seat well in advance, and as it turned out the time to go to the office, it was then dominated by Liang Yinsan. "Oh, I know. What do you have against me sitting here right now? Next class you sit over there. Liang Yensan said with a bold cross. When Takagi-go heard that, he was taking him for a sorry, I only study in my seat. Liang Yensan froze when he heard that. He didn't expect Takagi-go to reject him. How dare he reject him? How dare he? A crowd of munching students had gathered around them, some pretending to be reading a book that, in fact, the mind is long gone from the textbook, and there are those who pretend to go throw away trash just so they can get a closer look. With Liang Kenzo's temper, all of them thought that Takagi-go would be spared a severe beating. Liang Yensan stood up, his eyes staring viciously at Takagi-go. At that moment the bell rang. Coincidentally, Liang Yensan looked at Takagi-go and warned, I'll let you get away with it, so don't leave after school later. Takagi 6. Chapter 11, Because You're a Good Person. Takagi-go sat back down in his seat. Yamaguchi Ryohana looked at him in disbelief and asked, why did you start a fight with him? In the eyes of the simple Yamaguchi Ryoka, she didn't know why Takagi-go had gotten into a fight with Liang Kenzo, though she didn't like the one called Liang Yensan either. Who was next to her just now? Liang Yensan's eyes were always looking around, making her dislike it. Simply put, it's no better than Takagi-go little by little. It's not because of you, Takagi-go said, pretending to be vicious. Because of me? Yamaguchi Ryuga said, pointing at herself. Yeah, it's because of you, Takagi-go continued. Why? Yamaguchi Ryohana asked, her two big eyes full of doubt. Takagi-go laughed. He was really going to be defeated by Yamaguchi Ryuga's naivety. Why is this girl so innocent? Someone else will abduct her later. So Takagi-go made the decision to abduct her himself. First, that way no one else can abduct her. Takagi-go returned. It's because of you. Okay. Yamaguchi Ryuga lowered her head as if this incident was her fault. Takagi-go smiled and said, does tomorrow's meal have to be on you? Yamaguchi Ryuga reared her head. That's right. This is the fun of having a little rich girl. A moment of soft rice, a moment of pleasure. Always soft rice, a straight pleasure. The doctor told him that he can't eat hard food with a bad appetite. After 2 more lessons, Takagi-go didn't listen at all. But instead, Ryuga listened with immense attention. It's adorable to have little pouty lips and learn to push not only your brain hard, but your mouth as well. As the bell rings for the end of the last class, the horn has sounded for the dry meal rush. Takagi-go said to Yamaguchi Ryuka, who was off to the side. Come on, let's go eat. Oh, good. Yamaguchi Ryuga followed him obediently, just like a girlfriend. Takagi-go takes Yamaguchi Ryohana to a delicious stall in the school's cafeteria with his old memories. Takagi-go skillfully ordered the food, and when he was done, turning to Ryoka Yamaguchi, who was off to the side, she said, you pay. Yamaguchi Ryohana nodded her head and said in a good voice, oh good. After saying that, Yamaguchi Ryohana took out a card and swiped it. Takagi-go took a look at the thousands of dollars inside, so he was really a child of a rich family. However, the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest, as if he already knew. After brushing it off, he took his meal and went to find a seat. The people in line behind Takagi-go aren't calm. For s sake, even if the object is so good looking, it's surprising that the girl has to pay for it. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law of the land? Brother, seriously, why don't you start a class? I'll be the first to take it. Takagi-go ignored the envious gazes, and when he reached an empty seat, he sat down. Ryoko Yamaguchi sat across from him. You're unfamiliar with it on your first visit. This is the one I've had the most and the one I think is the best. Try it first to see if it's to your liking. Takagi-go said. Good. Yamaguchi Ryoko said with a nod, then picked up her chopsticks and started. Just after the first bite, Ryoko Yamaguchi said, it's delicious. It's good if it tastes good. Can I be your friend? Make friends? Takagi-go froze, then said, why do you want to make friends with me? It was the first time he had heard such a stupid question, and usually people who asked such questions were elementary school students. Adults like Takagi-go usually say, do you have a relationship? Yamaguchi Ryohana cocked her head and thought for a moment before saying, because you're a good person. Chapter 12, Good Friends. Because you're a good person. Takagi-go was a bit speechless when he heard Yamaguchi Ryuga's reply. Somehow being sent a good guy card. He doesn't want to be the good guy. Takagi-go shook his head and said, did you know, Ryohana? A good man is the greatest insult to a man. And then again, I'm not a good man. Why? Takagi-go didn't explain more. He always felt that the simple-minded Ryuga shouldn't know so much. Could be a friend. Oh, then we're good friends. Yamaguchi Ryuga's eyes shone brightly as she said this. Takagi-go saw that she didn't look like she was acting. Did Yamaguchi Ryuga have so few friends? It shouldn't. Takagi-go asked. Is a good friend for life? Yamaguchi Ryohana felt something was wrong. but she couldn't tell what was wrong. As if it was. It seems so. At that moment Yamaguchi Ryohana reached out her hand towards Takagi-go and said, Vedoshiva Yamaguchi Ryohana. Another introduction was made, her two little pear swirls showing sweetly. Takagi-go also reached out and said, Takagi-go. From this day forward, we are friends. Are we always going to be friends from now on? Yamaguchi Ryuga asked, nervously. It was as if she was afraid that Takagi-go was going to abandon her in a few days. Let's see you behave. Good. I'll be a good friend. Yamaguchi Ryohana's eyes were unmistakable as she said this. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability plus 10. Currently at 25 favorability. Increase 1 chance to draw a prize. Counting this lucky draw opportunity, Takagi-go currently has 3 lucky draw opportunities. The people eating on the sidelines were about to envy Takagi-go for looking so good. Okay. Handsome looking indeed. Finding a girlfriend so good looking and so obedient. I'm envious. Takagi-go finished eating with Yamaguchi Ryoko and went back after taking a turn around the playground. Another afternoon class. And Takagi-go didn't listen to a single word. Yamaguchi Ryohana asked him curiously, do you understand everything? Takagi-go said, all of this is trivial for me. Yamaguchi Ryuga asked rhetorically, little? Is that so great? It's okay. Can you teach me then? Sure. Thank you, my good friend. No thanks. Just buy me dinner. No problem. I'll cover all your meals from now on. A rich woman is a rich woman. She's got a lot of money. Why do I feel like a beggar? If you didn't know, you'd think you were a beggar. On second thought, there's nothing wrong with asking for food. I asked for food on merit. After class, Takagi-go and Yamaguchi Ryoko parted ways at the school gate. Takagi-go watched as Ryoko Yamaguchi walked to a limo, the same one from the morning. He glanced at his handful of bikes, which were polar opposites. Don't worry, the car will be there. The house will be there, and the woman will be there. Takagi-go pushes his car and heads to Mieko's house. I have to give Hirakawa Shiki a refresher course on his homework tonight. Hey, if it wasn't for Mieko-jam, he really wouldn't want to care about Hirakawa Shiki. I'm gonna let her treat me today. Takagi-go got on his beloved bike and hoped that there would never be a traffic jam on the road. As he rode, Takagi-go felt something was wrong. Someone's following him. With Takagi-go's sixth sense as a man, he could be certain that someone was definitely following him. It's hard to believe that Hirakawa Shiki found someone to mess with him again. It's not right. Didn't he clean up his act last time? Could it be that the bouncer from this morning is looking for someone? All sorts of conjectures flooded Takagi-go's mind, but in the next second his conjectures disappeared. The person who blocked him was Leon Yensan. Chapter 13 Staying Overnight. Stop! Leon Yensan shouted. You say stand still and you stand still. What are you? Takagi-go surely wouldn't listen to him, and walked on his own, not paying any attention to Leon Yensan at all, completely treating him like air. Leon Yensan gritted his teeth viciously. When had he ever been ignored like this? And the other guy is a nerd. Normally, this kind of student would have been scared and pissed his pants by now, but Takagi-go acted as if he didn't see him. The punk on the side said, third brother, why don't we just get him? A few of their punks had been itching for a day without a fight. As for Takagi-go's death, they didn't care. Leon Yensan's eyes revealed ferocity as he waved his hand. Give it to us. Okay, the crowd said in unison. Several punks instantly surrounded towards Takagi-go, all wanting to perform in front of Leon Yensan, because Leon Yensan has money. A little yellow hair spat to one side. Kid, know what women to touch and what women not to. You dare to touch the woman my third brother has his eye on. I see that you don't want your life anymore. Takagi-go chuckled. I touched your horse. The little yellow-haired man froze. He hadn't expected Takagi-go to dare to scold him at all, or such offensive words. The little yellow-haired man raised his leg and shined it at Takagi-go. Takagi-go had already guarded against him, and the moment he took advantage of his kick, he simply raised his hand and put the little yellow hair down. He then struck again, putting down the remaining few punks in turn. The fight didn't last more than a minute before the punks had all fallen to the ground. Little yellow hair and the others were lying on the ground wailing in pain. Leon Yensan looked dumbfounded. He couldn't have imagined that Takagi-go was so good with his hands even if he had thought about it. I used to only know him as a nerd. There's no way he's this good with his hands. The facts were right in front of them. So Leon Yensan could not afford not to believe them. Takagi-go slowly walks over towards Leon Yensan, who is isolated, and now the situation is bipolar reversed. I'm warning you, don't come over here, Leon Yensan said, pointing at Takagi-go. Fingers trembling, Takagi-go ignored his words and walked towards him. Leon Yensan took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Takagi-go had to teach him a lesson, or else remember to eat. Takagi-go is never a soft-hearted person. I won't make a mistake if people don't offend me. If a man offends me, I will offend him. Snap! A foot was kicked towards him, and Liang Yensan was directly kicked to the ground. Remember, what kind of women should be touched, and what kind of women shouldn't be touched. Don't let me see you say a word to Yamaguchi Ryuga ever again. Takagi Go rushed at him. This sentence was returned to Liang Yensan in its original form. Remember? Takagi Go asked rhetorically. Remember. Takagi Go got on his own bike and left the place. Liang Yensan's eyes were dead set on Takagi Go's back. His teeth clenched. We have to get back the face we lost this time. Or else how can we be in school in the future? How to be in the road. Parked not far away was a car with two men in it. One is none other than the man who fought with Takagi Go in the morning, Iko Hyan. The other is Yamaguchi Ryuka's father, Yamaguchi Hirotaka. The scene of Takagi Go taking on a bunch of punks just now was all in their eyes. Yamaguchi Hirotaka spoke slowly and asked, "How are the hands?" On the side. Ji Haosien frowned. "Excellent." Yamaguchi Hirokazu asked, "What are your chances of winning if you fight him?" Ikkyosien's frown deepened. He'd briefly exchanged blows with Takagi Go in the morning, but he couldn't muster any strength at all from the beating. He hadn't seen that kind of martial arts, but just from the two strikes Takagi Go had shown, he could conclude that this person must be an expert. Ji Haosien said slowly, "Less than 50%. The look on Yamaguchi Hirotaka's face was noticeably more surprised. The problem was that Takagi Go was very young and, if we give him more time to grow up, his future strength will be unimaginable." Hirotaka Yamaguchi said, "How do you think it? It would be such a coincidence." Iko Hyan understood what Yamaguchi Hirotaka meant by coquettish. In the morning, Go Takagi happened to bump into their car, and happened to be in the same class as Ryoka Yamaguchi, and happened to be at the same table. Everything was so coincidental, like someone was arranging all this on purpose. Yamaguchi Hirotaka folded his arms across his chest. "Have you investigated this kid's origins?" Ji Haosien returned. "Checked. Both parents died. He's an orphan." It's not right again. Yamaguchi Hirotaka instructed. "Go check to see if it's someone from the Kawada Society. In recent years, the Kawasaki institution has been at odds with them, and the conflict has been growing more and more intense lately. It's just about to get real." "Yes," Ji Haosien responded, then hesitantly said, "Then miss." He couldn't say it outright because it was, after all, Yamaguchi Hirotaka's family business. "You mean the two of them are getting too close?" Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked. Ji Hohyan nodded. There were many eyes watching what was happening in the school. Takagi Go's every move was in the eyes of Yamaguchi Hirotaka. He naturally knew that Takagi Go and Yamaguchi Ryohana were close. Iko Hyan is afraid that Takagi Go is intentionally approaching Yamaguchi Ryoka and will turn against her. Takagi Go does have intentions for Ryuga. Intentions of affection. "No, go ahead and do what I told you to do." "Yes." Takagi Go rode to Hirakawa Mieko's house. He came a little later than usual. It was Hirakawa Shiki who opened the door, and Mieko asked towards Takagi Go, "Why is Go a little late today?" "Oh, I ran into something on the road today." Takagi Go casually excused himself. "Thing? What matter? Is it serious?" Hirakawa Mieko hurriedly pursued. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to tense, generating an mood value of 100. Current mood value 1100. "It's okay, it's been taken care of." Hirakawa Chi, who was on the side, muttered in a low voice, what could he be up to? He's still in love with the schoolgirl. He spoke so quietly that Mieko didn't hear him. "Ha? What?" Takagi Go, however, heard what Hirakawa Shiki said, and it was not something that Mieko should hear. He hastily interrupted. He said, "Where is it?" "Oh, that's good." Mieko exhaled momentarily as she headed towards the kitchen. While saying, "The food is ready. Come and eat." "Good." Takagi Go immediately agreed. At the dinner table, Hirakawa Mieko said to Takagi Go, "Go. Just don't go home and stay at our house for a while." "Stay at your house?" Takagi Go exclaimed. He really didn't expect it to progress so quickly, and was already going to sleep at home. It does come in handy, though. Takagi Go wasn't talking about the convenience of going to school, but, Chapter 14, The Yamaguchi Family. After a meal, Mieko received the dishes inside the kitchen, while Takagi Go and Hirakawa Shiki went inside the house to study. As soon as I entered the house, Hirakawa Shiki then said to Takagi Go, "Well, I'd advise you not to be friends with that woman." Takagi Go twisted his head to look at him. The woman he was talking about, naturally referring to Ryuga. "What's going on?" Counting Hirakawa Shiki, there's already 3 mentions of her. "Of course, that guy Liang Yensan doesn't count. Do you know something?" Takagi Go asked. He was certain that Hirakawa Shiki definitely knew something about Yamaguchi Ryoka. "I know you're very kung fu and good, but you'd better do as I say." Instead of answering his words head-on, Hirakawa Shiki continued to advise. Looks like the power behind Yamaguchi Ryohana is really something. Why else would Hirakawa Shiki say that? Takagi-go thought about it while casually responding. Well, I see. In fact, he had long been curious about Yamaguchi Ryoka's life in his mind. How powerful and scary are the forces behind her? After a few moments of silence between the two, Takagi-go took the initiative to break the stalemate and began to help Hirakawa Shiki review his homework. After about 2 hours, night was falling and it was getting darker. At that moment, Hirakawa-chi finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to interrupt Takagi-go's explanation. I'm just so tired today. We'll continue tomorrow. Takagi-go glanced at the time and realized that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Considering that Hirakawa Shiki, a vegetable bag, has a limited ability to digest knowledge, Takagi-go didn't insist on continuing the lecture. He stood up, patted Hirakawa Shiki on the shoulder and smiled reassuringly. Okay, get some early rest then. Takagi-go then walked out of Hirakawa Shiki's room and closed the door gently. Hirakawa Shiki's home is small, but very clean and tidy. This is apparently because Mieko, Hirakawa Shiki's mother, cleans it regularly. The whole house had a warm and cozy atmosphere that made it feel extra comfortable. Takagi-go didn't go straight home after leaving Hirakawa Shiki's room. He always felt as if Hirakawa Shiki was withholding some important information about Yamaguchi Ryohana. In the living room, he saw Mieko, who was busy, and walked up to greet her. It's late and you haven't rested yet, Auntie. Takagi-go greeted politely. Well, get used to it. You guys have been studying hard. Is Ko going back? I'm sorry, Mieko replied with a smile. Yes, Auntie. Takagi-go hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. Be safe on the road. Mieko stopped what she was doing and looked at Takagi-go. Takagi-go smiled back. Okay. After saying that, Takagi-go left. Chapter 15, Chatting. After thinking about it, Takagi-go added, Mieko, I'm not in a big hurry to go back, either. Why don't we talk? The two of them sat down on the couch and started chatting away. Takagi-go smiled. I learned the craft of massage. Mieko froze. She hadn't realized that Takagi-go had skills in this area. The atmosphere between the two became more cordial and they continued to talk about light and pleasant topics. Mieko nodded when she heard that and said, Okay, what do you like to do in your spare time? Takagi-go was the first to ask. I like to read, listen to music, and occasionally go out for a walk. How about you? I'm sorry, Mieko replied with a smile. Me? I like to study weird stuff like the paranormal and such. Takagi-go scratched his head in embarrassment. Really? That sounds like a lot of fun then. Have you ever come across anything special? I'm sorry, Mieko followed up curiously. Well, once I saw a ghost appear in my room but as I approached, it disappeared. And then there was the time I felt a mysterious force tugging at me that, it seems to be taking me somewhere. Takagi-go recalled seriously. Wow, that's amazing. Maybe you have some kind of special ability. I'm sorry, Mieko said in surprise. It's probably just my hallucinations. But, there really are many things in this world that we can't explain. Takagi-go said thoughtfully. The two just chatted and time passed without realizing it. They find that they share many common interests with each other, and the topics of conversation become more and more speculative. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability has increased by 5. Current favorability is 40. 1 lucky draw entry will be given. Currently 4 chances for the lucky draw. 4 chances to draw. Takagi-go didn't dare to use it easily, in case of a sudden situation. Mieko then fell asleep. As soon as the door to the room closed, the system's voice rang in Takagi-go's ears. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 60. Takagi-go's eyes snapped open as a million thoughts flashed through his mind. He may have been tricked. I thought I was the hunter, but I didn't realize that I had become the prey. Chapter 16, Growing Up. Takagi-go stood still, savoring the sound of the system's announcement in his head. Mieko's favorability increased, but the problem was that she was clearly asleep, so it couldn't have increased. Then only one thing would make sense, Mieko wasn't sleeping at all. In other words, she's pretending to be asleep. Some cold sweat instantly broke out on Takagi-go's back. Having thought he was a hunter, I didn't realize I was the prey. If I hadn't controlled my body just now, I would have almost made a big mistake and lost my goodwill. System, what will happen if the favorability becomes 0? Everything the host got will disappear. Back to the old days. So what happens if it goes to negative numbers? The host may be obliterated. Little lives are lost. Takagi-go was even more glad he hadn't been impulsive. Impulsivity was the devil. However, Mieko's favorability reached 60. Shouldn't the system's question mark be unlocked? Takagi-go's eyes were all lit up at this point, when suddenly, there was some movement coming from Hirakawa Shiki's house. Takagi-go dodged hastily, and with a snap, the door opened. Hirakawa Shiki saw Takagi-go freeze, and the two of them met eye to eye. Hirakawa Shiki hastily hid the paper in his hand behind his back. Takagi-go had an I-know-what expression on his face. So he's really grown up. Hirakawa Shiki is all of 20 years old, which isn't surprising when you think about it. No wonder this guy let me out so early. Hirakawa Shiki nervously asked towards him. Why are you here? Instead of returning his words, Takagi-go walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, growing up. After saying that, Takagi-go went back to his room, leaving only a dumbfounded, mortified Hirakawa. Sure, Takagi-go came back to his room, cool as can be. He could even imagine what kind of expression was on Hirakawa Shiki's face. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to shame, generating an emotion value of 500. The current mood value is 1800. It's amazing how Hirakawa Shiki's emotions reacted to that. Takagi-go keenly caught the message. The system used to react to the heroine's emotions, but now it can react to those that aren't the heroines. Could this be the new feature that opens up when goodwill reaches 60? System, is that question mark ready to be unlocked? Takagi-go asked as he lay on his bed. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability has reached 60. New system feature unlocked. Store. Takagi-go's eyes lit up. System, isn't emotion value something you can buy in the store? He instantly realized that the emotion value was equivalent to the system currency. Yes. Takagi-go couldn't wait to click in and take a look at the store, which had everything. There is a wide variety of them. There are consumables, such as power potions, with a 3-hour statute of limitations, skills that. Examples include Wing Chun, piano skills, and singing skills. There are also a variety of products that you can only think of and nothing that is not in the system. There's even Viagra, without any negative effects, priced at 100 emotional value. Not to mention really, it's quite a bargain. Other things are slightly more expensive. Takagi-go watched for a while before laying down on his bed with his eyes glancing outside. Start thinking about the life ahead. It's been 3 days since I crossed over. And now this world is a parallel world. Nothing from the last world is in this one. Takagi-go had previously thought of living a good life. A human life. It can be easily achieved by relying on your own skills as a student of God. Now, his mind has changed and he wants to be on top of the world himself. Only the top of yourself. Phew. One step at a time. It's easy to rip your balls off when you take big steps. Ambition over. Time to go to bed. Takagi-go closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sun peeked out and the sunlight came in through the window. Takagi-go's cell phone alarm went off. And a good day started with going to the morning 8. I'm on early 8. One consolation, however, is that there is a stunningly beautiful female co-star, giving Takagi-go some cushion for his anorexia. It's good to see Ryohana again. Takagi-go squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, dipped it in a little bit of water, and began to wash himself. Go, have you washed up? Dinner is ready. Mieko's voice came in from outside. Well, in a minute. Okay. Takagi-go spat out the water in his mouth and went out for breakfast. Hirakawa Shiki sat on a stool, picking at his food with his head bowed tightly. Nothing was said. And if you didn't know better, you'd think you'd been starving for days. Mieko looked at Hirakawa Shiki in this state and couldn't help but remind him. Shiki, eat slowly and, no one is taking it from you. Takagi-go took over at this point. Mieko, he's growing up. It's good to eat more. Takagi-go purposely emphasized on the word long body. It doesn't matter if you emphasize it. Hirakawa Shiki choked straight away. He was instantly reminded of last night's events, and the image lingered in his mind for a long time. I'm full. I'll leave first. Hirakawa Shiki hastily chowed down 2 mouthfuls of rice and rushed out. He was afraid he'd have to die of shame if he stayed any longer. Mieko was confused, not understanding why Hirakawa Shiki was being so perverse. Takagi-go smiled in relief. It's in the middle of puberty. Don't worry about it. Mieko, how did you sleep last night? Was my massage comfortable? Mieko's ears instantly reddened when she heard Takagi-go bring up the subject. Because of what happened last night. She remembers it clearly. It's comfortable. Mieko replied. Ding! Mieko's mood changes from calm to shy, increasing her mood value by 100. Current mood value 1900. Takagi-go smiled back. That's good. I'll go to school first. White whore out the emotions and just walk away. Well okay, go, be safe. Okay. Takagi-go got on his beloved bike and pedaled as he did. In his head, he was thinking about Mieko's good sense while doing so. So far it's 60 favorability, just under the passing line. Some moves that go too far are definitely out of the question. It seemed that he had to add some more punch before he could do so, or else Mieko's favorability wouldn't go up. Yamaguchi Ryoka has a 25 favorability rating. She's also simple and gullible. There's plenty of room for goodwill to rise. Riding his bike, at the corner where he entered the school, Ji Hohyun leaned against the wall and a cigarette was dangling from his mouth and his eyes were on him. It was obvious that it was coming for him. Chapter 17, I'm the only one who can touch it. Ji Hohyun saw Takagi-go spit out the cigarette he had in his mouth. Takagi-go stopped the car, looked over at him and said, I've kept you waiting for a long time, haven't I? Ji Hohyun grinned. You really aren't average. Normal people avoid seeing a man covered in crosshairs and tattoos all over his body. There are only two kinds of people who don't avoid it. One is either a cutie pie, and the other is one who has a real handle on it. Takagi-go is clearly the latter. What do you want? Ha, beat me and I'll tell you. What if I don't fight you? If you don't fight me, then you'll have to say goodbye to Arakawa Mieko. Ji Hohyun said this very flatly. Takagi-go's eyes snapped. This bastard definitely investigated me. Let's see how good you really are. After Ji Hohyun finished speaking, his body violently burst out. The punch was accompanied by a very harsh wind sound. The punch was fast and hard, and it hit Takagi-go's face. The strike was ruthless, and it was a move that was going to kill him. Takagi-go was instantly enraged. Are you a ING competition? This is trying to kill yourself. The problem is, I'm the one who's messing with you. Is it possible that he found out that I seduced? Ugh. Seduced Yamaguchi Ryohana. There was no time for Takagi-go to think that much as he pulled back a step with his left leg. With the help of his legs, Takagi-go opened his palms and blocked them in front of him. Cover up the hand that Ji Hohyun strikes. Immediately afterward, all the power he had exerted was removed. Ji Hohyun was shocked that such a ferocious attack of his had been easily neutralized. And he's still storming. Tai Chi is all about softness, avoiding the real and borrowing the power. That punch from Ji Hohyun was like hitting cotton. Ding! Ji Hohyun's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 2400. Takagi-go revealed two white teeth and smiled confidently. You're done. So it's my turn. Ikkyo-sien pulls his hand back and punches towards Takagi-go to greet him. Takagi-go doesn't panic and responds calmly. After an exchange of blows, Ji Hohyun's forehead was already wet with beads of sweat. Takagi-go, on the other hand, seemed much more subdued. The two sides exchanged a few more moves, and Takagi-go saw the right moment to yank Ikoken's hand over to him. A punch to his chest followed. Ikkyo-sien landed heavily on the ground. A fight that Takagi-go won without a doubt. How about still fighting? Takagi-go said as he gently beckoned to him. This fight Ji Hohyun has no room to fight back. 100 more times. The results are all still the same. But Ji Hohyun laughed. No more fighting. The body is really good. Although you won this bout, my mission is accomplished. It was Takagi-go's turn to be puzzled as he asked rhetorically. Mission? What mission? Ji Hohyun stood up and patted the dust on his body. The boss wants to see you. Boss? Yes. I'm sure you'll be interested. Ha, why so sure? Because he's Yamaguchi Ryuga's father. Old man. We haven't even talked about it yet. And then it's time to meet the old man. Takagi-go frowned and asked. When? He knew he could delay the first day, but not the 15th. Even if he didn't see them now, he would have to see them later. Might as well see it now. Let's see what the old man is up to. Tonight, Ji Hohyun said as he looked over at him. Good. Takagi-go agreed in one gulp. Ji Hohyun's eyes were visibly stunned, not expecting him to agree so quickly. This son has strength and vigor, and will become a great man in the future. Ding! Ji Hohyun's mood changed from shock to admiration, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 2100. With that said, Takagi-go once again got on his beloved bike and rode off to school. As soon as he entered the class, Takagi-go's eyes skimmed over everyone and went straight to Yamaguchi Ryuga. She had her head down as she wrote in her book, her white school uniform on her and clean without a speck of dust. Takagi-go walked next to her. The gazes of the boys in the class turned to the place, watching the others with envy. It's something they've only dreamed of. Ding! Fudokazi's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 2200. Ding! Hirota Nobuhiro's mood has changed from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 2300. Ding! Lian Yensan's emotions changed from calmness to jealousy, to hatred, generated mood value of 600. Current mood value of 2900. Ding! Takagi-go's ears were about to explode with a series of emotional value swings. Even though his ears blew up, Takagi-go was cool that the emotional value came so easily and quickly. Just because of one of his own actions, Takagi-go discovers the path to riches and eventually comes to an emotional value of 400. There you are. Yamaguchi Ryohana raised her head, revealing two nice dimples. Nah, bought it for you. Takagi-go handed Yamaguchi Ryuga the breakfast he had bought. Ah, really? Did you really buy it for me? Yamaguchi Ryuga said two really in a row. Of course it's true. Thanks. Yamaguchi Ryuga said with a sweet smile. She took a bite of her rice and her two eyes twinkled like butterflies. Chapter 18, The Little Rich Girl. Takagi-go said something very firm, his tone unquestionable. Yamaguchi Ryuga's eyes met with Takagi-go's. An inexplicably marvelous atmosphere spread among the air. Of course, Takagi-go's eyes contained ambiguity, while Yamaguchi Ryuga's eyes were clear as a lake. Reflecting Takagi-go. She was as clean as a sheet of white paper. Pitiful. Oh. Yamaguchi Ryohana didn't understand why, however she still let out an oh. Ding. Fudokazi's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 4100. Ding. Hirota Nobuhiro's mood has changed from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 4200. Ding. Liang Yensan's emotions changed from calmness to jealousy, to hatred. Generated mood value of 600. Current mood value of 4800. Ding. A wave of manipulation reached a sentiment value of 5500. Liang Yensan sat in his seat, clenching his fists tightly. A sidekick sat down next to him and whispered at him. Sango. We can't swallow this. We have to him and let him know whose world Kaisei Middle School is under. The little brother is very typical of Arching Fire. Liang Yensan is exactly adolescent. The anger in his heart is immediately provoked. This is not a breath that can be swallowed in any way. We'll need more men next time. Takagi-go is very good. Last time 5 or 6 people couldn't beat him at all. Perhaps, look for the Kawaii Society as well. Her slender jade fingers reached inside her book bag, and then she pulled out a small bottle from it. What's this? Takagi-go asked. Didn't you hurt yourself yesterday? I got you medicine. So that's what this is all about. I didn't realize it was quite so subtle. Good then, thank you Ryuga. Takagi-go took the bottle. Even though he wasn't injured, what Ryuga gave had to be taken. The bell rang at this time, and the first class was math. Early 8 on math. What intensity one won't say. Takagi-go didn't really listen to the class all morning, and when he looked up, it was to see what time the class was over. But Ryuka Yamaguchi on the side was listening attentively, which made Takagi-go wonder. The family is so rich, and they're still working so hard. Let's not live. Ryuga. Takagi-go called softly. Ryuga twisted her head to look at Takagi-go. Why do you study so hard? Shouldn't people just try to be normal? Takagi-go was momentarily speechless. The kind that could wear a person out if their last life's internal scrolls were dying. In this life Takagi-go doesn't want a role, and he doesn't have to. With work, I want to open a store with lots and lots of good food. How about I help you? Really? Yamaguchi Ryohana's eyes instantly brightened. Of course, I'm a man who never tells a lie. Takagi-go patted his chest in assurance. But what? I don't help for free. There's a fee. As soon as Takagi-go finished speaking, Yamaguchi Ryohana turned her head towards her book bag and rummaged through it. Take out a bank card. She handed Takagi-go her bank card, her slender eyelashes flickering as she. I don't know if this is enough. What's going on? Am I that kind of guy? I'm going to do it with my own 2 hands. Takagi-go said lightly. Take it back. I doubt you're insulting my character. Yamaguchi Ryuga heard that and waved her hand in a hurry. No, I didn't insult you. It seemed that Yamaguchi Ryuga didn't hear herself joking. Liang Yensan was on the verge of crunching his teeth. How can the difference between people be so great? You're just lucky to be at the same table as Yamaguchi Ryuga. It would have been the same if I had been at her table. Liang Yensan had followed Yamaguchi Ryohana, but after being warned by a couple of tigresses. That's it. But he was sure that Yamaguchi Ryohana's background was by no means simple. That's worse than killing him. Ding. Liang Yensan's emotion changed from hatred to pain, generating an emotion value of 200. Current sentiment 5700. Takagi-go heard the voice in his head and spread his hands to show that he didn't do anything. So what do you want? What I want can't be said. What he thought in his heart, he ended up saying on his lips. You'll cover all my meals from now on. That's it. No problem. Then we have to be good friends for life. The more you get to mealtime, the slower it feels like time is passing. That was the case with Takagi-go, watching the clock go a little bit. Eventually, the bell rang. It's time for a dry meal. Chapter 19, The Anger of the Old Man. The bell rang and the dry rice soul woke up straight away. Takagi-go takes Yamaguchi Ryohana's little friend, and together they go to the cafeteria to get their food. It felt like Yamaguchi Ryohana was his ATM machine. I'm spending my best friend's money. It makes sense, right? Very reasonable. Takagi-go gave himself a very reasonable reason. What's to eat? Yamaguchi Ryohana said. Secret. You'll find out later. Takagi-go said mysteriously. Cafeteria meals are a mixed bag, and it's possible to accidentally step on a mine. So people can usually eat at a few and may not get to some of the stalls by the time they graduate. Takagi-go got in line with Yamaguchi Ryohana, a stall he ate at regularly. It was good, with flavors that leaned more towards Dragonland. Takagi-go realized that there were some meals that he really couldn't get used to. After all, this was an appetite that had been developed over 20 years. After ordering his meal, Takagi-go said to Yamaguchi Ryoka, "Pay up." Good. Yamaguchi Ryoka obediently took out her meal card and stuck it on the swipe machine. The cafeteria ants who were serving the food were stunned. No, to be so good-looking and so obedient. And spend money on him. Ding. The cafeteria ant's mood changes from calm to shock, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value 600. Takagi-go had long been familiar with this situation. He carried the rice to the table where Yamaguchi Ryoka sat across from Takagi-go. During dinner, Takagi-go casually mentioned, "Ryoka, what does your father do?" Yamaguchi Ryohana cocked her head and thought for a moment. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know. Father never told me." Well, never told. Takagi-go was shocked in his heart. A general judgment of Yamaguchi Ryohana's father. "Tonight we are going to a hongmen banquet. Whether it will be bad or good is yet to be seen. We have to be a bit cautious. I don't want to hang up just after crossing over." His own mood value has reached 600, but he can't use it. For now. Gotta save it for a rainy day. After all, the simple Ryuga didn't pursue Takagi-go and instead looked down to pick up her meal. Ryuga is still really cute. Like a young white moonlight. Ryuga. Don't move. When Takagi-go finished, he raised his hand and wiped the rice grains off the side of his mouth. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 30. One chance to win a raffle. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood has changed from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value 6300. Takagi-go had 5 draws in hand at this point, which was plenty to try his luck at. System, I want a lottery. A giant carousel appeared inside his mind. Whether or not to use one chance to draw. Currently 4 chances to draw. Yes, the giant carousel began to spin, and Takagi-go's heart spun along with it. Whether or not you can draw a very small one at a time depends on how lucky you are. The speed of the turntable's rotation slowed down. Eventually the pointer falls on the consumables category. Well, it seems to be slightly less lucky. Body refining potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body refining potion, with 3 chances remaining for the lottery. System, what the heck is a body refining potion? It can remove the dirty ugliness from the host's body and reach the peak of a martial artist's physique, and there are no side effects. Hearing the system explain this, Takagi-go's eyes lit up. Holy, this is a lazy person's benefit. The system produces a good product. Takagi-go doesn't realize he's been targeted. Yamaguchi family villa. Hirotaka Yamaguchi was sitting on the couch, with Iko-kan standing by. Communicated in place? Ji Haoxian returned. Passed into place. That's funny. Beating you at such a young age. How are you doing with what you were told to look into? Checked it out. Didn't cross paths with the kawaii kai. And he's got a very clean background. His parents are both dead. Currently working as a tutor at a house named Hirakawa Mieko. Ji Hohayan said. It was almost as if he wanted to dig out Takagi-go's ancestors. This son is available. It's time to meet him tonight. Yamaguchi Hirotaka said faintly. At that moment the phone voice suddenly rang and Hirotaka Yamaguchi picked it up. The man inside spoke, only to see Hirotaka Yamaguchi's expressionless face darken instantly. Ji Haoxian had been by his side for a long time and immediately understood that the boss was upset. What did the other guy say that would upset the boss? As much as Ji Haoxian wanted to know what the call was about, he loved his life more. Hirotaka Yamaguchi hung up the phone. Takagi-go the bastard. Ikkyo-sien doesn't understand what Takagi-go did to make the boss so angry. The reason, naturally, was that the person on the other end of the line was reporting Takagi-go's whereabouts to Hirotaka Yamaguchi. This includes Takagi-go wiping Yamaguchi Ryohana's mouth and touching her head. Can he be angry when Lao Deng sees his beloved daughter being eaten tofu? Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 7300. 100? So much. Takagi-go was slightly shocked for a moment to have ever generated so much emotional value. And who is this one called Yamaguchi Hirotaka? He doesn't know him. No. Yamaguchi Ryohana. Yamaguchi Hirotaka. Yamaguchi Ryohana. Yamaguchi Hirotaka. Yamaguchi Ryohana. Yamaguchi Hirotaka. He can't be Ryuga's father. It's quite possible. No. Why is he angry? He didn't invite him or provoke him. It's like he's framing his daughter. After dinner, neither Takagi-go nor Ryuga went home. I went back home and had to come back in the afternoon. so I simply didn't go straight back at noon. Takagi-go was lying on the table, and so was Yamaguchi Ryohana. Takagi-go twisted his head to look at Ryuga, who twisted his head to look at Takagi-go. The two men's eyes met, looking deep into each other's eyes. Ryuga was just too good looking, with two curved willow leaf eyebrows, a straight nose, and rosy lips. Takagi-go experienced for the first time the idiom of natural beauty, which perfectly explains Yamaguchi Ryohana. Well, what are you looking at me for? Yamaguchi Ryuga asked in a small voice. Ryuga, are you going to stay friends with me? Think. Why? Because you're a good person, but I want to be good. Ha? Why don't you want to be nice? Ryuga doesn't know what you're a good person means. Ryuga's eyebrows furrowed slightly, clearly not understanding Takagi-go's words, and couldn't figure them out no matter how much she thought about them. Good people are obviously words of praise. Go to sleep. Good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon na. After the two exchanged good afternoon greetings, Takagi-go slowly closed his eyes as well after waiting for Yamaguchi Ryohana to close them. Chapter 20, The Master of Face Changing. After about a few minutes, Takagi-go woke up from his sleep. At the moment, Yamaguchi Ryohana was sound asleep, her hair hanging over her forehead, lips slightly pursed, red as a cherry. I wonder what it would be like to kiss it. Now was not the time. There would be a day when he could kiss. Takagi-go was very sure in his heart. He reached out and pinned the strands of hair in front of Ryuga's forehead, then got up and headed to the restroom. After he got up to leave, a man slowly raised his head as well and followed him out. Strange enough, there are always some people who go to the bathroom in class, not because they can't hold it in, but because they can't hold it in, but because they can't hold it in. Rather, it's for some other reason. Takagi-go released as much pressure as he could, and after 10 seconds, he finally finished. All he felt was permeable, soothing. Takagi-go has a purpose this time, besides releasing his stress. That would be to use up the little potion you got from the raffle. Takagi-go tapped the system and took out his own small potion. The small potion was colorless and odorless, and it looked like Takagi-go was confused. If it wasn't given by the system, he really thought it was some kind of strange poison. System, you're not screwing me over. Host, it's absolutely impossible for a child to screw you over. Okay, system, I trust you. After Takagi-go finished speaking, he directly drank the potion in his hand. It doesn't seem to have changed. Nope, my stomach hurts. Takagi-go felt a twinge in his stomach as he hurriedly pulled his pants down. After 20 long minutes of fighting, the pain finally cut down. Takagi-go felt as if he was about to collapse, but all the dirt inside the body was removed and his own body was now changed. He took off his shirt and looked at his body. The muscles were very visible and lean. Could this be the potion? The system produces a good product. It's just a little bit of a femi, and a little bit of a smell. Takagi-go rushed off, then opened the cubicle door and stepped out. As soon as he went out, he saw Liang Yensan standing there. Takagi-go froze. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Liang Yensan's expression was extremely impatient. Martyr. After waiting for this kid for 20 minutes, it's not ing coming out. Thought Takagi-go had fallen in. Takagi-go walked over and asked, "You came here to eat?" Liang Yensan froze. His mouth could not help but sneer. "Your family came to the toilet to eat." Takagi-go responded lightly, "My family doesn't come." With that, he realized with a jolt that Takagi-go was scolding himself. "Baka, you seek death." He held out his finger and pointed it at Takagi-go. The kid finally responded. Takagi-go chuckled. "That's right, just scolding you." Liang Yensan had rushed outside and said, "Come in." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, in came a whole bunch of people. Takagi-go roughly counted that there had to be almost 20 people, and the restroom was about to fill up. "You all came to eat in the restroom?" Takagi-go asked lightly as he looked at them. Liang Yensan roared. "Marred. Him." This group of people rushed up in a crow's nest, and Takagi-go wasn't afraid at all. Just in time to try out how the newly enhanced potions are doing. Takagi-go set up his stance. These people are no match for even a hair on Ikkyo-sen's head. They don't know any kung fu. They just rely on the number of people. Takagi-go just felt like he had inexhaustible power all over his body. 7 times a night was not a problem. In no time at all, the toilet floor was full of people lying on it. Liang Yensan stood outside, trembling. "Sanner, it's your turn." Takagi-go showed his white teeth like a demon. "I warned you not to come over here. Don't come over here if you say so. I won't kill anyone who doesn't offend me, but I will kill anyone who does." Takagi-go gave Liang Yensan 3 punches and 2 kicks before he left. He warned, "No next time." After saying that, Takagi-go went back inside the classroom. At this point, Yamaguchi Ryohana was just getting up. Her misty, clear eyes looked up at Takagi-go, with some drool still lingering around her mouth. "Cute and flirty. You're back." Takagi-go almost couldn't hold back when Yamaguchi Ryuga's little milky voice came out. Do you realize how attractive you are? Yamaguchi Ryuga's eyes snapped open as she finished. How did you get so good looking? Yes? Yes. Yamaguchi Ryuga nodded heavily. Takagi-go took a look in the mirror and saw that there wasn't a trace of impurity in his own skin. White. Really white. Mud. It's getting more and more in the direction of the white boy. Yamaguchi Ryohana even extended her own jade finger to carefully touch Takagi-go's face. This is unbelievable. Wake up from a nap and the table has become so handsome. Yamaguchi Ryohana breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she hadn't poked Takagi-go. It didn't matter how Takagi-go changed, as long as he was real. The change that occurred in Takagi-go was quickly noticed by the others. As the saying goes, one white color covers all the ugliness. Ding! Fudokazui's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 7400. Ding! Hirota Nobuhiro's mood has changed from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 7500. Ding! One wave down. The mood value reaches 100. Ding! The system issues a quest, please increase Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability to 60. Limited to 1 month, zeroed out for unfulfilled sentiment and all prizes forfeited. Holy, the punishment is so severe. But Ryuga is as simple as white paper, and trying to raise her favorability is not as easy as drinking water. Yamaguchi Ryuga listened intently to the lesson. She felt as if she was being watched by someone's eyes are looking straight at themselves. The afternoon class was finally over. Takagi-go and Yamaguchi Ryohana walked to the door. On this day it was Jihohayan who came to pick up Ryohana, and he stood outside the school gates early in the morning. Uncle Ikuo said Ryuga as she greeted him. Jihoxian's eyes narrowed into slits as he also smiled and greeted Ryohana saying, MS. Ryohana. Who wouldn't like a girl like Ryuga? After greeting Ryohana, Ikuo-sian looked over at Takagi-go. The expression on his face swished. Do I owe you money or am I your enemy? You're just changing your face. You learn to change your face, right? Jihoxian has to keep his distance from this kid or he'll get dragged into it. To be honest, he still didn't know why Takagi-go had made the boss so angry. I'll go first. Yamaguchi Ryohana gave Takagi-go a bye as usual, but this time Takagi-go didn't move. MS. Ryuga. Your father would like to invite Takagi-go-san to his home for a meal. Dad? Yamaguchi Ryuga was surprised. Something that had never happened before. But, simply, she didn't think much of it. Takagi-go was his friend and had no problem eating at his house. Good ugh. The three of them got into the limo together and set off towards Ryuga's house. Chapter 21 Going toe-to-toe with the old man. Yamaguchi Ryohana and Takagi-go sat in the back seat of the car, while Iko-ken sat in the driver's seat. In the backseat Takagi-go and Ryuga were talking as usual. Well, the math lesson this afternoon was a little hard, and I didn't understand it. I'm sorry. Yamaguchi Ryohana deflated. Math might just be a little hard, but that's okay, I can tutor you. I'm sorry, Takagi-go said with a smile. Really? Really? Takagi-go, why are you being so nice to me? Yamaguchi Ryuga asked. Jihoxian was driving in front of him, and his heart suddenly thumped. There was something wrong with the two of them. Could there be the beginnings of a love affair? It's not a good beginnings for Yamaguchi Ryohana, because Yamaguchi Ryuga and Takagi-go are impossible. Her future marriage partner has already been chosen. Takagi-go smiled and said, because we're friends. Right. Friends? Dogs don't believe that. Jihoxian looked in the car's rearview mirror and shook his head at the kid's calm face. How can he look so calm and collected? Oops. Still too young. It seems that Takagi-go doesn't know the identity of Yamaguchi Ryuga's father. If he had known he would not have been able to be so calm. Iko-sian drove his car and entered the Yakuza's dominion. Along the way he met a number of people who were dressed in uniform, all in black suits. All had a badge shaped like a mountain pinned to their chests. Jihohayan's eyes had been intentionally glancing at the rearview mirror, watching Takagi-go's expression, having expected a puzzled, surprised look that might have appeared on his face. But which one is not? His expression was as calm as water from the beginning. Jihoxian was very puzzled in his heart. In the end he knew that so calmly. Still don't know about being so blasé. No, he couldn't have had a heart of gold if he'd known. Ikohayan can't guess what's going on in Takagi-go's mind as the car slowly pulls into Ryuga's house. A big mansion. This house is huge. A large villa of 400 square feet in total, with 3 floors plus a basement level for a total of 4 floors. Luxurious as it was, Takagi-go took one look at the house and instantly felt poorly. Mud. What a life one used to live. The corners of Yamaguchi Ryohana's mouth quirked up slightly. Home. Iko-sian parked his car inside the courtyard, and Yamaguchi Ryuka got up to open the door. Takagi-go followed along down. Hello miss. Several Yakuza shouted in unison. After shouting, they shouted at Ji Ho-hyun again. President Ikari. Ji Hao-sien nodded at them, and after doing so, they went about doing whatever they needed to do. Taking another look at Takagi-go, he was still calm. Is this the Yamaguchi-gumi? Takagi-go wondered in his mind. First time so close. Long before he came here, he had a rough guess about Hirotaka Yamaguchi. I said why Sensei and Hirakawa Shiki wouldn't let me get close to Ryoga. So her dad's the head of the Yakuza. The Yakuza are the largest gang in the small country of Kodomo. Unlike gangs in other countries, gangs are perfectly legal in the land of small days. The Yamaguchi-gumi is headquartered across the street from the Kobe police station. Don't you dare want to believe it. However, compared to other gangs, most of the gangs in Kid Icarus are good. After all, the government doesn't keep gangs that do bad things. Let's go, Ji Hao-sien said. Takagi-go followed the two of them, but his mood was calm. When you have absolute strength, you will find that nothing can affect you. Tarzan is in front of me without changing his face. The first floor of the mansion was lavishly decorated, with a large sofa in the center of the living room. One man sat on the couch while the other servants stood off to the side. That man would be Yamaguchi Ryuga's father, his own future cheap old man. As soon as Yamaguchi Ryuga saw her dad, she immediately put her book bag on the couch and said, "Dad, I'm back." Hirotaka Yamaguchi wore a pair of glasses and was not very old, about 40, looks amiable. He doesn't look menacing like a traditional gang leader. Takagi-go had his sights set on Yamaguchi Hirotaka at this point, and he was acting calm and collected. Yamaguchi Hongjong nodded imperceptibly in his heart. This son could become a great man in the future. Hirotaka Yamaguchi said, "Ryohana, why don't you go take a break and rest for a while? I'll talk to Takagi-go-san about something." Talking about things? Yamaguchi Ryuga glanced at Takagi-go, clearly not wanting to leave him alone. Can I not go? At that moment, Takagi-go said from the sidelines, "Ryuka, it's fine. Go rest for a while." Yamaguchi Hirotaka couldn't help but look high at Takagi-go again. This one could still say such things. This son is not simple. After hearing that, Yamaguchi Ryohana hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right." After Yamaguchi Ryuka left, only 3 people remained in the living room. Yamaguchi Hirotaka with Ikohei and Takagi-go. The living room was large and seemed to have a chilly atmosphere. Yamaguchi Hirotaka didn't speak, and it was even more unlikely that Iko-kan would speak first. "What should I call you? Uncle Yamaguchi? Or the head of the Yakuza?" Once the Yamaguchi leader was out, Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled slightly. The head of the group is the highest-ranking title in the Yakuza, and the modern head of the Yakuza is Hirotaka Yamaguchi. You did guess who I was? Hirotaka Yamaguchi's eyes went to go Takagi, taking in any sign that he was lying. "I'm curious as to how you learned your kung fu. Does it matter? I don't think that's all you asked me over here." "Smart man. Then I'll make it clear. Run an errand for me." "What is it? Help me win a bout. Match? You're still interested in my kung fu, right?" "I don't seem to have much to show for myself besides kung fu," Yamaguchi Hirotaka said slowly. "That's right. As long as you help me win this bout, I can give you anything you want. Like money, women, power. Money, women, power. The 3 major life pursuits of a man. Yamaguchi Hirotaka believes that no man can refuse them. And for Hirotaka Yamaguchi, as long as you can accomplish something with these 3 points, it's not a big deal." Yamaguchi Hirotaka watched Takagi-goku's demeanor carefully, and as soon as he showed the slightest bit of heart, "You can hold him yourself. It's just a shame that Takagi-go is still the same. Money, Cool Flowers has money for me to spend. Woman, there's Ryohana, though she's not a girlfriend yet, but it will definitely develop into a girlfriend later. Power, having Cool Flowers myself, doesn't seem to be much of a quest for this stuff. That's why, when Hirotaka Yamaguchi brought up these 3 points, Go Takagi wasn't impressed at all. At such a young age, having already developed such a heart, it was the first time that Yamaguchi Hirotaka felt so much for a junior. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood has changed from calm to surprise, increasing his mood by 100. Current mood value 10100. "Well?" Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked. "Not good." Takagi-go returned. And then he continued, "Tell you what, how about promising me something when I win?" Yamaguchi Hirotaka kept his head down. Not to mention that Takagi-go had made it sound so simple. What this one thing was he didn't say. What if the lion's share of the money is in the air? What should we do then? Takagi-go saw his look and knew what he was thinking, and spoke out in relief. "Don't worry. No harm done to you. Okay, I promise. However, before agreeing, you have to let me see if you have the capital to make conditions." Hirotaka Yamaguchi held out his hand and clapped as 3 men walked in. All 3 are good at practicing martial arts. Chapter 22, 1 vs 3 Advantage to me. Takagi-go's eyes aimed at the three of them, his expression calm as usual, not taking the three of them seriously at all. Even this audacity has defeated too many people. Will the three of you go together, or one by one? Takagi-go asked. The three froze, not realizing that Takagi-go hadn't taken them seriously, and trying to one-up three. Ding! Rito Oshiro's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 10200. Ding! Moriyama Akiyoshi's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 10. 400. Ding! Ei Kazuyan's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 400. Current mood value 10. 800. Yamaguchi Hirotaka couldn't help but shake his head. Although young but too rash, Ken would suffer in the future. In Hirotaka Yamaguchi's mind, if Go Takagi defeated two of them, he would pass the test. If you beat three people, you can probably beat everyone in the land of small days. Winning that bout won't be a problem. Ji Haoxian was also visibly stunned. He also didn't expect Takagi-go to try to pick 3 in 1. Not too old. Not too loud. Are you sure? Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked rhetorically. Sure, as well as certain. Takagi-go's eyes were very firm, without a single flinch. Since you've decided, it's up to you. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded down lightly, respecting Takagi-go's opinion. Those three martial arts masters couldn't help themselves long ago. Takagi-go couldn't help himself when he said he would challenge all three of them alone. Takagi-go didn't just say 1 against 3 out of rashness. He had to show Hirotaka Yamaguchi that his was strong enough. System, I want to buy something. The system immediately opened the store interface, and Takagi-go immediately clicked on the skill class section. It's full of martial arts. Examples include Jeet Kune Do, Mizong Quan, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Drunken Fist, Elephant Fist, Shaolin Kung Fu. A wide range of products at a variety of prices. Only you can't think of anything that's not on here. System, I want to exchange Wing Chun for Interceptor Fist Do. One is IP Man's watchword and the other is the martial arts system created by Bruce Lee. Two of them were also priced at 300 emotion value, and Takagi-go was rich enough to buy both of them directly at the same time. Purchase successful. Consume the emotional value 600. Currently have emotional value 4800 left. Takagi-go watched as his mood value went from 10,800 to 4,800 in an instant. But there's a reason it's expensive. Takagi-go tapped on his attribute panel. Taijiquan, Grandmaster, Wing Chun, Grandmaster, Jeet Kune Do, Grandmaster. Takagi-go took his stance. Together. Give him credit. The three of them attacked together, and the three of them practiced different martial arts. Eiji Kazuyan's martial arts are overbearing, more so than Ji Hohayan's. A punch comes right at Takagi-go's face, and Takagi-go is still the same as before. Crack the move just like the one that cracked Hohayan. Takagi-go finished cracking and breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, he had drunk the potion, or else even if he was able to unload the force, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. This guy is a lot stronger than Ji Hohayan. Ei and Yen were surprised. Takagi-go doesn't look too strong. Surprisingly, I was able to take this slap from me with ease. Again, Takagi-go said waving at him. Ji Haoxian's eyes snapped open. How was this guy even stronger than in the morning? Did he not even use his full strength this morning? Ji Hohayan thought of some cold sweat breaking out violently behind his back. It was really like this. He should be glad he got his life back. At the same time, he was very curious that Takagi-go was so young and his martial arts attainments were so deep. Ding! Ji Hohayan's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 5300. Takagi-go has taken on 3 men in a row in the ring and hasn't lost a single step. The rigidity and flexibility of Tai Chi is played out to the fullest extent. And although Takagi-go is a Taijiquan Grandmaster level, but not 1 against 3. Yamaguchi Hirotaka asked towards Iko-sien, who was off to the side. What do you think of the outcome of this match? Ji Haoxian said under a slight thought. It's hard to say. It might. A tie? Hirotaka Yamaguchi's perception of Go Takagi's strength was once again clear. At this moment, the three of them on the field exchanged punches and palms. A stalemate had arisen, and the three of them were very surprised by Takagi-go's strength. The man in front of him hadn't even reached 20, and his attainments were so deep. For all three of them, a tie is a loss. Takagi-go looked over at them, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly. The real battle has just begun. After saying that, he immediately withdrew his body and pulled away. Takagi-go's left hand is close to his body, extending it forward. Then spread your palms out, palms facing the sky, and push your bridge hand into the center line. What's this? A few of them puzzled over that. That's a different path than the taijutsu Takagi-go just performed. Of course it's different. This is Wing Chun's most famous Wing Chun listening bridge. Hirotaka Yamaguchi looked at Go Takagi with interest. This young man had brought him so many surprises. This must be a fancy trick. Let's go together. Yes. The three of them came together in a siege. And Takagi Go performed his Grandmaster level Wing Chun. 1 against 3. The fight was back and forth. This is another martial art. A thought bubbled up in the minds of all three men at the same time after they made contact. How could this guy know another martial art and utilize it no worse than Taijikwan? Go Takagi uses Taijikwan on one side and Wing Chun on the other, crossing the two martial arts. They couldn't see through Takagi Go's punching pattern at all. Soon enough, Takagi Go was gaining the upper hand. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's brow was furrowed, and Aiko Ken had the same expression. Takagi Go was still hiding a hand. No wonder he was able to say something so rampant as 1-on-3 just now. He's really something. Snap, snap, snap. 3 crisp thuds resonated throughout the hall. The results of this contest have already appeared. Chapter 23, Simple Ryoga. The 3 martial arts experts that Hirotaka Yamaguchi had sought out fell to the ground. The inside of the hall was silent. No one spoke. It was lonely. Only the sound of the clock swinging was heard. Ding! Rito Oshiro's emotions shifted from anger to shock to admiration. Generated mood value of 300. Current mood value of 5,600. Ding! Moriyama Akiyoshi's mood changed from anger to shock to admiration. Current mood value 5,900. Ding! Ei Kazuyan's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 400. Current mood value 6,300. Ding! Ji Hohyun's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotional value of 500. Current emotional value 6,800. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 400. Current mood value 10,800. All back at once. Understood, Takagi Go said softly. After a long time, Hirotaka Yamaguchi clapped his hands. Honestly, you surprised me. I didn't think you could really fight 3 with 1. I'm sorry, quipped Hirotaka Yamaguchi. Takagi Go grunted inwardly. If I use another martial art, are you more surprised? Well, I'm strong enough for you. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded down. Of course, after it's done, the conditions are whatever you want. Yes. Yamaguchi Hirotaka saw that Takagi Go hadn't asked about all the stuff regarding the bout. Somewhat curiously, he asked, "Aren't you curious about what kind of martial arts I'm asking you to compete in?" "There's no need," Takagi Go said, knowing naturally that if Hirotaka Yamaguchi didn't tell that's not wanting to tell him. There's no point in asking about such things. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's inner appraisal of Takagi Go is on another level. This son has a mature mind. I'm sure I'll be a great man in the future. Good. It's getting late. Time to eat. Yamaguchi Hirotaka laughed out loud. I'm going to the restroom first. Takagi Go made an excuse to leave the living room. Go Takagi didn't really want to go to the restroom, but he wanted to talk to Mieko. Avoid worrying about her not seeing her. I'm a good man. Takagi Go took out his cell phone and dialed Mieko. And within a few seconds, the other party picked up the call. Go. Why aren't you back yet? Mieko's tone was filled with worry. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to worried, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 11,300. Mieko, I'm eating out today, so I won't go back to eat, so you guys go ahead and eat. After Takagi Go finished speaking, he could clearly hear Mieko's mood dropping. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changed from worry to loss, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 11,800. Oh, Mieko lost it when she didn't go back for dinner herself? It seemed that Mieko still had some deep feelings for herself. Mieko said with concern, "Oh well, take care of yourself. Call me when you get home, okay?" "Okay, you guys hurry up and eat," Takagi Go said. Good. After saying that, Takagi Go hung up the phone. Exiting the bathroom door, Takagi Go headed for the living room. Ryuga, as well as her father, Hirotaka Yamaguchi, sat in their seats with no one else. It seemed very cold, and the Yakuza had a very strict hierarchical order. Takagi Go ripped the stool aside from Ryuga and sat down along his butt. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's eyebrow raised. "You're quite self-conscious, kid. Not to mention that you're sitting right next to Ryohana." The meal was very hearty and a very good illustration of what the Yamaguchi family is all about. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Yamaguchi family, compared to the poor gangsters who only fight and kill. Gangs in the land of small days are not only very rich, they are very rich. The industries involved include real estate, finance and various other fields. Takagi Go realized one more thing about himself. Ryuga's mother wasn't there. Maybe that's what Ryuga's personality caused. Ryuga didn't realize what had just happened, and she gave Takagi Go food with a happy face. Hirotaka Yamaguchi watched the two of them. If anything, a murderous aura filled his eyes. Takagi-go clearly felt it, while eating the delicious meal that the lovely Ryohana had pinned on him, while suffering from this old den's murderous stare. Luckily, the meal didn't take too long, and Ryuga Yamaguchi didn't do anything else with it. Otherwise, Hirotaka Yamaguchi really wanted to kill Takagi-go. After eating, Takagi-go followed Ryuga for a walk in the yard. By now, the moon was out. The moonlight poured over the two of them in a romantic way. I wish time would just stand still, Takagi-go said. On the side, Ryuga was a bit confused. Static? Why are you being still? Because then I can walk with you forever. Well, but I don't really like walking. I prefer sleeping to walking. He. After saying that, Yamaguchi Ryuka smiled sweetly at Takagi-go, revealing two nice dimples. Takagi-go was momentarily speechless. Ryuga was really quite innocent. The implications of her own words were so obvious that she couldn't even feel them. How long do you think you'll be able to complete your mission like this? If it fails, don't even think about it. The point is that Takagi-go wasn't able to get physical with Ryuga because he was at his old man's house. All of them are Yamaguchi Hiratsu's eyes and ears, and their own limbs just touched. Old Den will have to find someone to get me next. No, I can't. I'll have to ask Ryohana out some other time. After spinning around for a while, Takagi-go said to Ryuka, it's getting late. I should get back too. Good. As much as Ryuga wanted to stay with Takagi-go, she knew it wouldn't be safe to go back too late. There would be no forced retention. You go back and be safe. Aha. Anything else? Takagi-go saw that Ryuga had been looking at himself and couldn't help but ask. Go? Can I call you Go? Of course you can. Just like I called you Ryohana. Really? Yamaguchi Ryuga leapt like a butterfly upon hearing the definitive answer. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value 12. 100. Go! I'm so happy to be with you, Ryohana. Me too. After saying goodbye, the two disappeared into the moonlight. At that moment, the two people on the balcony of Hirotaka Yamaguchi's mansion unanimously sighed in relief. Takagi-go prepares to go home to face Hirakawa Mieko. Chapter 24, She Did It on Purpose. Yamaguchi Family Mansion. Hirotaka Yamaguchi stood on the balcony, with Iko-kan standing next to him. Do you think Ryuga is getting a little close to him? Yamaguchi Hirotaka said, well aware of Ryuga's simple nature. It is because of Ryuka's simple nature that Hirotaka Yamaguchi is worried about her being abducted by Go Takagi. But his worries were all for naught, as Ryuga had already been abducted by Takagi Goku's. Jiho Hyan knew that Ryohana's future fate had been set long ago, from the moment she was born. No one can bet on the future. Pick someone who is likely to succeed in the future. Might as well pick someone who's already successful. This is true of the common man, and it is also true of the upper class. For a force like the Yakuza, a marriage would undoubtedly be the least costly, the most powerful means of stabilizing power. I warned Takagi-go this morning, Ikyo-sien said. Hirotaka Yamaguchi mused for a moment, then said, it looks like he didn't hear it going. So, should I go talk to him again? Yamaguchi Hirotaka shook his head and said, no, let's wait until after the match with the Kawaii Kai. Yes, this bout is crucial, and it's about whether or not they can get a foothold in Tokyo. Instead of riding his beloved bike, Takagi-go chose to take the car. Because his beloved bike was at school, Takagi-go paid and opened the door to get out of the car. The streetlights on the road had long been lit up, and before arriving home, Takagi-go gave Mieko a peace offering. Bam! 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 Takagi-go knocked on the door, and within a few seconds, the door opened. Go, you're finally back, Mieko said. Too late to think about it, Takagi-go smiled and returned. There's something going on tonight. Mieko nodded and didn't press the issue any further. She's as much of a traditional woman as she is about men, and if they don't want to talk about it, it will not be pursued. I'll go heat up your dinner. Mieko I ate out. Oh, Takagi-go was really a bit tired from fighting 3 people by himself, and he leaned back on the couch. Mieko brought him a glass of water and placed it on the table. Go, if you're tired, go to sleep first. Takagi-go picked up the glass of water in front of him and took a sip. Start reviewing the events of the day. Yakuza Takagi-go has some knowledge, but not much. He hadn't realized there were Yakuza in this world. As for the bout that Hirotaka Yamaguchi is talking about, it's unclear what kind of bout it is for now. It shouldn't be easy, or else they wouldn't have tested me with 3 masters. Maybe Hirakawa Shiki knows something. We can ask later. Yamaguchi Hirotaka. This old den seems to be against me dating Ryuka, and also to myself as a poor boy. After Takagi-go pondered about the Yakuza, he thought about what he was going to do in the future. The internet in this world had not yet developed, and Takagi-go was planning to start with it. The source code system for the product is available. The selling price varies, and it's not that hard to get it done. The hard part is where to get the real-world startup money from. There was no need to think on Mieko's side, with a particularly capable son. She certainly didn't have a lot of money. Hirakawa Shiki inexplicably lays down the knife. That leaves Ryohana alone. I wonder how much money this little ninny has. Takagi-go immediately associated the scene with her leaving her bank card on the table with people being stupid. We'll ask when we get to the school tomorrow. Chapter 25, Counterattack. Takagi realized that he was out and sat down on the couch, picking up the water and taking another sip. That fire in my heart was doused. Definitely on purpose. Takagi-go gradually became certain in his heart. He had a plan and pretended to lie down on the couch, pretending to be asleep. After a few minutes, the sound of water running gradually stopped. In another minute, Mieko came out of it. Go! Mieko looked to see that Takagi-go had fallen asleep on the couch. It's still a bit cool at night in March, so I'm sure I'll catch a cold at this rate. Mieko went to her room and pulled out a blanket and covered Takagi-go with it. Mieko, why am I here? Takagi-go slowly opened his sleepy eyes. You fell asleep earlier. I'll put the blanket on you, Mieko said. Takagi-go nodded, his eyes pinned in confusion. Well, actually, it's all him pretending. He's the one who started it all. Oh, it's not good to sleep here, so you should just pack up and go back to the house, Mieko said. Takagi-go nodded down gently. He was indeed tired today as well, so it was time to go to bed early. After Takagi-go went back to his room, Mieko also went to her room to rest. In the dead of night, Takagi-go crept out of his room and snuck into Hirakawa Shiki's room. Bam! Thump! Stomp! Takagi-go purposely knocked very quietly. Only a drumming sound could be heard from inside the room, and Takagi-go took it in stride. After a while, Hirakawa Shiki opened the door. Why you? Who else do you think it is? He said impatiently. What are you doing here? I want to ask you something. Thing? What is it? Hirakawa Shiki's expression is a bit smug. Finally there's something you don't know about. 2. It's finally time for me to tell you stuff. He just felt like he was raising his eyebrows now. About the Yakuza. Takagi-go said slowly. The expression on Hirakawa Chi's face instantly changed when he heard the words Yamaguchi Group. How do you know about the Yakuza? Takagi-go is speechless. Not only do I know, I've met with the leader of the Yakuza. If I tell him that the head of the Yakuza is my old man, I wonder what Hirakawa Shiki's expression will be like. Never mind how I know. I'm asking you if you know about the Yakuza having a tournament. Hirakawa Ji suppressed the doubt in his heart and nodded. I know. He had been in the business for many years and was very well informed about this kind of information. Takagi-go continued. With whom? Kawaii Inuyasha. Kawaii Rice Club. What's that? Takagi-go didn't know much about gangs in the land of lesser days, except that he'd heard a little about the Yakuza. As for what Hirakawa Shiki said about the Kawaii Society, he was completely unaware of it. You don't know about the Kawasaki Rice Club? You don't know? Hirakawa Shiki's voice snapped up 2 octaves. What? Is the Kawaii Council so powerful that I have to know? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. Of course it's great. The Kawashita Society is the biggest gang in Tokyo. There isn't one. Hirakawa Shiki finished with his eyebrows arched and said with great complacency, and I'm not talented. One of the Kawasaki Rice Clubs if heads. When he finished, he looked to Takagi-go. The imagined surprised expression didn't appear. There was just Takagi-go's flatness. Wakatu is part of the gang's organizational structure, the equivalent of a squad leader, who oversees several minions. I'm the Wakato of the Kawaii Kai. Hirakawa Shiki continued again without dying. Takagi-go responded. Untalented indeed. He didn't even give a damn about the head of the Yamaguchi Group, let alone a tiny Wakizashi head. Hirakawa Shiki clenched his fists. He was truly defeated by Takagi-go, taken to death. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 300. Current mood value 13. 900. Wow, that's awesome. Takagi-go said. Then said, go on. Hirakawa Chi had to suppress the anger in his heart and continued with what he had just said. The Yakuza are headquartered in Kobe, but the Yakuza are thinking of expanding their resources in order to try to get into Tokyo, and the Kawaii Society is headquartered in Tokyo. Takagi-go nodded his head. In layman's terms, the Kawasaki institution was Tokyo's local snake. The Yakuza, on the other hand, are outsiders. It's still essentially a conflict of interest. Takagi-go wasn't interested in any of that. What's the deal with the bout? If the Yakuza win, they get a foothold in Tokyo. If they lose, they get out of Tokyo. Chapter 26, The Little Girl Who Sells Breakfast. If the Yakuza win, they get a foothold in Tokyo. If they lose, they get out of Tokyo. Takagi-go realized the importance of the bout as soon as he heard it. The winner of this match will determine whether or not the Yakuza can gain a foothold in Tokyo. Can it be the number one gang in the land of small days? No wonder Yamaguchi Hirotaka, that old den, took it so seriously. Hirakawa Shiki continued. We, the Kawada Association, have sent out Henji Ryushi, who is known as the number one expert in the country. Henji Ryushi? Never heard of it. Hirakawa Shiki couldn't help but hold his forehead and say, I'm really going to be defeated by you. How come you haven't heard anything? Is Henji Ryushi strong? Of course it's strong. The number one expert in the country. Hirakawa Shiki once again emphasized the status of being the number one master in the country. I don't know which one of the Yakuza sent. I've heard that they seem to be sending a very young man, 18 or 19 that way. When he finished speaking, Hirakawa Shiki couldn't help but laugh. What a laugh. I reckon this punk can't even beat me. And he still wants to fight Henji Ryushi. I really don't know what Yamaguchi Hirokazu was thinking. Takagi-go was a little surprised at how well informed Hirakawa Shiki was, with the results coming out at night. Then he had heard the wind. You're a dog, aren't you? You smelled it and came over. And, the loser you're talking about is me. Takagi-go wondered what kind of expression would be on Hirakawa Shiki's face when he knew he was in the ring. By the way, why are you asking? Hirakawa Shiki asked, puzzled. This guy has always only known how to study. Why is he modified today? I thought it was interesting. Takagi-go made up a random excuse. Right. How about I show you on the day of the tournament? You can go? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. This kind of bout should be more confidential. Of course, I'm the Wakatu of the Kawada Society. When he finished speaking, a haughty look welled up on his face. If you didn't know, you'd think you were the prime minister of the small days, but just a small class president of the Ichikawa Inari Kai. The organizational structure of the gang is the leader, the president, the Sherpas, the cadres, and the Wakatu. Takagi-go couldn't bear to tear down Hirakawa Shiki. That's great. By the way, do you know some details about Henji Ryushi? Just after the question, Hirakawa Shiki's expression returned to normal. I don't know. It's a very secretive matter. Only the group leader or the president knows about it. Okay. Takagi-go didn't expect much. After the conversation, Takagi-go got up and walked to the door, turning his head to him with concern. Chi, take care of yourself. After saying that, he walked out of here without looking back, leaving only a dumbfounded Hirakawa sh. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, increasing his mood value by 500. Current mood value 14. 400. Takagi-go's heart rejoiced as he poured out another wave of emotional value for nothing. The next morning, Hirakawa Shiki went to school early and didn't even meet up with Takagi-go. Mieko couldn't help but wonder. She has been going to school earlier and earlier these days. Takagi-go smiled and said, it shows that he's become a lover of learning. Mieko, you should be happy for him. Mieko nodded, thinking that Takagi-go had a point. The love of learning is complete bull ********, and only the two of them know the real reason why. Mieko asked, are you coming back for dinner tonight? Takagi-go shook his head and said, no, I'll be back for dinner today. Good. Mieko, I'm going to school first. Good. Takagi-go didn't ride his beloved bike and took a taxi to school. Before entering the school gates, Takagi-go heads to a breakfast place not far from the school. Let the little rich girl pop gold coins. First you have to come up with something yourself. Boss, get me a breakfast. Takagi-go said. A voice as thin as a mosquito, yet pleasant to the ear, rang out. Good. Takagi-go looked up at her at that moment. She noticed Takagi-go's gaze and looked up to meet it, hastily lowering her head. Takagi-go wondered, do I look that evil? But with just that one glance, Takagi-go knew that this was a woman whose face was no less than Ryuga's. But it seems to be even more sociopathic than Ryuga. Ding! Female lead 003 Misato Hanaka detected. Female lead 003, Misato Hanaka. Age, 18. Favorability, 0. Hostess wish list. 1. Wish I could get rid of the bully, X. 2. Hope to find a good job after graduation, X. Bullying? No wonder she looked at herself and bowed her head. It didn't take long for Takagi-go's breakfast to be ready. He ordered 3. 1 for myself, 1 for Ryohana, and 1 for Misato. Takagi-go only took 2 breakfasts, and when Misato looked at them, she thought he had forgotten. At that point, she voiced a reminder. And, there's one more copy I forgot to take, Takagi-go said as he turned to look at her. Haven't forgotten. That one is for you. Good morning. I hope you're in a good mood. Chapter 27, The Real Strength of a Rich Woman. Good morning. I hope you're in a good mood. Hanaka Misato froze in place. She hadn't heard such heartwarming words in a long time. A good word is warm in 3 winters, but a bad word is cold in 6 months. Human nature is evil. Misato's heart was violently touched. No one had ever cared for her like this. Takagi-go's look was burned into her heart. She stared at Takagi-go's departing back and whispered, "Arigato." Ding! Hanaka Misato's favorability plus 25. Currently at 25 favorability. Giving the host 2 chances to draw. Currently 6 chances to draw. Ding! Hanaka Misato's emotion changed from fear to emotion, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 19. 900. Ding! Enactment of a mission. The host is asked to punish the bullies of Misato for a limited period of 1 week. Failure of the mission host will take back the rewards previously earned. Takagi-go didn't feel the slightest bit happy in his heart, and he inwardly felt infinite sympathy for Misato. Even if the system didn't enact this task, he would still punish those people. Entering the school, Takagi-go didn't go to the classroom first. Instead, he went to Hirakawa Shiki. Takagi-go stood outside the door of the classroom where Hirakawa Shiki was taking lessons, and it didn't take long for Hirakawa Shiki to come out of it. He saw Takagi-go holding 2 breakfasts in his hand and something instantly welled up in his heart. "You do care about me. Knowing that I didn't have enough to eat in the morning, I came to bring me breakfast." Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to touched, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 200. Takagi-go was puzzled when he heard that. "I didn't do anything to move Gonzo," Hirakawa sure said while reaching out. "Look at you. You even brought me breakfast." "I've said no." Before Hirakawa Shiki could touch his hand, Takagi-go slapped it back. "Brought you a meal? That's a nice thought." Takagi-go finally figured out why Hirakawa Shiki was moved. "Not for you to bring. So what are you doing here?" "Ask about someone for me. And something about her." Hirakawa Shiki is well connected and well mixed at the school, and there's no one better suited for the job. "No," Hirakawa Shiki said, clearly holding a grudge that Takagi-go wasn't thinking about him. "Fine. Then I can tell your class about those things you do." Takagi-go directly released the killer, and when these words came out, Hirakawa Chi's face instantly changed. "Ask around." "I'll ask around for you. That's more like it." "What was the man's name?" "Misato Hanaka." "Female? Good looking?" "None of your business. I'll see you at noon." After saying that, Takagi-go didn't stay long and went straight to the classroom where the lesson was held. As soon as he entered, Takagi-go's eyes skimmed over everyone and went straight to Yamaguchi Ryuga. She's scribbling away with her head down. Takagi-go walked over and patted Ryohana's little head and said, "Don't learn. It would be foolish to learn anymore." Ryuga looked up with a sultry expression. "I didn't learn to be stupid by being stupid. You shot me stupid." "Ha ha. Well, nah. I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot." Ryuga's eyes instantly lit up at the sound of food. Takagi-go handed her the breakfast and Ryuga took it. "Ryuga, would you say I treat you well?" Takagi-go asked. "Good," Ryuga said as she ate, wondering why Takagi-goku would ask such a question. "So Ryuga, can you do me a favor?" "What favor? Can you lend me some money?" Ryohana exhaled. "I thought you were stealing food from me, but it turns out you were borrowing money." "Of course. You don't even ask me how much I borrow?" "I borrow pretty big amounts." "How much?" 103, 424, 380 yen. "I think 103, 424, 380 yen is equivalent to 5 million renminbi. It's not a small amount." Who knew that? Once Ryohana heard it, she only responded faintly with a single word. Oh, is that what it means?" Ryuga's hand reached inside her book bag and pulled a bank card out of it, handing it to Takagi-go. "The password is 00, Ryuga said softly. When he finished, he went back to eating. "Just give it away? The little rich girl is so rich. I think we can't call her the little rich girl anymore. We have to call her the big rich girl, a rich woman seeking adoption. I'll pay you back later when I make some money." "Oh." Ryuga neither asked Takagi-go what he was doing with the money, nor did he care if he could pay it back. She saved all this money little by little. Every time Ryohana's dad gave her money, she couldn't spend it. Mostly because she's not a fan of some of the high spending things and stuff that goes on. Usually just like a good meal. Takagi-go instantly felt the bank card weigh heavy with not only money, but also Ryuga's love. "Ryuga, you're so sweet. You're also good. Hey, buy me food. You want to eat? Buy you a lifetime of food." Takagi-go couldn't help but smile. Ryuga was so innocent. Well, she can't be lied to by anyone else but me. Takagi-go didn't listen to a single word of the morning's lesson. Listen to one word and count him out. It was obvious to Kenzaburo Fujino that Go Takagi was out of his element. Immediately called him into his office for an interview. The no. One prospect in the country. He can't just say he's going to let it go. Takagi-go knocked on the office door, walked in and asked, "You wanted to see me, sensei?" "Aha." Fujino Kenzaburo nodded and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. "Is not the teacher have to be like this? Called you to come first not to say, forgive you for a while, have a cup of tea and then say, go ah. I feel that there's something wrong with your study state lately. I've had several teachers talk to me about it. And I know, you're a strong learner, but it's something to work on. After all, your goal is to graduate college with the top grade in the country. I know Ryuga is pretty, but you can't let that distract you. Sunsaburo Fujino, like most teachers, thought that Go Takagi's lack of concentration was due to Ryuga. There was no way around it. Ryuga was so good looking that any normal boy would be moved. Kenzaburo Fujino pushed up his glasses as he finished. Go, what do you have to say? Teachers, I know everything that was said, whether I listen or not. Takagi Go saying that almost didn't make Fujino Kenzaburo spit out the tea he just drank. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It was the first time Fujino Kenzaburo had heard such arrogant words. Teacher, if you don't believe me, just wait for next week's test. Next week then is the first exam of the sophomore semester. Yes. Fujino Kenzaburo saw him say that and said no more words. After lunch with Ryuga, Takagi Go took advantage of the lunch break to run out from inside his class. He and Hirakawa Chi agreed to meet at this time. 28. Men's mouths, deceitful ghosts. Takagi Go came to the school's restroom and wondered why they all agreed to meet in such a place. Just like the smell of this place? Hirukawa Shiki is smoking inside. Takagi Go said lightly. I don't think Mieko knows you've caught this. Hirakawa Chi immediately snuffed it out when he heard it and said hurriedly. You mustn't tell my mom. Depends on my mood. With another handle in his hand, Hirakawa Shiki couldn't even think of not listening. I've found out about that Misato person you were talking about. What major and what class? Takagi Go asked. Law Class 1. After Hirakawa Shiki finished speaking, he added. It's a good look. Good looking of course. Hanaka Misato's face can compete with Ryuga's. So you tell me if it's good looking. Looking good again has nothing to do with you. Hirakawa Shiki rolled his eyes breathlessly and continued. I found out one more thing. What is it? Promise me you'll never tell my mom about what just happened. Okay, I promise. Takagi Go has always taken promises lightly. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. I'd rather trust a Sauta fly than a man's mouth. Hirakawa Shiki said slowly. I found out that someone else was schoolyard bullying her. When he finished speaking, an expression of indignation surfaced on his face. Although Shizuya Hirakawa was uneducated and even joined a gang, he definitely never bullied a good guy. There was no bullying of honest people. It's still pretty righteous. School bullying is totally unreasonable. You didn't mess with anyone else. They just look at you funny. Tell you what, you give me a list of the people who bullied her. What do you want? Stand up for her? Takagi Go didn't object to Hirakawa Shiki's question. He did want to stand up for Misato. Hirakawa Shiki saw that Takagi Go didn't object and knew he was right. I'd advise you to put that away. Not a problem that can be solved by force. One of those guys is from a rich family. What? The rich should bully the poor? Takagi Go asked rhetorically. That's not what I meant. I meant you can't fight them at all. How do you know unless you try? Then let me say up front that this has nothing to do with me. So don't bring it to my attention. Yes. As soon as Hirakawa Shurchi finished speaking, he immediately stormed out in a huff. Before he could get out of the restroom door, he suddenly turned back. Are you really going to mind her? Takagi Go nodded. Hirakawa Shiki said in disbelief. You just see how good looking she is. Yes, I admit it. I'll give her that. She's got a little something. Very good looking. But it shouldn't take your life to save her. Hirakawa Shiki knew how deep that woman's background strength was. That's why he came to advise Takagi Go. He's a poor boy with nothing to protect. And he can't even protect himself if he gets into trouble. You don't have to persuade me. My mind is made up. Takagi Go certainly has the power to help Misato. Since he has the system. With the system in hand, he was afraid of no one. Fine. You're pissing me off. Hirakawa Shiki, seeing that persuasion was futile, ran out again. Pissed off. Pissed off. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 2100. An emotion value of 100 was enough to see how angry Hirakawa Chi was. Remember to give me the list of people. Got it. After putting this matter to rest, Takagi Go prepared to go back to class with a relaxed stride. Suddenly I see a familiar face. It's Misato Hanaka. There were a couple other girls next to her, dragging her to a place. Anyone with eyes can see that she was forced. Takagi Go's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly followed. The woman took Misato to the civic center. Usually these are iconic facilities that are basically never open. Just for show. They had a key to this place. Takagi Go was slightly surprised in his heart. It stands to reason that the key to the genre is in the hands of the teacher. Two possibilities. One is that the key was stolen. There's another one. The teacher is in league with them. The guys went inside the civic, and one woman entered and looked outside and, after confirming that no one is there, just lock up the civvies. We can't get in through the front door like this. It seems they're always bullying Misato here. Otherwise it wouldn't be so skillful. Takagi-go looked at the facade of the Bunsen burner and realized that it wasn't very high. He helped himself a short distance, leant a stomp toward the wall, and then reached out for the window sill. This height was nothing to Takagi-go. Takagi-go quietly opened the window and his eyes looked downward. After confirming that he hadn't been spotted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Misato stood in place in a fidgety manner. She was very scared inside. Misato. The girl in the chair had a pair of scissors in her hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? I hear you've been working at a breakfast place lately, haven't you? Yes. That ought to be quite a lot of money a month. And I, as it happens, have been short of money lately. Can you lend me some? But you're not short of money at all. Dare to refuse me? Hold her down for me. She immediately turned towards the boy next to her, who immediately stepped forward ready to hold Misato down. 29. Toward the sun. Fear welled up in Misato's eyes, and it wasn't like she hadn't resisted before, but all to no avail. The more you resist, the more excited they get. Resistance is useless, no matter how much you fight it. You can't fight them unless you transfer to another school to stop. The boy came over in a huff, ready to pull a handful of Misato's hair. Ding! Misato Hanaka's emotion changes from calm to fear, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 2600. Takagi-go had already crept down from the windowsill and saw the male student trying to make a move. He directly picked up a basketball off to the side and threw it at the boy. The basketball hit the boys hard on their chests. Ah! The boy stumbled backwards in pain. The sudden turn of events took them by surprise. I can't believe someone got mixed up in this. The woman in the chair asked. Kamakura Haruna. Didn't I tell you to lock the door? Kamakura Haruna's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. I came in and already locked the door on. I even looked to see if anyone was following us before we locked up. The few of them couldn't think for the life of them that Takagi-go had climbed up through the window. Who's where? Sneaky. Why are you afraid to come out and meet people? Kamakura Haruna looked to see that there was no one else. Are you looking at it wrong? There's no one. Chie ignored her, her eyes fixed on the door there. About a second later, Takagi-go slowly walked out from the door there. Misato took a look and her heart clenched as she recognized Go Takagi. The person in front of me is the same boy who bought breakfast in the morning. Chie saw him and smiled disdainfully. What? Want to learn how to rescue a hero? Takagi-go ignored him and instead stepped forward, reaching out and pulling Misato behind himself. Hanaka Misato looked at Takagi-go's tall and firm back and felt secure in her heart. It felt like a dream that she had fallen into a bottomless abyss, but just on the way down, a hand pulled itself. Chie snorted coldly and sneered. Doing the hero rescuing beauty thing again? You're not the first, but I guarantee you're definitely the worst one. There were people who tried to help Misato before, but they gave up after learning about Chie's background. There's even a rash guy who tries to stand up for Misato, and the end result is that the rash guy transfers. Misato responded, whispering to Takagi-go from behind. Don't you, leave me alone and hurry. Nothing's going to happen. Trust me. Takagi-go turned around and gave her a firm look, and Misato's heart was struck hard with an inexplicable trust grew within her. She herself didn't know why she trusted the boy she had only met once so much. Fine. Chie laughed out loud and, shouting to the two man-boys off to the side, he said, Iu Kanasuji, Takishi Rain, break his legs for me. The two boys swarmed. Chie said, I'm looking forward to the scene where you'll be begging for mercy on your knees towards me in a while. She sat back in her chair with a smug look on her face. Misato tugged nervously on Takagi-go's coat, and Takagi-go turned around and patted her hand. Trust me. I hope you'll still be able to say something like that when you get beat up later. Neither of these two boys were honestly as strong as one of Liang Yensan's fingers. Bang! Knock knock. Two punches straight up at both of them over. The people present were all dumbfounded. Just like that, they knocked them both down so easily? While others don't know. Chie knows that both of them are gym students. Takagi-go didn't look strong either. How could he solve both of them so easily? Ding! Chie Haruna Kamakura, Iu Kanasuji. Rainwolf's mood changed from calm to shock, generating a mood value of 100, and a current mood value of 2700. Ding! Misato Hanaka's emotion changes from fear to shock, generating an emotion value of 300, current mood value 300. Takagi-go walked slowly towards Chie, who had long since lost her demeanor from earlier. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, my family's money buys lives. If you touch a hair on my head, my dad will never let you go. Chie was very panicked. She was afraid that Takagi-go would actually do something. Who knew that Takagi-go was less than 2 meters away from her? Stopped and flashed a smile. In Chie's eyes, Takagigo's smile was comparable to the smile of the Grim Reaper, making people sweat. Don't worry, I won't move you. Moving you would only dirty my hands. I'll pay you back little by little what you hurt her with. Takagigo walked over to Kamakura Haruna again. You, and don't you hit me. Open the door. Ha, open the door. Good. Kamakura Haruna hurriedly went to open the door of the Bunsen burner. Takagigo walked over to Misato and gently touched her head with his hand. Misato's eyes didn't have a single ripple in them. Frozen in place. It felt like a dream to her. Takagigo reached out and took her wrist, pulling her towards the outside. Toward the sun. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly outside. The sun shone on Misato and she felt warm and felt like she was coming to life. None of this was a dream. She escaped from the abyss. A few hot tears instantly escaped from the corners of her eyes and long-suppressed emotions were exploded at this moment. But she was holding back her sobs, even crying carefully. Takagigo's heart ached violently, and he looked at her and said gently, if you want to cry, you can cry out now, right? My boobs can be yours to lean on. Takagigo reached out and gently took her in his arms, and the shackles in Misato's heart were completely opened. This was the moment when she was truly free of the abyss. Chapter 30, There's no reason to like someone. After a while, Hanaka Misato gradually stopped crying, perhaps feeling a little awkward in their situation. Misato hurriedly got up from her embrace. Misato was crying like a pear. Her long eyelashes even hung with remnants of teardrops and her nose was red. Takagigo smiled and joked. I didn't realize that good-looking people even look this good when they cry. Misato's cheeks welled up in 2 shades of red when she heard what Takagigo said. Ding! Hanaka Misato's mood changes from shock to shyness, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 30. 500. Misato couldn't believe that her chance encounter in the morning had changed her life. And she doesn't even know the name of the person who changed her life. As if guessing her thoughts, Takagigo introduced himself. Hello, my name is Takagigo. Misato Hanaka. Why do you? To help me? Misato asked cautiously, afraid that the person in front of her was also greedy for looks. Because it's happened before. Takagigo replied. There's no reason. Most things in this world don't make sense. Just like those who bullied you. Misato thought Takagigo had a point. She hadn't messed with them at all. Immediately after that Takagigo said something that made her heart flutter hard. It's like, if you have a crush on a person, it doesn't make sense. The two men locked eyes. Ding! Misato Hanaka's mood changes from shy to even more shy, increasing her mood value by 600. Current mood value 31. 100. Ding! Hanaka Misato's favorability is plus 20. Current favorability is 45. 2 raffle chances will be given. Currently 6 chances for the raffle. There's been a lot of noise inside the genre. Chie questioned towards Kamakura Haruna. How did you watch the door to let that boy in? Kamakura Haruna kept her head down and didn't say anything. In their group, Chie was their king. Have an absolute say. After scolding Kamakura Haruna, she thought it wasn't enough. Cursing at the other 2 boys again. And you 2 losers. You can't even beat a little weakling. What's the use of having you guys? Chie was extremely angry that no one had ever scolded her since she was a child. After scolding, Chie felt unrelieved. No matter what, she had to get her revenge. Gotta show Takagigo what happens when you mess with her. Go on, investigate that guy for you. Don't you want to be a hero? I'll show him the price of being a hero. The corners of Chie's mouth widened into a smile. Kamakura Haruna knew that boy was going to suffer. When Takagigo returned to the classroom, Ryoga had woken up long ago. She deflated, her eyes flashing with delight when she saw Takagigo return. It was then immediately squashed again. Takagigo puzzled. I don't think he messed with the little rich girl. Ryoga asked towards Takagigo. What have you been doing again? Again? That's right. You were out yesterday at noon. And you've been out today. It's been out longer than last time. You weren't asleep. I'm going to go find the little girl. Ryoga saw that Takagigo didn't say anything and stared at him with big eyes. Did you go stealing food without calling me? Takagigo rolled his eyes. He really wanted to take Ryoga's brain apart. Let's see if there's only food in there. No too. In addition to food there's sleep. No, I went to meet a friend. Takagigo felt that he had phrased it very correctly and rigorously. That a common friend was a friend that men and women are also friends. Oh, realization dawned on Ryoga's expression and, so you didn't sneak a good meal behind my back. I'm not the one stealing food. Takagigo defended. Then silently added in my mind, I only eat openly. Then, Ryoga realized something was wrong. That was clearly not the point of what he had just said. Ryoga continued. A friend? A better friend than me? For Ryoga, she has very few friends, and it seems like Takagigo is the only one. Growing up she transferred schools numerous times, Each time she made a new one. She changed schools. And because of her family's background, it's rare for anyone to come and befriend her. Takagi-go could tell by the look on her face that she was thinking again. He reached out and touched Ryuga's head and said, "What are you thinking? Of course not as good as you. Ryuga is the best of the best." Takagi-go said foremost in a row. Ryuga's heart was happy to hear that. And she was happy about what Takagi-go said. Not even trying to tell the difference between real and fake. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value 30. 500. After the lunch break, the afternoon session began again. As the class went on, suddenly the system interjected a message. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 3100. This old den reckons he's hurt himself touching cool flower heads again. I have to say, this olden learned the news pretty quickly. Either way, another point of mood value for nothing. A sparkle instantly appeared in Takagi-go's eyes, as if he had discovered a path to riches. Come to think of it, I can't get more than that. I'm really afraid that Yamaguchi Lauden will get anxious and find someone to hack me to death. Between classes, in front of the class, holding a piece of paper in his hand, Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi-go and asked once again, "Do you really want to do this? You really want to be a standout, Rash?" Hirakawa Shiki didn't know that Takagi-go had already offended Yuno Chie a long time ago. Of course, there's no turning back from the bow. Tugging at me for what, man? Hirakawa Ji scolded. Then said, "I've persuaded you as much as I should have. Now that you've thought about it, go for it. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. Provided, of course, that I'm not brought into it." A warmth welled up in Takagi-go's heart. Although Hirakawa Shiki talked about staying away from himself, but the will still help. After saying that, Hirakawa Chi showed a proud expression. "I'm a Kawaii Kai Wakatu." Takagi-go breathlessly rolled his eyes. "Really giving you the whole superiority complex. There might be something useful for Hirakawa Shiki in the future." So Takagi-go didn't damage him. Takagi-go took the note and unwrapped it. The first line read, "The only daughter of Nobuyuki Yuno, Vice President of the Kawasaki Inarawa Association, Chie Yuno." Chapter 31, Not Spoiling You. 1,000 branches of Yuno. Only daughter of Nobuyuki Yuno, Vice President of the Kawasaki Association. Takagi-go's eyes danced imperceptibly when he saw the note. I said, why is Chie Yuno so arrogant and uncaring? Turns out the Kawaii Council is doing her backstage work. Everyone else is a small dish, while Chie Yuno is a hard dish. After Takagi-go had taken a closer look at Yuno Chie, he swept a general glance at the others. Just put the note away. Hirakawa Shiki asked. Well, still want to stand up for her now? It's not a matter of wanting to or not wanting to. I'm already standing up for her. Takagi-go smiled back. No one can persuade me of what I have chosen to do. Thank you. When he finished, he returned to the classroom where he was teaching. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from anger to admiration, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3200. At the end of the afternoon session, Takagi-go walked to the door with Ryuga. Ryuga sweetly greeted Takagi-go. Go, see you tomorrow. Oh, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. On the side, Kohayan had a mouthful of dog food, and the head of the Yamaguchi group had instructed him that keep Takagi-go at a distance from Ryohana. But seeing Ryohana so happy made him feel a little bit unforgiving in his heart, because he kind of grew up watching Ryuga. Seeing her so happy makes Jihohayan heartily happy. Ikkyosian glanced at Takagi-go, who looked back. The two exchanged glances, then Jihohayan returned to the car. Since you like MS, Ryuga, show your ability accordingly. It's not enough to be a good fighter. Takagi-go would have to be a big shot to be the Yamaguchi family's son-in-law. Takagi-go saw Ryuga's car fading out of sight and turned around to go back to school. He made a deal with Misato to walk together after school. I'm afraid no one can be so even-handed as myself. Takagi-go folded back into class 5, and through the window, he saw Yuno Chie's guys surrounding Misato. Where's that boyfriend of yours? Why didn't you come to help? What do you know how to do except to depend on that man? Yuno Chie finished a few people not relieved. She spit out the gum in her mouth and, trying to stick to Misato's hair. Mud. Takagi-go's anger came right up and he kicked the door open. The people in the room froze. They'd all seen Takagi-go leave with their own eyes. Why are you back all of a sudden? Takagi-go kicked over the two boys who were trying to block him and eyed Yuno Chie. You can't touch me. If you do, my father won't let you go. Yuno Chie's voice trembled as she too was afraid of what Takagi-go would do. Takagi-go ignored her threat and went straight up with a slap it on Yuno Chie's face. The sound of the slap was unmistakable and echoed through the classroom. They were dumbfounded, not realizing that Takagi-go really dared to make a move. Doesn't he know who Yuno-chie's father is? How dare he make a move? The other two boys fought just fine, but Chie Yuno was different. Yuno-chie exclaimed. Ah! You actually hit me. Do you know who my father is? Takagi-go looked over at her, his eyes unmistakably calm, and beat the hell out of you. I know, Vice President of the Kawaii Association. Yuno-chie covered her red face with a shocked expression. Takagi-go knew that her father was the Vice President of the Kawaii Society, and knew that he had the audacity to hit her. Don't you want to die? Ding! Yuno-chie's mood has changed from calm to shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3300. Zing! Haruna Kamakura, Ayu Kanasuji, and Takeshiyu's emotions change from calm to shock. Generated mood value of 100. Current mood value of 3400. Yuno-chie now only felt that Takagi-go was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Takagi-go scornfully swept them away, then took Misato's hand and headed outside. Misato kept her head down and said nothing in silence. What? Intimidated by them? Takagi-go asked. No. What's wrong? Thank you very much. I appreciate you helping me. Her family's very powerful. We can't resist at all. So, Misato took a deep breath, teardrops bubbling in her eyes. She continued, so you might as well not get involved with me, because no one who gets involved with her ends up in a good place. Takagi-go reached out and touched her head. So that's what you wanted to talk about. You believe me. I can definitely help you. Misato was extremely torn in her mind. She really doesn't want Takagi-go to leave, but the consequence of not leaving is retaliation from Chie Yuno. Kawasaki Rice Club retaliation. She didn't want Takagi-go to have to endure that. Misato rented a house not far from the University of Tokyo, a 10-minute walk away. After dropping Misato off at home, Takagi-go rode his bike home. He promised Mieko he'd be home for dinner tonight. All 3 bowls of water must be leveled. Yuno-chie's anger had reached its peak. She hadn't been beaten since she was a child, not to mention the face slapping. She picked up her cell phone and called into a number. Uncle Chong Hong. Why are you crying? I got beat up. Yuno-chie cried with pearly blossoms, as miserable as it could be. What kind of man dares to hit you? I think he doesn't want his life anymore. Tell me. Uncle will do it for you. Masahiro Sugiura is the top leader of the Kawanikai in charge of this area of the University of Tokyo. How dare you make a move against Chi on his turf? Outrageous. After Chie Yuno told Masahiro Sugiura the names of people, he issued an immediate warrant for his men. At this time, Hirakawa Shiki was lying comfortably at home. Suddenly a text message came in his hand. Counselor Masahiro Sugiura issued a warrant for all Wakatu to go after Go Takagi with their teams. No excuses. Chapter 32, Surrounded? Counselor Masahiro Sugiura issued a warrant for all Wakatu to go after Go Takagi with their teams. No excuses. Hirakawa Chi saw this message on his cell phone and froze, then had a premonition that something was wrong. Mud. How did this kid do it so fast? I can't believe I'm on the Kawaii Society's most wanted list. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly put on a jacket and said casually towards Mieko, I'm going out. Then he went out in a hurry. He was afraid that if he went out late Takagi-go was going to suffer. A group of minions surrounded Hirakawa Chi. Chi, what's this Takagi-go's name that he's on the most wanted list? I don't know. The little yellow-haired man asked in disbelief. Little life wants it or not? Of course I want to. If you want it, don't pry, okay? And do you all still want your little lives? The minions said in unison. Wanted. Hirakawa Shiki instructed them. Since you want it, I'll make it clear to you that the man's a ing decapitator. Don't with him if you want your little life. Little yellow hair said. Then why don't we just not go? Snap. Hirakawa Shiki slapped the small yellow hair on the back of his head. You're a big smart ass. Little yellow hair was confused. Was he smart or not? If you're smart, why does Chi have to pat himself on the head? If you're not smart, why does Chi say I'm a big smart guy? Not going is not giving me a hard time. Oh, anyway, just remember, you guys mustn't really do anything later. You know. Got it. Hirakawa Shiki led a group to the location of Sugiura Masahiro hair, and there had to be 20 men. When he reached the place, he saw a crowd of people gathered there from a distance. Hirakawa Ji secretly said, fearing that something had happened to Takagi-go, and hurriedly said, Go! When Hirakawa Chi ran closer, the scene counted him a total of 5 Wakatu, a total of 100 people. It was none other than Takagi-go who was surrounded inside. One of the Wakatu saw Takagi-go. Disdainfully, he said, just ing. Damn your name is Takagi-go. Takagi-go swept around the room, his eyes landing on the Wakizashi head, and nodded softly. Counselor Sugiura is so confused. Just you ing. A college student. I can't believe it's on the most wanted list. That Wakizashi head obviously didn't quite believe that Takagi-go could be on the wanted list. After all, the people who used to be on the wanted list were all on one side. There's no one who looks as harmless as Takagi-go. Listen, you're surrounded by us. How about being good and I'll let you go? Go Takagi said with a disdainful gulp. That's right, I'm Go Takagi. And it's not me that's surrounded. It's you that's surrounded by me. Hirakawa Shiki slapped his own head immediately after hearing Takagi-go speak. I could have gotten away with it if I'd played dumb. But now I can't. The four Wakatu have laughed. You surround us alone. What a big talk. Hirakawa-ji said from the sidelines. Don't pretend. Just how can you be on the wanted list? After saying that, while giving Takagi-go a wink to follow his words. With so many people present, Hirakawa-chi couldn't tell him directly so as not to arouse suspicion. Waka said at this point, what's the point of talking so much? Just look at the eye photo. Hirakawa Shiki screamed in his heart. He couldn't help Takagi-go now. Today's scene is not the last time he confronted Takagi-go. How many last time? How many this time? You fight 10 in one battle. Can you fight 100 in one? Even Hirakawa Shiki couldn't believe that Takagi-go could win over 100 of them. Wakato pulled out his cell phone. Masahiro Sugiura had just sent them a picture of Wakato. The photo is of none other than Takagi-go. Hirakawa-ji took a look and said two sentences of finish in succession in his heart. You-ing. How dare you frame me? Brothers. That Wakatu was furious and gave orders directly to his little brother. The remaining few if the head did the same. Hirakawa Shiki whispered to them. Remember what you said before you came. Takagi-go doesn't panic at all and postures up. One of the people on it was a one-man show, and it was no match for Takagi-go at all. In just a few minutes, dozens of people had been defeated. Takagi-go was like a god of war, with no loss of physical strength. Tai Chi interspersed with Wing Chun. The moves are incredibly beautiful but powerful. After a few more minutes, a large group of people had been defeated. Some of the minions didn't want to go on anymore. Cowering, and going on would be cannon fodder. Might as well not be on. The four Wakato heads, plus Hirakawa-chi, and a bunch of his minions were confused. Dude, are you that strong? Big brother. Still, on, get the on. Having said that, no one dared to go on. Anyone with eyes can see who's up and who's down. Little yellow hair heart to Pingchuanji admiration to the ground. Or their own boss has foresight. Told them in advance. Mud, this is not a human being. This is a living hell. Hirakawa Shiki was also stunned by Takagi-go. This guy was afraid to be a god of war. It was beyond human. All those worries he had about him before seemed like a clown. The crowd cowered and dared not come forward. Takagi-go looked over at them with a slight smile and picked up his book bag that was sitting on the ground aside. He asked, is there any more on? If not, I'll head back. You, stop right there. Really think that we, Kawada Association, eat dry rice That Wakatu saw that no one else was on, so he stepped forward on his own. Takagi-go kicks him in the chest and he goes flying right out. This kick was used with particular force. Waste. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki. Yanami Kensaku. And the other's emotions changed from calm to shock. Generated mood value of 500. Current mood value of 3,900. Takagi-go patted the dust on his body and got on his beloved bike and, strutting out. It's delaying going home for dinner and delaying me going home to see Mieko. Chapter 33, Call from the President. Takagi-go returns to the home he's longed for. And of course it contains the people he's longed for. Takagi-go knocked on the door a few times and Mieko hurriedly opened it. Go. Mieko looked behind him and realized there was no Hirakawa Shiki. She isn't with you? Mieko asked. She thought Hirakawa Shiki had gone to find Takagi-go. Mieko? He should be back in a while. I'll give him a call. To keep Mieko from worrying, Takagi-go called Hirakawa Shiki. The meal in the house had been prepared long ago. Takagi-go's heart warmed. Whoever married Mieko was simply enjoying a blessing. Mieko is a typical wife and mother type. Not a moment later, Hirakawa Shiki did return. Expressionless. Not a word was said at the dinner table, and Mieko wondered very much if this was still her son. A whole lot of change in temperament. What's wrong? Mieko asked. Is it too much school? If you can't learn it doesn't matter. Your health is the most important thing. Mieko assumed that he had suddenly become quiet because he had recently been promoted to the next grade and was under so much pressure. It's not like there haven't been cases like this before. Takagi-go almost spat out the mouthful of rice he was eating. He put down his bowl and said to Mieko, he's not doing it because he's studying. And because of what? Mieko asked, cocking her head. Takagi-go touched Hirakawa Shiki with his hand, and only then did he react and come back to his senses. There was no way around it. The shock Takagi-go had brought him was too deep, no less than an asteroid hitting the earth. Hirakawa Shiki reacted and said, it's fine. It's really okay? It's really nothing. Mieko saw him say it twice before she grew to believe it. After eating, Takagi-go entered the room with Hirakawa Shiki, and just as he entered the room, Hirakawa Shiki then became unsettled. He rushed forward and gripped Takagi-go's shoulders. Are you human or not? Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Teach me. Hirakawa-ji's eyes were filled with a desire for kung fu, and there was no way that a hot-blooded young man such as he, just favoring this one. Told you. I'll teach you when your grades improve. Hirakawa Shiki's expression flickered with disappointment. Then he realized the gravity of what had just happened. Takagi-go has offended the kawaii society, so what can he do in the future? At that moment, Takagi-go's cell phone rings with an unknown caller. Picking up the cell phone and connecting it, a middle-aged man's voice around 40 years old came from inside. Takagi-go? Yes, I am. Who are you? Guess. President of the Kawasaki Institution. Takagi-go voiced his suspicions, and Hirakawa Shiki's eyes widened in shock. Will, President? Takagi-go hadn't even touched the rank of chairman himself, but he had already done so. People are more angry than people. However, if Hirakawa Shiki knew that Takagi-go had also contacted the head of the Yakuza, there must have been a lot of expression on his face. Something? Let's talk? What's there to talk to you about? Takagi-go had no feelings for the kawaii kai, but now the favorability of the kawaii society has plummeted. What do I have to talk to you about? Misato Hanaka. The person on the other end of the line named a person's name, and it looked like he had already investigated himself in detail. When? How about this Sunday? Could be. After a brief agreement, the phone hung up. What's going on? Hirakawa Shiki pursued. It was as if he had touched the top of the circle. With Wakatu status and involvement at the top, bragging rights don't come with a wink. Takagi-go rubbed his chin. Ask me to meet you. Hirakawa Chi's first reaction was that he couldn't go. It was definitely a trap. Can't go. It's okay. I've got two hands. Takagi-go waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. By the way, hurry up and review that. The test is this Friday, and how am I supposed to stay here if you can't get your grades up? Oh, Hirakawa Chi's head gets big when he hears about studying, but there's no way around it. If you want to learn kung fu, you have to study. Takagi-go took a tailored approach and gave him direct tips on how to answer the questions. Take as many points as you can and bring up your grades. Chapter 34, Don't change your mind when you're hanging yourself. Time passed quickly, and before you knew it, Friday was here. After Friday, it's a Saturday through Sunday holiday. There's a saying that often you're happiest when you're closest to happiness. Of course, they are unhappy for the students of the University of Tokyo, because they have exams. Ryuga leaned on a small head. Well, it's time for another test. Go. Are you nervous? Not nervous. Ha! Ryuga looked like he had discovered something amazing. He was surprised that he wasn't nervous about the exam. Generally speaking, there are only two types of people who don't get nervous about exams. The schoolboys. The other category is the schoolchildren. Why not be nervous? Because I touched my head. Ryuga was confused. Touching your head makes you less nervous? The way I was told. As soon as you get nervous about touching your head, you don't get nervous. I'm sorry, Takagi-go said in a serious voice. Ryuga half expected to try the method Takagi-go said on his own. As a result, a long, white hand touched towards Takagi-go's head. Obviously touching my own head. How to touch my head? It's not right. It's very wrong. Ryuga cocked her head and asked, did I touch? Touching the wrong thing? No, how could I possibly touch the wrong one? Takagi-go laughed. Then, Takagi-go followed suit and reached out to touch Ryuga's head as well. Do well on your exams, Takagi-go instructed. Go, you too. On the side, Liang Yensan was in a lot of pain. Still not letting people live. Review carefully here by yourself, while you two talk about love. Just his own opinion. Of course, there was no understanding of love affairs in Ryuga's head. Just friends. Ding. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood has changed from calm to anger. Generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3,500. This old dang is fast. Takagi-go took out his bank card and gave it back to Ryuga. I'll pay you back later. Ryuga just gave a fade-o when she heard that. Money was the last thing she cared about to her. This exam was going to be a full day, and by the time the last exam came around, their hearts had long since flown. As I took the test, my brain was thinking about where to go and what good food to eat after the test. The bell rang for the last exam and all the students ran out like crazy. Takagi-go walked out of the exam room with a calm face, and then waited outside the exam room for Ryuga. Ryuga bounced out, a happy smile on her face. Well, it's okay. The ones you know are written on, and the ones you don't know are masked. It wasn't empty anyway. Ryuga, Takagi-go said softly. Ryuga craned his head to look at him. Do you have time on Saturday? Yes. Why? Going to the movies together? Takagi had to close the distance with Ryuga, whose favorability hadn't moved in a while. It seems she's still very mute about her feelings. She needs to step up her game. Sure, Ryuga was very happy at the thought of playing with Takagi. Then it's a deal. No lying. Takagi had a serious face. Whoever cheats is a puppy. Ryuga chimed in. Pull the hook. Hook. Line and sinker for 100 years. And whoever changes is a puppy. Ryuga listened to strange words come out of Takagi's mouth that she'd never heard before. But that didn't stop them from agreeing. Jihao Xian looked at the two of them with a speechless look on his face. Obviously they were both adults. And doing all this silly behavior. Takagi watched Ryuga leave and then turned back to the school to find Misato. That's how he spends his time these days. In fact, he had been thinking about whether or not to tell Ryuga, but was afraid that something would go wrong. This is a critical period, and there can't be a single mistake. Ryuga asked about it. What do you say? It's hard to say it's a friend. So what if Ryuga also seeks out such a friend? So this thing can't be remembered. You have to take your time. Takagi returned to the classroom where Misato was, and since the last time he taught Yuno Chie a lesson, the girls too very quietly didn't bother Misato anymore. This was the happiest time Misato had ever had. Misato! Takagi shouted at her. Misato turned her head sideways and reached up to pin her short hair behind her ears with a sweet smile. How did the test go? Takagi asked with a smile. It's okay. Misato said modestly. Takagi had seen her academic results, and she was studying very well, so it was no surprise that she could go to the University of Tokyo. Takagi couldn't help but admire Misato's perseverance in such a harsh environment. It's amazing how well you can learn. I really don't know what Hirakawa Shiki usually learns about chicken feathers. Takagi was simply giving an example, and definitely not targeting him. At that moment, Hirakawa Shiki, who was riding his bicycle, suddenly sneezed and muttered in his mind. It's hard to tell who misses me, Jade, or Flora. Takagi was escorting Misato home as her escort. In fact, he knew that those people from Yuno Chie would not come for a while. But how do you get in touch with Misato without doing this every day? How do you take over her heart without contact? Misato stopped at the house she rented, her head down and both hands rubbed the corners of his coat back and forth. All of these little gestures were signaling Misato's nervousness. And of course Takagi took them all in stride. Ding! Misato Hanaka's mood changes from calm to tense, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3600. Takagi smiled and asked, Misato, I'm off. Misato bowed her head in silence. What? Something to tell me? Do you have time tomorrow? Misato's palms were sweating. This was the first time she'd ever invited the opposite sex to hang out with her and so unusually nervous. Of course there's time. How about tomorrow night? Takagi suggested. Really? Of course it's true. It's an honor to hang out with Misato-sama. Ding! Hanaka Misato's favorability is plus 10. Current favorability is 55. Increase the number of chances for one draw. Currently 7 chances for a draw. Takagi made a deal with Misato and left. Ryuga has a date. And so does Misato. 2 girls in a row. Looks like I'll be using myself as 2 tomorrow. But the joy of it. Takagi returns to Mieko's house, where Hirakawa Shiki has long since returned. I don't know which day it started, but Takagi came home a little later like this every time. Takagi didn't volunteer to talk about it, and Mieko basically didn't ask. Needless to say the exam must have gone well, Mieko asked, smiling. She was 100% confident in Takagi's strength. It's okay, Takagi said modestly, then glanced at Hirakawa Shiki and then continued. She must have done well on the exam. We bet on several big questions. The day before the exam, Takagi bet on a lot of questions for Hirakawa Shiki, and hit a lot of them. I think the test scores must have skyrocketed this time around. This way Mieko's wishes fulfilled one of them, and the relationship might be taken to the next level. Yes? Mieko couldn't help but be happy in her heart that Koji's grades had improved. More than anything, it made her happy. Ding! Mieko's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3700. Of course, right Koshi, Takagi said as he took over. Hirakawa Shiki nodded, indicating that Takagi was telling the truth. Okay, let's eat first. The meal was unusually enjoyable, and everything was going in that good direction. After dinner, Hirakawa Shiki went to his room and didn't know what to do. Chapter 35, Full Service. After Hirakawa Shiki went back to his room, Mieko cleared the table and went to take a shower. Every time Takagi tried to help Mieko clean up, she refused. You can almost finish your promotion exams by mid-March, and you can enroll in school in early April. You'll have no problem getting into the University of Tokyo on your own. The University of Tokyo is the best university in the land of small days, and Misato can go to Tokyo University. I don't know what Ryuga's grades are like. If Ryohana has a good foundation, she'll have no problem tutoring herself to go to the University of Tokyo. Just waiting for the results of this exam. Thinking about it, the sound of water running in the bathroom stopped and Mieko stepped out of it. A burst of aroma reached Takagigo's nose. Mieko sat on the couch, revealing her exquisite and incomparable collarbone. Go. What's wrong? Recently, I don't know what happened, but suddenly I had some pain in my neck and lower back. Takagigo immediately understood the meaning of her words. It was to ask himself to give her a massage. Takagigo said at that moment, Mieko, why don't I give you a massage? May I? Mieko asked. Of course, Mieko works hard to cook for us every day, so a massage isn't a small thing. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3800. System, redeem the massage manipulation skill for me. Massage technique, master, requires emotional value 500. Do you need to exchange it? Yes. Takagigo had a very high emotion value right now, and redeeming a massage technique would not be a problem at all. The exchange was successful and the stuff has been distributed. Takagigo had instantly gained a lot more knowledge in his mind, as if he originally had that knowledge. Go! Mieko lay down on the couch and saw that Takagigo hadn't moved and was staring straight at her. You're not looking at yourself in a daze. It really wasn't that Mieko was overthinking it, but Takagigo was really acting a lot like that. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changed from happy to shy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3400. Ha! Takagigo came back to his senses, rubbed the back of his head, and smiled. It's okay. Something just came to mind. Are you too tired from studying? Mieko asked with concern. I just finished my exams today, and I'm usually very tired after a day of exams. Not tired. Go. Why don't you go rest? It's okay. This is rest for me. Takagigo massaged Mieko for almost 30 minutes. When it was over, Mieko asked towards Takagigo. Go. Are you doing anything tomorrow? No. Takagigo said flatly. Even if there's something wrong, you have to say it's okay. What's wrong? That. I'm going to do some shopping tomorrow. Why don't you come with me? Sure. Tomorrow night then? Takagigo offered. He had to set the time. He couldn't leave it up to Mieko. Mieko didn't think much of it. Night is night. I didn't think you'd agree. There's nothing to it. Mieko, I'll be around as long as you need me. Takagigo said it with immense seriousness and determination. Mieko was touched beyond words in her heart. Women are emotional creatures, whether what you say comes true or not, as long as you say it. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability +5. Current favorability 75. Mieko's favorability has finally gone up again. It's just that it's going to be hard for Takagigo tomorrow. I guess we can't break it up into 2 tomorrow. We'll have to break it up into 3. Chapter 36. On Saturday, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the windows and onto the curtains. Takagigo woke up early. Having to get up early on weekends was killing him, but the thought of seeing Ryuga later on made Takagigo's sadness subside a lot. Takagigo arrives at Tokyo's largest shopping mall on his bike, and Ryuga is waiting outside the mall early. She was wearing a long, beige dress with a high ponytail that, on his feet he wore a pair of red canvas shoes. It just looks so sweet. The people passing by were beyond amazed. It was enviable to have such a good-looking beauty waiting. Ryuga, it's been a long wait, hasn't it? Takagigo said in embarrassment. No, I just arrived, Ryuga said, but Takagigo's eyes looked to Ryuga's forehead, and beads of water were already seeping out of her white forehead. Takagigo reached out and wiped the water droplets on Ryuga's forehead, who had a confused expression. If it were anyone else, Misato's mood would have changed long ago, for example, but Ryuga is emotionally stable now. Come on, let's go and take you to a good meal. As soon as she heard eating, Ryuga's eyes instantly widened. Smelling the color of the food, Takagigo couldn't help but slap his own head. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3900. Fruit of the Loom is a snacker. Takagigo led Ryuga into a restaurant for food. Feel free to order whatever you want. Right now Takagigo-hana is getting all his money from Ryuga's little rich girl, but he's definitely going to have to pay it back later. One size fits all. If anything could move Ryuga, it would be food. If there was anything that moved Ryuga more than food, it had to be lots and lots of good food. Takagigo looked at Ryohana, who was eating in front of him with a smile in her eyes, and said softly, "Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you." Oh, Takagigo thought in his heart as he ate. I guess we're kind of on a date now, but what kind of person dates a dry meal all the time? Ryuga, let's go to the movies later. A movie? Good, hey. Ryuga agreed with a full heart. The two ate and went to the movie theater together. Takagi went to buy the tickets as well as food and drinks while Ryuga sat obediently in a chair waiting for him. The waitress couldn't help but compliment. Your girlfriend is so pretty. Girlfriend? Yeah, isn't that your girlfriend sitting in the chair? Looking at you all the time. Ha ha, we're just friends, Takagi said with a smile. The waitress had an I get it look on her face. You're starting with a friend. There's a saying, first you become a friend, then a sister, then a little baby. Takagi smiled without saying anything and took the ticket back to Ryuga. Ryuga couldn't help but ask when she saw Takagi come back. What was all that fun talk just now? Oh, nothing, she complimented you on your good looks. Oh, Ryuga had long since become immune to such compliments. Unless Takagi complimented her. Otherwise, it won't make any waves in her mind. There's really not much to see in the movies that have been released lately. There's 2 sci-fi flicks, 1 action blockbuster, and a romance movie. Sci-fi movies and action-packed blockbusters on a first date are obviously inappropriate. That's why Takagi decisively chose that only remaining rom-com. The movie's starting. Let's go. Takagi grabbed the popcorn, as well as a drink to go along with the cooler and entered the screening room. Takagi chose the seat in the very center for the best movie viewing. The lights snapped down and the ambiguous atmosphere of the theater went up instantly. Some of the young couples can't resist kissing already. Look at Ryohana again. Eyes were unblinking to the big screen. It was as if everything off the big screen was none of her business. Takagi had a dark look on his face. He didn't come here to watch a movie dry. He took his coat off, and subsequently got the handrail up between the two of them. The jacket was placed between them. Thus the shackles that stood between the two of them were gone. It's a doggone romantic movie. As doggone as it gets. Takagi watched with a lack of interest. For this whoever likes to watch. He watched around and there wasn't much of a crowd watching at all. Either they were kissing or kissing. After all, who comes to a movie theater to see a romance movie is to see a movie. They all come to kiss. Can't sit down like this anymore. Takagi was lost in thought when suddenly the hero and heroine started kissing on the big screen. The atmosphere in the movie theater became even more ambiguous. Takagi looked sideways at Ryuga and realized that she still had the same expression as before. That being said, would this kind of movie teach the simple-minded Ryuga to be bad? Takagi hand crept underneath his jacket. Her hands had long been wet with sweat. Ryuga twisted her head to look at Takagi. She leaned over and whispered, "You tell me, why are the two of them kissing?" "Well, I can kiss you if I want to." Ryuga's sudden question directly confused Takagi. "Because, they're very, very close friends. Is it okay to kiss a very good friend?" "It's reasonably possible. I'm a poor reader, so don't lie to me." "I'd lie to no one but you." Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability +5. Current favorability 35. Ryuga turned back and proceeded to watch the movie with satisfaction after hearing those words. Takagi's jacket covered his hands as feelings spread silently. "I don't remember anything from the movie but the kissing. But holding hands brings them one step closer to each other." After the big finale, the lights came back on in the movie theater. "Let's go," Takagi said. "Good." The two men's hands loosened the moment they rose. "Where do we go next?" Ryuga asked. "Catch the doll." "Catch the doll?" "Exactly." Chapter 37, Catching Dolls. After the two exited the movie theater, they took the elevator directly to the 4th floor of the mall. On the 4th floor is an arcade with lots of entertainment. Takagi went to the front desk and exchanged 100 coins, took the coins and went to find Ryuga. Ryuga stood obediently in front of the crane machine, looking at the incredibly beautiful dolls inside. A blinding gleam bubbled in his eyes. She'd never scratched a doll before, and hadn't her father demanded that she study piano and chess when she was growing up, just learning something else, squeezing her time like crazy and rarely coming out to play. Was it good? Good looking. Then let's catch it out, shall we? Takagi spoke as if he were talking to a child. But I won't. It doesn't matter if you don't know how. I will. I'll teach you. System, give me the emotion value to exchange for some doll catching skills. Takagi wasn't heartbroken about his emotional value. Shedding the child to catch the wolf. Whether or not the host uses 300 emotional value to buy catching skills, Grandmaster. Yes. Items have arrived. Remaining sentiment value 3600. After saying that, Takagi put the coins in. The machine turned on, and Takagi wiggled his claws, then saw the right moment to press the button straight away. Sure enough, a doll caught up. Ryuga had a shocked expression on her face. Her eyes locked on the doll. The doll then fell out of the mouth of the machine, and Ryuga hurriedly bent down to get it. Wow! It's so pretty. Ryuga couldn't help but marvel. Takagi covered his face and smiled, so happy to have just caught a doll. It then occurred to Takagi-go that Ryuga hadn't experienced any of this before at all. Hey, although Ryohana has untold money, it has thrown away the joys of life. What would you choose if you were you? Takagi-go didn't know about others. He would choose money anyway, because rich people have more pleasures than they can imagine. In that case, let me make it up to you. Takagi-go vowed in his heart. Ryuga, how's it going learning? As if. Seems like it would. You do it again. It's not enough to know how to do it. You need to practice it. Takagi-go hands Ryuga 2 coins, which Ryuga takes and begins her own journey of catching dolls. Ryuga's eyes aimed at a loopy doll and moved her paw over it. Pressed the button directly. The claws reached down and grabbed the doll as soon as they could, but when they reached the very top of the doll fell. What had been Ryohana's happy smile immediately disappeared and her little mouth deflated. So annoying. I don't believe I can't catch it. Ryuga took 2 more coins from Takagi-go and proceeded to throw them in. Another grab. Same process as before. Same result. Ryuga twisted her head to look at Takagi-go, with big, watery, crystal clear eyes, reflecting Takagi-go's figure. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Takagi-go soothed. After saying that, Takagi-go stood behind Ryohana, put the coins in, and began the hand-to-hand instruction. The two are close, pushing against her hand. The claws moved slowly, finding the right moment to press the button straight away. A pink doll grabbed up and eventually moved slowly to the mouth. Success! Takagi-go smiled. I didn't realize that Ryohana had such good luck. With your help, I made it in one go. Ryuga's heart warmed, and she knew in her heart that it wasn't her luck at all. Rather, Takagi-go taught him well. But who doesn't like to hear good things? And Ryuga likes to hear them. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 40. Increase the number of chances for one draw. Currently 7 chances for a draw. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 3800. One step closer to 60 favorites. Ryuga, you can do it again. Takagi-go said. Good, Ryuga said with a nod. Following Takagi-go's example, he tried once, but it was unsuccessful. Ryuga turned her head to Takagi-go with an innocent expression on her face. Takagi-go held his forehead and laughed out, and Ryuga's 2 willow leaf eyebrows stared together as he asked, What are you laughing at? Ryuga, do you realize how cute you look like this right now? Cute? Really cute? Of course, Ryuga is the cutest. The cutest, bar none. Takagi-go had a set of small talk, but it was very much appreciated by Ryuga. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood has changed from elated to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 3900. Here's the thing. I'll teach you again. Takagi-go taught Ryuga again as he had done earlier, but by the time Ryohana was actually practicing, it didn't catch on again. A profound illustration of what it means to hear it, but just not do it. Got it 5 times in a row. By the end of the day, Takagi-go profoundly wondered if Ryuga was doing it on purpose. However, the simple Ryuga wouldn't have done this on purpose. I don't think. Gradually, the coins in Takagi-go's hand were almost gone. There were quite a few dolls caught up, but they were all caught by Takagi-go alone, and Ryuga didn't catch any of them. Ryuga, why don't we play something else for a while? Takagi-go suggested. Other? Yes. Then wait here for me. I'm going to change my coins and I'll be right back. Ryuga nodded curtly and watched as Takagi-go left. From the few coins left, he took out 2 coins and threw them towards the crane machine. Ryuga looked at the claw with a determined gaze, finding the right moment, and the button snapped down. A doll grabs up and then falls out. Ryohana catches it, and a handful of successes. Chapter 38. Takagi-go was holding a heavy coin in his hand, and this time he was going to take Ryuga to play with all of them. Go, play whichever one you want. The morning was spent hanging out, except for a movie. There are so many things that Ryuga has never played with. She was having fun with it, and Takagi-go was having fun with her. After the two of them finished all the programs, they planned to go to dinner. Finding a Chinese restaurant, Ryohana hadn't eaten much yet, and taking her for a new flavor. Takagi-go said with a twinkle in his eye, Ryuka, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't be able to play with you. Oh good. Ryuga was unusually obedient, and although she couldn't bear to part with Takagi-go, she knew in her heart that there's more to Takagi-go's life than just her. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from happy to lost, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 4400. Can't spare me? Takagi-go asked. Ryuga said softly, that's just how she was, saying whatever she had to say. It's never hidden. It's like a treasure white moon. Takagi-go consoled. Ryuga, don't be upset. We have plenty of time in the future, right? Yes. Takagi-go couldn't see Ryuga upset. but there was nothing he could do. From the beginning, he was doomed to not be able to give his full attention to one person. After a meal, Takagi-go parted ways with Ryuga. Takagi-go departs for Misato's house. Misato waited quietly downstairs from her house, her aura unmistakably ethereal. "Misato!" Takagi-go shouted at her. Misato's two eyes curved into a crescent moon when she saw him. "It's been a long wait, hasn't it?" Takagi-go asked. "No, I just came down. Come on, let's go to the movies." "A movie?" Misato's heart was pounding. She had never seen a movie with the opposite sex before. It was her first. The two took the car to the movie theater, the same one they had seen with Ryuga. Takagi-go goes through the morning's journey and immediately buys the same romantic movie he watched in the morning. Mud. There's only this one romance movie, and Takagi-go has no choice. Watching the same movie twice is no one's fault. And on top of that, the movie is not even well made. He had to eat the same history twice. The lady who gave him the ticket was confused. "Didn't you just come here once in the morning?" She remembered complimenting Takagi-go's girlfriend on her good looks. How to do it again? The ticket agent looked over at Misato, who was sitting in her seat, and her eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This is a woman whose beauty is on par with Ryuga's. The ticket seller was even more shocked in his mind. What kind of charisma there was in this man. It's amazing how you can attract two such beautiful people at once. Takagi-go noticed the look in the ticket agent's eyes. "Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend." After saying that, Takagi-go picked up his ticket and left the place. When the movie starts, Takagi-go goes in with Misato. Snap! The lights were all turned off and a sense of ambience filled the air. Some of the younger couples are at it again. It's time to kiss and touch. Only Takagi-go's own lifeless expression. But it was time for him to do something that belonged to him. Same routine as Ryohana. At the touch, Misato's body shuddered as well. First time holding hands with the opposite sex, but it's no problem when you go to college. Misato has mixed feelings about Go Takagi, but she doesn't fight it. Takagi-go was somewhat pleased after trying. Takagi-go has no interest in movies at all. Even if you see the flowers, it's still history. There won't be any change. Misato saw Takagi-go's boredom. Couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you like the movie?" "I'm okay. Mostly because with you I don't even have my mind on the movie." Misato blushed. Takagi-go's words were too blunt. Ding! Misato Hanaka's mood changes from calm to elation, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 4600. Misato's eyes looked towards the front, where several young couples were hugging and nibbling on each other. When had she ever seen such a scene? She couldn't help but feel shy inside. Ding! Hanaka Misato's mood changes from elated to shy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 4800. A movie and nothing again. Just watch the little couple nibble on each other. This kind of movie is for anyone who wants to watch it. Takagi-go vowed never to watch it again. If he ever watches it again, he's the dog. Misato, how about I take you to catch a doll? It's really not that Takamigo wants to catch dolls, but it's the only thing you can play with. What else can you play with? So, again, the arcade ticket taker reacted the same way as the movie theater ticket taker, with the same envious look. Again, it was the same operation as last time, but the difference was that after teaching Misato a few times, Misato would have. The more Takagi-go thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Ryuka, this little girl, couldn't really be faking it. The crane machine conductor was a bit speechless as she looked at the dolls that Takagi-go had grabbed up and, "You know you are here to take the girl to catch dolls. Do not know thought you come into the goods." Takagi-go was again taking Misato through all the arcade's items. He was really close to throwing up from playing, but seeing as Misato was so good looking, he didn't want to throw up so much. Takagi-go is entitled to think of himself as sacrificing his life for a beautiful woman. As the same process went on, Takagi-go only felt horribly strong now. "Misato, I can't stay with you after dinner because I have something to do," Takagi-go said. "Because he's got a third appointment." Misato shook her head. "No, it's okay, I've already had a good time." "Really? Don't you dare lie to me." "Of course it was fun." Misato's words trailed off, adding immediately afterward, "It's kind of the most fun I've ever had." Takagi-go heard her say that and knew that she hadn't been happy at all in her previous life. "Misato, with me, I'll make sure you have a good time every day from now on. Please believe me." Misato's heart was greatly touched. No one had ever cared for her so much. Ding! Hanaka Misato's mood changed from happy to touched, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 5300. Thanks. Thank you. Chapter 39, Another Double Obedience. After sending Misato back, Takagi-go's heart rippled as he watched Misato's departing back. While Ryuka has a simple mind, Misato is more sensitive at heart. Anyway, both are good girls. Neither can live up to it. Kids make the choice, while adults are all about it. Misato turned her head to Takagi-go before going inside. She smiled and gave Takagi-go a greeting before disappearing from sight. Exhale. And the last one. This time Takagi-go doesn't want to watch that dog history romance movie no matter what. Even if it killed him, he wouldn't look at it again. Don't want to play in the arcade anymore either. Takagi-go called Mieko off. Mieko, where are we going now? You're out there, aren't you? Exactly. Then let's go to the shopping mall and wait for me there. A shopping mall? Takagi-go froze. This place was more than familiar to him. He had already been there and gone there twice. Hey! Mieko's voice came out again, interrupting Takagi-go's thoughts. Okay, I'll meet you there? Okay, I'll be there now. Mieko hung up after that. Takagi-go traveled by car to a shopping mall. Within 20 minutes, Mieko arrived from her home. She was wearing a blue wraparound dress and her long hair was slightly cascading down her front. A kind of mature charm came over her, and Mieko's face was painted with light makeup that I could tell she was taking this meeting seriously. Mieko, Takagi-go called out softly. Mieko's eyes sparkled with a blinding gaze that revealed delight. Go, have you been waiting long? Mieko asked. It's like I've heard this conversation somewhere before, and it's a bipolar reversal. Have you eaten? Takagi-go asked. Eaten. Mieko came over after eating. At that moment, Mieko took over and said, Go, I was given 2 movie tickets by someone else here. Takagi-go's heart stuttered when he heard those words. It's not good. Why don't we go to the movies? Takagi-go sucked in a breath of cold air. He'd seen 2 movies in one day. Mieko saw his expression and asked suspiciously, What's wrong with you? Don't you like movies? I like it, but I can't stand watching it 3 times a day. What? Takagi-go spoke so quietly that Mieko didn't hear him. No, nothing. Let's go then. The two went to that movie theater together, one after the other. At that moment, Hirako Ashiki, who had been playing outside, returned home. He had been hungry for a long time, and as soon as he entered, he shouted, Mom, what are we eating today? Called out and realized no one was responding. It shouldn't be. Mieko shouldn't be out at mealtime. Hirako Ashiki saw the table with the meal on it and a note left on it. If you're hungry, remember to heat it up and eat it. I've got something to do and I'm going out first. For the first time ever, Hirako Ashiki wondered what the hell his mother had been up to. Come to the movie theater. It's the same conductor, or Takagi-go, but this time the female lead has changed again. Ticket agents are numb. Big brother, you change 3 people a day, and there's more than one age group, and the Sea King isn't that sea. Mieko scanned through the movies and found only one romance movie. Then it's always weird to watch other types of movies by yourself and go, it's either that or a romance movie. Go, let's watch this movie. Takagi-go's heart stuttered. What was coming after all. He had to eat one history 3 times in a row. You can't show your face or you'll still have to explain. How about this? Just this one. The ticket seller looked at Takagi-go with a sympathetic look on her face. She also knew that this movie was bad. Still, it's a hard watch. Still bought the same food and drink as before. Takagi-go hadn't even set his foot in the theater yet, and he was already guessing what kind of scene was going to happen. Dimly lit movie theaters. Kissing couples. As expected, there was a whole lot of kissing and kissing again for the little couple. But compared to Ryuga and Misato, Mieko looked calm. What hadn't she seen before? This has long been a surprise. Takagi-go was again operating in the same process as before, with his hand outstretched. Ding! Mieko's mood has changed from calm to tense, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 5300. Though shy, Mieko didn't disengage. That's the strength of 75 good feelings. Mieko's favorability of 75 saves a lot of trouble. Takagi-go's attention wasn't even on the movie, which he watched twice in a row. The whole thing he can act. Takagi-go was on pins and needles, like a thorn in his side, like a fish in his throat. If Mieko hadn't been here, he would have run away. Finally, the movie is over. Phew, Takagi-go let out a long breath. Mud. I'll never be a time management guru again. I can't stand it. Go. Let's go play at the arcade. Takagi-go wanted to cry. He tried to resist. Mieko, let's go play somewhere else. What? You don't want to play? Still remember the last time I played it was many years ago. It's been a long time. After saying that, Mieko's expression was a bit despondent. Okay, since Mieko-san wants to play, I'll take you there, Takagi-go said through gritted teeth. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 80. Increase the number of chances for 1 draw. Currently 8 chances for 1 draw. Again, the same process as last time. Last time, Mieko was enjoying herself. Though, Takagi-go felt it was worth it to see Mieko so happy. Chapter 40, The World Has Changed. Arcade. Takagi-go looked towards the crane machine and asked towards Mieko. Mieko, do you want to play with this? Mieko's eyes went to the crane machine with a delighted look, then darkened. Or, it's better to forget about it. Mieko's words trailed off. Then he said, you're a handful of years old. What kind of childish things do you play with? Mieko will always be 18 in my heart, so it's just the right time to play these forever 18. Age issues are always taboo for women, and that hit Mieko hard. Seeing that her heart had already moved, Takagi-go capitalized on the situation and said, Mieko, I'm going to buy the coins that. You wait here for me. Mieko waited for him obediently, and within a few minutes, Takagi-go returned with a small basket of coins in his hand. Mieko, let me teach you. I'm pretty good at catching dolls. I don't know, Takagi-go said proudly. After all, he had exchanged the skill from the system with real money, so he didn't use it for nothing. If you don't use it, you're blind. Takagi-go put in 2 coins straight away, intending to show Mieko a couple hands. Snapped. A doll was caught up. Takagi-go took the doll out and handed it to Mieko. Nah, Mieko, it's for you. Mieko took the doll and was inwardly delighted. Mieko, you try, Takagi-go said as he handed her the coin. Mieko is all about her luck. If she can catch it, she catches it. If she can't, forget it. But Takagi-go doesn't care about that. Getting pleasure is enough. Happiness is the hardest thing to come by in this world. It was dark by the time we got out. It was obvious from the smile that spread across Mieko's face that she was having a great time this time. But Go Takagi's expression was not so good. He was now very tired of these programs. Go. Unite. Going home at night? If I don't go home, where will I go? Takagi-go couldn't figure it out. Home. What's wrong, Mieko? How about, go to our house? It'll just save you the trip back and forth tomorrow. Your house? Takagi-go froze. Mieko wasn't quite right. However, Takagi-go is a decent man. There's absolutely no way he'd do that. So Takagi-go smiled and said, sure, then it's hard on Mieko. Oh, no hard work, no hard work. Takagi-go followed Ryuga home. When they reached the front door of the house, Ryuga took out the key and inserted it. It snapped up. The door opened. Mieko and Takagi-go both froze, only to see Hirakawa Shiki sitting in a chair with his arms wrapped around his. Righteous indignation looked at the two of them. Mieko didn't realize that Shiki had been waiting for them. Chi, what are you doing here? Instead of answering Mieko's words, Hirakawa Shiki questioned, what have you two been doing? Mieko's eyes gradually panicked. Normally at this hour, Hirakawa Shiki must be in his room, but today was unusual. Chi, us. Mieko stammered, a ghost at first glance. With a twinkle in his eye, Takagi-go took over and said, went out to dinner. Yeah. Hirakawa Shiki said 2 yes in a row. Continuing, you don't call me for dinner. Did you know I eat leftovers at home? Don't really know. Takagi-go was instantly amused as he looked at Hirakawa Shiki's aggrieved expression. Shiki, the people who dish it out don't deserve to eat. After that, he went back to his room. Hirakawa Shiki commiserated and shouted to Mieko. Mom! Hirakawa Shiki, like most people, cries out for his mom when he's aggrieved. Mieko looked at Hirakawa Shiki with a sympathetic face. I think Go is right. After saying that, Mieko went back to her room as well, leaving only a dumbfounded Hirakawa sh. How is it that you just went out for a trip and the world changed? Do the people who dish it out really don't deserve it? Hirakawa Shiki couldn't figure it out and went to his room by himself to continue thinking. The next day, Takagi-go didn't wake up until after 9. It's not easy to have a lazy night's sleep, so you have to enjoy it. Takagi-go came out of his room. Mieko was sitting on the couch, and when she saw Takagi-go come out, smiling, he said to him, little Go has woken up. Go wash up quickly. I've made the meal. Heat it up and it's ready to eat. Good. Takagi-go smiled and nodded. He went into the restroom and squeezed toothpaste onto the top of his toothbrush, subsequently wetting it with water. It took 10 minutes to wash up. By the time he came out of it, Shizuya Hirakawa had long since come out of his room and, sitting in a chair at the dining room table, Hirakawa Shiki looked to Takagi-go and asked in a small voice, when are you going? Go? What for? You forgot? Hirakawa Shiki glanced at Mieko, noticing that she wasn't paying attention here. Only then did he continue. The Kawaii Society. Of course. Oh, you say that. Later after dinner. Today is the very day that Koeda would have made a deal with him. This line of work couldn't compare to his trip to the Yakuza in terms of menace. What's the point of asking? Can I come with you? Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with expectant eyes, almost begging him on his knees. Takagi-go realized that the kid wanted to go show his face. Really want to go? Hirakawa Chi nodded vigorously. Takagi-go smirked as he gave his answer. No. Chapter 41. No. Takagi-go rejected him outright without a moment's hesitation. Why? No reason. Takagi-go gave his answer. Undeterred, Hirakawa Shiki continued. If I go, I'll be useful to you. Takagi-go came interested and asked. Why do you have to come with me? Hirakawa stammered and couldn't get a word in edgewise. Even if Hirakawa Shiki didn't say anything, Takagi-go knew in his heart. He definitely wanted to show his face in front of the top brass of the Kawaii Society. However, the outcome of the trip is not yet known, and in case the negotiations are unsuccessful, wouldn't that be tearing up the Kawaii Council? Then how can Hirakawa Shiki still be in the Kawaii Kai? Can't mix. It's okay not to mix. Takagi-go thought to himself and nodded. Since you want to go so badly, come with me. Hirakawa Shiki froze. You? Why did you suddenly agree out of the blue? What? I agree and you don't want to go? Hirakawa Shiki immediately shook his head back and forth after hearing this. Just let me go. Just as he finished speaking, Mieko's meal was already warmed up and brought out to the table. Why are you up so early too? Mom, I'll go out with Go later. Oh good. Mieko agreed immediately upon hearing this. And she had no doubt that Takagi-goku, if put into the usual just Hirakawa go out to play then. She high and low more questions. But now Mieko didn't ask a single more question. Once again, Hirakawa Shiki feels the unfairness of the world. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 5400. Anger? Takagi-go puzzled over why he was suddenly angry. The two of them ate a simple meal and then departed for Kawasaki in Arawa. The Kawasaki Kai's home base is in the heart of Tokyo. For the Yakuza to take their place in Tokyo, it was necessary to gain the approval of the Kawasaki in Arawa, the head of the ground. In order to do so, that's why the bout in a week's time is crucial. Hirakawa Shiki got in the car with Takagi-go, and he carefully asked towards Takagi-go, who the hell wants to see you? Takagi-go said slowly, the president of the Kawaii Society. We. Hirakawa Shiki's voice snapped up, then felt out of place and then whispered, our president? That's right, Takagi-go said with a faint nod. No. Are you so calm? Hirakawa Chi asked incredulously. That's the president of the Kawaii Society, and he's known as a big shot in Tokyo. Takagi-go was acting too calm in a way that was a little off. Takagi-go smiled carelessly. He had even met the head of the Yakuza, so what was there to be afraid of? Don't be obsessed with brother. He's just a legend. Takagi-go said with a smile. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to admiration, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 5600. The two men arrived at the base camp of the Kawasaki. At the door stood a dozen bodyguards from the Kawaii Society, stopping Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki. Your president asked for me. President? If you say the president is looking for it, then the president is looking for it. So you two hurry up and get out of the way. The bouncer standing guard looked at them with a sneer on his face. These two were young at first glance. How is it possible to meet the president? When has Hirakawa Chi ever been so aggrieved and wanted to go up and argue? The bodyguard doesn't care about you. Seeing Hirakawa Chi coming forward, he swings out a punch. They're both practiced fighters, and this punch landed on Hirakawa Chi. I guess I'll have to lie down for 10 days and a half. Takagi-go quickly pulls Hirakawa Shiki in with one hand, while the other reaches out as a palm. Directly in front of him, a hard-hitting confrontation. That bodyguard had a surprised expression in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to have two tricks up his sleeve. Surprisingly, he was able to block one of his punches. Interesting, let's see how many punches you can catch me. After saying that, the bodyguard proceeded to strike out and engage Takagi-go. After fighting with a bunch of experts from the Yamaguchi-gumi, it was realized that these shrimp soldiers really weren't enough. Pop! Snap! Two punches knocked the bouncer straight to the ground, and the bouncer fell to the ground gritting his teeth and yelling, Go! Get him for me! A dozen bodyguards came up together to attack Takagi-go, and Takagi-go didn't panic at all. I've been in tougher situations than this. Takagi-go responded calmly, and within a minute, a large group of people were already lying down on the ground. The bodyguards were all shocked. When did they meet someone with such strong hands? Ding! The bodyguards' emotions have changed from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 300. Current mood value 5900. Hirakawa proudly swept a glance at them. Still doggy or not? Still barking or not? Takagi-go rolled his eyes. The way you're so goddamned. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd ed them over. At that moment, a man in his 40s, Counselor Masahiro Sugiura, came out from inside. Head of the University of Tokyo I region. He first swept his eyes at the fallen bodyguard before looking at Takagi-go and saying, Long time no see. I'm so sorry. It's okay, I just moved my muscles. Takagi-go said with a slight smile. The corner of Masahiro Sugiura's mouth tugged imperceptibly. Have you been so active? You're really pretending not to blush. Although he thought so, he still had a smile on his face and said, long time waiting, the family head is inside. Takagi Go nods and walks in. Hirakawa Shiki tries to enter but is stopped by Masahiro Sugiura. He's my friend, and if he can't get in, then I'm sorry, I won't get in either. Masahiro Sugiura gave Go Takagi a look, then let Shiki Hirakawa enter. The bodyguards were all dumbfounded, not realizing that what he said was true. Chapter 42 Forget it. Let's just start fighting. Masahiro Sugiura led them in. The main camp of the Koeda Society was larger compared to the Yakuza. The two were taken to the lobby by Masahiro Sugiura. During the walk, Takagi Go met an uncountable number of bodyguards. A bird can't fly out of the Kawaii Kai's base camp. Masahiro Sugiura looked ahead and said, the family head is inside. Takagi Go nodded his head gently, wondering how Kyoto Kenro was doing against Hirochu Yamaguchi. But with Ryuga around, Takagi Go's heart was definitely in favor of the Yakuza. Open the door and there are about 3 or 4 people inside. In the very center sat Kenshiro Kyoto, wearing a pair of spectacles and a trilby haircut. It looks svelte as hell. You can't feel any big brotherliness in your body. You feel like a mediocre person. And the rest of the guys. Hirakawa Shiki introduced himself softly in Takagi Go's ear as he walked. The one sitting in the center wearing glasses is Kyoto Kenro, the president of the Kawada Society. And the one closest to him is Vice President Yuno Nobuyuki. Takagi Go followed Hirakawa Shiki's words. Look to the one closest to Kyoto Kenro, Yuno Nobuyuki. It just so happened that Yuno Nobuyuki's gaze was also directed towards him. And there was a sinister look in his gaze. Ding! Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 6400. You're still angry on it. Takagi Go snorted in disdain in his heart. You are unaware of what your own daughter has done. No, knowing full well what a virtue your daughter is, and harbored his own daughter for additional crimes, not worthy of sympathy. Takagi Go likewise locked eyes with him, not holding back in the slightest. Masahiro Sugiura saluted Kenshiro Kyoto. Chairman, the man has been brought. Kenshiro Kyoto nodded, sizing up the teenager in front of him. Opening his mouth, he said, and your name is Takagi Go? That's right. Takagi Go didn't escape his gaze and looked straight at him. Kyoto Kenro nodded his head lightly. He had already made a preliminary evaluation of Takagi Go in his mind. This son should not be underestimated. Do you know what I called you here for? Could probably guess. Oh, tell me about it. Why would I say that? Takagi Go asked rhetorically, and everyone in the room froze. Takagi Go continued, shouldn't you be the ones to say it first, that you sought me out? When the crowd thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Ha ha. Kyoto Kenro laughed out loud. Yes, we asked you over to find out about next week's tournament. Takagi Go's heart thumped. His guess was right. Next week, we'll have a match with the Yakuza. I heard that the Yakuza have found someone who is highly skilled in martial arts, and that person is only in his 20s. After saying that, Kyoto Kenro looked at Takagi Go, and all of these characteristics pointed to Takagi Go. Do you recognize the person I'm talking about? Kyoto Kenro asked. Takagi Go heatedly smiled at that. The person you're talking about is me. Kyoto Kenro was stunned, not expecting Takagi Go to admit it to himself. Everyone in the room, everyone didn't expect him to be able to admit it. As they expected, Takagi Go should have strongly opposed it, right? What's with the sudden admission? Ding! Kenshiro Kyoto's mood changes from calm to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 6500. Ding! Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from anger to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 6600. Ding! Masahiro Sugiura's mood changes from calm to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 6700. Ding! After a wave of small pretenses, the emotion value gained by Takagi Go had reached 700. Now that you've admitted it, make an offer. Make an offer? That's right. What do you want in return for not representing the Yakuza in the tournament? Since you're making me an offer, I'll really make it. Takagi Go said bluntly. Turn his on. What? The crowd was shocked. This kid's breath was just too big to think about opening up Yuno Nobuyuki. Nobuyuki Yuno, the number 2 man of the Kawanagawa institution, the man who has made a great contribution to the cause. You say it's open? Yuno Nobuyuki immediately stood up and said angrily, Baka, what are you talking about? Who are you to scream here? Rush, rush, he's in a hurry. Takagi Go knew in his heart that there was no way Kyoto Kenro would do as he was told. That is why this negotiation was impossible to reach a consensus from the very beginning. Kyoto Kenro was so sophisticated that he instantly understood the meaning of Takagi Go's words. This isn't going to be a negotiation. Kenro Kyoto laughed out loud and replied, yes, just as you said. I'll give him expulsion from the Kawaii Council. Nobuyuki Yuno glanced at Kenshiro Kyoto, then sat down and, he knew there was no way Kyoto Kenro would do that. Good. When the chairman removes him from the Kawasaki institution, when will I give up the tournament? Okay, then I'll leave the rest to you two. Two of us? Nobuyuki Yuno got up and said, that's right, both of us. I have nothing to say to you. Baka, do you want to hear what you're saying that? My daughter was slapped by you for no reason, and you call that nothing to talk about? Oh, you mean this. Takagi-go's words stuttered, and then he said something that almost didn't make Yuno Nobuyuki angry. It's no one's fault but her own. Takagi-go wanted to leave after that. This was no place to stay for long. Yuno Nobuyuki quit. What kind of place do you think this is where you can come and go as you please? I'm sorry, no one can really stop me if I want to leave. Rampant. That's just too much to say. Ding. Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 70-100. Yuno Nobuyuki clapped his palms together, and immediately a lot of people poured in from outside. It's directly surrounding Takagi-go. The number of people this time was not as large as the last time when several if the heads led the way, but it was better than the quality. One person tops the next several. Those in attendance took their little seats, knowing that this was going to be a good show. I can't help but wonder if Takagi-go is going to be on his knees later, or if he's going to be on his knees begging for mercy. They all know this guy, Nobuyuki Yuno, is a slave to his daughter. Takagi-go had sort of offended his scales. If you kneel and kowtow to me today, I might even keep you alive. I'm sorry, said Shinyuki Yuno in a harsh voice. It was another familiar session of harsh words, and Takagi-go wondered if these harsh words could be a little innovative. I'm tired of hearing it myself. Forget it, just start fighting. Chapter 43, A Fickle Man. Forget it, just start fighting. Takagi-go took off his own jacket and threw it aside, looking at the group of them with a calm and unassuming look. Nobuyuki Yuno was exasperated. He expected Go Takagi to be on his knees begging for mercy and fear, but now it's not at all what he expected. Let's see how long you can pretend. Give it to me, Nobuyuki Yuno ordered. A group of people rushed towards Takagi-go at the same time, and Takagi-go didn't panic in the slightest as he took his stance. The three martial arts were blended together, and one move was utilized to the fullest. He didn't drag his feet at all, and his moves were all moves that knocked out the enemy in one blow. Kenshiro Kyoto's eyes were glued to the stance that Go Takagi was using to make his move. Eyes gestured to the man in his 30s standing beside him. The man nodded down lightly, his eagle-like eyes incomparably sharp as he looked at Takagi-go's outgoing move. The expressions on their faces were either surprised or puzzled. The frown stretched and then tightened and then stretched, shifting back and forth non-stop. I don't know. I thought it was a face changer. 1 minute in, and Takagi-go was still as valiant as ever, like a god of war. Nobuyuki Yuno's men couldn't do anything about Go Takagi. Yuno Nobuyuki was not calm up. How Takagi-go was even harder to deal with than he thought. 10 minutes later, all those present fell to the ground. Ding! Kenshiro Kyoto's mood changes from calm to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 70-200. Ding! Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from anger to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 7300. Ding! Masahiro Sugiura's mood changes from calm to minor shock, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 7400. Ding! The emotional value went straight to 7800. Takagi-go patted the dust on his clothes with a relaxed look. I told you if I wanted to leave, no one can stop me. After that, he said to Hirakawa-chi, let's go. The two left the Kawasaki Inarawa in an unimpeded situation. After Takagi-go left, Kyoto Kenshiro looked aside to Henji Ryushi, the number one expert he had hired. See the setup of his moves. Henji Longji frowned, seeing clearly is clear, except that his moves are so varied that, and there are 3 different types, and what's even more terrifying is that fusion has reached a great accomplishment. Kyoto Kenro didn't want to hear those words, but asked directly, how sure are you that you can beat him? 50%, he's going to need to crack half a day to crack all these moves. Henji Longji said a guaranteed number. Further up he is not sure. Next week in this tournament, you can only not lose. Do you understand? Hi, Henji Ryoshi said with a nod. Kyoto Kenshiro looked in the direction Takagi-go had left. It wasn't that easy for the Yakuza to get into Tokyo. At that moment, Yuno Nobuyuki stepped forward and said, Chairman, why don't we go and arrest his family and threaten him? Kyoto Kenshiro shook his head. Not very realistic. Do you think all the people in the Yakuza are freeloaders? I guess they expected you to do that. So don't bother too much. Nobuyuki Yuno exclaimed. So, that's it then? He will not rest until he has taken out this bad anger for his daughter. Trying to move him? At least not now. Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki walk outside. Hirakawa Shiki asked, "Is this Kyoto Kenro's promise to remove Yuno Shinsuke?" Takagi-go didn't expect Hirakawa Shiki to be so innocent. How can that be? Of course there was no promise. Takagi-go skimmed his lips and said, "So what are you guys talking about?" Hirakawa Chi asked with a confused look on his face. Adults. Children ask fewer questions. Takagi-go gave Hirakawa Shiki a harmless smile. Then striding toward the front, Hirakawa Shiki stood still, dumbfounded. He felt insulted that, but can't find the evidence. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly followed him, and Takagi-go said to him, "You should just leave the Kawaii Society." Kawaro Inari would cock his head and ask, "Why? Think about it. You went with me, and now I've fallen out with the Kawaii Kai. Do you think you'll go it alone?" Seems to make sense. Hirakawa Shiki snapped to attention. Not only had he not helped Takagi-go, instead, he's hitching himself up. It's a lost cause. Hirakawa Shiki already had a scenario in mind where Kawada would come after him. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly asked toward him, "So what now? What to do?" "Cool it, brother. You're a good brother to me." Seeing that Takagi-go doesn't say anything serious, Hirakawa Shiki immediately starts kissing ass. Takagi-go hemmed and hawed. "I'm a good brother to you even if you don't say so." Hirakawa Shiki clenched his fists, but of course only clenched them for a second before letting go. In the midst of ideals and reality, he still chose reality. Hirakawa Chi then said, yes, good brother, now give me a trick, okay?" Takagi-go was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen Hirakawa Shiki like this. It's pretty gross." "Fine, then I'll begrudgingly come up with a little scheme for my brother." Takagi-go waved at him, and Hirakawa Shiki came over to him. "You could join the Yakuza." Hirakawa Shiki almost said CNM after hearing that. "You're saying it like you didn't say it." "What? No, of course I don't want to. I'm a Wakatu in the Kawaii Kai." "Wakatu, do you understand? And I'm so young, the upside is unbelievable." Hirakawa Shiki couldn't be prouder or more proud of himself when he said he was a Wakatu. Takagi-go nodded his head. "Wake head. I know, in layman's terms it's the squad leader, but you're going to be in the Yamaguchi group, and I can't say that you'll accomplish much in the future, but it's definitely higher than the Kawaii Kai." Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with half-hearted eyes, unsure of the truth of Takagi-go's words. "Don't believe me. You should have heard the Kawaii Kai chairman say that I'm fighting on behalf of the Yakuza. With my relationship with the head of the Yakuza, promoting a you won't be a problem." There's no problem with what Takagi-go said. He and Yamaguchi Hirotaka, that's an old husband and son-in-law relationship. Really? I don't read much, you can't lie to me. How can that be? I never lie to children. Ha ha, you're such a good brother to me. Hirakawa Shiki immediately smiled happily. Looking at his fickle face, Takagi-go couldn't help but sigh. It's true that men are fickle. Chapter 44, 90 Favorability. The two proceeded to go home one after the other. Hirakawa Shiki was happy inside. Happier than if he had gotten a high score on a test. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to happy. Generating mood 100. Current mood value 7900. Takagi-go couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Hirakawa Shiki was really like a child. By the time the two of them got home, Mieko had already made all the meals ahead of time. All afternoon Takagi-go was at home with Hirakawa Shiki, tutoring him in his homework. "I won't know the results until I go to school tomorrow." Takagi-go is confident in himself. If Hirakawa Shiki wasn't a cutie, the grades would definitely be up. Of course, it's not a sure thing, in case Hirakawa Shiki is a cutie. Yet, Hirakawa Chi lay on his back and sneezed. Did someone miss me? The next morning, Takagi-go woke up from his sleep. He's on the morning 8. Nothing is more agonizing. "Good morning, Mieko. Go is awake. Hurry and go wash up." Good. If anything could bring Takagi-go energy, it would be Mieko. The annoyance wasn't as strong when I saw her. Takagi-go thought about how it was time to get his own business up and running. Getting money is the number one thing, but it's not impossible to have a soft meal if you have a little rich girl. After all, he had a bad stomach, and the doctor had cautioned against a soft diet. After breakfast, Takagi-go rode his bike to the University of Tokyo. As usual, by an early lunch at a restaurant in Misato. Misato wore a long white dress with her long hair tied back in a competent manner. Misato looked over at him, her two eyes curving into small crescents. Takagi-go ordered 2 in a row, leaving her 1 as usual. Ding! Misato Hanaka's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 800. Takagi-go carries his breakfast to the classroom to find Ryuga. Ryuga was sitting in the classroom when a boy came up next to her and asked, "Hello, may I ask if anyone is sitting here?" Ryuga nodded. This was the seat she had taken for Takagi-go. Later Takagi-go will come over and bring good food. Fine. The man had a lost look on his face and returned in defeat. He then found a spot close to Ryoga, which was one row behind her. Takagi-go laughed at the back door and shook his head. Sure enough, pretty people even if they don't do anything. Still able to be the center of attention. Takamiya walked over and sat directly next to Ryoga. The man got upset and tapped Takagi-go on the shoulder. Dude, there's already someone here. I know. You know you're still sitting here. His tone was nonchalant. After all, seeing Takagi-go sitting with the goddess, it was almost worse than killing him. Takagi-go bared his teeth in a grin. Sorry, I'm the one she's talking about. Takagi-go's words struck her like a bolt from the blue. What? Takagi-go didn't have time to pay attention to him, turning his head and handing Ryoga his rice. He said, Nah, little glutton. Your meal has arrived. Ryohana's eyes glistened when she saw the food. She was practically a snacker. The man in the back wasn't fazed. No. What gives him the right? Today is the day the scores come out. Takagi-go glanced at his report card. First in his major. Simply take it down, and the scariest part is that there are several subjects with perfect scores. There's a great saying, the schoolteacher gets 100 points because there are only 100 points out of 100, and the scholars get 98 points. It's because he's only capable of 98 points. Lian Yensan took a look at the report card, and the heart that was already as dead as ashes died even more completely. Now he couldn't compete a bit with Takagi-go, and he was completely out of luck with Ryoga. After Ryoga glanced at the report card, a look of surprise first appeared on her face before she returned to her normal self. How did you get so good at this? Hey, it's okay. Ryoga also did well, only 3 places below Takagi-go, but the points were quite a bit different. So, are you buying me lunch at noon? Ryuga's little eyes sparkled with an eye-catching glow, and she gets excited when we talk about food. Well, so you're here waiting for me. Okay, fine, whatever you say, then it's a deal. When Ryohana smiled, it was as if a delicate flower was in full bloom. Takagi-go was happy. The dude in the back wanted to knife him. One class just didn't listen to anything and kept thinking about a question. What is the difference between you and Takagi-go? At the end of one class, a man dashed to Takagi-go's classroom. Takagi-go hadn't even finished packing when he arrived. What are you doing here, Koshi? Takagi-go asked suspiciously. Hirakawa-chi had a happy smile on his face. Ha, my grades went up. No wonder he was so happy. But Takagi-go was calm. If he tutored himself, the Hirakawa-ji results cannot be raised again. That is not to question my level. Okay, just boost it up. Hirakawa-shiki said happily. I'm going to tell my mom. Takagi-go nodded. Hirakawa-shiki's accomplishments were sort of a wish of Mieko's. Now that it's over. After Hirakawa-shiki finished talking to Takagi-go, he jumped up and down and left, planning to tell Mieko the news. Ding! Hirakawa-shiki's mood has changed from calm to excitement, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 8500. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to excitement, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 900. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's favorability is plus 10. Currently 90 favorability. 1 lucky draw entry will be given. Currently 9 chances for the lucky draw. Chapter 45, A Good Feeder. Mieko couldn't be happier to hear the news of Hirakawa-shiki's improved grades. It was a big wish of hers, and surprisingly it did come true. Mieko now felt as if she was in a dream. She knew she owed it all to Takagi-go, and without him, G's grades can't be that good. I have to find a way to thank Go. Ding! Mieko Hirakawa's first wish, that her son's grades would be at the top of the list, square root, has been fulfilled. Reward the host with a Penguin's program source code, which has been sent to the host's backpack. Penguin source code? Takagi-go's heart flooded with mutterings as he listened to the system voices broadcast. Penguin he was more than familiar with, the biggest communication software in his previous life. Is this the extent of System Dad's rewards? Takagi-go said that he could step it up a bit. Takagi-go dared to be certain that he could live 10 lifetimes even with just this Penguin communication program. Now that the system has been issued, we can't delay. We have to get it out and get a head start. Takagi-go had already planned his prototype in his mind. Internet development in this world is very slow. Takagi-go, on the other hand, knew very well in his heart just how much momentum the internet was gaining. It's a blue ocean. Yamaguchi Ryoga looked at Takagi-go aside with a confused little look on her face. I don't understand why Hirakawa-shiki is so excited. Takagi-go laughed and explained for Hirakawa-shiki. He's mad. Leave him alone. The two had one early 8 and only one afternoon class, so it was kind of an easy day. Takagi-go said to Yamaguchi Ryohana. Ryohana, there's something I need to do. Go ahead and wait for me in the library. Oh, Good. Yamaguchi Ryohana nodded meekly. Yamaguchi Ryohana is really obedient. After the two parted ways, Takagi-go immediately called with Hirakawa Shiki and said, Shiki, do you know a few computing people? Preferably upperclassmen. Takagi thought of using college students to run the software on a day-to-day basis, because college students know what they're doing. Cheap labor. One fragrance at a time. Hirakawa Shiki wondered, why are you asking that? I have my own use for it. Just say if you have. Yes. Takagi-go is now very high up in Hirakawa Shiki's heart. Okay. You get me some guys. I'll pay their salaries. Tell them at our local student part-time wage. Okay. Hirakawa Shiki's connections to Takagi-go were no concern at all. And if he couldn't even find anyone, then I'm afraid no one else can find it. Takagi-go took up a classroom. And not 20 minutes later, a girl arrived. She wore a pair of glasses and a ponytail. It looks dorky, stupid, and adorable. Aha. In a nutshell, this guy should be easy to fool. Tahi-Aika rushed over immediately after receiving the message sent by Hirakawa Shiki. She looked to Takagi-go and asked softly, please, may I ask if you are Takagi Goku-san? Yes I am. Empty Ujiva, Vadasi Tahi-Aika. It's the computer science student you're looking for, isn't it? That's right, it's me. May I ask what kind of request you have? Takagi-go said simply, there's not much else to ask for, but there's a software that I need to release it now and then there's no one to maintain it, so I'm looking for someone to maintain it. Tahi-Aika nodded thoughtfully. Software? Is that your own development? Sort of. There's nothing wrong with Takagi-go saying that. It's a parallel world. It's amazing that you can already develop software. Ding! The mood of Taihei Inghua has changed from calm to worship, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 9500. This worships me. Takagi-go mentally froze. Why did he get the feeling that Tahi-Aika was a better liar than Yamaguchi Ryuga? It's okay. Takagi-go said modestly. See if you can do it and I'll bill you at the highest student wage. Takagi-go knows it's a sure thing. College students can't get much more expensive. Tahi-Aika nodded her head vigorously. Yes, I've done similar work before. Totally competent. Takagi-go knew that Tahi-Aika wasn't lying just by looking at her innocent look. Okay, I'll try it out first then. By the way, if you think you're too busy to do it yourself, find someone else. Good. Tahi-Aika heaved her head. Talent is essential for Takagi-go to establish a company in the future. And the quality of the students at the University of Tokyo was so high that they just went ahead and grabbed them before they were robbed. Poor Tahi-Aika. She was taught a lesson by Takagi-go before she even entered society. Okay, so tell me the phone number. Nowadays, people still rely on text messages as well as phone calls to get in touch with each other. One can only imagine how much the release of Penguin communication software will impact the market. Takagi-go had another chat with Tahi-Aika about the details, and after that, then he left the place to look for Ryohana. You can't go to Ryuga empty-handed. If she went with a designer bag, Ryuga might be happy too, but not really. If you take a snack milk tea to go, Ryohana will be absolutely happy from the bottom of her heart. Takagi-go couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at his large handheld pocket of food, and a cup of milk tea. Cool flowers are pretty good at keeping them alive. Chapter 46, Drinking. Library. Takagi-go entered the library and followed the message sent by Ryuga to the third floor of the library. Just a table where a girl was sitting quietly. The sunlight outside shone through the window, spilling over Ryuga, as if they were angels on earth. Ryuga pulled her loose hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate white face. Takagi-go couldn't even bear to disturb the image. He walked over and touched his hand gently to Ryuga's shoulder. Ryuga twisted his head, looking over at Takagi-go, the corners of his mouth quirking up slightly as he saw the food he was holding in his hand. The corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed. Takagi-go couldn't help but laugh. That's sad. I didn't realize I wasn't as important as this bag of snacks in Ryuga's heart. Not at all. Go out and eat again. Takagi-go stuck the straw into the milk tea and handed it over to Ryuga. What a book to read. Takagi-go picked up Ryohana's book and glanced at the book cover. Hans Christian Andersen Fairy Tales. Well, Takagi-go overestimated Ryuga and thought she was secretly internally scrolling. I didn't realize I was reading a fairy tale. Luckily it's a fairy tale. I can't imagine if it was a love story. Takagi-go accompanied Ryuga to the library for a while, and then went to eat when it was time for dinner. It was a pretty easy day. As usual, Takagi-go dropped Ryohana off at the school gate first, and Aiko-ken came to pick her up. Ryuga, I'll have a word with him, Jihao-sien said to Ryohana with a smile. Okay. Ryuga turned her head to say goodbye to Takagi-go. Go, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Together, they watched Ryuga get into the car, the smiles on their faces dissipating at the same time. Master of the face. What's the word? Kawaii Inuyasha came to see you, right? Takagi-go nodded. This kind of thing had been known to the Yakuza for a long time. It couldn't be hidden from them. Of course Takagi-go didn't even try to hide it. Right. You promised them? Ji Haoxian asked directly. He could think even with his ass why Kawaii would be looking for him. No. Because of Ryuga? Actually, Takagi-go rejected the Kawaii council for many reasons. Not just because of Ryuga. But Ji Haoxian had asked that. So he went along with it. Right. Takagi-go said with a nod. Iko-sien hadn't expected Takagi-go to agree so readily. You know it's impossible for you and her. It's not the same for two people's families. There's always a doorway. Seen the prince fell in love with Cinderella. Also seen the poor boy on the rich woman. But finally can be how many? Hardly. It's a little early for that, isn't it? There are endless possibilities for the future. 30 years east and 30 years west. Don't fool the youth. Takagi-go directly uttered this maxim, which had inspired countless teenagers in his previous life. Ji Haoxian froze in place, having just heard the young man in front of him speak with great bravado. For a moment there was a bit of a trance. For a moment he thought that Takagi-go would actually do what he had just said. The golden scale is not a pool. Ding! Ji Haoxian's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotional value of 500. Current mood value 100. After a long time, Ji Haoxian reacted and said slowly, I hope what you're saying isn't just empty words. I'm honestly looking forward to it. After saying that, Ji Haoxian left the place. Takagi-go watched them leave the area and turned back to the school. Since the last time Takagi-go gave Yuno-chia a slap on the wrist, she hadn't caused any more trouble. Takagi-go knew very well in his heart that rivers and mountains are easy to change. As the saying goes, a dog can't change his mind. If you want Yuno-chia to stop wreaking havoc on others, then knock her fangs out. Misato. Takagi-go called out towards the classroom. Misato is learning. Misato flashed two pearly swirls when she saw Takagi-go coming and packed her books into her bag. The two of them paired up together to go home. Misato, how did the exam go? Takagi-go asked with a smile. The test was okay. First in the major. Misato said lightly. Misato studied law and it turned out that she got very good grades. But since suffering from Yuno-chia's bullying, she doesn't have the heart to study either. But that's all behind us now. The two pair up and Takagi-go drops Misato off at her doorstep. Misato looked at him, her hands rubbing the corners of her coat back and forth. What? Misato, do you have something to tell me? With Takagi-go's years of experience, there was definitely something going on by the look of her. Nope, it's nothing, Misato said with a quick wave of her hand. Well, good night Misato. Since Misato didn't want to talk about it, Takagi-go didn't continue to ask. Okay, good night. Takagi-go departs for home on his bicycle. Upon arriving home, Takagi-go knocked on the door. Hirakawa-chi came over and opened the door for him. Just waiting for you. Wait for me? Yeah. Mom made a big table of goodies. When I walked in the door, sure enough the table was full of goodies. Apparently Mieko did it all by herself. Did you do all the Mieko? Takagi-go said in surprise. Yes, I did it. Wow. Mieko is so good. Go, don't tease me. Hurry over and eat. Just waiting for you. We're here waiting for you while you're fooling around with who knows what girl by yourself. Mieko looked at him with two wide, twinkling eyes. Ha ha, looks like Shiki's going to want to have another chat about what happened earlier. Takagi-go laughed and threatened. When Hirakawa Shiki heard that, he really didn't go any further, because he was really afraid that Takagi-go would tell those things. What? Mieko asked. Nothing. Mieko, let's eat first. Mieko didn't stop smiling at the dinner table, because Hirakawa Shiki's grades went up. Her greatest wish. After a meal, both Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki went to their respective rooms. When it was nighttime, Takagi-go came out and realized that the lights were still on outside. Has Mieko forgotten? Takagi realized and saw Mieko sitting alone on the couch. Mieko? Mieko twisted her head to look at Takagi-go. You're not asleep yet? Oh, I'm not sleepy yet. Takagi-go looked over. 2 bottles of beer had been opened and drunk long ago. Chapter 47, Drunk. Takagi-go was surprised when Mieko drank 2 beers in a row. I didn't realize Mieko had 2 beers. Mieko, you still drink beer? Takagi-go asked in surprise. It's been a bit of a happy day. Mieko covered her mouth and smiled. I'll have a drink with you then. Takagi-go turned around after that and went to the fridge to get 2 beers. Takagi-go handed her the wine, which Mieko hadn't had in a long time. Used to drink it all because I had lots and lots of things that bothered me. It's the first time I've had a happy as happy drink. 2 beers down. Takagi-go said. By the way, Mieko, shouldn't you be thinking about yourself? On your own? Mieko asked rhetorically. That's right. That's what was said before. Takagi-go said as he looked over at her. Mieko snapped to the fact that Takagi-go did say that before. Mieko murmured. I don't think Mieko is going to back out. I'm going to be very upset if I back out. It won't backfire. And, well, I'll think about myself. That's good. No matter what. I just want Mieko to be herself. Ding. Hirakawa Mieko's favorability +5. Current favorability 95. Added some more. I wonder what will happen to the favorability level when it reaches 100. Mieko had drifted off hearing the words do yourself. As if since her husband's death. Just didn't think about it. Go, I'll be myself. Mieko nodded vigorously. Takagi-go saw this and said, Mieko, why don't you go back to bed? Aha. Mieko said softly. Mieko. Takagi-go called out softly twice. Gotta. It's the same as last time. Ding. Mieko's mood changed from happy to shy, generating a mood value of 100. Currently 1100. Air. Takagi-go's figure lurched, as if she was being lassoed by Mieko again like last time. But it's good news that Mieko isn't too repulsed by a good 95 is still very beatable. In the evening, after Go Takagi had returned to his room, he'd sent a message to Ryohana Taihaku, ask roughly how long it will take for the software to run out. After about a minute, Taiha Aika spoke back, it'll probably go live on Saturday and Sunday, and after it's released, it's going to take a few people to work together to operate and maintain it, and I can't do it alone. Good. You see to it, the salary according to the highest open. I have nothing else as rich. Takagi-go sent the mediocre sentence over. Ding. Taihaiingua's mood changes from calm to admiration, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 1200. The boss is really good. Taihak Younghwa thought it was a bit inappropriate to call her classmate, but she thought it would be better to call her boss. Look formal. Call me boss. Just call me senior. As soon as Taiha Aika thought about how Takagi-go must be a senior if he could make software like this. It's good to call him that for your own junior year. Unbeknownst to me, Takagi-go is a sophomore. Okay, senpai. Do it right. I will. Poor Ryohana is being bullied by Takagi-go without a word. A week has passed. The day of the agreed upon bout between the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Kawaii Kai arrives at the largest martial arts hall in Tokyo. Hirakawa Shiki looked to Takagi-go and asked, is it tight? Not nervous. Takagi-go said lightly. I'm nervous. You're nervous as hell. It's not like you're up for a bout. That being said, we are one. Hirakawa Shiki has been fired since the last time Takagi-go made a scene at the Kawaii Kai. It's so hard to be a wakatu, but it's gone before you can taste it. So Hirakawa Shiki could only hope for Takagi-go. Alright, trust brother. Brother will ensure you honor and wealth. Set sail. Chapter 48, The Peak Battle. Takagi-go rides with Hirakawa Shiki to the largest martial arts school in Tokyo. This martial arts field was magnificent. Hirakawa Shiki got off the bus and couldn't help but marvel. This place is so big. If you buy this place without worrying about food or clothing. Takagi-go smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Little Ji follows his brother around and, brother will marry you lots of sister-in-laws when he's well mixed up. After saying that, he walked towards the martial arts center with great strides. Hirakawa Shiki thought it was normal when he heard the first half of Takagi-go's sentence, but when the second half came out, and he realized something was wrong. Takagi-go really doesn't talk about people. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly followed. The Yamaguchi-gumi and the Kawaii society had already come in full force. It can be said that just waiting for Takagi-go. As for Hirakawa Shiki, no one even cares or notices him. Dozens of pairs of eyes on the field looked at the two of them in unison. Or to be precise, at Takagi-go. Hirakawa Shiki jogged up and whispered to Takagi-go. I told you to come earlier. It's too late now. All looking at the two of us. Takagi-go gave him a look and said, the real protagonist is always the last one on stage. What? You're still sociopathic. I didn't realize that people like Hirakawa-chi were also socially terrified, so it doesn't make sense that they should be. Hirakawa Shiki said, I'm not sociopathic. Hirakawa Shiki has the toughest mouth in his entire body. Takagi-go smiled and stopped talking. Takagi-go and Hirakawa-chi are on the side of the Yakuza. On the Yakuza side was Hiroshi Yamaguchi, Hoken Ikari, and then a bunch of higher-ups that Takagi-go didn't recognize. On the side of the Kawashita society was Kenshiro Kyoto, Nobuyuki Yuno, and then a bunch of executives that Go Takagi didn't recognize. Across the room, Yuno Nobuyuki looked at Takagi-go with eyes that could not wait to eat him, but Takagi-go turned a deaf ear and simply treated him like air. It's up to you, Hirotaka Yamaguchi said. Forget about Ryuga and Takagi-go for now. The matter at hand was more important. Don't worry, there are no accidents with me, Takagi-go said confidently. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded in satisfaction. Whether or not the Yakuza could enter Tokyo depended on this one. Influenced the future fate of the Yakuza. Kenshiro, let's begin our match then, Yamaguchi Hirotaka said smilingly. Kyoto Kenro also smiled and said, Okay, let's begin. Those who didn't know thought what amiable people these two were. Hengji Ryoshi stepped out from inside Kawaii Kai, gleaming at him. Takagi-go could tell by his aura that this one was stronger than everyone Takagi-go had seen before. Hengji Ryoshi, Takagi-go. The two introduced themselves to each other, then hugged. Hengji Ryoshi clenched his hands into fists, his eyes fiercely releasing two brilliant lights. He didn't wait for Takagi-go to strike first, instead choosing to preemptively attack straight up. Takagi-go dodged him swinging two punches, and was primed to conclude that he was hitting hard. The game on the field has begun, and there's a lot of chatter off the field. Ikkyo-sien's eyes were glued to the way Hengji Ryoshi threw his punches. Every punch he threw was just right. Not too much, not too little, and he was able to control the enemy with every move. Worthy of being the #1 master in Tokyo. Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked toward Iko-ken, "What are the chances of winning?" Go Takagi has been on the defensive and has not been on the offensive. Can't figure it out yet. There was a pause in Jiho Hyan's words. Then he continued, "But Takagi-go holds 3 martial arts, so we can wait and see." Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded and turned his head towards the bout. On the other side, the Kawasaki Club has blown up. Some have even popped champagne at halftime. I told you that Hengji Ryoshi would be able to beat Takagi-go. He's not getting hit back here already. I told you so, too. Yeah, Takagi-go is so young. How could he possibly beat Hengji Ryoshi, who's in his prime? I also didn't expect Takagi-go to be such a loser that he couldn't even fight back. Who says it isn't? Kenshiro Kyoto sat there without saying a word. Having seen so many great storms and he knows that you can't look at a person at face value. It's more important to look at what's inside. Takagi-go responded calmly and without panic. Kenshiro Kyoto was already secretly pondering in his mind whether to get rid of Go Takagi or not. If we don't get rid of it, according to Go Takagi's character, it's definitely someone from the Yakuza. It's bound to become a big problem in the future. And now he has the Yakuza to shelter him. It's hard to move. Hengji Ryoshi's attacks are frequently blocked by Takagi-go. Couldn't help but snort coldly, "Do you only know how to hide?" Takagi-go smiled slightly and said, "Haven't you ever heard that the best offense is defense? Then I'll see just how many times you can defend yourself against me. There's a great saying that I can fail 1,000,000 times, but only have to succeed once." Hengji Ryoshi throws a left jab and a right palm, striking Takagi-go with the wind of his powerful punches. Takagi-go postures up defensively, either skimming or swinging his palms to block. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and Takagi-go didn't use a single move. "I'd like to see how much longer you can defend yourself." The two exchanged dozens of moves again. Hengji Ryoshi can't break through Go Takagi's defenses no matter what. The speed and viciousness of Hengji Ryoshi's strikes doubled. Go Takagi has been clobbered. Those who stood on the side of the Kawaii Society couldn't hide the smiles on their faces, and the corners of their mouths couldn't be pressed. Anyone could see that Takagi-go was at a disadvantage. Takagi-go was waiting. He was waiting for a chance to strike the enemy in one blow. The higher the level of the battle, the more important the grasp of a breath of air. It is possible that a slight negligence may be caught by the opponent and thus be a total loss. Hengji Ryoshi is anxious to force Takagi-go to use his own martial arts moves. Last time he had watched Takagi-go strike, he already had a plan to deal with it in his heart. But Takagi-go never refused to make it, making him anxious. It's the equivalent of figuring out which poem your teacher is going to come up with to mime. But the teacher said today that we won't mime. We'll take the test. Hengji Ryoshi's strikes are getting more and more urgent. Takagi-go is instead defending himself without slowing down, as if it were a city wall. He just doesn't make a move. He's just trying to hurry up Hengji Ryoshi. Mistakes are made when you're in a hurry. Ikkyo-sien guessed what Takagi-go was thinking. Confidently, he smiled and said to Hironaka Yamaguchi, who was beside him, "He's looking for the patterns and weaknesses of Hengji Ryoshi's moves. So now can you tell me what percentage of the odds are in my favor?" 70 to 80%. Ikkyo-sien spoke conservatively, and Yamaguchi Hongjon nodded in satisfaction. Kenshiro Kyoto doesn't have a very good look on his face. Things didn't go the way he thought they would, and Takagi-go was dead set against it. Nobuyuki Yuno said to Kenshiro Kyoto, "What if you can't beat them?" As much as he hated Takagi-go, he had to admit that there was a risk of losing this battle. Kenro Kyoto said, "Let's take a look at it first. The Yakuza are all here. It's impossible to make a move." Hengji Ryoshi is getting more and more aggressive with his moves, and Takagi-go has a calm face. In the gap between Hengji Ryoshi's punches, Takagi-go's eyes flashed with brilliance. "It's now." Takagi-go blocked his punch, and then his other hand came from underneath and flat out threw a punch, hitting him in the chest with flying speed. This bout has been won and lost. Chapter 49, Can't Afford to Play. Takagi-go's punch came out fast and flat again. Hengji Ryoshi didn't even look at the speed of his punches, and before the last one came out, the next second the punch had reached the chest. 1 second Hengji Ryushi was standing on the martial arts hall, the next he was on the ground. The scene was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone didn't expect Tokyo's #1 expert to be knocked out by a single move. And against someone so young, the strength was simply terrifying. The people on the side of the Chuan Dao Society had all been dumbfounded. This was not the scene they had originally envisioned. They envision a scenario where Takagi-go falls. The fall of Hengji Ryushi also means that the Yamaguchi group won this bout. Ding! Kenshiro Kyoto's mood has changed from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 1400. Ding! Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from calm to shock, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 1600. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood changes from calm to elation, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 2500. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The faces of everyone on the Chuan Dao Society's side were incredibly dark. Nobuyuki Yuno asked Kenshiro Kyoto, who was beside him, "What do we do now?" Kyoto Kenro's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down in deep thought. Compared to the low atmosphere on the Kawaii side, the Yakuza side is much more cheerful. Everyone had a smile on their face. The two parts of the population are in stark contrast. Takagi-go looked toward the fallen Hengji Ryushi and clasped his fists. "I'll take it. I defy you," Hengji Ryushi said with a vicious look in his eyes. "It's no use." Hirotaka Yamaguchi laughed softly and said to Kenshiro Seda, "How about Kenshiro? You can announce the results now. What's the hurry?" The rules of the jungle. 5 games and 3 wins. 3 out of 5? Yamaguchi Gumi was not happy when they heard it. "And you said this after winning the fight. Take off your pants and you tell me you don't want to. Where is this?" Yamaguchi Hirotaka still had a smile on his face. Just like a smiling man. "Brother Kenro. You can't do that. You didn't say anything before you fought." Hengji Ryushi interrupted Yamaguchi Hirotaka. Turning to Takagi-go, he said, "Dare you to fight me again? If you're a man, come and fight me once. I'll cut you if I'm a brother." Takagi-go was very speechless. "If you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play." The Chuan Inari Association also shouted, "You haven't even made a move. You've been on the defensive the whole time. If I were to strike, I definitely wouldn't be able to beat Hengji Ryushi." "Yes, it is." It was clear that he couldn't afford to play, and Takagi-go rolled his eyes breathlessly, said to them, "Do you really want to do it again?" "Dare. I would dare. Only see if you can catch it. Cut the crap and come or not." "Well then, it's on your 2 out of 3 game system." Takagi-go agreed in one breath. Kenro Kyoto looked at Hirotaka Yamaguchi and said, "How about? Not that I'm the one who said that. They've made up their minds on their own. That's what I say. But if it weren't for you rascals, the victory would have been decided by now." Jihohyun went up and pulled Takagi-go, whispering, "Why are you still agreeing to him? It's clear they're playing hard to get. Calm down. Calm down. Don't worry. No surprises with me." Takagi-go smiled at him in relief. He was going to crush Hengji Ryushi out of existence. This time, to smash his mouth in. Come on. The second duel between the two began with both men taking their positions. This time Takagi-go didn't keep defending like he did in the first round, but took the initiative. "Didn't you say I always play defense? This time, I'll show you what martial arts means." Takagi-go strikes quickly. Hengji Ryushi's heart rejoices as he waits for Takagi-go to take the initiative. As expected, he had anticipated Takagi-go's path, as envisioned by Tsuneji Ryushi. Snap! Hengji Ryushi darts in and out, blocking both Takagi-goku's moves. Takagi-go couldn't help but let out a shocked gasp as he finally realized why Hengji Ryushi had been forcing him to make a move. Turns out it was prepared. Chapter 50, A Complete Loss. Martial Arts Hall. Takagi-go was surprised to find that the moves he had made were clearly seen by Hengji Ryushi. It was like guessing the moves he was going to make. Hengji Ryushi couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "If you had made a move, the person who fell to the ground just now would have been you." Mud. It can still be spoken like that. Takagi-go sort of opened his eyes. Takagi-go laughed and said, "Never make excuses for your dishes. Believe it or not, the one who falls to the ground with my hand is still you. You can try. Just try it." Go Takagi uses 3 punches in a row. Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and Jeet Kune Do, in combination with each other. There are a million variations. Hengji Ryushi hurriedly performed his stance to fend off Takagi-go's attack that was so ferocious that it didn't give a moment's respite. He was beaten back by Takagi-go. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded in satisfaction. Now the hanging heart could be put down. Reassured and at the same time marveling at the power of Takagi-go's strength. Truly a master of martial arts. Hirotaka Yamaguchi can't help but admire Go Takagi's talent. But just because of that wasn't enough to be their Yakuza son-in-law. And Kenshiro Kyoto's side should not be underestimated. Hengji Ryushi can only defend himself against the furious attack. The offense and defense are different. Well, still talking big or not? Hengji Ryoshi kept flashing images in his head. He wondered what move Takagi Go was going to make next. 4 rounds were exchanged, and Hengji Ryoshi was losing ground. And finally, in the 5th round, he predicted the path of Takagi Go's punch, preparing for a counterattack. Takagi Go responded hastily. "It's time for me to fight back," Hengji Ryoshi said with a smile. Hengji Ryoshi threw a punch as he had guessed earlier, and responded to it. Takagi Go's brow was furrowed. Hengji Ryoshi did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve to be the #1 master in Tokyo. "I had to think for 5 days and 5 nights to come up with a way to deal with this. You will lose this battle." Another halftime champagne break. The expression on Takagi Go's face wasn't the least bit flustered. It was very flat. Shinyuki Yuno's old face unfolded like a chrysanthemum when he saw that Ryoshi Hengji had fought back. "Chairman, I knew Hengji Ryoshi wouldn't lose." Kenro Kyoto nodded down. Hirotaka Yamaguchi turned toward Aiko-ken, who was off to the side, and asked, "What's going on?" "Hengji Ryoshi has guessed Takagi Go's way of throwing a punch," Ikyo-sian explained. "To put it in layman's terms, it's looking through the bottom of High Mother Goose pants." Yamaguchi Hirotaka's brow furrowed as he listened. This was not good news. It's going to be hard for Takagi Go to win this fight, but it's a good thing the system is 3 out of 5. If you lose this one, you still have 3 more to go. Let's see what happens on the field first. Takagi Go switches from offense to defense at this point. Hengji Longji said triumphantly, "It's not too late for you to admit defeat." "Admit defeat? But I don't need to." Takagi Go swung a punch and then immediately withdrew a meter away. "System, I want to exchange martial arts. Ask the host to pick a martial art." Instead of picking one, Takagi Go aimed his gaze directly at the Bachi Kempo. Baji Palm 500 emotional value. There is a saying that there is Taiji to secure the world, and there are 8 poles in the martial arts to set the world in order. This statement speaks volumes about the importance of Baji Kwan. Baji Kwan is strong and vigorous, and vibrates the feet to send out energy. This is the perfect punch to use against Ryoshi Kenji. Baji Kwan. Does the host confirm the exchange of Baji Fist? Yes. Redemption successful. Baji Fist, Grandmaster, has been placed in the host's backpack. Current mood value 200. If you want to admit defeat, hurry up, or I'll beat the out of you later. You can't admit defeat even if you want to. Who said I was going to concede? Takagi Go's words lurched. Then he said, "The real competition has just begun." Voila! Takagi Go rushes forward, and Hengji Ryoshi postures up anticipating the moves he might throw. Go Takagi swings for the fences, but it's not what Ryoshi Hengji expected. The stance he was using changed. It was a different kind of punch. It's amazing that Takagi Go is hiding another hand. What? Hengji Ryoshi's eyes widened in horror and he actually froze. And by the time he reacted to the Takagi Go's fist had already reached his chest. The strength of the 8 extreme fist was so powerful that Hengji Longji's mouth immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Everyone was shocked once again. What the hell? One move and he's defeated. Ji Haoxian was elated, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and he could see that. Takagi Go used his 4th martial art. This son is as terrifying as he is. Ding! Ji Hohyun's mood changes from nervousness to shock, generating an emotional value of 500. Current mood value 2500. Oh heck! I've earned back the emotional value I used up earlier in one fell swoop. Hengji Longji spat out a mouthful of blood and said, You're actually hiding a backhand." Takagi Go smiled slightly and said, "It may have been more than one hand. I may have kept many hands." Hengji Ryoshi was silent as he didn't know if what Takagi Go said was true or not. Ha ha. Good. Yamaguchi Hirotaka clapped his hands. Takagi Go winning is undoubtedly what he wants to see the most. Kenro has one more fight. I just don't know if Hengji Ryoshi can resist. I'm sorry, Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked with a smile. Kenshiro Kyoto clenched his teeth. With only one more game left to go, the odds were against him as well. Hengji Ryoshi is such a loser. He can't catch so many chances given to him. I'm not convinced. Again. Hengji Ryoshi said as he spat and stood up to look at Takagi Go. You don't like it, do you? Let's play another round. It's the last game. I'm not coming if you're cheating again. Takagi Go spat. Mieko was still waiting for him to come home for dinner. If Hirakawa Shiki on the other side knew what he was thinking, he'd be very surprised. When you come home for dinner, what am I? The two rested for 10 minutes before the third and final bout officially began. After 2 bouts, Hengji Ryoshi's moves and stamina are almost used up, and Go Takagi is fine at all. That's the young man. The third handful of Hengji Ryoshi didn't even last 5 minutes before being knocked out by a punch from Takagi Go. President, we should be able to announce the results now, right? You can't have another 3 out of 5 rounds. Takagi Go sneered at Kyoto Kenro. Kenshiro Kyoto has pulled a fast one, but he can't keep doing it. The Yakuza are still over here. If he dares to play it twice, I guess the Yakuza will have to take up the machete. Kenshiro brother is obliged. Humph. Kyoto Kenshiro coldly grunted as he walked out of the martial arts center, directly ignoring Henji Ryushi. Nobuyuki Yuno hurriedly followed. Ding! Kenshiro Kyoto's mood has changed from nervousness to anger, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 300. Ding! Nobuyuki Yuno's mood has changed from nervousness to anger, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 3500. Having earned another large sum, Takagi-go didn't care if they were angry or not. The mission is finally complete and it's time for this to come to an end. Hirotaka Yamaguchi stood up, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, because he knew that after today the Yakuza will go on to greater glory. And all thanks to the young man in front of me. Honestly, I'm curious who you learned all these martial arts from? Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked suspiciously. I guess I can go without saying this. Certainly. I promised one thing, as per previous agreement. Say, what do you want? Money, or power, or... Before Takagi-go could wait for Yamaguchi Hirotaka to finish, he interrupted. I want you to help me protect someone. Who? Misato Hanaka. Takagi-go isn't afraid that Kawada will retaliate against him, but Misato isn't. Why do you like her? Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked with interest. Never mind if I like it or not. Answer or not. Takagi-go actually lost out without question, both in power and money. It's all so much better than this. But Takagi-go surprisingly chose to give that up to protect a woman. Okay, I promise. For Hirotaka Yamaguchi, that's certainly a good exchange. He's a businessman who never makes a loss. Keep your word. G's gone. Go home for dinner. Takagi-go greeted Hirakawa Shiki, only to see Hirakawa Ji walk out from the crowd with an aggrieved look on his face. He said, You've forgotten me. Chapter 51 Business Empire. Hirakawa Shiki has a little aggrieved look on his face, just like a girl. You forgot me. Takagi-go slapped his head and said with a smile, I really forgot about you. Takagi-go then said to Yamaguchi Hirotaka, This is my friend, Hirakawa Shiki. He used to be in the Kawaii Kai. Then he was removed from the Kawaii Kai because of me. Can you get him to join the Yakuza? Hirakawa Shiki was tense inside at this point. He faced someone of the caliber of the head of the Yakuza once. You know, there are many people who have never even met the head of the Yakuza. Hearing this, Yamaguchi Hirotaka glanced at Hirakawa Ji and spoke. Your name is Hirakawa Ji? Hirakawa Shiki nodded, swallowed and said, Right. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from excitement to nervousness, generating 200 mood value. Current mood value 3700. Good. Yamaguchi Hirotaka agreed in a single breath. This matter was nothing to him at all. Besides, Hirakawa knows Takagi-go. Maybe we can rely on him to use Takagi-go again in the future. Another solid deal. Okay, then we'll go ahead. Takagi-go gave them a brief word of farewell and left the place with Hirakawa Shiki. After leaving the martial arts center, Hirakawa Shiki felt like it was all a dream. Takagi-go wondered, Why are you looking at me all the time? I like women. Not interested in men. Are you Takagi-go or not? Of course it is. Who am I if not Takagi-go? I feel like a different person since you woke up from your coma. Character not only changed, but there would be many things he didn't know about. It's a far cry from what it was before. The two men walked forward and backward as they walked. Hirakawa Shiki finally realized something was wrong after all. Have you? Maybe you don't know me well enough. Takagi-go casually made an excuse to pass it off, not really wanting to chat too much on the subject. Where are we going now? Of course you're going home for dinner. You're not hungry. Well, I'm kind of hungry too when you say that. The two of them went home and Mieko had already made dinner. Once home, you can eat a hot meal. A good wife and son is how many people pursue the goal law. Shiki Hirakawa joined the Yakuza, and with Go Takagi's recommendation, your future accomplishments will be higher and not lower than those in the Kawaii Kai. Gangs in the land of small days were long ago not about fighting and killing, but about people. Gee, you met something happy. I've seen you come back with a smile on your face that hasn't stopped. Mieko asked suspiciously. It wasn't like this when we went out in the morning. Why did it change once we went out for a walk? Yes? Hirakawa Shiki asked with a smile. Go, do you think there is one? Mieko asked as she turned her head towards Go Takagi. Takagi-go nodded thoughtfully. Indeed he has. He should have a girlfriend. As soon as Hirakawa Chi heard that, he hurriedly denied it. Nonsense. I didn't. Seeing him like this, Mieko thought he was afraid of himself and added, Chi, when will you bring it home? Mom, don't listen to him. There's no such thing. Alright then. Bring it back when you want to bring whatever you want. Let's eat first. Hirakawa Shiki glared at Takagi-go, who didn't look at him and cheerfully went off to eat. After dinner, Takagi Go called Taika Aika to the Ask Penguin if the software is finished or not. This can be about the growth of a business empire later on. Hey, did Younghwa get it right? The boss got it right. Yeah, well, you email it to me. Takagi Go hung up the phone and knocked on Hirakawa Shiki's door. Only he has a computer inside his room. After a while Hirakawa Shiki opened the door and he asked, "What for?" Takagi Go's eyes glanced towards the inside. "I don't think there's anything in here I can't look at." "You said. What are you talking about?" "Of course not." Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 3900. What's the point of being shy without you? Takagi Go mentally spat. That'll do. Takagi Go walked right in and sat down in front of Hirakawa Shiki's computer. What are you doing?" Hirakawa Shiki asked as he rushed forward. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from nervous to very nervous, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 4400. Takagi Go's eyes rolled back and realized something was wrong. "I'm using your computer. Why are you so nervous? Is there something unseemly on your computer?" "Nonsense. Not at all. Not at all." "That's good." Hirakawa Shiki sat next to Takagi Go, keeping a close eye on him, not letting go of the slightest movement he made. If Go Takagi makes a move to click on the browser or the D panel, desperately trying to snatch the mouse, Takagi Go moved the mouse and placed it on the hard disk. Looking back at Hirakawa Shiki, how could Takagi Go not see that his little mind? Just teasing him. It's better to get down to business. Takagi Go logged on to his email directly, and Taiha Aika sent the software over. "What's this?" Hirakawa Shiki asked curiously. "You'll find out later." Hirakawa Shiki didn't know that what would later affect the entire world of just the initial run on his little computer. Chapter 52, Virus Software. It didn't take long for the Penguin communication software to finish downloading. A red penguin avatar appears on the desktop. Hirakawa Shiki asked, "What is this thing?" He suspects that Takagi Go has downloaded inexplicable software on his computer. Takagi Go said mysteriously, "You'll find out later." This can't be virus software for you. You think I'm you? I'm not getting off that thing." "I didn't get off either." "Okay." After downloading it, Takagi Go directly clicked on the software, then enter a number, 001, password, 123456789. Click on login and log on afterward. The 4 offline buddies inside his list were 002, 003, and 004. "Now you can tell me what it is." Hirakawa Shiki looked confused. Takagi Go said at that moment, "This is the chat software I invented." "Chat program?" "Right. With this program you can chat over the internet, not through text messages. You can chat as long as you have internet." Hirakawa Shiki immediately recognized this business opportunity. "And this software is definitely a disruptive presence. You researched it." "Of course. Who else would I be?" Hirakawa Shiki said with a twinkle in his eye. "This is to create an account, right?" "Of course. I'm going to be 002. Hirakawa Shiki said in one breath that if he told the world that he was number 2, it's sure to elicit envious glances from others. It's a chance to play hard to get. It's hopeless. Someone's already pawned it. Yamaguchi Ryohana? Takagi Go shook his head, and Hirakawa Shiki couldn't help but be surprised. "I can't believe it's not Ryuga. Is it hard to believe that it's Misato Hanaka?" The spirit of gossip flared up inside Hirakawa Shiki. "It should be these two, right?" "No. Who the hell is that?" A person's name popped out of Takagi Go's mouth. "Hirakawa Mieko." Holy. After a few seconds Hirakawa Shiki accepted the reality. "Then I'll be number 003. Hirakawa Shiki retreated to number 3. Number 3 is Ryuga. Number 4 is Misato. Takagi Go named 2 names in a row, and number 3 and 4 were set. Stop. There's always no one left at number 6 then. Hirakawa Chi shouted hastily. "No. Great. I'll be number 6. Hirakawa Chi said with great joy. "Number 6? 6 is no good." "For what?" "No one at number 6 won't let me be. There's no love, is there?" "There's no for what?" "Number 10. When you're not." "Dang. Okay, I'll let Younghwa know." Takagi Go picked up his cell phone and texted Aiwa away. "Okay." Takagi Go tested other functions and found nothing wrong with them. It's not too far off from the previous life. Satisfied, Takagi Go backed the penguin out. The company had already been registered long ago, and the name was Rya Goku Group. Rya naturally took Ryohana. After all, the money was borrowed towards her. Tomorrow, Sunday, it will be released for use. There was no telling what kind of splash it would cause, and to be honest Takagi Go was apprehensive. If he lost his money, "I'm going to give my body to Ryuga myself." In the blink of an eye Sunday arrived and Penguin software was released on the internet. The operation of the software definitely can't rely only on Taiha Inghua and the girls, it has to need more talents. You're going to need a lot of them in the future. And you have to be prepared for afterward to do that. It's just a foundation now. Takagi Go. In order to make the software achieve better results. It was purposely advertised on TV and on the computer at great expense. He knew that this money could not be saved. As expected, today the Penguin communication software exploded directly. It's all over the internet and people are posting about the software. There isn't a single communication program in the world, including Facebook and so on. The market is very large. The whole world. Takagi Go opens Hirakawa Shiki's computer and browses the internet for information. It's basically all positive reviews. But of course there are some bad ones. Takagi Go knew very well in his heart that there would definitely be both favorable and unfavorable reviews for an item that appeared. The first step was pretty successful. Gotta get in touch with Younghwa and get her to roll out the one for the app on her phone as well. Hey, Aika, you remembered to push the ones on your cell phone out together. Oh good. Takagi Go realized that Taihei Aika was two people online and offline. And that offline was very sociopathic. And on the line and loose. Once the explanation was clear, Takagi Go turned off his computer and went to find Mieko, intending to fulfill Mieko's other wish. I don't know if I can get to 100% goodwill. Mieko was currently sitting on the couch watching TV, which was showing romance TV. It's true that rom-coms are what people want to watch. Mieko, Takagi Go shouted. What's wrong? Mieko asked, twisting her head around. Have you seen the Penguin software that was just released today? See? What's wrong? I see that their company is in desperate need of hiring. Do you want to give it a try? Yeah, how's this company? The company is on the upswing. You can't go wrong with future growth. And again, it's just getting started now. It's in need of someone. Mieko, you can definitely go. Takagi Go said encouragingly as he sat next to her. Mieko nodded her head in agreement with what he said. I'll go check it out tomorrow then? Why don't I come with you? May I? Of course, there's very little to do tomorrow. Then thank you in advance. Go. Chapter 53, Application for Employment. Mieko, I created a number for you. Number 002 and the password is your name. Oh, really? I'm not going to lie to you about this. Come on, I'll take you for a look. Mieko goes with Takagi Go to Hirakawa Shiki's room. The only one with a computer. Takagi Go was very careful when he opened Hirakawa Shiki's computer. Afraid to open something he shouldn't. Afraid to see something you shouldn't. Tap on the Penguin communication program. Takagi Go said while explaining. That's how Mieko operates. Takagi Go showed Mieko by hand. Will do. Mieko looked to that friends list. My friend, a gray avatar stays still. Who's this? Mieko asked, pointing. That's me. Takagi Go said. You can add others later. Then can you create one for me in? This is the only number I want to add you to. Takagi Go froze. Then immediately said. Of course. It seemed that he was still very high in Mieko's heart. Takagi Go created a random number for Mieko without having Aika register it internally. Special numbers like this one. Takagi Go had told Ryohana to keep them. Maybe give them away later. As soon as Hirakawa Shiki enters the house, he realizes that no one, and there was some noise in his room, and Hirakawa Shiki froze. It's not in his room, is it? Hirakawa Shiki immediately rushed inside his room and, sure enough, Takagi Go and Mieko were sitting in front of the computer. He immediately ran over to them and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that nothing had been messed with. She is back. Hirakawa Shiki nodded. You guys, what are you doing? Oh, Go just registered my number. Hirakawa Shiki then remembered that Takagi Go had said that yesterday. He got his number yesterday. Mieko, this will do the trick. You can just use it later. I'm going out to make a call. Good. Takagi Go walked out and picked up the phone to call Ryuga as well as Misato separately. Give them the number. The first step was successful. Then the second step has to be taken. Penguin communication software can only make money by advertising money. And Takagi Go doesn't really want to mess with the old horse member thing from his previous life. After all, we have to be conscientious entrepreneurs. Next, Takagi Go intends to start an e-commerce business. Gotta pull in a bunch of money first. Sunday passed quickly, and Takagi Go had very little to do on Monday. He made an appointment with Mieko to go to the Ryugo group together at 10 o'clock in the morning. Takagi Go and Mieko get out of the car. It's time to get a car. It's not convenient to take a cab all the time. Mieko asked towards Go Takagi. Go. It's amazing that this company has a word among your name. Of course there is. It's the one I started. Ha. It's probably a coincidence. Takagi Go made a random excuse. Mieko wasn't overly skeptical. After all, it was probably just coincidence. If she was told that Takagi Go was the owner of this business, Mieko wouldn't believe it either. Mieko looked at the company in front of her, her two hands rubbing back and forth, showing her nervousness. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from calm to tense. generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 4600. Takagi Go smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, Mieko. I'm here. Don't worry. You absolutely can." He gave a word of encouragement to Mieko as he had already greeted Aika. Mieko exhaled deeply at that. Not nervous, not nervous. Let's go. After saying that, the two of them walked into the Ryogoku group together. Chapter 54, Let's Go Play at My House. Where the Ryogo group is located is not the center of Tokyo. As for why Takagi Go didn't choose the center of the city, the reason is that it saves money. It's important to spend the money where it counts. Takagi Go entered the office building together. And at this time the Ryogo group was still very small and seemed very cold. There were two other people in front of Mieko, both of them sitting in chairs outside the office. Mieko's palms were sweating as she applied for a position in marketing. I don't know if I'll be successful in applying for the job. After about half an hour, the person in front of Mieko in line went in and came out. Next person Mieko Hirakawa. A girl came out of it and shouted, "Go, I'm going in first." Takagi Go smiled and encouraged Mieko saying, "Go for it Mieko, I'm sure you're the best." Mieko heaved her head. Takagi Go wasn't worried at all because he'd already said hello, and it was Aika who interviewed Mieko inside. Just going through the motions. After 10 minutes. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from nervous to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 5100. Takagi Go knew it was over as soon as he heard it, or else why was Mieko so happy? Mieko came out of the office, looking as radiant as someone in her 20s. Takagi Go got up and smiled. "How's Mieko?" "It's not bad, and while she hasn't said it outright, I have a hunch that she should be quite pleased with me. See, I told you there was absolutely no problem. Ha ha, I'm really thankful for Go. I wouldn't have come without you telling me. Still, Mieko is excellent. How would you like to thank me, Mieko?" Takagi Go said immoderately as a smile spread across his face. Mieko's face flushed as she immediately thought the wrong thing. Can't help it that women her age do know a lot. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changed from happy to shy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 5300. Shy. Takagi Go mentally froze. He didn't say anything either. "Why don't I buy you dinner?" Mieko said after some thought. Could be. When it was said and done, the two went straight to a nearby restaurant. Takagi Go had purposely chosen a fine restaurant for this meal, and he definitely couldn't let Mieko treat him. Celebrating Mieko getting a new job, Takagi Go said as he held up his glass. "It's not set in stone yet. You can't get too happy too soon. Mieko, I'm sure you absolutely can. Thank you Go for caring about me." The two finished this meal and then got up and went home. As soon as they entered the house, Mieko and Takagi Go saw Hirakawa Shiki sitting on the couch, eyes glaring at both of them. Little Chi. Mom, I'd like to ask if I'm your biological child or not." "Why do you ask that? Chi, you two went out to dinner and left me at home again." Hirakawa Shiki added weight to the syllables of the word. "Ha ha, Chi, sorry we forgot." Takagi Go apologized to him Hirakawa Shiki, but there was no apology visible on his face at all. He was still smiling. "Have you eaten yet, Chi, or should I make you some?" Mieko said. "I've already eaten." After saying that, Hirakawa Chi went back to his room. In the afternoon, Takagi Go went out to find Misato Hanaka. Takagi Go sends a message to Ryohana while he's on his way there. Let him will tell Mieko about her acceptance this afternoon. He really wanted to see what kind of reward the system would give after Mieko's second wish was granted. After 10 minutes, Takagi Go's cell phone rang, and it was Mieko calling. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 200. 5,500. Without answering the phone, Takagi Go knew that Mieko should have gotten the message. "Hello," Takagi Go said as he picked up the phone. "Go, I got the news. It's accepted." "Really? Mieko, congratulations. I've been saying for a long time that you'll be able to do it. Go, it's really so much fun." The salary offered to her by the Ryage group was considered high, and the work she needed to do was not tiring. Ding, ding, ding. Mieko Hirakawa's second wish is to find a stable job in Tokyo, square root. Reward the host, only wolf, with a game pack. Has been sent to the host's backpack. Takagi Goku's eyes lit up. Speaking as a fan of the game, this game is a 3A masterpiece that has set the world on fire. It's a big moneymaker, and you can make a fortune off of one game of Takagi Go. It didn't take long for Takagi Go to arrive at Misato's doorstep. Misato had been waiting outside the door for Takagi Go. Been waiting long? Takagi Go asked. No. Misato shook her head. So where are we going to play? Why don't we go to my house and play? Takagi Go froze and went to your house to play. How can that be? I'm a decent man. How can I go to your house to play? Takagi Go pretended to say. Then that's not good. Misato froze. What's wrong with that? Also, Let's go. Chapter 55, What's done is done. Takagi Go was still apprehensive. After all, this was his first time going home with a girl. Mieko isn't called a girl. She's called a woman. What to do? So scared. 0. Misato Hanaka's home is small. Just one room. And apparently it's her own rented house. Misato looked at her cramped hut and smiled to herself. It's small. Takagi Go smiled and said, actually, the size of the house isn't very important. The most important thing is to see with whom. I'd live in a smaller place if it was with you. Misato's heart welled up with emotion as she listened. It was rare to meet a man who was so sympathetic to her. Ding! Hanaka Misato's mood changes from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 600. Takagi Go realized that of all the people he met, only Misato's emotions could make such waves. It means she's a sensitive person at heart. Takagi Go's eyes glowed softly. Misato sat on the edge of the bed and told her story. My parents divorced a long time ago. They haven't bothered me since. Takagi Go finally realizes why Misato is working at the breakfast store. Misato is revealing her own scars to me. Takagi Go reached out and wrapped his arms around Misato. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. That was Takagi Go's promise to her. Ding! Hanaka Misato's favorability is plus 30. Current favorability is 85. 3 raffle chances given. 11 raffle chances so far, adding 30 favorability. Takagi Go was really surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that one of my promises could cause such a big ripple. Like me? This is not the time to hide your mind and just say it. Takagi Go was a light to Misato. One and only one light. Ding! Misato's wish to rid herself of school bullies, square root, is detected as complete. Reward the host with a milk tea recipe prize pack. After determining their intentions, an ambiguous atmosphere passes between the two. Find the cherry on top and kiss it straight on. What was supposed to happen happened. And for the first time, Takagi Go experienced such a wonderful feeling. How can I say this, but it's fantastic. Does it hurt? Takagi Go asked softly. Misato gave a shy, soft which doesn't hurt at first. Takagi Go let out a soft laugh. Can I cook for you tonight? Misato asked in surprise. And you can cook, Takagi Go said proudly. Of course, you can't think of anything else. There's nothing I won't. So many little stars instantly popped up in Misato's eyes. But, Takagi Go looked down at Misato with an aggressive gaze in his eyes. But what? Misato asked curiously. I'll have to charge some interest though. Interest? Misato cocked her head, not understanding the deeper meaning in Takagi Go's words. If Mieko were here she'd probably get it in an instant second. That's the benefit of maturity. Right. Takagi Go's hands were getting restless again. Misato then understood what he meant by interest in his mouth, and her face instantly reddened. This time, it lasted another hour. An hour later, Takagi Go was content to get up and go out to buy groceries. System, redeem my cooking skills. Okay. Takagi Go's mind appeared to cook with a mood value of 100. Holy, you're practically robbing. That's so shady. Agree you're pricing it that way? Hosts, children and men. By absolutely not fooled. I'll believe the hell out of you. And by absolutely no fooling around. Forget about it. Takagi Go still paid 10,000 emotion value for it, for no other reason than Misato, consuming 100 emotional value, currently at 500 emotional value. The reward has been put to the backpack. Takagi Go wasn't a bad idea when he thought about it. He might be able to use it in the future. Takagi Go strolls through the food market, and his keen senses notice that someone is following him. It's easy to spook people now. So Takagi Go finishes the groceries in no hurry and prepares to go back to Misato's house. As he was walking down the alley, a group of people suddenly rushed out. Chapter 56, Separation. Working for whom? Takagi Go asked lightly as he looked to them. Like you don't need to know, said the man at the head of the group, who was big and strong and brave. Takagi Go already had an answer in mind. He himself didn't seem to have offended anyone other than the Kawaii Society. Of the Kawaii institution? Takagi Go said with a rhetorical question. The man at the head of the group visibly froze, and Takagi Go validated the suspicion in his heart even more. It must be Kawaii Kai without a doubt. Did Nobuyuki Yuno tell you guys that you alone can't do anything to me? Cut the crap and die. Takagi Go smiled disdainfully. You're the ones who deserve to die. A group of them rushed up together, and Takagi Go couldn't see the slightest bit of panic. Poised, Takagi Go put the dish aside first. This can't be ruined or there won't be any dinner for the night. Misato was still waiting for him to go home and cook dinner. So Takagi Go came down very fast in this fight. Never put it off when you can get it over with quickly. In less than 10 minutes, a large number of people had collapsed on the ground. Takagi Go looked at the fallen man and said indifferently, tell the old thief you know that it's not enough to get me guys. After saying that, he took a big step towards Misato. On the way, Takagi-go ponders the question of whether or not Kaworu Inari will let him go easily. Instead of being reactive, we should be proactive. Takagi-go knew he wasn't strong enough to fight it at the moment, but others could. His first thought was of an old friend, the Yakuza. Imagine who wouldn't want to be number one. And Takagi-go couldn't believe that the Yakuza didn't. Gotta go talk to Hirotaka Yamaguchi. Takagi-go arrived at Misato's house thinking about it. Entering the doorway, Misato steamed the rice. Why are you back so late? Misato asked suspiciously. Usually it doesn't take her this long to buy groceries. Oh, met an acquaintance and chatted for a while, Takagi-go said with a smile. After saying that, Takagi-go got up and went into the kitchen. Do you need a hand with that? Misato asked. No, you just sit down. Misato felt like she was living her life now as if she were in her 30s or 40s. Warm and quiet. It would be nice to live like this all the time. After about 20 minutes, Takagi-go came out from inside the kitchen. 3 or 4 dishes were made and the aroma spread throughout the house. Misato had originally thought that she would be satisfied if she could just make it and eat it, but she didn't expect it to smell so good. I didn't realize you were such a good cook. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? I never lie. Takagi-go lied without blushing at all and said it as if it were true. Hurry up and taste what it tastes like. Good. Misato sat down and Takagi-go handed her a serving of rice. Taking a bite, Misato's eyes instantly widened. It was really, really good. Well, yummy hey. Ha ha, if it's good you eat more. The system produces a fine product, and he or she has spent a lot of money on it. After dinner, Takagi-go spent some more time with Misato. When it was dark and the moon was high in the sky, Takagi-go then said, Misato, it's getting late, I should go. Misato let go of his hand, her mood momentarily dropping. Although he knew he was sad to see Takagi-go leave, there was no way around it. Well, there's a present for you tomorrow. A gift? What gift? You'll find out tomorrow. There's no surprise if you tell me now. Takagi-go left that suspense for tomorrow. Misato went to the door and looked at Go Takagi and asked, Go, we'll always be together? She's so insecure. That's why she has to ask. Again and again. Confirmation after confirmation. Of course it will. Trust me. Okay, I believe you. After saying goodbye, Takagi-go strolled outside alone. Seems like it's time to get a car. Having a car will be a lot easier, but all the money is now invested in the company, and I can't get any extra money for a while. Although you can borrow from Ryuga, you can't always borrow. Gotta push a wolf out in a hurry. Takagi-go returns to Mieko's house. By now, Mieko has already made dinner. Go is back. Hurry up and eat, Mieko said as she greeted him. Mieko, I've already eaten, Takagi-go explained. Hirakawa Shiki became interested when he heard it. Guess I went out to eat with the other little girls again. Chapter 57, Envy. Guess I went out to eat with the other little girls again. Takagi-go couldn't help but laugh. What? You envy me first? Hirakawa Chi immediately denied. Nonsense. I wouldn't envy you. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value 5300. Takagi-go laughed in his heart, and said you weren't envious. Mieko, I'm going to go inside first and rest. After saying that, Takagi-go got up and went back to his room. Upon returning to his room, Takagi-go immediately called Aika. Hey, Younghwa. Hey, senpai. Takagi-go was still enjoying himself a little bit listening to Ryohana's call of senpai. Did you upload the communication software on your cell phone? Uploaded. Just what? It's just a little understaffed. Then it's up to you to recruit. Don't worry, money is not a problem. I don't have anything else but money. Oh, good. By the way, I've got another game here. You launch it too. Put up the trailer to preview it. We'll be back online next week, and I'll send you the pricing later. Good. After getting things in order, Takagi-go lay down on his bed, trying to figure out what to do about the Kawaii Council. Kawasaki is involved in many fields, including real estate, finance, and automotive. Among other industries, there are 3 major gangs in the country of Little Daylight, and these 3 don't bother each other, each with their own turf. The fact that the Yakuza wants to move into Tokyo already indicates that he wants to upset the balance. After all, who doesn't have a desire to be number one? Takagi-go intends to join forces with the Yamaguchi group to fight against the Kawasaki. After thinking about it, Takagi-go was ready to go into dreamland and sleep. Kawasaki Rice Club. At this point, the atmosphere in the conference room was very somber. Kenshiro Kyoto sat in the center, and the tables around him were filled with the top brass of the Kawaii Society. Stupid! Who told you to go to Takagi-go in private? Kyoto Kenro yelled at Yuno Nobuyuki. President, I'm just angry. Should I just watch him leave unharmed? I'm sorry, said Nobuyuki Yuno, unconvinced. Takagi-go has completely disrupted their plans. Did I say to spare him? So what does the president mean? You don't think about who's standing behind him. The Yakuza? Kyoto Kenro nodded and said, A little Takagi-go is nothing to be afraid of. Mainly behind him stood the Yamaguchi Gumi understand. Fortunately, did not reveal his identity, but has also hit the grass. The snake. It's going to take a long time to deal with them. Shinyuki Yuno clenched his fists tightly. What would happen to his precious daughter? Isn't it bullying for nothing? Speaking as a daughter slave, he had to make Takagi-go pay. Chapter 58, A Dream? It's not a dream. The first rays of the morning sun came in. Mieko woke up from her sleep. She had a dream. A very real and true dream. She dreamed that something happened with Go that shouldn't have happened. Like it wasn't a dream. Where dreams were so real. She felt her body tingle. Yesterday, she was inexplicably annoyed when she learned what came out of Hirakawa Shiki's mouth. A seed had actually been planted in her mind that this seed grows in silence. If it's not a dream, that's reality. Then how should I face Go? Mieko's heart was in turmoil. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to irritable, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 5500. Mieko thought for a while without coming up with a result, and could only get up. As soon as he went out, he saw Takagi go outside. Good morning, Mieko, Takagi-go said as he greeted her with a smile. Morning, morning, Mieko similarly greeted back, remembering yesterday's scene as soon as she saw Takagi-go. Can't tell if it's a dream or reality. Mieko's face instantly reddened, and Takagi-go acted as if nothing had happened, giving Mieko the wrong impression. Is it really a dream? Mieko, come and eat. Takagi-go's words interrupted her thoughts, and Mieko responded. Ah, good. Mieko walked over to the dining room table and asked incredulously. You made this? Of course mine did it. It's hard to believe that it wasn't mine or that it was made by Xiaoji. I don't know. Takagi-go joked. Hirakawa-chi, are you polite? I'm lying down and getting shot. Mieko added. I can't even cook a basic meal, let alone one that smells this good. Mieko, try it and see how it tastes. Takagi-go passed the chopsticks over and Mieko opened her rosy lips to taste it. As soon as it was in her mouth, Mieko's eyebrows immediately raised and she proceeded to taste a few chopsticks. Yummy, yummy, eat more. The skills that you bought with your emotional value. Then you mustn't use them properly a few more times to earn back your capital. Go, how did you know how to cook? Mieko was a little puzzled by the fact that his cooking tasted just too good to be true. It's almost better than what she does herself. Didn't he not know how to cook before? Takagi-go humbly said. Maybe it's a bit of talent. I learned it after doing it a few times. If anyone else heard him, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Do you have to be such a pussy? Mieko nodded, thinking that it was true. Chi's talent was just worse. He couldn't learn how to do it. At that moment, the door to Hirakawa Shiki's room opened. No one called me at dinner. There's no love left. There really isn't. Hirakawa-chi yelled and came out from inside the room. He was feeling more and more like an outsider. Mieko smiled and explained. It was Go who cooked. I was about to go get you. Hirakawa Shiki showed a surprised expression and pointed at Takagi-go. He cooks. No kidding. How could he cook? It's really made by Go. Hirakawa Shiki saw Mieko reconfirming, and that's when he believed her. Is it made to be eaten? You shall not know whether it is edible or not until you taste it. Hirakawa Shiki picked up his chopsticks and picked up the rice and tasted it, indeed finding it to be delicious. Even better than Mieko's cooking. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 5700. Really? Did you really make this? It's so delicious. Hirakawa Shiki's words lurched and, eyes dead set on Takagi-go said, there's something else you're hiding from me. From the initial display of martial arts, to the Penguin communication software, to this handful of cooking skills. Mud. Takagi-go is simply a perfect person. Mud. God is so unfair. There's a lot you don't know. Takagi-go said vaguely. After dinner, Takagi-go takes Hirakawa Shiki to the Yakuza's lair. I brought Hirakawa Shiki with me because he joined the Yakuza. So it's good to show his face. Maybe Hirakawa Shiki can even become the vice leader. That way there's an extra helper later on. 2. Car. Hirakawa-chi asked. What are you doing in the Yamaguchi group again this time? It's hard not to go to another fight like the last one. Takagi-go crossed his legs and rested his hands on the back seat of the car. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. It's about people. Understand? Okay. You're the king of understanding, can it? Takagi-go gave him a blank look and continued. We went to negotiate this time, and the martial arts became the civilization. Negotiate? Negotiate what? I want Kawaii Kai to die. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes snapped wide open as Takagi Go tried to mess with the Kawaii Council. Even if they don't strike, they'll strike. Nope, they've already struck. I'm sorry, Takagi Go explained. Yesterday, the Kawasaki Rice Club sent someone to screw him. Instead of being reactive, we should be proactive. Hirakawa Shiki also understood what he was saying. The Kawashita Society was not a good fight, and he himself had rebelled against the Kawashita Society. No need to think it must be on their blacklist too. They're on the same rope now. The car soon arrived at Hirotaka Yamaguchi's villa. Hirakawa Shiki looked at the large, gilded villa and couldn't help but envy. Your old man's home is really big. Your kid is considered to have picked up a treasure. Pa naturally refers to the cool flower. What are you talking about? Not my old man. What's that? My father-in-law. Bah! Don't be a bee-face. Hirakawa Chi cursed without mercy. Yesterday, he had made an appointment with Hirotaka Yamaguchi. Iko-kan also greets Takagi Go at the door. Takagi Go asked, "Where's Ryuga?" "Oh, Ryuga-san went outside to play." "Play? Play with who?" Takagi Go asked. "I thought Ryuga had very few friends." Jiho Hyan said vaguely. "There's no one. Let's go in first." Takagi Go already suspected it in his heart, pulling away from the topic so quickly. Gotta find out sometime. Chapter 59, Poor Kawanaikai. Takagi Go followed Ikohei inside, a path he'd traveled more times than he knew what to do with. Yamaguchi Hirotaka was red-faced and looking at him with a smile on his face. Takagi Go can't help but be sentimental. Can he not be happy? After all, he had taken care of the biggest threat to him himself. Nowadays, the Yamaguchi group is flourishing, and in the future, it is likely to become the biggest gang in the country of Kodomo. The Yamaguchi group has not been able to do anything that Yamaguchi Hirochu has done. Cannot be happy. Coming. Yamaguchi Hirotaka said cordially. Takagi Go nodded. Sit down. Takagi Go sat in front of Yamaguchi Hirotaka. Yamaguchi Hirotaka while making him tea. While smiling, he said, "I wonder what I came here for this time." Being able to make tea for Hirotaka Yamaguchi would surely cause a sensation when word got out. It was enough to prove how highly regarded the young man in front of him was. Takagi Go took the tea with both hands and said mysteriously, "I brought you a gift." Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded his head with interest. "Oh, a gift? What gift?" "A gift that knocked out the Kawasaki Rice Club and became no one in the country in one fell swoop." Yamaguchi Hirotaka was shocked. He didn't think he'd be this powerful. "And, all at once, you will be able to penetrate your own heart." Hirotaka Yamaguchi passes a glance toward Iko-ken. Who knows better than to get the others out of the way? "Now you can elaborate." "The Kawaii Council sent someone to screw me yesterday." "Oh, of course I had them all." Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded, not surprising with Takagi Go's skill. "So, I want to help you get them killed." "We're on the same page," Takagi Go added. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded down lightly, agreeing with Takagi Go's words. The Kawasaki Rice Club industry involves a wide variety of things. What are you going to do? Yamaguchi Hirotaka asked it, and by asking such a question, he was questioning Takagi Go. Honestly, even he didn't really believe Takagi Go could do it. Not to mention Hirotaka Yamaguchi. No one who came would believe that Go Takagi would pull it off. After all, someone who only knows how to fight can't help much. I'm sure Chief Yamaguchi has heard about the Penguin Communication software release. "I'm sorry," said Takagi Go. Yamaguchi Hirochu nodded. Not to mention him, but the whole of Kojiki knew. He has a keen eye for business and has seen the opportunity. The first thing I wanted to do was to find the people behind it, with the intention of collaborating on one. It wasn't just him, but the Kawada Association side thought the same way. Takagi Go blandly stated as shocking news. "I'm the guy behind the Penguin Communication software." All those present were taken aback. Ding! Iko-ken's mood has changed from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 300. Current mood value 600. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotaka's mood changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 300. Current mood value 6300. Responding after a moment, Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded thoughtfully. Ryu Goku. At first I wondered why the name had Ryu and Raya flower. There's your Takagi Go's go again. But I only thought about it for a moment and then I didn't think about it anymore. Hirotaka Yamaguchi did imagine that Go Takagi had made it. But on second thought, Takagi Go is too young and unlikely to just dismiss the idea. Iko Hyan was even more shocked from the sidelines. Having said something to Takagi Go earlier, I didn't realize at the time that the teenager was going to bring to fruition what he had said. The name Rango Group says a lot. Takagi Go continued. "I intend to work with you." Hirotaka Yamaguchi's heart moved. He saw with a keen eye that the internet is the untapped blue ocean. It's the windfall. There's a saying that a pig can take off when the wind stands still. Good. Yamaguchi Hirotaka agreed in one gulp. How to cooperate? How about you guys fund a share? Yamaguchi Hirotaka waved his hand and said, I want 50% of the shares. 50 shares? You're making a scene here. 50 shares for you. Is that company yours or mine? No way. Takagi Go outright refused. So how much did you say? Yamaguchi Hirotaka asked with a smile, knowing there was no way Takagi Go would give 50%. The reason it's high is that I want to cut down less down the road. You say 40 and it might go down to 30, but you start out saying 50 and it might go down to 40. It's called bargaining. 10%. No more. Can't we have more? Hirotaka Yamaguchi wanted to keep fighting for his interests. I can't. That's all there is to it. And if you don't want to, I'll have to find someone else. I don't know. Takagi Go said lightly. There are plenty of people who want it. Not just you. I only came to you because of Ryohana. Yamaguchi Hirotaka thought for a few seconds and then immediately clapped his hands and said, Good. Poor Kawanikai doesn't realize he's become a fish on a platter. The strategic cooperation among them was settled. And Takagi Go turned out to be just a hit man for the Yakuza. In the blink of an eye, he's become the equal of the Yakuza. It's a real world. A big bowel movement. After the talk, Takagi Go left the conference room with Hirakawa Shiki. Just as she walked out the door, she saw Ryuga, and the man standing beside her. Chapter 60, The Philandering Second Generation. Takagi Go walks out the door after making a deal with Yamaguchi Hirotaka. As soon as you go out the door, you see cool flowers. And there was a man standing next to her. Ryuga happily ran over to Takagi Go as soon as she saw him. Go. You're here. I haven't come to play with me in the last few days. Takagi Go thought about it indeed. Ever since the Penguin communication software started. And it got busy. I don't think I've ever been anywhere else besides Masato's house. Sorry Ryuga. I've been a bit busy lately. Takagi Go said with a smile. Penalty. I'll punish you for treating me to a good meal. Fine. I'll buy you whatever Ryuga wants to eat. When Ryohana heard this, she hurriedly said, Just buy one thing. Takagi Go asked curiously. Why? It's not like you can't afford it. So why does Ryohana only let you buy one? Ryuga foolishly explains. If you buy them all for me, I don't know what I want. Wouldn't be able to see you. It dawned on Takagi Go that this was the case. Ha ha, Ryuga wants to see me, just say so. Really? Of course it's true. Ryuga's head tilted at that. But they say you can't keep pestering someone. Otherwise that person will get annoyed. Who's to say? Others may be annoyed. But I never will be. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to happy. Generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 6500. Kenhiro Hashigami listened to the two of them talk as if he were treating himself like air. There are still people here, okay? Kenhiro Hashigami said to Go Takagi. You're the friend Ryuga's talking about, right? I am. Takagi Go nodded and continued. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm Ryuga's friend, Kenhiro Hashigami. You should have heard of our family. Kenhiro Hashigami had a godly, proud expression on his face. Very impressive. Takagi Go cursed in his mind. Sorry, I really didn't know. Takagi Go said with a smile. I can't believe you didn't know? Well, I didn't realize you were so ignorant, so I'll tell you about it. Kenhiro Hashigami stood in front of Go Takagi pacing back and forth. Out of the corner of my mouth, I said, my family owns the biggest real estate company in Tokyo. After saying that, he made it a point to look at Takagi Go's expression and found that he looked as normal. So loaded? Kenhiro Hashigami couldn't tell anyone to keep his face impassive, and he was certain that Go Takagi must be faking it. So, Takagi Go responded. So please leave Ryuga. Ryuga doesn't need you as a friend. I'm sorry, said Kenhiro Hashigami directly. Ha! You leave when you say you're leaving. You're a 6. A cockney is a cockney. No brains. It's like you don't get a say in this. Kenhiro Hashigami went on to add. I've looked you up. A man without a car or a house. Do you think you deserve to be friends with Ryuga? What else would you be besides a fighter? You're still educating on me. Takagi Go's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Originally, Takagi Go only thought of Kenhiro Hashigami as a brainless rich kid. Now it looks like it's dude. Ryuga helped Takagi Go at that moment. Go is my friend. You can't talk about him like that. Takagi Go raised an eyebrow at Kenhiro Hashigami, as if to say how about, Ryuga is speaking for me. Ryuga. Kenhiro Hashigami wanted to say more, but was directly interrupted by Ryuga. Well, don't say another word. After saying that, Ryuga took Takagi Go's hand and walked out of the place. Not far away on the balcony, Hirotaka Yamaguchi as well as Ike Hohei had a good look. Chairman, should we tell Takagi Go? Ikio-sien asked. In fact, Kenhiro Hashigami is the son-in-law that Hirotaka Yamaguchi chose for Ryoka. The upper class is all about a family that's right for the family. Ryuga's marriage to Kenho Hashigami was the most appropriate choice for the Yakuza. It brings the most benefit to the Yamaguchi family. Akio Hoken obviously knows that, which is why he changed the subject just now when Takagi-go asked about Ryuga. Hirotaka Yamaguchi shook his head and said, "Not for now." "Oh, what do you think of this man Takagi-go?" Yamaguchi Hirotaka asked. Ji Haoshan bowed his head in deep thought for a few seconds, then raised his head and said, "I can't see through him. He's always been able to bring many surprises to the table." Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded. It was indeed as he thought. He used to know about Ryuka Yamaguchi's emotions with Go Takagi, but he never considered Go Takagi for his son-in-law list. But, ever since I learned that Takagi Gashi is the man behind the Ryuga group, he changed his mind. That's a lot of potential. Invest well and you might become a giant on the side. Takagi-go strolled through the back garden with Ryuga. "I don't even want to see that guy." Ryuga spat to Takagi-go. "But my father had to make me see." Ryuga's simple little brain naturally did not understand the deeper meaning behind Yamaguchi Hirotaka. But Takagi-go understood from the moment Kenho Hashi appeared. Everything is understood. Why wouldn't Ryuga want to? Wouldn't Ryuga want to make friends? Takagi-go asked curiously. Ryuga frowned as she walked. "I don't know. The feeling he brings to my mind puts me off." "Oh yeah? I love spending time with Go. It's comfortable and fun." Ryuga smiled and, when she talked about Takagi-go she always had a very happy smile on her face. "I really like being with Ryuga too." Hey, by the way, what made you think to ask me to hang out today?" This visit wasn't for Ryuga, either. It was for Hirochu Yamaguchi. Can't say it so bluntly though, or you'll look like a straight man. The correct answer should be this. Thinking of Ryohana. Of course. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to Ryuga? It was very natural for Takagi-go to say this without blushing or jumping out of his skin. He felt like he had cultivated his cheeks to the point where they were thicker than city walls. "Go, are you staying for lunch?" "Not at noon. I have some other things on my mind." "Okay." Yamaguchi Ryohana had a lost look on her face. Takagi-go knew she was trying to get herself to play with her. "Alright, I'll play with you when this Saturday and Sunday." "Okay." Takagi-go reached out to stroke her little head. "Really? Pull the trigger." Okay, no changing the hook. Whoever changes is a puppy." After pulling the hook, Takagi-go parted ways with Ryuga. Hirakawa Shiki was waiting for him at the door. And when he saw Takagi-go come out, that's when you spit out the dog's tail in your mouth. "You're finally out. Done with your date?" Hirakawa Chi teased. Takagi-go ignored him, and Hirakawa Shiki continued. "If you ask me, you should just beat up the pretentious guy. I've been upset with him for a long time. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars at home? What's the big deal?" Takagi-go still ignored him and called a cab. Hey, wait for me. Get in the car. Hirakawa Chi asked. "Where are we going?" "Home." "No, to my office." "You, company." "No, dude, you're running a company." Chapter 61 Brother, you're my real brother. "No, dude, you're running a company." Hirakawa Chi was very surprised and couldn't help but feel a little envious in his heart. It's all human. Where do I fall short? As the saying goes, I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard time and I'm afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 6700. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at Takagi-go's company. Hirakawa Shiki looked at the familiar name of the company in front of him, tugging at the corner of his mouth. He said, "This is the company my mom works for." "Exactly. You're not the one operating behind the scenes, are you?" "Yes, I'm the one operating behind the scenes." Takagi-go spoke bluntly, because paper can't hold fire, and it's sure to be found out later, so why not just say it now? Takagi-go strides in and Taika Aika is sitting inside. Senpai, you're here," Taiha Aika said. Takagi-go nodded, and Hirakawa Shiki looked surprised. "Senior? Who are you talking about?" It's hard to say Takagi-go, not when he became Hokage. Hirakawa Shiki was very puzzled, but Takagi-go didn't even give him a chance to speak. "Younghwa, tell me about the current operations of the company." "Oh, good." Younghwa adjusted her breathing, speaking as a sociopath. "It's really not an easy thing to do, but there's always a first step." Phew. First of all, the registered users of the Penguin communication software that the senior told us to launch has reached 8 million and continues to, continuously rising, and the cell phone terminal has now been launched as well. Takagi-go nodded. "It's only just launched a few days ago now." It's satisfying to have so many registrations, and it's sure to go up again after that as well. And the trailer for the game that Senior told me about has been released. Cumulative views reached 1 million. Game? What game? At this point, Hirakawa Chi took over as a gaming internet addict. Games interested him more than the Penguin communication software. A glint snapped in Hirakawa Chi's eyes. It's hard to believe. Is it hard to be a wolf? Only Wolf is a particularly hot game these days. One trailer is all it takes to get them youngsters excited. Yeah, right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hirakawa Shiki yelled out directly. It's not. Why are you so excited? Takagi-go rolled his eyes. Calm down okay. The game is done. How's it coming along? All done. Want to play immediately. Hirakawa Chi immediately exclaimed. Holy, I want to play. Takagi-go listened to his words. Why did it feel like the same thing as I'm a child sending me? One meaning. Brother, I've never begged anyone in my life. Please, just want to play? Exactly. The game tempted him more than the girls tempted him. Wait for the game to be released. Don't. I've been waiting a long time. Brother, you're my own brother. Takagi-go's heart loosened down slightly when he saw his begging face. So loosely, he said, it's not impossible to play if you especially want to. Really? But I have one condition. Hirakawa Chi nodded his head in a hurry and said, what conditions? Let's not talk about one condition. 2 or 3 are fine. Just make videos of you playing the game and post them online. Hirakawa Shiki asked incredulously. That's it? That's it. I thought why? Let alone one video. 10 or 8 would be fine. Takagi-go is doing this to build momentum for the game. 2. Also trying to hold Pinchin Chi up through the internet. Think about the traffic explosion when you can't play a game that no one else can. You can imagine how hot Hirakawa Shiki will have to be in the future. By the way, there's a game show that wants to invite us. Younghwa said. Go? Of course we have to go. Why not go if it'll give us more exposure? Did you get the game copyright number? It's being applied for and it's expected to be applied for in the next day or two. The game's copyright number is crucial and relates to whether you can send it out or not. It's true, however, that the vetting is not that rigorous in Little Japan. So you can apply for it easily. And, there's a little more. What? If you have something to say, just say it. We don't have quite enough money. It costs money to rent space. It costs money to pay people. It costs money for advertising and publicity. The money is basically gone in one pass. Takagi-go was incredibly calm and said, it's okay, someone is investing in us. Who? Yakuza. Taiha Aika covered her mouth and stars came out of her eyes. He could even handle the Yakuza. Sir, why are you so powerful? What should I do? I adore you. Younghwa. Takagi-go saw her staring at her without blinking her eyes and, reaching out, he waved his hand in front of her face. Ah, are you okay? Nope. It's okay. It's good that it's okay. Go on. Younghwa came back to her senses and continued talking about the recent business trends. There's a new phone coming out recently, and they're shouting that it's groundbreaking. Takagi-go's eyes flickered with a bright light. He so wanted to know what to do next. Chapter 62. Takagi-go knows where he should go next. The epic-making cell phone that Aiwa was talking about was none other than the smartphone. Go Takagi wants to get into cell phones, too, and he wants to make smartphones that everyone can afford. Well, let's discuss it here for the time being, and get a bigger place later when we have the money. Takagi-go feels that there really is no B-game in the company's place nowadays. Takagi-go then told Ryohana a few more things to keep in mind, and after nothing was done, then he walked out of the Ryogoku group. As soon as I came out, I ran into an old acquaintance, Kenzo Hashigami. Takagi-go didn't know why he was here either. Kenhiro Hashigami approached with a proud smile on his face and, so you didn't leave Ryohana because of the Ryugo group? Takagi-go was really annoyed with him. How the hell are you everywhere? Takagi-go didn't even want to pay attention to him and just dragged Hirakawa Shiki out of here. Kenhiro Hashigami stopped him and said, I'd like to advise you, though, that you're a bit overconfident. Ryuga can only be mine. Takagi-go looked him in the eye and said, Ryuga is not an object. It's not something that just happens to belong to anyone, and you might want to show some strength if you want me to quit. Instead of just showing off your mouth like this. One call down directly sprays Kenhiro Hashigami through his defenses, but Takagi-go didn't even give him a chance to retort and directly dragged Hirakawa Shirshires away. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have gone up there and punched that sightless man. Hirakawa Shiki's fist swung twice into the air. Takagi-go shook his head and said, do you think you'll feel better if you beat him up? I wonder how angry his father would be if Kenhiro Hashigami got his ass kicked. What really makes a man suffer is not punching him, but destroying what he cares about. I don't know, Takagi-go said lightly. As soon as Hirakawa Shiki heard that, he looked sideways at Takagi-go, only to see him say that with a flat face. This was a scary man, and Hirakawa Chi couldn't help but be glad in his heart that he hadn't pissed him off. Otherwise, there's no telling what the consequences will be. I want to play, Hirakawa Shiki said, changing the subject. What are you playing? The unexplained remark confused Takagi-go. Of course it's a game. You can't have forgotten how long it's only been. Hirakawa Shiki has a small, aggrieved look on his face. Oh, you mean this? Go back and let you play. Takagi-go said. Really? It might be a little hard though. The difficulty of the wolf-only game is second to none, and you probably won't even be able to beat the minions. Hirakawa Chi smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. Difficult? Joke. I haven't played a hard game in all my years of gaming. Takagi-go smiled without saying anything. Hopefully you'll be able to say it like that later on when you get to play. Mieko's house. Hirakawa Ji looked at a big dead word on the computer screen. His face ashen. He hammered his hand directly on the keyboard and yelled. Mud. What kind of crap game is this? Takagi-go laughed and said. Don't blame the game for your own skill. Hirakawa Ji rolled up his sleeves in disbelief and said. I don't believe I can't get through. Takagi-go smiled and shook his head before walking out of the room and he didn't want to see the computer screen go black for 10 minutes or so and then the word dead appear. It was dark for about an afternoon. Koshi Kuga, come out to eat. Mieko shouted. Good. Where's Chi? I guess I'm busy playing games. As Takagi-go finished, Hirakawa Shiki walked out. The haggard-looking batch. Takagi-go asked. Are you okay? I finally beat Vikrama Ganekairo over the top. Takagi-go patted him on the shoulder after hearing that and looked at him with a slightly sympathetic gaze. That's just where it's at. There's a long way to go. Infinite wariness bubbled up in Hirakawa Chi's eyes upon hearing this. I will definitely beat the level. Okay, I believe you. Really? Of course it's true. Mieko saw them standing there saying something she couldn't understand. What are you talking about? No. Nothing. Hirakawa Shiki threw himself into another big battle after eating. I have to say, this game is the hardest Hirakawa Chi has ever played. But it's also the most charming game he's ever played. Before I knew it the night had passed. When he got up the next morning, Hirakawa Chi had 2 big black circles under his eyes. Holy, you've mutated. Ha, I finally hit the level with the broken monk, but this guy's so buggy, isn't he? 3 lives? Who the hell can kill? Hirakawa Chi yelled from his mouth. Takagi-go's memories came to mind. He had fought through a wolf before. Maybe. There's a shortcut you can take. 2. Shortcuts? What shortcuts? Takagi-go looked at the time. It was a pretty short day of classes. Why don't I show you my hand? With an expression of disbelief on his face, Hirakawa Ji asked rhetorically. You can call over? Of course. I developed it. How could I not call it? Takagi-go walks over to the computer with Hirakawa Shiki and sees a familiar face. Takagi-go directly uses the artifact, the ash cluster, which the ring breaker monk is afraid of. Because he loves to be clean. One by one, ash clusters were thrown up, and Takagi-go beat him senseless. Not a single drop of blood was dropped in a stage, and Hirakawa Shiki looked dumbfounded. No, can you still play like this? But even if you can get stage 1 over with ease, there's still stages 2 and 3 to go. There simply aren't enough gray regiments to go around. Only in the second phase, Takagi-go flew into the tree, then jumped straight down for the chop. Stage 2 was easily passed and stage 3 as in stage 1. After this set of tawdry maneuvers, Takagi-go didn't lose a single drop of blood and brushed through without injury. To the side, Hirakawa Shiki looked dumbfounded. It still plays like that. His mind opened up instantly. Brother, you're really my brother. Hirakawa Chi couldn't help but murmur a sentence under his breath. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood shifted from calm to shock to admiration. Generated mood value 500. Current mood value 7300. Takagi-go shows Hirakawa Shiki a tawdry maneuver. Then goes to Misato and, I promised her a gift last time. I also wondered if she would like the gift she had given her. After all, it's her first woman. Chapter 63, what more can a man ask for if he has a wife like this? Misato. Misato stood in the playground, gilded by the early spring sunlight that poured down on her. Takagi-go smiled and shouted at her. Misato inclined her head and saw a smile well up on Takagi-go's face as well. As soon as you see your favorite person you will be so happy from the bottom of your heart that you can't hide it. Takagi-go walked up to her and, mysteriously, he asked, Misato, guess what gift I brought you? Misato's pretty eyes rolled down and said, yummy? Takagi-go froze and muttered, why is your mind all about food too? What? Misato asked rhetorically, cocking her head. Takagi-go realized that he had blurted it out and hastily changed the subject. No, nothing. Takagi-go took out a box directly from his pocket. Guess what? Guess not. Takagi-go unwrapped the box, revealing a fine cell phone inside. Misato looked at the phone and waved her hand. This is too expensive. Can't have it. It's true that cell phones aren't cheap. They cost thousands of dollars apiece. Takagi-go wasn't a child of a wealthy family either, and Misato obviously couldn't ask for such an expensive gift. Go I know how much you like me, but I really can't ask for this gift. I'm sorry, Misato said again. Takagi Go, however, put the cell phone directly in her hand. It's fine. That way you'll be able to message me every now and then. Previously, Misato did not have a cell phone and it was inconvenient to communicate news by phone. Misato thought for a moment before saying, then, consider it a loan from me first, and I'll pay you back afterward. Takagi Go nodded. In fact, he and Misato had been indistinguishable from each other for a long time now. As long as she's okay with it, never mind if it's borrowed or what. Takagi Go gave Misato his cell phone and then handily began to show Misato how to operate it. The distance between them was close, but after the intimacy of the last, Misato would still be heartbroken. Ding! Misato Hanaka's mood has changed from calm to tense, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 7500. Takagi Go looked down at her and said, see, look, see, one of the best things about being a young person is the ability to learn and accept new things. This way, that way, and then this way, so you can send me a message through this. How's that for convenience? It's convenient. The two of them had another simple meal together, and Takagi Go had wanted to take Misato to a big dinner, but Misato's heart aches for money. What more could a man ask for if he had a wife like this? A week has passed. Go Takagi is attending the Confronting game show, the world's largest gaming exhibition. As promised, just the right opportunity to show your head. There's no reason not to come. Takagi Go went with Aika this time, and Hirakawa Shiki. I brought Younghwa because I wanted to develop her into a talent. Hirakawa Shiki, on the other hand, had to follow along on his own deadbeats. You can't even kick it if you want to. It's the first time I've ever been on an airplane. Hirakawa Chi couldn't help but sigh. The best things in life are experiences. Wow. Younghwa had a look of adoration on her face, and her eyes were beaming with stars. Ding! The mood of Taihei Younghwa has changed from calm to worship, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 7700. Takagi Goku's mind froze. It seemed like he had just said a plain, uninteresting thing. This little ninny just adores it. It's hard not to be too charismatic. Hirakawa Shiki, on the other hand, looked at Takagi Go with a contemptuous expression. The plane landed smoothly and they arrived in Texas. The meeting didn't start until the next day, so they decided that they would be in the room to play cards. The next day, the meeting finally began. Takagi Go and the three of them were placed in the back. There's no way around it. They're a small company. It's not like they're primarily in the gaming industry, so this arrangement makes sense. But Takagi Go is going to show them today. The small, unassuming company in front of us is going to be a giant in the future. Hirakawa Shiki was obviously not as calm as Takagi Go. No, why did you put us so far away? We're just starting out. It's normal to be this far along. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog's eyes. Takagi Go smiled without saying anything, and after a while the game show officially started. The game's trailers were shown in order, and it costs money to show trailers at a game show and it's very burned out on a per second basis. But it was something that had to be spent in order to get wider publicity. However, Go Takagi didn't spend any money. He was invited. A dozen trailers flashed by one, and Takagi Go looked at them all and found none that surprised him. Finally, to the trailer for Only Wolves. Chapter 64, I'm not interested in money. Everyone present held their breath and collected their voices, all waiting for this good show to unfold. It's safe to say that Only Wolf is one of the dark horses of the year, as dark as black can be. Straight up eye candy with just one video. The next video to play on the screen was brand new. Everyone's eyes were dead set on the big screen, but only Takagi Go and Hirakawa Shiki weren't. Because Takagi Goku had already beaten the game in his previous life and had no interest in it. Hirakawa Shiki, on the other hand, has already played it, so how could he be interested in a video? A video ends, and the atmosphere in the room falls into a dead silence. Everyone is amazed at this video. The gaming world is changing days. That was the first thought in their minds, because they really hadn't seen such an awesome game. There are several uniquely discerning gaming majors who already have in mind how to acquire Takagi Go's company. After a single operation, the emotion value collected by Takagi Go reached 100 directly. Directly after the silence, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. The host then said, I would like to invite the owner of the company of the Liangwu Group to the stage. Takagi Go walked slowly onto the stage, and the crowd was a little surprised that I didn't realize the person who made the game was so young. It's true what they say about heroes being young. Takagi Go came on stage and casually raked in a couple of lines, which were really just platitudes. Some game viewers simply don't care. After saying a bunch of useless things, this gets to the point that gamers are concerned about. I'm sure there's a lot of concern about the asking price of the game, and that this game doesn't want $599, not $499. Just 199. At these words, those seated on the ground floor, as well as the gamers on the TV screens, they all went crazy. This game is priced at just 199. It's almost like giving away benefits. The players were ecstatic, while the underground gamers all looked sad. No, man, how do you make us play like this? It's not afraid of you buying high, it's afraid of you buying low. Can you really make money back this way? The crowd wondered. It's only a matter of time before you earn it back, if you put it into development properly. But Takagi-go got it for absolutely nothing, and there was no question of losing it. Takagi-go smiled confidently and said, "Isn't it a surprise? One more surprise for you. The game will be released next Sunday." Once again, everyone was surprised to see it go live so quickly. When the time comes to purchase it, you can log on to it using your own Penguin communication program. Go Takagi drops 2 bombshells in quick succession. This was followed by a wave of advertisements for his Penguin communication software. This wave can be considered a winnable hemp. After Takagi-go finished his speech, he stepped down from the stage. After the meeting, a bunch of game majors wanted to befriend Go Takagi. They're more interested in acquiring Takagi-go's company, and some of them are even offering sky-high prices for it. A few $100 million, for example, but they were all rejected by him one by one. Are you kidding me? You want to buy me off with that kind of money? While they lamented, they equally marveled at Takagi-go's composure. Anyone else would have been moved, but Takagi-go wasn't in any hurry at all. He's not one of them. On the way back, Hirakawa-chi deplored, "Brother, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. You can't spend it all in one lifetime." Takagi-go didn't care and laughed. "A few $100 million is a lot. Money is just a number to me. I'm not interested in money. Holy, I'm interested in money." Hirakawa-shiki felt like hundreds of millions of dollars were flying away from his eyes. But then again, it's not the money that was given to him. Hirakawa-shiki continued, "What are we going to do now? Return to your home country." Younghwa followed him with adoring little eyes. Unconsciously the image of the senior became even greater in her heart. Hirakawa-shiki couldn't help but skim his lips, and that was all it took to fool the simple Ryohana. Ding! The mood of Taihei Younghwa has changed from calm to worship, generating a mood value of 200. Currently 10,200. As Takagi-go took the stage to deliver his speech, the people watching the live broadcast at home exploded. Ryohana's house. Ryuga was sitting in front of her computer, her 2 peach blossom eyes staring at the screen, looking at Takagi-go. To be precise, I can't stop leaping in my heart as if I'm afraid of missing something. Hirotaka Yamaguchi and Ikohei are also sitting in front of the TV screen. Hirokazu Yamaguchi couldn't help but say, "Ha ha, this guy can really screw up." Ji Haoshen nodded his head in agreement. And a few days ago he came up with a Penguin communication program. Not a few days later it even got into the game. Not a lot of attention has been drawn to it. How's his game doing? The Yamaguchi family's industry wasn't involved in gaming, but that didn't stop him from learning more about it. I've looked into it, and if it's true what's in the video, it's expected to be groundbreaking in gaming. Ha ha, well, 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 well. He also knows all kinds of martial arts. Do you think he's a genius or a genius? Yamaguchi Hirotaka was now like an old father-in-law looking at his golden son-in-law the more he liked him. Ji Hohayan smiles without commenting. At the very beginning, he stepped in to stop it because he wanted Go Takagi to fight Kenhiro Hashigami on his own. See which one is the potential. Now that the two are compared again, Go Takagi is completely hanging on to Kenho Hashigami. At the same time, Hirotaka Yamaguchi was glad he hadn't made a move to stop it at the time. A restaurant next to the University of Tokyo. Misato looked at the store's TV screen, where Takagi Gokai was speaking eloquently and making a big splash. The heart was happy and at the same time fell into a deep inferiority complex. I seem to be far, far away from him. Can it really go all the way? Mieko's house. Mieko turned on the TV as usual, trying to switch to the romantic drama she was watching. It turned out that a familiar face appeared on the TV channel. Takagi Go? Little Go? How did he appear there? Mieko couldn't help but marvel. Originally, Takagi Go told Mieko to go out for a few days and take Hirakawa Shiki with her. At the time, Mieko just thought she was going out to have some fun and didn't think that much about it. Furthermore, Xiaogo's character was calm and steady, and nothing could happen to Xiaoji if he followed him. And the Ryugo group. He was actually the chairman of the Ryugo group, and the string in Mieko's head snapped on. Everything is clear. No wonder the interview went through so easily, and no wonder Go was very relaxed. No worries at all. It's all arranged by him. Mieko's eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. What on earth could I possibly do to deserve Go doing this? Begging for power for love, beaming. Chapter 65, The First Appearance of the Shura? An airplane landed smoothly at Tokyo Airport. 3 people come down from the airplane. None other than Go Takagi, Shiki Hirakawa, and Ika Taya. Hirakawa Shiki murmured. This trip was quite interesting. Not to say anything else, at least the insights have gone up. Takagi Goku walked away while confiding in Ryohana. The Penguin communication software can go online overseas. It's important to capture the overseas market early. Ryohana nodded, writing down what Takagi Go said. And then get ready to go online next week with Only Wolves. Since the Kofun game show, Only Wolves' attention has once again reached a peak. Incidentally, Takagi Go and the Ryogo group have become the subject of media coverage. Some media outlets even rated Go Takagi as a leader of the next era. Hirakawa Chi looked at the news on the internet with a complicated expression. Dude's really going to drive a Land Rover behind his back. What's wrong? Takagi Go asked. No, nothing. Ryohana goes to the Ryogo group, while Takagi Go and Hirakawa Shiki go back to Tokyo University. Once in college, Takagi Go was treated like a star. One moment a person came over to him for a picture, the next for an autograph. There were even elementary school girls who came over to him for contact information. Of course, all of them were rejected by Takagi Go. As a young man of the new age, how can you be attracted to beauty? Besides, he's not lacking. Hirakawa Chi has a forlorn look on his face. He's purely and simply being a backdrop. So many people came, and not one of them approached him. All of them came to see Go Takagi, without exception. Obviously, I went along with it myself. 0. The conference room of the Kawasaki Rice Association. The atmosphere in the conference room was very depressing at this time, and no one dared to speak out. Kenshiro Kyoto was sitting in the center, and all the top brass of the Koweita Society were here. He mused for a long time, then said, "Tell me about recent events." Nobuyuki Yuno nodded his head. Turning to the crowd, he said, "Recently we have observed that the Yamaguchi group has invested in a company founded by Go Takagi." The crowd nodded. Since Takagi Go had once fought on behalf of the Yakuza, well, they must wear the same pants then. So it's not surprising that the Yakuza invested in Takagi Go's company. We looked into Takagi Go's company and found that it does have a lot of potential. This statement means that the Kawaii Society has set up a strong enemy. Look at that. What you've caused. Kyoto Kenshiro snorted coldly. Nobuyuki Yuno kept his head down and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Chie Yuno, Kawaii would be able to be friends with Takagi Go instead. Even if we can't be friends, the relationship isn't so frosty. Nobuyuki Yuno had unintentionally created a powerful enemy for the Kawanikai. Perhaps we could join forces with Kenhiro Hashigami, Nobuyuki Yuno suggested. Kenshiro Kyoto's eyes narrowed slightly. It looks like that old man Yamaguchi Hirotaka is still favoring Takagi Go a bit more. It's better this way. University of Tokyo. Takajiya and Hirakawa Shiki were walking along the campus road. A familiar figure appeared in the distance. Misato was here. Takagi Go walks over to him but Hirakawa Shiki pulls him down by the scruff of his neck. What the are you tugging on my coat for? Ryohana. Ryohana is here too. Takagi Go took a look. And it was true. The two of them happened to be at opposite ends of the road. Shura just showed up without warning? Chapter 66, A Woman's Sixth Sense. 2 schoolgirls from the University of Tokyo meet for a man, something they haven't met in 100 years. In fact, Ryuga is recognized as the school flower and has the biggest reputation. Misato, on the other hand, looks like a covered flower, with a face as good as Ryuga's, but it never revealed its beauty. Takagi Go stood in the center, with Misato at one end and Ryuga at the other. Hirakawa Shiki had known for a long time that Takagi Go was very close to these 2 girls. It's over. 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 Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi Go and asked, "Who did you choose?" To be honest, he was also curious as to who Takagi Go would actually choose. Takagi Go's brain spun rapidly, thinking of ways to avoid the possibility of the 2 women seeing each other as much as possible. Choosing what to choose. Children make choices. Adults want them all. Takagi Go had already come up with a solution in his mind, and that was to choose to meet Misato first, because Ryohana is a better liar than Misato. Brother has never begged for anything in his life, Takagi Go said as he patted his shoulder. If Ryohana comes over later, just tell her I didn't see it. After explaining the situation clearly, Takagi Go hurriedly ran towards Misato's place. Ryuga was confused. How he ran away. Ryuga walked up next to Arakawa Shiki at this point. She had seen him several times and naturally knew him. That Takagi Go shouldn't have seen you. Oh, yeah. Ryuga nodded down lightly. clearly agreeing with the statement. Hirakawa Shiki felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Ryoka was too innocent and so good-looking. Takagi Go. This, eats from the bowl and looks at the pot, and has his feet in two boats. Hirakawa Shiki mentally scolded Takagi Go. Ryuga looked over at Misato standing in the distance, slightly startled, and muttering, "This girl is so pretty." It was the first time she had ever spoken so highly of a girl. Hirakawa Chi's heart thumped. It's over and done with. He was thinking about how to hide it, when Ryuga's cell phone vibrated and rang. Takagi Go sent her a message. Ryohana, I just got back. Something came up. Can you wait for me in the library? Ryohana's slender fingers typed 2 words on the keypad. Okay. Hirakawa Shiki was now 100 times more impressed with Takagi Go in his heart. I'll go first. Go. Ryuga briefly said goodbye to Hirakawa Shiki and left the place for the library. Tired? Misato asked. Takagi Go knew in his heart that she was talking about the 2 days she had left. It was okay not tired. At least it turned out well. The two took a walk together. Misato wanted to question Ryuga several times, but didn't say anything. Are you doing anything tonight? Misato asked. It's okay. Even if there's something wrong, you have to say it's nothing. Great. Let's go together tonight. I have something for you. Good. Takagi Go left after his walk with Misato. Takagi Go goes to the library to meet Ryuga as previously agreed. He went to the grocery store first and bought a bunch of goodies. If you talk about money, Ryohana is not interested. But if you talk about food, Ryohana will be interested. Takagi Go went straight to the 3rd floor as soon as he entered the library. Ryuga often read in that location. Upon entering the 3rd floor, Takagi Go instantly saw her back. Takagi Go could recognize it just by looking at his back. Takagi Go walked over and placed a large pile of snacks in front of her, imagining a surprised look that didn't appear. Takagi Go froze. What was wrong with Ryuga? What's wrong? Ryuga, are you happy? Ryuga put down the Alice in Wonderland in her hand and, keeping his head down, he mumbled, I don't know why. I saw a very good-looking girl this afternoon. Takagi Go's heart thumped. Ryuga had indeed seen Misato after all. Really? Actually, in my heart any girl is not a million times better than Ryuga. Takagi Go boasted a rainbow fart. Ryuga didn't react to hearing that but continued. I mean it. That girl is really pretty. I rarely compliment people. And when I looked at that girl was looking at me. I don't know why my heart snapped. A woman's sixth sense is really accurate. And they actually looked at each other. So why didn't Misato tell me that she didn't think of that aspect of it? Still holding it in and not saying anything. Ryuga couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it for half a day. Frowning with 2 eyebrows that. I don't know why that is. Alright, don't think about that. Takagi Go reached out and rubbed her little head. I thought you said you wouldn't grow taller if you touched your head before. And you touched my head. Ha ha, I lied to you. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Ryohana's worries in her heart were temporarily thrown to the skies upon hearing this. And as for when she would pull back, don't know yet. But Takagi Go had some premonition that he would definitely meet later. Paper can't hold fire. And Takagi Go had long anticipated the occurrence of Shura in his heart. Therefore, he had to build up his strength so that he could deal with the Shura. Let's hope that day doesn't come early. After dinner, Takagi Go puts Ryuga on the bus home. Hirakawa Shiki wanted to go home with Takagi Go. But who knows? Takagi Go had an appointment. Takagi Go goes to Misato before Hirakawa Shiki's indignant as well as envious eyes. The two of them walked towards Misato's house like before. Takagi Go followed her into the house. You close your eyes, Misato said. The surprise was coming, and Takagi Go obeyed and dutifully closed his eyes. I only felt a cold sensation coming from my hands, but Misato didn't say to open my eyes. Not yet. After putting it on, Misato whispered, you can open it now. Takagi Go opened his eyes and a watch caught his eye. The watch was exquisite, worth a fortune at first glance, and I wondered how many months Misato had saved up for it. Misato looked to Takagi Go and asked, do you like it? Of course I like it. Takagi Go reached out his hand and waved it in the air, then said, whatever Misato sent me, I'm going to love it all so much because it's from you. Really talkative. A sense of ambience that makes it hard to describe is in the air. And so, emotions that had been suppressed for days finally erupted. The battle lasted a full 2 hours. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore, but it did again after today. As gentle as Takagi Go was, it took too long. I'll make you a nice meal. Just lie down. Misato's face flushed as Takagi Go took the dishes that he hadn't used up last time and made a nice meal for Misato. Takagi Go still ate more or less, so that she wouldn't find out the end of it. Without realizing it, it was time to part ways again, and Misato was sad to see Takagi Go go. But it's not like Takagi Go can't stay away. It was dark by now, and pushed open the door to Mieko's house. Only Mieko was out in the living room, so I guess Hirakawa Shiki was hiding in his room again to pass only wolves. Back, Mieko said. She hadn't seen them for 2 days and she missed them terribly. Takagi-go nodded and sat down on the couch. Hungry yet? Mieko, I already ate out. Oh, the words broke off and the atmosphere of the room fell into awkwardness. Mieko apparently wanted to ask something, but didn't. Mieko, is there something you want to ask me? Takagi-go asked as he opened his mouth. I just wanted to ask that. Mieko couldn't say it, so Takagi-go said for her. You're asking about being hired, aren't you? Mieko nodded down. Right. I'm the one who told them that. But Mieko's pretty good too, isn't she? Takagi-go graciously admitted that no one was a cutie, after all. Well, guess what? There's no need to play dumb. Don't worry, I'll do a good job. No need to be so polite. Mieko, we're family. Yeah, a family. After Takagi-go went back to his room to rest, he received a message on his cell phone. It was sent by the counselor. The leader wants to see me. Takagi-go froze, not expecting the leader to want to see me. It was no wonder. After all, he had made such a big noise. It was only right to take care of him. You might even get your own portrait at the University of Tokyo. Distinguished alumnus. It's kind of cool to think. Takagi-go returned a good one and prepared to fall asleep. I'm begging for a small gift from my readers. Beaming. Chapter 67, Marriage Brokering. At 8:30 a.m. Takagi-go appeared outside the leader's office right on time. As for why it's 8:30, not 8 o'clock. Have you ever seen a leader or a teacher come on time like this? Basically no. Takagi-go knocked on the door and a strong middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Come in. Takagi-go pushed his way in. A man with somewhat graying hair that had gone bald in the center sat in a chair in his office. He looked up at Takagi-go. Hello, principal. A smile appeared on Katsu Matsui's face. Go is here. Katsu Matsui called him affectionately, the same way he called his own child, and Takagi-go expressed his trepidation. Sit down. Sit down. Takagi-go sat down on the couch aside. Have you eaten yet? Katsu Matsui asked with concern. The general conversation must have started by bringing up the common things in life before getting down to business. Takagi-go nodded back. I've eaten. Katsu Matsui smiled. It's good to have eaten. Normal small talk is over. Opening up the business end of the session, Katsu Matsui turned the conversation around and asked. Go, I heard you started a company. Oh, when I say company, it's just that I wanted to create a business for fun, and I didn't expect to startle the principal. Takagi-go's attitude was very humble, but there was a hint of pretentiousness in the humility. The corner of Katsu Matsui's mouth tugged imperceptibly. If you're creating a business for fun. The others heard it and had to bang their heads against the wall. But Takagi-go's talent and ability was recognized by Matsui Katsu, and after a bit of investigating, the company Go Takagi has come up with isn't as playful as he says it is. Especially since I heard that the Yakuza are investing in the project. Matsui Katsui's eyes went to Takagi-go. This time I came, to look for you, and not for anything else. Mostly, I wanted to ask you to see if there's anything you need, and we'll be sure to help out. Exactly as Takagi-go had guessed before, it was impossible not to protect such a treasure. Once successful, Takagi-go can be a gold standard, maybe even lead to employment. Since the principal asked, I'll be blunt, it's kinda hard. Oh, tell me about it, because our company is just getting off the ground. The talent we need is in short supply, and I plan to cover a wide range of areas in the future. Katsu Matsui was happy to hear that the University of Tokyo might not be able to offer much else, but talent is as much as it takes. After all, it's the #1 ranked university in the country. That's a good one. We can sign a talent strategy. It would be wonderful if. I'll be sure to offer our people at the highest salary package, Takagi-go said with a smile. In fact, Takagi-go could have found another university. There's no shortage of talent, but after all, Katsu Matsui had come to me, so it was just like doing a favor. Katsu Matsui's eyes have narrowed in a smile. The employment problem has been solved. Now it's just a matter of whether or not the ship Takagi-go can set sail. Just don't sink like the Titanic. Katsu Matsui continued. By the way, you have a schoolmate who's coming back to visit. Sister? That's right. Graduated 7 years ago. A great alumnus of ours. And there are our outstanding entrepreneurs. She knows a lot more about business than I do. You can share your experiences. It makes it a lot less difficult for you. Takagi-go instantly understood in his heart. This was pulling resources from his own network. I didn't say that for nothing. Takagi-go felt that the trip had been worth it. Katsu Matsui raised his head, as if reminiscing about years gone by. He continued. And this schoolmate of yours has never had a boyfriend. I heard that even today. No, dang. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to set me up with my sister? Graduated 7 years ago. They're all 30. Katsu Matsui, I'd go to Kagi for a few moments. Maybe you two could make a good couple. A school graduate and equally so accomplished in business. If it did, it would probably immediately become a legend at the University of Tokyo. Guess it's right. This old Den is trying to set me up with that schoolmate. But with Ryuga and Misato around, Takagi-go wasn't very interested. Still, out of politeness, Takagi-go asked, "When is senior sister coming?" Katsu Matsui raised his hand and glanced at his watch. "I guess we'll be there soon. It's true that in addition to talking to myself about the company today, I'm also meeting that schoolmate who has already graduated. Her name is Hajime Kitahara." As soon as Katsu Matsui's words left his mouth, a crisp knock sounded on the door. Chapter 68. She's coming, Katsu Matsui said. Takagi-go looked over toward the door. Katsu Matsui said, "Come in." At that moment, the door was pushed open. Hajime Kitahara wore a black Chanel tweed top with a Chanel pearl necklace. Underneath, she wore a pair of black suit pants and a pair of black high heels. Competent and capable. Her makeup was light and decent. Her temperament pampered and with a touch of detachment and coldness. Standard melon face. High nose. Absolutely beautiful face. Female lead 004, Hajime Kitahara. Age, 30. Favorability, 0. Hostess wish list, 1. Wants the business she is in charge of to be number 1 in the country, X. 2. Wish to be in charge of the family business, X. Another female lead? The voice of the system in Takagi-go's head rang out. After many days, another heroine finally appears. Kitahara Hajime just lightly swept a glance at Takagi-go, his eyes icy cold. After sweeping it over, he then looked at Katsu Matsui, with a small smile on his face, like an iceberg melting. The flowers in full bloom. Takagi-go was stunned in his mind. Was he still no match for this awful old man Matsui Katsu? "Hajime is coming over." "Aha." Katsu Matsui introduced Hajime. "Hajime would like to introduce you to a young man." When he finished, he pointed to Go Takagi and said, "This is Go Takagi, your schoolmate. It's been all the rage lately too. Ha ha, you should have heard of it. This is the schoolmate I told you about." Takagi-go exchanged a glance with Kitahara Hajime, who didn't have an ounce of emotion in her eyes. "It's so cool." Hajime Kitahara nodded. "I've heard of him. There's no one in the business world who doesn't know Go Takagi because he's so young. It's okay to make the Penguin Communication software score. Add to that a game show, a media build-up, and you've got a lot of buzz. But the game hasn't been released yet, so I can't see it for now. At his age, coming up with something like this could qualify him as a genius figure. How was it?" "Not bad," Katsu Matsui said. "Very good," Kitahara Hajime said with simple appreciation. "I'm sure it's cool." Matsui Katsu was feeling that they couldn't let go of theirs here, so he spoke up and said, "Well, see that I'm done, and you two go out and have a little chat. Go, show your schoolmate around. Haven't been back in years. I don't know if I remember some of it." Takagi-go understood. Matsui Katsu was trying to create a space for the two of them to be alone. Needless to say, this Olden is a competent matchmaker. Promise to finish the job, Takagi-go said with a smile. Kitahara Hajime was well versed in the business world for so many years that she naturally read Matsui Katsu's meaning. The two exited the office one after the other, strolling along the cherry blossom path. Hajime Kitahara enjoys the beautiful scenery. She hadn't been back in many years, and was now 30 years old and, "I just feel like I was lost at the time." The breeze gently ruffled Hajime Kitahara's hair, revealing her exquisite face. Takagi-go was the first to open the conversation from the sidelines and said, "Sister, what do you do?" Kitahara Hajime was slightly surprised in her heart that Takagi-go hadn't heard of her. Hajime Kitahara said, "Cell phone." "Oh," Takagi-go let out a small cry. "I didn't realize that it hit me right in the center of my heart. He has plans to get into cell phones." Hajime Kitahara took over and said, "Honestly, that software you made, it's doing quite well." "Really? Sister, why don't I send a pretty number? Takagi-go has a whole bunch of them stored there, and they're perfect to give away. No loss to him and a small favor to give." Hajime Kitahara didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Hajime Kitahara's beautifully looking eyes looked up at Go Takagi, his mature charm coming out. "Ask you a question. Well, do you think the future is going to be brick and mortar or internet?" Kitahara Hajime looked at him with interest. Now that the internet is just emerging, no one knows what the future holds, whether it is like a bubble. So, Hajime Kitahara was curious as to what this young man's vision was. Takagi-go as a futurist knows it all too well, and there should be no one who knows it better than him. Takagi-go smiled confidently and spoke eloquently. "The future will definitely be the world of the internet." "So sure?" Kitahara Hajime came to be interested that the man in front of her was so certain. "Of course, The new internet economy is going to rise up very rapidly, and no industry can match it. Hajime Kitahara bowed her head in deep thought as she listened, and honestly she could see the potential of the internet economy. It's just that, not daring to go out on a limb just yet. Traditional manufacturing still rules the roost for now. Sister, do you believe it? How about we make a bet? Takagigo's wry eyes looked at her. This was the pit he had buried. It was up to Hajime to jump or not. Hajime Kitahara smiled and asked, okay, what's the bet? I can grow my business to #1 in the country on the internet. As soon as Takagigo's words fell, ripples spread out in the sun and moon lake. Little by little, Kitahara Hajime was a little surprised in her heart that someone who dared to say such big words. Either you have complete certainty or you are arrogant. What kind of situation was Takagigo in? Kitahara Hajime suddenly couldn't see through the teenager in front of him. That's funny. What's the bet? Hajime Kitahara crossed her arms over her chest. If I lose, I'll help make your cell phone turnover the #1 in the country. Kitahara Hajime suddenly froze with the feeling of being seen through. How does he know that my goal is to be #1 in the country in cell phone turnover? Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood value changed from calm to shock, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 10. 700. Well, could be. If I win, then, could Hajime Kitahara consider me? Considering. Kitahara Hajime naturally knew what he meant by that. I didn't realize that at the University of Tokyo, both underclassmen and seniors, or a business owner, who has courted her, without exception, she rejected them all. Right now someone who was many years younger than her was saying things like that with such confidence. Okay, I promise. Hajime Kitahara balked at the idea. She didn't like being set up for life. That's what makes life interesting. Actually, Takagigo was trying to kill two birds with one stone. This way you can hold the beauty and enter the cell phone field at the same time. How long? Hajime Kitahara asked. If it takes too long, I'm afraid you can't wait for the. After all, by 40 I'll be too old for you to see. Ha ha, how could that be? Senior sister will always be 18 in my heart. A little rainbow fart passed by, and the corners of Hajime Kitahara's mouth pursed slightly. No matter how old a girl is, they all eat it up. 5 years? I'll be less than 5 years. Well, I hope you can fulfill what you said. The bet was settled. And little did he know that this day would change the life of Hajime Kitahara for the rest of his life. How many days are you planning to stay? School teacher? 3 days. Sister, why don't I show you around the campus? Could be. Readers and viewers of the audience ask for small gifts on a daily basis. Thanks, 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 thanks. Chapter 69, Cyber Spammers. University of Tokyo Campus. There is a beautiful landscape. A stunningly beautiful woman with a man. Well, that's right, a man. At least that's what they say to onlookers. Many people recognized Go Takagi and came to take pictures as well as ask for autographs. Takagigo handed the autograph in his hand to his elementary school sister and smiled at Hajime, who was off to the side, and said, "It can't be helped. We're a celebrity now." Hajime Kitahara laughed inwardly. It was really funny, but her face was still as cold as before. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 11. 200. At that moment, a boy came over in surprise. Are you Kitahara Hajime-senpai? Apparently the boy recognized her. I am. Great. Hokage. I'm your fan. Really, I've always idolized you. Can I take a picture with you? Could be. Please ask this student to help me take a picture with my schoolmate. Takagigo took his cell phone and took a picture. Can I give my sister a hug? The boy said with an inch of his life. Takagigo tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're really good at stomping on your nose. Why don't I give you a hug? We're celebrities now. Takagigo choked. The boy knew that Takagigo was not to be trifled with, so he resigned. It's true that I haven't even hugged you yet. And you're still hugging. Hajime Kitahara's heart warmed. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's favorability plus 5. Current favorability 5. It can't be helped. We're a celebrity by now. Kitahara Hajime said following Takagigo's words. After a small storm, the two continued their walk. Kitahara Hajime's eyes flowed as she looked at the campus that she had left for years. An indefinable feeling came over me. It's still quite a change. Kitahara Hajime murmured. Indeed. Not only things but people have changed a lot as well. Takagigo replied with a smile. Kitahara Hajime nodded in agreement with him. She had more or less changed. You know, the Tokyo Entrepreneurs Summit. Never heard of it. As if Hajime Kitahara had guessed it all along. It's kind of the highest profile business summit in the country. Oh, it's just a bunch of people getting together to blow awesome. Takagigo summarized it down in layman's terms. Kitahara Hajime was dumbfounded. Don't tell me. Really? It does make sense. This time I came with the intention of attending this meeting. Well, that's it for today, Hajime Kitahara said. Takagi-go nodded. Can you give me your cell phone, Hokage? Kitahara Hajime was a bit puzzled, but handed Takagi-go his cell phone. Takagi-go put his cell phone number in and called his cell phone. This is my cell phone number. I'm sure senior sister will use it one day in the future. Is it? Will that day ever come? Unbeknownst to Hajime Kitahara, she would be dialing Go Takagi's number in 3 days. Takagi-go returned home and Hirako Washiki, looking furious, pounded his hand hard on the couch. The couch lies innocently. As for that, the game is already difficult. It's normal that you can't get through it. Some people might not even be able to get past the first boss. Takagi-go thought that Hirako Washiki was so furious because he couldn't pass the game. Am I angry because of the game? Hirako Wachi asked rhetorically. So what was your reason? Confession rejected? Not at all. Didn't you ask me to post some game-related videos online? Aha. Takagi-go does let him rub off on the game and maybe become an internet sensation in the future. I posted the video up, talking about some of the gameplay experience, as well as spouting off about the difficulty of the game. Of course some confidential things I certainly didn't say. As a result, it turned out that a whole bunch of people at the bottom scolded me. Takagi-go stared. Is this the formation of internet spammers? Cyber spammers? That's a good word. They are cyber spammers. Hirakawa-ji said viciously. How do they curse? Let me see. Takagi-go asked. When Takagi-go saw it, he couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed outright. No buddy, what strength are you? The game hasn't even come out yet and you're playing on it, is it? You can't do this blowing awesome. My dad is the richest man in the country. Dude, don't tell me you're from across the pond. The game just came out this week. You tell me how do you play on that? This bastard wants to play the game, wants to go crazy, but also said that the game is particularly difficult. Damn, it is your skill dish. Agreed. Upstairs, practice more if you dish. Don't play if you can't afford it, and suggest you go to the kids table. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. The good news is that this video of Hirakawa-chi is on fire, and the bad news is that Hirakawa-chi is being called out for it. But black and red is still red. Right, brother? Hirakawa-shiki can't get over it, so he just turns into a keyboard warrior and starts fighting. The fact that I dared to post this video means that I actually played the game. Why else would you be able to go into such detail? The game hasn't been released yet, you tell me where you played it? In your dreams? I know, Takagi-go. There's no need for me to say anything more. And damn it, I said Takagi-go was my brother. Takagi-go had a black line on his face. It's not like you guys are cursing just to curse. Can you not take me, the innocent, with you? Little did he know that he was the one who started it all. Pissed off. Gee, there are two sides to everything, and black and red is also red. Hirakawa-chi snapped, as if his veins had been opened, and his words were enlightening. You're right. I don't believe I can't scold them. So Hirakawa-shiki had a stronger fighting spirit than before, as well as hand speed. Fingers crackled on the keyboard. Vow to win the battle. Takagi-go breathlessly rolled his eyes, then quietly walked out. There was a gap of 3 days, during which time Takagi-go didn't even see Kitahara Hajime again. In the evening, a phone rang. The cell phone displays 4 words: Hajime Kitahara. Ironies, viewers, readers, lords begging for small gifts, beaming, crying. I love to tell the truth. Chapter 70, he's my boyfriend. Hajime Kitahara. Takagi-go stared at the familiar name in front of him. What's the point of calling me in the middle of the night? I'm a good young man of the new age. I don't do that kind of thing. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Hey, got a minute? Takagi-go feigned hesitation. After all, how degrading it would seem to agree just as soon as he said it. As soon as Kitahara Hajime heard Takagi-go's hesitation, she immediately said, forget it if you don't have time. Sister, look at you. I wasn't there just now. There's time. Of course there's time. I'll send you an address later. Come pick me up under. Takagi-go pressed the doubt in his heart. Good. It looks like it should be drinking. Otherwise why call me? Takagi-go hit a car. It seems that buying a car has to be on the agenda. Taking a taxi all the time won't do. The address that Hajime Kitahara had sent him was the very address where the summit was being held. Takagi-go got out of the car and Kitahara Hajime stood outside the conference hall. The streetlight shone on her body, and the breeze was overwhelmingly beautiful. At that moment, a chubby, greasy male of over 200 pounds walked up next to her. Trying to take advantage of Hajime Kitahara, her hands began to get restless. With a disgusted look on her face, Hajime Kitahara took several steps towards the outside. Ji-mei, I know you want to be number 1 in the country. I happen to have the idea of investing in your company. Oh, middle-aged greasy male named Nakata Chong, a well-known investor in the country in the small days. Horny bunch. Sorry, I don't need it. Hajime Kitahara said indifferently. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the time. Nakata Masaru gave a lewd smile. Hajime, you see, you just don't get it. It's a win-win for me to invest in you, as long as you, hey, as long as you stay with me for one night. After saying that, Nakata Masaru revealed another lewd smile. Lustful eyes glanced back and forth at Hajime Kitahara, whose mind was racing at the moment. Hajime Kitahara didn't want to pay any attention to this kind of scum, but Masaru Nakata is still trying to get his way. He's had a lot to drink tonight, was about to make a move. A strong hand grabbed Nakata Masaru's hand that was trying to take advantage of the situation directly. Nakata Masaru froze, and when he saw that it was a young man who had grabbed his hand, he said angrily, "Have you grown blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me?" Takagi-go said lightly, "I don't care who you are. If the King of Heaven comes today and dares to touch Hajime Kitahara, he will die." Hajime Kitahara was relieved to see Go Takagi. If Nakata Masaru had come at him the hard way, it's not good to say what's going on with the shock. Mud, little bastard, you hurry up and let go. Takagi-go let go of his hand and then shined a kick at his stomach. Nakata Masaru's 200-pound body rolled and fell several meters away. His face twisted together in pain. Hajime Kitahara said slowly, "I'm really sorry. This is my boyfriend." Nakata Masaru covered his stomach and pointed at Kitahara Hajime and said viciously, "You." Takagi-go walked up after hearing that. "You, don't you come over, don't you come over." A crisp and heavy slap to Nakata Charge's plump face. His face instantly swelled up. This kid was really hitting it. It doesn't look strong. The strength is real. Now you know you're scared. You were so brave when you said it just now. Takagi-go finished and slapped him again. Nakata Charge could see that this kid was ruthless. Don't hit me. I was wrong." Nakata Masaru covered his head. Takagi-go shook off his hand. It was simply dirty to beat such scum. "I'm warning you, if you ever covet my girlfriend again, I'll see if I get you." Kitahara Hajime looked at that deep back. The sense of ice in her good-looking eyes faded away. A different kind of luster flowed. A small, imperceptible crack opened in the door of a long-dusted heart. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 10. Increase the number of chances for one draw. Currently 12 chances for one draw. Go! Takagi-go reached out and tugged on Kitahara Hajime's white wrist, then walked towards the parking lot. "Since you're saying I'm your boyfriend and taking advantage of me for nothing, let me tug on your wrist for a second. There's nothing wrong with it." Kitahara Hajime didn't say anything and was just being held by Takagi-go. Time to let go. Kitahara Hajime saw that Takagi-go was still tugging, showing no signs of letting go. "Oh." Takagi-go let go and gave a sarcastic laugh. "I thought he was following." The corners of Hajime Kitahara's mouth quirked, and for a woman who had seen as much as she had, Takagi-go's words obviously couldn't fool her. "My car is over there." Hajime Kitahara pointed to the gray Porsche sports car. "Got a driver's license?" "Yes." "Drive then. I've had a few drinks." "Aha." Takagi-go opened the car door for her and then got into the main driver's seat. The first time he drove such a luxurious car, Hajime Kitahara gave him a piece of his mind. The car took off steadily, and Hajime Kitahara opened the window, the breeze blowing gently into the car. Music was playing in the car, and for a while the atmosphere was heating up at a high rate. Hajime Kitahara spoke up. "He's a famous investor, very powerful in Tokyo. Know a lot of people too. What's the point of telling me that? You beat him up without fear of coming after you or getting your company screwed before it even gets off the ground. Want to hear the truth? Fear not. For the one who wants to screw me over hasn't been born yet." Takagi-go smiled confidently. "I'm kind of punching above my weight." Hajime Kitahara smiled inwardly. This teenager was always so confident. For no reason at all. And it's easy to make you believe him. I've been alive for 30 years, and this is the first time I've been saved by a hero. And it's the first time I've been judged by a man as a redhead. Good hands. Kitahara Hajime knew he wasn't a regular person when she saw him strike those 2 times. She should have practiced. That's natural. Practiced and took first place in the country. Really? Of course it's true. Takagi-goku doesn't lie. How do you like the car? Like sports car? Well, who do not like sports car beauty too? Cannot get around the topic. The next comment from Hajime Kitahara took Takagi-go by surprise. "Sent you. Ask for a little gift." Beaming. Chapter 71, The Boomerang. Takagi-go froze. "Giving me such an expensive gift?" "Not really. What's wrong with that?" Hajime Kitahara mused for a moment, then said, "Actually, I don't come to Tokyo very often. It's a good idea to leave this car sitting around, so I'll give it to you as a thank you for coming to the rescue." Takagi-go didn't push back when he saw her say that. In fact, he hadn't been trying to push back in the first place. After all, they don't share anything with each other. Dinner? Takagi-go asked. In fact, there's no way to get enough to eat at a conference like theirs. After Takagi-go said that, Kitahara Hajime was still a bit hungry, and she nodded her head. Takagi-go got his orders and drove straight towards the barbecue stand. He guessed that Hajime Kitahara hadn't eaten it. Night should be paired with barbecue. Takagi-go stopped next to a barbecue stand, and Hajime Kitahara asked curiously, "What's this? Haven't had one, I guess." Hajime Kitahara shook her head, and as soon as Takagi-go guessed that was it. After all, her heart's desire was written to inherit the family, so she thought she should be a rich second generation, not your average rich kid. Takagi-go parked the car and the two of them got out together. Sitting at a familiar barbecue stand, the feeling of a long absence came flooding back. Finding such a barbecue stand. I've been looking for it for a long time in Tokyo, so I had to try it. When the skewers were grilled and served, Hajime Kitahara picked them up and tasted them, found that it did taste pretty good. It's a different flavor. Nakata Masaru covered his face, which had been beaten to a pig's head, and headed back to the hotel. He had already cursed Takagi-go in his heart. He had thought that this night was going to be a good one for Kitahara Hajime. The results were muddled by Takagi-go. Got to get him. Nakata charging Shinji snapped back to remembering that he seemed to have seen Takagi-go somewhere. This man seems to be Takagi-go, who made a big splash earlier. Well. A vicious color flashed in Nakata Masaru's eyes. He wasn't a generous man, and this time, having suffered the loss of it must be regained. After Takagi-go and Kitahara Hajime had a dinner that wasn't quite a candlelight dinner, then he sent Hajime Kitahara back to the hotel. Tomorrow Hajime Kitahara will return to Osaka, and I don't know when we'll see each other again. However, when Takagi-go realizes that goal, it will be the day he meets Kitahara Hajime again. After a few days, by the end of the week only Wolf games were finally online. Once it went live, it sold out straight away. Part of the reason is because Takagi-go was well publicized and it was all over the place for a while. Another part of the reason is that the games are very affordable and cheap, like highly produced games that sells for such a cheap price. A whole wave of benefits directly to the family. A portion of the players have played the game and have commented underneath the game. Takagi-go was happy to look at the game reviews. The game was a big seller, so of course he was happy. No, how is this B game so hard? No kidding, I'm getting killed by minions. No, how much of a rookie do you have to be upstairs to get a pawn killed? Listen to me, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't play it, don't play it, just play Demonish in the future. Just go have some fun on your own if you're ing spraying old me. Fine, play along. Who's afraid? And I'll come back and punch you in the face when I do. After an hour. Mud, is this B game for people to play? Designed to be so difficult. Well, I told you it was hard and you sprayed me. Dude, it's not you or me. It's the people who designed this game who are so SB. Takagi-go had a black line on his face, so the design was still designed wrongly. So the dish was practiced more. By the way, do you guys remember when a blogger used to talked about this game? The game wasn't even out yet, and it was said that the game was extraordinarily hard, and then it got a lot of flack. That blogger who was scolded was naturally referring to Hirakawa Shiki. After many days, the boomerang flew back with precision. Remember, by the way you put it, he seems to be telling the whole truth. When you think about it, we really sprayed it wrong last time. Hirakawa ran straight out from inside the room. The excited expression on his face couldn't even be covered. Let them spray me. Now all of them apologize to me. Nowadays, netizens are still relatively simple and know that spraying is wrong. They all apologize by leaving messages on the bottom of Hirakawa Shiki's homepage. Unlike afterward, when keyboard warriors were all over the place. Meanwhile, Hirakawa Shiki's fan base is rising like crazy. Everything is going in a good direction. Everyday request for gifts, beaming, crying. Chapter 72 Mother's mother comes to the door. Hirakawa Shiki stared at the number of followers on his computer screen, which was growing several times over. Muttering, I'm really on fire. Takagi-go smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, you're the next superstar. Of course, this is purely a word of encouragement. At that moment, a call came in for Takagi-go, Hajime Kitahara. Except for that one time when he called Takagi-go at night, he never called again. Hello, Takagi-go connected. Congratulations. Kitahara Hajime's cool voice came over the phone. It's not easy to listen to you. What? Do I look bad to talk to? That's not true. You have a nice smile. Don't usually have a scowl. Smile more when you're not doing anything. Takagi-go said. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. How Takagi-go's words were like a boyfriend and girlfriend. Hajime Kitahara changed the subject. The game looks like a success. Ha, of course, but that's only the first step. After that it has to be realized step by step. Naturally, Hajime Kitahara could hear what he meant when he said, "After all, the bet was fresh in my mind. So, do you want me to realize it or don't you want me to realize it?" The phone remained in silence there, and after about a few seconds, the silence was broken. "Of course I want to. After all, if you realize it, I might even be able to ride your coattails. Ha ha, the Hajime Kitahara I know doesn't rely on men." Takagigo's words hit Kitahara Hajime directly in the heart. The man in front of her had accurately guessed her character. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to surprise, generating a mood value of 200. Currently 11,400. There's nothing else. I'll hang up now. After Hajime Kitahara finished speaking, hangs up straight away. Takagigo laughed and shook his head. This sister's character was really elusive. Takagigo patted Hirakawa Shiki's little brain. Hirakawa Shiki twisted his head to look at Takagigo with a sultry expression. "Why are you patting my head? You're investigating something for me. What is it? Ever heard of Hajime Kitahara? Hajime Kitahara? Here or here not? I've heard that. What are you asking her for?" Takagigo ignored his words. Instead, he said directly, "Look into her background for me. What's with the sudden thought of investigating her? I'll tell you when it's done." Hirakawa Shiki had no choice but to nod his head in agreement when he saw him say that. "When are you coming over?" The penguin avatar in Takagigo's cell phone pulsed a few times and a message was sent. From Misato. "Be right there." Takagigo sent her back. Hirakawa Ji's face instantly blackened. "You went to fall in love yourself and made me work for you, right? Do single dogs deserve to be bullied?" Takagigo simply cleaned himself up and got ready for his date tonight. Before going to Misato's house, Takagigo specially bought some food as well as vegetables. As soon as he reached the door of his house, he pushed it open to see Misato standing outside the door, her eyes gazing at Takagigo. A tender love, a beautiful wife like a dream. The two hugged and some combat began. After 2 hours, Misato was exhausted, while Takagigo was still glowing. "How do you still have energy?" Misato said through tears. Takagigo was really energetic. Physical strength can't be helped. Takagigo smiled confidently. "Well, I'm going to go make you dinner, so you can rest and relax for a while." Takagigo got dressed and got up, ready to go to the kitchen to cook. After about 20 minutes, there was a sudden knock on the door. Takagigo and Misato looked at each other. "Who?" Takagigo asked in a low voice. Misato shook her head. "No one here knows but my parents and you." It's hard to believe it's Misato's parents. Holy, this is meeting the parents? Daily begging for small gifts. Chapter 73 Opposite Mother-in-Law. Bam! 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 The knocking on the door grew more urgent. "Didn't hear the knock. Dead is it?" An unmistakable shrill voice came from outside. Takagigo frowned. He actually knew from the start that Misato wasn't on good terms with her parents. One step toward the door. Before he could reach the door, Misato tugged on his hand and shook her head at him. That's not wanting him to answer the door. Takagigo gently stroked his hand on her head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. What's coming will come. So there's no use in being afraid. So you might as well be proactive." Without hesitation, Takagigo directly reached out and gripped the doorknob to open the door. Outside the door stood a woman in her 40s, and Granite Gardenia froze when she saw that it was a man who opened the door. The initial realization was that she was in the wrong house, but then he saw Misato again, which made him realize that he hadn't gone wrong at all. "Well, Misato Hanaka, how dare you harbor a man?" The shrill voice sounded again, and Takagigo's tightly furrowed brow furrowed even more. Takagigo asked rhetorically, "What do you mean by harboring a man? It's not called harboring a man? Misato has her own power. You have no right to interfere too much." Misato took Takagigo's hand and tried to talk him out of it. Before the words were out of her mouth, Granite Gardenia snapped to see the watch Takagigo was wearing on his hand. She immediately ran up and exclaimed, "Yes, Hanaka Misato, you made some money instead of honoring us. Instead you ran off to buy a watch for this little white boy, didn't you?" Yeah. She had seen the watch before and kept asking Misato Hanaka who she gave it to, but just wouldn't say. Now the truth comes out. Takagigo scratched his ears. "If it weren't for the fact that you're Misato's mother, probably would have slapped him. You hurry up and take off your watch." "What if I don't take it off?" "Hiya, against you," Takagigo told her directly. "I don't have time to mess around with you. I'll give you 2 choices. The first option is to give you $200,000 and leave me alone from now on. The second choice, you don't get a penny. You choose." Anyone who isn't stupid would choose the first one. The Granite Gardenia's eyes rolled back in her head, and her heart fluttered with mutterings. This little kid in front of me opens his mouth to say $200,000. Do you have that much money? Making her believe that the man in front of her had $200,000 was not as good as making her believe that she was a rich kid. "Why don't you believe me?" Takagigo asked rhetorically. guessing precisely what she was thinking. Takagi-go took a card out of his pocket and handed it to Granite Gardenia. Try it if you don't believe me. Password 6 zeros. Granite Gardenia hesitated. And to be honest, she was half-hearted now. Try it. Even if it's not. It doesn't matter. If it's really $200,000. Wouldn't that be great? The Granite Gardenia took the card without changing her face. I warn you not to lie to me about the. Otherwise you're going to end up ugly. Takagi-go was straight up pissed off. Having heard a lot of threats from people that. This is the least damaging sentence. If you do. Remember not to let me know you're pestering Misato again. Or you should know the consequences. After saying that, Takagi-go's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. And his aura instantly burst out. It actually shocked her for a moment. The Granite Gardenia swallowed and hastily closed the door. Misato lowered her head. Yeah, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for her, Takagi-go wouldn't have lost $200,000 for nothing. Misato just felt an invisible pressure on her heart. Takagi-go smiled and reassured. Misato, none of your business. After all, not everyone gets to choose their parents. Misato only felt a warm current pass through her at his words. Ding! Hanaka Misato's mood changes from calm to touched, generating a mood value of 800. Current mood value 1200. It's such a popular saying these days that Takagi-go thinks it fits Misato. A runaway dad, a sick mom, a brother in school and a broken her. I'm going to make up for Misato's past, little by little. The Granite Gardenia ran all the way to the bank entrance without stopping for a moment for sparks and lightning. She couldn't wait to verify the card's authenticity. The card goes in and the balance shows up. The Granite Gardenia covered her mouth, her eyes showing a gleam of excitement and shock as that's a solid $200,000. The man wasn't lying. Did Misato catch a golden son-in-law? The Granite Gardenia thought of more things within herself. And man was greedy. The appetites are never satisfied. Misato and him look like their boyfriend and girlfriend. After all, they've all been living together. That's got to drive the next step in a hurry. Gotta hurry up and get Misato to marry him. The Granite Gardenia really doesn't want to run her golden boy, or ATM, off. Takagi-go didn't know that Granite Gardenia had already set them both up for life. After Takagi-go made Misato's dinner, he made a call to Hirakawa Shiki. Brother, what are your orders again? Hirakawa Shiki said bluntly, because it was usually fine. Takagi-go never called him. So, whenever he calls, it's about something. Hirakawa Shiki now smells the phone ringing. You're going to spy on someone for me and keep me posted on her daily whereabouts. And keep her in peace. Hey, I thought something was wrong. Something like that. I'm good at wrapping things up. Hirakawa Shiki had agreed to it in a heartbeat. And Takagi-go knew he was good at this sort of thing. That's why it was given to him. Hanging up the phone, Takagi-go follows up with a call to Aika to prepare for the conference. The game is currently extremely popular, so Takagi-go naturally wants to capitalize on the east wind and create another wave of momentum. Tell us about future plans. Takagi-go has seen his business empire slowly build up. Ask for a little gift. Beaming. Chapter 74, Stand Back. I'm going to start playing hard to get. Hanaka Gardenia walked along the road with one of the money taken out, beautifully humming, and happy as can be. I was walking home when a group of people suddenly rushed out. A panicked expression appeared in Hanaka Gardenia's eyes. These people in front of her were clearly coming for her. Run! This thought immediately came into Hanaka Gardenia's mind. But there was no way she could outrun those people anymore. You guys, what are you guys doing? Hanaka Gardenia asked, trembling. The man at the head of the group stepped forward and said, our boss told me to tell you, keep your tail between your legs from now on. Got it? A threat. It's a naked threat. And it's not like there's anyone she's messed with. No. A person's name snapped into Hanaka Gardenia's mind. Takagi-go. Remember what he had threatened then. What he had just said. And now it had come true. The power behind him is so strong. Hanaka Gardenia inwardly reinforces the idea of setting up Misato and Takagi-go. Get married right away. We can't let our son-in-law go. Hear me? Listen. They were just about to leave when Hanaka Gardenia spoke up and asked, you guys, what's the name of your oldest? What? Want to trouble our boss? Then I'll make you trouble first. Hanaka Gardenia waved her hand and said, No, I was going to ask. Some curiosity only. The man at the head of the group thought for a second that who was behind Hirakawa Shiki. It was the Yamaguchi Gumi. Who could possibly move him? Let alone the fact that he was close to Takagi-go. That man is a real pervert. Takagi-go, are you polite? Hirakawa Shiki. Hanaka Gardenia silently wrote the name down. 2 days passed. The launch was organized and ready to go. Takagi-go sits backstage at the launch event, ready to speak on stage later. Ryohana as well as Hirakawa Shiki and others are waiting backstage. What time is it? Takagi-go asked. 10 minutes to 10. Hirakawa-chi said. Takagi-go rolled his eyes. It's 9:50. Just say 9:50. Okay, get ready, it's time to go on. A manuscript, prepared of course, is impossible to prepare. Takagi-go walks up from backstage, and a whole bunch of media from the underground take pictures with their cameras. Because Takagi-go has been extremely popular for a while now, he's almost never met an opponent. Takagi-go scanned around towards the bottom, knowing that apart from these media outlets, there must have been many people outside the media watching his launch, and there are certainly many people who want him dead. To break it down, the Kawasaki Inarawa, the scrappy rich kid, the lewd fat pig. Takagi-go stood on the stage, scanned the bottom and coughed softly. Back off, I'm going to start pretending. Takagi-go's eyes shot out violently. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for being able to attend the launch, and without further ado, straight to the point next. Osaka, a luxury apartment. A fine-looking woman sat in front of the television, her eyes harboring an unrelenting indifference. The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. However, as she heard what the man on the television said, and, as beautiful as a flower in full bloom, what Takagi-go said really fit his style, and Kitahara Hajime couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The man is so funny even at launch. I appreciate everyone's support of our company so that the game can sell well, and certainly, allow me to boast that we have produced a game that is truly to the player's liking, and at an affordable price. The conscientious business. When Takagi-go said that, the gamers in front of the TV screen agreed, because he does tell the truth. So, I'll talk about our company's purpose and our future plans next. Next, Takagi-go directly threw a heavy bomb. Our company's mission is to build the world. Note the world. The most powerful business empire in the world, and has created a whole host of benefits for people. Backstage, Ryohana looked at the sparkling Takagi-go on stage with stars in her eyes. Sorry it's a little late these days, there's another chapter later around 10 p.m. Kneeling for a gift, crying, beaming. Chapter 75. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes showed surprise. Ryohana is really an obsessed woman. Fascinating Takagi-go. It's almost like there's a filter in place that no one can break. Ding! The mood of Taihei Inghua has changed from calm to worship, generating a mood value of 800. Current mood value 12. 800. Takagi-go, who was giving a speech on the stage, froze. Ryohana was really his little fangirl. No. It should be accurate to say that she's a schoolmate. Inside the hall there was silence, only the sound of the camera pressing the shutter. Afraid of missing any explosive statements and breaking news, with one less shot, Takagi-go continued again. I know there must be a lot of people who don't believe what I'm saying, but I will prove to you that what I say is true. So, I'm gonna ask the naysayers to wait a little while. A few years later, I didn't realize. You guys can call it whatever you want. Go Takagi with a flurry of aggression. Next, I'll talk about the future direction of our company, and our future field involves various aspects. Video, music, gaming, shopping, cell phones, and cars. The media at the bottom froze in their tracks and everyone held their breath. Takagi-go continued to paint a big picture. Our goal is to be the richest man in the world, and still very confident of achieving that goal in probably less than 5 years, because then, I made a bet with there are serious consequences if it fails. Takagi-go finished with a slight smile. The bet he was talking about was naturally with Kitahara Hajime. He's painting a big enough pie and it smells good enough. Takagi-go then proceeded to say a bunch of words about how to plan. But after the main event, not many people even care about that, because the previous ones were hard dishes and now they were serving small dishes. Naturally not many people cared. Hirotaka Yamaguchi's eyes looked at the television in front of him, and his smile could no longer be concealed. Takagi-go was really a potential. How dare he put out such bold words? I'm sorry, said Hirotaka Yamaguchi. So to trust or not to trust him? Yamaguchi Hirotaka said in a deep voice. After all that has happened, I think it's better to believe in Takagi-go. After all, he's performed so many miracles. These miracles do not allow them to disbelieve. Although Go Takagi's goal of becoming the world's richest man seems so impossible to achieve. But, what if miracles are in the hands of the young? A launch event that ended with another eye-opener for Go Takagi's Ryogo group. Of course most people were watching and most didn't believe Takagi-go's words. After all, a guy just in his early 20s wants to be the richest man in the world. Just think about it. Only Wolf was released globally and sold exceptionally well. And when Takagi-go received the money, first, I'll pay back the money I borrowed from Ryohana. Although it was indistinguishable from Ryohana, one size did not fit all, and he couldn't let his old man look down on him. With the money left over after that, Go Takagi rented one of the biggest buildings in downtown Tokyo. I can't buy it now, but it should be soon. The next steps are to recruit, get bigger and better, and build on the success. Oh yes, there are 11 more chances for the lottery that aren't used just in time for the next one. System, I want a lottery. Okay, warm tip, 5 consecutive draws have a higher winning rate. Then let's have a 5 in a row draw. Takagi-go directly waved his big hand and, anyway, he's rich and powerful now. I wonder what goodies will be drawn. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. Chapter 76, Magnificent 5 consecutive draws. The huge roulette will turn slowly. Pointers in, consumption class, attribute class, skill class, as well as question marks, a very small percentage of the total. These types of content spin on the fly, without blinking his eyes at all. Takagi-go stared intently at the screen in front of him. He was drawing 5 prizes in a row. The first draw drew a consumable skill, invisibility pill. A small line underneath states that when the host uses it, it will be invisible for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Takagi-go rubbed his chin in deep thought. 10 minutes wouldn't do for him. After all, you're starting out with at least an hour. The second draw was for an attribute class. Increasing charisma, 30. Current charisma, 90. Out of 100. Takagi-go was instantly happy when he took a look at the charisma value. For men, the most attractive thing is not handsome. Instead, it's money. You have money. Your charisma value is high. If you have enough money, you have a full charm value. The third draw was for an abandoned factory. Takagi-goku's eyes lit up. The factory was a real good thing. Much more valuable than any glamour. After all, the factory can be used for a lot of things. And you're going to be in the cell phone field later on. That factory is indispensable. The fourth 5 draws were all question marks. That means it's been a good draw both times. The fourth is an artificial intelligence system that helps you manage your business, monitor information and so on. There's only what you can't think of, not what AI can't do. The fifth time was even better, with a straight-up packet of shivering nether source code. As someone from a previous life, Takagi-go knows the impact of shaking the een, but it kills all the video software in one fell swoop. Even pretty countries block this software outright. It's not unlikely that Takagi-go could even go straight to being the richest man in the country with this one software. These 5 draws combined are considered a profit. Takagi-go walks out of the room after drawing the prize. Ryohana froze when she saw Takagi-go's face. How did he go out for a trip and become much better looking? It's even more appealing. The little nymphomaniac society is afraid that Younghwa is starting to blush. Takagi-go asked curiously in return. My face? Is there something on my face? Younghwa blushed and shook her head. No. Ding. The mood of Taihei Younghwa changes from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 13. 300. Since Aika is not the heroine, there is no favorability for her, only feedback on emotions. Even Hirakawa Shiki, who was at the side, couldn't help but let out an astonished cry. Ha! Why have you gotten so good looking? Is the charisma boost so obvious that? Shouldn't money be the fastest way to enhance a man's charisma? Why? You're still having second thoughts about me. Bah! I like girls. Girls. Hirakawa Shiki said 3 times in a row, but he couldn't let anyone misunderstand his orientation. Where are we going now? Go home. It was also time to go home, and I wondered how Mieko would react when she saw it. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. Chapter 77, The Gaze of a Wolf. Takagi-go returns home with Hirakawa Shiki. By now, it was getting late. Mieko made it a point to tell the two of them not to eat, and she made a huge table of food that use it as a treat for Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki. It's mainly a treat for Takagi-go, and Hirakawa Shiki is just along for the ride. As soon as I entered the house, the scent of the home was already wafting out. Hirakawa Shiki nuzzled his nose, his eyes showing delight. Wow, so much good food. A big table full. Mieko hurriedly greeted. It's nothing, go hurry and sit down. Hirakawa Shiki senses he's being ignored, and not just once or twice, but he'd gotten used to it a long time ago. It's time to get dry and eat, not think about that. So Hirakawa Shiki ate it very happily, but Takagi-go wasn't in the mood to eat at all, because he realized that Mieko had been watching herself. Could it be that the charm value is working? After an hour, a meal was finally eaten. Takagi-go hurriedly ran away from Mieko's wolf-like gaze. I'm so afraid she's going to eat me. No, I should be the one to eat her. Takagi-go's mind went back to the last time Mieko was drunk. A very memorable one. When can we do it again? At night, Hirakawa Shiki went back to his room to continue fighting only wolves. Takagi-goku realizes that he's almost through when he asks, but he's being abused, and Takagi-go is liaising with the girl. First up was Ryuga. Takagi-go opened his cell phone and dialed Ryuga. Hey, hello. A thin voice in a jar came from the other end of the line. Takagi-go keenly sensed Ryuga's emotions. Smiling, he asked, "What's wrong with little baby Ryohana? She's not happy. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen much of Ryuga in a while, and the last time I did was at their house. That time I discussed investment with Hirotaka Yamaguchi." "Not at all." Takagi-go raised an eyebrow and said deliberately, "Oh, since Ryuga didn't miss me, I'll hang up now." Takagi-goku saying that directly made Ryuga anxious, as if he would actually hang up. "Don't. I missed you," Ryuga said hastily. Takagi-go's heart warmed. He had indeed aggravated Ryuga these days. "Ha ha, just kidding, why would I hang up?" It was then that Ryuga realized that he had been tricked. "Humph, ignore you. Don't. Good cool flower. How about I go play with you this week? That's more like it." After coaxing Ryohana, Takagi-go called Misato again, begging for a little gift from your lordship. Reader, Thane. Chapter 78, Late Night Knocking. Takagi-go hung up on Ryuga and then called Misato back. "Please call me the time management guru." The phone dripped a few times, then the call went through. "Hey," Takagi-go said with a smile. "Missed me?" Misato murmured. "Thought about it, a lot." She was outspoken about her favorite. "Haha, okay, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll see you in a few days," Takagi-go said. Takagi-go has been really busy these last few days, and Misato naturally knows it. So Misato dutifully said, "Aha." Takagi-go had been on the phone with Misato for a while longer, talking for quite some time before hanging up. "And Kitahara Hajime, should I call her as well?" Takagi-go thought so. "If you want to fight, fight." Takagi-go is not one to hesitate. After a minute, the call came through. "At what?" Takagi-go asked. There was a silence on the other end of the line, and Takagi-go saw that she wasn't replying. To himself, he said, "Is it hard to be drinking with someone else?" That's when the caller finally spoke up. "Aha. For people like Hajime Kitahara who are in big business, drinking and dining are essential. Drink less, okay? This alcohol stuff is not good for your health," Takagi-go said with concern. Hajime Kitahara held her cell phone in her hand, her pretty eyes twinkling. There were many people who tried to persuade her to drink, but there were none who persuaded her to quit. At first, she just assumed that Takagi-go was the same as the men she had pursued before. It does seem very different today. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 13. 500. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 5. There are currently 6 chances left in the draw. It's really icy enough. Iceberg Beauty lives up to her name. "You should have seen me launch." Hajime Kitahara didn't say anything. "I know you must have read it, and if you don't want to work that hard, with just one word I can help you," Takagi-go said with immense confidence. "What he says is true, and he has all the strength to do so, but I know you won't promise me that," Takagi-go said again to himself, because he knew Hajime's character very well and was not the type of person who needed others to help him. The words also touched Hajime deeply. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's favorability is +5. Current favorability is 10. Increase the number of chances for one draw. Currently there are 7 chances remaining. Takagi-go was pleased in his heart. It looked like his words had worked. "Aha." Hajime Kitahara hummed softly and continued. "Is there anything else you'd like to do that? I'll hang up now if there isn't." "No. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time and I kind of miss you." On the other end of the line, Kitahara Hajime held the phone for a moment. They had only met a few times in total. There was a bet made, but it wasn't to this extent. Kitahara Hajime returned. "Ha, you said that to a few girls." Takagi-go immediately replied, "I only said that to you." Telling lies straight out of the box. Takagi-go is shameless anyway. Kitahara Hajime outright poofed a smile as she was made to laugh by Takagi-go. As a person who has lived for so many years, Takagi-go's words are just enough to fool a little girl. An old girl like her can't be fooled. "Hang on," Hajime said. "Okay, no more drinking." After Takagi-go said that, the phone hung up. Those 3 calls were rewarding. Bam! Thump! Stump! A knock sounded on the door and Takagi-go froze. Who else would come to his place in the middle of the night but Mieko? Begging for a little gift from your lordship. Reader, Thane. Chapter 79. One night. Waking up with a start, Takagi-go stretched as the sunlight poured through the window. He turned his head to see that the man next to him had long since disappeared. There was only one empty bed. His hand unconsciously reached for the empty space beside the bed, as if trying to grasp something but it only caught a piece of nothingness. Was everything that happened last night just a dream? Takagi-go couldn't help but be a little puzzled, a hint of loss welling up in his heart. However, when his fingers touched the empty space, he felt a lingering warmth. The warmth told him that this wasn't a dream, but something that had actually happened. She'd only just left a short time ago, and her scent still seemed to be in the air. Takagi-go sat quietly on his bed, his thoughts drifting away. He remembered the time he'd spent with her last night. Those sweet and cozy moments made him feel incredibly happy, even though the two didn't mention that topic. But the understanding and affection for each other is silently heating up. Takagi-go got up and walked out of the room and into the living room. There was an aroma coming from the kitchen and he knew Mieko was preparing breakfast. He gently pushed open the kitchen door to see Mieko standing busily in front of the stove. "Mieko," Takagi-go called out softly. Mieko twisted her head around to look at him when she heard the voice. "I'll help you along," Takagi-go said with a smile. Mieko watched Takagi-go walk into the kitchen with a surprised look on her face. She had thought Takagi-go was just talking, but she didn't expect him to actually walk in and help. Takagi-go walked over to the stove and skillfully picked up the spatula and began to stir-fry the vegetables in the pan. He moved with skill and confidence, as if he had done it countless times. Mieko looked at Takagi-go's figure with curiosity. She couldn't understand how a tiny child could be so familiar with cooking. "Takagi-go, do you often cook at home?" Mieko couldn't help but ask. "Aha," Takagi-go replied faintly. "Wow, Takagi-go, you're amazing," Mieko exclaimed heartily. Takagi-go smiled and continued to focus on the dish in his hands. He knows that if he puts his mind to it, he will be able to make delicious food. She suddenly felt that Takagi-go was becoming more and more unreadable. The man was as unreadable as an enigma. "Mieko, do I have something on my face?" Takagi-go asked with a smile. Nope. No. Harm. I saw you keep looking at me all the time and thought I had something on my face. Ding. Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 13,800. In no time at all, a large table of food was brought up. Hirakawa came out from inside his room at the smell, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Oh ho, so much good food. What a day," Hirakawa asked. "Not on any day," Takagi-go said. After eating, Takagi-go thought about the future. He was going to look for Hirotaka Yamaguchi and see Ryuga again on the way. It had been a long time after all. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. Chapter 80, Selling Your Ass. Go away. Don't eat. Takagi-go covered his face and said to Hirakawa Shiki. This one's still eating. It's my fault. It's just that your cooking is so good, Hirakawa Shiki muttered. His words sporadic. Go ahead and come back and let you have your fill. It took Takagi-go to drag Hirakawa Shiki away. There was an overbearing gray Porsche sports car parked outside Mieko's house. Hirakawa's eyes instantly lit up. Sports cars are a must for men. Whose sports car? So handsome. It shouldn't be. We don't have anyone here who is rich, Hirakawa Shiki muttered to himself. Then he realized something was wrong. Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi-go with an incredulous face. It's not. It can't be your car. Takagi-go was calm as could be, and took a key out of his pocket. Hirakawa Shiki's hanging heart finally died. I'm not afraid of my brother's suffering, but I'm afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. It looks like the brother is already driving a Land Rover. Takagi-go pressed the car keys under Hirakawa Shiki's surprised gaze. Those two sexy headlights on the front of the car lit up twice. Get in the car, Takagi-go said faintly. Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki got into the car together. Hirakawa Shiki's small eyes glanced up and down toward the car's interior decorations. First time in a limo. Brother. My own brother. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Hirakawa has never called his brother so affectionately before. What are you doing? Takagi-go asked warily. Brother, I've never begged in my life. Can you let me drive once? No one can resist the lure of a sports car. Could be. Really? On one condition. Let alone one condition. I'll agree to 100. Takagi-go said with a slight smile. Sell ass. After that, he started the engine. The sports car let out a low roar and took off, with Hirakawa Shiki in the car, who was dumbfounded and stuck in thought. Takagi-go quickly drove to Ryuga's house, and I have to say that a luxury car is different to drive. The car came to a steady stop and Takagi-go turned off the engine. Here we are. What's the fret? Takagi-go laughed. Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi-go with unmistakable determination in his eyes. I've thought about it. Takagi-go asked in confusion. Think of what? Hirakawa Shiki said seriously. I don't think selling your ass is out of the question. I mean really, what's wrong with selling your ass once for your dream? I'm a dreamer, Hirakawa said with a great sense of righteousness, feeling that he was a hot-blooded and good young man who had sacrificed his life for his dream. I don't need it. Takagi-go gave him a breathless look. Don't. I thought we agreed before. *** you wouldn't be male. Takagi-goku didn't say that word, but the meaning was obvious. I thought you said you needed an ass. Hirakawa-chi said with a resigned look on his face. Takagi-go rolled his eyes and got out of the car, followed closely by Hirakawa-shiki. When he got out of the car, Takagi-go threw him the car keys he was holding. You drive on the way back. Okay. Hirakawa-shiki was beaming with joy and followed his ass into the room. Yamaguchi Hirotaka was already an old friend of his, and they knew each other very, very well. Ji Hohyun is also familiar with both of them. Coming. Ji Hohyun said. Coming. Takagi-go said with a nod. Hirotaka Yamaguchi was sitting inside the house. Seeing Takagi-go smiled and said, You're making a lot of noise. Naturally, Hirotaka Yamaguchi is talking about the Takagi-go launch, a launch that he made a lot of noise about. It seems like every time Takagi-go makes a big commotion, Yamaguchi Hirotaka is an old husband looking at his son-in-law, and the more he looks at him, the more he likes him. It's okay, but there are so many people asking me about you, and so many others wanting to invest in your company. There are even so many people asking if you're married. They want to marry their daughters to you. Ha ha. Takagi-go's eyes twinkled as he heard that this was a great time to show his determination. Ha ha, I don't promise. Oh, Yamaguchi Hirotaka came to be interested and asked rhetorically. Why? Because my heart already belongs to Ryohana. Takagi-go also didn't hide his heart in any way, expressing his feelings directly in front of Hirotaka Yamaguchi. Hirakawa-shiki stood aside and didn't say anything. He actually knew about all the flowery things Takagi-go had done, but very good at keeping quiet. I'm still a little unsure if I'm happy or unhappy that you're saying this to my face. I'm sorry. Hirotaka Yamaguchi laughed. At that moment, Ryuga suddenly walked in, begging for a little gift from your lordship reader. Thane. Chapter 81, Kissing. Ryuga trotted all the way over here. Apparently it was only when he saw his delighted Hirotaka Yamaguchi smiled and shook his head, turning to Takagi-go, who was off to the side. He said, He's never looked like that when he sees me. Why isn't Ryohana happy to see you? Don't you have any idea? Takagi-go couldn't help but think in his mind. Ryuga couldn't help but blush when she heard Yamaguchi Hirotaka's snide remark. Well, Ryohana's waiting and anxious, so why don't you guys go ahead and have fun and we can talk about it over dinner later. Yamaguchi Hirotaka said softly. Takagi-go got acquiescence and walked out, holding Ryuga's wrist. Hirakawa-shiki? Dude, you're gone. May I ask what about me? Once again, Hirakawa-shiki is forgotten. Ryuga's wrists were smooth and soft. You haven't come to play with me in a while, Ryuga said with a disgruntled pout. Takagi-gohan ran his hand down the back of his head. He had been busy with the company for the past few days. There was also a trip out of the country during that time, and coming back with all sorts of things, which did leave Ryuga out in the cold. The last time I saw Ryuga was last time. I did leave Ryohana out in the cold when I thought about it carefully. Ryuga heaved her head, her eyes full of aggression. Takagi-go has continued. But, it's not that I have to earn money, so you can pay back the money you owe Ryuga. But finally, I've earned enough. Takagi-go gave his a small excuse. As soon as Ryohana heard that, she hurriedly said, I can do without it. If you're short of money, I still have it here. $1 million to say no. Takagi-go wanted to cry. If only I had met Ryohana in my previous life. I would have had a rich woman, a house and a car. Now there's money. I bought you lots and lots of food when I came. Flowers, designer bags. Cool flowers may not be interested, but when you say yummy, Ryohana is absolutely happy and her eyes light up. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? I said I was going to see me before, and then I didn't come to see me either. Ryuga muttered in a small voice. Ryuga, let's not talk about this topic. Takagi-go didn't move to change the subject. Oh, Ryuga saw Takagi-go say that and stopped talking about it. Takagi-go was holding Ryuga's hand as they wandered around their large villa. It was the first time they had held hands like this. Ryuga didn't pull his hand away either, and Takagi-go didn't let go. They just walked hand in silence. Not far from the balcony, 3 men stood on it. Yamaguchi Hirotaka, Ike Hirakan, and Hirakawa-chi. The 3 of them looked at Takagi-go with Ryuga together. Hirakawa-chi felt very embarrassed. Lao dang. Never seen people fall in love. As to look at it like this, Yamaguchi Hirotaka said, with his hands behind his back, toward Ike Kohei, who was off to the side. We didn't make the wrong choice in the first place. Ji Hohyun smiled back and nodded his head. If they had chosen Kenhiro Hashigami in the first place, the result would have been predictable. The sun is setting and the hour of dusk is upon us. Takagi-go stayed for dinner with Hirakawa-shiki. Since Takagi-go has this relationship with Hirakawa-shiki, Hirakawa-shiki is considered an insider. You don't have to avoid him to talk about things. Hirotaka Yamaguchi gave Go Takagi a dish, an elder giving a dish to a younger one. It shows that elders value their juniors. Thanks. Takagi-go replied in thanks. There's no need to be so outgoing. We're not outsiders, are we? Ha ha. I'm sorry, laughed Hirotaka Yamaguchi. He emphasized the words "not an outsider" several times. Takagi-go smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, not an outsider. Lately, I've been hearing that Kenhiro Hashigami is going to make some moves with the Kawaii Council. Takagi-go nodded his head lightly. What Yamaguchi Hirotaka had said was completely within his expectations. For the Kawanikai to mess with Go Takagi, it's definitely not enough to do it on their own. So, he'll have to find forces again. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's still in its infancy, and it's never good to have a big tree. Yamaguchi Hirotaka analyzed that it was the time when the Ryugo group was in its infancy and weakness. Trying to mess with the Ryogoku group this time of year is undoubtedly the best. What do you think? Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked rhetorically. Soldiers come and go. Doing well for ourselves is enough. You make a good point. Do you have any plans these days? Yamaguchi Hirotaka was naturally referring to Takagi-go's next move, and the bravado had already been put out there. If it doesn't materialize, a whole lot of people are waiting to step on it. Don't worry, the next step has already been figured out. Well, okay, let me know if you're short of money. They were in the same boat, not to mention the fact that there was the relationship of Ryohana in place. After dinner, Takagi-go and Ryuga take a walk by moonlight. The little atmosphere lent itself to the moonlight lake all at once. Ryuga, Takagi-go said, twisting his head. You close your eyes and I'll give you something. Good. Ryuga obeyed and obediently closed her eyes. Takagi-go's lips gently imprinted. Begging for a little gift from your lordship, reader. Thane. Chapter 82, I'll marry you a sister-in-law. Moonlight, lake, beautiful women, handsome men. Ryuga slowly closed her eyes. Her white skin, her high nose, her long eyelashes, the rosy lips. She was so beautiful that it was as if she just didn't exist on earth. Like a fairy in the sky. Ryuga's beauty is simply impeccably good. All the vibes came just right. Takagi-go imprinted directly on her lips, and Ryuga's eyes snapped open. Her clear eyes were unbelievable. Ryuga was confused. What was going on? Why was he suddenly kissing up? She felt like a plot inside a TV show as well as a novel, and when she used to watch it, the hero and heroine often kiss for no apparent reason. The situation is as it is now. Ryuga's heart was pounding so hard that Takagi-go could hear it clearly. Why? Why does my heart beat so fast when Go kisses me? Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changes from calm to excited, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 14. 300. Ryohana's two hands couldn't be put down, nor could they be hugged. Takagi-go took Ryuga's hand and placed it on his waist. One kiss later, Takagi-go was instantly amused at Ryuga's confused little eyes. Why are you so cute, Ryohana? Takagi-go said with a smile. Ryohana's two good-looking eyebrows wrinkled together when she heard that. You're still laughing. All of a sudden it's kissing up. She felt that if two people kissed they were no longer friends. Takagi-go asked with immense seriousness. Are you angry, Ryuka? Ryuga shook her head thoughtfully. Not angry. I'm just a little overwhelmed. It was strange. Takagi-go kissed up and Ryuga really felt no anger. Takagi-go had guessed Ryuga's mind when he did that, and that's why he dared to do it. There's a saying that goodbyes are a declaration of victory, not a rallying cry. Ryuga was just mute about men and women, but not ignorant. I don't know when she realized that her dependence on Takagi-go had grown deep. Go. What would you say our relationship is? Ryuga asked, blinking her two big eyes. Takagi-go cocked his head and said, friendship. No matter who asks he will say friendship because once he admits it. What about the others? Friendship? Ryuga murmured. A friendship that's even better than the friendships we had before. Takagi-go added. What Takagi-go said was so convoluted that Ryuga couldn't understand it, so she simply chose not to listen. All she knows is that she can't get away from Takagi-go more and more now. It's getting late, so Takagi-go says goodbye to Ryuka and leaves the place with Hirakawa Shiki. Hirakawa is very excited to take out the car keys. This is his first time to drive a luxury car. How can he not be excited? The sound of the sports car's engine let out a guttural low growl, and at the same time Hirakawa Shiki's heart had taken flight. The sports car started. Mieko's house wasn't that far from Ryuga, a normal half-hour drive away, but half an hour's journey. Hirakawa Chi drove hard for an hour. Before getting out of the car, Hirakawa Shiki was still fondly touching the steering wheel. Takagi-go patted him on the shoulder and drew a pie. Do well and, after you've done a good job, brother will marry you as sister-in-law. Hirakawa Shiki? Ha ha, wrong word. Do a good job. There will be bread and milk. I don't want bread and milk. I just want the sports car. Don't worry. It'll all be there later. Since the last time Mieko came knocking on the door and the two of them fought 300 rounds, Mieko then never came to see him again. It's rather confusing for Takagi-go, but after all, The relationship between the two can't be publicized to the public, and Takagi-go can't ask for anything more than to let nature take its course. Let's see when the next time Mieko can't stand it. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. 83. Statements by representatives. A night of peace and quiet was a disappointment to Takagi-go. In fact, his heart wanted something to happen. The next day, Takagi-go goes to school with Hirakawa Shiki. Brother, just this once, give me one last time. Hirakawa begged. Takagi-go had a black line. It's not like he won't give it to you. Why do you have to say it in such a disgusting way? Dead. At Hirakawa Shiki's pleading, Takagi-go grudgingly throws him the car keys to put on a show. The sports car pulls into the University of Tokyo, attracting many eyes along the way. Hirakawa deliberately rolled down the car window, and as the saying goes, a coat is not as good as a coat at night. Needless to say, it worked for him, and countless male college students that the college girls' eyes looked over. At the same time, they all showed envious eyes. A cool batch from Hirakawa Shiki, who was enjoying this. How can you go through life without pretending? Hirakawa Shiki steadily parked his car in the school's parking lot, and Takagi-go opened the door and stepped down. What are you doing? Hirakawa asked. The principal wanted to talk to me about something. Takagi-go said lightly. Hirakawa Shiki skimmed and cut. I still say there's something to find me. Takagi-go smiled and ignored him. Walking straight to the principal's office, knocked on the door. A masculine male voice came from inside. Come in. What did you want to see me about? Headmaster? Takagi-go asked. The more Matsui Katsuki looks at Takagi-go, the more he likes him. After all, the better Takagi-go is, the better for the University of Tokyo. I thought the new students were enrolling recently, so you'll go up and speak as the student representative. Me? Takagi-go said, pointing at himself. That's right, it's you. Matsui smiled slightly and continued. There doesn't seem to be anyone better than you. Takagi-go nodded. He was right about that. Indeed. After all, there aren't many people as young and talented as I am. Matsui laughed and shook his head. Calling you fat and you're still wheezing. But the truth is, as you say, young indeed. Anything else? Nothing else for a while, so I'll go first? By the way, how are you doing with your schoolmate? What schoolmarm? Hajime. Oh, you mean that. Takagi-go didn't realize that this old den was quite nosy. In progress. Takagi-go walked out of the office with those words. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. Chapter 84, Love Brain. Takagi-go has become a celebrity at the University of Tokyo. When you go out, there will be elementary school girls chasing after you to ask for autographs. And of course, Takagi-go will give them all autographs. Contact information Takagi-go is still not given because it's not the main girl. So what's the point of adding it? It's hard to believe that Takagi-go has Ryohana, as well as Misato, and Mieko, and iceberg beauty Hajime Kitahara. These guys were all first-rate in terms of face value, and Takagi-go had absolutely no need to get involved with the others. Takagi-go strolled down the road on his way to find Misato. A call comes in, a call from an unknown number, and Takagi-go connects. Hello? Did you get into the University of Tokyo? A voice as clear as a nightingale came from inside the phone. If one could conclude just by the voice, then this must be a beauty comparable to Ryuga Misato. The voice was nice to hear, but a sentence that had no beginning or end confused Takagi-go. Why should I tell you? Takagi-go asked back with interest. Getting words out of him is like taking meat from the wolf. Humph. Or not. You're even pouting. I'll hum if you hum. Humph. I won't tell you if you don't. Takagi-go said with an example. You bullied me. Say no. You should know. Takagi-go had a black line on his head. You said I know. So I know? I don't have time to bull you here. So tell me or I'll hang up. The voice on the other end of the phone immediately appeared choked with sobs. The man was very aggrieved and said, You're mean to me. Ding. A voice suddenly appeared in Takagi-go's ears. The voice of the system. Female lead 005, Maki Nishiyama. Age, 19. Favorability, 100. Hostess wish list. 1. I hope Takagi-go likes himself, X. 2. I wish I could be Takagi-go's girlfriend, X. 3. I hope Takagi-go marries himself in the future, X. Another female lead. Takagi-go was overjoyed. But a look at the good sense of 100? And for the first time, I've swiped a heroine with a 100 favorability rating. That's no upside for me at all. But then again, when did you know someone named Maki Nishiyama? Takagi-go carefully scanned his mind inside and out, but he couldn't find anything. System, why are you talking now? Sorry host, I was just resting. Did you have to rest too? Don't I need a break? Did you have to rest too? Don't I need a break? Stop. I admit defeat. You win, you win. Takagi-go hastily stops the nonsense literature. Any more of this? I don't think it will be over for 3 or 5 years. You'll know my name when I go to the University of Tokyo. Nishiyama Maki continued when she saw that Takagi-go didn't say anything. You don't have to go to the University of Tokyo for me to know your name. I know your name now. Maki Nishiyama asked expectantly. What? Takagi-go slowly said her name. Nishiyama Maki. Wow. You even remembered my name. Sure enough, you still have me in your heart. 6. Takagi-go was instantly speechless. The highest level of the love brain was the self-cheat. Curious how you deduced that I had you in mind. Takagi-go had already concluded in his heart that Nishiyama Maki was a love brain. Does it say? There's a story between the two of us. There was no not knowing that if he didn't go to Misato, there was going to be an accident later. Wait until you're on first. Hang up. Takagi-go hung up, and Nishiyama Maki clutched her cell phone tightly, swearing fiercely in her heart that, you must go to the University of Tokyo yourself. Ding! Maki Nishiyama's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 23. 500. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. Chapter 85, Mothers Looking for the Wrong Person. Ding! Maki Nishiyama's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 23. 500. Takagi-go stared at the numbers in front of him with an incredulous expression. 10,000. 10,000 emotional values. Never seen so many emotional values in my life. And you get 10,000 mood value for doing nothing yourself. It's true that white johns are the best. I'm not kidding, lol. Takagi-go came out and went forward to find Misato, who he hadn't seen in a long time. No catching up. Of course, one has to dodge the cool flowers. There were already signs of an outbreak of shuriken last time. Takagi-go knew that Shura was definitely going to explode sometime in the future. But, Takagi-go just wishes he could build up his power quickly. It is the only way to cope with whatever happens in the future. Takagi-go went to the florist to buy a bouquet of flowers, and picked up some groceries along the way. I'm almost done with the groceries I bought last time. Then Takagi-go goes to Misato's house to look for her. As soon as he entered, Misato hugged him close. Misato had missed Takagi-go during this time. The missing part of the heart will not fade away with time, but will grow stronger. Takagi-go hurriedly put his stuff on the table. Then he began to talk to Misato about how much he missed her after not seeing her for a few days. The two fought 100 rounds straight up for about 2 hours. After that, Takagi-go brought in the flowers. Misato's eyes instantly lit up. There wasn't a woman who didn't like flowers. It's especially killer to be rewarded with a bouquet of flowers on a dull as usual day. Misato took the flowers with both hands and Takagi-go asked, "Do you like it?" "Of course I like it." Hey, it's time for Takagi-go to show off his cooking skills again. While he was cooking, Takagi-go's cell phone suddenly rang outside, and one is upsetting the spoon and can't easily reach it. Misato said, "Your phone." Takagi-go snapped out towards the outside. "Look who it is." Saying those words, Takagi-go's heart clenched violently. He'd forgotten he had Ryuga on his cell phone. If Misato sees this, Shura will explode. Takagi-go could only hope in his heart that it wouldn't be Ryuga. Never Ryuga. Takagi-go asked with his usual demeanor, "Who is it?" Misato pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. Hirakawa Shiki. Oh, Takagi-go mentally sighed in relief. "You're connected." Misato nodded and picked up the phone and put it in Takagi-go's ear. "Hey, what are you calling me for? You know a man named Granite Gardenia?" Takagi-go froze. Granite Gardenia, she wasn't Misato's mom. Why would she go to Hirakawa Shiki? It's hard not to try to blackmail Hirakawa Shiki with his connections, but Hirakawa Shiki doesn't have any money either. Blackmail doesn't work. Recognize. Why? What did she want with you? I'd like to know. Hirakawa Chi cursed outright. I'm talking to someone's little girl. And pop. A phone call comes to me. Asked me if my name was Hirakawa Shiki. I said yes, and then told me to marry her daughter. I'm confused. I don't know who her daughter is. The bottom line is that the girl next to me heard it too. And she just walked away. I'm so impressed. Takagi-go's expression was complicated, and between holding in his laughter and not laughing, he chose to laugh out loud. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. What a 6. Misato looked at the laughing Takagi-go with a confused look on her face. Unsure. She thinks she's got the wrong guy. That must be the wrong guy. I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm not married. My ass. Is she looking for you? Hirakawa Chi questioned back. Ah, well, I'm hanging up now because I can't get a good signal. Bye. After Takagi-go said bye, Misato hung up the phone in silence. Begging for a little gift from your lordship reader, Thane. 86. Telephone crisis. After hanging up the phone, Misato looked at Takagi-go with a confused look on her face. She didn't know what things had been said to Takagi-go on the other side of the phone. What's wrong? Misato asked. Takagi-go shook his head and said, no, nothing, just looking for me for something. Oh, Takagi-go didn't go into details, so Misato didn't continue to ask. That's funny, recognizing Hirakawa Shiki as me. It occurred to Takagi-go that he'd asked Hirakawa Shiki to take a shot at knocking out the granite gardenia last time. Is this how misunderstandings arise? Takagi-go thought it was likely, and before long, the fragrant meal was served. Misato moved closer and took a sniff with her tiny nose. That smells good. Misato couldn't help but marvel at the fact that being able to cook was always a plus for a man. Eat more if it smells good, oh, Takagi-go said with a smile. At that moment, the phone rang again. Just now, Takagi-go had left the phone on the kitchen counter in passing while cooking. The strings in his head snapped taut and he immediately said, I'll get it. Takagi-go was just about to get up when Misato held him down. I'll go. You get some rest. But I don't want to rest at all. Takagi-go smiled bitterly inwardly. Misato had said so. If we go again, we're sure to make her suspicious. Good. Misato worked hard for you. What's so hard about it? Takagi-go only prayed inwardly that it must not be Ryuga. That it must not be Ryuga who hit him. Misato brought the phone over and handed it to Go Takagi. Two words were clearly displayed on the phone. Cool flower. What a fear. Takagi-go cursed directly in his heart. I wonder if Misato saw it. Takagi-go didn't have a precise idea in his heart, and after a few seconds, he immediately thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Takagi-go answered the phone and Ryuga's voice came into his ears from the other end of the line. When are you coming to play with me? I'll go over there on Sunday. Takagi-go spoke in a very flat tone. It was as if the opposite side was not Tokyo's #1 schoolgirl, Ryuga, but a stranger. The foolish Ryuga didn't even think about it that much, nor did she hear Takagi-go's tone. All she knew was that Takagi-go had promised her he'd come over on Sunday. Ryuga asked repeatedly. Really? No kidding. Of course it's true. Good hey. Ryuga hung up the phone contentedly, and Takagi-go's eyes went to Misato, who was eating with her head bowed at the side. She looked as usual, so that one could not tell what she was thinking. Takagi-go took the initiative to speak up. Just now, Yamaguchi Ryohana gave me a call. Said I left something at Yamaguchi's and asked me to come over and pick it up. Takagi-go found a perfect excuse. Misato nodded as she listened. It was common knowledge that the Ryugo group, founded by Go Takagi, had a partnership with the Yakuza. Kawashita will have teamed up with Hashigami Kinhiro, and Takagi-go is not afraid of any of them alone. Of course the two of them teaming up, Takagi-go wasn't afraid. Now that the Liangwo group is just starting out, it has to be prepared for everything, and it can only succeed, not fail. In addition to them, there's also a dead piggy Nakata Masaru who was offended by Hajime. Takagi-go had quite a few enemies when he thought about it. After dinner Takagi-go returned to Mieko's house. Lying on the large, wide bed in his room, Takagi-go looked up at the ceiling and start thinking about the way forward. Takagi-go intends to do both. The internet he wants and the physical he wants. System, has the AI arrived yet? Takagi-go asked. The AI system he got from the last raffle hasn't arrived until now. That's too slow to give you a bad review, high or low. The host will be able to see it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Where do I see it? Company. It was pretty sweet and delivered right to the office. Last time I also drew a pubic shaking software, but there's no rush to launch this one. The smartphones aren't there yet. It's not too late for them to come out in a few years. Takagi-go intends to do Lobo, the online trading platform. Next, this time I'll show you what it means to disrupt the industry. The system gives me a search for fishing for treasure as well as drops. Takagi-go intends to launch the line together. Okay. Next, Takagi-go's mind then appeared to be sold at 100 and 400 for the two programs. 100,000. 140,000. Adding up to exactly 140,000. Not a penny more. Not a penny less. Takagi-go seriously suspected that the system watched people, or else why was it so precise? Prices are fair and childish. The system, perhaps sensing Takagi-go's thoughts, and so added, if you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf, and if you keep the emotional value, you can earn it again if it's gone. Buy it. Items have been distributed. Takagi-goku felt a sense of relief after shopping. I'd like to see how you guys can fight me. At that moment, the door suddenly slammed. Same time, same place, not sure if it's the same people. Takagi-go got up and opened the door. A familiar person stood outside. The same person indeed. Begging for a little gift from your lordship, reader. Thane. Chapter 87 twice. Takagi-go got up and washed up before heading to the Ryogo group. The system had told him that the AI had arrived and he had to meet what kind of intelligence it was. Just as he entered the office, Younghwa followed him in on his heels. Younghwa, Did something happen in the morning? Thing? Ryohana froze, not understanding what things Takagi-go was talking about. Right. Oh. Inghwa nodded and said, a woman came in today. She said she came to apply for a job but it's past the time for hiring. Recruitment had ended a few months ago, and what Ryohana had said was indeed true. After I said that, the person still wouldn't leave, and she said she'd wait for you to pass. I'm sorry, added Aika. Takagi-go nodded slightly. It looked like this person was the reward that the system was giving out. You got rid of someone? No. I told her to stay in the lounge and wait. You take me to meet it. Ryohana led the way, with Takagi-go following behind. Pushing open the door in the lounge, there sat an incredibly tall and cool woman with long, flowing hair. Competent, high-strung, intellectual. These words instantly popped into Takagi-go's mind. However, unlike Hajime Kitahara, her high-strung, the cold of the woman in front of her was the kind of cold that was like a machine. Nagaoka Mikiko smiled when she saw Takagi-go get up and said, hello. Takagi-go turned to Aika and said, you go out first. I'll have a word with her. Inghwa stared at the woman in front of her with an unkind gaze. A woman's sixth sense made her feel that the woman in front of her was by no means good. Strange. Aha. Afterwards, Younghwa left the place. Takagi-go sat down in front of Mikiko Nagaoka and briefly chatted with her for a few moments. I have to say AI is just powerful. She always answered the questions Takagi-go asked with absolute calmness and objectivity. No problem is too difficult for her. Takagi-go pondered slightly and said, do you have a favorite? Mikiko Nagaoka replied very calmly. No. It seems that AIs all have the disadvantage of being clueless when it comes to emotions. Takagi-go handed the 2 software given by the system to Mikiko Nagaoka, and then gave the order to get 2 software implementations out as soon as possible. Yes. After Takagi-go gave his explanation, he turned around and had a small meeting. The content of the small meeting was that from now on, during his absence, Miki Nagaoka would act on his behalf. As a free part-time worker with outstanding management skills, there's no one better than Mikiko Nagaoka. Ryohana glanced at Mikiko Nagaoka after hearing that, and then at Go Takagi. Just now, in just 10 minutes, how did the Liangwu group change its ownership? Younghwa's little brain couldn't figure it out. Mikiko Nagaoka is very good looking. Could it be that she sexually seduced the boss? The more Younghwa thought about it, the more she felt it inside. No way. I have to do something, Younghwa secretly decided. After the meeting, Aika followed Takagi-go. Takagi-go looked at her and asked, something wrong? Younghwa stood in front of him, rubbing her 2 hands back and forth. That. Younghwa stammered, and it looked like something was wrong. It's fine. If you have something to say, just say it. We're not all outsiders, Takagi-go said with a smile. Inghwa had followed him from the beginning and was considered the closest person to him. Hawk, senior, you can't be attracted to that woman's beauty. That woman's beauty? Takagi-go was unsure. Right, that's the one called Nagaoka Mikiko. You can't be fooled by her appearance. I don't know, said Younghwa in all seriousness. Ha ha. Takagi-go laughed outright at. It turns out that Ryohana thought she'd been fooled by Mikiko Nagaoka's beauty. Miki Nagaoka does look good. Though, I have Ryohana and Misato myself. How can you still be deceived by beauty? Younghwa, you're so cute, Takagi-go said. Smiling, the words stuttered and continued. I wasn't fooled by her beauty. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Besides, Younghwa is a lot better looking than her. Aika blushed, not expecting Takagi-go to say that. Ding! The mood of Taihei Inghwa changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 500. Really? Aika asked back unsure. Of course it's true. I'm a man who never tells a lie, Takagi-go said with shameless confidence, kneeling for some small gift from the reader's lord, kneeling for love of power. Of course it's okay if there's some great big gift. Beaming. Chapter 88. The elementary schoolgirl is here. After Takagi-go got out of the office, he headed to Tokyo University. I met Hirakawa Shiki as soon as I entered the University of Tokyo. Go! Hirakawa Shiki shouted. Takagi-go stops and Hirakawa Shiki rushes in. Looking for me for something? Takagi-go asked calmly. Shirchi Hirakawa opened his mouth and said directly. Who the hell is Granite Gardenia? What's wrong? And what's more, having called me several times last night. Holy, I've told her several times that I don't know her daughter and I'm still telling me all the time. Hirakawa Ji had a grim look on his face. Who could stand having an extra mother-in-law for no reason? Oh, Takagi-go was trying to hold in his laughter, but couldn't and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Hirakawa Shiki frowned slightly. Tell me the truth. Is it something to do with you? To tell you the truth, she's Misato's mom. Takagi-go tells the truth to Hirakawa Shiki, whose eyes immediately widen upon hearing it. I told you, I'm clean. I haven't touched a woman since I was a kid. How is it possible to have an extra cheap mother-in-law? Hirakawa Shiki looked proud of himself. Takagi-go looked at him with strange eyes. And up to now he's still a fledgling. And so proud of it. There's no one else. Mud, can you tell her to stop calling me? It's getting annoying. She should be mistaking you for me. By the looks of it, the two didn't talk too much over the topic. The two of them walked into the house together. And as they did so, they said, "What's with all the fancy stuff you've been up to lately? Fishing for treasure is something." It looked like word had gotten out. And I didn't expect it to be so efficient. Sure enough, AI is different and really efficient. The news of the launch of the software by the Ryogo Group, of which Go Takagi is a member, once released quickly dominated the major online platforms, directly rushed to the first hot search. Any news related to Go Takagi means heat. Online reviews are mixed, as there are many people who don't get this wave of Takagi Go action. Don't offline stores smell good? Why would anyone want to open a store on the internet? And what if something gets lost? The security isn't reliable. Most people are skeptical. In their eyes, Takagi Go is doing this in a completely thankless way. There is a saying that the truth is often in the hands of the few. That's when Younghwa called him. Takagi Go took out his cell phone and answered it. "Hello. There's a bit of an uproar online right now over the number of registrations at Fishing for Treasure. Senpai, do we need to do anything?" Younghwa asked. "I'll think about it." Takagi Go pondered slightly for a few seconds as he mentally scoured his mind for what some software companies had done in his previous life. A minute later. "Come up with a plan. Tell you what, you post a message on our company's official website, but anyone who registers and buys one item is only wolf half price, plus an immediate $10 bonus for pulling a new person to register." Takagi Go said softly. Since the numbers couldn't go up, he would take the money. Now Takagi Go wasn't short of money, and the funds given by the Yakuza hadn't been used yet. Ihana's eyes lit up when she heard that. Having followed Takagi Go for so long, she instantly captured the essence of Takagi Go's stated method. This combo was definitely greatly effective when it went down, and Ihana was becoming more and more impressed with Takagi Go. Good. Ika agreed and then did as Takagi Go said. Ding! Taihei Ingawa's mood changes from calm to admiration, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 100. Takagi Go laughed bitterly and shook his head. Taihei Ika was getting more and more in the direction of his fangirl. Nope. It felt like he was his fangirl now. This set of operations went on, and it really worked. The number of people who registered for Loba was increasing. The volume of transactions is also increasing. Before that, people's suspicions about him were completely shattered. Meanwhile, Takagi Go's gold content is still on the rise. One media outlet even asserted that Go Takagi was the greatest business genius of this century, and will lead the next century. Of course, this media briefing was paid for by Takagi Go. Who doesn't know how to build momentum? Just have the money. Plain and simple. A few months have passed. The Ryogo Group, founded by Go Takagi, is flourishing, its market value is soaring, and everything is thriving. The start of the new school year is also here. The elementary school kids are here too. It was a sunny day, with upbeat and loud music playing throughout the playground. Commencement is about to begin. All the freshmen are sitting in the playground, and Go Takagi's standing in the background, scanning the young, beautiful freshmen below. He was inwardly overwhelmed with the feeling that he himself had been as youthful as this when he, only now it's old. The most important thing to avoid when organizing an event at a university is procrastination. It takes half an hour to finish something that could have been done in 10 minutes. The underground students have been cursing the streets for a long time. It wasn't long before the commencement ceremony began. Principal Katsu Matsui spoke first, followed by some other leaders. After the speeches, it was Takagi Go's turn to speak. The moderator said, "I'd like to invite the outstanding student, Takagi Go, to speak. Once again, I'm on my knees begging for some small gift from my lord readers, and on my knees for love. Of course it would be fine if there were some great big gifts. Truth be told, I can't uncover them lately. I'm in debt, crying, beaming. Thanks so much, readers. Love you all, beaming." Chapter 89, I like Takagi Go. The moderator said, "I'd like to invite the outstanding student, Takagi Go, to speak." When these words came out, all the students below were in an uproar. There was a flurry of talk, all in discussion, simply because the name Takagi Go has a lot of gold in it. Many of them chose the University of Tokyo because of Go Takagi. Takagi Go has become an idol for a new generation of young people. Takagi Go stood in front of the microphone, scanned the circle of students underneath, and coughed softly. A couple of brief remarks. Go Takagi's speech was simple and short. Finally, if schoolchildren want to enter our company as interns, I am more than willing to. The company's doors are always open for schoolchildren. When he finished, there was a clatter of applause from underneath. A girl standing backstage with her eyes looking in whichever direction Takagi-go is heading. If you can meet her eyes reveal a great deal of love. Takagi-go walked off the stage after his speech. Entering backstage, I bumped into the good-looking girl. Takagi-go just slightly marveled at the fact that the woman's beauty was nothing less than Ryuga Misato's. After marveling, it was back to business as usual. Instead, the girl tried to open her mouth to speak to Takagi-go, and just as she opened her sandalwood mouth, she was interrupted. I would like to invite the freshman representative, Maki Nishiyama, to speak on my behalf. Takagi-go froze in place when he heard that familiar name and, turning to look at the beautiful, unmistakable figure, the girl who had reached 100 favorability rating for herself. Once Maki Nishiyama was on stage, the boys underneath were not calm. She's so good-looking. Her cocked smile was as bright as the sun, warming the hearts of everyone underneath. Her eyes were like bright stars, shining with tenderness. Her skin was fair and delicate, as smooth as porcelain, simply synonymous with sweet girl. What's her name? Didn't hear it, just looked at her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Punk. The boys at the bottom are talking and want to know Maki Nishiyama's name. I hear you. Call it what it is. Call daddy, or I won't tell you. You. Boys torn between choosing to call their dads or choosing their own happiness for the rest of their lives. After a few seconds of hesitation. Forget it, call me brother and I'll tell you. Brother. Her name is Maki Nishiyama. Maki Nishiyama's speech was also brief. Summarized in 2 points. The first point himself was enrolled because of Takagi-go. The second point himself likes Takagi-go. Although it was not explicitly stated, anyone who was a human being could hear it. Maki Nishiyama finished her speech and twisted her head to look at Go Takagi backstage. Actually, I like Takagi-goku-senpai. Like for a long time. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. The first S asterisk asterisk T came from the boys on stage. So hard to meet the heartthrob. It's over before it even starts. And you can't even struggle. Because Takagi-go they can't compete at all. The second is from Hirakawa Shiki. The kid had an envious look on his face after hearing Nishiyama Maki say she liked Takagi-go. How come this kid has such good luck with sex? Ryohana Misato is not even a problem. Nishiyama Maki likes him too. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law in heaven? Can people still live? Takagi-go twisted his head to look at Hirakawa Shiki who was so agitated. I didn't even say S asterisk asterisk T. And you're talking about it? After saying that, Takagi-go hurriedly said, asterisk asterisk. To be honest, Takagi-go didn't even expect Nishiyama Maki to directly say that she liked him. Mud. I don't have to think about it. This is probably going to be all over campus tomorrow. Even some of the media will make a big deal out of it. Matsui Katsu looked at Takagi-go with a bitter smile on his face. Every time this guy made such a big commotion, Takagi-go spread his hands helplessly, showing that I'm really not to blame. He himself doesn't know why Maki Nishiyama has expressed his love. Probably too much of a charmer himself. The commencement ceremony ended after Maki Nishiyama let loose an explosive speech that, this commencement could go down in history. Ding! Hannigan Misato's mood changes from calm to tense, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 200. Ding! Taihei Ingawa's mood has changed from calm to tense, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 300. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to envy, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 400. The mood swings of these people were so great that they directly generated 10,000 emotional values. The emotion value, which was still 0, went straight to 40,000 after what Maki had done. Is it a blessing or a curse? The only one missing from the group is Ryohana. I don't think Ryohana Bean has gotten the message yet. Just as Takagi-go thought in his heart, a beep appeared in his head. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood has changed from calm to fear, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 600. Fear? Takagi-go froze? Fear of what? Maki rushed off the stage after her speech and quickly trotted over to Takagi-go. Didn't get a word in edgewise just now. Takagi-go waited for her where she was. There were so many things that Maki needed to answer for him. Maki stood in front of him, no more than 2 steps away. The scent of Maki's body reached the tip of Takagi-go's nose. Refreshing. Let's have a chat. Well, every day begging for a little gift, beaming, beaming, beaming. Thanks so much. Readers. Love you all, beaming. There will be another chapter around 8:30 p.m. Chapter 90, Forced Kisses. Takagi-go took Maki to a cafe on the side of the University of Tokyo, and specially asked for a private room. It's to prevent people from interrupting, or eavesdropping. Takagi-go eyed Maki, who was sitting across from him with a loving look in her eyes. Not only is it full of love, but it also has a strong desire for possessive aggression. Takagi-go just stared at him for a second before averting his gaze, because one more look would have exploded. He was able to conclude that Maki wasn't faking it when she was 100% favorable to him. It's true 100%. Takagi-go really didn't have any information about Maki in his mind. And Maki really liked the previous Takagi-go. We knew each other before? Takagi-go was the first to ask. Maki's eyes appeared despondent when she heard that. I didn't realize Takagi-go had already forgotten about her. It seems to be a real acquaintance, not a sister. You love me so much. It's hard to believe that I've saved your life before. Takagi-go fidgeted with a smile and continued. Can you tell me about what happened before us? Some of it I've forgotten. Takagi-goku was still being conservative with what he said. He was not remembering any of it. Maki nodded her head down lightly. When I came home 10 years ago, it was dark by then. The more Maki relates what happened in the past, the more Takagi-go listens, the less it seems right. Straight up. I've heard this story before. He can already guess where it's going. The classic tale of the hero who saves the day. Maki continued. That time, suddenly a couple of punks they tried to make a move on me, was planning to when you showed up. There were a lot of them, but you weren't scared at all. You fought tooth and nail to protect me, got seriously hurt, and in fact, at the time, I didn't know why you were fighting so hard to protect me. We didn't know each other then, and I don't even remember anything about you. In his heart, Takagi-go dared to be sure that at that time, Takagi-go, the kid definitely had his eyes on Maki. Otherwise it wouldn't have been done. I didn't realize you were a lover. You've been following me ever since that day, and ever since that day, I've never been bothered by punks again. But you never reached out to talk to me. A lost look surged across Maki's face once again. It wasn't a surprise that Maki said that about Takagi-go, since the original owner was already shy, let alone talking to a great beauty like Maki. The usual girls were shy. And then later, you suddenly changed schools. Takagi-go nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. So, Takagi-goku-senpai, I like you. Do you like me? Like me, right? Maki's words stuttered, then continued, or else she wouldn't have done that. Maki was right. Takagi-go did like her, but I can't admit it now. If I do, I don't know what will happen later. Maki is a time bomb to Takagi-go, with the power of a nuclear weapon. Maki, calm down for a second. I've actually forgotten everything you said. It's okay, let's be together now, okay? With you now. My backyard won't be on fire straight away. Takagi-go doesn't dare to take the risk. It's still true that the Shura could explode, but not now. Maki, I want you to calm down. After all, the whole relationship thing, it's not something that can be decided just by saying it. Takagi-go said lightly. If any other normal boy heard those words from Takagi-go, he would have just spat them out. If you don't want such a good-looking girl, are you blind? As soon as Takagi-go said that, Maki stood up with a roar and huffed as she walked up to him. Ding! Maki Nishiyama's mood changes from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 300. Current mood value 900. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't. Jai. 0. 0. 0. 0. Takagi-go initially thought Maki was trying to throw a cup of coffee at Takagi-go. It's like an episode of a TV show. But the truth is much more than Takagi-go expected. Maki kissed Takagi-go directly on the lips, and he was forcibly kissed. Mud. For the first time ever, I was forcibly kissed by a girl. I'd be envied to death if I told anyone. Others Takagi-go didn't know it, but Hirakawa Shiki was surely drooling at the corners of his mouth with envy. At first it was Maki who took the initiative, but then Go Takagi took it back. When they separated, the corners of Maki's mouth curled up slightly as she leaned over to Takagi-go's ear and whispered, "And say you don't like me. If you don't like me, why did you kiss me?" A daily request for a small gift. The reader's lord is most handsome, most beautiful. Good luck to your readers' lordships. Beaming, beaming, beaming. Thanks so much, readers. Love you all, beaming. Chapter 91, Sister's Date Invitation. Takagi-go gave a bitter smile. He couldn't deny it even after kissing it. Granted, but I still can't be with you. Why? Because we don't know each other. Takagi-go found a reason that Maki couldn't refute, and it was logical that the understanding between the man and the woman that nothing works better than that passage. We can get to know each other after we get together, Maki said. She was determined to be with Takagi-go. Takagi-go felt a little uninformed himself when he saw her like that. But once you're together, there are serious consequences. Let's just be friends for now. Tears welled up in Maki's eyes, and though she didn't want to, she agreed. The favored are always emboldened. Takagi-go paid and exited the cafe one after the other. He pulled out the keys to his sports car and unlocked the passenger door to take Maki back. After Takagi-go sends Maki back, He pulls out his cell phone and begins his own lying journey. The first person to call was Misato, and after 2 rings the phone went through. Hello. Misato's voice came on the other end of the line, moody and obviously because of what happened to Maki. Misato, would you believe me if I told you that what happened today had nothing to do with me? Misato responded. Takagi-go let out a bitter laugh. Girls do love to say the opposite. To say they don't want it means they do. To say they're not angry, just pissed off. Misato, don't lie to me. I know you're angry. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know that girl. I'm not mad. I'm just a little hard. Hard? Hard to what? I just don't think we're a good fit, or match, for each other, because you're just too shiny, and I'm ordinary. Misato murmured that the right door is one of those things that is very much a part of marriage. So it's because of this, Takagi-go instantly realized. Misato wasn't mad about Maki. Misato has always had an inferiority complex of sorts, probably due to being bullied by Chie Yuno. It causes her to be in denial about herself all the time. Takagi-go said softly, Misato, you shouldn't really think like that. You're pretty good, too. Entered the University of Tokyo with top grades. You can't say that people who get into Tokyo University are ordinary people, or it's too Versailles. Misato bared her teeth and asked rhetorically, what does Versailles mean? Takagi-go froze. Versailles literature was a hot terrain in his world now. It's only natural that Misato doesn't know. That's not important. Misato, you need to realize that you have much more to offer in yourself. There's a saying that each of us is a unique firework. The words hit Misato's heart immediately. Misato, I'm planning to invest in a milk tea store, but I just can't find the right person to be the owner, because I have a company to run. So, can you help me? If Ryohana would have said yes in a heartbeat. But how could Misato not see what Takagi-go meant? Misato mused for a few seconds before saying, good, then let's put this into effect tomorrow, shall we? Well, after hanging up the phone, Takagi-go let out a sigh of relief and called Aika. Tell her to come by first thing tomorrow. After explaining things clearly, Takagi-go was about to drive to Yamaguchi Hirotaka's house. I ran into Hirakawa Shiki, who had just left school. Why did you stop my car? Where are you going? A date? Why you want to be a light bulb? Dang it. Hirakawa Chi opened the passenger door directly and got in. Takagi-go has a black line on his head. You don't have to do this, and I don't want you to be. He seriously wondered if Hirakawa Shiki had a bit of an M streak. The engine roared and the car took off. Takagi-go casually asked, how's it going with the Yakuza? Hirakawa Chi nodded. It's quite good. At least no one dares to wear small shoes with me. With Takagi-go in this relationship, anyone who dares to put shoes on him is asking for death. That's good. By the way, Kawaii Inuyasha hasn't been too peaceful lately. Not too peaceful? Trying to pull something again. Takagi-go grunted coldly. Recently, the Ryugo group has been fighting like hell commercially with the Kawaii Kai and Kenzo Hashigami. Of course at first it's Takagi-go who hangs on to both of them, because Takagi-go's stuff is new and good. These two can't be beaten. These two goods took a look at the fight but opted to join, and directly began to make the same software in imitation of Takagi-go. If you don't do treasure fishing, I'll do treasure taking. If you don't make penguin communication software, I'll make polar bear communication software. Not exactly the same, but not far off. Naked plagiarism. Takagi-go straight up called you guys a wave of maneuvering I think I've seen before in my previous life. It's a good thing the dropshipping software wasn't released. Otherwise you'd have to come up with some other data or a data. But Takagi-go is not worried at all, because users are cultivated little by little. Increasing user stickiness is the hard way. They can't sit still anymore. Takagi-go said faintly. The Liangwu group is flourishing, and its momentum is ferocious. Market capitalization rankings are now squeezing into the top 10 in the land of small days. What's scary is how long it's taken. It's scary as hell. Takagi-go instructed. Keep an eye on them, and remember to report back to me as soon as anything happens. He was afraid that Kawada would fail softly and come hard. After all, a pig will jump over the wall when it is anxious. This battle has been fought and there is no turning back. And Takagi-go isn't a soft-hearted person. Since he wants to screw me, then I'll you all up first. Good. Hirakawa Chi responded. At that moment, the phone rang. Hajime Kitahara? Why is she calling? It's 100 years. It was always Takagi-go who called her before. Remember the last time I called her on the last? Hello? Miss me? Takagi-go was never in the right place when he opened his mouth. And Hajime had known better than that for a long time. Oh, you're so lucky. This little girl jumped right in your face. Hajime's nonchalant voice came through the phone. Hajime Kitahara is really well informed, and she knew about what just happened from as far away as Osaka. I didn't realize that my senior sister cared so much about me and paid special attention to my news. It really flatters me. No one is thicker than Takagi-go. Hajime Kitahara didn't want to communicate too much on the topic, and that wasn't the purpose of her call. Are you available next week? What's up? Do you want to go out with me? Hajime was really speechless at Takagigo's immodesty. How about we have a little chat? Of course I can. I have all the time in the world. Senior sister can talk as long as she wants. Hajime Kitahara rolled her eyes breathlessly and simply hung up the phone. Takagigo put down his cell phone and said helplessly, Hokage is shy. Hirakawa Shiki couldn't even look on from the sidelines and exclaimed, Yuck! Disgusting! Takagigo braked sharply directly after hearing that. Hirakawa Shiki leaned forward and had a close encounter with the car. It's a perfect day. The breeze is not too dry. And Lord Reader is very handsome, beautiful, and, babies, begging for favors, beaming, 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 beaming. Thanks to all the readers out there. Help push the book shortage. Love you guys. Beaming. Chapter 92 Ryohana's Kiss. Hirakawa Shiki gets right up close and personal with the car. What are you doing? Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagigo with grudging eyes. Little Blackie is it? What a little black guy. Hirakawa Shiki muttered, covering his head. Black my brother. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Hirakawa Shiki puzzled over the fact that he understood every word Takagigo said, but linked together it's unintelligible. It's normal to not understand. Who just called? Hajime Kitahara. By the way, haven't I been asking you to find out about her background before? Why didn't you tell me? You couldn't have forgotten. Takagigo looked at Hirakawa Shiki with a torch-like gaze. I forgot. How long to get it done? Tonight. You're pretty fast. All right. If you can't find out tonight, I'll just tell someone else all that stuff about you. Takagigo parked the car, opened the door and said, Here we are. Hirakawa Shiki gets out of the car while spitting at Takagigo. That hard break almost sent him away. Hirakawa Shiki asked, What are you doing at Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house? Didn't I tell you before? The date is here. Takagigo good-naturedly raised an eyebrow at Hirakawa Shiki with a braggadocio look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You wait until I find a girlfriend. You look for it. I'll see you find it in a few years. Piss me off. I'm going to find one for sure. Takagigo pulls out a small gift from the trunk of his car. After all, you can't go to your old man's house empty-handed. It's not quite right. You take it. Takagigo hands Hirakawa Shiki the gift for Yamaguchi Hirotaka, and he himself was carrying something much lighter in weight, all food, which he had bought for Ryuga. You're carrying the light one and making me carry the heavy one. That's how you do it. Is it my old man? Or is it your old man? Hirakawa Ji had a grim look on his face, like a whiny woman. It's not good enough to let you ride in my co-pilot just now. Everyone in the Villa Yamaguchi Hirotaka family knew them both. You could say it was unimpeded access to the inside. Takagigo asked towards Ikohei, Where's Ryohana? It's in the garden. I don't know why Miss is in a bit of a bad mood. As Iko-sien said this, his eyes if anything, sized up Takagigo. It was clear to everyone that Ryuga's unhappiness was 100% related to Takagigo. Lao dang. Don't look at me like that. I'm innocent too. Takagigo nodded down lightly, leaving Hirakawa Shiki and Iko-ken here and heading to the garden alone. Bringing 2 light bulbs won't disturb my alone time with Ryohana. The back garden. Ryohana was sitting alone on the pavilion, with both hands on her little head, looking at the flowers inside the garden. It's beautiful. Takagigoku couldn't even be bothered to interrupt. But of course, adding himself to this should be quite beautiful. Ryuga. Takagigo called out softly. Ryuga twisted his head to look at him upon hearing this, before turning away gamely. Takagi Gohan laughed bitterly. Did it mean that girls follow a set process when they get angry? I brought you something delicious. Takagigo walked over and sat down next to her. Who are you? Ryuga asked deliberately. I'm Ryuga's best friend. Not at all. You have someone else as your friend. Ryuga, would you believe me if I said I didn't recognize it? How could it be? Ryuga twisted his head around and cocked it. Why not? Ryuga, you know that I never tell lies. Do you think I've ever lied to you since we met? Ryuga cocked her head and thought hard about it, realizing that it hadn't really deceived her. Of course, it's also possible that naive little Ryuga didn't realize. It doesn't really seem like it. Ugh. I told you. I even brought Ryuga lots and lots of delicious food this time I came over. But I'm still not happy. Ryuga, don't think so much. Don't worry. We'll always be together. Always be a good friend. Ryohana's 2 good-looking eyes flowed as she hurriedly asked. Really? Really? Sometimes she'd always ask. Really? Perhaps Ryuga just looked silly. But her heart was indeed a mirror. Of course. Takagigo returned. Then to Ryuga, he asked, how do you plan to thank me for bringing you so much and so many goodies? I don't know. Takagigo nodded his face, and Ryuga, unsure, looked at him with a confused expression. Kiss me. Ryuga's face instantly reddened. but she still came forward and nudged her lips against his face. The two sat around for a while longer, eating and enjoying the view. Takagi enjoys the scenery of cool flowers. It didn't take long for the snacks to be half-eaten. I've been eating a lot of cold flowers, but I haven't gained any weight at all. This physique is truly drooling with envy. The sun is setting in the west. Hirakawa Shiki stood in front of him, his eyes glancing elsewhere, every extra glance a bludgeon against him. One more look and it explodes straight away. What are you doing? What do you call me for? It's time to eat, don't you know? You still need me to call. Ow. Come on Ryuga, let's go eat. Hirakawa Shiki flies off the scene, but can't avoid meeting up at the dinner table. After dinner, Takagi goes back to Mieko's house with Hirakawa Chi. Babies, begging for favors, beaming, 200 for the love of power plus one more chapter. Beats heart. Other paid gifts plus one more. Chapter 93 Rich Woman. Rich as hell. At night, it's Hirakawa Shiki's turn to drive. Takagi leaned back in the back seat. Did you find out what you were told to find out? Check. Her family is the #1 ranked company in Osaka. Kitahara Electronics. Takagi didn't know much about the business conglomerates within Kojima, but after Hirakawa Shiki had said this, it feels kinda awesome. No wonder he has such a strange personality. I didn't realize it was still a rich woman. Takagi murmured. More than a rich woman. It's a rich woman. Hirakawa Chi said with envy. If you go by richness, her family is richer than the Yakuza. Hirakawa Shiki couldn't help but ask. What are you asking for? It's hard to believe that you and she. Hirakawa Chi didn't say the second half of his sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. That's when Takagi took over and said, that's right, it's what you think. ***. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to agitated, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 1400. Hirakawa Chi is very excited. It does not matter if you are excited, but who can stand it when you slam on the gas? You're excited. I don't want to die yet, Takagi said as he fastened his seatbelt. Hirakawa Shiki calmed down and slowly analyzed. Yamaguchi Ryohana too. Right. Yes. So is Misato Hannigan. Yes. So is Maki Nishiyama, the freshman who just arrived. Yes. I go. 4 people? What the hell? Are you letting people live? The drought is dying and the flood is dying. Hirakawa Shiki once again realized that the gap between people is so big. Where am I worse than you? Takagi shot a glance at Hirakawa Shiki, who then said, well, I admit there does seem to be a bit of a gap. Are you sure it's not 1 billion dots? Enough about that. Who do you choose then? Ryuga? Hirakawa Shiki hastily changed the subject. Ryuga had known him the longest, so he guessed that Takagi would choose Ryuga. It's the little kids that make the choices. What about you? Like I usually choose to have both. Ugh. Scumbag. Don't flatter me like that. Seeing that Takagi skin is thicker than a city wall, Hirakawa Shiki chooses to give up his resistance. Whoever you choose, I'm on Misato's side anyway. Nice guy. Standing straight up in line. Why? Takagi asked curiously. Hirakawa Shiki is a member of the Yamaguchi group, and if he wants to stand in line, he'll stand with Ryohana. So how could he choose Misato? Hirakawa Shiki gave a reply. Ryohana is backed by the Yamaguchi Gumi. Hajime has the Kitahara family behind her, and the new elementary school girl knew you from before, and Misato is the only one on her own. Before he met Misato, Takagi had asked Hirakawa Shiki to investigate Misato, and the little girl was pitiful. You really? I'm crying my eyes out. Takagi made Misato the owner of the milk tea store for the same reason. Takagi let out a loud laugh. Hirakawa Shiki asked, so they shouldn't know about each other's existence? I don't know. There's definitely going to be a day later when something happens. So what are you going to do about it? Takagi bowed his head in deep thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet. It's better to build up your strength for now. Hirakawa Shiki couldn't help but think in his head that if that day really came, the roof would have been lifted off the house. It's a scary sight. It was late when I got home and Mieko was already asleep. Takagi went to wash down the gargle and went back to his room to sleep. I have to talk about the milkshake store tomorrow. Early in the morning, the sun was shining. Takagi drove Hirakawa Shiki to the University of Tokyo. He gave Hirakawa Shiki a rough idea of the milk tea store. Hirakawa Shiki questioned after hearing this. Does anyone really want to drink this? It doesn't taste good straight from the drink. This world milk tea has not really hit the big time yet, and there are still relatively few people who drink it. There is a big market for the future. Take the University of Tokyo for example. There is not a single milk tea store inside the university, so you have to go outside if you want to drink it. Takagi tried all the varieties and flavors of the milk tea store outside, found it vastly less tasty than what was made in the previous life. Takagi spat. Wild boars can't taste fine chaff. Who are you calling a bore? I didn't call you names. You write it yourself. There's a total of 2 people in the car and no one else. Consider it a scolding then. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you in or out? Takagi Go is trying to make the milk tea store world class. And the future scale can't be small. Just in time to bring Hirakawa Shiki along. Enter. Hirakawa Shiki responded. Though he had just spat at Takagi Go. But he had no doubt about Go Takagi's business vision in mind. Mostly, he created too many surprises to allow Hirakawa Chi to not believe it. At the same time the heart could not help but be moved. How could Hirakawa Chi not hear that Takagi Go was trying to take him to make money? He was specially given this milk tea store so that he could drive a Porsche sports car earlier. Otherwise, with Takagi Go's top 10 domestic company market capitalization boss, how could you possibly look at this amount of money for opening a milk tea store? I'm crying my eyes out. Takagi Go would have to die laughing if he knew what Hirakawa Shiki was thinking. He nodded and started explaining to Hirakawa Shiki the plan afterward. I'm going to start by opening them inside universities. Every university in the country. After that, it will seep into other malls and eventually go global. Takagi Go takes a 3-step strategy. 1 step at a time. Sounds good. But, you have to have a recipe to open a milk tea store, right? If you don't even have the recipe, let the customers drink the northwest wind? Takagi Go smiled confidently. Don't worry about the recipes. I have them here in great abundance and variety. Each one is not heavy. He had clicked on the system earlier to take a look at all the milk tea recipes from his previous life. Takagi Go analyzed carefully. Tokyo University is good to implement. After all, I'm also familiar with the president. It's just that the other schools have to negotiate one by one. Hirakawa Shiki nodded in agreement. Hundreds of universities across the country. Running one by one, wouldn't that be running out of legs? Tell you what, you'll be in charge of the university in Tokyo. And by the time we've succeeded in our endeavors, someone is bound to come along and get a piece of the action. At which point we just take a direct franchise and extract their profits. The car stopped and Takagi Go parked outside the school gates. At that moment, Misato and Aika were standing under the cherry blossom tree. Cherry blossoms floated down from the air on their heads and clothes in delicate colors. Hirakawa Shiki froze at the sight of Misato. What's she doing here? The milk tea store is for her. 3 question marks immediately flashed through Hirakawa Ji's mind. Isn't the milk tea store? Isn't it for me? I didn't realize it was for Misato. Wrong payment after all. What was prescribed for Misato wasn't unacceptable though. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go? Takagi Go asked. Not bad for you to have a conscience. Naturally, Hirakawa Shiki said that he was looking out for Misato. Babies, begging for favors, beaming, 200 for the love of power plus 1 more chapter. Beats heart. Other paid gifts plus 1 more. Chapter 94, a beautiful woman in a sports car. As soon as he walked in, he saw Younghwa's aggrieved and sultry little expression. Takagi Go asked in wonder. Aika, what are you looking at me like that for? Hawk. Senior. No. Senior, you lied to me so badly. Younghwa said in aggravation. Takagi Go reacted at once. He himself just met with Younghwa and said that he was a senior in his junior year. But after commencement, the identities are all revealed. Hirakawa Shiki bristled. Having been fooled by Takagi Go himself just now. So the ghost of a man's mouth lying can never be trusted. Takagi Go scratched the back of his head and said, ha ha, don't pay attention to these little things. Let's talk about opening a milk tea store. This is important. Seeing this, Younghwa stopped talking about the subject. I spoke to the principal and he's already given us that open space. Takagi Go said, in accordance with his current relationship with the principal. Say you want to take the school building and build a bathhouse. And I'm guessing the principal will nod happily. System, help me redeem the milk tea recipe. Okay, lemonade recipe 100. Mint milk green 500. Peach seasonal spring 500. Starbucks coffee 100. Takagi Go took a look at how the price is a bit wrong. Before the lemonade only 500. Mint milk green is only 2,500. How did it suddenly get so high all of a sudden? System, your ing sitting on the ground for me. The price is absolutely fair. Fair a chicken hair. Absolutely sitting on the ground. Takagi Go has no choice but to buy. Forget it. There's plenty of money. Pack me up all these classic milk teas. What's the total emotional value? 100. Takagi Go looked at his 140,000 emotional value and felt a bit of pain in his flesh. But mood value can be earned again when it's gone. Redeem me. Ding. The host has successfully exchanged the milk tea recipe into the warehouse. Remaining emotional value 400. Chi. Takagi Go shouted. Hirakawa Shiki twisted his head around to look at him suspiciously. You're such a loser. Hirakawa Chi was confused. Good reason why you scolded me. I did not do anything. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood value is changed from calm to angry, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 4500. Takagi-go felt a sense of comfort as he listened to the familiar sound of the system announcing. He was comfortable, but Hirakawa Shiki suffered. But someone on the team has to sacrifice. Takagi-go has decided to scold Hirakawa Shiki from now on if he doesn't have an emotional value. A few of them went up to the construction site, and it would take a month for the milk tea store to be built. Takagi-go wasn't in any hurry. It's a good time to talk up the milk tea stores in other university towns in Tokyo. Come here. See what that is? I'm sorry, Takagi-go said, pointing to the milk tea store under construction. It was a ruin. Hirakawa Chi replied with a roll of his eyes. You have to see through the phenomenon. So what's that? That's not a ruin, that's a vault. You'll be relying on the milkshake store for your Porsche money from now on. As soon as Takagi-go spoke of sports cars, Hirakawa Shiki's eyes directly glazed over. It's true that sports cars are still a great temptation for men, and of course beautiful women. Only Hirakawa Shiki didn't. Really? The milk tea store is making so much money. Hirakawa Ji's breathing was a little short. Of course, why would I lie to you? Takagi-go said lightly. Milk tea stores are basically picking up money in their pockets, and there's a huge market for them right now. It can be said that Cuckoo earns money now. But what? You need to get the other college towns' milkshake stores up and running fast. After all, just relying on the University of Tokyo's milk tea store might only be enough for you to mention the Porsche engine. Saying so, Hirakawa Shiki's eyes were filled with bearish fighting spirit. The speed at which you can lift a Porsche sports car depends on the speed at which you can talk about getting off the milkshake. Takagi-go had a tawdry operation down, and the pie was painted and the chicken blood was pumped. Hirakawa Chi didn't hesitate after hearing this and immediately headed outside. What did he do? What's going on? Younghwa asked. There goes earning your own Porsche. Takagi-go smiled slightly and then he said to Younghwa, you send him a document on how to join a milk tea store, and then tell him specifically how to negotiate. Aha! Hirakawa Shiki may look stupid, but he's really not. He's very shrewd inside. Takagi-go wasn't worried about him being bullied, and there was still the reputation of being a Yamaguchi-gumi Sherpa. That's right. Shiki Hirakawa went from Yamaguchi's Wakato to 2 levels in a row. From Wakatu to Cadre to Sherpa. He's now the youngest Sherpa in the Yakuza. Right. Learn. What's the name of the long milk tea store? Ryohana hadn't been able to change her address to Takagi-go for a while, and still addressed him as Hokage. Takagi-go thought for a moment. Looking to Misato, she said, let's call it Meet You Milk Tea Shop. Meet You. Younghwa murmured a sentence under her breath, thinking that the name was very good. Only Misato's heart was struck with a tug. She deeply appreciated the meaning of the name Go Takagi had given her. It was the day the two of them met at just the right time. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Meeting you really is the luckiest thing in my life, Misato thought to herself. Ding! Hanaka Misato's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 5,200. Current mood value 9,700. With the milk tea store out of the way, all that's left to do is to see how much Hirakawa Shiki wants his Porsche. Speed up 2 months. I guess the whole country will be full of Meet You Milk Tea Store. Well, it's over. Let's get going. Takagi-go was about to retreat with Misato and the girls when a familiar figure walked in the distance. Takagi-go's brow furrowed furiously as the person who came was Nishiyama Maki. Babies. Subby. Awkward. Asking for a little gift. Beaming. 200 for the love of power plus 1 more chapter. Beats heart. Other paid gifts plus 1 more beats. Chapter 95. Little Shura field explodes. Takagi-go freaked out a little inside, because he didn't know what Maki had gotten up to, and she was a ticking time bomb. Misato craned her head to follow Takagi-go's eyes. Meet the girl who made a spectacle of herself at the commencement ceremony. There are quite a few stone Takagi-go and Maki CPs at Tokyo University right now, even though Takagi-go had said that the two of them didn't know each other. To Misato, it was hard for her. A harem proper. Senpai, you're here. Maki approached playfully, and Takagi-go nodded, deciding to observe the wave before he can't do anything rash. Younghwa kept mum. Who knew that Maki would walk right up next to Takagi-go and put an arm around him? It's like a little love affair. If nothing else, it looked like a real little couple to onlookers. Misato's fine brows furrowed slightly. Younghwa's insides tightened. It was starting. It was going to start. Takagi-go didn't expect this little girl to put her arm around someone right away. Takagi-go tries to pull out but Maki won't allow it. Brother, you were kissing people the other day. Takagi-go hastily glanced at Misato and realized that her face was very ugly. Misato walked up and said, please let go of him. He's my boyfriend, I think. Oh yeah, like I met him first. Maki said back. Takagi-go hastily withdrew his arm. If he didn't, he would die here today. Maki looked at him with a sultry expression. Not why are you looking at me with such a sultry expression? Takagi-go definitely wants a bowl of water so that the backyard doesn't catch fire. Stop it, Takagi-go said to Maki. He was then about to explain to Misato, but Misato interrupted. I know how much you like Takagi-go, but I his girlfriend, so I'm asking you to show some self-love. Is it true what she said, brother? Maki asked rhetorically. Takagi-go nodded and Maki smiled when she saw him admit it. It's okay, I don't care about that. Younghwa was outright stunned by her bombastic statement about what it meant to not care about that. Maki continued, even if they are together what can they do? There is still divorce in marriage. Maki did say something like this. There's still divorce in marriage. And there's still cheating in marriage. I just love Takagi-go. Maki said. Misato felt like hers wasn't on the same channel as Maki's. It stands to reason that when you know the person you like is seeing someone, you should just let it go. But Maki doesn't. She still likes it even when she knows it's there. And even stalks it. Takagi-go is a bit worried. Both of them are female leads. Can't afford to offend them. Misato saw Maki looking so pathetic that she really didn't want to stay here any longer. Get out of here. Takagi-go looked at Maki and went straight after Misato. It could have been peaceful. But after Maki made such a mess the original peace was directly broken. The little shuriken field erupted straight away. But you can't blame her. If Takagi-go doesn't cross over, the two of them are probably together by now. After all, it's my own fault. Maki's love is warm and strong. Maki's aggravated expression immediately disappeared from her face when she saw Misato being pissed off. This time she'd say anything to snatch Takagi-go. Younghwa on the side was confused. Women are really scary creatures. They change their faces when they say so. Takagi-go rushed out after him, reaching out to pull the irate Misato back. But this woman is as stubborn as a bull. She can't even be pulled. She's stubborn as hell. It was then that Takagi-go deeply understood the saying that a woman cannot be pulled by 10 oxen when she is angry. Misato. Misato. Listen to me. Listen to me. Takagi-go tugged on Misato's hand, preventing her from going any further. I asked you if she kissed you or not. Misato asked, turning around. No, absolutely not. Takagi-go immediately denied it. He couldn't admit such a thing. What would happen if he did? Misato couldn't testify anyway. Then why did she say it? That I don't know. Takagi-go really didn't know why she said that. Misato, let me ask you, have I ever lied to you? Takagi-go has come up with this classic technique again. And it never gets old. Misato didn't really seem to have lied to me when she thought about it. No. Look. I haven't even lied to you. So everything I said is true. I haven't lied before. So it's possible that what I just said was a lie to me. I'm sorry. Misato quickly responded. Misato, don't we even have that much trust between us? I'm teasing you. How could I not believe you? In Misato's eyes, it was just Maki messing around. Her goal is nothing more than to drive me away. And she won't let her. Takagi-go breathed an inward sigh of relief. Luckily, I was able to escape with my good reputation over the years. After the two of them ate, Takagi-go and Misato said they had something else to do. Sent Misato home and left. He had to hurry up and clean up that bomb that was ready to explode. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and called Maki. Hello, where are you? What's wrong with being home? Let's talk. Yeah, come to my house. Takagi-go took the phone away from his ear, suspecting that he had heard wrong. How to get yourself to her house? Takagi-go swallowed. No, why am I still scared up? Shouldn't Maki be the one who should be scared? What? Does the senior not dare to come? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you afraid to do? Send me the address. Not a moment later, Takagi-go's cell phone received a text message. Takagi-go's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned off his cell phone and, one foot on the gas and headed straight for the address Maki had sent. By the time he got downstairs, Takagi-go felt like a little sheep and Maki like a big bad wolf. Of course, it's just that he thinks so. If an outsider were to look at it, it would be a two-level reversal, with Takagi-go being the wolf in sheep's clothing. Takagi-go parked his car and went upstairs. Maki's family lives in a building 702, and 2 minutes later Takagi-go arrives at Maki's door. Dang, 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 coming. From inside the door came the sound of a silver bell, crisp and clear. Maki jogged all the way over to knock on the door for Takagi-go. As soon as the door opened, Maki, dressed in a revealing black top that, wear it with a pair of blue denim super shorts underneath. Maki is not only slim but also tall. Takagi-go's eyes snapped up in a frown, glancing up and down. Twice. 3 times. Several times. Does it look good, senpai? Maki said as she blinked at Takagi-go. You're testing cadres with this? Which cadre can't afford such a test? Takagi-go made Maki laugh straight away when he opened his mouth. Ha ha. Senpai, you're really funny. Maki left the door open for Takagi-go to enter. Maki's house is a lot bigger than Misato's. And there's 3 of them. Just the houses. And Misato only has one room. Takagi-go casually sat down on the couch. What did you come over here to say? Maki sat next to him, the scent gradually wafting into the tip of Takagi-go's nose. The scent is not pungent, but very nice. Takagi-go realizes that she's trying to use a beauty trick. Baby's Abby. Awkward. Asking for a little gift. Beaming. A free swipe for the love of power is only worth 10 cents apiece for the love of power. Crying. Other paid gifts are also greatly appreciated. Beaming. Chapter 96. You smell like a woman. Maki got out of the car happily before leaving. Not far away, a middle-aged woman was taking pictures of the car. Caught Maki getting out of the car. Not a moment later, Hirakawa Shiki opened the passenger door and was about to go up. Takagi-go hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with puzzled eyes. What's wrong? Sit in the back. Why? From now on, brother's passenger seat can only be for my woman. Asterisk. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to aggrieved, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 10200. Takagi-go was contentedly brushing off his emotions, and Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with great aggravation. There's no love left, is there? I'm not. What's the love? Sit in the back. Just sit. Hirakawa Shiki huffed and slammed the door of the car shut with all his might. Then with another huff, he opened the back door and got in. Lighten up off. Mud. This is the Porsche sports car that Ms. Hajime gave me. I'm sorry, Takagi-go said idly. He has made it a point to include Hajime-san and Porsche sports car. These two sets of words are emphasized with alliteration on the lower. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 700. Takagi-go's dragon's face was so happy that he brushed off another wave of emotional value that Hirakawa Shiki is really my walking ATM machine. No, it should be a walking emotional value swipe machine. Asterisk. I want a sports car too, Hirakawa Chi said indignantly. Yes, how are the talks going at the University City milk tea shop in Tokyo? Basically, more than half of them have already gotten negotiated, Hirakawa Ji said proudly with a raised eyebrow. So fast, it's only been a night's work. Of course, who am I? I'm the Sherpa of the Yakuza. Hirakawa Shiki blew on it again, with immense pride on his face. Sheridan is no match for Wakatu. You've got a quarter of the Porsche together. 3/4 of the puzzle to go. Come on. Takagi-go's hand crossed the seat and tapped Hirakawa Shiki on the shoulder. The moment he raised his hand, a scent wafted into the tip of Hirakawa Shiki's nose. Hirakawa Shiki frowned and said, "Why do you smell like a woman?" Takagi-go's eyes widened as he spat out. Holy, you can even smell this. Your nose belongs to a dog, right? Don't interrupt. Come on. Last night you didn't come home all night. My mom asked you. I had to say you were talking business with someone else. You smelled it. What else is there to say? Takagi-go spread his hands helplessly, indicating that everything was as he had suspected. Who? Maki. Asterisk. Babies. I'm begging for a little gift. Heartfelt. A free swipe for the love of power is only worth 10 cents apiece for the love of power. Crying. 100 for the love of power plus one more then heart. Other paid gifts will be added. Beaming. Chapter 97. Goodbye Mieko. Hirakawa Shiki let out a straight. He took stock of Takagi-go's restraints last time, but he didn't expect the kid to really get on. Don't worship brother. Brother is just brother legend. No, I'm going to find someone this school year. Hirakawa Chi swore. Takagi-go had heard him say that for I don't know how many times, but it was still the same thing. If he wanted to find it, he would have found it long ago. Maybe if you beg me, I'll have someone else introduce you to one, Takagi-go said as he looked at Hirakawa Shiki with a smirk. Really? Didn't lie to me? Takagi-go had a black face. No saying those 3 words. Hirakawa Shiki listened and listened with an aggrieved expression. Being mean to me again. You get out of the car. Takagi-go feels too disgusted to let Hirakawa Shiki defile his sports car. Poof. Hirakawa Shiki even grunted before getting out of the car. Disgusting Takagi-go again. Then he got out of the car, satisfied that Takagi-go was angry with him. After getting out of the car, Takagi-go called Ryohana. Youngwa, is everything okay these days? Not so good. Takagi-go froze and asked, what's wrong? It's not because of the recent screw-ups by the Kawaii Council and Kenho Hashigami. Aika muttered. Kawasaki Inarawa and Kenho Hashigami have been on the offensive a bit lately, and Go Takagi's company went live with a product that they then imitated one right after it. Out one imitates the other. It's shameless. Takagi-go has never seen such a shameless person. There was a company like that in a previous life, but it wasn't as outrageous as yours. If you can't bear it, you can't bear it. Aika, Does this behavior of theirs constitute copyright infringement? Takagi Go asked. Ingawa, who had already done her research ahead of time, replied, some of it already constitutes copyright infringement. Oh, great. Sue them. Takagi Go chose between the law and his fists. After all, fists can only solve a temporary problem, but not the fundamental problem. Takagi Go continued. You said about preparing for this. Okay, promise to get the job done. After explaining things, Takagi Go hung up the phone. His left eyelid had been jumping. Did that mean something good was coming? Takagi Go was inwardly skeptical. Wasn't there a song about that? The left eyelid is jumping and good things are coming. For a good thing, Takagi Go didn't really know what kind of good thing. All he knew was that if he didn't get out of the car, he was going to be late. Junior year is easy, but there are still a few classes. It was a little late in the day after it was up. The phone rings. It's Mieko calling. Takagi Go picks up the phone and answers it. Hey, Mieko. Go, why don't you come back for dinner tonight? Just don't eat out and, just ate out yesterday. Takagi Go froze. This is another attempt to make me a laborer. But yeah, I'm fine for the evening, so I'd better go back for dinner, and I miss Mrs. Mieko too. Aha. Takagi Go responded. Too. Great. Mieko said very happily. Ding. Hirakawa Mieko's mood has changed from calm to joy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 10. 700. As soon as Takagi Go heard this, he became even more certain inwardly that he wouldn't be able to get away with his free labor tonight. It's been a while since I've had sex with her though. Hirakawa Chi sat back and asked, what did my mom call you about? Takagi Go responded, let me come home for dinner. What? Hirakawa Shirchi's voice snapped up an octave as he listened, startling Takagi Go. Why are you screaming so loud? You're scaring me. My mom didn't even ask me to come home for dinner. Hirakawa Chi sounded very aggrieved. Both eyebrows were furrowed. Whether I was born or found, I can't even compare to you. Don't worry about these little details. People should be more open-minded. Of course you look away, because it's not like you're the one who's being left out in the cold. Takagi Go laughed and started the car to go home. As soon as I entered the house, the aroma of rice was coming from inside. Come back. Mieko was wearing a purple wraparound dress with a braid that. A few strands of hair fell across her cheeks and a happy smile spread across her face. Back. Takagi Go said with a smile. Hirakawa Chi quit spitting at Mieko and said, Mom, you didn't even ask me to come home for dinner. Mieko smiled and said, yeah, maybe Mom was negligent. Takagi Go licked his lips. It's been a while since I've had Mieko's cooking. It's a bit of a miss. Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with disdain. A remark that was clearly meant to cheer Mieko up. After all, he's tasted the cooking of two people. Objectively speaking, Takagi Go's cooking does taste better than Mieko's. After finishing his meal, Takagi Go patted Hirakawa Shiki on the shoulder. I'll leave the dishwashing to you. Hirakawa Shiki commiserated. Why? Bullying me again. Takagi Go laughed and said, what do you mean again? Who did you say was cooking before? You and my mom. That's not it. You don't cook and you don't do the dishes. Go do the dishes. Hirakawa Shiki had to reluctantly brush it away. Unable to fight or talk. He was miserable. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to sadness, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 11. 200. Takagi Go went to his room first and waited. And after it was late at night, Mieko knocked on the door as usual. In the name of back pain, another, double, obia. Can't tell you how many times that excuse has been used. The big fight lasted more than 2 hours, and when it was over, it was late at night. This time Mieko didn't stay in Takagi Go's room any longer, but returned to her own room. Takagi Go knew it by heart and didn't stop it. Just as soon as he left, Takagi Go got a little sleepy, and the airplane method of falling asleep proved to be really effective. But Takagi Go isn't an airplane. It's actual combat. He was about to close his eyes to meet with the weekly. Suddenly a sizzling sound was heard outside the house. Having received the potion given by the system, his senses were especially sharp now, and it was absolutely impossible for him to mishear. There's definitely someone outside the house. Add to that what Hirakawa Shiki said earlier, that Koeda would make a move with Kenho Hashigami. Takagi Go's first thought was that it was a scout from these two forces. Of course, Takagi Go favors Kawaii a bit more. Chasing, Takagi Go lifted up his pants and chased after him without even putting on his top. Baby's awkward. I'm begging for a gift. Heart. A free swipe for the love of power is only worth 10 cents a piece for the love of power. Crying. 100 for the love of power plus one more than heart. Other paid gifts will be added. Beaming. Chapter 98. A beautiful assassin. At night, a bright moon hangs suspended in the sky. In the distance a silhouette was weaving furiously, with a shirtless boy chasing after it. That boy was none other than Takagi Go. Takagi Go's mouth popped out a nationalist. You don't say, you really don't say. This person ran quite fast. From a distance, Takagi Go couldn't tell if the figure was male or female. It shows a good disguise. And this man seems to have come prepared. The athletic hands showed that she was still practicing. Takagi Go shouted after her. Stop running. Let's sit down and talk. Don't worry, I'll never do anything. I'd be a puppy to lie to you. I'm a person who never tells lies. No matter how much Takagi Go shouted, the man just wouldn't stop. The two of them were running rapidly one after the other. And I am afraid that no one could beat Takagi Go in terms of durability. The man's speed gradually slowed, his stamina no longer holding up. Takagi Goku's heart rejoiced. Comparing durability with me, you've kind of kicked the bucket. For his durability, he dares to call it first and no one dares to call it second. Takagi Go caught up and reached out to grab the man's shoulder. The person snapped back. She wore a mask, leaving only one eye out. Those eyes were incredibly handsome, but Takagi Go could tell at a glance that it's a pair of girls' eyes. The two of them looked at each other, and the system's voice rang in Takagi Go's head. Ding! Female lead 007 star Asia Risa detected. Female lead 007, Hoshi Asarisa. Age, 22. Favorability, -50. Hostess wish list. 1. Wishes to save his sister, X. 2. Wish I could get rid of the Kawasaki Kai, X. 3. Hopefully, the mission will be accomplished successfully, X. Favorability -50. What the hell? I didn't even mess with her, right? Is it possible that because he can't get himself, he has developed hatred out of love? Many thoughts flashed through Takagi Go's mind, but one thing could be confirmed. This man was sent by the Koeda Association. And isn't Maki the main female character 005? How come she's 007 all of a sudden? It's hard not to have a 006 heroine. I think it's time. In the blink of an eye, Hoshi quickly threw a punch. Her stance was light and sensitive. The moves are deadly. Takagi Go responded by throwing a punch. And while doing so, he said in a manner, Missy, let's not fight like this. Why don't we sit down together and have a drink and enjoy the moon? It's not a bad thing for people to do. Takagi Go employs not only physical attack tactics, but also verbal attacks, much to the annoyance of Hashiazuma. But she just didn't say anything. Takagi Go gradually gained the upper hand. Missy, what are you bothering with all this effort for? Why don't we all take a break? I'm good at massage. I'll give you a massage. Although Hashiarisha was angry, her attack was not in the least bit disorganized. Instead, Takagi Go was surprised in his heart and did not expect such a good psychological quality. It's different when you're trained. The two fought and fought, but it was always Takagi Go who had the upper hand. Hoshi Risa's inner surprise was like a shocking wave. I had heard all about how strong Takagi Go was before, but now that I felt it, it was really strong. However, this time the mission must be accomplished no matter what means are used, because what's at stake is her sister's freedom, as well as her own. Seeing that she couldn't be defeated with her bare hands, Hashiarisha directly pulled out an incredibly sharp knife from her pocket. Holy, how can you use a weapon if you don't talk about martial virtues? Hashiazuma continued to ignore him as the sharp knife moved in and out, but she used her knife and still couldn't hurt Takagi Go in the slightest. After pulling for a moment, Takagi Go slapped her hand directly on her hand. The knife fell to the ground with a tottering thud. Hoshi Arata saw the situation and tried to retreat. Takagi Go could see her thoughts coming and couldn't let her go so easily. Want to go? No way. Takagi Go tried to pull the veil off her face, and Hoshi Yorisha could see what he was trying to do, desperately bluffing the veil. This was the last straw for her. If the veil was ripped off, the mission was immediately declared a failure. If this drags on any longer, Takagi Go will surely win. Hoshi Yorisha's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing off to the side of the alley. Takagi Go throws a slap on the ass and Hoshi Yorisha feints to turn his back. An awkward scene occurred as Takagi Go's hand slapped heavily on her ass. Hoshi Arata glared back at Takagi Go. Why are you glaring at me? You're the one who turned around and you're blaming me, Takagi Go said with a smile. After all, it was he who took advantage of the situation. Ding! Hoshi Yorisha's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 12. 200. I wasn't angry before, but this time it looks like Risa is really angry. Without dragging her feet, Hashiazumi Risa dug right into the alley. Takagi Go also didn't choose to go after him, but turned around and went back to Mieko's house. The light in Hirakawa Shiki's room was still on, and Takagi Go thought to himself, gotta talk to Hirakawa Chi about this. The Kawada Society has set its sights on it, and with ferocious tactics, telling Hirakawa Shiki to take precautions. Takagi Go knocked on the door of Hirakawa Shiki's room. It then went in, only to see Hirakawa Shurden turn off his computer screen. You boy, babies, daily begging for small gifts. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. 100 for the love of power plus one more O than heart. Other paid gifts will be added. Beaming. Chapter 99, Encountering Fans. Takagi-go immediately saw what Hirakawa Shiki was doing. Hirakawa Chi called out in dissatisfaction. No, why don't you knock? Takagi-go spread his hands and said, I knocked on the door. It's just that you're looking too mesmerized. The heavens are visible and I really knocked on the door. Takagi-go didn't want to roll his eyes more on the subject. Opening the door, he said, I just met an assassin. Hirakawa bared his teeth and didn't hold back his laughter. Older brother, you think you're shooting a movie here, and meeting an assassin. What a time to be alive. Hirakawa Shiki couldn't believe to death that there were still assassins these days. He went on to spit out. You're dreaming about assassins, aren't you? Then he fought the assassin, and finally realized that the assassin was actually female, and a very pretty girl. And then you two fall in love with each other. Hirakawa Shiki says a whole lot of things, straight out of the subsequent episodes. That's how it played out in TV shows a few years ago. It's an old storyline. The assassin is indeed female, Takagi-go said with a smile. You see, I was right. Hirakawa Chi was incredibly godlike. I'm not kidding you. There's a ing assassin. Takagi-go had an unusually serious expression. If it's a fake. As far as me making a trip to your room at night when I have nothing better to do than try to scare you? Am I that boring? It's really. Hirakawa spat out a sentence from his mouth, venting his aggression these days. Back to the main topic. Takagi-go sat down, and Hirakawa Shiki grew serious. Takagi-go told Hirakawa Shiki about the process. Of course there were things that Takagi-go didn't say, like some of the tawdry things he said. For example, his ass kissing. He won't do anything that affects his image. Wait. Hirakawa Shiki interrupted Takagi-go's narration by raising his hand and, turning his head, he asked, So, you could have subdued her, but you let her go? That's not the point. That's not the point. So what is? Holy, you let her go. What about me? There's a serious threat to my little life that I could lose at any moment. Hirakawa Chi said in exasperation. Takagi-go knows kung fu, but he doesn't. If he meets him, he'll be dead. Cool. You think there won't be anyone else without her? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. After what he said, it seemed like such a thing. If one Risa falls down, 1,000 more will rise up. Hiss, it's still true. So what do we do now? Hirakawa Shiki asked hastily. He's still young and has a big future ahead of him. And besides, the sports car hasn't even been driven yet. On top of that, he hasn't dated anyone yet and doesn't want to just die young. Keeping a watchful eye, Takagi-go gives 4 words of truth. Rather than taking the initiative, it is better to keep the peace. Since she was aiming for her own life, there was no way she would give up without the mission being completed. There will be a goodbye. Takagi-go got up and patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, you're not good enough for they're not targeting you. So, you don't have to worry at all. Hirakawa Shiki exhaled lightly, the pressure instantly diminishing. Takagi-go walked out as soon as he finished speaking, and as soon as the door closed, Hirakawa Shiki reacted. Mud. Takagi-go was mocking him for being trashy. Lean. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from nervousness to anger, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 12. 700. Takagi-go did what he always did, as if last night's little episode hadn't happened. Takagi-go doesn't fear for his life anyway, unless Kawashita will use a hot weapon, but the probability is 0. Walking on the campus of the University of Tokyo, flower petals are gradually falling. At that moment, a girl with long brown hair and 1 black-rimmed glasses walked up to Takagi-go. Is it Tak? Takagi-go? The man froze, and after realizing that it was indeed, his 2 large eyes widened significantly. Hello, my name is Yamagishi Fanja. I'm a fan of yours. I'm sorry, Yamagishi Fanja said with a smile, her hand imperceptibly holding up the frames of her glasses. Takagi-go had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, especially with those eyes. It always felt like he'd seen them somewhere before. The girl in front of her was only slightly less good-looking than Ryuga Misato. Can you help me? Sign an autograph for me? Yamagishi Fanja asked. Since Takagi-go became famous, a lot of schoolgirls or older sisters have asked him for autographs. He had seen it all before, but he always felt that there was something twisted and strange about the Yamagishi Fanzi in front of him. Not only is there a woman's sixth sense that is accurate, but a man's sixth sense is accurate as well. Takagi-go intends to try and test her, so naturally he takes the signed book she hands him. The eyes looked at her if anything. Woman, very good. You've managed to get my attention. After Takagi-go signed it, he handed the book to Yamagishi Fanja with a slight smile. Yamagishi Fanja took the present and gave a thankful bow. Thanks, The whole process is so natural that you can't feel any trace of performance. But Takagigo still noticed that her attention wasn't even on Ben during the signing process. Instead, it was on Takagigo's throat. The sensation was very faint, thanks to Takagigo's profound Taoist skills, or else he really couldn't feel it. Takagigo really wanted to give her a small Oscar. His mind conjured up last night's female assassin, and a plan came to him. Yamagishi Fanja was about to leave when Takagigo called out with a smile. Fanja, why? Is there anything else? Is Fanny signed to a company now? No yet. Then would you be interested in coming to my company? Takagigo asked. Yamagishi Fanja pointed at herself and asked incredulously towards him. Can I really? Of course. Takagigo nodded his head and continued. I think the Fanny girl is a good fit for our company. The Ryugo group is now flourishing, and many people are trying to get a chance to join the company. Right now such a heavenly benefit was in front of her. How could she not be excited? That's really very much appreciated. Yamagishi Fanja said with another grateful bow. Takagigo stepped forward and took her arm. You're welcome. It's all due to Ms. Fanny. For the record, Takagigo is faking it. Originally, he was a jade-like, suave, decent man who sat on his. Yamagishi Fanja sensed it, still with a grateful expression on her face. But the arm slowly pulls away from Takagigo's hand. Ding! Hoshi Yurisha's mood has changed from calm to disgust, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 13. 700. Waiting for this. Yamagishi Fanja is really Hoshi Yurisa. Takagigo's eyes lit up. His sixth sense hadn't sensed wrong. Just now, he had deliberately made Fanzi loathe him so that he could generate emotional value. This allows the system to sense it and thus broadcast it. Abby. Awkward. I'm begging for a little daily gift so that I'll be motivated to work more. The babies are the cutest. 0. As soon as I saw my reader lord swipe the gift, my talent flowed and I was pumped up and motivated. Beats heart. Chapter 100 Extreme Contrast. Risa's, from now on, we'll call Vanya Risa. Good-looking eyes were still filled with gratitude. There was not the slightest hint of disgust or disdain to be seen. Takagigo laments the excellence of Risa's acting, which simply hangs on to the acting skills of the young freshman of his previous life. Completely unrecognizable, a far cry from yesterday's female assassin. In a previous life, I would have given Risa a gold medal. Risa said hesitantly, on second thought, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to Mr.'s high expectations. How? Takagigo's words came out. You're still pretending, aren't you? Now Risa's acting in a typical green tea lady accent. The key is that men are so damn good at eating green tea girls. But who is Takagigo? Read Countless Women. Tea Connoisseur Level 10. People send nickname Tea Connoisseur Master. Risa grunted when she saw Takagigo take the bait. Sure enough, men are all the same. What's your major? Computer. That's great. We're short on talent in this area and here you are. As the saying goes, I wanted to sleep, and you brought me a pillow. Takagigo put an accent on the word sleep, and the implication was clear. Ding! Hoshi's emotion changes from calm to contempt, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 14. 200. Mud. I didn't say anything myself, did I? Takagigo felt innocent. Thank you so much indeed. Risa bowed again. It's fine. Fanny, remember to come in next week for induction, Takagi said as Go waved his hand. Well, then, I'll go first then. Risa pointed at the school building. Takagigo nodded and said, go ahead. Takagigo watched her back and a thought flooded through his mind. Risa is so versatile. If she gets her hands on her, won't she be able to talk about several things at once? The expression on Risa's face immediately changed after she turned her back. Her gaze revealed contempt and disgust. Still looking. Look again and I'll tell Maki. Hirakawa Shiki said as he came over. He looked as if he was watching the fun. And Yumwa had told him all about what had happened the other day. It didn't make Hirakawa Shiki laugh enough when he found out. And it was hard to see Takagigo suffer for once. Rarely, really rarely. Takagigo glanced at him threateningly. Yes. Then I risk spilling your little secret. Asterisk. Hirakawa Chi cursed under his breath and decided to change the topic immediately. By the way, what are you looking at her for? It's hard not to like her. How do you know? Seriously, that's the first couple. Hirakawa Shiki covered his mouth in surprise. He hadn't talked to a single one of them yet. Takagigo has several of them already, and it's more than enough to put together a table to play mahjong. People are more angry than people. Haven't you heard the saying, more is better? Who made your brother attractive? Stinky chit-chat over. Takagigo explained to Hirakawa Shiki. That man was the assassin from last night. Asterisk. It doesn't look like it to me. Hirakawa Shiki wondered. Pure sweet girl. Ruthless female assassin. Extreme contrasts. How much of a failure it would have to be for you to see that? Oh, yeah. Hirakawa-chi responded. Then sensed something was wrong. You can tell. But I can't. What? I was born worse than you? There's no problem with her identity? Takagi-go shook his head. There's no such thing as a problem until it's investigated. How to investigate? You go to the principal and ask for her file. Why me? Hearing this, Takagi-go cursed. I'm tired of working so hard, and I don't even want to do this little thing. Porsche sports car, want it or not. For the sake of the Porsche sports car. The word patience. By the way, how's the milk tea store in Tokyo's college town? It's basically all been negotiated. Well, are you sure anyone's drinking? Hirakawa-shiki questioned. Just watch. From now on you'll just use a sack for your money. Takagi-go is pretty sure that milk tea stores are a profitable business, and college students are the main consumer of milk tea. Can be said to be lying to earn money. Oh yeah, Kenhiro Hashigami and his family also opened a milk tea store. Hirakawa-shiki revealed. Holy, this is all stealing. It's not even if you steal my software. Milk tea is also ing stealing. Takagi-go cursed. Don't they have any creativity of their own? Takagi-go then waved his hand. It's fine. They won't be able to jump around for more than a few days anyway. The lawyer's letter has been sent to them. This time, absolutely sue them to death. Well, if there's nothing else you can go ahead and ask the principal for her file. Her name is Yamagishi Fanja. Good. Hirakawa-shiki nodded and left the place. Time passed and a week went by. It had been an unusually quiet week. So quiet that Takagi-go had become skeptical. There really wasn't the slightest problem with Hirakawa-shiki asking for Yamagishi Fanja's file. There was no faking of grades or anything. They actually got in. Takagi-go couldn't help but wonder, is the business of assassins so rolled up these days? However, it's safe to assume that Yamagishi Fanja is a fake identity, and that her real identity is Hashiazumi Risa, now a junior employee of the Ryogoku group. And now the Ryogo group is in a lawsuit against the Kawanikai and Kenho Hashigami, which is expected to begin next week. The market capitalization of the Cool Gnosis group is still rising as the number of Lobo user registrations climbs. There's a Michu milk tea store on every street in Tokyo, but it's not finished yet. A date with Hajime, which Takagi-go understands as a date, is coming up. Everything is going in a good direction. Bell. Ring. Takagi-go picks up the phone and sees that it's Hajime calling, so he thinks he's coming. He picked up and a voice both familiar and unfamiliar came from inside. I'll be boarding soon, so remember to pick me up. The tone was still cold and incomparable. Just like the person, the iceberg beauty lived up to her name. Okay. Just as Takagi-go finished speaking, Hajime hung up the phone. Don't you dare hang up on me. One of these days, I'm gonna heat up this iceberg of yours. It's been a long time. I kinda miss her. Every day begging for a little gift. Beaming. 100 power brushes for love plus one more. 1 power for love is a dime. Cry. 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be allowed. Right? Dude, I want healthcare. Crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Chapter 101, You're a Little Girl Too. Tokyo Airport. Takagi-go parked the car that Hajime had dropped off in the parking lot, and after parking it, he went into the waiting room. An airplane flew from Osaka to Tokyo, and after a while, it steadied itself on the tarmac. Inside, a gallant man came out, wearing a black sunglasses wearing a beige trench coat with a pair of black high heels. With each step, his slender hair shook with an air of exuberance. Takagi-go instantly saw Hajime in the crowd. Her aura was one of a kind. Takagi-go smiled and took the luggage from her, mouth singing, just for looking at you in the crowd. It came out of nowhere, and Hajime froze. Never forgot your face again. Takagi-go can only sing roughly in this key. Not exactly a heavenly voice. Why don't you sing? Ha, forgot. Takagi-go said, laughing. He guessed that Hajime couldn't understand what was being sung. The mood is beautiful. Hajime dropped that and walked briskly towards the parking lot. Hajime's thunderous walk was so fast that Takagi-go rushed to catch up. Takagi-go opened the passenger door for Hajime in a gentlemanly manner. Takagi-go got in the car and said to her, I don't let anyone else but you sit in the passenger seat. Hajime was unmoved and said coldly, It's not enough for you to lie to other girls with this kind of flowery language. To me? Doesn't work. She didn't believe 100% of what Takagi-go said. What kind of flowery words hadn't Hajime heard? What kind of tricks hadn't the boys used on her? I've seen it all before. You're a little girl in my eyes, too. The earthy sentiment came out, and Hajime's expression twisted up under his sunglasses. It was the first time she had heard such an earthy, Earthy love story. Takagi started the car and casually asked, "By the way, what are you looking for me for this time?" As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a good time. And there's definitely something going on with Jimmy's return to the capital once again. Hajime avoided answering and instead asked, "You acquired an electronics factory?" "Exactly. You want to get into electronics too?" "Exactly. The system gave him something for free, so it was a waste of time to use it. You have to realize there's a lot of cost invested in this." Hajime sighed. She had been doing this for 5 years straight and knew exactly how much money it took. R&D is the most costly. The point is that this stuff isn't known to get results when you spend money. And it's possible that you might not get results when you do. No one has developed a new system yet. Except for the new system that Pretty Country released a few months ago. Empty-handed. Recently, the family has started to pressure Hajime more often, trying to get her to give up. But Hajime knows the vastness of its market. "I know. No, you still do." Takagi twisted his head and gave her a smile. "Are you concerned about me?" Hajime shook. "I'm just curious as to why. The Ryogo group is just getting started. The growth is so rapid that even with the money invested by the Yakuza, it's not enough to invest in R&D, right?" Hajime was amazed by the miracles Takagi performed one after another. If she was put in the same starting situation as Takagi, she asked herself that she couldn't do this, so she couldn't believe that Takagi would be stupid enough to do that. "Shhhh, keep it a secret. Hajime, you'll find out later," Takagi said mysteriously. "By the way, Hajime, the agreement between us still stands, right?" Naturally, Takagi was talking about the bet, or marriage contract if you will, made at the University of Tokyo's lakefront. Instead of answering, Hajime blandly replied back, "Now you don't even call yourself a schoolmate." Ha ha, Takagi laughed out loud. Maybe in the future he wouldn't even call Jimi anymore and just call her his wife. Hajime leaned on the co-pilot, his eyes glancing out the window. "There's a party tomorrow. You're coming with me for a bit. Everyone from Tokyo's upper class will be there." "Chow, how come I didn't get an invitation?" Takagi sensed the unfairness. "I'm not upper class yet," Takagi asked. "In what capacity will I go?" Hajime asked. "What identity do you want to use? How about the same identity as last time?" By last time's status, Takagi naturally meant boyfriend status. "The last time I taught Nakata Masaru a lesson, I used my boyfriend's identity." Hajime was silent. There was a saying that silence equaled consent. Takagi is a businessman. Lose money business absolutely do not do. How have to collect some interest. The Porsche sports car pulls up steadily at the Tokyo Grand Hotel, and Takagi sends Hajime back. When they reached the room, Hajime saw that Takagi was still standing. "Something? Won't you invite me in for a seat?" Hajime looked at him and didn't say anything. She knew very well what was going on in Takagi mind. The meaning is clear. You're not allowed in. But who is Takagi? His face is thicker than a city wall. Takagi's face immediately twisted up, looking in great pain. His stomach. "There's some pain in my stomach." Takagi's acting was very poor. People have 3 priorities, and this is a big one. Takagi entered the room directly and ran all the way into the restroom. Every day begging for a little gift, beaming. 100 power brushes for love plus 1 more. 1 power for love is a dime, cry. 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be allowed, right? Dude, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 102, There Are Rats. Tokyo Grand Hotel. Takagi sat down on the plush toilet as he looked at his remaining draws. And 6 more. Why don't you draw a prize for fun? The number 6 is very auspicious. So why not just have a 6 in a row? System, I want a lottery. A giant dial appeared in Takagi's mind. System, can I get a perk if I have to go down the draw 6 times in a row? I'm kind of family too. Takagi offered. If the host fuses 6 draws into 1, you can be given some benefits. After the system said that, Takagi came interested and asked, "What benefits?" Greatly increasing the probability of winning the jackpot. A huge boost, which means there's also a very small chance of not hitting the chant. Playing word games for me here. Host, after this village there is no more store. Pump. Takagi wasn't an indecisive person. He had the capital. Even if he didn't hit it, it wasn't a big deal. Riches and riches. The system was instructed and the large turntable began to spin at a rapid pace. As the hands turned, Takagi prayed internally. Don't ever draw the grand prize. Don't ever draw the grand prize. I give 10 years of my life in exchange if I could. The pointer gradually comes to a halt and eventually the needle eases to a very small plate. Draw it. The word is out. Takagi-go said again hurriedly. I'm just talking casually, don't take it seriously. A blinding bright light immediately flashed in Takagi-go's mind. The kind that can blind a titanium alloy dog's eyes. It's sent. It's really going to be sent. A line flashed in my head. iOS. Takagi-go straightened up and called out 3 times ***, knowing all too well the gold content of this one. It's no exaggeration to say that with this one system alone, his company's market capitalization would be in the top 10 in the world. Apple in its former life aptly confirms this. When you know you're sleepy, you immediately bring in a pillow. System, I love you. Disgusting. You don't like being on. It wasn't over yet, and a small line of text was displayed immediately afterward. Good luck will happen to the host in 1 minute. Good luck? Still in a minute. If I wasn't in the middle of a bathroom break, I would have believed your bull *********. What kind of luck could there be in the restroom? Go Takagi couldn't really guess. The only thing he can think of is a smooth poop. At that moment, the screams of Hajime came from outside, a far cry from her previous maturity and stability. Takagi-go froze. Good luck? What? What's wrong? Takagi-go asked. Hajime swallowed and continued. There are rats. A 5-star hotel. And you tell me there are rats. Takagi-go decided in his heart that it must be the system. I didn't realize that even a thunderous woman was afraid of rats. Being strong doesn't seem to have much to do with being afraid of mice. At the end of the day, Hajime is a woman after all. Where? Takagi-go asked. Hajime hurriedly pointed to his room with his little finger. She had wanted to change clothes and take a shower when she saw something blackened, running out of her eyes at several meters per second. At once, she rushed out of the room at a speed of 100 meters per second. Takagi-go's eyes went to the room she was pointing at, and it was quiet. Just then, a black object, rushing out of the room at several meters per second, rushed towards Hajime. Hajime's pupils constricted violently and he jumped up with a shriek of surprise. Takagi-go hugged it all at once. Hajime didn't even react. Stunned, his eyes kept looking at the rat. That rat keeps hanging around underneath Hajime and just won't go away. Takagi-go was 1,000,000% certain that this was a ING system screw-up. But thanks to the system, without it, the two of them wouldn't have been able to get close. Why isn't it leaving yet? Hajime said anxiously. I don't know. Then get rid of it. Takagi-go thought in his heart. Drive away. Can I still eat your tofu in the open? The little mouse just stayed for 10 seconds or so and then ran off in a huff. Hajime was relieved to see it. Luckily it's gone. After the crisis is over, Hajime realizes something is wrong. Put me down. Hajime's face returned to its usual appearance. It probably hasn't gotten far yet. Put me down. Oh, good. Takagi-go put Hajime down. Seeing that he wasn't leaving yet, Hajime stood still and asked, Aren't you leaving yet? Takagi-go kindly reminded. Are you sure there's only one mouse in this house? In my experience, there's usually not just one. After he said that, Hajime broke down. For this to be the best hotel in Tokyo, there are rats. No way. I'm going to change the room. Are you just sure there's nothing in the other room? Then I'll change hotels. Are you just sure there aren't any in other hotels? What about? Hajime asked. According to Takagi-go, the whole world is not safe anymore. Takagi-go sat on the couch and suggested, Tell you what, I'll stay and that way there's no fear of mice. And as soon as you yell for me, I'll come over and fix you up. How's that sound? Hajime was silent as she listened. Why did she think that the rat was ing put there by him? Takagi-go continued. You're hardly worried that I'm going to make a move on you, are you? I'm a decent man. The great situation that the system had created for him couldn't be wasted on this. The iceberg that is Jimmy has to be doused with heat. Regarding what Takagi-go said, Hajime wouldn't believe a single word of it. Decent people lie to ghosts. She was truly afraid. Though, Takagi-go was also quite right. If he dared to make a move on her, he would definitely not be able to spare Takagi-go. Hajime nodded and Takagi-go asked with a raised eyebrow. Agreed? Hajime nodded. Good. Takagi-go said happily. Ding. Hajime Kitahara's favorability is +10. Currently at 15. One raffle entry will be given. Currently raffle entry 1. Everyday begging for a little gift. Beaming, beaming, beaming. 100 power brushes for love plus 1 more. 1 power for love is a dime. Cry. 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be allowed, right? Dude, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 103, Sleeping Together. It's hard to save your own ass once you're in there. Takagi-go laid out the quilts and stuff in the room, then sat and waited for Hajime to come out. How's that for touching? Takagi-go went over to him and said with a smile, the boss who's worth over $100 million made the bed for you personally. Go to bed at night and steal the pleasure. I didn't realize you were so attentive. Of course, I'm the one who goes up to the hall and down to the kitchen. I'm a great cook. You haven't had it, have you? Everyone who's had it says it's good, Takagi-go said, patting himself on the back. Hajime listened with her arms wrapped around her chest and looked at Takagi-go with interest. She asked, so, how many girls have eaten your cooking? Haven't counted them, but I'm happiest making them for you. Takagi-go replied with a smile. It would be an obvious lie to say it wasn't. He answered the question by saying outright that he hadn't counted, and added the line that he'd be happiest doing it for you, both. Show your heart again. 2 birds with 1 stone. Hajime smiled without saying a word. She had seen through it long ago. Go to bed early. You have a party tomorrow, Hajime said and went back to his room. The room was a single room with only a queen-sized bed, and Takagi-go had to sleep on the couch. Good night wasn't said. Takagi-go shouted. Evening. Good night. Takagi-go Haya got up and washed himself, and after doing so attended a party for the upper-class celebrities. In the car, Hajime didn't say a word, obviously because of what happened this morning. Ahem. Takagi-go coughed to ease the awkwardness of explaining. That last night I didn't know how I got into bed. It's possible to sleepwalk yourself. Takagi-go gives one possibility, and Hajime ignores him. Regarding what Takagi-go said, she didn't believe a word of it. Takagi-go sees that this won't work, so he changed the subject and said, who are all the people attending the banquet this time? Hajime finally opened his mouth to introduce himself. The Yamaguchi Gumi, the Kawasaki Inuyasha, Kenho Hashigami, and Nakata Masaru. Good lord. Takagi-go had heard that all of them were in trouble with him. This isn't a party. It's a personal grudge meeting, right? Right under the clearing. Takagi-go's eyes looked ahead. An hour later, Takagi-go and Hajime arrived at the banquet place. Every day begging for a little gift. Beaming. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be allowed, right? Dude, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 104 Female Main Character 006, Kudo Shizuo, Tokyo's richest auditorium, gilded and expansive. There are countless famous cars on the parking lot, and the people who come here to attend are either rich or wealthy. They're all from the upper class. This banquet was led by Fontian, the #1 ranked company in Kojiki. It could be said that basically everyone with a name within the small country of Japan came. It also includes some celebrities from abroad. Takagi-go parked his car and got down with Hajime and walked to the door of the auditorium. Today we're also a reflection of high society. You must have an invitation to be let in, and those invited may bring 1 person to the meeting. Hajime walked in front of her and Takagi-go followed her. Hajime handed the invitation in his hand to the ceremonial staff, and after permission was granted, the two walked in together. It's also a good idea to see high society in the light of your senior sister, Takagi-go said with a smile. Hajime didn't say anything. Takagi-go was not familiar with a single person in the venue except for Hirotaka Yamaguchi. What did you bring me here for? Takagi-go asked, because he really didn't understand what he could actually do. I can only be an incredibly handsome vase. Hajime tugged at the corner of his mouth as he listened. See, you don't know yourself well enough. Don't you want to get into cell phones? I'll take you to meet someone, Hajime said. Kubus? Takagi-go asked. Yes, that's him. Hajime picked up a glass of champagne and handed one to Takagi-go in passing. One good thing about this party. Free drinks and free food. Most of the people who come here aren't here for that purpose, though. It's all about wanting to gain connections and meet more people. And one of the star attractions of the party was the old boss of the Fontaine Group, Yuji Hikari. The other is Kubus, chairman of the Banana Group, a business wizard from a beautiful country who single-handedly founded Big Banana, developed the banana cell phone. It went live one day straight to take the #1 spot in sales, an all-time record. Hajime explaining to Go Takagi about Kubus. The banana phone was quite a sensation when it was released earlier. It was then that he noticed. The banana phone is similar to the Nokia of the previous generation. Takagi-go laughed and said, who isn't a genius boy already? What's there to be afraid of when you have your own iOS given by the system? Why does he have such a strange name like Banana Company? Takagi Go asked. The name is just so sandy. I don't know. I heard it seems like he likes bananas so he named it Banana Inc. I'm sorry, said Hajime, shaking his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That simple and crude? Come on, let's get you acquainted, Hajime said. Takagi Go followed. In front of him stood a middle-aged man from a beautiful country who was talking to someone else in high spirits, with slightly graying hair and wearing a pair of glasses. A typical elite figure. He is Kubus of the Banana Group, known as the Boy Genius. Hajime walked over to him and smiled as he introduced himself to him in English. Hello, I'm Hajime Kitahara, chairman of the Hajime Electronics Group. Oh, hello. Kubus held out his hand to shake. After shaking hands, Hajime introduced Takagi Go, who was on the sidelines, and said, this is the chairman of the Ryohana Group. My good friend Takagi Go. I'm sure you've heard about the recent hit penguin communication program, Lobo, as well as a wolf now. Right, all from him. When Hajime said that, Kubus glanced at Takagi Go. Of course after only one look, he looked away because any more would have exploded. Takagi Go was a bit confused in his head. He didn't seem to have messed with him. Who the are you looking down on? Takagi Go is not impressed with him at all anymore. And Hajime can't figure out what's going on. The two of them don't have a beef by definition. Kubus turned his head and smiled at Hajime. Hajime, if you want our support, I think we'd better talk alone. Advanced technology has long been monopolized by Kubus, and Hajime approached Kubus very early on. It's about getting support for their company's advanced technology. Takagi Go could naturally understand their conversation as a high school student at the University of Tokyo. Takagi Go raised an eyebrow at that and grunted. In English, he said, you really think you're a unique being? The planet is spinning without anyone. Kubus laughed out loud in disdain. What an unaware arrogant brat that. You think technology is that easy to break through? You don't know what you're doing. Takagi Go cursed directly after hearing that. You think you're so good at your craft. Believe it or not, I'll get one in a minute. Takagi Go's dictionary doesn't have the word wimp in it. It's just a matter of doing it. Kubus sneered when he heard that. In his opinion, Takagi Go was like a clown, mouthing off. Say something about getting one in a minute. If it's that easy, why would Jigami be so worried? Technology as far as being monopolized by Cube's banana companies. Kubus stopped paying attention to Takagi Go and said to Hajime, what an arrogant friend you have there. I don't think there's any point in us continuing to talk anymore. Mr. Kubus. Hajime was about to say something else, but Go Takagi interrupted him by speaking out. Takagi Go, in my opinion, the banana phone you released is crap. So crap. Kubus stopped in his tracks to leave, when a crowd had long since gathered around them. One reason is that Takagi Go is a little loud. Another big reason is that Kubus was already the center of attention. At that moment, Takagi Go's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice. Ding! Detection found female lead 006, Kudo Shizuo. Female lead 006, Shizuo Kudo. Age, 22. Favorability, 0. Hostess wish list. 1. I hope to pay off my family's debts as soon as possible, X. 2. I hope I can win the movie queen, X. Brothers, the day after tomorrow, an extra chapter for you all. Thank you very much for the gift, brothers. Every day begging for a little gift, beaming. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be available. Guys, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Brothers, the day after tomorrow, an extra chapter for everyone. Thank you very much for the gift. I wish my brothers a happy day. Every day, beaming. Don't stop. Please let the storm come harder. If you can. I'm hoping for a gift from my fellow readers that will smash me, beaming. Chapter 105, Party Spray. The hall was already crowded. All of them were watching Takagi Go and Kubus. One is a rising star. The other is a world business hegemon today. The battle between the old and the new is in full focus. The giants in the circle of people banqueting are Tomohiko Yanagi, president of Fontaine Group; Hirotaka Yamaguchi, leader of the Yamaguchi Group; Kenro Kiyota, president of the Kawasaki Rice Association; Takao Kitahara, chairman of Kitahara Family Electronics Company; Kito Hashigami, chairman of Hashigami Real Estate Group in Tokyo, and his son, Kenho Hashigami, and many other titled characters. Yamaguchi Hirotaka saw the commotion and immediately came over. Eating is a natural instinct of people, but as he approached, he realized that his son-in-law was actually the maker of the melons. I didn't expect this son-in-law of yours to come and make quite a commotion, joked an old friend of Hirotaka Yamaguchi's from the sidelines. Yamaguchi Hirotaka was dumbfounded. This son-in-law of his was the center of attention everywhere he went. I wasn't expecting that, but he went straight for Kubu's this time. Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded. There was indeed a bit of a lack of sanity. Kubu's is no match for that punk from Kawaii Kai and Kenho Hashibe. The girl standing next to him is it Kitahara Hajime? Yamaguchi Hirotaka looked alone. Really? And his eyes narrowed in disbelief. How did these two get involved? It's better to see it first. Hirotaka Yamaguchi said that it was better not to jump to conclusions too early. When Kenshiro Hashibe sees Go Takagi, it's like an enemy meeting an enemy. Dad, he's Takagi Go, Kenhiro Hashigami said, pointing at him. I know, you don't have to say it. You can't even get a hold of him. What else can you do? I'm sorry, snorted a disgruntled kiddo on the bridge. He was furious with Kenhiro Hashigami, who couldn't even get a little Go Takagi to do anything. How are you going to run the entire Bridge Realty Group in the future? Kenhiro Hashigami was aggravated, and Kito Hashigami was helpless, being so good at what he does. But what a waste of a son to produce. The dragon begets the dragon, the phoenix begets the phoenix, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. How the hell did you give birth to a rat yourself? Kito Hashigami's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Takagi Go, a little happier inside. Now he was at war with Kubu's, just as he had hoped. The more enemies Takagi Go makes, the happier they are. Yuji Yun is a little upset. This is a party he's hosting. As a result, Takagi Go stole the show. Takagi Go stood still for a moment. A female lead appeared again? But, where she is? Takagi Go swept around the room, surrounded by people in 3 circles inside and 3 outside. I didn't find any beautiful women, but I did find a lot of old acquaintances. Kubu's came over to me and spread his hands and said, "What are you talking about? I'll say it 100 times again. What you've produced is garbage, and I'm going to do minutes to surpass you." Takagi Go repeated those words from earlier once again. Those words could have made Kubu's furious that his pride and joy was being spoken of in such a way by someone else. Hajime pulled down Go Takagi's hand, signaling for him to stop talking. But how could Takagi Go listen? He was using this banquet to build up momentum for himself. Although the Liangwu group has been steadily rising, it has now reached a bottleneck and cannot break through. Only when the right opportunity arises can the cool Gnosis group take off. One's goal is to be number 1 in the world. Honestly, I'd do it in a minute if I could. And it's still disrupting the entire cell phone space. Takagi Go's words were so loud and clear that those present were silent. Everyone froze. They thought of Takagi Go being mad, but they didn't expect Takagi Go to be this mad. Takagi Goku scanned the circle before addressing them. Some of you want to team up and screw me over. It proved to be impossible yet. I want a lot. Not just in the cell phone field, but also in the automotive field. He was undoubtedly talking to Tomohiko Yanagi of the Fontaine Group when he said that, because he was the largest automobile manufacturing company in the country in the small days. It's also the number 1 ranked company in the country for small days. Ryuji Yen hummed disdainfully after hearing this. Want to make a cell phone, but also want to make a car. Fool's errand. The reason he didn't invite Takagi Go was that he looked down on him. In his eyes, Takagi Go was like a thug. How could he compare to them? Takagi Go said there's still a damn man-made rocket. Build your own car and cell phone. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Hajime looked at Takagi Go, who had an incredibly confident and resolute look in front of him. An air of confidence was revealed all over. For a moment then she believed that Takagi Go could really be what he said he was. Everyone in the room didn't say anything. None of them believed that Takagi Go could do it. If it was that easy to break through they would have broken through long ago. As to wait until now, technological breakthroughs are hard to come by. How can that be? Don't talk big. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Humph. You really think you're an onion? Sarcasm continued, reaching Takagi Go's ears in droves. Takagi Go took it lightly and said with a slight smile, "Just because you guys can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. With all due respect, everyone here is trash." Takagi Go sprays in a big way, pulling in full ranged damage and attacking everyone indiscriminately. The sneering stopped, and the hall was awfully quiet. Yamaguchi Hirotaka murmured in his mind, not including himself. One thought popped up in everyone's mind, beat up Takagi Go. But no one was on it, and they weren't cuties. The word had spread that Takagi Go had defeated Tokyo's number 1 expert. No one questioned Takagi Go's stance and went up there to get punched. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Takagi Go didn't linger much longer. Pulling a frozen Hajime aside, he left, every day begging for a little gift, beaming, 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available. but still looking forward to a hand. One extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be available. Guys, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. I wish my brothers a happy day. Every day, beaming. Chapter 106, drugged. Porsche car. The two men in the car didn't say a word. The scene of Takagi go spouting off at the banquet just now still echoed in his mind. I have to say it's pretty cool. I can imagine that tomorrow's front page headlines will have to be contracted by Takagi Go. The youngest business genius of the new century is being hailed. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was too depressing, Takagi Go said, I'm sorry. Stirred up all your plans today. If I'm not mistaken, he was asked to follow him here today to get technical assistance from Kubus. As it turned out, the two fell out straight away before they could say anything. Hajime shook his head. That's cool. Huh? Takagi Go twisted his head around to look at her, not expecting Hajime to say the words really cool. I've long been sick of seeing him, and I've taken a breath of fresh air today. Hajime smiled faintly, as if an iceberg had melted, as if a flower had bloomed, and the world became a better place all of a sudden. Takagi Go smiled at the sight and said, You look so pretty when you smile. You should smile more often from now on. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Hajime's smile immediately disappeared. The cold as iceberg expression returned to his face. No one had ever told her that before. It has always been a strong education from her parents. Creating her character is also strong as hell. Hajime said faintly, Looks like my dream won't come true after all. When she finished speaking, there was a flash of despondency in her eyes. She dreamed of proving herself, of getting the family inheritance, and the cell phone market is a blue ocean. Do a good job to return to the world's first is not a problem. That's not necessarily true, Takagi Go said mysteriously with a confident smile. Oh, Hajime let out a soft oh and twisted his head to look at Takagi Go. Could he have a solution? But it couldn't be. All she knew was that Takagi Go had bought an electronics factory, and that factory hadn't even started operating yet. I have an idea. What way? Call me husband and I'll tell you, Takagi Go said. Hajime bristled and twisted his head away. It was better to let her call her husband than to let her die. Looking at Hajime, Takagi Go burst out laughing. You said that if I told Hirotaka Yamaguchi what you just said, you absolutely he would believe it or not. I don't know. Hajime threatened lightly. Takagi Go was very good at shutting up when he heard that he was afraid that his cheap old husband would chop him up with a knife. The corners of Hajime's mouth turned up in a nice curve. Seeing Takagi Go suffer for once was not easy, and she was in a good mood. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current emotional value, 14,700. What is this way you speak of? You'll see later. Come on, let's go. Let's take you to dinner. Takagi Go slammed on the gas and the sports car flew out with a swoosh. There are two of the most beautiful sounds in the world. One is the roaring engine of a sports car. The other is, a voice inside Hajime told her. The teenager in front of me was a man to be trusted and entrusted with. Takagi Go wasn't planning on going to a restaurant for dinner and cooking himself, both to brush up on his goodwill. It also enhances the relationship, the best of both worlds. The two of them arrived at the food market, and it was the first time that Hajime had ever visited a food market. Having never even experienced it before, she was like a curious baby that, curious as hell about it all. There's a lot you haven't experienced. I'll take you through it all later, said Takagi Go with a smile. Why did Hajime feel strange coming out of his mouth when the words were ordinary? After buying groceries, the two went home. Takagi Go goes to the kitchen and Hajime feels embarrassed and goes to the kitchen to help him with the dishes. Takagi Go's cooking skills are at their usual best, with a wide range of colors and flavors. Hajime's eyes lit up. Takagi Go cooking so well? She was visiting the whole time, and there was no water in the air. Taste it, as the saying goes, to take a woman's heart, you have to take their stomach first. Hajime took a taste and his eyes narrowed. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current emotional value, 15,200. Takagi Go can tell by the sound of the system announcing it. It's delicious. I didn't realize you cooked so well. I'll make it for you later if you want it. So, how many women have you cooked for? Or how many women have you fooled with this trick? Hajime's eyes were locked on him. Killing him. Making it for you is the most fun, Takagi Go said with a smile. Oily mouth. After eating, Takagi Go didn't stay long, because there's still the main female character, 006 Kudo Shizuo, at the party, so she has to get to know her anyways. Takagi Go drove back to the banquet place and sat in his car. At this time, the sky was darkening, and the banquet was gradually coming to an end. Ever since Takagi Go made his remarks, It's as if the party has lost some kind of energy. It felt very boring. All the limelight tonight was stolen by Takagi-go alone, much to the chagrin of Tomohiko Ryu, the boss of the Fontaine group. After all, it's what you worked so hard to get. I've been a servant to others. However, Kenshiro Kyoto and Kenhiro Hashigami were miserable. Takagi-go has created two powerful enemies at once. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hirotaka Yamaguchi also had quite a headache. It's okay for young people to be crazy, but you're so crazy that you can be crazy out of the planet. The party ended and people came out of it one after another. At that moment, a picture came on Takagi-go's cell phone. The girl in the photo has long, thin, beautiful eyes, and when she raises her eyes, they have a watery glow. The brows were very close together, and a sense of coolness and delicacy came over her. This girl is Kudo Shizuo. Takagi-go asked Hirokawa Shiki to find out that the system had said her wish was to win the movie queen. That's why Takagi-go deduced that it must be someone from the entertainment industry. It's not hard to find the right direction to check. Many people came out, but none of them had a picture of this girl. After a moment, Takagi-go scanned the room and, seeing a girl standing next to a fat pig of a man. Isn't that man Nakata Masaru? Takagi-go thought inwardly, taking another look at the girl's appearance. It was none other than Kudo Shizuo. What's the old boy up to? Kudo Shizuo staggered and blushed, and Takagi-go was keenly aware that something was wrong. Ding! Detected heroin 006 Kudo Shizuo has been drugged. Please, host, teach Nakata Charge a lesson as soon as possible. As soon as Takagi-go heard that, the fire in his heart immediately rose, and he opened the car door and stepped down. Every day begging for a little gift, beaming. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be available. Guys, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. I wish my brothers a happy day. Every day, beaming. Chapter 107, using body as antidote. Takagi-go gets out of the car and rushes at Nakata Charge with a furious attitude. The fat-faced Nakata Masaru has a lewd smile on his face. He looked at Shizuo Kudo, who was staggering in front of him, planning on having a good time today. Last time, if Go Takagi hadn't suddenly appeared to spoil his good show, that little Hajime Kitahara, he got it a long time ago. The more Nakata Masaru thinks about it, the angrier he gets. But you can have a good time today. Nakata Masaru licked his lower lip and looked at Kudo Shizuo with a lewd smile on his face. Gotta do it quickly so the night doesn't grow long. It occurred to Charge Nakata that, he said to 2 of his own men off to the side, you guys get her to my car. Yes, 2 of Nakata Charge's men said in unison. When Nakata Charge finished, he felt a murderous aura. It was getting closer and closer to him. What was going on? Nakata Charge wondered. He twisted his head to look over and a familiar face caught his eye. Takagi-go is here again? Takagi-go flashed a smile that was very creepy to Nakata Masaru's eyes. And, it's unnerving. You, what are you doing? You, don't you come over. Nakata Masaru instantly panicked. The memory of the last time he was beaten up by Takagi-go was fresh in his mind. That's a tough guy to beat up. Without saying a word, Takagi-go went straight up and kicked Nakata Charge to the ground. Nakata Masaru's obese body rolled several times in succession before stopping. That's no ordinary kick. His stomach was as hard as if it had turned over, and he covered his stomach with pain and, to the 2 henchmen, he said, what are you 2 losers waiting for? Get on me. Kill this little bastard. They've all heard of Go Takagi. He's a tough guy. Couldn't beat him at all, but didn't dare disobey the boss's orders. So the 2 of them symbolized out underhandedness. Takagi-go also understands and doesn't give them a hard time. Nakata Masaru wants the 2 of them to hold Takagi-go back while he rushes to escape. As a result, just as he got up, he saw Takagi-go standing in front of him. Master, I was wrong. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Don't you just want that little? I'll just give it to you. Just let me go. Nakata Charge begged for mercy. Takagi-go said nothing and punched him in the face. His face had only just recovered from the last time he'd been beaten like a pig's head, and now it was swollen to a pig's head again. After the fight, Takagi-go didn't waste much time. There was Shizuo Kudo on the sidelines, her cheeks scarlet as she stumbled. Takagi-go picked her up and walked over to the Porsche, opening the door and gently placing her in the back seat. Then he got in his car and took off. Nakata Charge cried out and trembled as he got up, his eyes staring menacingly in the direction Takagi-go had left. Mud. I'll definitely screw you over later. Hiss. It hurts. Guys, I'm giving you an extra chapter today, so there will be 3 chapters today. Many thanks to the brothers for their gifts. Here, I am begging my brothers to swipe a gift so that I am very motivated to update. As soon as I saw the gifts my brothers swiped, I thought I couldn't shortchange my brothers by making more. So brothers, please smite me with your gifts. Lastly, I wish my brothers a happy and successful day. Thanks. 100 power brushes for love plus 1 more. 1 power for love is only 10 cents, crying. 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be available. Guys, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Chapter 108, Tycoon Strength. The first rays of the morning sun poured in. Takagi-go woke up leisurely from his sleep. Last night was really a great battle. The sheets are stained red. He looked aside to the sleeping Shizuo. At that moment, a system broadcast came from the head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarding the host with the movie Memories of the Future. And awards 3 chances in the drawing. Currently there are 4 chances in the drawing. Go Takagi is no stranger to the movie Memories of the Future. One of those classic images went straight to the internet. A little girl with a duffel bag, spitting out gum bubbles and shaking her head in a very cute way. Directly become the goddess of many boys' hearts. And since Shizuo and Shizuka look so much alike, it's safe to say that bursting into popularity is just one last step away. At that moment, Shizuo woke up as well. She opened her sleepy eyes, her body aching with pain. You're awake. Takagi-go had already put on his clothes and stood up. You? Who are you? Shizuo asked, fear in his eyes. You forgot? Takagi-go said. Shizuo closed her eyes and thought back, a large memory rushing into her mind. She was originally an artist from Star Ocean Entertainment, followed by Star Ocean Entertainment owner Ru Fujino to the party. During the party, Nakata Masaru had been looking at her with lewd eyes. It made her very uncomfortable, and he kept on pouring alcohol during that time. Shizuo doesn't want to drink it, but there's no way around it. She wants to take the female lead of a drama and hit the queen of the movie. She was a good drinker and could be said to have been drunk for 1,000 glasses. But somehow suddenly I felt dizzy in my head. Shizuo immediately reacted to the fact that her wine had been tampered with. Tried to fight back but didn't have the strength. Tried to leave but was stopped by Nakata Masaru. She could only remember one coming from the far darkness, as if he were a gaijin. A straight-up thrashing of charged Nakata. She was then carried into the car, where she fell asleep in a daze. Then when she woke up in a hotel daze, Takagi-go was wiping her face. And then after that, it seemed like she hugged and kissed Takagi-go. Then it's logical that she initiated it first. Takagi-go stood without saying a word, quietly watching Shizuo reminisce. After a few minutes, Takagi-go asked softly, Think? Shizuo hummed softly, most of it coming back to him, not realizing that her chastity, which she had held onto for so many years, was gone. She couldn't accept it for a moment. At that time, she had stood outside and watched when Takagi-go sprayed profusely during the party. It just felt like he was incredibly sparkly at the time, with a thick filter shining on him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Takagi-go assured her. He is a responsible person. Even if Shizuo is not the heroine, it has to be responsible to the end. I'm all messed up and confused in my head right now. I know, have some sobering tea first. Takagi-go knew he had to leave Shizuo alone for a moment to digest. In his free time, Takagi-go read up on the Shizuo profile that Ryohana had sent him. Shizuo Kudo, Star Ocean Entertainment artist. 3 years into his career, he has only a handful of uninspiring works. Takagi-go also has the idea of entering the movie and TV industry in his heart, but the road has to be taken one step at a time. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. It's easy to rip your balls off with big steps. After an hour, Shizuo had come out dressed. Hungry? Takagi-go asked. It was now noon and time for dinner. Shizuo nodded. She hadn't even eaten much last night. She'd just been drinking. My stomach has been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Takagi-go brought out the rice he bought outside. It's still hot, so eat it while it's hot. I've already eaten. Well, Shizuo bowed his head as he ate, and the atmosphere in the room was awkward. The two of them didn't know each other at all, but got tangled up by mistake. That thank you. Shizuo spoke up. No need to thank me. What happens after you offend him? Shizuo asked. She was well aware of the power behind Nakata Masaru. Only Takagi-go had offended him for himself. It's fine. Am I afraid of offending one more of him? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. In fact, even without Shizuo, he'd have already offended Nakata Masaru before because of Jime. And oh, Shizuo thought back to Takagi-go spouting off at the party, and Kubu's and Tomohiko Yanagi not caring, not to mention charge Nakata. How much is the Star Ocean Entertainment breach of contract? Takagi Go asked. What? What's wrong? I'll pay the breach of contract for you, and I'll hold you up from now on, Takagi Go said faintly. Shizuo froze. Could this be the strength of the Overlord? It's really hard not to love. Guys, there's one more chapter around 8 o'clock. Brothers beg for gifts, poorly. They are so few and far between these days. Here, please brothers. Every day begging for a little gift, beaming. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 3 more from the king of gifts, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 2 extra copies of the Great God certification, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. 1 extra sheet for great healthcare, this should be available. Guys, I want healthcare, crying. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. I wish my brothers a happy day. Every day, beaming. Chapter 109, Seeing Sex and Being Intrigued, Extra. Please ask for gifts. Let me pay the default for you, and I'll hold you up from now on. Takagi Go's overbearing words came out in the style of a hegemonic general. Or, let's just forget it, Shizuo said, shaking his head. The contract doesn't have much time left anyway. Not much time is much time. 3 more years. As soon as Takagi Go heard that, he said directly, I'll pay it for you. The words were loud and unquestionable. Takagi Go got up and said, you eat first, I'm going out to make a phone call. Then walked out of the room. Takagi Go picked up the phone and dialed Aika, who answered after a few drops. Hey, senpai, by the way, you go and set up an entertainment company, the name of which will be Jingwoo Entertainment Limited. Younghwa paused for a second then responded. Good. After hanging up the phone, Younghwa couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Setting up an entertainment company? It's hard to believe that Senior wants to enter entertainment. However, last night's banquet, Gotakagi clearly said that he was entering the automobile as well as cell phone fields, going 3 fields at once. I remember my former senior said that it's easy to rip the eggs when you take big steps, and then you sign me to an artist by the name of Shizuo Kudo. Her old contract is with Star Ocean Entertainment. Sign her over. Good. Younghwa didn't ask too many questions because she knew that there were some things the boss wouldn't say and couldn't ask. After giving his orders, Takagi Go folded his arms and went back. I've made arrangements. Thank you. Do we still need to talk about this between the two of us? Don't think too much. You take a good rest these days, Takagi Go said as he walked over and rubbed her head. Shizuo was at a bit of a loss for words for a moment. All this happened to her and Takagi Go by accident. Ding! Kudo Shizuo's emotions have changed from complicated to touched, gaining 500 emotions. Currently 700. Now that it's all happened, I don't want to think about it. And Takagi Go is young and talented. Why don't you rest here for now? I've got a few things to do, so I'll go first. Good. With that said, Takagi Go walked out of the room. Having set up a meeting with Hajime, Kawasaki Rice Club, a cold woman enters the door of the Kawasaki Rice Club unimpeded. Kenshiro Kyoto sat in a chair with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at the woman in front of him with a smile piled on his wrinkled face and said, Risa, you're here. Risa said coldly, suppressing her inner dissatisfaction. How have you been? Very well. Takagi Go didn't suspect anything at all, and not only did he not, but he trusted me. At that time, she met him by chance inside the campus pretending to be a fan of Takagi Go. I didn't realize that Takagi Go didn't have the slightest doubt, and that she had absolute confidence in her acting skills. In the end, Takagi Go even recruited her into the company on the basis of his lust. Really? Men are all the same. At the end of the day he's a normal man, even if he's a genius teenager. And you're so pretty, Risa. It's only natural for his heart to be moved. Kyoto Kenro had a man I get it look on his face. Risa nodded down lightly. But I haven't seen Takagi Go since the last time I saw him. Risa wondered. It's logical that Takagi Go should continue to harass her, but it turns out that since the last time we met, not to mention Takagi Go, he didn't even see a single hair on his head. And he's hardly ever at the office. Oh, Kyoto Kenro said with interest. I haven't seen him come into the office since I've been there. Irisa wondered if Takagi didn't care about the company. So why is the company running so well? It was so unsettling, and she had a feeling that Takagi Go was harboring many secrets. Kenshiro Kyoto didn't fail to see Takagi Go's point in approaching him. He instructed, sacrifice yourself if necessary. Sacrificing himself meant sacrificing his body, and Risa knew exactly what he meant. In his eyes Risa was a tool, and that included the other slayers as well. You can do whatever it takes to get there. Risa put away her inner contempt and said, yes. Kyoto Kenshiro nodded in satisfaction. I'll give your sister a sum of money after this is done, and get her to safety. Shay. Thank you, President. Well, you go down first. Yes. Extra for the brothers on this one, beaming, beaming, beaming. Every day begging for a little gift, beaming, beaming, beaming. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 110. A royal sister's temptation is greater. Downstairs at the Tokyo Hotel, Takagi-go parked his car and waited for Hajime to come out. 10 minutes later, a man wearing a beige suit with a white shirt underneath the woman with a pair of nude-colored high heels under her feet came out of the Tokyo Hotel. Takagi-go looked at it and couldn't help but swallow. I can't help it. The temptation of the royal girl is even greater. Hajime walked straight to Takagi-go's car and opened the door to get in the passenger side. An aroma hit Takagi-go's nose. Takagi-go laughed and teased. I've never waited for anyone in my life, so I'm breaking my fast for you. Hajime rolled his eyes. From the first time he met Takagi-go, she knew she couldn't trust a word that came out of Takagi-go's mouth. Not even punctuation can be trusted. Where are we going? Hajime asked. Hajime was planning to go back to Osaka when he didn't get a chance to make a deal with Kubu's this time. The family is pressuring her again, and Hajime is planning to give up the cell phone field and listen to the family. Electronics factory. Going somewhere for what? Didn't I say I would help you realize your dreams? Let's be a dream helper for once. Hajime was silent, and to be honest, she didn't think in her heart that Takagi-go had any idea what to do. Technological breakthroughs don't happen overnight. It's possible that she was close to 60 or 70 years old when the breakthrough occurred. Not long after, Takagi-go and Hajime arrived at the electronics factory that the system had sent them to. This was Takagi-go's first time. The whole point of coming here is to take a field trip. Let's see if the electronics factory can sustain the construction of a cell phone after that. Takagi-go was a complete amateur, so he invited Hajime over. Let her be free labor for once. After the spin, Takagi-go asked, how was it? Hajime mused for a moment, giving his assessment. Perfectly adequate. Takagi-go reached out and snapped his fingers, saying happily, just waiting for you to say that. What the hell do you want? Hajime asked, puzzled. She couldn't understand Takagi-go more and more now. You'll know later. It's too soon to tell. When the time is right. A big surprise for you. Hajime was half happy to hear that. She advised, the internet is full of your opinion now. If I'm not mistaken, you took on Kubu's at the banquet on purpose at that time. Takagi-go directly admitted. That's right. There's no point in pretending. If Jigami can't even see that. So worthy of the title of strong woman. Why? Building momentum. Hajime was dumbfounded. Takagi-go's purpose was indeed accomplished, and accomplished well. There are 2 types of opinion on the internet. Those that spew Takagi-go's self-importance. Who Kubu's is, and who are you? You weren't even ing born when Kubu's reigned supreme. The classic words of the jet-setter. There is another kind of support for Go Takagi, and some even praise him as the leader of the next era. Either way, Takagi-go is once again on the cusp of the storm. Hajime warned, the higher you hold it the harder you might fall. Takagi-go smiled and said, it's not as if I still have you underground to catch me. Actually, you shouldn't have put it in. It might have been better to keep investing the money in another direction. Hajime knows full well that this thing is a bottomless pit, and that you don't always get what you pay for. The more money you put into it, the more you may not get anything out of it in the end. It's like chasing a girl. You put in a lot of money. You don't see any results. Maybe people are just having fun. She really couldn't bear the thought of Takagi-go heading down the wrong path. Ha ha, I didn't realize Hajime cared so much about me. Takagi-go let out a laugh. He then eyed Hajime and said, if I don't enter, how can I realize your dream? Hajime's heart welled up with emotion. There had never been a person who could treat her regardless of the consequences. Born into a prominent family, she's seen too much of the same. People will always have profit above all else. But now, finally, someone had appeared who was there for her. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood changes from calm to elation, generating a mood value of 800. Current mood value 16. 500. Takagi-go's heart rejoiced. This doesn't make your iceberg hot. Once the expedition was over, Takagi-go sent Hajime back to the hotel. By the way, when are you leaving? Let's do it in a couple days. Just to take a break and see the beauty of Tokyo. Hajime said with a smile. Knowing that the result of her efforts was not possible, Hajime was relieved and instantly felt relieved. It may have been her obsession all along. Just in time to show you around Tokyo properly, Takagi Gohaya said with a smile. Then I'm in your hands. We don't need to talk about this between us. By the way, you look really pretty when you smile. After saying that, Takagi Go drove off. Hajime's eyes reflected the back of the car, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, lighting up the world in a flash. Takagi Go plans to go back to Mieko's house. It's been 2 days since I've seen Mieko, and Ryoka, Misato, Maki. It's still a bit of a miss. I wonder if Mieko will come knocking at her room tonight. Takagi Go couldn't help but think inwardly. Brothers, gifts are so scarce these days, crying, ask for a freebie for the love of power. There are gifts so I'll be motivated to update. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 11. An hour later, Takagi Go arrived at Mieko's house, after ringing the doorbell. After a few seconds Hirakawa Shiki came and opened the door for him. The two entered Mieko's house together. During that time, Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi Go 3 or 4 times. Takagi Go wondered, is there something on my face? You keep looking at me. If he hadn't known that Hirakawa Shiki liked girls, he would have started to wonder. What the hell are you made of? I'm made of people. Takagi Go rolled his eyes breathlessly. Why does this guy ask questions like that? As soon as Hirakawa Chi heard this he hurriedly asked. I'm talking about why you're so powerful. Shiki Hirakawa was watching Go Takagi's maneuvers at the party the whole time. That pretentiousness is a real turn on. What man doesn't want to pretend? What man doesn't want to be holy in front of people? Shigeta Hirakawa wants to, but nah, he doesn't have the capital to pretend. But after buying the sports car, he had the capital to pretend. According to the pie that Go Takagi drew for him, nowadays, all over Tokyo, there are Michu milk tea stores. Driving a sports car is just around the corner. Takagi Go walked up next to him and patted Hirakawa Shiki on the shoulder. With a serious face, he asked, do you really want to know? Hirakawa Chi nodded vigorously. In that case, I'll pass on the mantra that hasn't been passed down for years. I'll learn so I can be like you? Not necessarily. As soon as Takagi Go said this, the expression on Hirakawa Shiki's face was clearly a bit despondent. Then the words changed, but it's not too far off. You say. Hirakawa Shiki mentally vowed to memorize it. Read more books, read more newspapers, snack less and sleep more. Takagi Go walked into the room after saying that, leaving only a dumbfounded Hirakawa Shiki standing in place. Messy in the wind. After a while, Hirakawa Chi aggressively shouted towards the house. You tricked me. The dining room table. Mieko looked at Hirakawa Shiki, who had his head down to pick up his food, with a confused look on his face for a few moments. Whispering to Takagi Go, who was off to the side, he asked, what's wrong with him? Takagi Go smiled unconcernedly. Harm. It's fine. I think I failed to confess to some girl. Mieko nodded her head in agreement. It's okay, Shiki. That girl doesn't like you. Definitely didn't see the good in you. Hirakawa Shiki looked up expectantly and asked, Mom, what's so good about me? Mieko thought about it carefully, and realized that she couldn't think of anything. So it said, it's just that there are many good things about it. On the side, Takagi Go couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed outright. I'm full. I'll go back to my room first. Hirakawa Chi put down his chopsticks and went back to his room. It's okay, Mieko. Let's eat. Only the world of Hirakawa Shiki's injury was reached. Thanks for not letting Hirakawa Chi see it. If he did, he would have said, you're the real one. I picked it up. The night is coming. Takagi Go waited quietly in his room to see when Mieko would come. After about an hour, there was a knock on the door. Mieko arrived, and with a slight sense of calm in his heart, Takagi Go went forward to open the door. When the door opened, Hirakawa Shiki stood outside. The smile on Takagi Go's face immediately disappeared, and the corners of his mouth immediately drooped. What for? Am I a disappointment? It was pretty disappointing. Then who do you expect it to be? I hope it's Mieko, Takagi Go said inwardly, but he couldn't say it out loud. If he said it, Hirakawa Shiki would have to split him. What are you doing here looking for me? Takagi Go said, changing the subject. Oh, I was just telling you about the milkshake store. The milk tea store in Tokyo is all in. Takagi nodded and gave him a thumbs up. After that, you'll just work your way towards the other cities. It'll be built in about a month. When the time comes, you'll just lay back and earn your money. And the sports car will be just around the corner. Takagi gave Hirakawa Shiki another shot of chicken blood and a big pie. Hirakawa Chi only felt energized after hearing that. What man wouldn't want one in a sports car? Anything else? Nope. Go ahead and do it then. I will. After saying that, Hirakawa Chi left the place. The episodes after that will be even cooler. So don't worry, brothers. Gifts are scarce these days. Cry, please free small gifts. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure, come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 112, Dating Hajime. Early morning. Takagi woke up with a start. His mind still reeling from yesterday's battle. It was so intense that Takagi tried his best to win. I have to say the missus is just better than the little girl who just got out of the house and knows a lot more. Takagi hurriedly got up and washed up. And after doing so, he haphazardly grabbed 2 mouthfuls of rice and left the house. Mieko couldn't help but ask towards Hirakawa Shiki. What's he in such a hurry for? Hirakawa Shiki bristled. Probably went on a date with some little girl. Hirakawa Shiki spoke a little too quietly for Mieko to hear, and frowned as she asked. What? No. It's okay. I don't know why. Hirakawa Shiki said as he took a bite of his meal, having been handed a message from Takagi earlier. Tell him not to tell Mieko. At the time, he asked why, and Takagi just replied tersely to avoid Mieko's worry. The real idea was that Mieko would be jealous, regardless of the age of the woman. Jealousy is a trait that never changes. Takagi exited the door and reached Hajime's hotel with a slam on the gas. Promised to show Jigami a good time. Why don't we go to the movies? Hajime offered as she fastened her seatbelt. She rarely went to the movies, especially going with a man. It was her first time, so to speak. Takagi swallowed, bad memories rushing into his mind. The experience of watching the movie 3 times in a row before was so vivid that it made him vomit. No, 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 no. Better not go to the movies. Why? There aren't many good movies coming out these days. Takagi casually excused himself, and it would be better to kill him if he was allowed to go again. Takagi thought about it and finally decided to go to Ueno Park to enjoy the cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms are blooming in Ueno Park. Don't you want to see them? There. Takagi said as he reached up and snapped his fingers in the air. What? Hajime asked, puzzled. You'll find out when we get there later. Takagi said mysteriously. Never imagine where the end is so that the surprise gives the most. After a while, the two of them arrived at Ueno Park. Cherry blossoms bloomed all over the park and it was beautiful. A beautiful view goes well with a good man. Takagi said with a smirk. Hajime's eyes flowed and she couldn't help but revel in the beauty. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to joy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 1700. What girl doesn't love a beautiful view? And in Takagi's eyes Hajime was a girl too. The two talked in the park until it was dark. Tomorrow, Jigami will leave. I don't know when he'll come back again. Takagi is going to rush over to see her off one last time. Tokyo Airport. Well, just send it to me. Hajime said lightly. Time flies. I don't know when I'll see you next. Takagi lamented. Perhaps, Hajime is going to inherit his billion-dollar fortune when he gets back. Is this what makes rich kids miserable? If you don't start a business properly you're going to inherit your family's billions. Ha ha. Hajime couldn't help but laugh softly a few times when he saw how sad he was. Well, you'll have to work on something soon. Maybe I'll see you work on something and it's a direct flight from Osaka. Then I'll have to work extra hard when I get back. I've never admired anyone before. And you, Takagi are the first. Hajime finished, taking the suitcase from Takagi and walking in. Hajime, I believe that the next time we meet, you are going to fulfill the original bet. Once Hajime heard that, he said without turning his head, I hope so. Takagi looked at that one beautiful back and fell into a deep thought. I don't know when we'll see each other again, or what will become of us the next time we meet. But Takagi Go knows that Hajime she is still confident and self-reliant. Try to get Hajime to honor the bet next time they meet. After seeing off Hajime, Takagi Go heads to the Ryohana group. Younghwa called him just now. Said he wanted to discuss some things with himself about the lawsuit with the Kawaii Kai. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I'd been to the office. I didn't realize how easy it was to be a shirker. It's just not the same when someone is doing their own work for them. Thanks to the system. An hour later, Takagi Go arrived at the Ryogoku group. Takagi Go surprised the staff when he appeared in front of the company. The boss I haven't seen in a long time has suddenly arrived. Has the sun come out of the west? Before long, many young schoolgirls from the company came over towards Takagi Go to ask for autographs. Takagi Go smiles and signs them in and encourages them to do a good job. You guys work hard, and in the future, brother will marry you lots and lots of sisters-in-law. Takagi Go went to the special elevator and found it under repair. It's strange that it doesn't break down sooner or later. It was broken when I arrived. Takagi Go had to take the regular elevator straight to his office on the highest floor. The elevator went to the third floor and the door opened. A familiar person hurried in, a cup of coffee in her hand. Due to walking too hastily, her feet were unsteady and she jumped directly into Takagi Go's arms. The coffee then threw a perfect parabola in the air, hitting Takagi Go with precision. Coffee spilled all over Go Takagi. The episodes after that will be even cooler. So don't worry, brothers, gifts are so scarce these days. Crying, please free small gifts. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 113, Green Tea's acting skills. P.S. Fanja is a fake name for Risa. No. Sorry. Risa said hurriedly, with an anxious look on her face. As he said that, he took out a paper towel and wiped the coffee stains on Takagi Go's clothes. Takagi Go reached out and took Risa's small hand in his. Risa looked up and froze when she saw it was Takagi Go. Hi, boss? It's been a long time, Fanny. Takagi Go smiled slightly. Not only did he laugh, but his hand rubbed Risa's hand back and forth. It made Risa sick to her stomach. Ding! Hoshi Yurisha's mood has changed from calm to disgust, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 17. 500. You sent it up yourself. It's not worth touching. Takagi Go knew what was going on from the moment he saw Risa. The exclusive elevator just happened to be serviced. Risa just happened to be going up. And the coffee just happened to spill on Takagi Go. It's all too much of a coincidence. And when many coincidences come together, then it's not as simple as coincidence. Risa slowly pulled her hand away and bowed to Takagi Go and apologized. I'm sorry, senpai. It was reckless of me. Never mind. Takagi Go waved his hand carelessly. What are you going to do? I'll bring a coffee. Delivering coffee? That's not supposed to be a job you do. Takagi Go questioned. Mud. Having a high school student from the University of Tokyo deliver coffee to the which ungrateful commanders. Risa was inwardly delighted to see that he had taken the bait, but her face showed a churlish expression. Yes, Risa said with a lurch, followed by a wave of her hand. No who? Risa was acting like a green tea whore. How could Takagi Go not know that? He's a master tea connoisseur. Fanny, go ahead. I'll back you up behind the scenes. Risa let out a breath of relief when she heard that, and then said truthfully, Team leader Shinichi Kishimoto. Takagi Go's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened. This guy was the head of the software operation group. Okay, I got it. Takagi Go said. It's okay, boss. Risa finished, her face lowered in a pitiful manner. Takagi Go smiled inwardly as it started to play on. You come with me, Takagi Go said. But the coffee. Risa hadn't finished her sentence. He was then interrupted by Takagi Go. The coffee has already been consumed by my clothes. The elevator went straight to the 6th floor, and Takagi Go walked out, with Risa dutifully following. Aika is already waiting for Takagi Go in his office. Hokage. Aika called out after seeing Takagi Go arrive. Takagi Go nodded, and Risa stood behind him, obediently. Pity makes you feel like you want to pamper. Ihana froze when she saw Risa behind Takagi Go. Which heroine is this again? I've never seen her before. Oh, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Fan Z, our company. Let her follow you from now on. Oh good, here comes a new heroine. Younghwa thought inwardly. Well, tell me about the lawsuit, Takagi-go said as he sat down on one of the couches, Risa's fingers interlaced in front of her body rubbing back and forth. Or, I'll go back for a bit. Takagi-go shook his head. No need. You're one of us. A joyful smile spread across Risa's face, and she couldn't help but grunt coldly in her heart. It's true that men are all the same. Don't look at Takagi-go as a powerful man in the business world, but he's still being played by me when it comes to relationships. Once seated, Yunhwa began to explain the lawsuit to the two of them. We're in the middle of a lawsuit against the kawaii society these days, but the advantage is ours. They won't be able to hold it up anytime soon. Takagi-go nodded his head lightly. As it should be, you're justified in plagiarizing, aren't you? The two had discussed some details, and Risa just listened without saying a word. It's times like these when it's wise to remain silent. Discussing. Takagi-go suddenly asked towards Risa. Risa, do you think the kawaii society is particularly bad? Ha, you betcha. Takagi-go said with an inward smile, his eyes going to her. There was a sense of looking through her. Yes, Takagi-go said. Risa, don't care about that. Just say it. It's true that the kawaii council isn't very good. What Risa said was still too conservative. Takagi-go directly opened his mouth and said, if there is ever a day, I will definitely eradicate the kawaii association completely. Ding! Hoshi's mood changes from calm to joy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 1800. As expected, Risa also hates kawaii kai. By the way, Risa, did you say that the kawaii kai was training some kind of assassin or something? I'm sorry, Takagi-go asked with a slight smile towards her. Ha? Risa was confused by Takagi-go's inexplicable question. After a moment it said, I don't know. On the side, Yunhwa covered her mouth and laughed. Killer? You're kidding. Senior, where are the killers now? Ha ha, maybe I've been watching too much TV. Takagi-go's words changed. What if there's a killer? What if it's still a beautiful killer? Risa broke out into a cold sweat at his comment, a stiff smile on her face. I'm kidding. Don't mind. Alright, Fanny, you can go out first. I have something else to say to Yunhwa, Risa said with a sense of relief. Okay, I'll go out first then. Risa finished her sentence and hurried out, and after she walked out, it took her a moment to realize that her back was dripping with fragrant sweat. After Takagi-go talked to Aika about the cell phone in question and roughly planned it out, let Yunhwa go out as well. Takagi-go was alone in his office and his mind went back to Risa. I don't know how long this drama is going to last, but I'm going to charge interest for too much of it. Takagi-go has nothing better to do than to wander around the second floor and see if there's any Risa. As soon as he reached the second floor, he saw Risa was pulling at Shunichi Kishimoto. The episodes after that will be even cooler. So don't worry, brothers, gifts are so scarce these days. Crying, please free small gifts. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 114, Boss, don't you want to go up and sit down? Takagi-go's eyes narrowed slightly. Does Shunichi Kishimoto not want his life anymore? How dare he harass Risa? He walked over. Shunichi Kishimoto said lewdly. Fan-chan, just obey me. What do you want? Money or future? I'll give you both. Okay. Just you come with me once. Shun Kishimoto smiled and rubbed his hands together, his eyes lewdly glancing at Risa's marvelous figure. Risa knows that Takagi-go has arrived and the ploy has worked. Group. Team leader don't. Risa's eyes were filled with fear. The more scared you get, the more excited you get. Shunichi Kishimoto laughed lewdly. Don't be like that. That should be like that. Shunichi Kishimoto tried to reach out to touch Risa, and before he could, his wrist was held. Shunichi Kishimoto was displeased. Who the hell is so ungrateful? The words just came out of his mouth and he looked up to see that it was Takagi-go. Takagi-go grunted. It's just that I'm so ungrateful. Old boss. Hands fidgeting. Do you not want it? Takagi-go's sharp eyes aimed at Kishimoto Shunichi like a wolf sizing him up. Shunichi Kishimoto remembered Takagi-go's previous power fight against the #1 master in Tokyo. A cold sweat broke out on his back without him realizing it. You're fired. Now get out. Takagi-goku said coldly. Shunichi Kishimoto immediately pleaded. Boss, give me another chance. Don't tell me that. Just pack up and get out. Takagigo's tone was firm and unyielding, without any room for negotiation. Shunichi Kishimoto sputtered directly at the sight. Takagi Goku, how dare you drive me? You're ing driving me for this little? Do you know how much I've contributed to the Liangwu group? How dare you drive me? Risa stood with her head bowed in pity. Takagigo smiled slightly and said, I'm not firing you. Risa froze. Is Takagigo going to give up himself to preserve that Shunichi Kishimoto? Sure enough, men are all the same. Shunichi Kishimoto had just opened his mouth to spew out words when he heard Go Takagi say that he wouldn't be fired anymore. And no more words. Boss, I admit I was a little loud earlier. Shunichi Kishimoto immediately apologized. And the main fight was a canny one. What a quick change of face. Takagigo smiled and continued. I'm not driving you, so go back and wait for the lawyer's letter. Shunichi Kishimoto froze in place. A lawyer's letter? You want to sue me? You guessed it. Yes, I am suing you. Shunichi Kishimoto was a repeat offender, and had definitely harassed more than just one girl, Risa. So the evidence is very easy to find, and a lawsuit is a good idea. Shunichi Kishimoto sucked in a breath of cold air. Takagigo was planning to screw him to death. Not a bit of life left. It's worse than beating him up. Shunichi Kishimoto lost his demeanor from a moment ago and begged, Boss, I really know I'm wrong. Give me another chance. Asterisk 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 off. Don't give me that. Pack up and get thee out of here. Just wait at home for my lawyer's letter. Shunichi Kishimoto wanted to say more, but Takagigo didn't give him the slightest chance to beg for mercy. Straight away, he had security pull him away. Risa looked at Takagigo's back and an inexplicable meaning appeared in her eyes. This man really wants to screw Shunichi Kishimoto for her. Ding! Hoshiage Risa's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 17. 500. Takagigo raised an eyebrow and turned toward Risa. Don't be afraid. Fan-chan, I'm here. Risa nodded her head down lightly, looking pitiful. Risa looked up at Takagigo's shirt, which still had residual coffee stains on it. Boss, take your clothes off for me. I'll take them home and wash them for you. Doing my laundry? Takagigo's heart stirred slightly. Yeah, boss, I'm going home alone and I'm hurt. I'm scared. Do you have time to give me a ride? Risa finished and waved her hand in a hurry. If it's inconvenient then, forget it. Takagigo admired her acting carefully, and I have to say that the acting was top-notch. Played green tea to a T. Of course, Takagigo agreed flatly. I happen to have nothing to do. Risa's heart fluttered as the fish took the bait. Then let's go now, Takagigo suggested. It's almost dark now too. Good. After Risa had packed her things, she followed Takagigo forward to the parking lot. The two got into the car and it started, heading for Risa's house. Along the way, the scent of Risa's perfume reached Takagigo's nose every now and then. It's very seductive. It's a little trick she uses, I have to say. If it were anyone else it would have been played like a dog by Risa, but unfortunately met Go Takagi, while others were dogs. Takagigo was a wolf, or a wolf in sheep's clothing. An hour later, arrived at Risa's house. Arrived. Boss, you give me the clothes. Give me the clothes. I'll wash them for you and take them to the office tomorrow. Takagigo removed his shirt, revealing an incredibly lean and muscular upper body. Risa looked away, a blush attached to her face. Ding! Hoshiage Risa's mood has changed from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 1800. She's a woman no matter what, and she's still a little shy when she sees it. After Takagigo finished stripping, he put on a jacket and handed Risa her soiled shirt. Risa asked as she took it, Boss, don't you want to go up and sit down? The episodes after that will be even cooler. So don't worry. Brothers, gifts are so scarce these days, crying, please free small gifts. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more O. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more O, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more O, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 115, sit down. Boss, don't you want to go up and sit down? Sparing Takagigo's great power of determination. His heart still stirred for a little while under. Want me to go up? Risa hummed softly. The boss helped me so much. It's only right to thank him properly. Takagigo agreed. He wanted to see what other tricks Risa had up her sleeve. What the hell is in the gourd? Risa walked in front of her, and Takagi-go followed. Getting on the elevator. Why did Takagi-go feel like he was cheating on his wife? An odd feeling. It wasn't long before we arrived at Risa's house. The home was small. 2 rooms, a living room, and very little stuff. There are no extras other than the basic furniture. But the house was very clean, spotless, and the objects were neatly arranged. You can see the killer's OCD. It must be neat and clean. Risa went ahead and poured Takagi-go a cup of tea. Boss, I don't have much to entertain you with. Ha ha, no need. As long as the tea you make is the best. Smooth talker, Risa said in her mind, but a very happy smile spread on her face. Boss is so flattering. I'll go change my clothes first. Okay, there you go. Takagi-go sat on the couch, his eyes observing the contents of the room. After observing for a while, there really wasn't anything. It's safe to say that Risa was very attentive and did a great job with the drops. If it weren't for Takagi-go's hang-ups, he would have been blindsided by Risa. After a while, Risa came out of the room. When Risa saw him like that, she knew that Takagi-go had his heart set on it. Actually, Takagi-go wasn't heartbroken, but excited. Boss, why? Why do you keep looking at me? Risa said shyly. No, I just thought Van was looking good today. Really? Really? Of course it's true. I've never told a lie or lied to anyone. Takagi-go doesn't blush at all when he tells a lie. Risa inwardly grunted coldly. It's okay to lie to a ghost or to an untrained young girl. Lying to her doesn't work. Thanks boss, Risa said with a shy smile, and Takagi-go was in a bit of a trance for a moment. It was as if the one standing in front of her was Van Z, not some killer Risa. There was definitely something in the drawer. Takagi-go was sure of it in his mind. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to look at it 3 times. Knife? Takagi-go guessed in his mind that Risa had come to the soft side when the hard side didn't work. Using the beauty trick, got himself in trouble, and didn't even manage to kill Takagi-go. She was going to use this opportunity to kill Takagi-go to finish the job, but she couldn't even get close to the drawer. By this time her stamina had long been depleted, and even if she got it she couldn't kill Takagi-go. I'm going to cook later. I'm a great cook. Everyone who's ever eaten it says it's delicious. I don't know, Takagi-go said as he stroked it. How can I let the boss cook? I'll do it, Risa said. I'll go. Just be a good boy and rest. Takagi-go got up and left the room and walked out. Her heart was in turmoil. Could he see it? Risa couldn't help but think in her mind, but then dismissed the thought. His own acting was so seamless that no one had shown any cracks and Takagi-go would never notice. That's a tough one. One step at a time, thought Risa, and that was all that could be done. Let's establish a relationship with Takagi-go first, so we can do it later. Brothers, gifts are so scarce these days. Crying, here's a plea for a little free gift. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 116, Ryohana misses me. An hour later, Takagi-go pushed open Risa's door and stepped inside. The scent of the meal outside came in, and Risa's tiny nose sniffed. The stomach growled instantly. Dinner is ready. Get up and eat. Good. Okay, go ahead and get out while I get dressed, Risa said shyly as she covered herself with the covers. A man here, she was shy after all. Ha ha. You're still shy after seeing it all, Takagi-go said with a smile. I'm sorry to change. Takagi-go saw that she was really shy and walked out. A minute later Risa came out dressed. The table was filled with all kinds of food, and Takagi really showed off his skills. Wow, that feels really good. Stars came out of Risa's eyes. A little show and tell, Takagi-go pretended. Risa caught a piece of chopsticks and ate it in her mouth, her eyes instantly glowing brightly. Yummy, yummy, 2 yummy in a row. Takagi-go had tried this trick on himself time and time again. To capture a woman's heart you have to capture her stomach. Maybe Risa won't want to kill herself if she gets used to eating it. Risa couldn't help but feel a little touched in her heart. This was the first time someone had cooked for you. Ding! Hoshiage. Risa's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 100. Current sentiment value 1900. After eating, Takagi-go left Risa's house after another short break. The next day, Younghwa called. Hello, senpai. A lawyer's letter has been sent to Junichi Kishimoto. Takagi-go nodded his head and gave a soft Shunichi Kishimoto was a much better suitor than Kawai would have been. Takagi-go wasn't worried at all. How's it going with the Kawai Council? It's about to be sued and won soon, too. Okay, more power. After Takagi-go chatted about the lawsuit, he turned to talk about future development plans. Has the entertainment company been created? Created it, and scooped up Shizuo Kudo as well. Takagi-go nodded his head and said, the center of gravity should be in the field of cell phones right now. Entertainment companies wait for the cell phone sector to get up before they grow. Takagi-go knew in his heart that he had to rely on his cell phone in order to make a qualitative leap forward. He is also convinced that iOS will disrupt the entire industry once it is released. Senior, we don't have any money. Younghwa said. Paying Shizuo Kudo for the breach of contract is a sum of money. Creating an entertainment company is another sum of money. Now there is a need to put money into cell phones, and even more money is needed. The cash flow is no longer holding up, and it's hard to move an inch without money. Go ask the Yakuza for it. It's going to be. The leader of the group said for you to make a trip to him. Takagi-go mentally muttered what Yamaguchi Hirotaka was up to. Aha. Takagi-go departs for Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house. The matter of making a cell phone can't be put off. After a while, Takagi-go arrived at Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house. It's been a while since I've seen Ryohana. Takagi-go went to Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house as if it were his own. A lightweight vehicle. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled when he saw him and said, Coming. Running out of money are we? Hirotaka Yamaguchi said as he opened the door. How hurtful to mention money. Let's not mention money and mention feelings. Takagi-go gave a sarcastic laugh and said. Hirotaka Yamaguchi pointed at him and shook his head with a smile. The guy was full of it. This time I came here to contact you and to pull in a little more investment. Contacting people is a lie. Asking for money is real. What are you going to do with the money? Make some small investments. It's better to develop cell phones. Yamaguchi Hirotaka pointed directly. Can't hide it from your old man's eyes. Takagi-go smiled and kissed his ass. Yamaguchi Hirotaka laughed out loud. Then asked, is the little bit of money you asked for enough? The figures Younghwa reported for the redness and swelling of the wound puzzled him greatly. This is obviously not enough money for system development. He didn't know that Takagi-go had taken care of the most money-eating system long ago. The assembly of the remaining cell phone parts doesn't burn a hole in the pocket. Takagi-go replied. It may not be enough for others, but for me, it's enough. Yamaguchi Hirotaka gazed at Takagi-go, whose eyes were determined. For a moment Hirotaka Yamaguchi was convinced. Almost all outsiders don't think highly of Go Takagi. For one thing, it's not something that can be developed in one move. It takes a long time. Secondly, it's too much money. Takagi-go's company is just starting out, and it's not stable yet. Rushing into it may even run the risk of breaking the financial chain. It's almost impossible to accomplish. Most people decided that this was a battle that Kubu's was going to win. There was even a champagne celebration on the Kubu's side. Yes, I believe you. Yamaguchi Hirotaka ultimately chose to believe in the young man in front of him. The young man who had repeatedly performed miracles. Mainly because he couldn't believe it if he didn't. The two were already in the same boat. May I remind you that there's already movement on Kubu's end? And Banana 3 is close to release. When? 5 months later. 5 months? Takagi-go pondered inwardly. 5 months was enough time. Time enough. Good. The money will be credited to your company's account later. After Yamaguchi Hirotaka said business, he started talking about personal matters. Alright, business is done. Go find Ryohana. I've missed you so much lately. My daughter is too old to stay. Did Ryohana miss me? Takagi-go ran to the garden without looking back after hearing that. The brothers are about to enter the climax. Brothers, gifts are really low these days, crying, not going to lie. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 117 Ryohana cries. Takagi-go rushed to the back garden. Ryuga was seen sitting alone on a pavilion in the back garden with a leaf in her hand. I don't know what I'm doing. Staring off into the distance. Alone. It occurs to Takagi-go that Ryuga has no friends other than him. Himself may be the only one in Ryohana. Ryuga said as he took the leaves and broke one. He's coming today. He's not coming today. He's coming today. He's not coming today. He's coming today. When the last leaf was reached, Ryuga murmured softly, he's not coming today. Well, a forlorn expression appeared on Ryohana's face, and then she threw the bare branch away. Re-picking up a leaf, he continued to count it. Takagigo couldn't help but smile as his heart ached. Ryuga was so stupidly adorable. Takagigo walked up behind her and tapped on the shoulder saying, here comes the man you've been pining for. Ryuga twisted her head to look at Takagigo, tears suddenly streaming from her eyes. She really wanted to miss Takagigo too much. All the aggression of the moment erupted. Takagigo rushed forward and wiped away Ryuga's rolling little tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. Well, I really missed you. I know. I came to see you when I wasn't busy. Stop crying. It's not going to look good if you cry again, is it? Takagigo wiped his tears while one side coaxed. Ryuga broke into a smile. You used to say I looked good no matter what I looked like. Of course, Ryuga is the best looking in the world. LOL. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's heart clenched violently as he saw Ryohana in tears from a distance. The person he was most sorry for was Ryuga. How could Ji Haoxian, who was on the side, not see the redness of the wound in his mind? After all, he had followed it for decades. Team leader, otherwise it would be better to let them get married early. Yamaguchi Hirotaka was also pleased with Takagigo. Young and talented, even better than him. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded. By the way, what's his relationship with the Kitahara family? Hajime Kitahara to be exact. Ji Haoxian mused. Kitahara Hajime is a student at the University of Tokyo. Hajime Kitahara went back to her alma mater a few months ago to meet Go Takagi. Is there anything else besides that? Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked. Speaking as a man, he had a gut feeling that the two could never be so. Other? Nothing else. Iko-sien said truthfully. If he hadn't stayed next to Takagigo at all times. How do you know the inside story? But I don't think Takagigo will do anything out of the ordinary. I hope so. If Yamaguchi Hirotaka had known the things Takagigo had done, he would have chopped his heart out. During dinner, Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked, by the way, Hajime Kitahara who was with you last time? Takagigo immediately raised his alarm upon hearing that. Oh, didn't I enter the cell phone field? Hajime Kitahara happened to be deep into this field as well, and being from the same school, we got to know each other after the principal introduced us. Takagigo chose to withhold many details and just gave a generalization. Oh, Yamaguchi Hirotaka laughed. Speaking of which, the Kitahara family is still a big family. As the daughter of the Kitahara family, Hajime Kitahara has long been targeted by various forces. When Hirotaka Yamaguchi said that he was eyeing it, he naturally meant marriage, which is what all the slightly powerful ones do, not to mention this large family in the northern plains. Speaking of which, it's time to get married. I'm almost 30, after all. It's weird that Hajime Kitahara hasn't talked about it though. During the time he was speaking, Yamaguchi Hirotaka had been watching Takagigo. He was just testing Takagigo. Who knew that Takagigo was unperturbed? His face as usual. Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of quirk. Takagigo said with a smile. Hajime Kitahara would probably hammer his head off if he were here. Ha ha, I can't say. But she can't go back this time. Oh, what does that say? Going back to the family is going to force her into a marriage. Takagigo's heart froze as he listened, and he finally realized why Hajime was in such a hurry to get back. It was also clear why Hirotaka Yamaguchi was talking about it. Takagigo looked as normal and just nodded lightly. Going to be forced to marry? Takagigo couldn't help but do some internal calculations. If he went forward to the Northern Plains family to steal the marriage, what would be the chances of winning? Alas, it seems that we must continue to build up our power before we can do so. It's still a bit weak right now. I wonder how long Jigami will last. No, we need to get the phone released without delay. After Takagigo finished his meal, he got on the phone with Aika to communicate the details, the choice of phone lookalike, and the public opinion of the product launch, etc. Use all the power of the Ryugo group to make the cell phone as soon as possible. Younghwa didn't understand why the senior was in such a hurry, but she did what the senior said. Time flies. A few months passed in a flash. Takagigo didn't have much to do in the meantime, and followed Ryuga around nicely for a couple months, to make up for the time before. Misato, of course, and Maki as well, mainlining a bowl of water. Please call Master Takagigo Tansui. A month later, the phone was finally made. The moment Takagigo picked up his cell phone, a familiar feeling hit him. Takagigo's product launch is also being prepared. He's planning to make a splash at the product launch. Brothers, gifts are really low these days. Crying, not going to lie. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 118, Double Standard. Cool Gnosis Group. Takagi Go, Hirakawa Shiki, and Ryohana, gathered together, staring at the black. In front of them, the white foursquare thing. This is the cell phone you developed? Hirakawa Shiki muttered. That's right, it's the cell phone I made, Takagi Go said. It was the first time they had seen this style. I named him Apple. Takagi Go smiled as he introduced himself to them. Apple? They instantly associated the name with Kubu's banana phone. Hirakawa Shiki played with his cell phone. Loving it. Brother. Hirakawa Shiki shouted at Takagi Go. Takagi Go interrupted Hirakawa Shiki with a raised hand. He knew him too well. It's safe to say that as soon as Hirakawa Shiki takes off his pants, Takagi Go knows what kind of fart to expect. Are you trying to say you want one? Hirakawa Ji nodded. If this was taken out, it wouldn't be pretending to the heavens. Think about it. No one else has it, but you do. In 1 word, awesome. 2 words, it's cool. Here, Takagi Go said faintly. I love you. Hirakawa Shiki was so excited that he was close to coming up and hugging Takagi Go and kissing him violently. Of course, if he did that he'd be beaten to death by Takagi Go. Younghwa pouted. I want it too. Don't worry, it's all there all there. Hirakawa Ji screamed out in injustice. He just lowered himself to shout at his brother to get one. Younghwa can easily get one by just spilling her guts. What are you doing? Making double standards? Hirakawa Shiki said indignantly. I should have known that I would have been pampered too. Takagi Go frowned and said, if you do that, not only will you not get your cell phone, and you'll have to pay me for emotional distress. Hirakawa Shiki felt a great injustice. Inghwa said at that moment, by the way, Kubuza's product launch is also coming up soon. Takagi Go came interested and asked, when? Inghwa said, 1 month later. A month later, Takagi Go mentally calculated that there was just enough time, but he would have to hurry up a bit. Well, good. And by the way, give the employees their perks when the cell phones are made. We're a company with a human face. As soon as Takagi Go's words left his mouth, there was a burst of cheers after cheers from inside the company. Takagi Go has one for Mieko, Ryohana, and so on. Let them try it out and see what else they have problems with. Hirotaka Yamaguchi was stunned the moment he got his cell phone. It really was developed by Go Takagi. And why is the time so short? A seemingly impossible task was easily accomplished by Takagi Go. Hirotaka Yamaguchi was nothing but shocked. He was able to visualize how explosive the product launch would be. The Rogaku group might just overtake Fengtian and leapfrog to the #1 spot in the country. The point is that it's only been less than a year. Scary as hell. Hirochu Yamaguchi really wanted to pick apart Go Takagi's brain and see what kind of structure was inside. How to be so smart. Yamaguchi Hirochu smiled and looked aside to Iko Sien and said, the decision we made in the first place was not wrong. Ji Haoshian flattered. It's not that you, the leader of the group, have a discerning eye. Ha ha, just don't kiss ass. During this time Takagi Go collected comments from Mieko and others on how to use it, and made a small improvement. The final version of the product is finalized. Some time ago I won a lawsuit against the Kawaii Society, and the software they both co-founded was taken off the market, and compensated some money. Finally, Takagi Go finalized the launch time. Same day as Kubu's latest product launch of his banana phone. It is clear that they are going against them. Public opinion erupted for a time, directly occupying the front page headlines of major media. I have to say that Takagi Go is a pro when it comes to building momentum. Everything is ready, just waiting for the PKs of the two products. The brothers are about to enter the climax. Brothers, recently the gift is really small. Oh, cry, not lie. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, You can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 119, Snapping in the Face. On the internet, major media outlets have been reporting on Takagi Go and the Kubu's launch. This is heavenly heat for the media, and must be reported in a big way. So it's good to eat a wave. After the report, there was an online outcry. Most people are spraying Takagi Go. It can't be helped. Who made Takagi Go popular? Jealousy is people's nature. And Takagi Go is so young. It's a laugh. Just by virtue of developing a brand new system in such a short period of time, beating me to death. I don't even believe it. I don't believe it either. If he s it up, I'll just wash my hair upside down. Speaking of which, a whole bunch of people on the internet started betting that Takagi Go hadn't developed a new product at all. Mostly, it was too short a time to come. Pretty country. Kubu's is sitting in his office at the firm. He'd also heard that Takagi Go was having a product launch. At this, he scoffed. There's no way he could have developed it in such a short period of time, and to have a launch party on the same day as us, just making a fool of themselves. The remaining shareholders of the banana company nodded their heads at the new generation of banana cell phones. They have absolute confidence. Ha ha. I really didn't think Takagi Go would be so eager to get things done. In their eyes, Go Takagi was just trying to pull something new out of the bag, to prevent his face from being lost. But this behavior remains clownish in their eyes. How are we doing with the preparations for the launch? It's ready, and I believe this time it will take our banana phone sales to another level. Kubu's nodded in satisfaction. Osaka. Villa area. A cold woman unwrapped what Takagi Go had sent in front of her. Inside lay a beautiful cell phone quietly. Excitement flowed through Kitahara Hajime's beautiful eyes. It's done? It's really done. Hajime Kitahara couldn't quite believe her eyes that Takagi Go had actually researched it. It's only been a few days, and he's finished in a few days what others have been traveling for decades. Scary as hell. Scary as hell. The man who said he'd do it really did it. Hajime Kitahara had mixed feelings inside, but more than anything else, she was excited inside. She picked up her pink cell phone, which Takagi Go had specially picked out for her. There was a note under the cell phone. Picked a pink color just for you. No matter how strong you are on the outside, you've always been a little girl in my mind. Kitahara Hajime froze as she looked at the words, warmth inexplicably flowing through her heart. The family's been pressuring her to join forces these days. This will make the North Plains family's position more secure, but no one ever asked her if she liked it. And there's never been anyone who cared about her as much as Takagi Go. The door to Q's closed heart slowly opened. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to touched, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 200. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's favorability plus 20, currently 35. Increase 2 chances to draw. Remaining 4 chances to draw. The stage is set up and only Takagi Go can go on stage. Time faded and the launch date arrived. Watching points. The launch site of the Rango group has been filled with people. These include some of the business executives invited by Takagi Go, as well as members of the media. Kubu's side is also ready, just waiting for 8 o'clock. Time passes, and Takagi Go sits backstage with his eyes closed. And Hirakawa Shiki sat down and asked, "Is it tight?" Ha ha, the word nervous is not in my vocabulary. Hirakawa Chi skimmed his lips, when he was still pretending. But Takagi Go uses his pretense to the extreme, and shows the king of pussy with his hands and feet. You can't pretend to be a teenager. After a while, Takagi Go raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. Alright, it's my turn on stage, Takagi Go said lightly as he got up. He's going to get cubes in the face this time, as well as the faces of the people singing the praises of the internet. Takagi Go walked up to the big screen and looked down at the crowds of people underground. His inner peace was immense. He knew he was going to win this one. Ahem. Takagi Go coughed lightly. First of all, thank you very much for coming to the product launch of the Ryogo group. I know there are a lot of people who are skeptical about us, and I for one have never cared much about that because I know what I do. Okay, enough nonsense. Let's step right into it. Takagi Go spoke a couple of crowning words and stepped right into the thick of things. One step at a time. While foreplay is important, the middle process is even more crucial. Takagi Go picked up a page-turning pen and began to explain the new cell phone to the people on the ground floor. I've said before that this product is going to disrupt the whole industry. Next you hear why. Takagi Go was explaining the function to the people underneath him. From multi-touch technology and full touchscreen operation to a built-in music player and its own browser. There are so many features it's dizzying, and it's never been set up before. New version. At this time, Kubu's side was also introducing his Banana 5. The Banana V is a bit more functional compared to the Banana 4. But to say it's disruptive, definitely don't call it subversive. If Kubu's is adding bricks and mortar to the cell phone ship, that Takagi Go is just going to tip this ship right over. Then to the men on board. I've got a new yacht for you. There's no comparison. The features of this cell phone allow users to perform a variety of functions such as phone calls, music, internet access, etc., giving you a very, very convenient experience. And it also comes with a high-definition camera and fingerprint recognition, which greatly improves security. After Takagi finished his explanation, the atmosphere underneath was horribly silent. The only sound is the click of the camera flashing. The brothers are about to enter the climax. Brothers, recently the gift is really small. Oh, cry, not lie. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 120, A Remote Leader. There was silence at the launch. It was a stark contrast to the buzz before it even started. They all looked dumbfounded after Takagi introduced the product's features. True as. It's really as explosive as Takagi said. If it's true what Takagi said, then Ryohana Group's cell phone hangs kuboos. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Takagi continued to add to the excitement while the people underneath were still in shock. After all that has just been said, I'm sure many people are heartened. Price is probably more of a concern. The people at the bottom nodded in unison. Talking so well, the sky's the limit. If the sky's the limit, can't even afford to buy it. That's why price is what they care more about than performance. Don't 99. Don't 998. Only 200. The room erupted when Takagi's last number was spoken. This phone is only $200. It was so cheap that they wondered if Takagi was cheating. On top of that, there are deals, and a discount? $200 off per person for anyone who signs up for the Penguin Communications software. Just $1,800. The launch site was completely blown up and they couldn't wait to grab one. In the meantime, Cube's launch is also drawing to a close. Next, I will announce the pricing for Banana V. After much deliberation, we ended up pricing the banana phone at $200. The underground was silent after Kuboos announced the price. Well, this isn't what he expected. It shouldn't have been a full house gasping in horror, with a Wang DFA curse on their lips. It shouldn't be this quiet. The reason the bottom is quiet is because they've been informed about the Takagi launch side. Priced at $200 on his end. $1,800 reasonable after discount. You're not as ing functional as him and you're pricing it at $200. Kuboos couldn't figure out why the silence, but he could only go on. The two launches are happening at the same time and the internet has blown up. Post it. Guys, the price is out. The price is out. How much? How much? Come on. Takagi's cell phone is $200. And so is Kuboos. Pricing is the same. Takagi is pure disgusting. Kuboos, haha. Who says it isn't? And Takagi has a discount. Offer? What offer? People with, Penguin Communications software get $200 off. And the discount is $1,800. Has more features than Cubes, better performance than Cubes. Kuboos couldn't beat that with his head. Looks like Kuboos is really down this time. I don't blame him. Who made Takagi just too scary? Terrifying as hell. By the way, the guy who said he washed his hair upside down the other day wouldn't be afraid to do it. Report. Takagi launched to thunderous applause. Probe and report again. Report. The Kuboos launch is silent. Probe and report again. Takagi had been rambling on for 2 hours and was finally coming to an end. Next is the question period. At that moment a media stood up. A young girl. Mr. Takagi I'd like to ask why you named your phone orange. Oh, because I like oranges. Takagi finished his explanation. And there was a lot of laughter underneath. This explanation is the same as Kuboos' explanation of why he named it banana. Up to now Takagi is still going toe-to-toe with Kuboos. I see. Then I would also like to ask, as of now, you are done in the cell phone field. Do you want to keep going deeper or switch fields after that? Takagi smiled slightly at that. You kind of asked the right question. I think life is about opening up the unknown. So in the future I'm not just aiming my sights on cell phones. In the future I'll be aiming my sights on cars. Or something else. Maybe I'll build rockets later. Takagi said with a smile. After that, there was another round of laughter at the bottom. Of course, everyone doesn't believe that Takagi can build rockets. They just thought Takagi was making a joke. No one could have imagined that 5 years later the rocket was actually built. A few more media outlets asked a few questions and then the conference was over. That night, all the major trending searches revolved around Takagi-go's orange cell phone. There's also Cube's Banana 5, but both exist as comparisons. Heartbroken Cubes for a second. That night, Orange Mobile reached 5 million reservations. Way ahead. Brothers, recently the gift is really small. Oh, cry, not lie. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity for 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 121. Osamu was forced to marry. Kubu's tiny head was greatly puzzled. He wondered why this launch was uncharacteristic. When the presentation was over and Kubu's came down, his secretary came up anxiously. Big deal. Big deal. Kubu's frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "What's all the ruckus about?" The secretary took her cell phone out and showed Kubu's the online message. Shocker. Banana launch versus Orange launch. Fruit versus Takagi-go hangs on to Kubu's? Shocker. With the rise of the rookies, should the giants in the cell phone space step aside? Shocker. Orange cell phone released. Surprisingly more powerful than Banana cell phone. If Takagi-go had seen that, he would have called out that the UC shock department needs you guys. A proper headline grabber. Kubu's took a look at it and almost didn't blow a gasket. Wang Defa, which media outlet wrote this? Not responsible at all. Kubu's decided it was claptrap, even as he suspected it was paid for by Go Takagi. Kubu's secretary also looked at Takagi-go's launch. He knew how much Takagi-go's product blew up this time. The secretary pushed up his glasses and said, "Boss, why don't you just watch Takagi-go's launch?" Unimpressed, Kubu's said dismissively, "What real thing could he have in his launch?" The secretary was silent as he handed over the information in his hand to be snapped at later. Kubu's took the information with a frown and flipped through it a few times. The expression on his face went from disdainful at first, to back to normal, to a frown of concentration. And finally, shock. Complex expression shifts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kubu's said 2 impossibilities in a row after reading it. He couldn't believe that Takagi-go could actually bring this to fruition, because he knew full well how big a gully there was in it that Takagi-go simply couldn't cross over. Bosses really, the secretary had to remind. Kubu's eyes dimmed, and he had to believe it in the face of reality. For a moment it felt like he had aged 30 years or so. The orange cell phone came out announcing the collapse of the empire that Kubu's had built. Next will be the era of Takagi-go. Kubu's could admit defeat, but he couldn't accept being defeated by a punk kid. Kawasaki Rice Club. Kenshiro Kyoto's grimaced, and he knew about the launch. Takagi-go is now so strong that it scares him. If he doesn't get rid of the sun, he can't rest in peace. The key to normal means simply cannot get dead. Takagi-go can only take abnormal means. Risa, Kyoto Kenro said grimly. The woman with the cold aura in front of her hummed softly. How's the mission going? Kenro Kyoto asked. It went pretty well, Risa replied. In fact, she hadn't seen Takagi-go since that day. It's a loss of a lady and a loss of a soldier. Gotta hurry, time is running out. I know. I don't think you're in love with Takagi-go, Kyoto Kenro asked. Risa froze, her heart clenched violently. She'd never thought about it, and when Kenshiro Kyoto had mentioned it, she felt herself hesitate. She didn't know what the answer was either. No, Risa said under her breath. That's good. Kyoto Kenshiro nodded, then threatened. Better get a move on. You've been a disappointment to me lately. You're one of the best killers I've ever trained, but the task given to you is slow to be accomplished. Last deadline for you. I hope you take advantage of it. It's your last chance. Your sister is waiting for you in a hurry. Risa's fists clenched tightly when she heard that, but then they loosened. Her sister was her backbone. It was also the only thing she had to hold on to. I will. Well, you go on down. Risa stepped out of the kawaii Inuyashikai's base camp and looked back, letting out a breath. This place, Kawasaki Kai, was his nightmare. She wants to complete the mission to free her sister as soon as possible, but killing Takagi-go, she didn't know how. But her heart suddenly hurt a little. Risa picked up her cell phone and edited a message to send to Takagi-go. Do you have time this evening? What's wrong? Missed you. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and looked at it, thinking that it's not missing me, it's missing my head. I missed you too. so you came to see me tonight? Takagi-go looked at the time. The conference had just ended and he obviously couldn't make it there himself. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now that I can't make time for, so let's wait for another day. Oh, upset? No. Takagi-go couldn't help but let out a laugh. Women were such mouthy creatures. To say no is to say yes. To say no is to say yes. Good girl. I'll buy you a present when I see you next. Takagi-go turned off his cell phone and the celebratory dinner had already begun. Orange cell phones have become a hot topic of discussion across the country. It really all relies on Go Takagi's marketing tactics. Can you step on Cube's head and not be a hot topic? Takagi-go can think about it. And his company's ranking should still go up. There would be no telling how much it could go up. And overseas markets would have to be expanded at an accelerated rate. His next goal is to be number 1 in the country. I don't know how Hajime is doing now. Takagi-go couldn't help but think in his mind. After the celebration, Takagi-go returns to Mieko's house drunk. After Hirakawa Shiki put him back in his room, he went back to his room himself. Wake up the next day and the orange phone is officially on sale. For a while the demand exceeded the supply. And it's no exaggeration to say that anyone who had an orange cell phone on the street, you can hold your head high. The market capitalization of the Liangwu group skyrocketed, just like a heifer rocketing. It jumped straight to second in the country. The gap with the nation's no. One seal field is narrowing. Takagi-go's reputation has risen again to unprecedented heights. No one despises Takagi-go anymore. It took Go Takagi about a year to go from nothing to second in the country. No business genius comes close to Takagi-go. Takagi-go lay back on the couch and leisurely watched what was being said on the internet. The orange phone is a huge boost to the internet. And Takagi-go is paving the way for the jittery-in that will follow. Hirakawa Shiki came rushing in from outside. Not good. Not good. What's the hurry? Can you learn from me for a moment? Be calm. A man has to be steady. Hajime is being forced to marry. Asterisk asterisk. A kokeshi came out of Takagi-go's mouth. And Hirakawa Shiki couldn't understand what he was saying. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you talking about?" Takagi-go ignored him and called Ryohana. "Ike, you booked me on the earliest and fastest flight to Osaka." "Yes, earliest and fastest. Time is running out." After Takagi-go explained, he went to his room to pack his things. Hirakawa Shiki looked at him like this and spat with a skewered mouth. "And tell me to be stoic, don't you? I'm begging for free swag. Oh, and thank you to the readers who have been watching. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 122, Meet Your Dad. Tokyo Airport. Takagi-go bought the earliest flight directly to Osaka. He couldn't put it off any longer. His home was being stolen. This trip to Osaka has 2 purposes. One is to screw up Hajime's engagement. The other is to talk to Hajime about her cell phone and fulfilling her dream. The plane landed smoothly at Osaka Airport. Takagi-go strides out and gets off the plane. He edited a message for Hajime and sent it. "I'm coming to Osaka. Meet me?" After a while, a message popped up on his phone. "Okay, why don't you wait for me at the Star Cafe?" Takagi-go got the message and took a cab to the Star Cafe. Sitting in the coffee shop, Takagi-go had mixed feelings in his heart. To be honest, he didn't know what was going on inside of Hajime's mind. After waiting 10 minutes, a man wearing sunglasses and the girl wearing a beige trench coat pushed open the door of the coffee shop. Her unique aura instantly attracted many people in the coffee shop. It also attracted Takagi-go. The woman walked over to Takagi-go and sat down. And the envious eyes of the people around her looked at Takagi-go. "Pretty again after a few days." "Oh, how many girls have you said that to?" "I only said that to you." "Don't. I can't afford Mr. Gao's deep affection." Takagi-go smiled slightly and ordered 2 coffees. "Congratulations. I didn't think you'd actually do it." Hajime bowed his head slightly and long fingers held a small spoon and stirred the coffee back and forth. "Ha ha, good luck." Hajime wasn't buying that line of talk from Takagi-go. To be honest, it seemed like there was no one else but Takagi-go who could make her admire a man. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Takagi-go asked with a smile. "Or do you like me?" Hajime had long since gotten used to Takagi-go's smooth talk. "You, forced to marry?" After the small talk was over, Takagi-go opened the formal topic. Hajime let out a soft hum. She didn't want to talk much on the subject, but Takagi-go pursued the question. Do you like it? What's the point of me not liking it? We're adults. There are many things that you can't help but do, but I can help you whenever you don't want to. How are you going to help me? You don't have to worry about that. I have a plan. According to Hajime's character, he would not like it, but the family's arrangement. How could she resist an entire family on her own? Trust me, I can definitely help you. Takagi-go's eyes were fixed on Hajime. Hajime nodded. After all that had happened, she knew Takagi-go would never go for something she wasn't sure of. But what intrigued Hajime was what kind of trick Takagi-go had in mind to get her father to relent. It'll loosen up her whole family. After finishing his coffee, Takagi-go got up and said, let's go. Puzzled, Hajime asked, doing? What for? Meet your dad for a while. In such a hurry? If you don't hurry, you'll be taken by someone else. Takagi-go laughed. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 123, Subduing the Old Man. Hajime Kitahara drove the Ferrari with an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She had the feeling of taking her future husband to meet her parents. It's weird. By the way, why don't you use the cell phone I gave you? Takagi-go asked. Oh, I'm not used to using it. Hajime said faintly. Oh, grinned Takagi-go. What are you laughing at? You can't get used to using it or you can't spare it. Takagi-go took her right down, and without saying anything, Hajime slammed his foot on the gas. Scared me. The corners of Hajime's mouth quirked up slightly. His purpose accomplished. An hour later, Takagi-go and Hajime arrived at the Kitahara family's large villa. It's even more airy and expansive than the Yamaguchis. It's just a big house. Rich woman begging to be adopted, said Takagi-go. Kitahara. Hajime frowned. This guy's mouth was full of, aren't you rich too? Hajime Kitahara asked rhetorically that Takagi-go's value had more than tripled once the orange phone was released. I prefer to spend your money than mine, Takagi-go said, because I have a bad stomach and the doctor told me I can't eat hard food, only soft food. Hajime Kitahara rolled her eyes and walked in. Takagi-go followed behind, his mind reeling as he didn't know what was going on inside the mind of Kitahara family head Kitahara Nagao. I don't know how stubborn the old codger is. However, Takagi-go had full confidence in convincing Kitahara Nagao. Miss, the Kitahara family's servant shouted respectfully at Kitahara Hajime. The entire Kitahara family still had great respect for the Kitahara family's first lady. After all, she's known for her thunder and her talent. Kitahara nodded down lightly and said to Takagi-go behind her, let's go. The servant had a look of eating melon. This man in front of her, she always felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Couldn't think of anything for a while. At a time like this, the sudden appearance of a man would make anyone think twice. Kitahara Nagao, the head of the Kitahara family, had already been aware of Takagi-go's movements. I had seen him back at the party formed by Tomohiko Yanagi, the old head of Fongtian, when he angrily sprayed Kubu's, be the center of attention at the party. At that time, Kitahara Nagao didn't quite believe him either. As it turns out, he was blind. In the gilded hall, Kitahara Nagao sat in a chair. Hajime and Takagi-go stood before him, Hajime taking the lead. Father, Kitahara Nagao hummed, sizing up Takagi-go in front of him. Father, I'll introduce you. Ha ha, no need for introductions. Your father isn't senile yet. Takagi-goku is it? Right. Takagi-go nodded. You're a rising celebrity these days. To be honest, I'm a bit impressed by all your business talent. Kitahara Nagao complimented. I really don't dare. In front of a business giant like you, this would be a small fight for me. Takagi-go's attitude is incredibly humble. You as a friend of Hajime, I'm glad you came. Kitahara Nagao purposely emphasized the word friend. The meaning was obvious. He actually knew what Takagi-go had come for. I'd like to give you a chat alone. Since he had guessed it, Takagi-go didn't pretend anymore and just got straight to the point. If soft doesn't work, then hard. Yeah, well then, Hajime, why don't you go down and wait for us for a while? When Hajime went down, Takagi-go's fangs were bared. If I don't get you, you really don't know how old you are. I have come this time, and I am sure you know my true purpose. Kitahara Nagao nodded. then I'll tell you that you won't be able to accomplish your goal. The fireworks skyrocketed after this set of conversations. You picked out a marriage for Hajime. I know it was to keep the Kitahara family standing. Takagi-go nailed his inner thoughts at once, then continued, but I can put the word out to you that with me around, I can also keep the Northern Plains family standing. The current Takagi-go was a different person from the humble Takagi-go just now, and the guy had two other faces. Kitahara Nagao laughed at this, and after the laughter stopped, he looked at Takagi-go and asked, what guarantee do you take? Yes, I know you're very successful, and even in the future your group's market capitalization exceeds that of the Kitahara family, but can you guarantee that it will be the same for 10 years and 100 years? In his eyes, Takagi-go is like a thug, not to mention how brilliant he is right now. After that it's likely to fall into a quagmire. The mall is like a battlefield, what can stand today may come crashing down tomorrow. Therefore, Kitahara Nagao prefers to look for marriages between centuries-old families or families that have been around for decades. Takagi-go laughed and shook his head. The old codger was still stubborn. If you don't agree, then I'll have to resort to some unorthodox means. What do you want? If you don't agree, then I'll have to declare war on the Northern Plains family. Takagi-go smiled like a grinning man, but how it looked, it was eerie. Humph, don't you think our Northern Plains family is a vegetarian? Of course I know, but even if I can't get him dead, I'm going to peel off a layer of skin. Takagi-go's words gave Kitahara Nagao a huge shock. What the hell did this guy want? It's not cool at all. At the party, Kubus didn't believe I could make a cell phone that was better than a banana either. The result? How? I don't need to tell you more. When Takagi-go finished speaking, Kitahara Nagao fell into deep thought, and what he said was true in every word. After a moment, he let out a long breath. You did all this just to cure America? That's right. Takagi-go lifted his head and stood proudly as he felt his justice now deep in his heart. And who is Yamaguchi Ryohana? Kitahara Nagao asked. It seems like the upper class should mostly know about it. Ryohana is Ryohana, and Jime is Jime. Kitahara Nagao didn't want to dwell on this issue more than necessary. He knew Takagi-go's small-mindedness. What certainty do you have that you can keep the Kitahara family standing? Just paying lip service won't do. I can make the Kitahara family the #1 electronics company in the world within 10 years. First in the world? Kitahara Nagao rubbed his ears as he wondered if he had heard wrong. You're a real ing pie in the face. If it were anyone else, saying that in front of Kitahara Nagao, they would have been knocked out a long time ago. Not lying to me? No kidding. Kitahara Nagao mused for a minute before, or loosened his mouth and said, I'm an old bone will accompany you to gamble this time, but the time cannot be 10 years. 5 years? Within 5 years if you cannot realize, Jime must be married. He actually wanted Go Takagi to realize it more than anything else, because the Kitahara family really could reach such heights. He would undoubtedly rank in the top 2 in the history of the North Plains family. Takagi-go bristled. This old den was a real bargainer. Okay, 5 years is 5 years. 5 years was enough time for him. After the discussion, Takagi-go pushed the door open and walked out. Hajime Kitahara waited outside anxiously, her face as usual, her expression, but the hand rubbing back and forth had revealed her inner tension. Her own happiness is at stake. Hajime Kitahara asked. Well, Takagi-go looked downcast. Hajime Kitahara took one look and her heart thumped, a forced smile hanging at the corners of her mouth as she, comforting, it's okay, he's a stubborn man. It's normal that he didn't succeed in his talks. Who says there's no talk of success? Ha! It took a few seconds for Hajime Kitahara to respond. Talking about success? Of course the talk was successful. You're still not worried about me going out on a limb. Takagi-go said proudly. Then why are you crying your eyes out? Takagi-go smiled and explained. If we're together in the future, what can I do to make this iceberg of yours melt? I'm honestly fuming. Hajime Kitahara clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. ********Q. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 124, The Excited Hajime. ******Q. After the joke, Hajime couldn't help but ask curiously, how exactly did you convince my father? Takagi-go stretched out his sandbagged fists and said, if I say I beat the crap out of your father, believe it or not. Hajime rolled his eyes and said, of course I don't believe it. I made a deal with your father. What engagement? Make the Kitahara family the #1 electronics company in the world within 5 years. As soon as she heard that, Hajime said directly, I'll choose to believe what you said the first time. Takagi-go cackled with laughter. It was still fun to not be cold. Hajime, trust me so little? It's not that I don't believe you, but it's too hard to realize, almost impossible to accomplish. It won't be hard to achieve with me. Takagi-go looked at Hajime with steely eyes. The breeze blew, and Hajime chose to trust him again, as he had trusted Takagi-go before. This amazing man. As the two of them walked forward, Takagi-go said, actually, this time around, I've got 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises? Exactly. The first one is already for you. Hajime knew the first thing he was talking about was the marriage contract. What's the second one? Realize your dreams. Hajime's dream is to be the first in the country in the business he is in charge of. The cell phone market is clearly dominated by Go Takagi. The corners of Hajime's mouth curled up slightly as he asked rhetorically, what? Sacrificing your iOS system to me? Of course. You just want my life. I won't hesitate to give it to you. Who made me an infatuated man? Takagi-go looked up at the sky with affection. Hajime was really impressed by Takagi-go's cheekiness. This guy stinks. Thicker than a city wall. After saying that, Takagi-go became serious. Actually, what I'm going to give you is a whole new system. Brand new system? Exactly. Hajime keenly caught the meaning of his words, which meant that after developing the iOS system, Go Takagi worked on another system. 2 systems that no one else could possibly study in a lifetime. He worked on 2 systems by himself. Is he human or not? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to keep looking at me like that all the time. Oddly embarrassing. Takagi-go can't be serious for more than a few sentences before he starts to be unorthodox again. Really? Hajime's breathing got a little heavy, and she took it very, very seriously. She wouldn't mind giving Takagi-go a taste of a sandbagged fist if he dared to lie to her. Of course it's true. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to agitated, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 20. 500. Takagi-go started calculating long ago. System. I want to redeem. What do hosts want to exchange? Android. 200 emotional values. 200. 000 emotes is still a bit high. Despite this, Takagi-go redeemed it. I want to redeem it. Redemption successful. Sent to backpack. Remaining sentiment value 500. 20 years of saving up. And then back to liberation. But it's worth it for the cure. After the successful exchange, Takagi-go and Hajime head to Kitahara Electronics. After the item was handed over to Hajime, she had a look of disbelief on her face. Takagi-go had easily accomplished what he had been working on for 7 or 8 years without accomplishing. Whatever means he used to get it done. Hajime was inwardly thrilled. She hugged Takagi-go in a hug. Thank you. Thank you. Takagi-go's hand grew restless as he asked rhetorically. How do you intend to? How are you going to thank me? Hajime smiled slightly and said, I'll thank you however you want me to. That comment rather excited Takagi-go. Hajime winked after the hug and asked, You're really willing to give it to me? She's well aware of the commercial value of the system that, can Takagi-go really give her his love without asking for anything? No, Takagi-go wasn't asking for nothing. He was craving his body. Of course, I think it suits you better. Hajime was in a good mood. Something that had been bothering him for years could finally be resolved. She exchanged words with the rest of the company and left with Takagi-go. I'll cook today. Let's celebrate. Takagi-go said. Hajime nodded down lightly and the two returned to Hajime's villa. Takagi-go had a feeling that tonight would be another night of bloodshed. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 125, A Moment of Springtime. Villa Jime. Takagi-go cooks a large table for Hajime and pairs it with a bottle of red wine. It's very much a candlelit dinner. Come and eat. Takagi-go called out with a smile. Okay. Hajime was in an extraordinarily good mood today. Something that had been bothering him for years had finally been resolved. The icebergs are melting quite a bit. Takagi-go poured her a glass of wine, followed by one for himself. Two goblets collide. You should be in production next, right? Takagi-go asked. That's right. It's time to get your muscles moving after such a long hiatus. Hajime nodded. Okay, well, good luck with that. It worked, so don't forget about me, Hokage. Takagi-go said with a smile. Ha! The two went on to chat for a while about the company, and gradually the bottle of red wine had reached the bottom. Hajime's face was colored scarlet and delicate. Takagi-go saw this and opened another bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Hajime and another for himself. 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles. Go Takagi spent 3 days in Osaka, exchanging experiences with Hajime as he did so. A look at the future direction of cell phones. 3 days later, Go Takagi returned to Tokyo, Mieko's house. Takagi-go hadn't even knocked on the door before Hirakawa Shiki had opened it. Takagi-go smiled and teased. You have a good nose. You knew I was here by the smell. As soon as Hirakawa Shiki heard that, he proudly raised his head and said, That's right. Then he realized something was wrong. Takagi-go was calling him a dog in a roundabout way. You cursed me. Hirakawa Shiki shouted indignantly at Takagi-go's back. Takagi-go turned around and laughed. Not stupid if you can hear it. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 100. Takagi-go felt happy when he heard the system's announcement in his ear. Hirakawa Shiki is a walking emotional withdrawal machine. Mieko was straight up happy to hear the two of them snickering. Alright, hurry up and eat. Takagi-go had a smug look on his face that made Hirakawa Shiki's teeth itch. The dining room table. Hirakawa Shiki deliberately asked, Did you go to Osaka to chase after AI successfully? Mieko looked curiously at Takagi-go and asked, Chasing love? Chasing what love? Before Takagi-go leaves, he tells Mieko that he's going to Osaka to discuss work. Ah, Takagi-go muddled. Koshi was talking about pursuing a job. Mieko, you misheard. Mieko asked suspiciously. Really? Of course. You know me. I've never been one to tell a lie. Have I, Koshi? The threat in Takagi-go's eyes was clear, and Hirakawa Shiki just wanted to say no. Still want the sports car? Takagi-go whispered threateningly. A great man can bend and endure. Hirakawa Shiki then echoed. Yes. Only then did Mieko stop asking questions, and after eating, Takagi-go went back to his room to rest. Late at night, there was the usual knock on the door. Takagi-go lay down on his bed. A little tired by this point, Takagi-go lay down for a while before realizing that there was movement outside. Could it be that? Takagi-go was calculating in his mind. It was hard to believe that there was another assassin. Takagi-go pulled back the curtains as a black back was fleeing. Sure enough, Takagi-go casually put on his clothes and flipped out the window. Takagi-go followed behind. The man's figure resembled Risa's. After last time, he was very familiar with Risa's form. At the end of the day, Takagi-go still lost him. There was no way he could keep up with his stamina. But Takagi-go was certain that that person was Risa. Risa can't sit still for this. Takagi-go couldn't help but think in his mind. Takagi-go returned home, and as soon as he arrived, a message came through on his cell phone. Risa, do you have time tomorrow? Takagi-go looked back and said, There's time. Last time, Risa said she wanted to see him, but she hasn't seen him yet. Well then, I'll see you at home. Takagi-go could be sure it was a beauty trick, but he wasn't worried. It's about time this thing came to an end. I think Risa has a sister who could die for the Kawaii Kai. I guess the sister is firmly in the hands of the Kawaii Society. Takagi-go thought about that when the knocking on the door came again. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 126, Calling You Fancy or Risa. There was another knock on the door, and Takagi-go was a bit puzzled. It couldn't be Mieko, because she'd been here once before and couldn't come back a second time. Plumber's second goal. That leaves only Hirakawa Shiki. What's this kid doing knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Takagi-go sensed that he was being harassed. Takagi-go got up and opened the door, and sure enough, it was the boy Hirakawa Shiki. Something wrong at this late hour? Takagi-go asked. If Hirakawa Shiki can't tell us what's going on, he wouldn't mind giving Hirakawa Shiki a taste of a big sandbagged fist. Hirakawa Shiki looked cautiously inside the room. He asked, This time I heard the commotion outside. The female assassin. The female assassin is here? Turns out he was worried about his safety. And honestly, it was all redundant. Takagi-go nodded and said, well, here it comes. Ah. Hirakawa Shiki showed his fear. It's okay. It's gone. That's good. That's good. Takagi-go was puzzled. No, man. What are you afraid of? It's not like she's targeting you. That's true. But what if she suddenly comes on to me and takes me out in the process? Takagi-go breathlessly rolled his eyes and closed the door with a word. He had to see Risa tomorrow. I can't help it if you think so. Takagi-go spent the day at home and waited until the evening before he drove to Risa. Hirakawa Shiki looked over at Takagi-go, who had gone out for the evening, and asked suspiciously, what are you doing there? Takagi-go raised an eyebrow and said, go on a date. Asterisk. Do you realize how much you're hurting my soul with that statement? That one sent Hirakawa Shiki into a knife storm. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to sadness, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 1500. Takagi-go smiled slightly and walked out. You definitely can't go empty-handed. After first going to the flower market and buying a carload of flowers and stuffing the Porsche sports car full of flowers, bought lots and lots of food again. After the big success, Takagi-go traveled to the Ryogo group. It was just about time for Ryogoku group to get off work. After parking the car, Risa called him. I'm off duty. I'm waiting for you outside. Just come on out. Good. Risa hung up the phone. After a while, a man wearing a black suit jacket on the outside with a white shirt on the inside. A person wearing a pair of black silk on her legs and a pair of white high heels under her feet appeared in front of Takagi-go. Very classic OL uniform. Risa recognizes Takagi-go's car and walks over when she sees it. 5 steps away from the sports car, the sunroof of the sports car opened. Inside, a car full of nice and pretty flowers was revealed, and Takagi-go was sitting in the main driver's seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses. In this moment, all idolatry is weak. Risa froze in place, a look of surprise in her eyes. How could she not expect Takagi-go to prepare a surprise for her? Ding! Hoshiage Risa's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 100. Current mood value 2500. Takagi-go laughed in his heart. Little boy. This won't charm you to death. This won't take you down. Takagi-go picked up the flowers on the passenger side and pushed open the main driver's door to go down. Standing in front of Risa, he handed her the flowers. Risa then responded. Why did you remember to give me? Bought me flowers. I thought I didn't stay with you last time. Made it as a special surprise for you. Like it? Like. Risa's heart was a little bitter. The more Takagi-go was like this, the worse it was for her. She prefers it when people treat her badly than when they treat her well. Takagi-go hugged her and kissed him on the lips. One kiss later, Takagi-go said, let's go. I'll cook a good meal today. Arrived at Risa's house. Risa said, I'm going to change my clothes. Good. Takagi-go washed his hands in the kitchen and a hearty dinner was set on the table, and a glass of red wine. A bottle of wine down. Risa knew in her heart of hearts what she had brought Takagi-go for. So, after eating and drinking, she immediately stepped into the thick of things. The two start a new fight, and Takagi-go wants to see what Risa is up to. Risa, on the other hand, is trying to take out Takagi-go while she's at it. Takagi-go was attached to it, and Risa's eyes were closed, her slender lashes fluttering as she, like the wings of a butterfly. Takagi-go's magnetic voice rang in her ears. What do you say I call you Fanny? Or should I call you Risa? Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 127, True Colors. Do you think I should call you Fanny? Or should I call you Risa? Takagi-go looked at Risa with smirking eyes, his fingers gently stroking Risa's hair. Risa's eyes were filled with shock. Takagi-go knows who she is? No way. Absolutely no way. All along her performance had been so seamless that there was no way Takagi-go could have recognized it. Moreover, Takagi-go's previous behavior didn't look halfway out of the ordinary. Nope, he's testing, definitely testing. Risa thought, eyes blinking in innocence. You're, what? Why can't I understand? Really don't get it or don't get it? Takagi-go said with an evil smile. Of course it's true. I don't think you're a stranger to the Kawaii society. Her body shuddered when Takagi-go uttered the words kawaii kai. The words kawaii would be like a brand imprinted in her soul. Kawaii inari kai hoshi asarisa. Risa heard Takagi-go utter those words and understood. Kill or die as you wish. Risa was lying flat as well. And Takagi-go could see that there was still something left for him to struggle with. The mission is definitely not accomplished. Why would I want to kill you? Van Z is Van Z and Risa is Risa. I can't spare. Risa raised her eyebrows and asked. Are you mocking me? Nope. Takagi-go got up from Risa as he asked. Seriously? Really want to kill me? Risa was silent. She couldn't save her sister without killing Takagi-go. I'll let you kill. Risa craned her head to look at him. And Takagi-go then added. Not for you to actually kill. Of course. I thought you wanted to get your sister out. A shocked expression appeared in Risa's eyes. You know this too? Ding. Hoshi's emotion changes from calm to shock, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 300. Her identity is extremely secretive. And Go Takagi was not only able to find out who she was, also knew she had a sister. Don't be surprised. There's nothing in this world I don't know. Takagi-go said confidently. Do you want to get your sister out? Takagi-go asked. Of course I want to. Risa said with certainty. If it wasn't for her sister, she wouldn't have taken first place. Nor would Kenshiro Kyoto promise to leave when her mission was complete. I can help you. Why? Risa asked in disbelief, wondering why Takagi-go chose to help her. Because you're the heroine. The words were only said in Takagi-go's mind. Because we're on the same side. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Takagi-go said that, Risa's heart visibly froze and she lost a bit of her mind. Turns out Takagi-go wasn't there for her. Ding! Hoshi's emotion changed from shock to loss, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 3500. Actually, it's more for you still, Takagi-go said with a smile. Really? Of course it's true. Ding! Hoshi's emotion changed from lost to touched, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 400. Risa anxiously asked, how can I save my sister? Takagi-go had long ago pondered a countermeasure. He explained towards Risa, you can pretend to tell the people over at the Kawaii Kai that I was killed. And then what? You should know where your sister is being held. Risa nodded and said, I know. You hold off Kyoto Kenro. Then I'll bring someone to get your sister out. There are a lot of people, Risa said with a frown, knowing that Kenshiro Kyoto had set up many people there. If Takagi-go rushed forward, he might have fallen into a trap instead. Ha ha, don't worry about me. I'm very capable of fighting. Risa had no doubts about Takagi-go's strength, but she knew the truth that 2 fists were better than 4. Let's take the long view. No need. Takagi-go looked her in the eye and asked, if you trust me, just do as I say. Risa hesitated for half a minute, but finally nodded. Now she had no choice at all, and killing Takagi-go was out of the question. You can only do what Go Takagi says. By the way, were you able to get any information about the Kawaii Inuyasha Society's training of assassins? Takagi-go asked. It was vital for him. Whether or not he could bring down the Kawaii Council depended on it. Risa frowned and contemplated for a moment. It should work. That's fine. Takagi-go nodded in satisfaction. We'll move when the day after tomorrow comes. Though he can fight 10, 20, 30 on his own. But 1 day of preparation is perfectly adequate. Good. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 128, Shy Risa. One night stand. Takagi-go woke up from his sleep. He twisted his head to look over. Risa had woken up a long time ago. I don't know where it went. Risa then pushed open the door to the room and entered. She's already dressed. Takagi-go was a little sad that he couldn't see the scene of his dreams. Otherwise Risa might have been shy. And it would have been nice then. Awake, Risa said faintly. In her real state, Risa has a very cold personality. Unlike the previous Fancy, a proper green tea whore. Takagi-go was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Although uncomfortable, Takagi-go was in no position to ask Risa to go back to being a fanny again. It's not fair to her. Awake, get up and eat. Takagi-go nodded, lifting the covers up. He wasn't wearing anything. Risa took one look and instantly averted her face to the side as a cloud of haze appeared on her face. Takagi-go laughed and said, "Still shy? You've seen all you need to see." That being said, Risa was indeed shy. Risa was usually cold and stunning, more so than Hajime, but the way she was shy now was a real contrast. Okay, no kidding. Takagi-go got dressed and went to wash up, and after doing so, the living room table was filled with food. "And you can cook." Takagi-go was surprised. "I've learned it all," Risa said faintly. As a qualified and brilliant assassin, many skills she had to know. From a young age she had been forced to learn all sorts of skills in order to survive. Takagi-go gave her a heartfelt look, knowing that Risa had had a rough time before. "With me, you don't need to will." The overbearing words poked right into Risa's heart. Aha! Ding! Hoshiage. Risa's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 4500. Takagi-go finished his meal and went out. With only one day to go, he had to be fully prepared. Mieko's house. Hirakawa Shiki sat on the couch and looked over at the red-faced Takagi-go. Back! Takagi-go smirked and looked at Hirakawa Shiki's teeth. "Something serious for you." "What business?" "We're going to take out the Kawaii Kai base camp." After Takagi-go said that, Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with a confused look on his face. He reached out and touched Takagi-go's head, muttering to himself, "There's no fever, either. You've indulged yourself, silly? I'm telling the truth. I have proof that the Kawaii Kai is training assassins." "Really?" Hirakawa Shiki's demeanor formalized. "Really? Tomorrow we're going to join forces with Risa to get the hostages controlled by the Kawaii Kai out." Hirakawa Shiki sucked in a breath of cold air. "This is not a good thing to do either. The doors of the Kawasaki institution are not so easy to enter. I'm not strong enough on my own. Don't I still have the Yakuza? You're telling me this? You should already have an idea inside." Takagi-go gave him a surprised look. "I didn't realize you weren't stupid." "That's," Hirakawa Shiki said proudly. Then he felt Takagi-go scolding him again. "When the time comes, I'll go in first, and you take the Yakuza and wait outside to meet me." "Just you?" Hirakawa Shiki worried. He was worried about Takagi-go's well-being. After all, people can do anything if they're in a hurry. "Don't worry, they can't beat me," Takagi-go said with a smile. "That's about it. Later, you go find Hirotaka Yamaguchi and tell him to prepare in advance. Make some good connections. Just tell him that. He understands what I'm saying. They alone can't bring down the Kawaii Council, but if you add Uncle Hat to the mix, you can." Takagi-go knew that with Yamaguchi Hirotaka's sophistication, he should know what Takagi-go was thinking. Hirakawa Chi nodded and said, "Good. He understands why Takagi-go didn't say it himself, but let him do the talking. It's to get him to send a favor to the Yakuza. You must take care of yourself and never, ever try to be brave. Don't worry, others may not, but I certainly will, because there's also Ryoka, Misato, Hajime, Maki, Risa." Hirakawa Ji had a black face when he heard that and hastily raised his hand to stop. Stop! I don't want to hear it. I'll go first." Hirakawa Shiki rushed out. He didn't want to be enduring thousands of bludgeoning damage. Takagi-go smiled. He knew best how to make Hirakawa Shurkan warm up. He's the master of temperature control. In the evening, Hirakawa Shiki returned, very excited. "You don't have to think about it to know that it must be done. Everything has been done. Tomorrow, it's the final battle against Kawaii Kai. It's all about winning, no losing." Day 2. Risa goes to the Kawara Society and reports that Go Takagi is dead. "Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry." The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 129 Splitting Up. Kawasaki Rice Club. Risa stood at the gates of the Kawaii Kai, looking towards the place that bounded her before her. Let out a light breath. It's finally time for closure. Risa walked in slowly, and Kenshiro Kyoto was already waiting for her inside. Seeing her coming, Kyoto Kenro smiled and asked, "What is it you're here for, Risa?" Risa nodded down lightly. "I'm done with the mission." Kenshiro Kyoto let out a soft then reacted as he questioned loudly, "What did you say?" He didn't react for a moment. Risa repeated again, I completed my mission. I killed Takagi-go. Kenshiro Kyoto asked rhetorically. Really? Of course it's true. How could I joke about this? Kenshiro Kyoto nodded. Risa's sister was in his hands. He expected Risa wouldn't lie to him so easily. It's just a little hard to believe that Takagi-go suddenly just died without a little defense. Risa asked rhetorically. So am I relieved? Kyoto Kenro said. Ha ha, there's no rush. It's not as bad as a day or two. Kyoto Kenro was very careful, and although he decided that Risa wasn't lying to him, it was better to be careful. Risa nodded. Takagi-go hadn't been wrong in guessing that Kyoto Kenro, the old den, was indeed cautious. Anything else? Nope. Go down. After Kyoto Kenro finished speaking, Risa left. After leaving, Risa called Takagi-go to go. I already told him. Okay, I've arrived at the location. Just keep an eye on him for me. Good. You stay safe. Ha ha, don't worry. I will. Takagi-go hung up the phone. Hirakawa-ji looked at the large courtyard in front of him, copper-walled and deep. You. Hirakawa-shiki gulped and continued. You really want to go? This is still false? It's not too late to leave if you wimp out. Takagi-go said in a provocative manner. Hearing this, Hirakawa-chi immediately shouted. Goon? There's no such word as goon in my vocabulary. End their lair today. For good. Hirakawa-shiki speaks with great bravado, but everyone knows that Takagi-go is responsible for 70% to 80% of the. Takagi-go nodded. The agitation had worked. He had more than 50 yakuza behind him, just in case Takagi-go made any mistakes. Well, I'm going in, so if anything happens to me, you remember to come in and rescue me. Good. Hirakawa-shiki ducked aside as Takagi-go walked up to the house alone. This house is tightly closed and not usually opened. Takagi-go knocked on the door, and not a moment later, with a creak, the door opened. A lean man with eyes like wolves stared at Takagi-go. He was surprised. Takagi-go? Takagi-go didn't talk to him and just kicked him out. Procrastination wasn't in his nature, and the man didn't expect Takagi-go to make a move without saying a word. The kick was straight up and he couldn't stand up. Somebody, get him for me. So many people rushed out from inside the house and surrounded Takagi-go in an instant. Takagi-go swept around to look at them and asked, Are you all going to go? Or are you going to go one by one? When the crowd saw that it was Takagi-go, they instantly lost their breath. They were all well aware of Takagi-go's power. Who didn't dare to go up as cannon fodder so easily? Takagi-go doesn't care about that. If you're not going to go on, I'm going to go on. A few of the more resourceful ones had already called Kenshiro Kyoto. All Go-Takagi had to do was take care of them in a short amount of time. Snap. These guys were no match for Takagi-go, and after a while, out comes an old acquaintance, Henji Ryushi. Henji Ryushi is no match for him, but he can stall for a long time. It's also clear to Henji Ryushi that all he has to do is stall Takagi-go. When Kenshiro Kyoto's army comes, Go-Takagi is not enough to fear. Takagi-go knows he has to get Hirakawa-shiki. He yelled outward, Time to come in. When Hirakawa-shiki heard this, he immediately came in with a large group of men, and Henji Ryushi immediately understood that the Takagi-go came prepared. With the help of Hirakawa-shiki, Takagi-go and the others will surely achieve an overwhelming victory. Henji Ryushi knew it in his heart. After 10 minutes, the Kawasaki in Arawa dwindled. Takagi-go said to Hirakawa-shiki, You go and hold off Henji Ryushi. I'll go and free the hostages. After saying that, Takagi-go quickly ran towards the house. Seeing this, Hirakawa-shiki hurriedly greets his men and drags Henji Ryushi, who tries to grab Takagi-go, but it was stopped. Takagi-go took out the men guarding the inside of the house, and a bunch of hostages inside. It's all used by Kenshiro Kyoto to control the killers. He relies on his relatives to keep the killers at bay. Kenshiro Kyoto's choice of killers is always the choice of twins. Keep one, cultivate one. While the battle was raging, suddenly, Kenshiro Kyoto arrived with his men, begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, showers come one, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 130 Elimination of the Kawasaki in Arawa. Kenshiro Kyoto rushed in with a group of men. Kyoto Kenro said in a cold voice, Takagi-go, you really aren't dead. Takagi-go gave a hefty laugh. If you're not dead, How could I be? Kyoto Kenro cursed under his breath. I didn't think that Risa would dare to lie to me. He hadn't believed all of Risa's words before, and he hadn't realized that Risa was really lying to him. Takagi-go couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable anger in his heart when he heard him cursing Risa out of his mouth. You dare to scold my woman. Oh, but she didn't kill you, and now I'm killing you just the same. Kyoto Kenro smiled sinisterly. For people like him, doing whatever it takes is the norm. That's when Risa arrived late. Right. Sorry for not holding him back, Risa said towards Takagi-go, who was off to the side. No need to tell me you're sorry, Takagi-go said, shaking his head. Hirakawachi slapped his thighs and said, no brother, what time has come? Just stop flirting here will you? The fire's burning right up to his ass here, and Takagi-go's still flirting. There's no hurry, brother, you don't want to live. I still want to live. Don't worry, everything is within my calculations. Doubts flooded within Kyoto Kenro. Takagi-go was so confident. Did he still have a backhand? No, we have to hurry or something else will happen. Give it to me, Kyoto Kenro shouted. After saying that, a bunch of people rushed towards Takagi-go. They won't be able to get close to Takagi-go for a while, not to mention a very capable Risa. After fighting for a while, a man went to Kenshiro Kyoto's side and whispered something. Kyoto Kenro's eyes widened instantly upon hearing that. Really? President? 1,000 times over. Kenshiro Kyoto immediately ran towards the front door. Go Takagi knew he was scared, and purposely set him up for it. How could he be allowed to run away so easily? Want to run? It's not that easy. Takagi-go went up quickly. Henji Ryushi, come protect me. Henji Ryushi rushed over to block Kyoto Kenshiro, and Takagi-go had a bit of an inner rush. Mud, Hirochu Yamaguchi isn't coming. If you don't come, all the cooked ducks will fly away. In the nick of time, Hirotaka Yamaguchi arrives with Uncle Hat. Takagi-go inwardly exhaled. There's no way Kyoto Kenro can escape now, even if he has heavenly skills. Finally, the Kawaii Society has been eradicated. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 131 Exchange of Experience. After Hirotaka Yamaguchi and Uncle had arrived, Kenshiro Kyoto completely stopped struggling, because he knew there was no point in struggling anymore. The jig is up. The jig is up. Kenshiro Kyoto looked over at Go Takagi and scoffed to himself. I really didn't expect to end up losing in your hands. Do you think if I hadn't made an enemy of you in the first place, wouldn't the outcome be completely different now? The past is past. Also, Kyoto Kenro nodded his head and looked at Yamaguchi Hirotaka. You found a good son-in-law. Yamaguchi Hirotaka excitedly raised his eyebrows and said smugly. That's natural. The dust has settled. With the human evidence of Risa and the others, and the physical evidence seized from the Kawaii Kai, Kawasaki will not be able to roll over at all. It wasn't until the next day that the nation learned of the fall of the Kawaii Kai. Of course, thanks to Go Takagi, who was acutely aware of the importance of the media, so he immediately slipped major media outlets money to cover the story big time. Basically everyone knows. I didn't realize the behemoth Kawaii would come crashing down. Risa looked to Takagi-go with a look of gratitude in her eyes. If it weren't for him, right now she's not stuck with Kawaii Kai. She said gratefully, thank you, thank you. Takagi-go replied, there's no need to say thank you as far as we're concerned. Risa immediately understood what Takagi-go meant to say, and her face was instantly colored with a cloudy haze. Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked from the sidelines, what's the connection? Takagi-go said in his heart, oh crap, I forgot that my old man is still over here. He eyed Hirakawa Shiki, who acted as if he didn't see it. Quietly, he stood aside and went, indicating that the matter was none of his business. Mud, little wimp. Takagi-go cursed inwardly. Takagi-go thought for a moment and said, ha ha, comrade in arms. Takagi-go casually brushed it off, and the matter was sort of over. Cool Gnosis Group. Takagi-go arrives at the company and discusses his future plans with Ihana Hirakawa Shiki and the others. Now that the Kawaii Council has fallen, Takagi-go is instantly relaxed. All here, Takagi-go said as he scanned the circle. All here, Younghwa said with a nod. Then I'll give you a few brief words about future plans. Younghwa, Next you'll be in charge of the company's overall events. And then you'll be in charge of the cell phone piece as well. Younghwa nodded. Hirakawa Shiki, you're in charge of the milk tea stores across the country. Open all of them as soon as possible. Hirakawa Shiki nodded. And Jingo Group Entertainment, Inc. I've got a script for Memory of the Future. I've got a script called Memory of the Future. You've got to get it made. The female lead is Kudo Shizuo. It doesn't matter who the male lead is. But no kissing. Younghwa looked at him sideways, then nodded. In his heart, Hirakawa Shiki knew very well that this female lead had appeared from nowhere. In the future, entertainment companies will focus on quality and quality first. It's determined not to use people who have no acting skills or no talent. Good. Ryohana took down Takagi-go's words. Let's stabilize our footing and then later implement steps into other areas. Other realms? You're going into other realms? Hirakawa Chi asked rhetorically. He thought he had been successful with the orange phone and he was going into something else. For her part, Ryohana agreed in her heart that this was the Takagi-go she knew. That's the Takagi-go she admires. It never ends. Of course, but there's no rush. Let's stabilize the current situation first, because it's easy to rip your balls off when you take big steps. Takagi-go summarized it very plainly. Hirakawa Shiki listened and said, crude. Great vulgarity is great elegance. What do you know? Younghwa covered her mouth and snickered a few times from the side. These two were just too much fun to fight. After laughing for a moment, Aika asked, what field? Takagi-go gave a faint answer. Trolley. Tram? What was that? Hirakawa Shiki and Aika asked in unison. Neither one of them had ever heard of it. It was so new. Totally new concept. Simply put, it's a car that uses electricity to drive. Nowadays, all cars are fueled, including the nation's No. 1 sealed field group even more so. Driving a car with electricity is unheard of and a novelty. That's all for now. Takagi-go said. There's no rush on the tram. It's better to stabilize the present. Takagi-go left the company after the meeting. He was going to make a trip to Shizuo to talk about the movie. Takagi-go drove quickly to the bottom of Shizuo's house, having spoken to Shizuo ahead of time, so it went straight up. I haven't seen you in a few days, so I'm a little rusty for a while. We'll have to have a nice little bonding session later. Is it done? All done. Now to start preparing for the manipulation of the entertainment company. Take a look at this script. Takagi-go finished and handed over the script for Memories of the Future. Shizuo took the script and sat down on the couch to read it. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. This script is really well written. She had initially thought that Takagi-go had gotten a random script from somewhere, but she hadn't realized that the quality was so high that it exceeded her expectations. Seeing how engrossed she was in what she was reading, Takagi-go didn't disturb her and sat quietly watching her. After the script was read, Takagi-go smiled and asked, how was it? Very good. Very good. Shizuo said two very good things in a row. Takagi-go smiled and said, it's not a problem for you to fire up the whole country with this book. Takagi-go has absolute confidence in the script. Can I act? Shizuo asked. Of course you can. You have to believe in yourself. I have absolute confidence in you. I'm sorry, said Takagi-go. Thank you, Shizuo said. What's all this talk between the two of us? Good. I do have one thing though. I am determined not to have a kissing scene in the future. Takagi-go said. Repulsed by this, his woman can't be kissed by someone else. Not even for a movie. If it's okay to kiss another woman if you're filming yourself, Takagi-go feels like he's kinda double standard too. Shizuo nodded, and the two of them spent another memorable night together. The two of them exchanged many experiences this night. Time flew by and a month passed. The Rango group is firmly ensconced in the second position in the, and it's getting closer and closer to the No. 1 Fengtian group. On this day, Takagi-go was approving documents in his office. A rare visit to the office for him. The whole company thought the sun had come out of the west. But what outsiders admire most about Takagi-go is that he's not in the company, and still managed to keep the company in order. Admirable. The phone is ringing. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and saw that it was the iceberg beauty Hajime calling. Hey, miss me? Takagi-go flirted, not a serious word coming out of his mouth. Hajime had gotten used to it, and instead of replying he said, we made our cell phone. Planning a launch party this week, do you have time to stop by? Takagi-go took a deep breath. Hiss. Hajime frowned. You don't have to come if you don't have time. Go. Of course I have to go. How can I not go if you do it? I was just teasing you earlier. Takagi-go said with a smile. He had nothing better to do all day. Thank you, Hajime said thankfully. She also had the idea of helping out by letting Takagi-go go this time. There's no thank you between us. Don't worry. I'll be there. Okay, I'll wait. So, can I stay at your place? Hearing this, Hajime immediately understood what he meant and hung up immediately. Takagi-go looked at the phone and cursed. You won't let me stay at your place. It's hard to let me sleep on the street. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more oh, although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 132, knocking on Jime's door in the middle of the night. Osaka Airport. An airplane landed slowly. The 3 of them, Takagi-go, Hirakawa Shiki, and Ryohana, came out of the airport. It was good that Takagi-go had taken the 2 of them with him this time so that they could see more of the world. Hirakawa Shiki came out and asked towards Takagi-go. How are we going to get there later? Hajime came to pick us up. Takagi-go smiled and raised an eyebrow. The look made Hirakawa Chi hate his guts. Takagi-go had just finished saying this when Hajime arrived in his car. Hirakawa Shihoka sat in the back seat of the car and Takagi-go sat in the passenger side of the car. Just as he sat in, Takagi-go said with a look on his face, "Oops, sorry about that. I'm the only one who can sit on the passenger side of the Jime car." Takagi-go showed off to both of them. Hirakawa Shiki bristled as Hajime swept Takagi-go with a leathery smile. She said softly, "I'm letting you sit, but I don't think you've just been in the passenger side of my car." Takagi-go listened and said with immense seriousness, "I've only ever sat in the passenger side of your car." Hajime hadn't realized he was so thick-skinned. In fact, Takagi-go had never really sat in someone else's co-pilot. They arrived at Hajime's house, which was large enough to have enough room even for a few more people. The product launch isn't until tomorrow, so have a good night's rest today. After packing up his things, Hirakawa Chi covered his stomach and asked, "What are we going to eat later?" "Eat, eat, eat, eat. You just know how to eat. What else do you know how to do besides eating? You have to eat before you can do anything else." Hajime looked at the 2 people arguing in front of him. Inghua smiled at the side and explained, "The 2 of them fight a lot. Don't you mind?" Hajime nodded. These 2 could be a real tease. The result of the fight is that Hirakawa Shiki buys the groceries and then Takagi-go goes to cook. Takagi-go shows off his cooking skills. Honestly, he's enjoying this life. With his girlfriend and his friends having dinner and talking together. It feels marvelous. After dinner, there wasn't much to do but wait for the launch tomorrow. Evening. After everyone had gone to sleep, Takagi-go tiptoed towards Hajime's room. Don't think too much. Takagi-go just wanted to go and share his experience. Because the conference was being held tomorrow, he was afraid that something would go wrong and Jime wouldn't be able to cope. It's not that he can't hold back his loneliness. Bam! Thump! Stomp! Takagi-go knocked gently on the door. Hajime, who was putting on a mask, frowned when she heard it, and she knew with her ass who was knocking on the door. There's no way Hirakawa Shiki would knock on the door in the middle of the night. And Ryohana, not to mention, could only be Takagi-go. Hajime walked over and asked, "Who?" Takagi-go lowered his voice. "It's me. What can I do for you this late? Why don't you open the door? I have something to tell you. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more oh, although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 133, it's blowing up. What can I do for you this late? Hajime asked. What could possibly be going on this late at night? With 2 people alone in the same room? It's hard not to be 2 people watching cartoons. Takagi-go couldn't help but think in his mind. Why don't you open the door? I have something to tell you. Hajime listened and opened the door, leaning his body against it. Takagi-go smiled and looked inside the room. So what? Let's take a step back and talk. After saying that, Takagi-go's eyes flicked a few times towards the house, where Hajime didn't understand what he meant. He looked at Takagi-go and walked in. Takagi-go hurriedly followed at the sight, then closed the door to the room behind him. Hajime sat on the bed and smoothed the front of her hair behind her back. What is it? Isn't the launch tomorrow? To talk to you about some of the things that might happen. Oh, then tell me specifically. Takagi-go couldn't think of anything for a moment. So forget it and just say it. Why don't we go up there and explore? Takagi-go said, pointing to the bed. I knew you were going to be like this. So let's just talk about it tomorrow and get an early night today. Hajime looked at him with determination. Not now. Tomorrow. Takagi-go was a little confused in his mind as to how he waited until he understood. But seeing how determined Hajime was, Takagi-go decided that it would be better to withdraw first. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Takagi-go walked outside of the room as he looked over at Hajime. You can't keep your word. Hajime didn't reply. Whoever tells lies is a puppy, Takagi-go added before he left. Hajime nodded down lightly, and only then did Takagi-go go back to his room happily. Hajime's rippling eyes were filled with amusement. Having had more contact with Takagi-go, this iceberg of hers had melted much more without realizing it. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 500. The next day, the launch was on time. The scene was even more lively than Takagi-go's orange phone launch. There's no way around it. The Kitahara family is big and has lots of friends. They'll come over whenever they're invited. After all, not coming would be disrespectful. No one would offend the Northern Plains family because of this. Unlike Takagi-go who offended so many people, Kitahara Nagao also sat down, right next to Takagi-go. Kitahara Nagao craned his head to look at him. I heard that you were the one who gave the system to Heime? The industry was shocked to hear that Kitahara had come up with a cell phone system. Takagi-go got one out a few days ago, and another one not too long after. Either no, or come together. Hajime Kitahara has been getting a lot of praise from people in the industry. In their hearts, they were all certain that she was the next generation of successors to the Northern Plains family. Kitahara Nagao knew in his heart that the system was definitely not something that Hajime had gotten up to, because so many people and money were put into it before and it didn't come out. Takagi-go came to Osaka once, and after coming to Kitahara's house once, he came up with the new system. Cute little thing, all can see the way. Takagi-go directly admitted. That's right, it's no use not admitting it. It's not like Kitahara Nagao is a cutie. You're really giving it up. Kitahara Nagao has been involved in the shopping mall for so many years. He is very aware of how great the commercial value is. It was also very clear how much of a boost it would be to the Northern Plains family. Takagi-go covered his mouth and said softly, Harm, we're family. Family doesn't say two words. Ha ha, family, what's that Yakuza? It's all in the family. Triangles have stability. Kitahara Nagao let out a laugh and said nothing more. This is between Hajime and Takagi-go. It's up to the two of them to sort it out. The clock ticked down and the launch began. Hajime Kitahara walked onto the stage from backstage, her cool voice bursting out. Thank you all for your busy schedules in attending the product launch of North Plains Technology Limited. Next I'm going to introduce you to the product in several ways. Takagi-go listened below. Although the two cell phone systems were different, each had its own advantages. Hajime doesn't have to be completely outmatched by Takagi-go's orange cell phone. Listening to the whole scene, the performance of the cell phone produced by Hajime compared to Takagi-go cannot be beaten. However, the appearance of her design value, photographic technology and the feel of the hand in terms of cannot be said. It is still mainly for female users. Takagi-go smiled and nodded. Hajime was no less talented. A bit of skill in her. If I can't beat you in performance, I can beat you in something else. Straight to a different track. The final pricing is also the same as Takagi-go. After the presentations, the launch will come to a close. Hajime was silent for 10 seconds. Addressing everyone present, he said, Actually, I'm sure everyone is curious as to why a completely new system was suddenly developed. Indeed, the uninformed have that question in their minds, but when it comes to trade secrets, they knew that Hajime wouldn't say anything. Actually, this system was given to us by Mr. Takagi-go. Hajime's words fell like a bomb in people's hearts, detonating directly with a boom. The people in the arena all exploded. What? Did I hear her right? She said that Go Takagi made it. Holy, don't ask me. I'm also confused as to how the two of them got involved. I told you last time that the two of them were not on speaking terms, and that at the Tokyo banquet, I could have seen the two of them walk out holding hands. I heard he's also with the Yamaguchi family's daughter. Seriously, how does he have his foot in both camps? What do you know? Rich people are like that, playing with flowers. Mud. Does Takagi-go even let anyone else live? I'd like to know too, how we're going to live. Ugh, it's so hard to do. Takagi-go, I hate you. The reporter was sharp enough to catch the breaking news that what she said was much more useful than what had been presented before. They've got their titles all figured out. Shocked. The cold business queen has finally moved on? Shocked. What is the relationship between the eldest daughter of the Kitahara family and Takagi-go? The youngest genius and chairman of the Ryogo group? Not to mention they were confused. Takagi Go himself was confused. He didn't expect Hajime to say it. After saying that, you can expect Takagi Go's reputation to go even higher. After thinking about it, Hajime thought it would be better to make it clear that this was Takagi Go's masterpiece. After all, she can't keep it to herself. That's all I have to say. Is there anything else you guys want to ask? A reporter at the bottom stood up and asked. May I ask Ms. Hajime what she named her cell phone? Hajime looked down and thought for a moment and said, let's call it an Apple phone. The reporter would smile and say, is it also because you like apples? The words were met with laughter from the floor. This quote started out as Kubu's saying it, and then Takagi Go quoted establishing the orange cell phone that, ruling America again cites the establishment of the Apple cell phone. It's safe to say that it's now become a terrier. I wonder if a bunch of other fruit phones will pop up in the future. Takagi Go was very surprised that he didn't take the name of the Apple phone. Hajime took it on. Everything is fate. Quite interesting. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 134 changed. Changed. Everything has changed. The launch went off without a hitch. As soon as the conference was over, there was a media blitz outside. A topic related to Takagi Go is all about traffic. It's all about heat. When it's over, Takagi Go, Hirakawa Shiki, and Ihana get in Hajime's car. When are you leaving? Hajime asked. There's no rush. Stay a few days first. Takagi Go thought to himself that he hadn't done the main thing he wanted to do yet, so how could he leave so easily? Hajime gave him a blank look. She knew exactly what was going through Takagi Go's mind. Evening. Takagi Go entered Hajime's room as he did before. You stopped me last time. You can't stop me again this time. This time, Hajime didn't stop Takagi Go. The two began a furious battle that lasted more than 2 hours. After finishing, Takagi Go's hand stroked Hajime's hair and said, Hajime, come back to Tokyo with me. Ryohana and the others were in Tokyo, so it was inconvenient to come to Osaka to see Hajime. Without thinking, Hajime simply refused. No. Why? The emotion thing isn't that important to me. So career is uppermost in your mind? Exactly. And I'm not the only one you've got, either. Hajime was looking at it so thoroughly that Takagi Go had nothing to say. Not going to Tokyo either? Hajime cocked his head and thought for a moment. Maybe I'll get tired and change my mind in a few years. I can't say. I might retire to Tokyo then. I'll be old and gray by then. So don't mind me. Ha ha. Takagi Go touched his heart when he heard that and held Hajime's hand tightly. He then kissed it. After the conference, Go Takagi and the others left Osaka. Again, Hajime came to see them off. Hirakawa Shiki complained to Takagi Go in the waiting room. I didn't learn anything this time. The dog food is quite a bit of food. Takagi Go raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically. You're still not happy to be treated for free. Holy, you think I want to eat it? Hirakawa Shiki immediately started fighting with Takagi Go as soon as he heard that. Younghwa held her forehead. It's starting all over again. The plane had just gotten off the Tokyo airport when Takagi Go received a call on his cell phone. It's Hirotaka Yamaguchi calling. What's the point of calling me? Takagi Go wondered in his mind. Hello, to Tokyo today? It's already here. Come by the house later. There's something I need to talk to you about. Without waiting for Takagi Go to say anything, Yamaguchi Hirotaka simply hung up the phone. Takagi Go was dumbfounded. One call was made, followed by another. Misato called. Hey, do you have time today? I don't think I have time. I'm kind of in the middle of something. What's up? Oh, well, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine. Then you can meet me at home tomorrow. Good. After the phone hung up, Younghwa, who was on the sidelines, suddenly called out. Ah, holy, you scared me. What scared you like that? Senior, look. Ihana hands Takagi Go his cell phone to look at, and he looks at it and instantly does a double take. He finally realized why Hirotaka Yamaguchi had called, and knew why Misato had called him over. Changed. It's all changed. You go out for 2 ing days and come back to see a change in the weather. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 135, Forced Marriage. Yunwa's cell phone displayed the day's top stories. It's all about Hajime and Takagi Go. For Hajime to be on the hot seat, Takagi Go thought it was normal. After all, North Plains phone had just been released and the heat was extraordinary. Takagi Go saw that half of this news writing was about Apple cell phones. The other half is Takagi Go gossiping with Hajime. It's very outrageous to write anything. Takagi Go, chairman of the Ryohana group, flew thousands of miles to Osaka just to help Hajime sit in. The love-hate story of Go Takagi, the genius of the century. Takagi Go looks at what he's saying and says it's all wrong. It's all made up by the media. But a very important point was mentioned. Go Takagi was involved with Ryohana Yamaguchi of the Yamaguchi group and Hajime Kitahara of the Kitahara family. Relationships. Rumors have been flying. Takagi Go estimates that Yamaguchi Hirotaka saw these messages and sent him over. Takagi Go figured it wouldn't be good, but it was impossible not to go, and Takagi Go was mentally calculating his response. After taking a few glances, Hirakawa Shiki tapped Takagi Go on the shoulder and, with a serious face, he said, "Take care of yourself." Takagi Go forced a smile and said, "Why are you telling me that? That's my old man. Don't you think so, Younghwa?" Younghwa let out a laugh. "Senpai, you're on your own." Takagi Go smiled helplessly as he looked towards the backs of the two of them. I don't think Hirotaka Yamaguchi would have chopped him. After a trip back to Mieko's house, Takagi Go didn't dare to be slow, and after sitting for a while, just dragged Hirakawa Chi along to Yamaguchi's house. "Porsche car. I don't want to go, and you're pulling me hard," Hirakawa Chi said with a frown. "You could be of great use. Where would you be if you didn't go there?" Takagi Go coaxed. "Really? Really?" Hirakawa Shiki pointed at himself. Was he so useful to Takagi Go? Of course it's true. Hirotaka Yamaguchi is going to beat me up, and having you on top will help me stall quite a bit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that why you called on me? And what else? Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 5500. Open the door, I want to get off. Ha ha. No kidding. I'll buy you a sports car when I'm done. Really fake. A sports car is Hirakawa Chi's dream, and he was thrilled to hear Takagi Go mention it. Of course it's true. I've never lied before, Takagi Go said confidently. Hirakawa Shiki cut out. That's more like lying to a ghost. Sure, if I make it out alive, Takagi Go said softly. He couldn't fathom Yamaguchi Hirotaka's temperament. For the sake of the sports car, I'll make sure you come back safe and sound, Hirakawa Shiki said with certainty. Holy, your brother is no better than a sports car. It was a mistake to pay after all. Yamaguchi's house. Today, a banquet was held, and the entire Yamaguchi Hirotaka household was busy. Yamaguchi Ryohana was a bit confused as she asked towards Yamaguchi Hirotaka. What day is it today? Hirotaka Yamaguchi looked at her with loving eyes. Today is a happy day. Really? Then we'll go come? A lost expression welled up in Ryuga's eyes as she finished speaking. She hadn't seen Takagi Go in a long time. She thought back to before, when Takagi Go wasn't busy, when they played together every day. Now that Takagi Go is busy, they see each other less and less. As much as she wanted Takamigo to drop what he was doing and play with himself, she knew she couldn't do that. Of course I'll come. Heartache welled up in Hirotaka Yamaguchi's eyes, and he reached out his large, thick hand and stroked Ryuga's head. At the same time, he made up his mind. There were more than just a few of them at this party, but also some of the older members of the Yamaguchi family. It didn't take long for Takagi Go to arrive at Yamaguchi's house. On this visit, he took quite a few things and filled a cart. You can't lose face. Ji Haosien greeted his men and took the stuff inside. Takagi Go's eyes rolled as he tentatively asked, "How is my old man doing?" "You remembered it was your old man." "Of course I remember. For the rest of my life." Ji Hohayan gave him a look. Takagi Go is good at everything but his heart. However, it seems as if heroes have been sentimental since the beginning of time. The leader of the group hasn't been in a good mood since he saw the news. Got it. After the last try, Hirotaka Yamaguchi never forgot. It's mostly hard this time. What is the solution to this matter? Are you true to your lady? Ikyo Sien stared at Takagi Go. If he found out that Takagi-go was lying to him, he wouldn't let Takagi-go feel good even if he died himself. He grew up watching him as Yamaguchi Ryuga. Takagi-go raised his finger and looked up at the sky. Righteousness said, "My feelings for Ryohana are absolutely genuine and cannot be mixed with any falsehood. If I tell a lie, then let me be struck by lightning and not die." The poisonous oaths have been sworn, and Iko Heian chooses to believe Takagi-go. Hirakawa Shiki, on the other hand, covered his mouth and snickered. Takagi-go said it subtly, and his feelings for Ryuga were indeed real. Ryuga, being the first one he met and the first one he liked, he also cherished. Ji Haoxian nodded his head and patted Takagi-go on the shoulder. "As you say so, then it's fine." Takagi-go nodded and walked into the hall. At this point, Hirotaka Yamaguchi's hall is filled with people. Takagi-go didn't recognize many of them. Ryuga excitedly got up from his chair when he saw Takagi-go coming. "Go, you're here. Did you miss me?" "Aha." Ryuga never hides his emotions, and says what he has to say. "Express your feelings in a big way." Hirotaka Yamaguchi walked up and tapped Go Takagi on the shoulder. "Come over here and I'll introduce you to the family." "Oh good." Takagi-go followed Yamaguchi Hirotaka while watching his expression. "This is your second uncle." "Hello Uncle 2. "This is your third uncle." "Hello Uncle Sam." After a round of introductions, Takagi-go got to know all the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi family. When he was done, Takagi-go sat down next to Ryuga. After the second and third uncles were introduced, the only one who wasn't introduced was the eldest uncle. Puzzled, Hirakawa Chi asked, "How come I haven't seen your uncle? Is there a possibility that Hirotaka Yamaguchi is my great-uncle?" Hirakawa Shiki smiled sarcastically and said, "Sorry I forgot." Takagi-go rolled his eyes and said, "Stupid." Hirakawa Shiki said aggressively, "You're mean to me." Off. Hirotaka Yamaguchi coughed lightly, and Takagi-go realized it was time for this scene to begin. "Everyone's here, so I'll tell you why I called. Mainly to inform about Ryuga's marriage." "Ryuga's wedding?" The crowd was shocked, and the eyes of everyone on the scene turned to Takagi-go. "It's coming. It's coming. It's coming after all." Hirotaka Yamaguchi kicks the ball to Go Takagi. "Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry." The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 136 A Big Poop. Mainly to inform about Ryuga's marriage. After Yamaguchi Hirotaka said that, Ryuga was confused. One's own marriage? One doesn't even know. Ryohana's big eyes blink and look very cute. "Big brother, you're telling us this all of a sudden? We're not prepared for this at all." Yeah, we don't have any gifts. Ha, you guys just do it. "May I ask which husband Big Brother has found for Ryohana?" Takagi-go had a black line on his face. "You guys are singing in unison. Who are you messing with?" Hirotaka Yamaguchi mused for a second before saying, "It's Takagi-go." "Oh?" Yamaguchi Hirotaka's smiling eyes flicked over both Takagi-go and Ryuga. The two of them met at the University of Tokyo and fell in love. "So it is. What a divine couple." "Who says it isn't?" Yamaguchi Hirotaka asked smilingly toward Takagi-go. "What do you think?" Takagi-go knew in his heart that this was intended to force him to make a choice. Either agree to get engaged to Ryuga right now, either that or refuse to see Ryuga ever again. Once it's agreed, no later than tomorrow. The news of Takagi-go's engagement today immediately spread throughout Tokyo and across the country. What a dilemma. Yamaguchi Hirotaka is using a young scheme. He knows in his heart that if he drags it out any longer, something unexpected happened. All eyes in the room turned toward Takagi-go. Hirakawa Shiki nudged him quietly with his finger, and Takagi-go let out a bitter laugh. Looks like this had to be a yes. If he doesn't, I'm guessing that Hirotaka Yamaguchi immediately lets him out of the room. He was never allowed to see Ryohana again. Let's deal with the past first. Takagi-go was just about to speak when suddenly a man rushed in. Hirotaka Yamaguchi was very upset to see someone interrupting his plans. Frowning, he said, "What's the panic? Hashigami. Kenhiro Hashigami is coming. Coming. What's he doing here?" Hirotaka Yamaguchi thought about it for a moment, and probably realized why the bastard was here. Only this one came just in time. A little later Takagi-go answered directly. Takagi-go inwardly let out a breath. This one doesn't seem to be of no use at all. there's still some use for it. It's up to Kenhiro Hashigami to do what he can to stop it. I'll go out and take a look. You guys eat first. Hirotaka Yamaguchi got up and, Takagi go, you come along too. Good. Takagi go followed Yamaguchi Hirotaka to the door. And, I saw Kenshiro Hashigami, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Uncle, Kenhiro Hashigami said towards Hirotaka Yamaguchi. He still had respect for Ryuga's father. What are you doing here? Uncle, you can't let Ryuga get engaged to Takagi go. Why can't they? The two of them are in love. Can't, just can't. Kenhiro Hashigami yelled outright. Takagi go had a black line on his face. Mud, I thought you were preparing some big move, but this is it? Pull a big one on me. Come on. I guess the marriage should still be finalized. He shouldn't have expected anything from Kenshiro Hashigami. Yamaguchi Hirotaka swept his eyes at the manpower on both sides and said coldly, see them off. Uncle, you can't let Ryuga get engaged to Takagi go. Takagi go, try getting engaged and I'll let you die. You wait. I will make you regret this. For sure. Look at him. He can't even talk tough. Kenzo Hashigami is such an idiot. Ding. Kenhiro Hashigami's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 6500. Takagi go suddenly felt that Kenhiro Hashigami wasn't useless at all, and that the emotion value was given quite a lot. Go. Yamaguchi Hirotaka ignored Hashigami Kenhiro and turned his head back to the house. And, Takagi go rushed to follow at the sight. The feast must go on. The wedding must go on. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 137, Twice Married in One Day. What's coming will come. Yamaguchi Hirotaka and Takagi go rejoined the feast. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled and said to the crowd, there was a little incident just now. No harm. No foul. And then the music and then the dance. Hirotaka Yamaguchi went on to bring up that topic from earlier. What do you think? Takagi go? Takagi go smiled bitterly. There's nothing wrong with me. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded in satisfaction. The hongmen banquet that had been set up this time had not been in vain. Haha, well, in a few days I'll pick a good day and the two of you will be engaged. Well, Takagi go nodded. He couldn't say he didn't agree. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood changed from calm to shy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 700. Looks like the Shura is about to begin. Takagi go felt a bitter feeling. Congratulations. One by one, the rest of the people came here to toast Takagi go, and one by one, Takagi go returned the toast. Leathery said, congratulations. After a lap, Hirakawachi covered her mouth and smiled. Congratulations. Watch out, I'll kick your ass. You're mean to me. Takagi go rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay attention to him. Okay, no more drama. Then again, how are you going to deal with it? I don't know. Hirakawa Shiki asked curiously, sympathy in his eyes. He knows exactly what's coming. After today, I guess the whole world knows that Takagi go is engaged to Ryuga. What can I do? But cool it. Cool. What does that mean? Takagi go didn't realize that Hirakawa Shiki didn't understand the word, but didn't bother to explain. He didn't know what to do himself. Forget it. Take a step and see what happens. When it's over, Ryuga goes to find Takagi go. Ryuga stood in front of him and said, Go, I think, I'll ask you something. What is it? Do you like me? Of course I like it. Takagi go said directly without thinking. There was no room for hesitation in this kind of thing. Really? Of course it's true. 1,000 times over. Ryuga, you know me. I've never lied to you before, right? Ryuga cocked her head for a while, and finally nodded. It was indeed as Takagi go had said. It didn't lie to him. Of course, it's also possible that Takagi go lied to her and she was discovered. Takagi go asked, why would you ask that? Ryuga said after a moment of silence. Because I saw that you weren't too happy about it. Takagi go's hesitation was something she could see, even though she didn't understand it. How? I'd love to. I'd love it so much. I just think it's a little too sudden to. Gave me a big surprise. Ryuga nodded approvingly as he listened. giving her a big surprise too yet. Takagi stayed with Ryuga for a while longer, and then went home. I have to see Misato later. Misato's house. Misato put down the cell phone in her hand, and aside her mother, Gardenia Hanazono, asked, "Did you tell him?" Misato defended. "Say, Mom, I don't think Go is. Not like that." The granite Gardenia's eyebrows immediately rose when she heard it. "Not such a person. The facts are in front of us. You still think it's not that kind of person, and your husband has been taken away from you. You're in no hurry at all." After saying that, she put the picture she stole of Takagi with other girls in front of her eyes. It was taken secretly day and night, and with what Gardenia knows about men, she never believed that Takagi was an infatuated person, so she had prepared for it early on. Gardenia didn't want to let the golden boy get away. Gardenia educated Misato. "When he comes later, don't say anything you know. Hurry up and give him a child so your position will be secure." "Mom, did you hear that? Well, I'll leave you to it for now. I'm going to go. You fight for your life and it's up to you if we can make the leap." The granite Gardenia's eyes were full of laughter. As long as she fell in with the golden tree of Takagi in this life, eat and drink for the next life, and the next. After the instructions, the granite Gardenia walked away with a smile on her face. Misato was having mixed feelings right now, and those pictures were real, although the two didn't do anything substantially out of the ordinary, but she did worry in her heart, fearing that Takagi would change his mind. Takagi went back to Mieko's house and sat there for a while, planning to set off to find Misato and stabilize her first. Just came in and went out again. "Ha?" Mieko asked curiously. "I'm back from Osaka, and I'm not even warmed up yet, so I'm always on the go." Hirakawa Shiki tapped Mieko on the shoulder. "He's getting annoyed right now," Mieko asked curiously. "Annoying? Why is it annoying?" "Engaged." "Engaged?" Mieko's voice snapped up an octave at that. "Who? You? Of course it's not me. I knew it wasn't you." "Mom, you're kind of breaking my heart when you say that." "Don't interrupt. Who the hell is it?" "It must be Takagi What the hell is going on? You tell me word for word." Hirakawa Shiki was curious as to why Mieko was reacting so strongly. But still, he told her about the Yamaguchi family in a nutshell. "There's nothing to hide. In less than a day, the whole country will know." Misato's house. "Misato, what did you want to see me about?" Takagi employs the great method of playing dumb, knowing in his heart why Misato is looking for him. But Takagi didn't know how far Misato knew about the matter, so one has to try and test the waters first. "Oh, just haven't seen you in a while and missed you. Misato, I'm always here." Misato's hand came back to rub, and Takagi's eyes glanced up, knowing that Misato was nervous now. "Misato, you can tell me directly if you have something to say. You don't have to hide it. We have nothing to hide from each other." Misato made up her mind after hearing that, and she looked at Takagi with determined eyes. "I want to get married. How about the two of us get married?" Takagi was a bit stunned in his heart. Why did Misato suddenly bring up marriage? With two marriages on this one day, Takagi felt he was the first ever. What a headache. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 138, the Shura officially opens. I want to get married. How about the two of us get married? Misato's eager eyes looked at Takagi as she looked forward to a good answer. Puzzled, Takagi asked, "Misato, why would you say that all of a sudden?" Misato asked rhetorically, "Don't you want to marry me?" "I guess it's trying to, but there's another woman, isn't there? Yamaguchi Ryuga?" The corner of Misato's mouth pulled down in a self-deprecating smile. Takagi sighed inwardly. Misato knew. After all, why do you know so quickly though? It doesn't make sense that the news could have traveled so fast. The party's just over. Misato, listen to me. Takagi thought about it but still felt that people need to be sincere. Sincerity is the way to go. Of course, he certainly wouldn't tell Misato everything. Takagi tells Misato selectively about his engagement. Misato listened. She had been sobbing on the sidelines for a long time. Takagi picked up the paper and wiped Misato's tears. Misato had hot tears in her eyes. "So, you chose her, didn't you?" "Misato, I'm not giving up on anyone. Don't." Just leave me alone for a minute. Takagi Go sighed inwardly. Maki and Risa didn't bother. It was mostly Misato. Misato, believe me, I really like you. Just be quiet for a minute. I'll leave you alone. Takagi Go knew that Misato would only get annoyed with him being here at this time. Take one step at a time. Takagi Go returned to his quarters, intending to sleep blindfolded and not think about such things. The next day, upon waking, Takagi Go opened his cell phone and found many people messaging him. The messages on my cell phone were about to explode. At that moment, suddenly a phone call came and it was from Hajime. Takagi Go picked up his cell phone in a daze and answered it. Hello, just woke up? Aha, congratulations, you're engaged. Takagi Go rolled his eyes breathlessly. It's not because of you. It would have been fine if you hadn't said that, but when you did, I couldn't even skim it if I wanted to. I'm wondering if you did it on purpose or not. Hajime asked rhetorically. Even if I don't tell you, do you think you can hide it for the rest of your life? Who says I want to hide it for the rest of my life? Then it's just as well to make an end of it. Did you choose Ryuga or the other one? I choose you, okay. But don't. I can't afford it. There's no such thing as who I choose and who I don't. Oh, I'm a greedy man. I want it all. Kids make choices. Adults do. Hajime was silent for a long time before saying, then I wish you success. Why don't you help me out with some ideas? I don't know how to chase women. Okay, let's leave it at that for now and talk about it some other time. Takagi Go hung up the phone. Misato had just sent him a message, begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 139, Drinking. Misato sent a message. After reading it, Takagi Go rushed out, startling Hirakawa Shido. What's the rush? Takagi Go didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Got into the Porsche sports car, put his foot on the gas, and the car's engine roared to life and flew out in a puff of smoke. It was drizzling. Takagi Go didn't dare to stop at all, and Misato's phone couldn't be reached. Displays the status of the shutdown. He kept thinking about Misato's message to him in his head. By the time you see this message from me, I'll be on an airplane. Don't think of me. I wish you all happiness. The content is brief, and the briefer it is, the more serious it is. Misato had thought long and hard about this decision before making it. She couldn't do it in Tokyo and watch Go Takagi marry Ryoka. There's no other way but to leave. The usual hour-long drive was stiffly shortened to about half an hour by Takagi Go. Takagi Go parks his car and rushes into the Tokyo airport, looking for Misato. The results were not found. It seems that Misato has gotten on a plane and left. Takagi Go thought to himself. It was too late after all. And after Takagi Go calmed down, he felt that he had to think long and hard about it. Back at Mieko's house again, Hirakawa Ji hurriedly walked up and said with concern, why do you look so lost in thought? Don't run the car yet. Takagi Go rolled his eyes and said, get lost. Misato's gone. Gone where? Takagi Go sat down on the couch, picked up the water on the table and said, if only I knew. Didn't tell you? How could you tell me that? Hiss. Hirakawa Shiki sat down obediently next to Takagi Go and ran his fingers over his chin, frowning. That's kind of hard to do. She's firmly leaving you at this point. Takagi Go's hand, which was squeezing the cup after hearing this, instantly increased in strength, and his veins bulged. Hirakawa Shiki's comment was like rubbing salt into his wounds. Seeing this, Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly looked for a compliment and said, don't you worry. Misato loves you. You go and find out for me what country she went to. And then what? And then you're going to go look after her a little for me. Misato goes to someone else's country alone, not knowing the language or anything. I'll go? Hirakawa Shiki pointed at himself and said in surprise. Right. Hirakawa Ji looked up to the sky and said, I'm going alone? Takagi Go nodded. His engagement ceremony to Ryuga was next week and he definitely couldn't go himself. Besides, Misato wouldn't necessarily come around, even if she went there herself. It's also not certain that he'll come back with Takagi Go. Hirakawa Shiki said pathetically, I'm all alone away from my family, my friends, my little ones, to go so far away. Takagi Go looked at him and said, I'll buy you a sports car. Hirakawa Shiki said again, I won't be able to see my mom for a long time. Takagi understood, and he said faintly, "Buy you a Maybach. Buy it for me first, and I'll go from there." Upon hearing this, Takagi Go immediately picked up his cell phone and called the Mercedes-Benz store. "Hey, I want to buy a car. Right now. Full payment." "Right. That's right, I'll call you directly with the deposit." After discussing the matter, Takagi Go hung up the phone. "It's booked so you can drive it when you get back." Hirakawa Chi's eyes glistened when he heard that the sports car himself finally had one. "What if I go and she doesn't come back? I didn't let you talk me back." Hirakawa Shiki was puzzled when he heard that and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" "Look after her and report back to me." "Good. When will you be back and when can you drive on?" "I'll be back early then. Get the job done and come back." A few hours later, Hirakawa Shiki, through the power of the Yakuza, find out where Misato went, Germany. Takagi Go thought about it after hearing it, and immediately finalized his future plans inwardly. "Good." Takagi Go patted Hirakawa Ji's shoulder and said, "Go early and come back early. I trust you." Hirakawa Shiki looked at him with a firm gaze and nodded his head vigorously. "I will definitely complete the mission." After that, he walked out without looking back, saying that he would take the sports car down this time. Evening. When Mieko came back from work, Takagi Go had already made dinner and was waiting for her. "Mieko's back. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner." Takagi Go had specially made a large table of delicious food. It would be an understatement to say that it was a full banquet, and there was also wine. If Hirakawa Shiki finds out, he'll scream that it's not fair that once he's gone, just steal the good food. He didn't realize it was Takagi Go who was stealing not only food, but other things as well. This time it was eaten squarely. Mieko was surprised. Was it a good day? So sumptuous. Oh, that's right. Go is engaged. It's time to celebrate. Thinking about this, Mieko felt very lost inside. Where's Chi? Why don't you see him? Usually this way he'd have run out long ago. Oh, he's out of the country. Out of the country? Hirakawa Chi went abroad, and she, as a mother, didn't even know about it. It's just that the company needs him to run some business. Takagi Go gave a random excuse, and then continued to reassure. "Don't worry, Mieko. Chi's safety can definitely be guaranteed. He's getting older after all. It's time for him to get out there." Mieko thought about it and agreed that Takagi Go was right. Hirakawa Shiki can't keep living under his own shelter, but she was still a little uneasy. "Don't worry, Mieko. I've already arranged for good people. Absolutely no problem." Takagi Go took her hand directly and pulled it to the chair. "Let's eat first." A bottle of wine went down, and Mieko's face quickly flushed. Without Hirakawa Chi, the two of them were uninhibited and didn't have to worry about being discovered. Taking advantage of her drink, Mieko took the initiative to mention, "Go, you're engaged?" Takagi Go nodded. There was no need to hide it. Takagi Go was going to get married after all. She knew it in her heart. It just came a little too soon and she wasn't ready for it. Takagi Go feigned drunkenness and said through the strength of his drink, Mieko, whether I get married in the future or not, I have in my heart. I'll always have a place for you in my heart." Ding! Mieko's mood changes from calm to touched, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 7500. Takagi Go took Mieko's hand. "Mieko, trust me. I have a place for you in my heart no matter what." After saying that, he kissed. Mieko wasn't greedy, as long as Takagi Go had her in his heart. After all, it's a relationship in the dark. A big fight started again and lasted over 2 hours. As soon as he woke up the next day, Hirakawa Shiki sent a message to Takagi Go. He had found Misato, but Misato didn't know. Takagi Go first told him not to scare the snakes, just keep looking after them, and if necessary, just step in and help. He'll have to take a trip abroad when the engagement is over. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 140, you don't really like me, do you? Yamaguchi's house. The Yamaguchi house was bustling with activity on this day, because today is the engagement of the Yamaguchi family's only daughter, Ryuka Yamaguchi. Bigwigs from all walks of life were invited and it was a lively event. Takagi Go, who is the main character, welcomes the guests early in the middle of the banquet. Most of the people were invited by Hirotaka Yamaguchi, and basically none by Go Takagi, because he offended too many people. Takagi Go didn't bother to invite. How simple it was. Takagi Go picked up the glasses and toasted them one by one, with Ryuga standing next to him. I'm so happy that you're here. Second uncle. I'm so happy that you're here. Second uncle. Eat and drink well, Uncle Sam, and never leave until you are full. Eat and drink well, Uncle Sam, and never leave until you are full. When Takagi Go said something, Ryuga followed. Whatever Takagi Go said, Ryuga followed suit without changing a single word. Ryuga has a serious case of sociopathy, thanks to Takagi Go leading the way. After a lap, Ryuga whispered in Takagi Go's ear, luckily for you. I wouldn't know what to do if I was the only one. Her personality had always been like that, and Takagi Go knew it well from the moment they first met. Ryuga, you've been great. Really? Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? A small smile appeared at the corner of Ryuga's mouth as she listened, convinced by Takagi Go's words. After a while, a call came in on Takagi Go's cell phone. Hajime Kitahara. What is Hajime calling for? Takagi Go is puzzled and picks up his cell phone and answers it. Hello. Congratulations. A small smile hung at the corners of Takagi Go's mouth. I don't think you called to say more than just a congratulations. Of course not. I'm outside. Outside? What outside? Outside Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house. What the hell are you doing here? Robbing a wedding? Yamaguchi Hirotaka sees Hajime coming to cleave Takagi Goku to death. Take it easy. I'll wait outside. With that, Hajime hung up. Takagi Go looked aside to Ryuga and said, Ryuga, I'm going out to use the restroom. You wait here a little while for me. Ryuga nodded. Good. Takagi Go went out to find Hajime's car amongst a bunch of luxury cars. He then opened the car door and got in the passenger side. Hajime said softly, wearing a pair of sunglasses, here we go. How's it going? What else? All thanks to you. Now it's a mess. Hajime let out a laugh at that. In the end it would all be found out. Just not at the same time. She just acted as a catalyst. Takagi Go asked bluntly, you came to steal the marriage? No. So what's the point of coming? It's hard to come to dinner. I don't have time for that. Then what are you doing here? To tell you congratulations in person. Takagi Go was stunned. You came all the way from Osaka just to say congratulations to me? Hajime asked rhetorically with a slight smile. What? No. Takagi Go spat. That's fine. Except you're quite idle. Congratulations have been said. I should get going. I have a lot of things to do. It's weird that Hajime came all the way over here to say congratulations in person. Before getting out of the car, Takagi Go asked rhetorically, you don't like me, do you? Before, Takagi Go thought that Hajime and him were just playing along, and Hajime didn't take any of this seriously. But, now he felt there was something different about Hajime. The corners of Hajime's mouth curled up as he listened and stopped. Get out of the car. I should get going. You don't really like me, do you? Get off. Takagi Go stood on the ground, looking away from Hajime's car. Like me if you like me. So embarrassed to admit it. As soon as Takagi Go returned, he saw someone blocking the front yard. What's going on here? Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 141, the end of the engagement. There was a crowd gathered in the front yard. Curious, Takagi Go patted over and saw another familiar face, Kenhiro Hashigami. Why is he here again? Takagi Go really has a headache. This guy is really persistent and determined. But it just doesn't have to be on the right path. Takagi Go. Kenhiro Hashigami saw Go Takagi coming and immediately yelled. Stop right there. Kenhiro Hashigami rushed forward and stepped in front of Go Takagi. He was followed by a group of men. Takagi Go found it very funny. What? You still want to steal the marriage? Just grab it. You got a problem with that? Kenhiro Hashigami admits down in a big way that Takagi Go doesn't want to talk to him. Talking to such people tends to affect IQ. You're talking about this kind of thing in someone else's Yamaguchi family's territory. Aren't you looking for death? Even if Takagi Go won't make a move, the Yakuza won't allow you to be wild here. Hirotaka Yamaguchi came out as well, grimacing. Men, see off the guests. Uncle, can't you give me a chance? Yamaguchi Hirotaka didn't want to listen to any more BB, and Hashigami Kenhiro was quickly invited out. Tidbits. Carry on everyone. As Takagi-go turned his head, he caught sight of another familiar person, Nishiyama Maki. He hurried over to her, looked to see that no one had noticed him, and then pulled her aside alone. What are you doing here? Don't worry, brother. Takagi-go had a black face. How could he not be worried? It wasn't like he didn't know what Maki had done before. This little girl's character is of the very paranoid type. She'll do anything. Takagi-go was afraid that the little ninny would make a scene directly at the Yamaguchi house. Brother, let me ask you, do you like me? What's the point of asking? Brother, tell me if you like it. Like. Maki smiled at that and nodded her head. She was content to hear Takagi-go's affirmative answer. That's enough with you. After saying that, Maki stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Takagi-go on his lips. Then walk out of here. Takagi-go froze in place. It felt inexplicable. First Hajime, then Maki. How could they not see what they were doing? Takagi-go had no time to think about it, and the engagement started right away. It was his first engagement in 2 lifetimes, and Ryuga was still incredibly nervous and shy. The process was told to Takagi-go long ago, and with Takagi-go leading Ryohana, it didn't go wrong. The engagement ceremony ended successfully, and Takagi-go and Ryuga's life events were finalized. The wedding was scheduled for 2 years later, when they had also graduated from college. After it's over, Ryuga takes a walk in the back garden with Takagi-go. Takagi-go took Ryohana's soft and tender hand on the side, while he gave it a squeeze afterwards. It's so soft. Go. I asked you. Takagi-go twisted his head to look at Ryuga. Do you really want to marry me? Of course it's true. What's wrong? Doesn't Ryuga want to? Or does Ryuga not believe me? Takagi-go backtracked and opened up 2 straight questions. Ryuga quickly waved her hand and said, Of course I want to. Takagi-go's eyes were full of favor as he reached up and rubbed Ryuga's head. Softly, he said, I know. I was just teasing Ryohana earlier. Ryuga pouted when she heard that. Bullying me. Who made Ryuga cute? Being cute makes you a bully? No one else can bully. But I can. Ryuga tilted her head and thought carefully, thinking that what Takagi-go said seemed to make sense. Finally she nodded. Takagi-go just poofed out a laugh at the sight. Ryuga was so stupidly cute. It's a good thing I'm such a kind person. If I had met other bad people, I would have eaten them up long ago. Ryuga, why did you just ask that? Because. Ryuga was just uninitiated. But she wasn't stupid. And these days the events of. She'd more or less heard some of it, which was why she'd asked that. Takagi-go took over and said, Ryuka, you just have to believe that I love you. Just love you all the time. Ryuga nodded lightly as she chose to believe Takagi-go. After the engagement was over, Takagi-go had nothing to do. Now that the company is steadily growing and getting closer to the #1 position in the country. But there's still a little bit of a gap with the Fongtian group. After all, they're an established company, and Takagi-go has only just gotten up to where he is today. It's a miracle. Takagi-go, while receiving a message from Misato from Hirakawa Shiki's side, one side focuses on the development of the recreational industry. In the internet industry, Takagi-go is already a dominant player. The cell phone industry, on the other hand, accounts for a large portion of the national market, as well as exports overseas. The Apple phone created by Hajime is currently in second place and selling very well. It occupies the other half of the market and has not been exported overseas for the time being, but it will definitely be exported overseas in the future when Jime gets a foothold. Mieko's house. Takagi-go was lying on the couch. He and Mieko hadn't shared a lot of experience during this time. Mieko asked, when is Chi coming back? To be honest, Takagi-go didn't know either. Takagi-go could only say, it should be soon. After thinking about it for a while, Takagi-go planned to make a trip to the theater. Filming has recently begun on Memories of the Future, and Go Takagi visits the cast and crew. Mostly, I want to be quiet Spike. Mieko, I'm going out. Oh good. Takagi-go gets up and rides in the Porsche sports car given to him by Hajime and heads to the location of the shoot. Soon enough, Takagi-go arrived at the location of the shoot. He hadn't told anyone about this visit, and if he had, how would he have checked the real situation? That's why Takagi-go purposely wore a pair of sunglasses and a hat. After disguising himself, he walked over. The crew was shooting in a hidden state, and he ended up being stopped by security just as he arrived on the set. No one is allowed to enter who is not a member of the public. I'm not a loafer. You call your director out. When he saw Takagi-go's face, he couldn't make up his mind. Thought better of it and kicked the ball to the director in the end. So the security guard went ahead and reported to the director. After a while, a wide-bodied man came out of it. The man's attitude immediately changed when he saw how young Takagi-go was. Go on, Go on, get the hell out of here. Do you know what this place is? Takagi-go was scolded before he could say anything. He then proceeded to educate the security guard. People like this are not good people at first glance. Maybe they're bootleggers. Next time just clubbed out without talking to me. Takagi-go wanted to curse. He didn't want to, but this was forcing him to curse. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 142, Subterfuge. Takagi-go sneered as he asked back. Who are you? Who am I? I'm Assistant Director Kenichi Tagawa. Is that all the Assistant Director can do? You have a problem with that? I wouldn't dare have an opinion. Kenichi Tagawa said viciously after hearing that. It's good that you don't dare to have an opinion. Takagi-go saw this and directly took off the sunglasses he was wearing, subsequently revealing his face. Kenichi Tagawa's face, which was originally vicious, suddenly froze in place. The security guard was about to step forward to remove Takagi-go, when Kenichi Tagawa woke up as if in a dream. Immediately tucked the security guard aside. The security guard was hurt 10,000 points inside. You told me to get rid of him, and now you're kicking me. It's true that leaders are the hardest to guess. Tak. Takagi-go? That's right, that's my name. Kenichi Tagawa wanted to die. He had offended the management behind him, and pointing his nose. That boss, I was just talking out of my ass. Don't worry about it. Don't take it to heart. Kenichi Tagawa compensated with a smile. Wouldn't it seem particularly ungenerous of me if I fired you now? I'm sorry, Takagi-go asked rhetorically as he walked in. Kenichi Tagawa's eyes rolled a few times as he listened, and he bowed his head and kissed his ass. How could it be? Boss, you have a big heart. How could you be bothered with me? When he finished speaking, he carefully glanced at Takagi-go, observing his change in mood. It's a matter of whether he can stay in the ring. Can kiss ass. When Kenichi Tagawa saw him say that, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It looked like his job was saved. But there's a problem with me. What's wrong? I've always been a person who loves and hates, and I don't hide or keep my feelings to myself. So, you're fired. Kenichi Tagawa's heart thumped in a cold sweat upon hearing that, but then Takagi-go showed his teeth and smiled, patting Kenichi Tagawa on the shoulder. He said, I lied to you. Am I that petty? Kenichi Tagawa said with a leathery smile. Old boss, you really know how to joke. He couldn't figure out what Takagi-go's temper was like. Takagi-go secretly said in his heart, I'm really a petty person. Takagi-go roughly browsed around the crew and rested on the sidelines when he saw Shizuo. You guys keep filming yourselves. I just came by to check it out. After saying that, Takagi-go sat down on a chair aside. He doesn't understand this whole thing about crew shooting. After filming, Shizuo went to see Takagi-go. Well, it feels okay. It's okay. Tell me in time if anything happens. Shizuo nodded. By the end of the night, after wrapping up the group, Shizuo returned to the hotel. Takagi-go also returned to the hotel. In order not to be suspicious, Takagi-go purposely returned to the hotel 10 minutes late. As soon as he reached the corridor on the 5th floor of the hotel, he saw Kenichi Tagawa sneaking around the corridor. He stopped at a room and first looked around to make sure no one was there before. Knocked on the door of the room. Takagi-go knows that showbiz stuff very well in his heart. It is very common for directors and assistant directors to subvert actresses. This room is Shizuo's room. Takagi-go's eyes narrowed slightly. How was it possible that what he had said before about not pursuing the matter? He's always been a vindictive character. A beatdown would hurt his skin at best, and he'd lose his job. This time Takagi-go was going to send him to jail. After a while the door opened. Risa opened the door and poked her head out. Assistant director? With a lewd grin on his face, Kenichi Tagawa smirked and said to Shizuo, I have some questions about the script I'd like to discuss with you. The play. Script? Shizuo's heart thumped. She had heard about directors subverting actresses before. Yes, we are all dedicated people. Everything is to present the best results. I'm a little tired, so why don't we explore this tomorrow? It's okay, it won't take long. Kenichi Tagawa said anything to go in. Forget it, I'm really kind of tired. Shizuo said nothing to let Kenichi Tagawa in, and in the end Kenichi Tagawa got a little impatient. If soft doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way. Kenichi Tagawa intends to rush in and just take a strong-armed approach to force his way in. A thick hand clapped on his shoulder. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 143, All Love. Takagigo's thick palm slapped on Kenichi Tagawa's shoulder. Kenichi Tagawa was just about to open his mouth to spray who was so ungrateful to interrupt his pleasure. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a familiar face. You're here. Without saying a word, Takagi Goku kicks Kenichi Tagawa in the stomach. The kick was so strong that Kenichi Tagawa didn't have time to react. Ken Tagawa couldn't get up at once. Why are you still hitting people? Kenichi Tagawa bared his lips and pointed his finger at Go Takagi. Takagi Go sneered. Not only did I beat you, I wanted to send you in for a prison sentence. Well, good for you. Takagi Go raised an eyebrow as he finished speaking, and Kenichi Tagawa's face was ashen. A guy like him is a recidivist at first glance, and it's very easy to find out. He knew that once Takagi Gocha, he would be facing a long period of jail time in the future. Kenichi Tagawa crawled over and hugged Go Takagi's leg tightly, crying, I was wrong. I was really wrong. You are an adult. Takagi Go frowned tightly and reached out his cell phone to make a call. Then a few people who had run all the way up to the man came over, and Takagi Go called out to the Yamaguchi Gumi, make him disappear in front of me. Yes, Kenichi Tagawa cried out as he was dragged away. And needless to say his career after that was all but lost, and a couple years in jail, but it's what he deserves. After cleaning up, Takagi Go walked inside and closed the door behind him. Shizuho, are you okay? Nope, it's okay. Luckily, Takagi Go came just in time, so Misato didn't receive much damage. Takagi Go asked rhetorically, he's been pestering you before? Shizuho nodded. Almost. Kenichi Tagawa had been pestering Shizuho before, but none of it had been as explicit as today. It used to be all about hinting at Shizuho, both explicitly and implicitly. Then why didn't you tell me? Takagi Go asked angrily. Luckily he came to visit today. If he hadn't, I don't know what would have happened. I was afraid I'd get you in trouble. Shizuo's fingers rubbed back and forth in front of the, keeping his head down like a delinquent child. Takagi Go's temper subsided when he saw her like this. He was mostly worried about Shizuo's well-being. Takagi Go held up Shizuo's shoulders and said softly, Shizuo, don't worry about getting in trouble, because the two of us don't distinguish between you and me. Understand? His eyes were full of affection. And Shizuo froze, then nodded. Ding! Kudo Shizuo's mood has changed from calm to touched, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 800. Takagi Go reached around Shizuo and stroked her hair. Hungry? Shizuo nodded. Come on, take you to dinner. Takagi Go stopped at a barbecue stand, something he'd been looking for quite some time. There are basically not many in Tokyo. As the saying goes, the more beer you have with your barbecue, the better it gets. Shizuo had never had this before. What is this? Takagi Go patted his chest and assured. You'll see later. It's absolutely delicious. Takagi Goku Koku took one order, and when he was done, Takagi Go looked over at Shizuo and said, Shizuo cherished the time when you were as uninhibited as you are now and no one knew you. Curious? Shizuo asked. Why do you say that? No one who hangs out in the entertainment industry would want to go unrecognized. Because, after this movie, you're gonna be on fire. It's going to be hard to come out to dinner without a mask in the future. Takagi Go knows the horrors of present-day fans. Can it fire? Of course. Trust me, I've never lied to anyone in my life. After Takagi Go finished his words, the food came up. Shizuo took a bite, and then his eyes widened instantly. Yummy, yummy. Shizuo said 2 yummy in a row, which meant this was really, really good. After a good meal and drinks, Takagi Go and Shizuo went back to their hotel room. It's time to share experiences next. Shizuo's little face was already red and flushed from drinking, and Takagi Go laid her down on the bed. Again. He remembered the scene of the two men's first time. Shizuo opened his eyes and, looking at Takagi Go with what was left of her consciousness, she asked with incomparable seriousness, do you love me? Love me, or love my body? All love. Don't ask. Ask is all love. For an adult like Go Takagi, he doesn't make a choice. To love them all has always been a rule he believes in. Shizuho smiled slightly. So you love someone else too, do you? Shizuho, you'll always believe that I've always had a place for you in my heart, and it will never change. After saying that, Takagi Go kissed her lips. An exchange of experiences begins. The big battle lasted 2 hours to start. When he woke up the next day, the whole crew knew the news that the assistant director had been fired to eat jail. Most people said it hurt. And that's how it should be for scum like that. They had long since grown tired of seeing Kenichi Tagawa's behavior. But no one had stepped up to be that warrior. Takagi Go is also knocking on the door, purposely dropping the news that Kenichi Tagawa is the one who ran it. The cause was the bullying of his own family's artists. And Takagi Go believes that ever since then, there shouldn't be any ungrateful person who would bully his artist. That's what he's really after. Kill the chicken and make an example of it. Takagi Go spent a few days inside the theater set and returned to Mieko's house a few days later. As soon as he arrived at Mieko's house, Hirakawa Shiki, who was far away from home, called, "Hey, what's up? It's bad. Something happened to Misato. Take your time and tell me slowly. Looks like Takagi Go will have to go abroad himself. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 144, Pregnancy. Thanks to user 10287306 for the gift. It's bad. Something happened to Misato. Hirakawa Shiki's anxious voice came in from the phone, and Takagi Go's heart froze when he heard it. With that, he stabilized and pacified Hirakawa Chi. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. It's hard to tell over the phone. Why don't you come over? Takagi Go didn't dare to delay about Misato, and immediately said, good. I'll buy the earliest flight right away. After saying that, Takagi Go hung up the phone. Mieko, who was at the side, heard Takagi Go's words, and her 2 willow leaf eyebrows had long since furrowed. Mieko asked worriedly, Chi, did something happen to Chi? Takagi Go rubbed Mieko's head and comforted her. Nothing's wrong with Shiki. It's just that there's a problem with the business over there and I have to go over there for a few days. Mieko breathed a sigh of relief at that. As long as Chi was okay, then I'll go pack your things. After that, Mieko went to Takagi Go's room to pack his clothes. Takagi Go had Ryohana book one of the earliest flights, packed his things, and rushed over. After getting off the plane, Takagi Go rushed to the place Hirakawa Shiki had agreed upon. As soon as Takagi Go entered the cafe, he saw a man wearing a hat that, sitting in a small corner with glasses. Takagi Go was filled with black lines. This one couldn't be Hirakawa Shiki. Hirakawa Shiki reached out to greet Takagi Go after seeing him. After many days, how could he not be excited to finally meet his loved ones? You're finally. Hirakawa Shiki tightened his grip on Takagi Go's hand and Takagi Go pulled it away imperceptibly. It's not a good influence to have people see it for fear that they'll think they're. Takagi Go sat down and said breathlessly, you're afraid that people won't know you're suspicious. With Hirakawa Chi in this outfit, anyone in his right mind could tell that this guy was not a good person. Being mean to me again. I'm all by myself in a foreign country. Do you know how much I've suffered? You understand. Hirakawa Shiki immediately poured out his grievances. Takagi Go hastily reached out to stop. Go back so you can drive a Maybach. Hirakawa Shiki bristled and said, that's more like it. Well, first tell me what's going on. Hirakawa Shiki said in a mysterious manner. You'll find out later. And then Hirakawa Shiki handed Takagi Go another hat and sunglasses. Takagi Go took the sunglasses and put them on without the hat. While waiting, Hirakawa Chi ordered several cups of coffee. After a while, Misato came. Misato was still the same Misato, without a single change. Takagi Go asked in a low voice. You're fooling me. It's not a problem. Hirakawa Shiki replied. Don't worry, just wait a little longer and you'll see. You better not be lying to me or I'll go back and tear the engine out of the Maybach for you. Then how do I drive? Drive with your feet. Misato found a seat and sat down. She had also brought a book with her and opened it to read. It was obvious she was waiting for someone. Who is she waiting for? You'll see in a moment. After a while, a man walked in. Crooked man. After he greeted Misato, who smiled slightly and, the man went with the flow and sat in Misato's opposite seat. Takagi Go frowned. At which point Hirakawa Shiki said, That's what I'm talking to you about. What is it? Hirakawa held his forehead and shouted. You can't even see this? What? Hirakawa Shiki gave Takagi a skeptical look. How did you find so many dates? Cut the crap. A man and a woman meeting alone in a cafe doesn't tell us anything? Maybe. Just regular friends can't say. You can't just look at that. Hirakawa Shiki shook his head after hearing that and said, it's more than that. Release. Misato even went to the hospital the other day. Hospital? Sick? Hirakawa Shiki leaned over to Takagi's ear and whispered, gynecology. Takagi was stunned by the words, gynecology. What was the point of going here? Pregnant? Alas. Heroes think alike. We think alike. Why didn't you tell me before? I also just explored the news, and told you immediately after I found out. Hirakawa Shiki has an aggrieved look on his face. Takagi doesn't follow him much this either. It must be mine. Maybe. Asterisk. A word that Hirakawa Shiki couldn't understand came out of Takagi's mouth. What do you mean maybe? It's a certainty. A certainty. There's no way Misato would do anything to wrong me. Then you can do something to apologize to Misato. Let's not discuss this for now. Hirakawa Shiki didn't say anything, but pointed down at the man and Misato. The two men were talking and laughing, not sure what they were conversing about. Takagi frowned and asked, did you check? Checked it out. Conrad. Son of global automotive leader Conlin Tite. Chow. I don't care who he is. Takagi mentally pondered his response. He didn't know how Misato would treat him yet, but either way, he had to ask Misato about it. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly pulled Takagi. You're not going to go up there and theorize now. You think I'm as stupid as you are. Takagi going up there now will only backfire. He'll have to find an opportunity to do so. Phew. That's good. That's good. Hirakawa Shiki had just finished speaking. Reacting. You're beating around the bush and calling me names again. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to angry, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 8500. If you want to see Misato, wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow Misato is going to the hospital for a checkup. Takagi nodded, his heart aching immensely for Misato. After all, at a moment like this, the people closest to you are not with you. Thank you, user 10287306, for the king of gifts. Many thanks. I said before that I would never go back on my word about adding more. The additions will be noted after the title, so please monitor and never go back on your word. Things have been a bit hectic lately. Can't say for sure about the additions, but will certainly do what I say. Thanks again to user 10287306 for the gift. Thanks, love you. It's almost the end of the month, and I'm begging for a little freebie here and there. Make a dash for the final list, thanks to Beefy. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 145. Conrad passed Misato a cup of coffee, which Misato waved away, indicating that she wasn't drinking it. The two talked for a while. Takagi and the two of them couldn't hear anything. I can't understand it even if I listen to it, because I don't speak the language. I didn't realize Misato knew German. Takagi couldn't help but say that he had never heard Misato mention it before. What are they talking about? Can't hear or understand. Hirakawa Shiki patted Takagi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, you need to have a sense of crisis. This guy is rich. Asterisk. Another phrase that Hirakawa Shiki couldn't understand. I'm not also rich and beautiful. The two of them chatted for a couple hours, and when they were done, the two of them left. Misato got into Conrad's car. What's this for? Hirakawa Shiki said in relief. Home. It's just a ride home for Misato. I've been watching for a while before, and the guy dropped Misato off and left. Takagi breathed a sigh of relief after Hirakawa Shiki explained. Next time finish your sentence. After saying that, Takagi pulled Hirakawa Shiki into a cab and followed the two of them. Misato lived in a shared apartment, and after Conrad dropped Misato off at it didn't move too much and then drove off. See, I was right. Takagi ignored him. His mind was a bit scrambled and things were a bit different now. If Misato is really pregnant, things turn around. Maybe, even persuade Misato to return. Perhaps it was destined by God. Takagi turned his head to look at Hirakawa Shiki. Perhaps you'll be able to return home soon. Really? It's up to Misato whether you can go back or not. I'll go. Won't Misato not go back and I'll have to stay here all the time? Not really. What about my mom? I'm taking care of it. Not being able to see for so long. Do you know how much I've missed it? Hirakawa Shiki deflated his mouth in aggravation, looking like he was about to cry out. Takagi-go rolled his eyes breathlessly. I don't think you're thinking about Mieko. You're thinking about the car. Hey, you're a good judge of character. The two returned to the hotel, ready to find Misato at the hospital early the next morning. Takagi-go slapped Hirakawa Shiki's face to wake him up from his deep sleep. Gone. The two got dressed, grabbed a quick bite to eat and hit the road. Takagi-go woke up Hirakawa Shiki early because he didn't know when Misato was going to be there. Came early to wait outside the hospital. With nothing else to do, Hirakawa Shiki asked towards Takagi-go. How sure are you that you can persuade Misato to go back? It could be a matter of how soon he could drive a luxury car. Takagi-go read his mind at a glance and returned. I don't know, but it's always worth a try. Hirakawa Shiki suddenly shook Takagi-go's shoulder at that moment. Misato is here. Misato arrived at the hospital alone. She stopped in front of the hospital for a few seconds before walking in. Come on, follow it. The two of them were so heavily armed that even if Mieko had come, she wouldn't have recognized them. Upon entering the hospital, the two men carefully followed Misato. Misato stopped at a section and then walked in. When Misato walked in, Hirakawa Shiki hastily pulled the mask off his face. Phew, suffocate me. Hirakawa Shiki took a big breath. You're waiting for her to come out before you go over there? Takagi-go nodded. The clock turns a little bit and ticks. At that moment, Misato came out from inside with a list in her hand. She sat on the bench, her head down, wondering what she was thinking. Misato's hand gently brushed her stomach. Takagi-go had keenly observed this detail, and he was now 100% certain that the Misato is just pregnant. That's much better. Takagi-go instructed Hirakawa Shiki. Wait for me here. I'll go over there myself. Hirakawa Shiki nodded and responded. Good. Takagi-go walked over to him. He walked slowly, his footsteps light. Misato still had her head down and didn't notice. Takagi-go's eyes were filled with heartache as he reached out to stroke Misato's hair. Misato jerked her head up to try and go for cover, but when her eyes caught sight of Takagi, she froze. Misato still had tear stains on her face, and Takagi-go reached up to wipe them off her face. Sorry, I'm late. Misato's emotions broke down instantly, and she couldn't stop her tears like a river. Takagi-go buried her head in his arms. Misato must have suffered many indignities these days. While Misato cried, Takagi-go ran his hand through her hair. Not talking is the best comfort at this time. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punched the list, and I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 146, Return to China. Sorry, I'm late. Takagi-go gently stroked Misato's hair. Slowly his shirt became soaked with tears. Hirakawa Ji, who was watching from afar, shook his head slightly and said bitterly to himself, if I had known it would be like this, why bother in the first place? Ryohana, Misato, they're all first-class beauties. An ordinary person would be content to get one. Takagi-go was greedy. He wanted them all. However, Hirakawa Shiki put himself in his place. And if he had, will you choose one for yourself or both? He seems to have the same answer as Takagi-go. After crying for a while, Misato stopped crying. Misato wiped the teardrops off her face and headed out of the hospital. Takagi-go hurriedly followed at the sight. Misato! Misato! Takagi-go shouted as he hurried. But Misato was just like a cow. Headed out the door without looking back. Takagi-go kind of realized what it meant to have an angry girlfriend who was stubborn as a bull. Those legs are pretty fast backwards. No matter how much Takagi shouted, Misato wasn't listening. Takagi-go quickly ran in front of Misato. I cried on me just now and turned my eyes away. Still ignoring Takagi-go, Misato continued on. Takagi-go saw this and directly took Misato's hand. Misato, you're pregnant. The baby is mine, right? Misato bowed her head in silence when she heard it, her meaning unmistakable. Takagi-go continued. Then I, as the father of the child, should have the right to know as well. Misato still had her head down and didn't say a word. Misato, come back home with me. I go back? What would you have her do if I went back? The she Misato was referring to was Ryuga. This time it was Takagi-go's turn to be silent. I'm not going back. What about the baby? You can't afford good medical care abroad. So go back to your home country. I will provide the best and finest medical care. Takagi-go adopts a child strategy to get Misato back. I promise you, if you really want to leave and have the baby, I won't stop you if you leave or stay then. Takagi-go said as he looked Misato in the eye. A statement that was of course a lie to her. The children and the adults he will keep. Misato, just listen to him this time. He knows you're out of the country and, let me come over overnight to watch over you and ask me about you when I hear about you. Hirakawa Shiki jumped out of nowhere to intercede for Takagi-go. Takagi-go gave him an appreciative look as he listened. The bastard wasn't that useless. It's still somewhat useful in a pinch. And I can't go back if you don't. Hirakawa Shiki muttered in a small voice. Takagi-go breathlessly rolled his eyes. A statement that could have actually been left out. With the dual persuasion of Go Takagi and Shiki Hirakawa, and the promise of the, Misato finally decided to go back with them. On the airplane, Takagi-go's head was pressed against Misato's stomach. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? Actually, I don't think it matters if it's a boy or a girl. I like them both. When Takagi-go finished, Misato said nothing and was silent. It's nothing like before. It's like a different person. It was Takagi-go who was talking the whole time. Hirakawa-ji held his forehead and sighed in his heart. He still had to let me step in. Me too. I like both boys and girls. Hirakawa-chi voiced out in agreement. Hearing this, Takagi-go once again leaned down close to Misato's stomach and said, Good boy. We don't talk to single dogs. Holy. Hirakawa Shiki felt like he had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. There's no such thing as bullying, pouring salt into people's wounds. The corners of Misato's mouth quirked up slightly when she heard it, and something finally changed on her face. The plane landed. Hirakawa Shiki returned to Tokyo after a long absence, and he stretched out his, Tokyo. Little master is back. Misato. We don't know him. Stay away from him or people will think we're retarded. After saying that, Takagi-go pulled Misato's hand away from Hirakawa Shiki. ********. What for? The car that Takagi-go had arranged for was already in place, so they got in it and they left the place. Misato saw that it wasn't the way back to her house and asked, Where is this going? Oh, I've bought you a house, so you'll just have to rest on your laurels for the rest of your life. Don't worry about the rest. Misato nodded, her eyes looking out the window, wondering what she was thinking. Takagi-go thought it was unfortunate that Misato had agreed to return to her country. Just take it one step at a time after that. It's easy to rip your balls off with big steps. Engagement is only the first threshold. Marriage is the second. So let's get over the first one first. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punch the list. And I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 147 Movie Release Crisis. Upon arriving at the location, Takagi-go said to the driver, Go back first. Yes. Takagi-go and the 3 of them got out of the car, and when they got home, Misato took a look at how beautifully decorated the house was. Taking on a pink color, Takagi-go smiled and said, How about it, Misato? It was specially laid out for you. Like it or not. Misato swept in without speaking, knowing that Misato would love it. Takagi-go walked over to the refrigerator and, as he walked away, he said, It's been a while since I've cooked for you. Do you want to? Misato didn't answer, but it was Hirakawa Shiki who replied. Think. With Hirakawa Shiki as a supporter, Takagi-go wasn't too cold. Without further ado, Takagi-go got up and headed for the kitchen. An hour later, the empty table was filled with food. At the dinner table, Misato said nothing and was silent, and Takagi-go stayed silent at the sight. On the contrary, Hirakawa-chi lowered his head and ate like no one was watching. As he ate, Hirakawa Shiki realized that there seemed to be something not quite right about the atmosphere. He looked up as the rest of the duo went their separate ways to eat. Hirakawa Shiki saw this and continued to eat with his head down. After eating and drinking his fill, Hirakawa-chi burped. Takagi-go breathlessly rolled his eyes. Eat, just know how to eat. After eating, Hirakawa-chi whispered, when are we going home? Takagi realized. You kid is trying to go home. You kid is trying to go home to drive a sports car. Right. You go back. You're not going back? This is my house. What am I going back for? Hirakawa-shiki thought about it and thought it made some sense. But, what about the sports car? Don't worry. Wait for tomorrow. Wait for tomorrow. I'll make sure you drive it. Really? Of course it's true. You know me. I'm a man who always keeps his word. Hirakawa-shiki looked at him with contemptuous eyes as he listened. And if he believed half a word of Takagi-go, even if he loses. I don't believe it. You can't believe it if you don't. When Hirakawa-shiki thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If you lie to me, there's no feelings between the two of us. Do you see that I care? Hirakawa-shiki was speechless. He was completely outclassed by Takagi-go. After Hirakawa-shiki leaves, only Misato and Takagi-go are left behind. Misato got up and went back to her room, with Takagi-go following behind. As Misato was about to close the door to her room, Takagi-go said, "Can't I come in?" Takagi-go's tone was pitiful, like a child abandoned by others. "Can't." Misato replied coldly. "Are you that cruel to leave me out here? There's still room." Takagi-go mentally said that he bought the wrong one. He should have just bought a room for that. He bought a 3-room. Misato closed the door to her room when she finished speaking, and Takagi-go was confident in himself that, it's a long way to go though. Takagi-go wasn't afraid though. The next morning, Takagi-go and Misato finished breakfast. "I'm going out. Tell me if you need anything," Takagi-go said with concern. Misato nodded and Takagi-go tried to hug Misato before leaving but was denied. After leaving the house, Takagi-go returns to Mieko's house. Hirakawa-shiki hurriedly greeted him from inside. "I see this sports car is closer than your father." Takagi-go scolded with a laugh. "More than that." Takagi-go led him to the front of the garage and the garage door slowly opened. A brand new black Maybach was parked inside the garage, and when Hirakawa-shiki saw it, immediately jumped for joy, like a child. How Takagi-go feels like Hirakawa-shiki's father, buying him a car and getting him a job, and then also taking care of Mieko on the side. The more you look at it that way the more it looks like it. Hirakawa-shiki excitedly ran over to Takagi-go and gave him a kiss. You stay away from me. Takagi-go didn't expect Hirakawa-shiki to be like this at all. Disgusted, he wiped the saliva off the place where Hirakawa-shiki had kissed him. Hirakawa-shiki acts as if he didn't hear it, and Takagi-go throws him the car keys. Immediately, Hirakawa-shiki ran out like a wild bull in a frenzy. Hirakawa-shiki is also driving a sports car as expected. Misato's return to the States has been a quiet time. In a few months, the movie Memories of the Future starring Shizuo is coming out. Go Takagi has absolute confidence in this movie. He wants to make Shizuo the first goddess in the country. But the internet was really very unimpressed with the movie, and the negatives outweighed the positives. This garbage movie. Can't read it. Can't understand it. Guess it's just another bad movie not worth watching. I'll bet $1 it's an absolutely terrible movie. Agreed. But do you know who the funders are behind it? Who is it? Ryogoku Entertainment. So, Takagi-go founded it, and through all of this, do you think he'd do something he wasn't sure of? You're just blindly superstitious about him. Warren Buffett still has losses. Why wouldn't he? I think this movie is going to be a hit. This movie is going to be a hit and I'm going to eat poop straight away. Dare you? Really? Of course it's true. Bet on it. There's one thing to be said for the female lead. She's quite good looking. I haven't seen her before. She should be a newcomer. Takagi-go was in his office, browsing the internet, reading with fascination that he was unimpressed by the netizens' skepticism. When people say you can't, only the ones who really can't get upset. Those who start at 2 hours like Takagi-go are usually not angry, but only smile slightly. I was looking up when suddenly there was a knock on one of the office doors. The only one who could enter directly without knocking was Ryohana. Besides Hirakawa-shiki, Takagi-go looked at it and saw that it was indeed Aika, with an anxious look on her face. Youngwa, what's wrong? Senpai, let's not get personal. Takagi-go asked back with a faint smile. Haven't we always been targeted? Youngwa froze, then said, it seems so. Where it's being targeted. Movies. The newly released movie was targeted. Guys, something came up so I'm a little late posting. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punched the list, and I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 148, The Film and Television Empire. Targeted? Don't you worry. Elaborate. Younghwa took a sip of water and continued. Isn't the movie going to be released after filming? Yes, that's the process. But no theaters want to release it. No theaters want to release it? This simply doesn't make sense. And when things go wrong, they go wrong. Takagi bowed his head in deep thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the desktop. Kenshiro Hashibe did this? Takagi couldn't think of anyone else but their family with so much power. The Bridges are in real estate, the biggest real estate company in the country. Also theaters are involved a lot. Inghwa tilted her head and asked rhetorically, how do you know? Before she could say anything, Takagi understood. Ha, I knew it as soon as I guessed. So what do we do nowadays? Takagi fingers were still tapping on the table, and Ihana knew he was thinking and didn't make a sound to interrupt. Ihana gives Takagi a heads up that there will be more than just this one movie for the Ryohana group in the future. It would be much more convenient to have your own theater. Younghwa, there's no bankruptcy or other small theaters. Yes, that would be nice. Senpai, you want to buy it? After following her for so long, Ihana had long guessed what Takagi was thinking. That's right, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Takagi immediately decided. Ihana, you buy everything you can. Don't skimp on the money. Yes. Younghwa gets her orders and immediately walks out to prepare for the acquisition of the theater. Acquisition is just the first step. If there is no movie supply on it, absolutely lose money. But how could Takagi not have a good movie? There are plenty in the system. System, I want to buy something. When the system was instructed, it immediately appeared in Takagi's mind as a store. Remaining emotional value, 800. Takagi clicked on the movie and TV section and browsed through it. And it had everything. Only you can't think of it. Not what it doesn't have. Takagi sees a familiar teacher during his browsing. No. You're selling all this. Do hosts want to buy one? Never mind. I've seen it before. Finally, Takagi set his sights on anime. 1001:400 emotional value. Another you name it, 200 emotional value. None of them are cheap. But the system gives you the source of the movie and you don't have to do anything yourself. Saves a lot of money, which is a good deal when you look at it that way. System, I'm going to buy these too. Does the host confirm? Takagi clicked confirm. Emotional value of 600 has been consumed. Emotional value of 200 remaining. Things have been put into the backpack. Takagi wants to build his own movie and TV empire. Bridgeside home. Tad-Ada Hashibe, the head of the Hashibe family, sat in the main seat. Kenhiro Hashibe and other company shareholders sat in the remaining seats. I heard that. Takagi has been on a theater buying spree lately? I'm sorry. Hashibe Tad-Ada spoke faintly. Exactly. Kenshiro Hashibe called out from the sidelines. I guess Takagi is like an ant in a hot pot right now. It's a rush. However, right now Takagi is fighting a wolf in his office. Hashibe Tad-Ada rolled his eyes. He really had nothing to say to this indisputable son. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. And the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. He was so good himself, but he ended up giving birth to such a loser as Kenhiro Hashibe. The key is that he is an old man. And he is the only one. So he can't even open a small number if he wants to. Keep an eye on Takagi at all times. And also put out a message that anyone who dares to release a movie from their company is against us. After 2 weeks of acquisitions, a small portion of the theater is in Takagi's pocket. Takagi looked at it and thought it was okay. Something was better than nothing. Besides, he wasn't worried. If his movie is good enough to be profitable, he doesn't believe that other theaters won't be impressed. As the saying goes, no one messes with money. Younghwa, you go and arrange for a roadshow, so it can be released in the near future. And by the way, I've got 2 other anime here that were released together. I think. Takagi commanded that he must take advantage of the opportunity to open up the market. The only way other theaters will risk offending Hashibe Tad-Ada is if they show absolute strength themselves. Work with yourself. The roadshow itself is going to be there, and it's a great time to show your face and build momentum. Yes, Younghwa set out to do it. Guys, something came up so I'm a little late posting. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punched the list, and I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus one more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 149, The Despicable Takagi Go. Roadshow site. All the creators from the cast of Memories of the Future are here, along with Go Takagi. Follow the process and connect with the audience. However, Go Takagi just stood to the side, and didn't speak either. It wasn't his turn to act like a pussy now. The really strong ones often come out at the end. Next it was the audience's turn to ask questions. At this point, the host said, "Thank you, viewers, for your support. I will now randomly select lucky audience members to ask questions." The host then picks to a girl. The girl stood up and looked at Takagi Go and said, "I'd like to ask Mr. Takagi Go a few questions." "You asked." Takagi Go said. "I'd like to ask Mr. Takagi Go, you've been very successful in the business field. Why would you even choose the movie and television industry?" Takagi Go smiled slightly. "Actually, my purpose from the beginning has been to benefit the people of everything I do too." The crowd was shocked, as if that were true. Founding fishing for treasure to make people's lives easier, creating only wolves for sale at low prices, creating penguin communication software, and Orange Mobile. All of this is a testament to the fact that Takagi Go wants to benefit people. Takagi Go continued, "Honestly, there are many bad movies on the internet these days, and I just can't see it." It's true what he said. When he was in the movie theater, he watched bad movies 3 times in a row. He was about to puke from watching it. So, I'm going to drive bad movies out of the market, and I promise you this. Every work our company produces must be of high quality. I'm going to create an unparalleled movie and television empire. Takagi Go's words rang true, and every word he spoke lingered in people's ears. It is a product of the Liangwu Group. This person in front of me is new to film and television and he dares to speak out of turn. The girl asked again. "I heard that you're releasing 2 more anime movies together this time, respectively, Chihiro and Chihiro. Your name, and I'd like to ask Mr. Takagi Go why they chose to release them together." "Want the truth?" The girl nodded. Takagi Go directly charged. "I'm not going to lie. Our entertainment company has just been established. It suffered a crackdown from the Bridgeside Group, who joined other theaters to boycott our films." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. There were a few faces that knew the inside scoop that didn't have the slightest expression on them. Takagi Go continued, "Be that as it may, we bought some movie theaters that, it's rare but better than nothing, so our movie will only be able to be seen at Ryogo Cinema, and we ask for your support." Takagi Go sells a direct wave of misery. He didn't want to. It was all because of Kenshiro Hashibe and the others. Kenhiro Hashibe and Tadeda Hashibe watch Go Takagi's roadshow in front of the TV. Hearing Takagi Go say that, Hashibe Kenhiro threw the cup in his hand straight away and, yelling, he said, "This guy is despicable, pouring all the dirty water on us and winning the sympathy of others himself." Hashibe Tadeda glanced at him and said impatiently, "Calm down. That's why you're angry? Father?" This woman still keeps asking him. She really dares to ask any question. Stupid. Kenshiro Hashibe was a bit confused as to how to scold him again. Tadeda Hashibe looked at him with hate in his eyes. "You still don't see that this woman is the one Go Takagi is looking for?" "He looked for it?" "Exactly. Why? Isn't it just a way to bash us with the questions this girl is asking? How vile." Hashibe Tadeda is speechless to the core. "You think everyone else is like you? That's got to be stupid." Kenhan Hashibe ran out of ideas and asked, "Father, so what should we do now? There must be a lot of people who sympathize with Takagi Go." Tadeda Hashibe grunted. "What else can I do? Now I can only expect his movie to suck." This feeling of pinning his hopes on someone else was getting on his nerves. It is equivalent to having one's life and death in someone else's hands. After the girl asked her question, Takagi Go nodded his head contentedly and, "It's just nice to find your own TO. Does everyone have any other questions? If not, we're done for the day." At this point, suddenly a dude from the underground shouted, "When are you going to develop a new game? I'm tired of playing with just wolves." It was a completely unexpected situation, and the segment was not scheduled in advance. The host took over and said, "Looks like this one's a fan of the game, too. I've been wanting to ask Takagi Go-san this question for a while now, and I was wondering if I could answer it?" Takagi Go smiled slightly after hearing this. "There's no rush. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. I've got plenty of good stuff here. Take your time. You'll be absolutely satisfied." Takagi Go says ambiguous things, piques your interest, but doesn't give you that, tickles the heart. There were several more runs in the coming weeks. but Takagi Go didn't go. He has achieved the effect of going there once, but if he goes there more often, he will be mistaken as putting on a show. That would be kind of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. After the roadshow, everything depends on the movie being released. I'm afraid no company would dare to release 3 new movies at once. If successful, the movie and television empire belonging to Go Takagi officially opens. If it fails, Takagi Go doesn't seem to have considered that aspect. Because the word failure was not in his vocabulary, he tore out those 2 pages. Guys, something came up so I'm a little late posting. It's the end of the month, 2 more days to go. Don't leave gifts. Brothers, punch the list. Here's a plea for free swag. Love you guys. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 150. The word of mouth is overwhelming. We've won an award. The time came and the movie was on time. Meanwhile, the Hashibashi group has released so many movies. The purpose is obvious. To take the opportunity to block the movies released by the Liangwu group and to encroach on their share. Fighting to leave no one behind for Takagi Go. Takagi Go knows it in his heart, but he's going to win on quality. Nowadays Penguin communication software has become the #1 communication software that people use. Publicity essential. Takagi Go directly and vigorously advertised. Not just online, but offline plazas are being advertised. All of a sudden, the whole country knew that Takagi Go was going to release 3 movies. And Go Takagi chose these 3 movies cleverly to cover a wide range of age groups. On top of that, Go Takagi hires mercenaries on the internet. Everything has been prepared. This battle can only win, cannot lose. Ryo Goku Group. Takagi Go sat in his office, reliving just the wolf. Ryohana walks in and sees Takagi Go sitting and playing a game, and her eyes light up. Brother, you're really my brother. You're still playing games at this hour. Aren't you worried at all? Himself at short intervals. Looking at the data 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 at small intervals. Nervous as hell. Takagi Go replied lightly. What's there to worry about? Do your best. Ryohana chewed on Takagi Go's words, and the reasoning seemed to make sense. Well, the numbers are pretty good. Then what are you worried about? Even if we make less money this time, it's good to get the word of mouth going. Takagi Go's goal this time around would not be to make money, but to build up word of mouth for Ryo Go Entertainment. Of course it's naturally best if you can earn it, and it's fine if you don't. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. The movie release lasted for a week and the word of mouth for these 3 movies under Takagi Go's company was overwhelming. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Crowds are large. Seats are scarce. Tickets are hard to come by. And the venue is full. One of the hottest movies is 1001. Shizuho also became famous with this movie. One of the backpacks shaking his head captured the hearts of a bunch of straight men. It jumped up to National Goddess in a flash and really burst into flames. Shizuho, Shizuho, you're my goddess. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's my goddess. Stop arguing. You're arguing back and forth and Shizuo will have to explain it to me again when he finds out. Shameless. Say, wasn't there a guy who mouthed off earlier, saying something about, lose and eat poop. Eat quickly, I can't wait. I don't know who said that. Don't eat, I despise you. I really didn't expect these 3 movies to be so good. Especially 1001. Agreed. Agreed. 1001 is a great movie for 100 years. All recommended. Kenhiro Hashibe and Nakata Hashibe watched the news on the internet and their teeth itched with anger. Their worst fears have come true. As Go Takagi's movie is a huge hit and word-of-mouth hit, and although the movie released on his site had more money than Takagi Go, relying on theater multiplexes to achieve, but word-of-mouth collapsed. The follow-up is definitely not as good as Takagi Go's. If Takagi Go were to say it, he'd say, being fierce at first isn't called being fierce. Follow-up fierce is what is really called fierce. Longevity is what counts. It's been a month since the movie was released, and Takagi Go is idle these days. Younghwa trotted all the way in at that moment, a smile spreading across her face. Takagi Go had good news at first glance, or else Ryohana wouldn't be smiling so happily. Something good? Takagi Go was the first to ask. How do you know? Ryohana asked rhetorically, knowing before she even said anything about Takagi Go. You put everything on your face. I can't even think about it. It wouldn't survive 3 days in any other company. Takagi-go couldn't help but smile. Aika was just so innocent. I thought I had you. And besides, I don't go to other companies. I'm only in yours. What's good? Awarded. Ryohana continued with a beat of her words. Thousand has won the Little Gold Man Award. The Little Gold Man Award? Exactly. Ryohana popularized it for Takagi-go. Who understood that? This is similar to the Oscars of the previous world, which are globally recognized awards. That would be good publicity for us. Takagi-go nodded down lightly. When do I get my award? Next month. Okay, just get ready and we'll go together then. You can't go to a pretty country for nothing. You have to bring some gifts anyhow. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punched the list. And I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 151, Takagi-go. The Righteous Man. The good news that Takagi-go's work had won an award soon reached the ears of both father and son Hashibe. The two of them have been happily gnashing their teeth, but they can't seem to do anything else but rage impotently. Takagi-go was in a good mood, and he was going to check on Risa. I haven't seen it since the last time I took out the Kawasaki in Arawa's lair. After last time, Takagi-go bought a house for Risa in the suburbs. Pick it up with her sister. Takagi-go drove to the outskirts of the countryside. He spoke to Risa before he arrived. When they arrived, Risa had already cooked the meal long before she figured out the time. Risa had been trained as an assassin to know every skill, and cooking was naturally not a problem. Risa is very grateful to Takagi-go for rescuing her sister. It would have said I wanted to cook. Risa, you're all done. Takagi-go smiled as he looked at the large table of dishes in front of him. You're so busy every day already. You shouldn't be allowed to do it. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. I'll save my hand for your sister next time. Risa looked dotingly at her sister, Riho, as she listened and reached out to stroke her hair. Thanks. Thank you, brother, Riho said carefully. She'd been living as a parasite before, so she was good at reading people's eyes. Takagi-go smiled. There's no need to be so formal in front of me. Especially don't be cold like your sister. Riho whipped her head around to look at Risa at that. Gone is the previous green tea character of Risa. Okay, let's eat first. After finishing his meal, Takagi-go got up and went to do the dishes. Risa hastily stopped and said, I'll do it. You cooked the meal, so of course I have to do the dishes. Very reasonable, isn't it? No, Riho chimed in. Or, why don't I just brush it? Both men looked at Riho at the same time. What? Why are they all looking at me? Just brush it off. You're young. It's a great time to exercise. So Takagi-go and Risa very much agreed to let Riho do the dishes. The two of them were sitting in chairs outside enjoying the view. Takagi-go wrapped his arms around Risa as it was getting late and stars strolled across the sky. Risa would never have imagined that she could live such an incredibly comfortable life. It's like a dream. Risa, are you grateful to me now, or do you really like me? Takagi-go asked. Of all the women Takagi-go met, Risa, Hajime, he couldn't 100% confirm Shizuo's feelings for himself, but all the others Takagi-go could 100% confirm it. Risa said after a moment of contemplation. Before, I might have been grateful but I don't know when it went from gratitude to love. She said what she had to say and didn't hide her feelings at all. By now the vibe had been achieved and Takagi-go took the opportunity to kiss. Let's share our experiences later? Takagi-go asked. Where Risa didn't understand what Takagi-go was implying beyond his words. She instantly blushed. When Takagi-go saw that, he asked, What are you blushing for, Risa? I'm talking about kung fu experience. You're thinking the wrong way? Then, Takagi-go looked up to the sky and said, I'm a decent man. Don't you dare think of me in a crooked way. Risa was completely defeated by Takagi-go's thick skin. In the evening, Takagi-go and Risa go back to their room to discuss their experiences. When he was done, Takagi-go kind of missed the disguised Risa from before. Green tea has green tea benefits. Early the next morning, Takagi-go woke up. Risa had gotten the meal ready a long time ago. The cold female assassin turned into a virtuous wife. Enough of a contrast. Risa, if you're bored you can work back at the office or be my secretary. I'm sorry, Takagi-go offered. mostly because he was afraid that Risa was getting bored with her rest. Risa nodded and said, "Good." After dinner, Takagi-go was going to check on Misato. He's leaving for the pretty country next month, and how many days he'll be there is yet to be determined. He's not just going to receive an award this time, he's going to expand his movie and TV empire. By the time I see Misato for a long time, the changes will surely be very drastic. Takagi-go bought lots and lots of food, planning to make a big meal for Misato. Misato's belly was slightly bulging at this point, but it wasn't very big yet. Takagi-go hurriedly took Misato's hand and led her to sit on the couch. Reaching out as usual, he climbed onto her stomach. "Good boy. Did you miss your daddy?" A glimmer of warmth appeared on Misato's icy face. He was true to the child. Instead of just dumping a bank card and telling her to get an abortion, as was shown in previous TV shows. If that was the case, she would have fought to the death to escape to a place where Takagi-go couldn't find her in any way. "Well, Misato, why don't you get some rest and I'll go make you a nice meal?" After saying that, Takagi-go got up and went to the kitchen. After a while, Takagi-go brought up the meal, then went over and led Misato to the dining table. "The months are young now. I don't have to dope yet." "That's not good. I'm not comfortable with that," Takagi-go said. During the meal, Misato remained the same, cold. "In a few days I'm going on a trip to the pretty country. Oh, don't you miss me when the time comes, Misato?" "Aha. Cold violence me. Oh, humph. You don't want me. My kid does. Aha." Takagi-go ran out of ideas. He changed the topic and asked, "When it's inconvenient to have a big belly later on, I'll get you a babysitter?" "No, my mom will take care of me then." Takagi-go was very distrustful of Misato's mom, and he knows exactly what kind of personality his mom has. But you can't say it out right now. You have to think long and hard about it. "Aha. It's almost the end of the month. Brothers punched the list, and I'm begging for a little freebie here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry." The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 152, I love you. I will always love you. After finishing his meal, Takagi-go got up and went to do the dishes. After everything was done, Takagi-go stayed with Misato for a while. It had been mostly Takagi-go talking, and Misato's attitude was neither cold nor hot. As they were chatting, Misato's brow suddenly tightened. Takagi-go was concerned. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Misato shook her head slightly and said, No, not yet. You're hurting like hell." "It's fine. It's just that my back has been hurting a bit lately. You told me I would have gotten a massage." Takagi-go pulls Misato inside the house without a word, and Misato at first says no, but Go Takagi was very determined. Massage Takagi-go is a professional. Takagi-go then told Misato a story as he massaged her. Takagi-go was telling an interesting story, and Misato forgot about the pain in her body as she listened, unconsciously laughing out loud. "Well, doesn't it feel better?" Takagi-go asked. "Well, it does get easier," Misato answered truthfully. "Make sure you tell me if you don't feel well from now on, and don't tough it out," Takagi-go admonished. "Got it." Misato's tone was much milder than before. At that moment, Takagi-go's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and the word English flower is displayed on it. "I'm going to take a call, so take a break," Takagi-go said. Misato nodded, and Takagi-go stepped out onto the balcony to answer the phone. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment, an imperceptible smile appeared on Misato's face. "Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry." The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 153, receiving the prize. Misato woke up early the next morning and opened her eyes. By now there was no one next to her. It was true that Takagi-go didn't do much more than hold her last night, It really feels like a dream, Misato thought to herself. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Takagi-go walked in and smiled. Wake up, Misato nodded down lightly. The meal is ready and waiting for you. Takagi-go takes care of Misato in every way possible. After eating, Takagi-go went to the office later. He has a trip to the pretty country next month and he has quite a few errands to run. These days Takagi-go comes here to Misato as soon as there's nothing else to do. It was the intention to spend more time with Misato before she left for the pretty country. Time flew by and a month passed. The trio of Takagi-go, Hirakawa Shiki, and Ihana arrive at the Tokyo airport. Hirakawa Shiki snorted. I don't know why I had to be called. It must be useful to have you over. Let me be the laborer. Hirakawa Chi has a clear idea of his position. Takagi-go patted him on the shoulder. Looks like you're a little self-aware after all. Hirakawa Shiki was stunned. I just said that and you really took it seriously. But he couldn't refute it. Trio boarding. After a couple of hours, the plane slowly landed at LAX. The three stayed in a hotel arranged by the organizers. The award ceremony isn't until tomorrow, so there's no rush, so you can get some rest today. Early the next morning, the three Takagi-gos set off for the award ceremony. At this point, the award ceremony was filled to capacity. The three Takagi-gos were seated by the staff. The process started normally and nothing else happened in it. It doesn't do much more than create a buzz. But Go Takagi came to Pretty Country for more than just receiving an award. He wanted more. After receiving their awards, the three of them left the area. Hirakawa Shiki asked in some confusion. That's the end of it? Takagi-go shook his head. No, it's just beginning now. Then what else do we need? Younghwa, have you found a company yet? Found it. Come on, you lead the way. Hirakawa Shiki was dumbfounded. What are you two talking about? He understood every word the two of them said, but together they didn't. There's a sense of a good friend chatting without you. The three men came to the front of a company. Hirakawa Shiki muttered under his breath. Waltz Company. Takagi-go smiled and teased. And you know a few words. I at least graduated from the University of Tokyo. The three men walked in. Ihana has already bought this movie company long ago. Takagi-go isn't short of money right now. This company is also on the verge of bankruptcy and can't spend more than a few bucks. Inside came out a western-looking white man in his 40s. He's Walt, the owner of this company. After a brief hello, Takagi-go directly stated the purpose of his visit. I'm going to make Walt's company a globally recognized film and television company. Walt's face was shocked. He just couldn't imagine this coming from someone so young. Takagi-go was so young, he really didn't believe it too much. But after all, this was the boss and nothing could be said to question it. System, I want a lottery. Okay, 4 draws remaining. Then, an immense carousel appeared in Takagi-go's mind. Can the host set the draw range for me? Takagi-go asked, as he only wanted to smoke pieces about the movie. You can, but it's going to add 200 to your emotional value. 200? Takagi-go looked at his emotion value and realized that there was just 200 left. The system is aware of the fact that they only have 200, so they priced it at 200 depending on the person. But Takagi-go couldn't say anything. Fine, then spend 200 emotions. Which area of the reward is the host going to take? Movie and TV. Use several chances to draw. Twice. Takagi-go intends to keep it twice just in case. The reel spun rapidly, and Takagi-go panicked a little inside. Unsure of what to draw. Don't let it be a bad movie. Bad movies are a bad thing. And Takagi won't do that. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph. Then heart. Chapter 154 Disney Establishment. The turntable spun slowly, then slowly stopped. 2 familiar movie covers appeared in Takagi-go's mind. Iron Man. Transformers. The reward has been put into the host's backpack, and the host can take it out at any time. 2 draws remaining. Takagi-go's eyes instantly widened as the gold content of these 2 movies naturally went without saying. In his previous life, he made over $2 billion at the box office. He's a money-sucking maniac. It goes without saying that Iron Man's gold content opens the door to the Marvel Universe straight away. Hirakawa Shiki reached out and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Why was he talking and not moving? Brother, you're okay. Takagi-go came back to his senses after hearing this and instructed Walt. I'll give you the funds too. Don't skimp on the money. Get more skilled people in movies. Walt was a little confused. It's 2. What is it? Takagi-go took out 2 copies of the book from his own backpack. I have 2 scripts here that. Look it over and get it made down. Don't worry about the money. Produced with the best in movie and television technology. Walt took the book suspiciously, wondering where Takagi-go had found the script. Walt opened it, and the expression on his face gradually changed from one of disdain to one of shock. Eyes went wide. This is a great book. He had never seen such a book. Imaginative and incredible. In his previous life, Takagi-go understood the value of these 2 commercials very well. Well, 2. Great. Walt was in an excited mood, knowing that the commercial value of these 2 books if they were actually filmed. It's definitely setting the world on fire. Takagi-go nodded and said, that's fine. By the way, change the name of the movie company. Puzzled, Walt asked, change? Change to what? Let's call it Disney. Disney? Exactly. Is there a moral? There's no moral, it's just the name that came to mind. Takagi-go surely wouldn't say it was a portmanteau of the name of his movie company in his previous life. Takagi-go then instructed some more words. Points of attention. Restoring the previous movie as much as possible. Keep it original. When this pass was finished, Walt listened to it, nodding his head in shock. Takagi-go has built the Marvel Universe plus the Transformers universe together by tying them together. Mainly, there are no copyright issues. The more Walt listened, the more excited he became. And he gave the kid a straight-up orgasm. He knows how awesome it's going to be when this movie universe gets set up. Cuckoo earns money. Walt was breathing a little hard as he said, so where's the rest of that script? Takagi-go tugged at the corner of his mouth. I haven't written it yet. Walt tugged at the corner of his mouth as well, and Takagi-go then added, it's okay. All these big pies I've painted for you will come true later. After saying that, Takagi-go patted Walt's shoulder. Inghua covered her mouth and snickered from the sidelines, drawing a big pie and telling others about it. Well, you go ahead and get started on these 2 movies. Tell me if you're short of money and I'll manage enough for you. It was the first time Walter had heard such trenchant talk. Walt heaved his head. This was his big chance to make a name for himself. Takagi-go explained everything and left the place. The matter has been clearly explained, and after that it is up to him to do what he wants to do. Today is an extremely important day for the movie and television giant company Disney to establish. Where are we going next? Hirakawa-chi asked. Nope, Takagi-go said faintly. It's gone? What more do you want? Then why did you call me here? I came lonely alone, so I called on you. Holy. Hirakawa-shiki broke his defense directly after hearing that he was lying comfortably at home and nothing to do but drive a little sports car and blow up the streets. Takagi-go patted him on the shoulder. I'll show you a long way. Okay. Hirakawa-shiki knew that Takagi-go was doing it for his own good, and he then followed up with, come what may. Why don't we hang out in pretty country for a while? What are you playing at? I still want to see Misato. Takagi-go favors Hirakawa-shiki, despite what he says. Took the 2 of them for a half day in pretty country. You have to ask why Takagi-go favors Hirakawa-shiki so much. Who called Takagi-go his father? The next day, the 3 of them boarded a flight back to Tokyo. Takagi-go's reputation reached its peak once again after receiving his award in pretty country, because no one can receive such an award in a beautiful country. Takagi-go is the one and only. The national media is buzzing about Go Takagi. Along with this, the attendance of the 3 movies under the Takagi-go company has skyrocketed in these days. Younghwa, on being informed of such, giving Takagi-go a thumbs up. It's still senpai's farsightedness, attending an award ceremony and driving people's enthusiasm for watching movies so much. The corners of Takagi-go's mouth tugged slightly when he heard Ihana's praise. He hadn't even thought of it himself, but there was no way he was going to break it down himself. Takagi-go pretended to be deep and said, I didn't expect to be seen through by you. Takagi-go has undoubtedly won this battle, and the movie and TV market has been opened up. The next step is to expand the impact. There's no rush, one step at a time. After Takagi-go got things done, he went to find Misato. These days he was either running over to Misato or playing with Ryuga. To make up for not accompanying Ryuga before, things have been a bit hectic lately. Sorry brothers, I'll try to get back to normal updates later. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules, showers come one, please, beeping, other paid swag options plus one more, beaming, beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 155, Can Happiness Be Eaten? Misato's house. Pushing the door open and entering, a familiar face appeared inside. Granite Gardenia. Granite Gardenia's face immediately piled up with a smile when she saw Takagi-go arrive. Coming. Takagi-go nodded lightly. He didn't have a good feeling about the Granite Gardenia, because Takagi-go knew very well in his heart what kind of person Granite Gardenia was. I came over to take care of Misato, Granite Gardenia said with a smile. Takagi-go couldn't help but coldly grunt in his heart when he heard it. Why didn't I see you taking care of it before? He knew very well in his heart what Gardenia was up to, but nothing much was said. Gardenia continued. Why don't you rest and relax while I go and say something to Misato? After that, she pulled Misato into the house. What's wrong? Gardenia instructed Misato. Misato, don't do anything stupid, you know, now that you have his child in your womb, which is to our great advantage. Even if the main court can't do it, but it's his first child, and he must like it very much. So, you've got to keep him on a leash for a while. You know. The more Gardenia talked, the more excited she became, and she was already fantasizing about her future happily ever after. After all, if you climb the tree of Takagi-go, you can rest easy in the future. Misato looked up and asked, with all your thinking, have you considered if I'm happy? Gardenia said in a cold voice, happiness? Can happiness be a meal? Or is money more real? Misato was having mixed emotions at the moment. Gardenia reached out and gently stroked her head. Good girl, behave, leave you two alone. I'll go first. With that, Gardenia took Misato's hand and walked out. Takagi-go was cooking at the moment. Gardenia smiled and said to Takagi-go, so what? You guys go ahead and eat. I'll leave you alone. When she finished speaking, Gardenia walked out the door, and before she left, to Misato she barked again. Remember what I said. Misato was silent. At the dinner table, Takagi-go was deeply impressed by the strange atmosphere. He spoke up and asked, what did she tell you? No, nothing. There's something about me, I guess. Misato looked up at him with a very clear meaning. How do you know? Takagi-go smiled and said, guess I could have guessed that. After saying that, Takagi-go reached out and took her hand. Misato, just remember that I will always love you. Misato was silent as she listened. Takagi-go changed the subject just in time and said, what are you going to do after you have the baby? Not for a while. Come to my office. So does Ryuka Yamaguchi know that I'm coming to your company? Of course not. Ryuga didn't even know Misato existed. Honestly, Ryuga would definitely know later. But Takagi-go hadn't come up with a solution at the moment. Takagi-go tugged at the corner of his mouth and continued to change the subject. By the way, do you think the baby is a boy or a girl? The subject belonged to the taboo between the two of them. I don't know. It came to an abrupt end, and Takagi-go let out a bitter laugh. After the two finished eating, Takagi-go gave Misato a massage like he did before. Evening. Takagi-go still sleeps together in her room, now that Misato isn't repulsed by it anymore. But going further is certainly not an option. Misato, you said we shouldn't be separated, right? I don't know. Takagi-go reached out to stroke Misato's stomach and said to himself, definitely not. The next day, Takagi-go makes dinner and heads to Ryuga's house. Hirotaka Yamaguchi wants to talk about getting married. Things have been a bit hectic lately. Sorry brothers. I'll try to get back to normal updates later. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 156 Marriage. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's house. Takagi drove his Porsche to his old man's house. Take something with you, and go surely not empty-handed. Takagi parked the car, then opened the door and got out of the car. He tapped Ji no Ken on the shoulder. The stuff is in the trunk. Take it. After saying that, Ji Haosien looked at him and said, "You're taking me under your wing." The two of them are very close and these words are just a joke. There's something in there for you, too, and you don't have to take it if you don't want it. Just in time to save it. Don't. What's mine is mine. Ha ha. Takagi smiled and walked in. Hirotaka, Yamaguchi and Ryoga had been waiting inside for a long time. Ryoga couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes when she saw Takagi coming. When you like someone, the liking can't be hidden. It can be felt. Coming. Hirotaka Yamaguchi laughed. Takagi nodded, and quite consciously walked over to Ryoga and took her hand in his. Sit next to her. Ryoga's face instantly turned a little red. Her father, Hirotaka Yamaguchi, was still here. Yamaguchi Hirotaka laughed and scolded. It's not even a marriage yet. It's just like being married. I'll tell you up front. If you do anything out of the ordinary, I won't spare you. How can that be? I have you watching over me. Yamaguchi Hirotaka pointed at Takagi and said, "You boys have a lot of ideas. There are more ideas than you, but I'll always be a junior in front of you." An ass-kissing straight from Hirotaka Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled and nodded his head. Well, don't patronize me. I came here this time to talk to you about the wedding with Misato. Good. Planning to get married on the 1st of September next year. I think, the 1st of September is almost 10 months away. When Takagi thought about it, Misato had already given birth by that time. Okay, I'll just do as you guys arrange. Hirotaka Yamaguchi turned his head to Ryoga. Make sure to give Ryoga a grand wedding when the time comes. He felt quite guilty about Ryoga, so he wanted to make it up to Ryoga in other ways. Ryoga faintly said, "Actually, it can actually be dispensed with. That's no good. You're my Yamaguchi family's daughter, you should do it in style." Once things were discussed, Takagi stayed at Yamaguchi's house for lunch and dinner. In the evening, Takagi took a walk with Ryoga inside the gardens with Ryoga. The bright moonlight fell like water on both of them. It was as if a silver veil had been cast over them. The moonlight passed through the gaps in the leaves and cast dappled light on the ground, swaying gently with the breeze. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful on this quiet night. They were bathed in moonlight, their silhouettes stretched out and intertwined with each other. This is the happiest time of the year. Ryoga, do you like me? After saying that, Takagi kissed him. After a kiss, Takagi returns to Mieko's house. It's been a long time since I've seen Mieko. It's been running to Misato's house for a while. Back home, Mieko stood in the center of the bright and spacious kitchen, wearing a light blue apron. She skillfully picked up a sharp kitchen knife and cut the fresh vegetables into small, even pieces. A steaming pot of soup was cooking in the. It gives off a tantalizing aroma. Takagi felt like this was the warmth and safety of home. But it's so late, why is Mieko still cooking? Takagi couldn't help but ask. Mieko, why are you cooking so late? Mieko looked at Takagi and smiled. It's nice to see you home for once. I'll have to show off my skills and cook you a nice meal before I can do that. I'll let you try some of the new dishes I've learned. See how it tastes. A warm current passed through Takagi's heart as he listened. Mieko's love was mature and gentle. Well, don't do it. I've eaten. That's how it works. After a while Mieko came out with her meal ready. As the two sat at the dinner table, Takagi asked suspiciously, "Where's Chi?" Normally if the boy smells the aroma of a meal, probably couldn't wait to dart out of the room and keep yelling, "Wow, it smells so good. What's good to eat today?" It was as if he was already hungry up to his chest. At the moment, however, but the kid was nowhere to be seen. According to the scientific theorem, things that go wrong must be evil. Mieko shook her head and said, "I don't know." As soon as he came back he hid inside his room and didn't come out. Not coming out? Takagi's eyes rolled. Something was definitely up with this kid. Then I'll ask him tomorrow and find out what's going on. Good thing too, Mieko said with a nod. Eat it while it's hot, or it'll get cold later, and it won't taste good when it's cold. Takagi opened a bottle of red wine and drank it with Mieko. A bottle of wine went down and Mieko's face colored red. Another familiar process. Another familiar exchange of experiences. It's been a long time since I've talked to the beautiful and intelligent Mieko and shared our experiences with each other. This time it's going to take at least 3 hours of communication no matter what. After all, there are too many postures to explore and discuss between us, too many insights to exchange, and too many stories that we long to tell. I believe that through this in-depth and thorough communication, we will be able to benefit greatly. Poor Hirakawa Shiki. He's so deep in grief at this point that he can't help himself. He'll be fine for 3 seconds. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 157, I have a friend. Takagi-go woke up from his sleep. There was a big battle last night, but Takagi-go is still in full form and glowing. I have to say that young people's bodies are just better and they recover faster. Takagi-go got up and briefly washed and rinsed. Mieko has gone to work. Takagi-go is the only one left in the house. Oh no! There's also a Hirakawa Shiki. Forgot about that one for a while. Hirakawa Shiki's heart took another blow. Takagi-go remembered that Mieko had told him something about Hirakawa Shiki yesterday. I don't know what's wrong. Takagi-go walked up to the door of Hirakawa Shiki's room and reached out his hand to knock on it. Not in. Takagi-go bared his teeth at that. Really think I'm stupid. Open the door and let's talk. Don't want to. Don't. Takagi-go was silent for a long time before saying, because of love? Hirakawa Shiki, who was lying on his bed with his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, heard Takagi-go's words. Straighten up and sit up violently from the bed. How do you know? Hirakawa Shiki got off the bed and walked over to open the door, where Takagi-go was standing outside. What brings you here? What do you mean why am I here? Can't I come and see you? Mieko is worried about you, Takagi-go said as he walked inside. Oh. Hirakawa Shiki let out a soft oh and walked over to his bed, laying right down and covering himself with the covers. As good as dead. The eyes are dull. The Walking Dead. Really like. When Takagi-go saw him it was as if he saw himself once upon a time. Because of feelings, I guess. How do you know? Takagi-go sat down on the bed. Generally speaking there's only 2 reasons why a man loses his mind. One is because of money and the other is because of women. Money you have me. And there's no shortage of it. So it's just women. Say it and I'll enlighten you. Hirakawa Shiki breathed a sigh of relief as he listened, intent on telling his story. I'm not. It's just that I have a friend. Have a friend? Classic is too classic. Takagi-go gave a hearty laugh, knowing in his heart that his friend was talking about Hirakawa Shiki himself. But he didn't break it down. At school, that friend of mine who's the head of the department met a schoolgirl. After 2 weeks of talking, asked her out to dinner. After dinner and 2 weeks of talking, then the friend wanted to confirm the relationship with her. Turns out she only thinks of that friend as a friend. As a senior. Classic. So classic. Since people don't even like it, that friend of mine just gave up. The next day, the girl sent my friend another, can I talk to you again? And then that friend of yours agreed? Takagi-go asked, picking up the conversation at that point. Takagi-go took a deep breath. Afraid of this, when the time comes to make a break, it will be messed up. And then what? And then it just went on talking? Gradually, that friend of mine got caught up in it, but every time I asked her if she liked that friend of mine, she didn't respond, but she keeps sharing things with me. Do you think she likes that friend of mine? Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi-go with expectant eyes. Takagi-go looked down and contemplated for a moment, then looked up and said, like. After saying that, the expression on Hirakawa Chi's face became excited. I think she likes it too. Hirakawa Shiki repeated after him. Who knew that Takagi-go directly cursed? Like your ass. When I said that, you're so convinced you don't even know it when you're hoisted on your own petard. It's not me. It's my friend. Come on. Don't pretend in front of me. Can I still see it? Oh. So what do I do now? Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 158, a bitch and a dog will last forever. So what do I do? Cool it. But I really don't want to give her up. Hirakawa Shiki has an aggrieved look on his face. Takagi-go sighed. Why wasn't he like that in his previous life? He reached down and stroked Hirakawachi's head. People don't like you, and they're using you as a backup, and you're here alone and sad. What a hard time. Is there really nothing that can be done? Still not dead? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. I don't think she knows you drive a Maybach. I don't know. Hirakawa Shiki asked in confusion. Why are you asking that? Takagi-go nodded and said. That's right. She'd probably like you if she saw your Maybach keys. Nonsense. She's not like that. Takagi-go rolled his eyes. This guy was hopelessly incorrigible. I'd suggest just beating you up. Tears swirled in Hirakawa Shiki's eyes. Where had he ever experienced this? The aggravation was overwhelming. Takagi-go sighed. Ugh. Seeing Hirakawa Chi in this state reminded him of himself before. I liked a girl myself for 3 whole years back then. During this time it has been delivering warmth as a fish fry. Go. Why go? Take you to meet her for real. Hirakawa Shiki didn't know what he was going to do, but did as he was told and got dressed and washed and rinsed. You're driving this time. In the Maybach. Hirakawa Chi nodded. He didn't know what to expect, but he obeyed. The main event is in obedience. The brand new Maybach rolled out of the garage, glowing and imposing. There's a saying that if you can't get the girl, Maybach will get her for you. Girls don't care what color the Maybach is. Go Takagi was sitting on the passenger side of. Buckle up, you should know where that girl is now. No. As a Lexpill, how could I not know? Go get her. Ah, listen to me and go get her. Hirakawa Shiki started the engine and the car headed out. After a while, the car stopped, parked outside a restaurant. Takagi-go glanced at the restaurant, a very upscale Tokyo restaurant. She's here for dinner. With whom? Takagi-go already had a rough guess in his mind. 8 or 9. When you come to eat at such an upscale restaurant, you must be with a boy. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes dodged, then said, a friend of hers. Takagi immensely added, male. Hirakawa Shiki hurriedly explained, they're just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Put aside. Do you believe it? She's so different from the other girls. Humph. I don't believe it. Hirakawa-ji lowered his head and stopped talking, and he apparently acquiesced. Okay, do what I say later and you'll see the girl's character. After that, the two waited in the car for the girls to come out. Hirakawa Shiki fidgeted and breathed heavily. Takagi-go had a relaxed look on his face, and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Soothingly, he said, later, if you can't stand it and want to cry, my brother's shoulder will let you lean on it. Hirakawa Shiki said firmly and incomparably, I'm not going to cry. Takagi-go smiled and didn't say anything. Tough mouth now, you'll have time to cry later. After the two had waited a while, a girl came out from inside and, next to him stood a tall boy. Takagi-go smiled inwardly. It looked like he had guessed right. Okay, it's time to start. What do I have to do? Nothing, just go over there as usual. Hirakawa Shiki opened the car door and went over to. Takagi-go purposely asked Hirakawa Shiki to park his car in an inconspicuous spot, so the girl wasn't able to see. Mieko. Mieko froze at the sight of Hirakawa Shiki, and couldn't imagine why this lickspittle was here. Guess it's this guy following her again. This licking dog is so annoying. Hirakawa Shiki asked. Who is he? The boy asked back. You asked me who I was, and I was about to ask you who you were. Who are you to question me? I'm Kitagawa Kazuhiko, Miko's boyfriend. With these words, Hirakawa-ji's faith instantly collapsed. It really was just like Takagi-go said. He was being played. Hirakawa Shiki was saddened in his heart, and Mieko turned her head away from looking at him. Kitagawa Kazuhiko walked up to Hirakawa-chi and said disdainfully, You're nothing but a dog under Takagi-go. What's the point of being godly? Do you have any money? You don't even have much money and still dare to come chasing after girls. Get out before I get mad. Hirakawa Shiki stayed frozen in place, not saying a word. Go Takagi watched the whole thing from his car, and it all went as he envisioned it would. There wasn't an ounce of difference, and he knew it was his turn to play later. Takagi-go pushed open the car door and put on his hat and sunglasses and walked over. Hey! Takagi-go caught the attention of all three as soon as he opened his mouth. As soon as Hirakawa Shiki saw the person in front of him, he instantly recognized him as Takagi-go. Kitagawa Kazuhiko frowned and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Takagi-goku disliked me without any qualms. What the hell do you care who I am? Get lost. It's him I'm looking for. After saying that, he pointed down to Hirakawa Shiki. Find him. Find him for what? Hirakawa Shiki was confused himself. This car is yours, isn't it? Takagi-go pointed down to the black Maybach in the distance. The remaining three men followed Takagi-go's finger and looked over. The black Maybach did undoubtedly. The question is this from Pinchin-chi? Kitagawa Kazuhiko didn't believe it, and neither did Mieko, although he knew that Hirakawa Shiki was close to Takagi-go, and to put it nicely, was one of his men. To put it bluntly, he's one of his dogs. How is it possible to drive a Maybach? As Hirakawa Shiki was immersed in grief and unable to extricate himself, Kitagawa Kazuhiko sneered. You've got the wrong person. How can this be his car? So that he can't afford it in 10 lifetimes. Takagi-go imperceptibly touched Hirakawa Shiki, who then reacted. Yeah, it's mine. Kitagawa Kazuhiko laughed on the spot. What a cheeky thing to say, with your eyes wide open. How can this be yours? Without saying a word, Hirakawa-ji took out the Maybach's car keys. Kitagawa Kazuhiko nodded his head and sneered. Well, you're still doing the whole show. Where did you buy this toy is quite realistic. I'll go and buy one to play with someday to pretend to be a pussy. The next second, his smile froze on his face, only to see Hirakawa-ji gently pressing the car key. The Maybach's lights lit up. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 159, he cried like a child. Kitagawa Kazuhiko's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Mieko is just like Kitagawa Kazuhiko. How could he drive a Maybach? Nothing but shock is shocking. Impossible. It's simply impossible. Kitagawa Kazuhiko muttered. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Takagi-go sneered. Since you don't believe me, I'll let you feel the evil of the human heart again. Takagi-go turned to Hirakawa Shiki and asked, can you move your car? It's kind of blocking mine. Hirakawa Shiki gave a soulful, light nod, then walked over to the 3 pairs of eyes staring intently at the. He opened the car door. Miko's breath caught in her throat at the sight, and her eyes looked at Hirakawa Shiki with a scorching heat. The good show is over. It's time for Takagi-go to go. Bitch with a dog. The sky's the limit. Before he left, he cursed under his breath. Kitagawa Kazuhiko immediately frowned upon hearing this and asked, who are you cursing? The two of you are the ones who are cursed. Takagi-go is too lazy to tangle with the two of them and cause himself shame. Then, get in the co-pilot of the Maybach. Takagi-go turned his head to look at Hirakawa Shiki, reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, it's okay. You can cry anytime if you want. Brother's got your shoulder to lean on. Hirakawa-chi couldn't hold his emotions in after hearing that, and turned his head towards lying on Takagi-go's shoulder and cried. He cried like a baby. There's no real empathy in this world. Only those who have actually experienced it know the same feeling. There are only 2 possibilities when you experience a love affair. Either you take a leap of faith or you fall into the abyss. It's all up to Hirakawa Shiki himself. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to sadness, generating a mood value of 2,500. Current mood value 2,500. 25,000? Takagi-go froze, generating that much emotion value at once. Enough to justify the sadness of Hirakawa Shiki. This number is auspicious any way you look at it. Why don't you let Hirakawa Shiki talk for a few more paragraphs? Forget it, don't embarrass the kid. After crying, Hirakawa Shiki even sniffled. Come on, don't be sad for now. Sadder is yet to come. What? Hirakawa-chi asked in confusion. Do you believe that woman is still coming for you? For me? What for? Of course I'm looking for a relationship with you. With your money, to be precise. After all, you're stupid and rich. Takagi-go said with great precision. I'm not stupid. It doesn't matter. It was obviously important, and Hirakawa Shiki was 10,000 times more reluctant in his heart. Believe it or not, she came to you afterward and said that she and the boy were just friends. There's no boyfriend/girlfriend relationship at all. Takagi-go said with a raised eyebrow. And then just say that you like you and that the test for you is over. Hirakawa-chi frowned and asked, why are you so familiar with? Because I've experienced it. Takagi-go bristled. It doesn't matter. Hirakawa Shiki lowered his head. He had completely seen the true nature of that woman. Listen to my advice. She's not for you. It's better to break it off sooner rather than later. Pulling with someone like that will only waste your feelings. Takagi-go advised. I see. Hirakawa Shiki said with his head bowed. Usually get out more. Hit on girls. Hit on them more and you'll understand. Like you are. Takagi-go asked rhetorically with a straight face after hearing that. What do you mean by being like me? I'm genuinely nice to everyone. Hirakawa Shiki skimmed his lips. At that moment, Hirakawa Shiki's cell phone suddenly rang. Remarks, Mieko. Look at that. Look at that. What did I say? Sure enough, I called you. Pick it up. Hirakawa Shiki picked up the phone and answered it. Miko's familiar voice came out of the phone and, a change from the usual impatient tone. Why did you leave? Hirakawa Shiki was silent. Are you jealous? Let me explain. He's just a regular friend of mine. Had to have dinner with me and bugged me for a long time, and I thought I'd eat and he'd stop pestering me. And then you came along. You must believe me, right? It was exactly as Takagi-go had suspected. The words hadn't even changed much. She was such a scummy girl. Takagi-go heard it clearly and laughed coldly in his heart. There are thousands of different kinds of good girls. It varies. There's only one kind of scumbag woman. And of course scumbag men. I shouldn't need to teach you what to do. Takagi-go asked rhetorically. Hirakawa nodded. If he had to let Takagi-go teach again, he would be too much of a loser. Without saying a word, Hirakawa simply hung up the phone and the world went silent. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 160, I'm one of your dogs. Sincerity is a permanent must-have, yes. But sincere people meet insincere people and are played like dogs. Miko's words knocked back Hirakawa Shiki's last line of defense, and he was completely disappointed. It's better to be completely disappointed than to have hope all the time. Look on the bright side. There's no such thing as a bad day in life. I know. After saying that, Hirakawa started the car and went home. Mieko was a bit surprised to see Hirakawa Shiki and Takagi-go coming back together and said, Shiki, you're okay. Takagi-go smiled and patted Hirakawa Shiki on the shoulder and said, having shown him the outside world, it's been fine, right? Hirakawa Shiki nodded, though in his heart it was clear that it was definitely hard. It'll be fine after a while. After eating, the two went to their respective rooms to rest. Takagi-go was lying on his bed, very happily messaging the girls. He was in the middle of a conversation when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Takagi-go got up from the bed and pondered slightly in his mind. Mieko? That's impossible. She usually has to come in the evening, definitely not coming in the middle of the day. Then there's only Hirakawa Shiki. Who? Me. Sure enough, it's Hirakawa Shiki. Takagi-go got up and out of bed and opened the door. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes were determined. I think so. Hirakawa Shiki's inexplicable remark confused Takagi-go. Think of what? They're both right. I'm one of your dogs. Takagi-go reached out and touched Hirakawa Shiki's forehead, and there was no fever anymore either. It's hard not to be so stimulated that you go crazy. You're not. No, I am. You're not. No, I am. Takagi-go had a black line on his face. Had to be a dog, did he? Just wanted to be a dog so badly. Takagi-go was completely defeated by Hirakawa Shiki and had to respond. Well, you are. Hirakawa whoops. Takagi-go pulled back to the point and said, what did you decide? Hirakawa Shiki said firmly, I'm going to rise to the occasion. Hirakawa didn't know that endeavor had another meaning called dung hair painting walls. Hirakawa Shiki continued, career is the most important thing. You're right. Now that you've decided that it's just a matter of letting go. But, I don't know where to start. I think about how much you know. So come and ask for a little help. Actually, I told you that at the beginning. Said what? Netflix. Takagi-go spat out 2 words faintly. Back when the game Only Wolf was released, Hirakawa Shiki had a small fire. But after the game was beaten, he never posted another video. Lazy batch. That doesn't make any money. Hirakawa said. The little money he got for posting the video wasn't enough for Hirakawa to buy the game. Short shrift. Who are you calling short? What Takagi-go said was very sensitive. And Hirakawa Shiki seriously suspected that he was calling him short in a roundabout way. Short-sighted. How short-sighted of me. The value of doing video isn't in how much money you make in plays. It's in your fans that. And the value derived from the fame you bring to yourself. Understand? After Takagi-go finished, Hirakawa Shiki looked down and fell into a deep thought. He was enlightening himself. The realization came straight out of the gate. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes gradually cleared up from his state of confusion. There was actually a hint of excitement at the end. I got it. I got it. Hirakawa Shiki ran out excitedly. Like a child. Takagi-go looked at his back, How much you can accomplish in the future all depends on your enlightenment. He didn't realize how influential Hirakawa-chi would be years later as the network's first brother. Nowadays, the internet is developing at a high speed through Takagi-go's promotion. To the extent that it is like that in the latter days, it only takes a year. The Orange Phone Generation 2 will be released soon. The domestic cell phone market is now dominated by Go Takagi and Hajime. Takagi-go has seized the lead in the foreign market and has reached the first market share. Jimmy's cell phones have only just been exported overseas, but they're such close friends that they're in close communication. Takagi-go won't take a shot at Hajime either. Takagi-go mused that another year might be enough to consider releasing Shivering Shadows to the public. He could foresee how crazy it would be when it was released. System, I want to buy something. Host, please operate. Takagi-go tapped on the game page of the store panel. It's full of big 3A titles. Takagi-go quickly skimmed up and quickly found his target, Give Him Love 5. It goes without saying how much gold this game contains and how much money it rakes in. The game brought R-Star more than $6 billion. And even a decade out of there are still a lot of people buying. Give Him Love 5 price, 200 emotional value. That's him. The current computers in this world bring it up no problem, but it has to be top of the line. Can't even play it without topping it off. Does the host purchase? Yes. Ding. The purchase was successful and the prize has been distributed to the backpack. Remaining emotional value, 500. Takagi-go clicked on the backpack and saw the familiar cover again. Phew. It's time to shake up the gaming community a little more. Takagi-go picks up the phone and calls Younghwa. Hey, senpai. You put the word out on the official website. What news? The company is launching a new game. A new game? Younghwa froze a bit. The company is not currently making any new games. It's hard to believe that the senior did it on his own. She thought about the last time she had a wolf, which was also made by the Hokage. A horrible thought coiled in her mind. How the Hokage was so horrible. It was amazing that a person could make something of such high quality, even though she didn't know the game and had never played it. Aiwa's admiration for Takagi-go is like a torrent of water, unceasing, and like the flooding of the Yellow River. One shot. To summarize, senior is awesome. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 161, The Hirakawa Shiki with a Weak Heart. Ding. Inghwadi's mood changed from calm to admiration, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 1500. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Ryohana was so efficient that Takagi-go had just finished speaking. Now all the major media outlets online are reporting the news that Ryogoku Group is releasing a new game. The internet exploded, and the posting boards were full of posts discussing the news. Did you hear? Did you hear? Takagi-go is releasing another title. Asterisk asterisk. Really? 1,000 times over. My relative works for the Ryogoku Group. He told me. No. It's only been a short time since Wolf released another new game that. Takagi-go is using his employees as cattle for the production team. Isn't he? I also think the intervals are too short. Probably made a random crap game to deal with us. I heard that Goku Takagi made this game himself. And only the wolves. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He can make a game this big by himself? I'll eat poop if he can make it. I suggest caution upstairs. The last one who said that still owes me a poopy to this day. Also, before you guys could think of Takagi-go dry humping Kubus? So let's wait and see what happens. See what happens when the launch happens, and then spray it if it doesn't work. Some are sensible, but some are not. I'm gonna put it out there that you simply can't make a good game in such a short period of time. If I can sell 100,000 copies, I'll eat it straight away. Post for proof. Takagi-go browsed through the information on the internet, with no ripples in his heart. He was in a complete state of mind to see what was going on. When he saw the statement just made in the standing post, he inwardly and silently said to him that he was sorry. This time you'll have to eat it even if you don't want to. You're posting another game? Hirakawa-chi asked. Right. Takagi-go nodded. Can I play ahead? Hirakawa rubbed his hands together, full of excitement. And, the eyes were bursting with light. Sure, brother gives you a wave of traffic. Remember to catch it. Trust me, it's definitely catchable. Hirakawa-chi patted himself on the back. Takagi-go will give her love 5 downloads on Hirakawachi's computer. He was shocked when he saw the memory. How? How much? 72 gigabytes? What's wrong? I've never seen a game this big in my ING life. Are you sure you downloaded a game? And not something unseemly? Something unseemly? What are you talking about? Takagi-go looked up at him, eyes blinking innocently. Hirakawa swallowed and said, "No, nothing." Takagi-go moved the mouse cursor over the browser. Hirakawa hurriedly stopped it. "Just download it, don't move." Takagi-go laughed in his heart. There was definitely something unseemly about this guy's browser. "What are you looking at me for? I just think moving something else during the download will slow it down. What's the point of having a weak heart? Who's vain? I was just thinking about downloading faster." Takagi-go smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, the game downloaded. Hirakawa asked, "How come it's set in Pretty Country?" "Because that's how the original was." Takagi-go casually mumbled. "Mated blind. Don't think about it. Okay? You play by yourself. I'm going out." "What for?" "Go to Misato's." Takagi-go runs to Misato's house for 3 days. Now that Misato's belly is getting bigger every day. His first child. Takagi-go was still very happy when he thought about it. He just doesn't realize how happy he is now and how sad he might be in the future. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 162, wanting to give love to 5 people. Misato's house. Takagi-go came in with large pockets of stuff, all of which were supplements for Misato. Misato cried and laughed when she saw it. "You don't have to buy me so much. I haven't finished the last one I bought." Takagi-go smiled and rubbed Misato's head, then looked at Misato's stomach with loving eyes. "His baby is due in a few months. What do you want to eat?" "Whatever." The 2 words that Takagi-go had the most trouble with. One was whatever and the other was whatever. It's a good thing Misato isn't picky. She basically eats whatever Takagi-go makes. As a certified time management guru, Takagi-go basically breaks the day into 8 pieces and uses it. Sometimes crowds can be a pain in the ass. After the 2 finished eating, Takagi-go stayed with Misato for a while longer, massaging her down. When he got back to Mieko's house again, Hirakawa was still playing the game. Takagi-go was surprised. Still playing? Hirakawa looked at the time and realized that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and he hadn't even eaten. Hirakawa stretched. "You don't say. You really don't say. It's so good. It's like a dream." Then you're kind of experiencing the essence of this game. By the way, can I make a video? Key information will not be revealed. Sure. Give Her Love 5's launch is scheduled for 3 days from now. It's just as well that Hirakawa can release the video first to warm up, and in the meantime, give himself a boost of fans, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 days later, the game product launch was held. Familiar venue, familiar people, familiar smells. Takagi-go had lost count of how many times he had stood on it. And without further ado this time, I'd like to invite you to watch a set of trailers first. Takagi-go got right to the point and didn't drag his feet at all. A video by Give Her Love 5 live demo is shown on the big screen. The entire hall didn't dare make a sound at all. The silence in the hall was deafening after the gameplay video. Takagi-go smiled slightly. Earlier he had anticipated such a scene long ago. Silence is just a better way to explode. The scene was silent, but the posters had long since exploded. ****. Iron Men, did you see that video? Look, I can only say 1s**** T. No, I'll say 10s*** T. 100s*** T. It's almost like Shock ing opens doors for Shock. Shock to the core. No more talk. Get online quickly. I want to play. Don't worry upstairs brothers. I bet this game doesn't have a lot of memory. Seriously, has it been announced? No, but it should be announced soon. Release. The silence was followed by cries of alarm that resounded through the sky. Takagi-go has once again refreshed the level of awareness that games can even do this. It's amazing how much openness there is. Everyone here can think of a game release that is sure to be the breakout hit of breakout hits. After the video, it's time for this game to be released. We're scheduled for 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. That fast? A rhetorical question came to the minds of the crowd. Having just released a gameplay video that You'll be on the line. After the launch, people can make reservations. And then the asking price of this game wanna be more of a concern than everyone else. I've also got the biggest perk for my family, so please listen up. Number 399s, number 299s, number 199s. For this game, direct 99. Takagi Go then almost said the words on the link, but luckily braked in time. 99? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The posters blew up again. Asterisk asterisk. Prices announced? Really? How much? How much? 99. Asterisk asterisk. You're kidding me. How can it be so cheap? I told the dog next to me and he didn't even bring a letter. See the launch for yourself. Asterisk asterisk. Brothers, it's true. It's true. 99. The launch continues. Takagi Go went on to introduce himself. But, there's only one bad point. Bad points? Takagi Go smiled slightly and said, the game has a lot of memory. How big? At least 72 gigabytes upwards. How much? How much? 72 gigabytes. You're playing a little movie. So some players whose computers don't work will have to need to get a good one. The posters blew up again. Asterisk asterisk. Brothers, wash up. Even if you can afford it, we can't afford to play it. For what? It's just 72 gigabytes of RAM all around. And the top of the line computers are too capable of carrying up the. Your home computer is top of the line? Oh, looks like it needs a new computer. Oh, how did you know I just got a top of the line computer? Damn you. Damn you. To summarize, games are cheap. Other expenses are expensive. I guess it's got to be sold out. I remember who said poop last time. I can take pictures. Don't try to deny it. This time it's a must-eat. The press conference was nearing its end, and the process went into a question and answer session with reporters. May I ask, Mr. Takagi Go, how did you come up with this storyline that takes place in Pretty Country? Want to hear the truth? Think. Actually, it's a story that happened in my dream. Takagi Go made up a random excuse. Anyway, so he said that he dreamed about it in a dream. There's nothing else you can do. Okay, so wondering why this game is called Give Her Love 5. Is it because you want to give 5 people love? Or did you have 5 games before and finally settled on this one? That's an unfortunate thing to say. Takagi Go's heart thumped. According to her, it's more than 5. It's good that you understood. Next time don't understand. This name taking was completely made up by me. No matter what the other person asked, Takagi Go adopted this strategy. It's like everything is asked and nothing is asked. After the launch, the number of reservations climbed, even higher than the number of reservations for Only Wolves. Another successful game release. No doubt. After half a day, it finally came to 12 o'clock. The number of reservations is already way ahead of just Wolves. However, the number of reservations does not mean the number of purchases, and some people may just make a reservation and not buy. Takagi Go didn't really care, because he knew very well in his heart that, Give Her the Gold of the Love 5, it's sure to be bought out. This one game is good enough for Takagi Go, so there's no rush for a new one. Now that Disney is making Iron Man 1 and Transformers, these 2 movies out want to usher in another era of the cinematic universe. When Takagi Go thought about it, it seemed like he didn't need to do anything right now. He just needed to wait for the time to be right. Begging for free swag here. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 163, Romance is You and Me. Time flies, and before you know it, fall is gone and winter is here. Tokyo has been covered with a white fluffy snow, and I remember when I came the branches were too. At this time, Misato's baby bump is slightly elevated and she is expected to give birth in August next year. Married to Ryohana on the 1st of September. The days went back to being as peaceful as before. Misato's house. Takagi Go held Misato's hand tightly and said with a smile, how about going out for a spin today? Takagi Go's tone carried a kind of begging, and Misato hesitated before finally nodding her head. Great. Takagi Go came straight up and kissed Misato on the cheek, then bounced off to the house to get Misato's clothes. Misato froze a bit as she looked at his back. If only it could stay like this. The thought suddenly drilled into Misato's mind, but she knew it was unlikely. Takagi Go couldn't give up on Ryohana or himself. Then we'll just have to give him up ourselves. After a while Takagi Gohan held a cotton jacket in his hand and draped it over Misato. Go! Takagi Go helped Misato into the car. Where to? You'll find out later. There's no point in talking about it in advance. Takagi Go reached down and touched Misato's head. Misato stopped asking after hearing that, her eyes looking out the window the whole way to view the beauty outside. Sitting there, sleepiness set in and she quietly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Upon arriving at the station, Takagi Go gently touched Misato's head. Misato gradually awoke from her slumber, and she opened her sleepy eyes and, Misty asked, arrived? Yes, here it is. Look. Misato looked in the direction of Takagi Go's finger, and in the midst of her vision, a towering mountain peak stood abruptly, its top covered by thick snow, like a white crown worn on top of the mountain. The snow at the top of the mountain, on the other hand, looks like it's covering the whole mountain in a coat of silver. It makes it stand out in the sunlight. Unbelievably beautiful. Mount Fuji? That's right. It's MT. Fuji, I want to see with you. Takagi Go stepped down from the main driver, opened the passenger door, and helped Misato down. The wind is blowing in their faces, and they don't feel any pain at all, probably because they're not alone. Takagi Go made a point of taking a jacket and draping it over Misato. He helped Misato onto the bench and went back to the car to get his guitar out himself. Misato's surprised eyes looked over at him. And you play guitar? Of course I will. In a previous life he had taken guitar lessons. Back then learning was more about trying to please the girl you liked. Then it turns out that a person likes you even if you can't do anything. It's no use even if you're Chi-Tian Deshang if someone doesn't like you. I've never seen you play it before. When Takagi Go thought about it, it seemed like he'd never talked to anyone since he crossed over. Always running for money. It was a little busy earlier. Ever played to Ryuga? Misato asked Takagi Gohan with a sideways glance. Takagi Go answered truthfully, no. Misato's heart warmed to the fact that there was finally a point in his heart that came before Ryuga's, though it may be because of the kids. Her hand covered her stomach imperceptibly. Planning on playing anything? Just listen. Takagi Go tried the tone. It had been so long since he had played that his hands were raw. After trying it out, Takagi Go played and sang it. Go Takagi's voice is so full of stories that you can't help but get lost in them. And when the song comes on, there was instant silence around them. The only sounds in Misato's ears were the sound of the two men's hearts beating, and Takagi Go's song. Who can buy love want MT? Fuji privately owned. Misato was still engrossed by the song. A Cantonese song whose meaning she couldn't understand. You can only feel the story through the song. Both sad and haunting. Misato asked softly, what's the name of the song? Under Mount Fuji. Snow-covered MT. Fuji was right behind them. Misato's heart was instantly filled with romance. Is there anything more romantic than singing under MT? Fuji in winter. Misato laughed. The name fits. Takagi Go looked into her eyes and said slowly, romance is not something else that. Actually, romance is you and me. Ironies have been so low on gifts lately, so I'm begging for a little freebie. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more O. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more O, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more O, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules, show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 164, A True Master of Management. Romance is nothing else. In fact, romance is you and me. Takagi Go has a set of love words. Misato's heart melted as she listened, the vibe feeling just right to the core. Ding! Hanaka Misato's emotion changed from calm to moved, generating an emotion value of 5,200. Current mood value 6,700. Misato and Takagi Go locked eyes, emotions passing between the two. Afterwards, Takagi Go's face gradually came closer, and Misato slowly closed her eyes. The two kissed. The whole of MT. Fuji was behind the two of them. Takagi Go is the one who made Misato remember him forever and never forget him. Even if Misato left in the future with an iron fist, he was sure that he could get it back. The preliminaries are important and important. Sometimes the build-up is more important than the main event. One kiss later, Takagi Go murmured at her, Misato, I love you. Misato leaned into his arms and closed her eyes without replying. Her mind doesn't go to the bad things. After a while, Misato said, I'm a little tired. Let's go home. Good. Takagi Go held Misato's hand as he got in the car and then drove back home. It has been snowing in Tokyo for a long time, and before you know it, a year has passed into a new one. Takagi-go was very emotional, having come all alone. A year later he had a house, a car and a wife. Everything is there. Nothing is missing. It's quite magical. At the beginning of the year, of course, you want to be with the most important people. Misato's house. Takagi-go made breakfast for Misato and then called Misato out to eat. Misato, come out and eat. Misato looked to the table in front of her and warmth welled up in her heart. These days, Takagi-go cooks for her whenever he has the time to do so, varying the way he cooks for her. It's just that I'm afraid she'll get tired of eating it. Misato sat down and said, actually, you don't have to be like this. There's quite a lot going on at the company. Focus more on the work, I guess. I'll do what I'm supposed to do without the company. Takagi-go smiled and then, but, Misato, you can't do without me, and the baby can't do without me. When Misato heard that, her hand crept up to her stomach. Misato's belly is getting bigger. I have something to do later. I'll be back later in the evening. As for what was going on, Misato didn't ask much. Takagi-go said in aggravation. Don't you even ask me what I'm going to do. Don't ask. Neither cares about me. Oh, cold violence is the most hurtful thing in the world. No appetite at all. I'm going on a hunger strike. Takagi-go joked. Misato laughed at Takagi-go's amusement, the corners of her mouth grinning up slightly. What are you going to do? Takagi-go immediately cheered up after hearing that. Hey, I knew you cared about me. There's no surprise if you say it ahead of time, so you'll know when I get back. Misato nodded lightly. Takagi-go finished packing and was ready to go out. At the doorway, Takagi-go called towards Misato. Misato, come here. Misato wasn't sure what he was up to, but walked over to him anyway. Takagi-go's lips gently nudged her forehead, and then said happily, okay, I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. Takagi-go drove to the outskirts of Tokyo. As a master of emotions, Takagi-go knows how to level the playing field. Risa and her sister had been waiting outside the house. Risa's eyes welled up with joy when she saw Takagi-go coming, but the face was still cold and unmistakable. Did Risa miss me? Takagi-go asked. Risa bristled and didn't answer. She hadn't come to see herself in a while and asked if I wanted to. Takagi-go saw that she wasn't answering, so he turned his head towards Iriho. Did Iriho miss me? I want to. Ugh. Takagi-go pinched Riho's little face. That's my good sister. Brought you a present. Really? Of course it's true. In the car. Riho bounced off to get it. And when Riho was gone, Takagi-go asked towards Risa. Really didn't think about it? Thought so. Hey, I knew it. I'll cook today. You rest and relax. Takagi-go finished walking and holding Risa's hand. An hour later, a large table full of food was served. After eating, Takagi-go said, Risa, I'll be leaving later. Risa nodded her head down lightly, knowing that Takagi-go belonged to more than just her. As much as I didn't want Takagi to go, it was impossible. Takagi-go stayed with Risa for a while longer, then went to find Shizuo. Riho looked at Takagi-go's back and looked up at her sister. Risa, curious, he asked. Why? Why can't brother stay with us all the time? Risa lowered her head and stroked her sister's hair, saying softly, you'll understand when you grow up. Shizuo's house. Takagi-go also brought Shizuo a gift. Shizuo takes all this in stride, and now that she's on fire all over the country, being called a beauty that is hard to come by in 1,000 years is of course something that Takagi-go has purposely created for her. And of course it's also the fact that Shizuo's face is so overpowered that it totally holds up. After chatting for a while, the two quickly got down to business. It's been a long time, so we're back to some experience sharing and exchanging. When he's done, Takagi-go makes dinner for Shizuo. Then Takagi-go leaves to pick up Maki. At the intersection, Maki came downstairs early to wait for Takagi-go. Maki is very happy that Takagi-go can take the initiative to call her. Once in the car, Maki asked with anticipation, where are we going? To Mieko's house. Going somewhere for what? Of course it's dinner. How lonely you are at home alone. Let's get hot and heavy together. Maki is touched for a moment when she hears that Takagi-go still loves her. Soon Takagi-go arrived at Mieko's house. It was already getting dark. Takagi-go had greeted Mieko ahead of time, and by the time they arrived, the meal was ready long ago. Mieko's heart goes out to Takagi-go for not wanting him to cook again, so she does it herself. Hirakawa Shiki opened the door. Coming. Takagi-go ignored him and instead said to Maki, just make yourself at home here. No need to be so formal. Hirakawa Shiki bristled. This was my home before you came. Ironies have been so short on gifts lately. Begging for a little freebie. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus one more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 165. I invite you to watch the most beautiful fireworks. Mieko's house. It was pitch black outside, and Mieko's house was lit up with a cozy atmosphere. Here comes the last course. After Mieko served the last dish and put it on the table, she hurriedly ran her hand over her earlobe. Supposedly this will be iron-free. The family gathered as Mieko took her seat. Maki, I heard Go say that it's good for you to just make this place your home. I'm sorry, Mieko said with a slight smile. Maki nodded vigorously as her heart was touched at the sound. Hirakawachi swallowed and asked, I say, can we start eating now? Takagi Go rolled his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. You just know how to eat. Hirakawa Shiki grimaced in resignation as his status in the family plummeted. Alright, now start eating, Mieko said with a slight smile. During the meal, Mieko had been serving Takagi Go, and Maki, too. And of course, we can't forget about the Pinchin journal, which we also pinned for the Pinchin journal. After eating, Takagi Gohan goes out for his last stop to find Ryuga. Ryuga is vital to Ryuga, and it's safe to say that Takagi Go took off without the help of the Yakuza. Soon Takagi Go arrived at Yamaguchi Hirotaka's house. Ryuga, come on out. I'm here. Long before that, Takagi Go had spoken to Ryuga in advance. Of course, the reason given for the search was that the company had something to do, and he wouldn't dare say that he was looking for another girl. Good. Ryuga finished his quick reply and then went downstairs. Go. Ryuga called out. Get in. Takagi Go opened the car door for Ryuga. Where are we going? Keep it a secret. There's no surprise if you tell me now. You'll know when you get there. He. Takagi Go drove Ryuga to a place on higher ground. This is the best way to view it. When the two arrived, it was completely dark by now, and the sky was filled with nothing but stars. And there's a moon hanging in the sky. Ryuga asked suspiciously, what are you doing here? Please watch the most beautiful fireworks in the world. The most beautiful fireworks in the world? Exactly. Takagi Go raised his hand and looked at the time on his cell phone, 20:30, which was just the right amount of time. Not a penny more, not a penny less. He reached up and snapped his fingers toward the dark sky. The sky, which was originally pitch black and incomparable, was instantly lit up. Ironies have been so short on gifts lately. Begging for a little freebie. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 166, Sleepless Night. Takagi Go had purchased a whole bunch of fireworks earlier, intending to set them off at the beginning of the new year. It was to create a surprise for Ryuga and the others. Mieko's house. Hirakawa Shiki calls Mieko and Maki out of the house. Confused, Mieko asked, what are you calling us out for? Hirakawa Shiki said mysteriously. Looking at things, of course. Puzzled, Mieko looked up at the sky and realized that the stars were still lit up a few times. Nothing but the moon and the stars. Maki asked rhetorically. See what? You'll find out later, Takagi Go explained. As soon as Maki heard that it was Takagi Go who had explained the situation, she stood obediently and honestly. Misato, who was lying in bed at that moment, received a message from Takagi Go. Misato, look out the window. Risa similarly received this message. The time at this point is 2029. Takagi Go snapped his fingers towards the pitch-black, unbelievable sky. The originally pitch-black sky burst into incomparably brilliant fireworks. The whole sky is colored red, pink. Fireworks reflected in Ryuga's eyes. Wow. Ryuga couldn't help but let out a gasp. She hadn't seen such beautiful fireworks since she was a little girl. Takagi Go took her into his arms and kissed her. The gorgeous fireworks lasted a full half hour. After half an hour, the fireworks tapered off. Ryuga, we'll always be together, right? Takagi Go asked for no reason. Ryuga skimmed his head and asked, won't I always be together? For her, that's the way it should be. The way it should have been. Yes. I mean, no matter what happens in the future, we'll always be together, right? Of course it's right. Ryuga nodded her head vigorously. no matter what happens in the future. She's going to stay with Takagi-go all the time. Always together, never apart. Mieko's house. Mieko and Maki's hearts were about to melt. Mieko thought to herself that Go loved herself so much that she had prepared such a big surprise for herself. Maki's heart was thinking the same thing. Takagi-go had always liked himself. It never changed. Even if Takagi-go had someone else in his heart, it was good to have his own place. Hirakawachi looked at the expressions of the two people next to him and couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Was it so heartwarming that he couldn't see this in the eyes of a big straight guy like him? Still, he marveled at Go Takagi's skillful tactics. No wonder he could catch up with so many girls. Do the same for yourself in the future. Misato's house. Misato stood on the balcony until the fireworks ended. The more Takagi-go did this, the harder Misato felt in her heart. It was getting harder and harder for her to leave Takagi-go. Go Takagi is present in all parts of his own life. You'll find that he's integrated and part of your life. However, she won't stay by Takagi-go's side, as long as he hasn't made a decision. After the baby was born, she had to leave eventually. Misato reached up and touched her stomach. Mentally, I murmured, son, you will support mommy, right? You won't blame mommy, right? Risha's house. Riho tilted her head high and asked very happily, is this what Big Brother prepared for us? Risa stroked her head favorably. Of course. Will my brother always be my brother? Riho was small, but she what to move. Risa looked up at the fireworks and then he lowered his head and stroked Riho's head and smiled. Of course, after the fireworks ended, things returned to their usual calm. As if it hadn't happened. As if it had all been a dream. Go. No, I still want to be with you. Takagi-go favored her with a look. I'll be there for Ryoka. For the future. Together forever and ever and ever. Ryoga deflated in aggravation and said, but, I haven't seen you in a long time lately. Since Takagi-go had been at Misato's house these days, Ryokazu had seen very little of him. As soon as Ryohana commiserated, Takagi-go felt the world was guilty. Takagi-go wrapped his arms around her and said, fine, I'll stay with Ryuga. Okay. After hearing this, Ryua's aggression immediately disappeared and said with joy, good. Takagi-go stayed with Ryuga for a little while longer before sending her back at 10 o'clock at night. If we don't send Ryuka back, that old den of Yamaguchi Hirotaka will probably split Takagi-go. He was adamant that Ryuga would not be allowed to spend the night anywhere else, especially not Takagi-go. Although the two are engaged, they are not yet married. Hirotaka Yamaguchi Olden is stubborn as hell. Ryuga got out of the car fondly, and Takagi-go rubbed her head. Don't be upset. I've got something nice for you. Good stuff? Exactly. After saying that, Takagi-go turned around and went to the trunk to hand Ryuga a pocket full of goodies. Ryuga's eyes instantly sprang to life and, you have to say that flowers, cell phones, bags, etc. are senseless to cool flowers. But if you want to talk about food, Ryohana is like a little glutton. Ryuga swept away her previous sadness and immediately cheered up. Before entering his home, Takagi-go reached up and nodded his cheek. Ryuga's small face flushed as she realized what Takagi-go was up to. Despite her shyness, Ryuga raised up on her toes, her lips nudging down Go Takagi's face, then quickly run into the house. Hirotaka Yamaguchi, who was on the balcony, watched the whole thing and was furious with the old denizen's teeth, but it didn't help in the slightest that Ryuga just loved Takagi-go. Takagi-go gets in his car and returns to Misato's house. He dialed Hajime's number. Ha! Such a busy man as Takagi-go didn't forget about me and remembered to call me. I don't know. Hajime joked as soon as he came up. How could I forget yours? You are very, very important in my heart. Come on. That's not a bad thing to say to Ryuga. That simple little girl. Benevolent. Why are you calling me so late? I'm going to bed. Stop it. Strong women never go to bed early. Go to the balcony. What's the point of going to the balcony? Go and you'll see. Hajime whispered something inexplicable. She had just returned from the office. Like Takagi-go said, she stayed up late. There's no way the company needs to be hands-on with everything. It's not like she can be a shirker like Takagi-go. Hajime dragged his tired body out onto the balcony. It was pitch black outside. She asked rhetorically, I say, Boss Gal, you won't just let me look at the stars and the moon? Of course not. Watch and don't blink. As soon as the words fell, Osaka's dark and incomparable sky was instantly covered by brilliant and eye-catching fireworks. Enthusiastic beyond belief, Hajime's hand held up the phone, his body frozen in place. She'd seen fireworks, but she'd never seen fireworks this big and there was never a firework that was set off just for her. This night was significant. After a long time, there was no sound on the other end of the line. The corner of Takagi-go's mouth quirked up as he asked, I don't suppose you're moved to tears. After a long time, the corners of Hajime's mouth curled into some intriguing smile. Rhetorically, he asked, did you set off fireworks for another woman tonight? Too? Didn't you? How do you know? Takagi-go was shocked in his heart. Nothing can be hidden from this woman. But Takagi-go replied with his mouth. How can that be? You can see through it, but I can't admit it to death. That's Takagi-go's code of conduct. Hajime bristled. She didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Takagi-go's words. Takagi-go says no means yes, and yes means no. The rule summarized by Jime. Tired. No more. I'm hanging up now. Hajime hung up the phone directly after saying that. Takagi-go looked at the darkened cell phone screen. He had expected Hajime's reply. Hajime, this person, knife mouth and tofu heart. Cold outside and hot inside. The heart estimate has long been moved to tears. Hajime Kitahara stood on the balcony and waited until the grand fireworks were over. She gripped the cell phone she had just dialed Takagi-go with both hands. Softly murmured, "Thank you." This night was not destined to be an ordinary one. In the cities of Tokyo and Osaka, people are already in a state of euphoria at this very moment. Tonight's fireworks are destined to be on tomorrow morning's hot seat, and tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many. And the man who started it all is on his way back home. Iron people recently sent gifts, really few. We paid, not dare to ask, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure, come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 167, 3 sentences ***. We don't have to wait for tomorrow. The posters are exploding tonight. Penguin communication software is all about discussing fireworks. ***, did you guys see that? What a load of to say. As long as the eyes are not blind and the ears are not deaf, they all saw it. The commotion Takagi-go made was so big that it was hard not to notice. I was sleeping, and it woke me up straight away, and I was about to start spraying. And then I was mesmerized. Same. I'm studying and there's a loud bang that goes straight to me. Upstairs, please elaborate on the study. It doesn't matter. It's very important. Say, do you guys know who put it there? I don't know. I know. I heard that Go Takagi put it there. Takagi-go? That bastard again? The crowd expressed their surprise at how Takagi-go was able to attract attention so well. It didn't take long to make such a big noise again. Please elaborate. Crowds of people have eaten melons. Eating melons is people's nature. No one can resist the charm of eating melons. Think about it. Who is Takagi-go making all this noise because of? As soon as the questioning is over. Yamaguchi Ryohana? Yeah. Weren't they engaged not too long ago? So that's why it's such romantic fireworks? My God. My heart is melting. When will my true love do this to me? Stop. You're not Yamaguchi Ryohana. So you won't meet Takagi-go either. ***** off. And I said it was set off for Hajime Kitahara. And there are fireworks in Osaka at night. Nonsense. How do you know? Because I'm the Osaka. No. How can Takagi-go be such a womanizer? Nonsense. As long as a man is a womanizer. Who says so? I'm not a womanizer. Because you don't lift. The internet opened up a bit of a tongue lashing because of that comment. And the one who started it all. Takagi-go. He has arrived at Misato's house. Takagi-go tiptoed and opened the door softly, afraid of waking Misato and waking the baby. The house was dark, and Takagi-go walked gingerly to the house. The room was dark, and it was thought that Misato had fallen asleep. Takagi-go slowly walked over. That's when Misato spoke up. I'm still awake. Why aren't you asleep? Can't sleep. Misato was used to Misato sleeping with Takagi-go's arm around her before. It would be a bit uncomfortable if Takagi-go didn't sleep with his arms around him. I guess. Habits can be really scary sometimes. Takagi-go lifted the covers and wrapped his arms around Misato as usual. The same feelings as usual are all back. Was it good? Takagi-go asked softly in her ear. He was talking about the fireworks tonight, and Misato spoke slowly. Nice. The house fell back into a hushed atmosphere. Misato, I love you. Go to sleep. Good. The two men slowly closed their eyes. The next day Takagi-go woke up early, and when he did, he went to wash up then cook. After washing up, Hirakawa Shiki called. Hello? Look online. Look online. Hirakawa Shiki's tone was so anxious that Takagi-go found it baffling. He sounded like the sky was falling. What's all the panic about? Not to brag, but you really need to learn from me. You've got thunder in your chest and your face is like a flat lake. And you don't change your color when a mountain crumbles in front of you. Do you understand? Why don't you take a look at it first, after you're done? With curiosity, Takagi Go clicked in to take a look. Mouths the words, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Iron people recently sent gifts really few we paid for the dare not ask, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 168 I like both men and women. Asterisk asterisk. 3 sentences asterisk asterisk came out of Takagi Go's mouth. The internet is all about him. Hirakawa Shiki's words ghostly came out of the phone. Now you know why I'm so anxious. Takagi Go frowned as he skimmed through some of the headlines online. Example. The answer to the question of who set off last night's fireworks for whom is in this article. Takagi Go's love history in a nutshell. The story of Go Takagi and Ryohana Yamaguchi and Hajime Kitahara. Tokyo and Osaka both set off fireworks. Coincidentally but inevitably linked. In a nutshell, it has something to do with Takagi Go, and it has something to do with his feelings. Mad. This group of media really don't mind the mess, and come to add fuel to the fire. Takagi Go hurriedly said to Hirakawa Shiki, you hurry up and have Ihana take down all the lace news about me. As long as one was fast enough, no one would notice. Paper can't hold fire after all. And Takagi Go wasn't going to explain any of this. Some things get more confusing the more you explain them. And not explaining is often the best course of action. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Hirakawa Shizuya hurriedly said, good. After saying that, Hirakawa Chi hung up the phone. It didn't take long for all the news about him to go down. And it was pretty fast. After making the meal, Takagi Go calls Misato out. And he observes that Misato's expression is as normal as ever. Guess I didn't see it. After the hiccup, the day returned to its usual calm once again. Takagi Go's life is pretty busy every day. Either he's spending time with this or that. Can you feel such pain? He lived every day in pain. Instead, I haven't been to the office all day. Going to work? It's impossible to go to work in this life. After a few months, 2 Disney movies were finally produced. Walt called Takagi Go. During this time Takagi Go had nothing to do but remotely instruct and remotely guide. Keeping it original won't be much of a problem. By the way, what should I do about the script's byline? Just sign my name. Fine. Get it in theaters as soon as you can. Takagi Go can't wait for the movie to come out in theaters. Let's see what kind of reactions people have. It's up to these 2 movies to start a cinematic universe. Good. Hang up the phone. Hiss. Takagi Go rushes forward to pick up Misato, whose stomach is now much larger. It's July now, probably due in August. After the birth was Takagi Go and Ryuga's wedding. It's okay. Takagi Go helped Misato onto the couch. Misato, do you think it's a girl or a boy? Although it can be measured with medical equipment, Takagi Go has never. That way there is a sense of surprise when you finally give birth. Supposedly, it should be a boy. Why? Because he, keeps moving, Misato said, reaching up and rubbing her stomach, her eyes filled with maternal compassion. And oh yeah, I like it whether it's a man or a woman. Takagi Go smiled and put his face close to his stomach as the little baby in Misato's stomach still kicked itself. Iron Man and Transformers trailers went out without warning. In an instant, it set off the entire internet. Asterisk asterisk, never seen that before. It's so new. No, it's in theaters next week. Why am I just seeing the trailer now? Ironies, I have a feeling these 2 movies are going to absolutely blow up. And, you know what's amazing? The production company for these 2 movies is one. Which one? Disney. Never heard of it. I've never heard of it either. And I've been looking through the information and found out that the company is going out of business for S sake. It's gone out of business. And it's still producing such a fine movie. Harm. Things have taken a turn for the worse. And guess who bought it? That I don't know. Someone who's been particularly hot lately? These 2 sing together like they're doing comedy. Is it hard to believe that it's Takagi Go? That's right, that's him. Asterisk asterisk, this guy is awesome. There's nothing he can't get his hands on. I'm going to say one more thing. And don't you dare curse. You tell me. And I'll make sure I don't curse. The script for the movie was written by Go Takagi. Asterisk asterisk, mudblood. What about saying no cursing? Bakugo goes wild with his revelations, and Takagi-go looks on, swearing that he was never the one who ordered it. The more the blabbermouth blew up, the heavier people's admiration for Takagi-go became. ******ing really fake. I'm not going to lie to you? 100% true. The over-the-top movie trailer coupled with the gimmick of Go Takagi. The conversation was all over the place in a flash. There's really no one who can do it better than Takagi-go in terms of marketing. Wait and see what happens next week when the movie comes out. Home on the bridge. Hashigami Tadata's face was grim, as was Hashigami Kenhiro's. Heard? Hashigami Tadata said without sadness. Humph. Hashigami Tadata directly overturned a side of tea on the ground. Father, rest your anger. Kenshiro Hashigami said hastily. Rest your anger? How do you expect me to rest my anger? Hashigami Tadata yelled at him. All about the same age. How come Takagi-go can rub you on the ground? Ha? Kenhiro Hashigami stood silent, head bowed, not daring to say a word. The heart cannot help but sentimental sentence. You are not also rubbed on the ground by him. They say that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Why did I give birth to such a waste like you? Tadata Hashigami learns that both of these recent movies on the internet are from Go Takagi. The anger wasn't even there. It's just that Takagi-go has to fight for the domestic market, but he won't let go of the foreign market either. Maintain a rhythm of all of them. So what now? What to do? What can I do? But stay. You can't spell strength. And you can't spell seniority. Kenhiro Hashigami clenched his hands together in dismay. Let's leave this matter at that. And let's not cross paths with Takagi-go in the future. Tadata Hashigami instructed. Then continued. And, after that, Go Takagi married Ryuka Yamaguchi. And don't you do anything out of the ordinary. Good. Although Kenhiro Hashigami said this with his mouth, he had already made a secret decision in his heart. He's going to go no matter what. He's going to fight for true love once and be a warrior who charges for love. Okay. I'm a little tired. So go ahead and go down. Yes. Tadata Hashigami couldn't stop fretting as he looked at the back of Kenho Hashigami. If he was gone one day, Takagi-go would have to play him like a dog. Alas. I must not cross paths with Takagi-go again. Iron people recently sent gifts really few. We paid for the dare not ask, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 169, Misato is having a baby. Both movies were released at the same time. To people's surprise, the Bridgeside Group of Cinemas also released both films at the same time. Takagi-go understood in his heart that this was a signal of goodwill put out by Hashib Tadata. Since the other party was showing goodwill, there was no need for Takagi-go to keep chasing after him. One more friend is better than one more enemy. And why not add to your box office? Iron Man. Transformers in theaters worldwide. The day of the screening was a packed house. Speaking as commercial blockbusters, none could be more money-sucking than these two. Walt stared at the news online. Happy as can be. It's amazing how a young man can bring a failing movie studio back from the dead. Tell anyone and they won't believe it. It's like a plot that happens in a novel. But it happened right in front of him, and Walt had to believe it. Now that the whole world knows about Disney as a movie studio, the whole world knows the horror of Takagi-go. Walt called Takagi-go. What should we do next? Walt inquired. The head is on, but I don't know what to do next. Takagi-go rubbed his chin and pondered. This matter had to be taken while the iron was still hot. System, I want to buy something. Okay. The store immediately popped into Takagi-go's mind, and he quickly found the movie screen. Find superhero movies quickly. Then take a look at your mood value, 6,700. System, how much mood value does it take to pack it all for me? 600 emotional values. Takagi-go did a double take. It's in the eye of the beholder. But on second thought, it doesn't seem too expensive. I want to buy. Takagi-go's mind clicked to confirm. Congratulations to the host on the Marvel Universe Phase 1 movie. Stage 1? Takagi-go realizes he might have been tricked. Mud. This first stage alone cost himself 60,000 emotional value. But when you think about it, it's enough. The first stage is enough to shoot for a long time. It's not too late to turn on stage 2 after you've shot it. And stage 3 as well. Hey. Walt saw that Takagi-go wasn't speaking and spoke softly again. Takagi-go said casually. Something else just came to mind. By the way, what were you saying? Oh, just what to do in the next phase. Next stage. I'll send you the script and then you just shoot it according to the planning cycle. Takagi-go sent Walt the script he'd just been given from the system. Walt received it so shocked he couldn't even speak. He was now treating Takagi-go as if he existed as a god. Was this something that a ING human being could come up with? Excited beyond words, Takagi-go told him more details about what to look out for, and then hung up the phone. After opening up the superhero universe, Takagi-go had nothing else to do. In the end, Transformers raked in $300 million at the box office and Iron Man raked in $600 million worldwide. Go Takagi's movie universe has officially opened. Back to the usual calm. Flash forward to August. Misato is going to have a baby. Iron people recently sent gifts really few we paid not dare to ask, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 170, Yukiko Takagi. August is not destined to be an ordinary month. Tokyo Hospital. Takagi-go waited outside anxiously. It was useless for him to be in a hurry. And useless to be in a hurry. Kind of appreciate the anxiety. 2. Hirako Ashiki, Ryohana, and Mieko are waiting outside. 2. They were considered the closest people to Takagi-go. After a long wait, the doctor finally came out of it. Congratulations, Mr. Gao. The mother and daughter are safe. Great, great. Misato had given him a daughter. It didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. Takagi-go loved it all. He is also not patriarchal. Takagi-go looked at his daughter before he went in to inspect Misato. There can be many children, but there is only one Misato. Misato had just given birth looking very pale and hadn't woken up yet. After the anesthetic wore off, Misato woke up from her leisurely. Takagi-go has been standing guard next to her. It was so that he could be the first thing Misato saw when she woke up. Wake up, the child. Where's the kid? It's on the side. Takagi-go brought the child over from the side, having specially learned how to hold a child from Mieko. It looks decent. Really? Misato smiled at the sight of the child. It was her daughter no matter what. More like you a little more. Takagi-go smiled at Misato. Misato had just woken up from surgery and needed rest the most. That's why Takagi-go didn't bother her and just quietly guarded her from the side. I didn't. It's okay. The baby's born. You go ahead and get busy with your company. I'm sorry, Misato said. How can that be? Now no matter which thing is more important than you. Even if the company goes out of business. In fact, normally Takagi-go doesn't go to the company. Now that Misato just had a baby. Just the time to need companionship. A warmth flowed through Misato's heart. Takagi-go was in love. And she knew that Takagi-go loved more than just her. Then let me covet your concern a little longer. By the way, the Misato child hasn't been named yet. Why don't you pick a name? I'm sorry, Takagi-go inquired. It's better if you take it. Misato shook her head. Takagi-go thought darkly. After a while it said, how about Yuko Takagi? Last winter gave them both great memories. That memory is unforgettable in any way. Good. Misato looked at the child with love in her eyes. The boy really looks like you. Takagi-go laughed. Nonsense. It's obviously a little more like you. While I admit I'm handsome, it's still important to look like you that. A girl should only be as pretty as you are. Misato was defeated by Takagi-go's words. Misato's been hospitalized for a few days and Takagi-go has been by her side. And the little one doesn't cry when she's hungry. Peace and quiet. When it was time for dinner, Takagi-go carried Yuko to Misato. Takagi-go had a resigned little expression on his face. Feed my daughter. Misato nodded. Turn around. Takagi-go laughed. How many times have you seen this? And you're still shy. It was one thing to have seen it many times, but it was still a little shy to have Misato feed it in front of Takagi-go. Still want your daughter to eat. Takagi-go bristled and resisted. What do you mean my daughter? Talking as if she's not your daughter. Despite that, Takagi-go obediently turned around. After feeding it, Misato said, there. After Misato was discharged from the hospital, Mieko came over from time to take care of the baby. And Takagi-go stayed with Misato except for going to Ryuga's house. The day of his wedding to Ryuga was getting closer. August 30th. The Yamaguchi family. Everything has been arranged, Ji Haoshian said. Takagi nodded. Because he'd blocked out all the information. Yamaguchi Hirotaka didn't know that Takagi Go had a child. If he knew about it, Yamaguchi Hirotaka was afraid that he would have to fight to the death to split himself. Had to keep the news on lockdown. Takagi Go looked up into the sky. His own wedding, highly publicized. One is a business genius and the other is the Yamaguchi family's daughter. A love that matches like no other. From school uniform to wedding dress. I can't even think of a way to keep people's attention. Takagi Go would rather not pay attention to anyone at all. Being in the limelight means more potential for mishaps. And many eyes are watching. Phew. Takagi Go let out a light breath, hoping that nothing would happen tomorrow. After leaving Ryuga's house, Takagi Go first made a trip back to Misato's house. Misato hadn't been allowed to touch her cell phone for a while, just in case she saw a message about herself. If Misato says online, "Yes, we have a child," I'm guessing Takagi Go is also being sprayed to death, and the wedding probably won't take place properly. However, he knew Misato wasn't like that. Misato didn't give a damn about love earned this way. Takagi Go entered the house and hugged Yuko first. Smiling, "Yuko has grown up a bit." Misato nodded. At this time, little Yuko had already fallen asleep. This little guy usually doesn't make any noise. Rather, it made it easier for Misato. However, it's usually Takagi Go who brings it. Even though Takagi Go asked Misato to stay with him more, but Misato rarely carries it except for breastfeeding. After putting Yuko in the house, Go Takagi came out and said to Misato, "Misato, I have something tomorrow." Misato looked at tomorrow's date, the 1st of September, and her heart thumped. A look of sadness welled up in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Aha! Misato neither asked what the trip was for nor instructed Takagi Go to come back early. Everything is so bland. It's getting late. I'm a little tired. I'm going to bed first. Takagi Go had wanted to go in and sleep together like before, but the door had closed before he could get in. Alas! Takagi Go sighed and took a seat on the couch in the living room. He deserved all of this. There's not much to say. However, Takagi Go is convinced that one day in the future, Misato will definitely come back to him. It is the heart that returns to him. The sound of the clock hands turning rang quietly. Misato lay on her bed in the house, unable to sleep across the room. Somehow, tears suddenly flowed from the corners of my eyes. Misato's parents hadn't given her any attention since she was a child, and waited until she was old enough to meet Go Takagi. Takagi Go was good and kind to her, but Takagi Go wasn't the only one who was kind to her. At first she didn't believe it, then she asked him to make a decision and didn't make one. By that time Misato had broken her heart. Misato huffed in a small voice, not realizing at this point that Yuko felt her mother's sadness that started wailing and crying. Misato hurriedly got up and picked up Yuko, figuring she'd be hungry. After feeding her, Yuko did stop crying, but Misato couldn't stop her tears. "Yuko, don't blame mommy for being cruel or not wanting you in the future, okay? I know you'll understand me, right?" Misato said while crying. When the meeting begins, the departure is counting down. Takagi Go had given so much love to Misato these days, and Misato longed not to have it. Little Yuko ate and then fell asleep again. Children are always innocent. Takagi Go stayed in the living room until 3 in the morning. When he left, the wedding is about to start and he's going to pick up Ryuga. The door to the room closed and the door to the house opened. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure, come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 171, The Great Marriage. The door to the room closed and the door to the house opened. Takagi Go left and Misato came out. Takagi Go knew very well in his heart that one day in the future the child's business would be known. Paper can't hold fire. It was then that the purgatory-like Shura was truly opened. The current one is nothing more than a small fight. Let's hide it for as long as we can. The most important thing now is to get married quickly. It's only when the rice is raw. The Mercedes Maybach driven by Hirakawa Ji was at the head of a huge, luxurious motorcade behind it. A bunch of fancy cars and luxury cars. Of course, It's all rented by Go Takagi. You can afford to buy it, but it's not necessary, and it's a good deal any way you can get it. It's time to save and spend. And the main one is to spend wisely. Takagi Go in a suit sitting in a Porsche car. The convoy made a full circle. For a while, Takagi Go's wedding became a hot topic for a whole bunch of people. The discussion on the internet is intense. Asterisk asterisk. Did you guys see it? You mean Takagi Go's wedding? Yes. It's ing spectacular? I'm drooling with envy. I want to have such a grand wedding when I get married. Wash your hands upstairs. You're getting married with a table at most. Wow. I'm so envious of Yamaguchi Ryohana. I want such a grand and attention-grabbing wedding too. Good girl. Let's go to sleep. When you're asleep, you can dream of anything. This wedding is a stream-sucking affair. Not only at home, but still very hot abroad. The topic went straight to number 1. The caravan circled around a few times and then began to drive towards Yamaguchi's house. Ryuga had long been waiting inside in her white wedding dress. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled and asked, Ryohana, wait, nervous? Ryuga shook her head and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not nervous. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled. His daughter he knew. By now Ryuka would have been rubbing her hands together nervously. After all, anyone getting married for the first time would be very nervous. The marriage of his daughter fulfills one of Yamaguchi Hirotaka's wishes. Iko-sien came over at that moment and said, Takagi Go has arrived. Hirotaka Yamaguchi nodded. Takagi Go's receiving of the bride went very smoothly and without any obstruction. All of the Yamaguchi family were on the bus. There were very few people on Takagi Go's side, just Mieko Ihana and the rest of them, and no one else. The convoy slowly drove into Tokyo's most luxurious hotel. The scene was filled with a strong sense of happiness. The archway surrounded by flowers and the immaculate white wedding dress all emphasized the solemnity of this wedding. Ryohana didn't like jewelry, so Takagi Goku had purposely decorated it full of childishness and innocence. It's like a dream castle. Takagi Go was handsome in a straight suit. Yamaguchi Ryuka, on the other hand, was beautifully clad in a gorgeous white wedding gown, delicate as a doll. On the stage, the master of ceremonies announced the beginning of the ceremony with a passionate voice. Hirakawa Shiki let out a breath. This guy didn't sleep at all last night. He was busy cutting videos all night long. Cut the video and give Takagi Go to drive. No, I have to have a big meal later. After the process, it's time to exchange rings. After the exchange of rings it was also a rite of passage. Takagi Go takes out a ring to put on Ryuga. At that moment, voices came from outside. I disagree. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 172. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I disagree. Takagi Go put his eyes on it. And a familiar face, Kenho Hashibe. When Hashibe Tadeda saw that his son had indeed arrived, he could not cry. It's so hard to put things right with Takagi Go, and it's so hard to come to Takagi Go's wedding. This kid shouted this voice before all the efforts were wasted. Hashibe Tadeda questioned toward his men on the sidelines. Who let this kid out? No one replied. Hurry up and get that guy out of here. Kenhiro Hashibe continued. I disagree. After this statement, Kenshiro Hashibe followed up with, do you know how much Takagi Go he? Takagi Go's pupils contracted violently down upon hearing that. It was going to be bad. If he let Kenshiro Hashibe say it, he guessed the wedding wouldn't happen. In the nick of time, Hirakawa Shiki snapped to his feet and quickly walked over. Shut up. Takagi Go cannot help but be moved in his heart. Good brother. Brother did not hurt you for nothing. Brother did not buy you a Maybach for nothing. From now on, we'll be on our own. I'll call you brother. You call me dad. As soon as Hirakawa Shiki got into the ring, Kenhiro Hashibe's words no longer had a chance to be uttered. Kenshiro Hashibe was then pulled out. Takagi Go and Hashibe Tadeda exhaled at the same time, uncharacteristically relieved. The wedding can go on. Luckily, he hadn't torn his face off, and there was still room to ease his relationship with Takagi Go. The wedding was held as usual, with both parties exchanging rings. When they were done, Takagi-go walked down with Ryuga to make a toast. Of course, basically all of them were drunk by Takagi-go, and Ryohana was replaced with something else. The fervent wedding went on for a full day. Misato's house. Hanaka Gardenia hurriedly pushed open the door and came in, and saw Misato sitting on the sofa holding little Yukiko. Immediately called up. Egu, why are you still sitting here? Do you know about Takagi-go's wedding today? Misato ignored her. Do you know? It's useless. You can't even snatch a child from someone else. That comment instantly pissed Misato off. Will you stop rubbing salt in my wounds? What do you mean I'm rubbing salt in your wounds? It's obviously you who are incapable of keeping a man to yourself. In the end, you're still blaming me. I told you before not to use the baby to keep Takagi-go behind. But you just didn't listen. Hanaka Gardenia's words are harsh and mean. Every word was like a knife in Misato's heart. Where it hurts, the Gardenia sticks. So, I'm just a tool for you to make money, right? So, my feelings just don't matter, right? Misato's eyes rolled with teardrops. The people closest to her were often the ones who hurt her the most. You go. Don't want to see you. Misato said sadly. Fine. Don't regret raising such a white-eyed wolf as you. Gardenia finished, turned and walked out. After Gardenia left, the house returned to its usual flat silence. In fact, Misato understood all of this in her heart. Yuko, let me see you again. Takagi-go's wedding continues. During this time an honored guest arrives, an old acquaintance of Go Takagi's, Hajime Kitahara. Takagi-go laughed and poked fun at Kitahara Hajime, who had taken the time to attend specifically. You're not here to steal the marriage, are you? Hajime Kitahara smiled slightly, raised her eyebrows and said, if I were to rob, would you come with me? Takagi-go provoked. I'll leave if you dare to grab it. Ha! I'll really rob it then. Hajime made a move to go to Yamaguchi Hirotaka, but Takagi-go hurriedly said, Hey, wait a minute, wait a moment. Well, still provoking me no. Takagi-go smiled and shook his head, changing the subject. This time, I came here specifically to, shouldn't it be just send me a blessing? Why can't I? You're a big part of my heart. Takagi-go almost spat out a mouthful of wine when he heard that. Before that, Hajime said he couldn't trust his own words with even a single punctuation mark. Your words are not the same. Love doesn't play a big part in Hajime's mind. Work career is very big in her heart. Let me guess the purpose of your visit. Takagi-go fiddled with his chin and, after thinking for a long time, he said, you guess you want the world to explain that we are innocent this time, right? Before that, Hajime and Takagi-go were full of rumors about their philandering. Now that Hajime is openly attending Takagi-go's wedding, doesn't it just show that he and Takagi-go are simply friends, partners at best? Common friends who have slept together. It feels so bad to be seen through you, Hajime admitted. The hand smoothed the loose hair behind his ear and continued. Half right. Oh, half? Do you know Lee Byung-gil of the 4-star group? What's wrong with having heard it? He wants to invite us to a business meeting. You're the one who wants to go, right? Takagi-go asked rhetorically. Sort of. So what am I called up for? To be a laborer? A dog licker? What does dog licking mean? Takagi-go then realized that there was no such thing as a dog licker yet. It's okay, a breed of dog. What's in it for me to let me go over there? Hajime is also a businessman and will not be unaware of the principle of profit above all else. Hajime looked down and thought and said, it'll take you to the next level of orange cell phone sales. The technology is updating and iterating faster. Takagi-go shook his head down and said, not interested, plus it's already selling well enough that it doesn't need to get any better, by a long shot. It builds more connections. No need. No need. Hajime didn't mention a single benefit, and Takagi-go said he didn't need it. By the end of the day, Hajime was getting annoyed. I'll just go by myself. Actually, I don't care about any of what you're saying, and I don't care. So what do you care? What I care about is far away and near. How would you say that if Hirotaka Yamaguchi heard you? Well, as long as you go with me it's all up to you. Hajime drained the one in his hand and then walked out of the wedding. Takagi-go's wedding is over. There were interruptions, but no harm done. Takagi-go specially bought a villa not far from Hirotaka Yamaguchi's house. For the sake of trying to make it easier for Ryohana to get home when she's homesick, a battle opened up. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 173 Real partings are silent. The spring night is worth $1,000. Takagi-go woke up comfortably from his sleep, and at that moment, Ryuga was like a sound asleep kitten. Takagi-go pinched her nose, and the kitten slowly awoke from her slumber. Ryuga opened her eyes and blushed instantly when she looked up at Takagi-go. Wake up. I'll cook. Don't. Stay with me for a while, Ryuga said with a pout. Takagi-go hurriedly hugged her tightly and said, fine. Whatever you say, Ryuka. I'll follow you. The two lingered here for a while longer, and then Takagi-go got up to make breakfast. After breakfast was done, Takagi-go went out. I missed Misato and Yuko a little bit after not seeing them all day yesterday. Misato's house. As always, it was calm and the same as it was. It's as if yesterday's grand wedding didn't exist. Misato looked as usual, and Takagi-go was puzzled. It was logical that she shouldn't have been unaware of it, but Misato didn't say anything about it. So naturally Takagi-go wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. It's good to keep this calm. Misato glanced at Takagi-go and said, by the way, there's no food in the fridge, so go get some. Takagi-go didn't suspect anything, and he had bought all the groceries before. After Takagi-go went out, Misato's eyes touched Yuko's head lovingly, leaning down and kissing her forehead. Yuko, don't blame the favor, okay? After saying that, Misato turned around to get her stuff and leave the place. Takagi-go went to the nearest supermarket to buy groceries, and when he came back from buying groceries, the house was empty. The only sound was Yuko's cries. Sure enough, it was still gone, and Takagi-go wasn't surprised by the outcome. It's not like we haven't sent someone to follow Misato. When a man's heart isn't with you, it's futile to do anything. The real departures are silent. Takagi-go fed Yuko first, then picked up the phone. Hey, follow good no. If you lose it you don't have to come back. After the instruction, Takagi-go hung up the phone. Misato, we'll meet again. After a few days of honeymooning with Ryohana, Takagi-go's day came to leave for the Han Kingdom. Tokyo Airport. Takagi-go and Kitahara Hajime are fully loaded and ready to go. I wonder how this trip to Han was. Guys, sorry for the low-grade fever and weakness, so this chapter is a little late. Brothers beg for gifts. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 174, A Life of Paper and Gold, completed. Tokyo Airport. The 4 of them, Takagi-go, Hajime, Ihana, and Hirakawa Shiki, were waiting here at the airport. At first it was just a matter of Hajime and Takagi-go going, but there's one less person to hit the ground running, as well as someone to do the dirty work. So, this honorable and intertwined difficult task was given to Hirakawa Shiki. Hirakawa Shiki had a happy smile on his face, and his mouth was drooping with joy. A few people got on the plane. Lee Byung-gil was the main invitee to the event, so it was mainly him who made the arrangements. As soon as the plane arrives in Han, they see Lee Byung-gil arranging for someone to meet Takagi-go and the others. Seoul Hotel. Takagi-go and the others stayed in. Evening. Takagi-go said to the crowd, why don't, let's go out for a stroll. This is the first time he's been to Han. He's never been here before. How can you afford to travel to Han without having a good time? Who pays for it? Hirakawa Chi asked. Usually these kinds of topics are the ones that people care about the most. Takagi-go said directly. Hajime pays for it. Hajime asked rhetorically. Why am I paying for it? You're the main lead this time. Fine. Sis treat. Eat all you want. Play all you want. As night falls, the The bustling city of Seoul is illuminated by bright lights. Skyscrapers line the streets, neon signs flash, and vehicles weave in and out of the bustling streets. The streets are filled with the aroma of various cuisines. The night sky is dotted with stars, mirroring the lights of the city. The night scenery on both sides of the Han River is picturesque, with colorful lights reflecting on the river's surface and sparkling. It's beautiful. However, behind this prosperity, there are some untold stories hidden. The four of them wandered around for a while, shopping at malls and the like. When it comes to shopping, Go Takagi is very vocal. Usually the excitement is high at the beginning, and then the excitement plummets as you stroll around. By the end of the day it was straightway. Women are different. Women are more and more excited to shop. Shopping all day without getting tired. Hirakawa Shiki can't go on like this when he sees it. Hirakawa Shiki said to Aiwa, why don't you two go shopping first and I've got something going on with Takagi Go. Youngwa cocked her head in confusion and asked, what's the matter with you? Don't pry into men's business. Takagi Go, who was the one involved, was confused. He had nothing to do with him. Only seeing Hirakawa Shiki squeezing his eyebrows and signaling himself, Takagi Go first pressed the doubt in his heart and, covering, indeed, something did come up. Seeing that Hirakawa Shiki had said so, Ryohana had no choice but to say, okay. Hajime didn't care if Takagi Go and the two of them stayed with him or not. Takagi Go pulled Hirakawa Shiki aside and asked, what are you calling me out for? Hirakawa Chi said mysteriously, I found a massage place. Goichi Takagi heard the word massage and had a look of contempt on his face. Hey, what's that look on your face? What a look, Hirakawa Chi. I never thought I'd be wrong about you, that you'd be this kind of person that, I really misjudged you. In vain, I am a decent man, to be a brother with your kind. I don't have this son in the future. Takagi Go continued to output a whole bunch of words. Subsequently, Hirakawa Chi's head was filled with black lines. Where is this all going? How could he not understand? He only understood that Takagi Go was a decent man. An hour later, upscale KTV. In the end, Takagi Go compromised. But massage parlors are not our style. To go is also to go to KTV. Must be upscale. Takagi Go and Hirakawa Chi look at the richest KTV. Takagi Go whispered to Hirakawa Shiki, this KTV isn't simple. Hirakawa Shiki asked curiously. Oh, he had an inquisitive look in his eyes. Did you see those guys standing guard at the door? They're all practiced. Hirakawa Shiki nodded. Since Takagi Go said that he had practiced his family, he must have practiced his family. Convinced, Hirakawa Chi pondered and said, why don't? Let's switch to another one. Don't change it. Just this one. Are you a wimp? Goon? Just kidding. Never knew how to spell goon in my life. Hirakawa Shiki heard this and immediately headed inside. Takagi Go smiled. He knew Hirakawa Shiki too well. Two people booked a private room, but no one came to entertain them after a long time. Takagi Go frowned. This shouldn't be like this, surely some deal that can't be put on the table. Shizuya Hirakawa asked. Then why don't you ask us? Probably because you're too poor looking. Holy ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 1200. Bully, don't scream yet. Just watch the work. Takagi Go called the waiter over. A young man in his 20s, wearing a uniform that, it's very spiritual. So what? Do you have any other services here or anything like that? Takagi Go asked very implicitly. This kind of thing cannot be explicitly. We all know that on the line. Usually the regulars are some of the higher-ups, all familiar faces, and Takagi Go is a raw face and so young. So the waiter was certain that the man was not a rich man. He said contemptuously, all expensive. The implication is that you don't have any money. Takagi Go didn't get annoyed when he heard that, and what he said was kind of polite. What hard words hadn't he heard in his last life? He quietly pulled the keys to the Porsche out of his pocket and placed them on the table in front of him. The waiter's eyes snapped open and he inwardly pondered for a moment whether it was real or not. It's fine if it's fake, but if it's real, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position. He didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to. Alright, you wait a moment, I'll call it for you right away. The waiter had a fawning smile on his face. Wait, what else do you want? I still like you better than the way you are now. The way you were just now. High and mighty in contempt of everything. After Takagi Go finished speaking, the waiter walked out with a condescending look on his face. After he left, Hirakawa Shiki asked, you still take your car keys when you go out? It's just a toy. $5 for 10 wholesale. If you want it, here's a Ferrari key for you. After saying that, Takagi Go pulled out the Ferrari's car keys from his pocket again. Hirakawa Shiki was really bowled over by Takagi Go's wave. So he believed it straight away? To put it bluntly, he's a clerk. There's no point in offending me over something that isn't certain. No good. Hirakawa Shiki admired Takagi-go. System, I want to exchange Chinese. Takagi-go felt it was still necessary to exchange it, in case they were backstabbing themselves. No one can say for sure. Hosts, there are beginner, introductory, proficient, and adept. May I ask the host to redeem which one? Takagi-go thought about it and decided that it would be enough to redeem the proficiency. It wouldn't do much good to redeem proficiencies, and it's a waste of emotes. I want to redeem proficiency. Okay, that's a total of 500 sentiments. The items in storage. Remaining emotional value 700. Takagi-go hurriedly put the experience book to use and a large chunk of knowledge that didn't belong to him entered inside his mind, and his head swelled. Nishihachi, Hirakawa Shiki said with an aggrieved face, why are you cursing? He didn't do anything and somehow he got scolded. Didn't scold you. Not 10 minutes later, a bunch of women came in. Takagi-go looked over one by one, giving winks to whichever girl his eyes caught. As he took aim at the last girl, suddenly the system's voice appeared in his head. Female lead 008 detected, Yuji-un. Finally a new heroine after so many days. It's done. Guys, IBS is up and running, so I'm posting this chapter late. Not enough words can only be sent out first, tomorrow to make up the word count. Brother do not crave for cold, cry. Brothers beg for gifts, cry. Ironies it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently, dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 175, Persuading a Dusty Woman to Become a Good Man. The last chapter has been filled in, so if you haven't read it, you can go ahead and finish it before reading this chapter. To keep the plot coherent, Takagi-go pointed to the last girl and said, she stays. Takagi-go then turned his head to Hirakawa Shiki and said, you pick one. Hirakawa Shiki had wanted to pick that girl at first, too, because she was the prettiest in the place, but Takagi-go picked away first, and he couldn't say anything. That's why it's so important to make the first move. Hirakawa Chi picked one at random, and after doing so, he let the rest of the people go down first. Yuji-un lowered her head. Shy. Takagi-go greeted Reika. Come here. Sit here. He patted the couch aside. Yuji-un walked over to him, her head still bowed. Takagi-go laughed and teased. Shyness won't earn you any money in your line of work. Who would choose to be in this line of work unless they had to? Yuji-un rubbed her 2 small hands back and forth. Why don't we have a little chat? Chat? That's when Yuji-un looked up, revealing her delicate face, with her pretty pink hair, and eyes round and black, eyes like a flood of clear water, long eyelashes like mist, skin like snow. It was by no means comparable to those gaudy people who had just come. The heroines picked by the system have different personalities, but you don't have to wonder. They are all first-class good-looking. That's right, just chatting. It was the first time Yuji-un had heard such a request. No one who comes here wants to chat. Why are you doing this? Lack of money. Our forefathers used to talk about the 2 main hobbies of men, dragging virtuous women into the water and persuading women of the world to become virtuous. Follow me. How about I protect you from now on? I'll make enough money soon. So, just don't use it. No selling out? Not for sale. It hasn't been sold before. No. Do you think it's possible? Takagi-go knows too much about the upper class of Han. It doesn't even matter if Yuji-un wants to sell or not. Rather, it's what their upper class thinks. You can't imagine the joy of a plutocrat. Yuji-un asked rhetorically. How is that impossible? Still too young. At that moment, a man outside yelled. I'm looking for Ji-un. Get her here today. No matter what. What? You mean she's with someone? Zabachi, get her over here. Now. 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 Takagi-go frowned slightly, and after a moment, the waitress from earlier came in and a look of embarrassment. Brother, why don't I get you another one? No, I'll take her. Takagi-go pulled Yuji-un, who was trying to get up, and she froze slightly. I didn't realize that the man in front of me was going to offend someone else for her. You know, The people who come to this KTV are either rich or rich. It's totally not worth it for her. At that moment, the man who had been yelling outside walked in, probably in his mid-20s, but had been emptied of his body by drink, and his face was pale. A false batch. Without bragging, Takagi-go can hit 100 of them with one punch. The man's face lit up when he saw you, Ji-un. Ji-un, it's finally good to see you again. His eyes then caught Takagi-go pulling on you Ji-un's wrist. Saihachi, who the hell are you? Hurry up and let go of my hand. Takagi-go really loosened his grip, and Ji-un froze. Sure enough, men are all the same. Flowery words cajole people, but not once they are put into practice. I count on you to know what's good for you, and spare your dog's life. Hirakawa Shiki knew Takagi-go very well, and had long ago sat down to eat fruit and cross his legs. Get ready for a good show. Without saying anything, Takagi-go got up straight away, and in full view of a kick toward the man's chest. It flew straight out several meters. Everyone was stunned except for Hirakawa Chi. Brothers, I'm full of blood. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 176, leave the sadness to me, and the joy to you. Takagi-go's kick directly shriveled him up and he almost didn't pass out. The man lay there for a long time before reacting to the energy. Hachi, do you know who I am? I'm young Johnsian. Takagi-go turned his head toward Hirakawa Shiki and asked, have you heard of this man? Hirakawa Shiki understands that. Following Takagi-go's words, he said, I've never heard of it. What kind of trashy person is this? Takagi-go turned his head to young Johnsian and said, I've never heard of it. Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki go at it, and it nearly pisses young Johnsian off. My dad is the president of Hyundai. Oh, Takagi-go let out a soft oh, turning his head toward Hirakawa Shiki. He said his father is the chairman of the Hyundai group. Then don't recognize. Hirakawa Shiki was in mid-sentence when, then said, what president? The president of the Hyundai group. Asterisk. Is it great? The top 3 plutocrats in Han. Oh. Takagi-go turned his head towards Zhang Zhengxuan and said, I don't know. I don't care who your father is. Even if your dad is me, I'll beat you up today. Young Johnsian froze, not realizing that putting his dad out there wouldn't help. The color in Yu Ji-un's eyes kept changing. The man in front of me would really offend the Hyundai group for himself. She felt herself unworthy. The waiter was scared silly on the sidelines. Although he was also upset that these plutocratic rich kids but this grandson is the son of the chairman of Hyundai group. This is all according to the fight, but also mouth crazy words. In front of the guy in the end, what is the head? Hiss. That looks familiar. It seems to be Takagi-go, and it really is. Takagi-go is highly influential domestically and slightly weaker internationally. It's normal to not recognize them for a while. At that moment, young Johnsian's bodyguard flew in. Young Johnsian exclaimed excitedly, great, you're finally here. What the hell are you waiting for? Give him a good beating. Yes, get me the up first. Takagi-go rolled his eyes breathlessly. The boy was going to drool even after he was cured. How many of you go on one by one? Or all together? The few bodyguards froze and rushed up in unison. Within a minute, the bodyguards were all down. Takagi-go clapped his hands and laughed with contempt in his eyes. Not forbidden to fight. Really not forbidden to fight. Young Johnsian cursed. Obey. You wait for me. After putting down these harsh words, young Johnsian was assisted to leave. I don't know how many times Takagi-go had heard such a threat, and no one had actually done it yet. Takagi-go craned his head to see that Hirakawa Shiki was eating fruit. Still eating? Why don't you stay and watch the show? Oh. Hirakawa Shiki withdrew his fond grip on the girl's hand and squeezed it before leaving. Takagi-go really believed in the saying that the love brain should really get a massage. Takagi-go tugged on Yu Ji-un's wrist and walked out, dropping the words, you pay. Ha? Why should I pay? You said come on. If you don't pay, who does? Asterisk. Ding. Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to aggrieved, generating an emotion value of 500. Current mood value 1200. Takagi threw down a card for the manager and said, "She doesn't have to come in from now on." After putting down those words, Takagi walked straight out. Takagi looked down and asked, "Is there a place to stay?" Yu-ji-un shook her head and said, "No. She usually stayed in the arranged room, but now that it was gone, naturally she couldn't. Tell you what, how about I book a room for you first, and we'll talk about our business some other time?" Yu-ji-un nodded. Takagi had booked a hotel nearby for Yu-ji-un, and after getting Yu-ji-un settled in, Takagi turned his head to join Hirakawa Shiki. I only saw Hirakawa with an aggrieved expression on his face. Takagi frowned and asked, "What's with the aggrieved expression?" "It's like a grievance." I said, "Come." "That's right. I paid for it at the end." "That's right. People you take away." "Nothing wrong with that. I didn't get anything at the end of the day." "That's not true. I have to criticize you for that." "What do you mean you didn't get any of it?" "You fished for joy." Hirakawa Shiki cried. "I'd rather not be happy." "Silly child, happiness is the most important thing now. Look how nice I am. Sadness is left to me." Leave the pleasure to you." The two of them walked to the hotel in the middle of their jokes, and by now, Hajime and the girls had already returned. Takagi instructed, "Know what to say later." Hirakawa said with a playful smile, I know. I told you we went to KTV, and then you bring out a female." Takagi laughed at that and threatened, "If you dare say that, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." "Gee, don't worry. I know what to say." As expected, Ihana saw Takagi and asked, "What have you guys been doing? Why are you back so late?" "Harm. Went out to dinner." "Dinner? That's right, it's dinner, isn't it?" "Yes, it's dinner." Younghwa wasn't too skeptical. Hajime was human enough to see it at a glance that the two of them definitely weren't off to dinner. But she looked the other way. "Go to bed early today. You have business tomorrow," Hajime instructed. "Aha." Before leaving, Takagi asked, "Is the Hyundai group attending?" Hajime nodded and said, "Attending? Why? It's okay. I'll run into an old acquaintance tomorrow." "Old acquaintance? What old acquaintance?" "You'll find out tomorrow." Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 177, Takagi I'll never rest with you. Mansion District. Seoul. Han. A Mercedes-Benz limousine pulls in, and men in black suits rush down to open the backseat door, helping young Jung Seon walk in. This kick was really a bit hard, and half of young Jung Seon's life was almost gone. He's a rich, well-bred son of a wealthy, well-bred family. Ever since he was a child, he had lived in fine clothes, pampered and favored. In his upbringing, not to mention a beating, even a word of chastisement. This kind of thing had never happened before either. After all, with his family's power and status, who would dare to mess with him so easily? However, now that he had suffered such a strange humiliation, Takagi had not treated him as a human being. To be honest, in Takagi eyes, he didn't deserve to be human either. Takagi also knew the score, and definitely avoided the vitals, or else it would not end well if someone really got killed. It's not a good place to end up right now, though. I'm going to see my dad. When a child is aggrieved outside, he or she must go home to dad or mom. The bodyguards hurriedly assisted Mr. Jung inside. Once inside, the bodyguard Jung shouted toward the man sitting in the seat. President. Just a man in his 40s or 50s. His hair neatly and meticulously combed, and it was as if every strand of hair had been carefully tended. He wore a gold-rimmed eyeglass in his eyes. Business elitist to the core. Jung E.G. saw his son's ghostly appearance. He couldn't help but frown. What's gotten into this? Young Jongseon can walk sideways in the whole of Han with his status. Which ungrateful one even hurt him like this? Jung E.G.'s heart had already been set on killing that man, daring to hurt his own son. His life doesn't look like he wants it. Young Jungseon cried out. Father, you must do right by me. Jung Ichi asked. Who? Young Jungseon said timidly. No, I don't know. Young Jungseon doesn't know who that person is. He usually pays the most attention to which KTV is the best. Which company has the best looking entertainment stars. Jang Ichi frowned tightly and did not get angry. He knew very well that his son had this kind of virtue. But there's no way around it. You can only suffer what you've given birth to. At that moment, a person next to me stepped forward and said, I seem to recognize that person? Who? Jung Ichi asked curiously. He dared to strike his son in Han and hit him so hard. Either a plutocrat who was more powerful than him, or a hairy kid who was new to the game. Jung Iji inwardly preferred the latter. It seems to be Takagi Go. Takagi Go? Jung Iji's eyes narrowed slightly. Tomorrow is the business summit conversation, and Takagi Go is attending. He was aware of it, counting the days and indeed arriving in the Han Kingdom, and remembering Takagi Go's previous glorious deeds. Odds are he didn't run. It's just like Takagi Go to do. He's not a man to be messed with. Jung Iji felt a bit of a headache just thinking about it. You can't mess with anyone but the god of the plague. Zhang Zhongshuan cried out. Father, you must do it for me. Do it for me. Zhang Ichi frowned. Alright, I know. You go down and get a doctor to look at you first. And don't go to those places in the future for a while. Young Jongxian hurriedly denied it and said, I didn't go. If Zhang Iji knew about this, he wouldn't be able to peel off a layer of his skin. It's no secret that they upper-class plutocrats go to places like that. Everyone knows it. Zhang Ichi snorted coldly. Do you really think that I don't know about the things you've done? Well, you go down first. He then said to the maid at the side. Remember to take care of Gongzi. It's the president. After the rest of the people had left, Zhang Yiji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the sky outside. Not knowing what he was thinking, after a long time, he exhaled softly. In that case, Takagi Go. I'm not going to die with you. The next morning, the crowd woke up, ate and went to the meeting. Takagi Go purposely googled Lee Byung-gil's details, and details about Hyundai Group's Young Iki. He never fights unprepared battles, and now that he's here, he's going to make a big deal out of it. He rubbed Young Jongxian, the son of Young Iki, on the ground yesterday. It is conceivable that this was by no means a peaceful meeting. How could Young Iki let him go? If we let Takagi Go do it all over again, he still chose to do it, without the slightest hesitation, because if he backed down, he wouldn't be called Takagi Go. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 178, She's Having Fun. At this point, the Blue Palace had come to be filled with many people. Not only the business elites of Han were invited, but people from other countries as well. The examples include Hajime Kitahara, Go Takagi, and others. A few of Takagi Go reached the front of the Blue Palace, but Takagi Go stood still and didn't walk in. Hajime frowned in confusion and asked, Why are you still standing here and not going in? Takagi Go decides to tell Hajime selectively about what happened yesterday. It was also impossible to keep this matter under wraps, and it would surely be revealed at the meeting. Might as well tell it early now so that Hajime can be prepared. As for why it's selective, crap, can you tell her she went to karaoke last night? Then the image of himself as a decent man for many years will soon be completely ruined. Takagi Go smiled and said, So what? I'll confess something to you. Hajime froze. Why was the word confession suddenly being used? Go ahead. I seem to be in trouble with you. What's the trouble? When Hajime thinks about it, they just came to Seoul less than 2 days ago, and you're in trouble. What? You're a troublemaker? You're a troublemaker in this country, so forget it. It's the same abroad as it is at home. I'm sure it must be because of what happened last night. Takagi Go and Hirakawa Shiki didn't even go to dinner. Takagi Go explained. Simply put, there was a man who cursed me, and then I struck him with my hands. Hajime frowned in concern at that. Are you hurt? Takagigo's heart warmed at hearing that Hajime's subconscious words were concerned about himself. It's not something you can fake by pretending. Takagigo proudly said. How could I possibly get hurt? Even if there were 10 or 100 more of him. I can't even hurt a single point. Hajime had heard a lot about Takagigo's skill. And since he said that, then he probably wasn't hurt. Curse you? That's right. Hirakawa Shiki was around at the time and can testify to me. At that moment, Hirakawa Chi stepped forward to concur. I can prove that it was indeed that Nishihachi who cursed first. Hajime said at this point. It's okay for you to beat him up if he curses you. What's the point of talking to me? That man is young Jonseon, the son of Hyundai Group. When Takagigo said the names of the people, Hajime had a surprised look on his face at first, and then it was back to business as usual. She said lightly, it's time to fight. Come on, let's go inside. Takagigo froze. It wasn't at all like the scene or the words he had imagined. Ha? Takagigo scratched his hair and asked. No, nothing? Kitahara Hajime looked at him with her arms wrapped around her and said, what else do you want me to say? Although you're quite a wild man sometimes, you do get it right every time you make a move. And since you made a move, that means he really deserves it. Takagigo heatedly laughed. Youth is frivolous. A couple of guys just walked in and ran into people they shouldn't have. Took a shot, Hyundai Group Chairman Young Iyuiki. Takagigo had wanted to go straight away, but he didn't expect Young Iki to come up on his own. Jung Ichi smiled and asked, you're Takagigo? As if he were a laughingstock. He beat up his son last night. It must be a lie to say I'm not angry. But to be angry and still have this kind of temperament is not to be underestimated. I'm sure I'll have to hold a big one for me later, so I can't let my guard down. Go Takagi replied in a mouthful of Hanyu. That's right, I'm Go Takagi. Young Yashiki stared at it, Hajime stared at it, and Hirakawa Shiki still stared at it. And the same goes for English flowers. Ding! Jung Iji's mood changed from calm to surprise, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 1400. Ding! Hajime's mood has changed from calm to surprise, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 1600. Ding! Youngwa's mood changes from calm to surprise, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 200. Jung Ichi responded with a slight nod, then walked in towards the inside. Hajime craned his head to look at him, his eyes showing a meaning. Together you know Korean. Hirakawa Chi couldn't help but say outright. Holy, you know Korean? Takagigo spread his hands to show his innocence. It's not like I said I wouldn't. As if. It's so true. Hajime rolled her eyes and said, then why didn't you say so before? How am I supposed to pretend if I tell you? Takagigo added in his heart. How else am I going to harvest the emotional value? Takagigo and the others took their seats, and one man came alone and, except for the presidents of the Hyundai Group and the 4-star group, which Takagigo had done his homework on in advance, he didn't recognize any of the rest. He didn't really want to get acquainted either, and was here mostly to accompany Hajime. Nothing else matters, as long as she's having fun. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 179, A Sudden Outburst. The meeting started right away when everyone had arrived. They say it's a meeting, but it's really just a bunch of people here talking. At least that's how it seemed to Takagigo. This kind of meeting isn't just a bunch of people blowing off steam, to put it bluntly. The meeting started with a big oh and ah of people coming up. Takagigo took one look at the clear Han girl group and did a double take. Mud. Those who know are having a business meeting. Those who don't think this is some kind of prostitution den. The Han organizers first called for a hot dance from a sexy dressed girl group to liven up the atmosphere. Sexy as hell. Takagigo was stunned. It can still be played like this. It's quite a fancy game. It's a business summit, not an entertainment summit. It's okay if you say the entertainment summit is so screwed up, but when Takagigo thought about it, the Han Kingdom could indeed do such a thing. You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand up to such a test? Takagi Go was positively incomparable, his eyes glaring like brass bells, shooting out lightning-fast shrewdness. Watch it intently. Upon further inspection, Hirakawa Shiki had the same look on his face. Not bad, not bad. We're not bad for the new youth. Hajime couldn't help but hold his forehead. They really are brothers. They look so much alike. Eyeballs are growing on the legs of the girl group. Hajime muttered a small, "Bah, shameless." Takagi Goku asked with a sideways glance, "Why are you complimenting me? I'm admiring. You know. See, people can be so thick-skinned. Let the wind blow and the rain beat you, and you will not move." Takagi Go asked at this point, "You think I was admiring their beautiful legs?" Hajime asked rhetorically, "Isn't that right?" "Wrong. Big mistake. So what are you doing?" "I'm sniffing for business opportunities." "So, do you smell something?" Takagi Go replied with great certainty. "Of course." "Curious?" Hajime asked. "What?" Takagi Go smiled and played a little game in his heart as he said, "You want to know? Beg me. I'll tell you." Hajime bristled at that with a dark face. "I don't want to know. You must not be holding anything good in your stomach. Making Jime beg is like making a male kuon lay an egg." The women's group danced with fervor and watched with fervor underneath. Takagi Go didn't lie just now. He really found a business opportunity. If you want to say which one of the star-making industries has done the most successful job, it is Han. Han's star-making industry is perfectly developed and has formed a complete business chain. For Takagi Go to build a movie and television empire, it is essential to establish a movie and television company in Han. After the meeting is over, it's a good time to do some research. Takagi Go looked to the side at Hirakawa Shiki, who was drooling over. Eyeballs are growing on people's legs. Takagi Go couldn't help himself. "Hirakawa, sure. Come on. Get your mouth shut for a second. It's all flowing out. Don't embarrass us." "Okay." Hirakawa Shiki immediately denied it. "I didn't." Hajime rolled his eyes. "I say, you two brothers should stop laughing at the 50th step. You're both pretty much the same. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a good man. 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 I'm a good man." "Hajime, it seems you still don't know me well enough to share your experience with you tonight. Say what you will." Hajime knew perfectly well what he meant by the exchange of experiences in his mouth, and his teeth clenched his lips as the voice cursed out of his throat. Asterisk 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 off. "Oh, you're mean to me. Is there no love between us?" "Never." The girl group danced and then went off the stage. When Lee Byung-gil, the president of the 4-star group, opened the show with a speech. He is the lead person for this meeting, and if he doesn't open the floor, who does? "It's an honor to invite you all over for this meeting. This conference is not only for business elites from our country, but also from other countries. Sort of an international conference. I hope we can be cordial and become good friends with each other, moving the world economy forward." Lee Byung-gil had not finished speaking when Young Lee-gil took over his words and said, "I'm afraid we can't be friends." Lee Byung-gil frowned down tightly. Young Lee-gil has taken the wrong medicine today, right? He just said something, and this old guy comes out and sings the opposite. Lee Byung-gil suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Jung Iji laughed and said, "Because some people simply don't want to be friends with us." When he finished speaking, Young Iki's eyes locked with Takagi Go's for a moment. Takagi Go thought to himself, "This old den is saying this towards him. Say it. Why do you even bother with euphemisms? Just name me." When Zhang Ichi said this, except for Takagi Go's group, all of them discussed it enthusiastically. None of them could guess who the person Zhang Iji was talking about was. This statement also piqued Lee Byung-gil's interest, and he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who?" Zhang Iji slowly uttered a name. "Takagi Go." Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 180, a tongue-to-tongue battle with Lao Deng. What Takagi Go? Should have thought it was him. Why? You don't know what he used to do, do you? Didn't understand. I'll tell you about it, and you'll know when I'm done. After speaking, the man slowly said, then it seems to be him. At this time the venue was in constant discussion, simply noisier than a food market. People were happy to discuss this. At that moment, someone said, so it's Takagi Go. That doesn't surprise me. The crowd nodded in agreement with this statement. After all, Go Takagi was known internationally as a ruthless man. Coincidentally, Takagi Go heard it. Takagi Go cried and laughed. How did he become like this? Why are people shouting for people to fight? Takagi Go said breathlessly. Ugh, what do you mean that's not a surprise? At this time, Lee Byung-gil was also curious as to why Young E-gil had said this. He frowned and asked, what the hell is going on? It's like this. Jung Ichi organized his thoughts and continued. Prior to this, yesterday, Inuyasha and Mr. Takagi had a verbal confrontation. But I don't know why Takagi Go suddenly hit my son. And his hands came down especially hard. And Inuyasha came back last night and could only lie in bed. Can't even get off the ground. I don't understand what kind of deep hatred Mr. Gao has with my son. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on me? As soon as Young Iki said that, the crowd in the arena was furious. And they were verbally abusing Takagi Go. It was as if he had done something 10 times worse. Takagi Go listened coldly from the sidelines. You're really good at avoiding the important and making light of the important. You didn't say a word about how your son scolded me. And your son wasn't even hurt as bad as you say. Outrageous. Takagi Go, you're practically defying my Republic of Han. Do it if you want to. Right. You simply don't have my Han Republic in your sights. And you want to fight? Do you really think it's in your country? You're out of control. Ugh. Shameless. Get out of Han. Takagi Go remained steady in his seat, unperturbed. Hajime, who was sitting on the sidelines, was also sitting so steady and unperturbed. It was Aiwa and Hirakawa who hadn't seen this kind of battle before. Hirakawa Shiki reached out and carefully tugged on Takagi Go's coat. Lee Byung-gil has some appreciation in his eyes. This son still maintains his composure in the face of such a situation. It's really rare. His success was not without reason. But Lee Byung-gil must still be defending Young E-gil. If Takagi Go had really hit Young E-gil's son, Lee Byung-gil would never let Takagi Go go. Lee Byung-gil then frowned at Takagi Go and asked, is that so? Takagi Go didn't need to think about it to know that those who were cursing brokenly must be Young Iki's people. Takagi Go got up at this time. In ancient times there was Zhu Guliang's tongue fighting with the group of scholars. Today there is his Takagi Go's tongue fighting with Lao Deng. I did the hitting, but your son's injuries aren't even as bad as you're making them out to be. You have a knack for exaggeration. You admit you beat it. Yes, I did it, but I did it in a good way. Your son has a few superficial injuries at best. Jung Ichi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard Takagi Go's, who was already physically ill. Jung Ichi pointed at Takagi Go and shouted, skin wound, skin wound, outrageous, outrageous, outrageous. It's simply rampant, rampant. Takagi Go rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, UING repeater. Say a sentence several times. That comment directly made Hajime, Hirakawa Shiki and Aika laugh. You're simply not taking me seriously. No, you pick something that I need to put you in the spotlight. Takagi Go's tone was arrogant to the extreme, but he had the capital to be arrogant. If you were like him, you'd be even madder than he is. You. Jung E-ji was so angry at Takagi Go that he couldn't speak. Takagi Go didn't bother to talk to Young Iki, but to everyone present, speaking in Han Chinese, he said, it's true that I beat up Zhang Zhongshuan, but he was the one who provoked me first. I'm a reasonable person. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come 1, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 181, spraying it out will make you feel better. Takagi Go spoke in standard Han Chinese, and for a moment, people were slightly stunned. And he knows Chinese? Lee Byung-gil smiled and asked. You still know Korean? Only a little bit. Not much, Takagi-go said modestly. Lee Byung-gil recalls that Takagi-go was a student at the University of Tokyo. Mastering an additional foreign language is not at all difficult for him. Lee Byung-gil pulled the topic back and said, just now, Chairman Young said you hit his son? Takagi-go nodded and said, that's right, I hit him. Takagi-go dared to admit it straight away. The problem is that lying won't help. There were so many people watching. As soon as Takagi-go's words left his mouth, the originally silent atmosphere exploded again. You've all heard it, and admitted it to yourselves. It's just too much hubris. Didn't take us seriously. Yeah, he must be punished severely. I don't know why people of such low character were invited to this meeting. I propose to just kick him out. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, making Takagi-go seem like a public enemy. But he didn't fail to recognize everyone in this room. No one has been offended except young Gil. There's no one else who can do what it takes to get others to be so on the same page. Hajime was just about to stand up and say something for Takagi-go, and if he didn't say something again, a few of them were then surrounded by spit. At that moment, Takagi-go slowly spoke. You guys are just going to listen to this old den side of the story? Zhang Yiji's eyes went black. Who did Lao Deng say? Takagi-go returned. Old den says you. Zhang Yiji took his hand and pointed at Takagi-go. You. Takagi-go ignored his comment and changed the subject. You're saying I hit your son? That's right. You didn't fight? I beat it. But do you know why I beat your son? Zhang Yiji did not reply positively. Instead, he said, you can't lay such a heavy hand on me no matter what. Takagi-go laughed and said, not only does your son whore himself out, he's forcing good people to do more than that. He does a few other things I don't think you'd be unaware of. Young Johnsian's blackmail is good to look into, even though young Iki wiped his ass. But young Johnsian pulls significantly faster than young Iki wipes. Much faster. Zhang Yiji directly avoided the topic and said, is this your reason for beating my son? Take a step back. Even if my son really has something, it's left to the law to judge. What's it got to do with you? Takagi-go nodded his head first, and gave a soft Then he said, it's true that it has nothing to do with me. I wouldn't even pay attention to him if he didn't mess with me. And whoever made him swear at me couldn't do anything about it. I've always been a man who can't take a loss. You're still mouthing off and being arrogant. As soon as young Iki said this, the people on the sidelines started screaming again. I'm crazy? Compared to you guys? I'd call myself a Buddha. Takagi-go took a deep breath as he was about to get ready to open his spray. I didn't believe it when they said that plutocrats were in charge in Han, but it's true when I saw it today. Takagi-go hit the nail on the head. Not hiding anything. And you plutocrats, you dare say you haven't done something illegal? Do you dare to say that you have not sucked the blood of the people? Takagi-go's eyes swept around the room and realized that everyone was silent. He's doing AoE damage with that. Hitting at least 80 or 90% of people that. Because 80 to 90 of the people who came to the meeting were Han Chinese sticks. I'll answer for you. I guess. You're afraid to say. You cry fairness while exercising privilege. I'd say the lawless ones would be you guys. Takagi-go slowly uttered these words at the end, which silenced the entire conference hall. Only the sound of breathing echoed through the field. It's so much more comfortable when it squirts out. Thinking about the darkroom behind closed doors. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 182, you did it on purpose. Han's economy is odd. It can be said that the plutocrats monopolize everything, and almost all of the upper-level resources are monopolized by the plutocrats. They have the absolute power of speech, even if it means manipulating ZZ. It's pretty much an open and transparent thing that everyone knows in their hearts, but only Takagi-go ripped off that cover. Still in public, Lee Byung-gil's face was very ugly, and his entire face darkened. He was also a plutocrat. Or the topmost plutocrat in Han, being pointed at by Takagi-go in public. There's no face left. Young Iki was instead excited. The harder Takagi-go cursed, the better. The more people cursed, the better. That way there are more mutual friends. Lee Bingji asked in a deep voice. Mr. Takagi-go, is there any evidence for the claim that he scolded you just now? Without proof. Everything you say is just a lie. And why you just said something insulting to us? Takagi-go said. Of course I have this thing called evidence. Takagi-go's gaze went to young Iki, who froze, and he had eliminated all the evidence last night for today's confrontation. Evidence? Where's the evidence? Takagi-go took out a flash drive. Here's the evidence you wanted. It's got a video of him cursing and plugging it into a computer to see if it's real or not. Zhang Ichi's eyes were fixed on the flash drive in Takagi-go's hand, and he was a little unsure in his heart. Is there a video on the flash drive or not? How about letting everyone appreciate how arrogant and bossy Mr. Zhang really is in public? Takagi-go said, waving his hand, and continued. For the record, I don't know Mr. Zhang. Don't you dare try to bluff me with that. Since you don't believe me, then let's enjoy it together. Takagi-go smiled confidently. He was very precautionary. From the package room, young Jungxian screamed up, and his cell phone was then quietly set up. Takagi-go felt like a ing tantrum. One just has to be careful out there. And that's not what happened. Lee Byung-gil nodded. And the staff took the flash drive from Takagi-go and plugged it into the big screen. Dimly lit images appeared on the big screen, with red lights, and it looked like they weren't in the right place. Younghwa all but covered her face in shyness. That's when someone else in the arena started spraying up. It's shameless to go to a place like this. Thanks for doing it. Ugh, shame on people like you. Can you stop screaming for a minute? And pat yourselves on the back and ask, have you ever been there? Lying breaks off children later. One word from Takagi-go and they're honest. Hajime gritted his teeth and whispered, so you guys went to a place like this yesterday? Takagi-go explained. It was Hirakawa Shiki who insisted on dragging me there, saying something about opening my eyes. And I didn't do anything. Would you believe me if I said I went just to get a drink? Takagi-go mindfully shifted the blame to Hirakawa Shiki. Hajime rolled his eyes. Just drinking? It was the same thing as rubbing it in. A dog wouldn't believe it. Hirakawa Chi was not happy on the spot. What do you mean I had to drag you there? Tarnishing my innocence. Wasn't it you who dragged me there last night? I dragged you there obviously by. Hirakawa Shiki was just about to say massage parlor when he realized it wasn't as good as KTV. So he had the good sense to shut up. Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to sultry, generating a mood value of 100. Remaining emotional value 300. The video is short and simple and concise. Faces that Takagi-go doesn't want other people to see. E.g., Yu Ji-eun are dealt with. The hall was in an atmosphere of silence after the video ended. I didn't realize it was really as Takagi-go said. At this point Takagi-go opened his mouth and asked towards the crowd. Now you guys are still saying that I hit people with my hands. Ask your man if he should be beaten. The crowd was silent. Shiba. A man slammed his hand on the table and stood up, yelling, allow you to be wild here. Don't we have laws? Ha! Takagi-go said with a sneer. Isn't the law an umbrella for the rich and powerful for you? That sentence counts for something. Well, don't bother arguing with you guys. Just don't attend a meeting that doesn't distinguish between the two. Takagi-go then took Hajime's wrist aside and tried to walk out of here. Lee Byung-gil frowned tightly and told Takagi-go to just go out, and what a disgrace for the president of his 4-star group. On this day Takagi-go was alone and spraying at everyone. And if he went out, the faces of those present could not hang on. Wait, Lee Byung-gil spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, an instant later a whole bunch of security personnel gathered around towards the few of them. Takagi-go smiled and said, I'm afraid these people of Chairman Lee won't be able to stop me. Takagi-go had absolute confidence in his own stance. Lee Byung-gil knew in his heart that behind Takagi-go, that's a ruthless man who can battle 100 men without stopping. Do you really want to make a scene? You're the ones who made a scene. I didn't do anything. I was thinking of making it up in a meeting today. After saying that, Takagi-go dragged Hajime and the others away. After Takagi-go left, a man on the side said, the chairman just let them go? So what else do you want? You can stop him? So that's it? Of course we can't leave it like that. Let's have a meeting first. Lee Byung-gil said to the crowd. He was not a generous man, and he had completely lost face with Takagi-go screwing up like that. Zheng Ichi sneered in his heart. The purpose has been achieved. Now that the entire Republic of Daehan is on the same page with Takagi-go, I didn't expect Takagi-go to be so cooperative. Takagi-go walked ahead of him, with Hajime and the others following behind. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Hajime's voice came from behind. Takagi-go whipped his head around and said, what? You made a big scene today on purpose, didn't you? Hey, you still know me. Nothing gets past you. On purpose? Hirakawa Shiki and Ihana said in unison, neither of them seeing it. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 183, My Savage Girlfriend. On purpose? Hirakawa Shiki and Aika said in unison. Only Hajime could understand his tawdry maneuvers. Hajime explained towards the two of them. Takagi-go just made a big mess on purpose. It was made to look so bad on purpose. Hirakawa Shiki asked rhetorically. Why? Anyone with eyes can see that this is a thankless task. Takagi-go is considered to have offended all the plutocrats in the entire Han Kingdom. No one was left behind. All of them were offended. The main one is a rainmaker. Takagi-go ignored Hirakawa Shiki. Instead, he asked towards Hajime. You came to Han this time because you want to open up the Han market, right? Currently, the main Samsung cell phone in the Han market occupies 1/2 of the share, and Takagi-go's orange phone takes up a big chunk of the other 1/2. Cure America's Apple phones account for a small fraction of the other 1/2. Hajime is desperate to open up the Han market. That's why she asked Takagi-go to come over and join her for this meeting. Hajime nodded. That's right. But now that it's all come to this, For Star is probably going to join the rest of the Zaibatsu in a siege against both of them in the Han industry. Hirakawa Shiki called out. No, there's someone else here. Didn't anyone hear what I said? Takagi-go is still ignoring him, raising an eyebrow toward Hajime. He invited. I've accomplished your goal for you. How are you going to thank me? Hajime did a double take as she thought Takagi-go was joking again. Reach? We'll be lucky if we don't get kicked out of Han. The Han market is kind of a total loss. Chased away? I'll see who dares to evict the two of us. The power of the people is immense. The people? Wait. Takagi-go's words woke up Hajime at once. A flash of light suddenly burst from Hajime's eyes. She seemed to understand what Takagi-go meant by purpose accomplished. I see. That's good to know. So thank me how you want. Hirakawa Shiki and Ihana watched from the sidelines as the two of them encrypted the call. Puzzled, Hirakawa Chi called out. Hey, what the hell are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand? Takagi-go rolled his eyes and said. Children don't need to know about adult matters. Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood changes from calm to aggrieved, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 400. If Hirakawa Shiki didn't get to the bottom of what they were saying, his heart felt like it was being gnawed by ants. Oddly itchy. Hajime was well aware of the difficulty. She opened her mouth to explain. He spoke up for the lower class people of Han at the meeting, and when word gets out in the future, it will definitely gain the support of the common people. Hirakawa Shiki took over and said, after gaining the support of the common people, definitely we will buy more of our products and our market share will go up. That's right, the power of the people is endless. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes contained a gleam. Wonderful, he then said. Actually, I could see it from the start, but I was too embarrassed to point it out to you. I'm afraid you'll feel embarrassed. Takagi-go rolled his eyes and I just lol not saying anything. Takagi-go didn't pay attention to Hirakawa Shiki but said to Hajime, in the future, you can focus on the low-end and middle-end market. The spending power of this group of people can't be underestimated. Takagi-go's words made Hajime understand, and the bright light in her beautiful eyes flashed more and more. That's right, you're right. Jime said he would do it, and would never allow such a great business opportunity to slip away in front of him. Straight away, he left the place ready to get on with what Takagi-go had explained. Takagi-go suggested, Aika, you go along. The simple Younghwa didn't have time to think much at all. Good. At that moment, Hirakawa Shiki asked, did you purposely sideline Ihana? That's all you can see. Awesome. Takagi-go sidetracked Ihana solely for the sake of being nice later, because he's going to find you Ji-un later. It's not very convenient for Younghwa to follow. That's right, and I know you're going to the girl later, right? Cut the crap and get a cab. Hirakawa Chi looked sullen, and Takagi-go was instantly happy. Going to KTV later. After you. Okay, if it's on me. It's on me. After these words, Hirakawa Shiki was happy as a child. Takagi Go tapped on the system and said, "System, I want to exchange for a movie." Okay. At that moment, the interface of the movie and television area appeared in Takagi Go's mind. Then quickly find the movie My Sassy Girl. He just wants to redeem this movie. It's a huge hit in East Asia. It even started a savage girl fever. I'm going to redeem it. A total of 500 emotional values are required. Do you accept? Takagi Go clicked the yes button and paid 5,000 yen for the movie. Remaining emotional value 3,500. After buying it, Takagi Go gets in a good car with Hirakawa Chi and goes to find Yuji-un. My sassy girl. Seems to really kind of fit her image. Ugh. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 184 Crusading Against the Zaibatsu. Takagi Go and Hirakawa Shiki arrive at the hotel where Yuji-un is staying. Yuji-un is really here. Takagi Go smiled and said, "Some credit. I'm surprised I didn't run away. If it were anyone else, they'd have run away long ago. After all, no one can bet on whether Takagi Go is a good guy or not. If Go Takagi were to answer, he would answer, no. Good people don't do dogs these days, and good people are cheaper than dogs. It's so hard to fall for a rich man. I don't want to leave so easily." Yuji-un laughed. Takagi Go doesn't believe her. If Yuji-un really wanted to be with a rich man, she wouldn't be like this now. Other people don't say. That Hyundai Group's son, rich second-generation young Jang Seon, doesn't have any money. But he does have money. Look at this thing first. Takagi Go finished handing the script of My Sassy Girl to Yuji-un. Yuji-un took the stuff and sat on the couch and read it. While looking at Takagi Go, she said, "Are you interested in becoming a star? How about I just make you the #1 female star in Han?" Takagi Go has this confidence. In his previous life, John Ji-hyun was popular throughout Asia with this movie. Yuji-un going the route of John Ji-hyun is totally going to work. She reads the script and Takagi Go doesn't bother. And Hirakawa Shiki is completely uninterested in it. He came solely because Takagi Go was going to treat him to a karaoke once. After reading the script, Yuji-un pondered for a while before saying, "Why are you courting me? Is it hard to subvert me?" Subterfuge is commonplace for the entertainment industry in Han. Her previous career as an escort was sort of tied to this industry. More or less, Yuji-un knew in her heart what was going on in the entertainment industry. But you have to agree to it too, don't you? Takagi Go finished with a slight smile. "I've never been one to force myself on people. Aren't you short of money? This stuff comes in fast. What do you want to get out of this?" "I want to open up the Han entertainment market and sign a 20-year contract with me." Takagi Go opened the door. "Lay out your terms directly." A 20-year contract means pretty much that Yuji-un is tied to Takagi Go's company. Well, think about it for a moment. I can live with whatever the outcome is. "I'm sorry," said Takagi Go. "I'll sign." Yuji-un said on the spot. "That fast?" Takagi Go froze. Yuji-un also agreed too quickly. Faster than Takagi Go could have imagined. The opportunity was in front of me. I had to take it, didn't I? Yuji-un signed the contract on the spot. And from then on, there were no more escorts in high-class KTVs. The future only has red-hot actresses. After signing, Takagi Go went to find Hajime and the others. At this point, public opinion on the internet is rapidly festering. A full recording of Takagi Go spraying the Zaibatsu in a group at the conference has been circulated online. National opinion in Han has exploded. The internet is now full of discussions about Takagi Go angrily spraying all the Zaibatsu at the meeting. In fact, the people of Han have long known what plutocrats are like. But there's no way around it. There's no point in cursing or saying anything. The Zaibatsu are monopolized rule, and ordinary people have no possibility of advancement. Ordinary people go to the best university in Seoul in order to get into a Zaibatsu company and work for the Zaibatsu. Saihachi, did you hear what Takagi Go said? He said everything I wanted to say. Saihachi, it's obviously what I wanted to say. What a waste of words. They're all words we all want to say. Okay, at last there's a capitalist who's got a heart for us. And whoops, he's not a capitalist. He's a good man. In comparison, the capitalist plutocrats of this country are no match for Takagi Go. You guys can search online. Takagi Go is very good to the employees of their company. And the benefits are top-notch. Really? Really? Of course it's true. I have a friend who works for the Ryohana group. No house, no car, no wife before work, and a house, a car, and a wife after work. Nishibachi, I'm going into the Liangwu group. I'm not going to the 4-star group. Nishibachi, Nishia. Westback began to go on an online rant about the plutocratic group led by the 4-star group. No, I'm going to replace my 4-star phone, and I'm going to go on a buying spree of orange phones, and GTAs, and, you're just getting on the bus? I've been on the bus for a long time. Buy early, enjoy early, buy late and enjoy late. Oh yeah, and also attending the meeting was Hajime Kitahara. She was with Go Takagi. Apple phones work great too. It has been purchased, so don't let it down. The internet has exploded in solidarity with Takagi Go, and crusading against Zaibatsu news. People's hearts have long been accumulated countless grievances. Takagi Go a fire directly to ignite. It goes without thinking that Takagi Go is the one who started it all and is behind it all. Less of a push from him. Badass Takagi Go sits in his car and reads the online news with a bad smile. Lee Byung-gil. Young E-gil. I'll see what you do. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 185, A Time of Life and Death. Hirakawa-chi couldn't help but smile as he looked at the message on his cell phone. Really? You're a bad boy. Hirakawa-chi said with a smile. Takagi Go rolled his eyes. How do you talk? What do you mean I'm bad? Those plutocrats are the bad guys. Okay. Hirakawa-shiki agreed. That's right. What should we do now? Let the bullets fly for a while. After Lee Byung-gil and the others finished their meeting, they realized that the sky had changed, and the opinion on the internet had intensified. It's getting worse. It doesn't take much thought to realize who did it, and there must have been a push behind Takagi Go's back. Chairman, what should we do? The assistant on the side asked towards Lee Byung-gil. Lee Byung-gil hid a sinister expression in his eyes and Takagi Go's approach had touched his bottom line. For such a threat, it is best not to let him leave Han alive. Go, tell old Mo that I want to eat fish, Lee Bingji said. The assistant on the side became gloomy. Usually when the president says something like this, it means that person is going to suffer. In the past, when it was not easy to solve things in the open, Lee Bingji would let old Silence solve it behind his back. Even if Lee Byung-gil doesn't send someone to fix it, the other Zaibatsu will send someone to fix Takagi Go. Their consensus now is to root out Takagi Go. Nowadays, Takagi Go's orange phone and Hajime's Apple phone sales are climbing. Hajime cut the price of his cell phone right down after a nudge from Go Takagi. Competitiveness instantly skyrockets. Jigami looked at the fast-growing order. Once again, I realized the potential of the low to mid-range market as Takagi Go said. And Takagi Go and Hirakawa-shiki are sitting in the car, on their way to find Hajime. Their car is parked on the intersection where the stoplight turns off. There was an inexplicable uneasiness in Takagi Go's heart, just like a man's sixth sense. At that moment, a large truck was speeding towards them. Their car to be exact. Hirakawa-chi didn't react at all, still looking down and playing with his cell phone. Takagi Go knew he couldn't drag this out any longer and the two of them would be two corpses. Takagi Go gripped Hirakawa-shiki's neck by the collar. What are you doing? Takagi Go ignored him and simply yanked him open the car door and rolled toward the curb. The next second, the car was smashed to pieces by the big truck. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 186, Takagi Go's death, replaced. Guys, this chapter isn't done yet. Tomorrow, the big truck crushed the car right into pieces. Hirakawa Shiki looked at the shattered and crumpled car, his heart palpitating. If Takagi Go hadn't pulled him out just now, he'd probably have turned into a puddle of mush by now. Thinking about it was scary, and Hirakawa Ji's back had long been drenched in cold sweat. Life and death are just a moment away. Crouch, crouch. Hirakawa Shiki gulped and said, "Lead young Gil and the others did it?" Takagi Go's eyes were bubbling with ferocity, completely intent on their lives. Takagi Go said in a low voice, "Well, they're trying to get us killed. Okay, it's important to rendezvous with Hajime first. It's not over. Don't you want me to die? Then I'll die for you." Takagi Go wasn't idle on the road, making a big fuss over the incident and making a lot of noise. But he puts out the news that Go Takagi and Shiki Hirakawa were killed in a car break-in. In order to make the matter seem plausible and real, he had strayed away the plasma he had kept on his person. Throw it in the car at the drop of a hat. For a time the car, wrecked into pieces, was in a pool of blood and misery. Of course, public opinion was all directed at the Zaibatsu, and many people were cursing the Zaibatsu. So many people are sympathizing with Takagi Go. There was also a furor in the country at this time. Yamaguchi's house. When Takagi Go is usually away, Ryuga usually goes back to Yamaguchi Hirotaka's house. Marrying is like not marrying. Hirotaka Yamaguchi always sometimes teases. "You people know about this and laugh at us." Ryuga always kept his head down and didn't retort whenever he heard it. Takagi Go always said for Ryuga, "What's wrong with going home? Ryuga can do whatever she wants to do, as long as Ryuga is happy." His comments seemed to contradict Hirotaka Yamaguchi, but it made him even happier that, because Takagi Go loves Ryuga, Iko Sien rushes in, and Hirotaka Yamaguchi frowns slightly, knowing something's wrong. Something big must have happened. Normally, even when things go wrong, Ji Hao Sien is calm and collected, but now it's completely different. Something must be going on. Take your time, Auntie. Something's happened to Auntie. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's worst fears have come true. Han is not domestic. The plutocrats there have much more power than he does. So he secretly sent someone to follow Takagi Go to make sure he's safe. But to his surprise, still no defense. Details don't rush. Just now our people sent word that the ants car was crushed by a big truck. Hirotaka Yamaguchi hurriedly asked, "How are the people?" Jiho Heian was slow to answer with his head down. Yamaguchi Hirotaka yelled, "I asked you how your people were." Ji Haoshian avoided answering. The car at the scene was directly destroyed, and blood flowed all over the floor. These words were like a bolt from the blue that struck Yamaguchi Hirotaka's brain. Such a description is already saying that Takagi Go will surely die. Yeah, how could a regular person survive such an accident? Takagi Go, even if he is a god, is still a human being. After all, Yamaguchi Hirotaka was seasoned and quickly calmed down. "Don't tell Ryuga about this beforehand. I'm afraid she can't handle it." As soon as the words hit the ground, he saw Ryuga frozen in the doorway, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. The worst had happened, and the incident had still been overheard by Ryuga. Ryuga froze in place and said, Is this real?" Ji Hao Sien lowered his head and didn't say anything. Silence was golden. Silence meant everything. Ryuga turned her head to her father. "Hirotaka Yamaguchi, again?" she asked. "It's really?" The tears had already fallen long before the words were finished. Yamaguchi Hirotaka was heartbroken beyond measure and hurriedly said, Ryohana, don't be in a hurry. Takagi Go. Takagi Go will be fine." "Well, Dad, is it true? Did something really happen to Takagi Go?" "Ryuga, listen. Go sit down for a while," Hirotaka Yamaguchi soothed. Then his eyes looked outside. Someone helped the young lady out to take a rest. At that moment the servants rushed over to help Ryohana out, and before she could get out, Ryohana fainted and fell to the ground. Hirotaka Yamaguchi did a double take. Mieko's house. Mieko has a habit of reading the news every day. Suddenly an urgent news item caught Mieko's attention. Ryango Group Chairman Go Ki-go was killed in a sudden car accident in Seoul. Mieko's pupils snapped open when she saw that Takagi-go and Hirakawa Shiki and the others were the ones in Seoul. The news says it's them, no doubt. Go is dead? Mieko couldn't believe it in her mind a million times over. Because in her heart of hearts, Takagi-go is just omnipotent. But the reality was right in front of her. The bloody truth was right in front of Mieko. You have to admit it. Mieko picked up the phone and dialed Hirakawa Shiki. Berlin, Germany. Misato's eyes went to the news on her cell phone and froze in place, her heart thumping the whole time. Takagi-go is dead? How is that possible? Hajime tapped on his cell phone to play and typed in the familiar cell phone number. After a brief moment of reflection, he dialed. Hirakawa Shiki took out his cell phone to see that Mieko was calling. Take it or leave it? Hirakawa Shiki asked towards Takagi-go. Answer it. Of course. I guess Mieko's in a hurry. Takagi-go nodded and said. Hirakawa Shiki was touched for a moment in his heart when he heard this. He looked at Takagi-go and said, "It's still my mom who cares about me. I called in a hurry when I knew something had happened to me." Takagi-go grinned. "You can connect first." Good. Hirakawa Shiki nodded and pressed the connect button, and Mieko's familiar voice came out from inside the phone. "Hey, Chi, how's go?" Hirakawa Shiki held up his cell phone and froze in place awkwardly. The words he had just sworn to say were still ringing in his ears, and just after he said them, he was slapped in the face. "Mom, why are you only asking Takagi-go? What about me? What am I?" Mieko froze. Just now she read the news only saying that Takagi-go was killed in a car accident, so she didn't associate it with Hirakawa Shiki. You two together? Exactly. Phew, you two are okay. Nope, it's okay, it's fine, it's alive and well. That's good, that's good. What's going on with the news? Harm. It wasn't even Go Takagi who messed it up. I'm glad you guys are okay. I'm relieved that you're okay. At that moment, Takagi-go's cell phone shows an unknown number. Takagi-go's eyes glazed over. Could it be? Takagi-go picked up the phone and connected it, but didn't speak to avoid revealing his identity. The opposite side also tacitly didn't say anything, which Takagi-go thought was strange. The sound of heavy breathing came from across the room. Misato? Takagi-go was certain in his heart that it was Misato on the other side of the phone. Just as soon as he finished, the caller hung up. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 187 Price Wars. The last chapter has been filled in, so brothers who haven't read it can finish it first. Takagi-go could be sure that the person on the other end of the phone was Misato. This call must have been made out of concern. It seems Misato still cares about herself, or he wouldn't have called himself. Takagi-go thought it would be a good idea to call them all to avoid worrying Ryuga and the others. Call it a day. Takagi-go tapped on Yamaguchi Hirotaka's phone. Hello. Hirotaka. Yamaguchi froze. What the hell is going on? It was an emergency. I had no choice but to handle it that way. I wanted to call you, give you guys a peace of mind. Where's Ryuga? She fainted. What fainted? Takagi-go was shocked in his heart and, I think Ryuga fainted because she was too sad to hear the news of Takagi-go's death. It's okay, when she wakes up, I'll tell her it's okay. Yamaguchi Hirotaka mused. How are things at your place? Do you need me to send you more men? No, I can handle it. That's fine. Keep yourself safe. Well, I know. Let's leave it at that for now. I've got some things to do. Takagi-go hung up after saying that, and then proceeded to call Risamaki and the others one by one, to keep them from worrying. After an hour, Takagi-go and Hajime managed to rendezvous. Hajime frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" She'd watched the news, too, but from what she knew of Takagi-go, it's unlikely that whoever dies Takagi-go will die. Takagi-go regained his playful look on his face and patted his chest. You're still unsure that the person who can take me away hasn't shown up yet? Hajime rolled her eyes. Though Takagi-go said so, but she knew by watching the news just how tragic it really was. Life and death are only a matter of moments. Lee Byung-gil and the others are simply too much, taking human lives for granted, Jime said hatefully. Normal. They're wolves that eat people. Takagi-go was looking the other way. Now what do we do? Since they want us dead, let's not let them live. You already have a plan in mind, don't you? That's right. Takagi-go nodded. Curious? Hajime asked. How? Fight the price war. Price war? That's right. Now is the time when the herd is in high spirits. All the more reason to take advantage of the opportunity to dominate the market. Hajime lowered his head in thought, and after a while, she reared her head in approval and said, that's it. The news of Takagi-go's death was not known to anyone except those close to him. 4-star Group, Chairman's Office. Lee Byung-gil sat in his office chair, deep in thought. Takagi-go-jin just died? A little too easy and smooth. Though, I guess, even though I got someone to bump him myself. But if he's not dead, how do you explain all the blood at the scene? With that kind of impact, Takagi-go would have been a pile of mush. Forget about it for now. A press conference is most important. Now the public opinion on the internet is directed at the 4-star Group, which is considered to have caused public anger to come. Without another press conference, their stock price is probably going to drop. As a result of Takagi-go, their Zaibatsu's stock prices have fallen. There is no time to lose for a launch. Day 2. The 4-star Group has joined forces with 5 top plutocrats to hold a conference. One of the contents of the release was that what happened to Go Takagi had nothing to do with them at all. Of course it's up to the people to believe it or not. At the same time, Ryogo Group's products, as well as those of the Jime Group, were simultaneously reduced in price, good value for money for anyone who looks at it. 4-star Group, Lee Byung-gil's face looks bad. Takagi-go is pushing them to the brink. When prices go down, profits have to go down. Takagi-go is fine, because he's systematic and what he gets doesn't cost much. But they're not like that. The R&D stuff is going to be very, very expensive. Lee Byung-gil was able to envision this being a hard-fought battle. But it's a good thing Takagi-go died. Solving a big problem. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph. Then heart. Chapter 188. Acting I'm serious. Lee Byung-gil was able to envision this being a hard-fought battle. But it's a good thing Takagi-go is dead. Solving a big problem. This price war was fought. And the fight was incredibly intense and hard to break up. Originally pitting Go Takagi and Hajime against the upper echelons of the Han Kingdom's Zaibatsu. Later the Yakuza and the Kitahara family joined in. The scope is evolving more and more and the reach is wider and wider. Takagi-go was surprised. I didn't expect the commotion to be so great. And since the commotion was so great, you can only win. You can't lose. He hasn't shown himself yet. And now the world doesn't know that Go Takagi isn't dead. It's gonna be a doozy. Takagi-go had to ponder exactly when to show up so he could maximize his earnings. This battle is still being fought hot and heavy. The profits of Han's Zaibatsu companies have plummeted. It's not good for the Zaibatsu. Takagi-go and the others aren't doing well either. The Ryogoku Group's profits plummeted, but it was better than the Han's Zaibatsu. Hirakawa Shiki asked toward Takagi-go. When are you going to make it public? Takagi-go thought for a moment and then said, right now. Take your account and I shoot a video. Take my account? Yeah, that's right. Take your account so you can still draw traffic to your account. Hirakawa Ji immediately gave a thumbs up after hearing this. Hi. Really high. You wouldn't have even thought of that in the first place. The accident happened in the blink of an eye. And Gohan Takagi was able to think about it so much. This damn is still not human. Still not human brain. Takagi-go shook his head. No. It came to me afterward. Hirakawa Shiki nodded and clicked on his account of 3 million followers. In today's day and age, he's already considered to be at the top of his game if he can achieve 3 million followers. Hirakawa Shiki set up his cell phone to Takagi-go. Takagi-go went straight into talking nonsense mode. Hello everyone, I'm Takagi-go. Yeah. You heard right. I am Takagi Go. I didn't die. But the accident did happen. And for that I was quite injured. After saying that, Takagi Gohainen started coughing as if he was really hurt. Hirakawa-ji cannot help but stare. This began to act up. It is simply a veteran actor. It's really loaded. And the person who started it all is Lee Byung-gil, the chairman of the 4-star group. Don't worry about me everyone. I'm injured but I won't die for a while yet. Ahem. After coughing, Takagi Go continued. At that time, I swept Lee Byung-gil off his feet at the convention, so he purposely found someone to get back at me. I'm just going to ask if I'm wrong. Oh yes, just because I'm right. That's why he's looking for revenge against me. All the plutocrats wear the same pants, but I'll never give in to them. I'll fight the plutocracy to the end. After saying that, Takagi Go's eyes went to Hirakawa Shiki, who pressed the pause button in understanding. Okay, finished. Just send it straight up. What do you mean by old theater? This is what you call old theater. Once through, never come a second time. Just kidding. Acting Takagi Go is serious. Hirakawa Shiki now admires him to the core. He could even imagine what the netizens would look like when they saw the video. Hirakawa Chi didn't edit and just played the video online. The video was just sent out and quickly gained a lot of attention. ***. Seriously, Takagi Go. Takagi Go is alive. Alive? Dude, is it possible that he just didn't die and stayed alive? ***, and that survived. Brothers not to mention. I went ahead and took a jump to try and survive. ***. Really? I was there. It was gruesome. There was a lot of blood. To survive he's still human? Takagi Go. You're my god. Saihachi, the one true god has appeared. Takagi Go cheated on my feelings. Oh, scum. Mud. These plutocrats are so damn bad and ruthless. They can do such things. Simple upstairs. That's where it's at. Plutocrats are bad in ways you can't even imagine. That's just it. Resolutely boycott the plutocracy. Resolutely boycott the Zaibatsu. Support Takagi Go. Support Takagi Go. Not only did Takagi Go's own image improve with this flirty maneuver, and along with that, he also pulled a stump on the Zaibatsu, whose reputation has now been stigmatized by Takagi Go. Although the Zaibatsu also relied on the media to attack Go Takagi, it didn't do any good. Zaibatsu are notoriously bad. The sales of the products of the Liangwu group, along with those of the Northern Plains group, have risen again. It's still true that when it comes to marketing, no one dares to call Takagi Goku number one. He played the marketing tactics on the fly. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure, come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 189, Writing on the Head and Pooping. 4-star group. The large conference room was silent. Lee Byung-gil, Young E-gil, and a host of other plutocrats sat in their seats without saying a word. The video on the big screen has been played. That's right. It's the video where Go Takagi is alive. Zhang E.G. questioned in a deep voice. Isn't he dead? How come he's suddenly alive again? Hearing this, Lee Byung-gil asked rhetorically. You're asking me? In the beginning, he had a conflict with whoever. You won't forget it. In the beginning, it was young Jongseon, young Iki's son, who messed with Takagi Go, and he made an enemy of us. So, the culprit is young E-gil. Lee Byung-gil immediately pointed the finger directly at young E-gil with this statement. What he said was the truth, and Zhang E.G. couldn't refute it at all. At this moment, the rest of the Zaibatsu looked at Zhang Ichi with a grudge. They've all taken quite a hit in their companies because they went against Go Takagi. The stock is down quite a bit yet. Money is as important as life. And less money is not killing them. Zhang E.G. saw that the situation was not right, hurriedly changed the topic and said, now the most important thing is not the question of who. You know that he is even with us to scold. Now the most important thing how to do. Lee Byung-gil didn't bother to talk to him about anything else. He wanted to pull out as soon as he could, and had he known it, shouldn't have gotten into this mess in the first place. Or, I shouldn't have invited the plague god Takagi-go in the first place. Negotiate. That's all that can be done. Lee Byung-gil said in a deep voice. You've lost your face? And you've been beaten up like this by others. At that moment a man on the sidelines asked, will Takagi-go agree? Lee Byung-gil said in a very domineering manner. You have to agree to it. And you have to agree to it even if you don't. We're losing money. But Takagi-go isn't doing well either. If he really doesn't want to make up, it's a lose-lose situation. It's not good for each other. The crowd nodded. Negotiation was the only way. Takagi-go frowned and asked, negotiation? Inghwa nodded and said, that's right, they want to negotiate. What do you think about this Hajime thing? Hajime looked down and thought. Hirakawa Shiki asked in aggravation, why didn't you ask me? Takagi-go rolled his eyes. Don't you have a point in your heart if I don't ask you? It's a good thing you don't suggest it blindly. No more love. No more love. Was there ever love between us? Takagi-go kills the conversation with one sentence. Hajime said, the situation is favorable to us now, but we can't afford to keep it up. Negotiation is a two-way street. Just as I thought. Takagi-go said with a nod. Then his words changed, but yeah, it can't be negotiated so easily. You go and tell Lee Byung-gil and the others that negotiation is fine. First bring up the wages of the employees, plus apologize to us and meet those two conditions and we'll negotiate. When Pyong Kanji heard that, you're not negotiating. You're writing on Lee Byung-gil and the rest of them and pooping on their heads. Not only pull but ask if it's good. You're not even running for negotiations. I can see they won't be able to look away. I don't know, said Hirakawa Shiki. That's right, I'm not even running for negotiations. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 190 Negotiations, completed. 4-star group. What? Nishihachi? Say that again? Takagi-go. Takagi-go said he'd bring up the employees' paychecks first, plus apologizing to Takagi-go before he negotiated with us. Saihachi. Outrageous. Even a good-tempered person like Lee Byung-gil slapped the table and cursed. Takagi-go, these conditions are just like writing poop on their heads and slapping them in the face. Takagi-go is really arrogant. Doesn't give a damn about us. What should we do now? Promise or not? No promises resolutely. Lee Bingji said on the spot. Lee Byung-gil balked. Takagi-go nodded bashfully upon learning of this, having already guessed that this was how it would turn out. If they don't agree, they'll keep fighting, and they'll agree if they fight for a while longer. After the rumor came out, the internet had already cursed Lee Byung-gil and the others. Martyr. Lee Byung-gil the bastard even disagreed with the upward adjustment of wages. So the exploitation of beat workers is it? Yeah, Sebachi. A laborer isn't a human being. A laborer isn't raised by mom and dad. Fighting workers deserve to be bullied. I'm on the morning 8. Down with the Zaibatsu and support Takagi-go with both hands and feet. There is no doubt that Takagi-go is once again on the moral high ground. This business war continues to be fought on an ongoing basis. It's hard for Takagi-go, and it's hard for Lee Byung-gil and the others. But as long as Lee Byung-gil and the others are having a hard time, Takagi-go feels comforted. The commercial war was in full swing, and after another period of time, Lee Byung-gil and the others finally couldn't hold out any longer. Agreed to Takagi-go's request. The news that the article bringing up the wages of the employees was sent out was greeted with jubilation. All of them are praising Takagi-go. Saihachi. Takagi-goku's one and only true god. In the future, whoever ing curses Gao Mingwu one more time, I'll ing be in a hurry with whoever it is. Let's have a few more people like Takagi-go. Down with the plutocracy. Down with the plutocracy. At that moment, Takagi-go was brushing up on his comments when Ryohana ran in and hurriedly said, agreed. It's agreed. Lee Byung-gil and the others agreed. Inghwa finished looking at them, froze in confusion and asked, how come you guys didn't react at all? It's so perverse. Hirakawa Chi took over and said lightly, actually, I already knew that. Younghwa looked at him with disbelief and skepticism in her eyes. Really? I don't believe it. Inghwa, how can you not believe it? If you don't believe me, who else can you believe? I'm the most sincere, okay? I don't believe it. Men are all big hogs. No one believes anything a man says. Hajime, who was on the sidelines, nodded as she listened. What Aika said was true when she raised her hands and feet in agreement. Hirakawaji's face darkened upon hearing this and asked, "Who taught you all this? How can you teach people blindly?" Younghwa replied back, "Elder taught me that." The senior she was referring to was naturally Takagi Go. Hirakawa Shiki immediately retorted, "Obviously what he said is the least trustworthy." Hajime said quietly from the sidelines, "I agree with that." Hirakawa Shiki, seeing that Hajime was all on his side, immediately got all godly and eyebrows raised in triumph. "See, Hajime-senpai can't stand to watch. Well, it's important to get down to business." Takagi Go hurriedly called a halt. He was afraid that if he said any more, he'd have to be spat out by both of them. "Oh, Lee Byung-gil and the others have agreed to our demands." Takagi Go nodded. He wasn't surprised in the slightest to reach this condition that they also paid a small price. But the results look good. The wages of the hitmen have been raised, and Lee Byung-gil and the others have apologized. Everything is moving in a good direction. Takagi Go immediately clapped his hands and decided, "Well then, get ready and negotiate the day after tomorrow." Yes, Changhua Kung. This is the highest profile place to receive people in Han. A world-renowned business negotiation will be held here. Takagi Go and the others were also dressed up for the occasion, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Takagi Go snickered. Shiki's dressed very handsomely. Hirakawa Shiki straightened his tie and said confidently, "Handsome, isn't it? I don't know if it's handsome, but I know it's dressed quite humanly." Ding! Hirakawa Shiki's mood has changed from confident to sultry, generating a mood value of 100. Current mood value 4500. Takagi Go and the others walked in and coincidentally ran into young Iki. Takagi Go greeted him immediately upon meeting. "Egu, this is an old friend." Zhang Ichi grunted coldly, and Takagi Go acted as if he hadn't heard him. Continuing, he said, "Is your son's injury better? Which pot is the wrong pot?" After Takagi Go said that, Zhang Ichi was so angry that he blew out his beard and eyes. "I don't need you to worry about Inuyasha's injuries. You should worry more about yourself." Egu, thank you President Young for your concern. You don't say. I forgot I was in a car accident the other day. Don't you know? I'm still hurt. Why don't President Zhang take me to the best hospital in Han? Zhang Yiji was furious and walked in with a cold snort. After Yang Yi-gil left, Lee Byung-gil arrived after him. The fierce color in Takagi Go's eyes flickered, and he smiled and said to Lee Byung-gil, "Chairman Lee, got hit by a car the other day. Tell me who's so bad." Lee Byung-gil smiled back. "I don't know about that, but don't get me wrong. Definitely not my Lee Byung-gil's doing." Takagi Go laughed coldly in his heart. "Do you believe what you said yourself? Oh really? Then Chairman Lee must do it for me and find the real culprit. Don't worry. I will help you find your real killer." Once everyone was here, the meeting officially began. Lee Byung-gil hit the head and said, "This time, I invited you all here to discuss the truce. We're all businessmen. There's no need to go over money. Is there, Director Gao?" Of course. Originally, I didn't even want to go against you, President Lee. It's just that there are some people who are so hateful that they have to bump into each other themselves, without a fight." Takagi Go's words were scolding young Iki in a roundabout way. Young Iki wanted to curse back after hearing this, but was stopped by Lee Byung-gil's look. "This time, I'm not here to curse, but to negotiate. Then let's open up and talk. What are the conditions on your side before you're willing to let go? Cede 5% of the market. You can't monopolize and compete in bad faith. Promise me you'll stop. 5% share. Nishibachi, you wanna see what you're talking about? It's like a lion's share." Zhang Yiji immediately stood up and cursed. Upon hearing this, Takagi Go immediately said, "It seems that your sincerity isn't enough, President Lee. Then let's keep fighting and negotiate after another month of fighting." Takagi Go's attitude was very strong, with no possibility of backing down. Brothers begged for gifts, crying, "Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying, explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come one, please, beeping, other paid swag options plus one more, beaming, beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 191, Enraged. Takagi go, you don't bully people too much. Jung Ichi scolded. A 5% share of the market is no small thing. And Go Takagi is just asking for a lion's share. Takagi go's face turned cold when he heard it. Louder than the voice. Right. I'm ing louder than you. It's me who's over the top. And it's you who's ing over the top. Your son. I'll be damned. If he doesn't ing mess with me. Maybe we're having tea in peace right now. And when I got hit by a car, you guys dare to say you had nothing to do with it? Lee Byung-gil did a double take. Though Takagi go's request was over the top. But he really wanted to end this fight sooner rather than later. Lee Byung-gil said in a deep voice. Alright, all of you. Let's stop arguing. We're here to solve the problem. Not here to create problems. Takagi Goya said in a cold voice. I see you guys aren't sincere either. Jime, let's go. After saying that, Takagi go fainted to leave. In his heart, he wasn't going to leave. He was just making a show of it. He was certain that Lee Byung-gil didn't want to fight anymore and would call him out on it. Sure enough, Lee Byung-gil hurriedly said, we agree. At this point several of the plutocrats present wanted to object, because for them to see the benefit of it's like killing them. They don't take money for life. Lee Byung-gil stopped them with a look. Really? Of course it's true. But you're going to record a video saying that we had nothing to do with the accident, and to bring the price up to the normal price point. No problem. It's not just a video. They discussed the details of the negotiation again, and when they were done, the negotiation ended successfully. Before leaving, Takagi go said to Young Iki, Chairman Young, tell your son to keep his dick in check. It's a good thing it's me. If it was anyone else, you'd be in trouble. Now I guess the lower half of your body is wasted. So you should hurry up and practice your trumpet. After Takagi go finished speaking, he didn't care what happened to Young Iki's face and just walked out. Young Iki storms out after hearing this and points at Takagi go's back. Outrageous. Outrageous. A little child. How dare he talk about me like that? It's too much. It's too much. Nishihachi. Ding. Jung Ichi's mood changed from calm to anger, generating an emotion value of 200. Current mood value 6500. Jung Ichi was so angry that his hands were shivering, and he was so emotional that he fainted with both eyes closed. President Young. President Young. Mr. Young. Naturally, he didn't know about the news that Jung Ichi had been knocked out by Takagi go's anger. If I knew that, I would have had a big dinner to celebrate. Hirakawa Shiki pressed the pause button and stretched. Phew, it's finally over. I can go back to my country. I miss my mom. I thought about it too. Just finished the video of Takagi go's clarification. Takagi go nodded and said, it's over, but it's not quite over. Hirakawa Chi asked, what do you mean by that? Takagi go ignored him. Instead, he turned his head toward Younghwa and asked, are the movie and television companies all set up? Younghwa nodded and said, it's arranged, and the shooting has been quasi-started according to the plan. That's good. One of the main purposes of Takagi go's visit to Han was to launch Han's star-making industry. Looking forward to the phenomenon that will follow the release of my sassy girl. This is the real end. Back home. Hirakawa Ji immediately jumped up and down happily when he heard about going back to his home country. He has long wanted to go back to his home country. Takagi go did the same thing, but he didn't think like Hirakawa Shiki. He thought about Ryoka, Mieko, Risa. I wonder how Misato is doing. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 192, Exchanging Experiences with Ryohana. Takagi go and the others returned home safely. Lee Byung-gil and the others didn't make a move to stop them. And the last car accident didn't even kill Takagi go. Now it's even more impossible to get Takagi Goku killed. Peaceful development is the way to go. Tokyo Airport. A woman who seemed unearthly could be seen from a distance in the waiting room of the airport. Beautiful. As if a fairy had descended from the earth. That person was naturally Ryuga. There were a lot of people standing next to her. Mieko. It's all coming over to pick up the plane. The plane slowly landed, and Takagi-go and the others stepped out of it. The excitement in Hirakawa Shiki's eyes bubbled right up when he saw Mieko. Hirakawa Shiki yelled, "Mom! Mom! I'm here!" Takagi Gohana as well as Hajime have ducked and said they don't know Hirakawa Shiki. "Nothing to do with myself." Hirakawa Shiki froze in aggression and said, "Why are you isolating me? There is no love." Takagi-go quickly stepped forward and gave Ryuga a big hug, holding Ryuga tightly in his arms as if he wanted to melt her into them. Hajime, who was standing behind them, was filled with a bad taste in his mouth. She asked herself that since she was a child, she had never put her feelings very high on her mind. Work always comes first in her mind. Relationships are even less of a thing. Hajime had an inexplicable bad taste in his mouth. Seeing Takagi-go interacting with another woman somehow felt annoying, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Do I really like Takagi-go? Hajime mentally asked herself. No way. Absolutely no way. He and I are just friends. An ally at best. At that moment, a personal voice came out from within Hajime's mind. Aha! Friends who have slept together. So annoying. Hajime left the place silently. Ryuga deflated in aggravation after Takagi-go's hug. What's wrong? Little mouth pouting so high. Who bullied my Ryohana? I had to blow his head off. Takagi-goku swung his sandbag-sized fist as he hugged Ryuga. Ryuga said accusingly, "You." Takagi-go said, "How could I make you angry? I love you more than I can say." "That's you." "Fine. That's me. That's me. Next I'll make it up to Ryuga little baby." As soon as Takagi-go said Ryohana little baby, Ryohana's face changed from white to red. It's a beautiful thing to look at. Ryohana's voice was as thin as a mosquito. There are so many other people here. Knowing that Ryuga was shy, Takagi-go took her hand and said to the others, "Well, let's go ahead." He whipped his head around and realized that Hajime was gone. Takagi-go asked, "Where's Hajime?" Younghwa said, "I don't know. It seems like something went to take care of things first. Just off the plane, which is so busy." Takagi-go suddenly understood something in his heart. After an hour, Takagi-go and the others arrived at the home of his old husband, Yamaguchi Hirotaka. Yamaguchi Hirotaka had already set up the banquet and was just waiting for Takagi-go to come and fetch him. Yamaguchi Hirotaka saw Takagi-go and patted him on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job this time. No shame for me." The more Yamaguchi Hirotaka looks at Takagi-go, the better he looks. He had made the best decision, bar none, in choosing this son-in-law in the first place. Takagi-go made a mess of the Han Kingdom, and most importantly, taking one man against the entire Hanzaibatsu, though he himself had losses. His face and reputation skyrocketed. Along with the Yamaguchi family's reputation skyrocketed. Yamaguchi Hirotaka's face was shining. He had enough money at his age and wasn't short of it. Takagi-go laughed and replied, not looking at whose son-in-law it is. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded in satisfaction. His words kind of spoke to his heart. Well, take your seats and eat first. After picking up Takagi-go, there's not much else to do. Hirotaka Yamaguchi also lets Ryohana and the two of them catch up. Takagi-go hugged Ryuga tightly and said, "Ryuga, do you know how much I've missed you? I've missed you too." "I know." Takagi-go kisses him straight away, and a 2-hour-long emotional exchange begins next. When she was done, Ryuga was groggy and wanted to sleep. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Hajime. "Hajime, when are you leaving Tokyo?" "Tonight." "In such a hurry? Something wrong?" Takagi-go looked at the time. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. "What time's the flight? What's wrong? What time's the flight?" Takagi-go re-lost the words again, but no reply came after a long time. It's not going to say anything. It's determined to go. Takagi-go immediately called Ihana. "Ihana, you find out for me what time Hajime's flight is tonight." "Good." Younghwa was confused. "In theory, you should have just asked Hajime directly. Why should I let myself be investigated?" Takagi-go didn't say why, though, and Ihana didn't ask, knowing that deep down. Takagi-go got dressed and whispered in Ryuga's ear. "Ryuga, I have something at work I need to get over to. When I get back." Ryuga had already met with Choku long ago, and a soft mumble of came out of his mouth. Takagi-go drove his Porsche at speed towards the Tokyo airport, and after a while, Younghwa called Takagi-go. 10 o'clock flight. Takagi-go looked at the time 9 o'clock. There was still an hour left. With little time left to fight, Takagi-go pressed the gas pedal straight to the floor. The engine of the sports car rumbled. When Takagi-go arrived at the airport, he hurriedly parked his car and quickly ran towards the inside. His eyes quickly searched the hall for Hajime's figure, and after looking around, he realized there was none. Could it be that Hajime had gone in early? Takagi-go thought to himself. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Hajime. After calling for a while, Hajime's phone finally got through. Hey! Hajime's voice came from inside. Takagi-go hurriedly asked, "Where are you?" "Look toward the back." Takagi-go twisted his head around and looked towards the back. Hajime was seen tugging on the suitcase with one hand and holding the phone with the other. Looking at Takagi-go, Takagi-go quickly ran towards Hajime and hugged her tightly into his arms. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 193. Takagi-go holds Hajime tightly, afraid that she'll leave. I don't know when I'll see you again this time. Well, you're trying to strangle me, Hajime said. His hold was so tight that Hajime couldn't breathe. Takagi-go smiled and said, I can't afford to part with it. Takagi-go then released his tight hold on Hajime. Takagi-go looked at Hajime and asked, why did you leave without saying hello? Hajime said softly, what kind of relationship do we have that we need to tell you before we leave? Takagi-go exclaimed, what relationship? Hajime Kitahara. Toss me aside when you're done with me, aren't you? Hajime frowned. Don't make me sound like the one who started it all. Takagi-go immediately replied back, isn't it? Jagged girl. After returning from Han, just think I have no use for you. Do you? No love for you. And use me as you please. Hajime's eyes are spinning. What's going on here? What's going on here? He himself was inexplicably beaten backwards. Whatever. I've got a plane to catch. Catching a plane to where? Osaka. Of course. Going back so early. Are you raising ducks in Osaka? Hajime's tiny head was greatly puzzled. She didn't know what duck meant. I'll go first. I really won't make it if I don't. Let's go tomorrow. Takagi-go said as he looked to Hajime. Hajime crossed his arms and said, that's funny. A little goodbye. Instead of staying with Ryohana, you came over here to tell me this. Forget it. I'm leaving. Hajime headed inside with her suitcase, and Takagi-go took a soft look at it. That'll have to be tough. Takagi-go took the suitcase from Hajime's hand and carried Hajime towards the outside as soon as he could. Ah, Takagi-go, what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. If soft doesn't work, I'll do it the hard way. Let's be a bully too. There are so many people here. Hurry up and put me down. Hajime's legs stomped back and forth in the air, and no matter how much she tossed and turned, she couldn't escape Takagi-go's clutches. Takagi-go saw it and slapped it towards Hajime's ass. Hajime blushed and said in annoyance, what are you doing? Let you fidget. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 194, The Overlord. Takagi-go carried Hajime back to the car as soon as he could. I missed my plane. Takagi-go opened his cell phone to see that it was already 10 o'clock. And even if Hajime went, he wouldn't be able to catch the plane. Takagi-go said, let's just miss it. It's not too late to leave tomorrow. You pissed me off. Hajime huffed. It was the first time a man had been able to exasperate her like that. It's an honor to be able to gas Kitahara Hajime-senpai, Takagi-go said with a smirk, then leaned over to fasten Hajime's seatbelt for him. The roar of the engine sounded. Hajime looked away from her head and huffed, ignoring Takagi-go. Takagi-go didn't say anything and concentrated on driving. Eventually Hajime couldn't resist asking, "Where are you taking me?" "Where to?" "Home of course." Takagi-go continued. "Hajime, why are you in such a hurry, Osaka?" Hajime said in a bad mood, "Go back and take care of the company's business." "Do you think I'm you? No care for the company." The corner of Takagi-go's mouth curled up into an intriguing smile after hearing that you refine saying that to fool others. Fool me, really fool me not. Although Jime was busy, it wasn't so busy that it couldn't function without her. The person who really made it big and strong. Even if she is not in the company still runs as usual. Hajime is obviously lying. Hajime doesn't answer his words. Takagi-go continued. "Hajime, let me ask you something seriously. Do you have a crush on me?" Takagi-go had a serious attitude, and Hajime was just about to answer no after hearing that, but seeing how serious Takagi-go was, he forgot to retort for a moment. The silence in the car was overwhelming. "How about that? I was right," Takagi-go said smugly. Hajime was just about to open his mouth and say he didn't. As a result, Takagi-go beat him to it by saying, "I guess you're not going to say no." Takagi-go had eaten Hajime through and through, and she hated the feeling of being eaten through and through. It makes people uncomfortable. After a while, Takagi-go pulled up to the hotel. Hajime did a double take and asked, "What did you bring me here for?" Takagi-go spat. "What for? What do you mean what for? I came here to hey. Of course, it's hard not to come to play cards. I'm going back to Osaka." "Yes, but tomorrow." "No, I'm going back today." The next day, Takagi-go wakes up and makes breakfast and goes to wake up Ryuga. "Lazy kitten, wake up." Ryuga stretched. "Who's a little lazy cat?" "You." "I'm not. I'm already up." "Fine. Ryuga isn't a little lazy cat. Ryuga is a little lazy pig." "Okay." Takagi-go had a smile in his eyes. After the two had eaten, Takagi-go said, "There's something else going on at the company. I'm going to make a trip later after dinner." Ryuga nodded as she listened, knowing that Takagi-go was busy, and never asked about some of the things about the company. Ryuga volunteered. "Why don't I go to the office and help you?" Takagi-goku asked with a thump in his heart. "Why are you suddenly going to my company?" "I thought about graduating to my father's company as well, but he didn't really need me either." "Why don't I come to your office?" With Ryuga's ability, it's no problem at all. Just kidding. Ryuga's a top student at the University of Tokyo. Even without the relationship of Hirotaka Yamaguchi, Ryuka lived a confident and colorful life in the future as well. Ryohana has no drawbacks except that she is not familiar with dealing with people. That's fine too. Takagi-go agreed in a single breath. If she'd refused Ryuga, she probably wouldn't have gotten suspicious. But Hirotaka Yamaguchi was different. It's bound to be suspicious, and it's better to do more than less. Sigh. I don't know what to do about the Shura afterward. Sad. Takagi-go can only take one step at a time, but he knows that Shura is definitely going to break out, because paper can't hold fire. Too good. Ryuga was very happy at the thought of sharing Takagi-go's burden. "I've finished eating. I'm going to the office first." "Good. Don't work too hard." "I don't feel hard when I think of Ryohana." He. Takagi-go playfully walked out of the house. Upon arriving at the hotel, Hajime had already finished packing, and Takagi-go was carrying breakfast in his hands. "Bought it especially for Hajime." "Nah, Hajime-senpai bought it especially for you." Hajime ignored Takagi-go. Hajime-senpai is so vindictive. Still not talking. Takagi-go's eyes rolled. "If you don't say something again, I'm going to have to play out last night's scene again." Hajime clenched his teeth and said viciously, ****. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, You can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 195, The Massage. Asterisk. Hajime said through clenched teeth. I had thought that a trace of guilt would well up on Takagigo's face. But who knew that instead of that? The bastard. Instead, he had a grinning look on his face that looked beaten up. Thanks for the compliment, senior sister. Takagigo smiled. Hajime was completely defeated by Takagigo. The bastard's skin was thicker than a city wall. There was no way to. There's really no way around it. Okay, hurry up and eat. I'll take you to the airport afterward. Hajime took the rice that Takagigo handed him and ate it before the two of them departed for the airport. When they arrived at the airport, Takagigo dropped her off at the boarding gate. Well, a parting hug. In the future, remember to call me if you need anything. I'm always here whenever you need me. I'm sorry, Takagigo said from the bottom of his heart. Can I ask you a question? Of course I can. I'll know everything that Hajime-senpai asks. Hajime's beautiful eyes met Takagigo's eyes with a serious look. Was it true what you said yesterday about loving me? Takagigo froze, not realizing that was the question Hajime was going to ask. Takagigo put away his smile and returned seriously. It's true, 1,000 times true. Hajime nodded and warned. That's good, don't lie to me. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to elation, generating a mood value of 200. Current mood value 8,500. Takagigo laughed. How could I possibly lie to senior sister? Even if I were given 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to, because I'm afraid that my schoolmate will cut me with a knife. Hajime didn't believe Takagigo's bull asterisk, and she knew in her heart that Takagigo had feelings for her. His words last night didn't lie. One can feel if one likes it or not. If one doesn't feel it, then one doesn't like it. There's no why. Well, I'm off. Hajime took the suitcase from Takagigo and headed inside. Have a safe trip and see you in the future. See you in the future. After dropping off Hajime, Takagigo packs up and gets ready to go to Mieko's house. During this time of going to the Han Kingdom, his youngest daughter, Yuko, was raised by Mieko. Mieko's house. Takagigo always messages Mieko before he goes, and this time is no exception. Mieko made a big table specially for Takagigo. By the time Takagigo arrived at Mieko's house, Mieko had already finished everything. Hirakawa-chi said sourly from the sidelines. But knowing that you're here, normally I don't get this treatment at home. Mieko laughed when she heard that. Usually I don't make you anything you want to eat. Ah, speak as if you're aggrieved. It would have been aggravating. Hirakawa Shiki seriously suspects that he was picked up as if Takagigo was the real one. At that moment, Yuko suddenly burst into tears. Takagigo rushed over. Egu, what's wrong with Yuko? Is she missing her father? Takagigo skillfully picked Yuko up and Yuko suddenly and magically stopped crying as soon as she was hugged by Takagigo. Yuko looks like she misses her daddy, doesn't she? Takagigo puts Yuko to sleep before going to dinner. After eating, it was time for a lunch break. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 196, Savage Girlfriend Fever. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Do you think Go Takagi is happy? Wrong. Go Takagi is happy in ways you can't even imagine. 6 months later, the good news came through. My Savage Girlfriend had finished filming, immediately released in theaters. Takagigo can't wait to see how it's received in the marketplace. Will there be a wave of Savage Girlfriend fever or not? Takagigo not only contacted the theaters in Han, but also arranged for theaters on his side. It's also making a big splash online, with lively discussions among netizens. Did you guys hear about that new movie that came out recently? My Savage Girlfriend? Yes. Looking at the trailer it looks good. Mud. It looks like a bad movie. And you still don't believe it? Yeah, I think it's a bad movie. 2. Since the old days, love makes bad movies. A big chunk of bad movies are rom-coms. I had a buddy who took 3 or 4 women to the movies. and guess what he saw? A bad romance movie that was about to make him puke. Swore he'd never watch a bad movie again, but it looks like the trailer is pretty intriguing. Nonsense. Of course it's appealing. Trailers are cutting out the best of their own movies. Will you guys watch it if you don't cut it better? That's a truthful statement. Appealing to people one way or another. Plus if the trailer isn't even good, is anyone going to watch it? I can guess what the plot is. I guess it's another one of those bad scenes where the hero and heroine get terminally ill and get into a car accident. When will we ever get to make a rom-com that transcends the mundane? Without further ado, if this movie gets good word of mouth, I'll eat poop straight away. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that, and how many times I've been punched in the face. As a slight reminder upstairs, the movie script is also from a familiar face. A familiar face? Who? It's hard to believe it's Takagi Go. Ugh, it's really Takagi Go. ***, the one and only God. I didn't realize he wrote the script. Takagi Go has shattered so many assumptions. It leads to the impression that whatever Go Takagi gets out is a masterpiece. Takagi Go produces a fine product. I'm sorry, I admit I seem to have spoken a little too loudly earlier. Withdraw what I just said. There are still headstrong ones that remain unchanged. I'm gonna put it out there that romance movies kill whoever touches them, and Takagi Go is no exception. How much love experience can he have? Isn't it just Yamaguchi Ryohana who's so easy to fool? When Hirakawa Shiki skimmed the thread, he almost burst out laughing without holding it in. How dare you say Takagi Go has had fewer emotional experiences? He's got the most. He's got the least. Hirakawa Shiki is crying inside. The last time I was scummed by a scummy woman, after showing myself to be financially strong, the scumbag keeps harassing him again and won't let go, and he doesn't even know what to do. Ask Takagi Go someday. Takagi Go swiped the video and smiled without saying anything, cursing and cursing. There are voices of approval and voices of skepticism, and when both exist at the same time, isn't that where the traffic comes from? We'll see how it turns out after it hits theaters. It's been a long time coming, but Savage Girl is finally in theaters. On the first day, the word of mouth for the show Savage Girl was just so good. The audience gave extremely high ratings and a tidal wave of praise. The major movie review sites also gave it high marks, with ratings soaring all the way up to. It has become one of the hottest topics of the day. There is no doubt that Savage Girl has become a phenomenal movie. Once again, Takagi Go uses his strength to prove himself and punch people in the face. Takagi Go produces a fine product. It was at this point that those who had been singing the praises of the internet, all have now closed their mouths and are no longer making any noise. Before, where's the group that said the movie was bad? Call it. Why don't you call it anymore? You were screaming so much before. Why don't you scream now? Where's the person I remember saying this was either a bad movie or a poop eater? Why the silence? Without further ado, Takagi Go is forever a god. To be able to write such a good book on the crappy subject of rom-coms, there's no one else but Takagi Go. Savage Girl fever is blowing up all over Asia, and that's when Takagi Go is confronted by his own wife, Ryohana. Ryuga asked, "Who do you think Savage Girlfriend really is?" Takagi Go rolled his eyes and said, "Nope, Savage Girlfriend was something I conceived out of thin air. Imagine being able to be so vivid." Ryohana also saw the movie, and after watching it, she then wondered if Takagi Go had talked about a wild girlfriend before her. Why else would you be able to write such a vivid story? Takagi Go thought to himself that he should not have signed his name in the first place. Something's wrong. Ryuga, I swear to God I've never talked to another woman before you. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by heaven and die a horrible death. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 197, treat them all like chickens. Takagi Go held up his hands and swore, his eyes looking upwards in earnest. Ryuga hurriedly covered Takagi Go's mouth when she heard that. What's all this talk about dying or not dying? Takagi Go grabbed Ryuga's lips and said, Ryuga, look, I dare you to swear. It just means that what I'm saying is true. It's true that Takagi-go hadn't talked to a single person before crossing over. Don't even talk about it. I've never even held hands. It's exactly like Hirakawa Shiki. Not even close to him. Before, Takagi-go was introverted and shy. Shy when he saw a girl. Now Takagi-go is outgoing and domineering and wants to kiss girls whenever he sees them. But of course he can't kiss them indiscriminately. I believe you. Hey, just trust me. Ryuga nodded and asked. So, who is that girl? I don't know what I just said, but it's all for naught. Ryuga burst out laughing when he saw Takagi-go's face. Ha ha. I'm teasing you. Takagi-go realized that Ryuga had just been joking, and she didn't actually mind at all. Good for you. Learning the hard way. Takagi-go immediately launches a righteous execution, tickling Ryuga's itchy flesh up and down. Ha ha. I surrender. Don't tickle me. No matter how much Ryuga begged for help, Takagi-go just wouldn't let go. By the end Ryuga was limp in Takagi-go's arms. At that moment, Takagi-go's cell phone rang. Who is it? Interrupting my pleasure. Takagi-go picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Hirakawa Shiki. Picking it up and answering it. Hey, why are you calling me? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Ciao. Takagi-go is getting the impression that Hirakawa Shiki is an asshole. Look at this. A whiny woman's flavor. Takagi-go replied firmly. I can't. Hirakawa Shiki let out a soft "oh." His tone was downcast. Hang on. Sensing that something was wrong, Takagi-go immediately said. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with calling me? Mieko, come at me again. Mieko? When Hirakawa Shiki said that, Takagi-go didn't really remember which one was Mieko for a moment. He met girls, yes, but names could still be remembered. There are only two possibilities for not remembering it. 1. It's not a heroine. Or 2. It's not good looking. Kitagawa Mieko. Hirakawa Shiki added. Don't recognize it. Takagi-go said, shaking his head. Hirakawa Shiki rolled his eyes at that and said, of course you don't recognize it. Also, speaking of things, ugh no, I think I remember. This one was trolling for that of yours? No, why are you talking so hard? The word is out. The word is in. The word is out. And it's not all over. Why did you bring it up again? She came to you again? Hirakawa Shiki said in surprise. How did you know? He hadn't told anyone about this, so there was no way Takagi-go would know about it. Who's your brother? Lover boy. What don't I know? Oh, Hirakawa Shiki didn't bother to spit on Takagi-go and asked directly. What should I do? What about? She's been looking for me and says the love has always been mine. Put. Takagi-go spat out a mouthful of water when he heard Hirakawa Shiki's words. It's disgusting. That's disgusting. Takagi-go immediately cursed. That's a lie to a dog. Hirakawa Chi scratched his head. Why did it feel like Takagi-go was scolding him? That's what Mieko said to him. Doesn't that mean he's a dog? Hirakawa Shiki didn't bother to dwell on the question of who was the dog. He wanted to find a solution in a hurry. You believe that? Unbelievable. Then you mustn't. If you don't believe you have the answer in your own mind, why are you calling me? Takagi-go was silent on the other end of the phone after he said that, and he smiled inwardly. It's all too clear what's going on in Hirakawa Shiki's mind. It's just that you're not happy about it, and you want some more stories to happen. Takagi-go said. I'm only going to say 2 words, so listen carefully. Hirakawa Shiki nodded heavily, his heart flinching under. Go ahead. I'm listening. All pigeons that fly back are treated as chickens. Don't miss the good girls. Don't let the bad girls go. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 198 Invitation to the Long Wo Variety Show. Hirakawa Shiki was deeply shocked when Takagi-go uttered 2 true words. It just felt like a shock to the bottom of my heart. It's as if suddenly the soul is elevated. Yeah, whatever the is flying around, treat it like a chicken. Don't miss the good girls. Don't let the bad ones go. Hirakawa Shiki said on the spot. I see. Takagi-go warned. Then I can give you a warning. It's okay to have fun. Don't get caught up in it. Don't worry. I understand. Takagi-go hung up the phone with a slight uneasiness in his heart. I don't know if the idea I came up with helped or harmed Hirakawa Shiki. He had no idea that his 2 sentences had completely changed Hirakawa Chi. Gone are the days when Hirakawa Shiki was a love interest. After that, Hirakawa Shiki will exist on the internet in another capacity, the first deep love in Tokyo. Takagi-go definitely wouldn't have said those 2 words to Hirakawa Shiki if he had known. After hanging up, another call came in. Thinking it was Hirakawa Shiki asking him something again, Takagi-go picked up his cell phone to see that. I didn't realize it was an unknown number. It's not going to be a nuisance call. Takagi-go thought inwardly. The first thing I did was to pick up the phone and answer it. Hey, excuse me, is this Mr. Takagi-go? Ah, yes I am. Are you? Great. I'm the director of the program, The Wayward Life. I'd like to ask you to join us on the program, and I was wondering if you have the time. The Wayward Ho? Takagi-go froze at the sound of the familiar name, as if it pulled him back to his last life. The thoughts drifted to the past. Mr. Go Takagi? Mr. Takagi-go? Ah, sorry, something just popped into my head. That's okay. Has Mr. Takagi-go heard of our station's program? I've heard that. Great. As soon as Takagi-go said he'd heard of it, the person on the other end of the line immediately perked up. Now that I've heard of it, things are looking up for me. If they could invite Takagi-go, a walking traffic bag, to their show, the show would be halfway there. We're a lifestyle program. The director continued. I would like to invite you and your wife, Yamaguchi Ryuka, to join us as resident guests. Takagi-go listened and said, let me think about it. Well, the door to our show is open to you, whether Go Takagi-san agrees or not. Takagi-go had some joy in his heart. This director can come to things. After hanging up the phone, Takagi-go began to ponder in his mind. Currently, the Liangwu group has just fought a big battle with the Han Kingdom's plutocrats, and their vitality has been hurt a bit. All this time is just right for some rest and relaxation. With recovery as the main focus, the new energy vehicle thing can be put aside for a while. It's still true that it's easy to take big steps and rip your balls off. This is the right time to take Ryohana to the mainland for a while. Ryohana thought she hadn't been there yet. Just in time to have some fun. Ryuga, what's wrong? Takagi-go asked. Want to hang out with me? Ryuga cocked her head and said, where to? Takagi-go said that name, Rokoku. Ryuga immediately jumped up when she heard the word Rokoku, all but startling Takagi-go. Ryuga, what's with the big reaction? I've heard there's so much good food in the Dragon Kingdom. Ryuga's eyes kept glowing at the mention of food, and he said 3 lots in a row. Ryuga, you're quite the eater. Takagi-go couldn't help but hold his forehead. Then, but you're right, there is indeed lots and lots of good food. Let's get going then, Ryuga said impatiently. Don't worry, we're there for a program, which is a variety show. Variety? Ryuga flinched slightly at that. What? Ryuga's backing down on this. Not at all. Really? Just what? It's just that if I'm going to be in a variety show, can I not show up? That was lost on Takagi-go. Ryuga looks much better than a star. Is it hard to be unsure of your face? Why? You'd think, if I showed my face, I'd embarrass you. After all, I don't know anything. And, Ryuga's voice trailed off as she spoke. And introverted. I'm sure I can't get along with people. Takagi-go tightly wrapped Ryuga in his arms after hearing that. Fool, what a thing to say. You didn't embarrass me. Ryuga is obviously very good. People don't know how jealous they'll be when they find out that I've taken such a beautiful and nice girl for a wife. Ryuga disbelievingly raised his head with wide eyes and asked, Really? Takagi-go said with incomparable seriousness. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to Ryuga? Too good. Then let's go. Good. Takagi-go reached up and petted Ryuga's head favorably. Then he said, talk to your old man before you leave. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 199 PUA. He's a professional. Takagi Go intends to make a trip to see Hirotaka Yamaguchi. The two homes were close to each other, and Takagi Go didn't make it to Yamaguchi Hirotaka's house in 10 minutes. Upon entering the house, Hirotaka Yamaguchi was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and reading the newspaper in a leisurely manner. As soon as Takagi Go could see him, he could envision his future life, and it should be the same as his. The only difference though is that Takagi Go is surrounded by so many women. Yamaguchi Hirotaka smiled when he saw Takagi Go. Why did you remember to come to my place today? Takagi Go said playfully. Can't you come if there's nothing wrong? It doesn't miss you. Ha ha. Yamaguchi Hirotaka said as he laughed and shook his head. I don't believe it. Say what the hell is going on? Takagi Go explained his purpose for being here. Ryuga and I are planning to make a trip to Ryokoku. There's a variety show that's invited us to be resident guests, and there's not much going on in the group at the moment, so it's a good time to relax. Yamaguchi Hirotaka nodded in agreement with Takagi Go's idea that it was the right time to rest and recuperate. No big moves. Hirotaka Yamaguchi asked. Where are you aiming next? Takagi Go firmly said. New energy vehicles. New energy vehicles are currently less traveled. Automobile companies, including Sealed Field, are predominantly fuel efficient. But Hirotaka Yamaguchi believed in Go Takagi. After all, having performed many miracles one after the other, Hirotaka Yamaguchi couldn't even think of not believing it. Just let go of your hands and do it. Haha, good. The two men chatted more about the details, and after discussing Takagi Go then heads to Mieko's house to let her know. What? You're going to the Dragon Kingdom? Hirakawa Shiki said with a thieving voice when he heard it. Takagi Go did a double take. Why are you reacting like that? I'm coming along. What are you going for? Stay with you. Thanks no. I have Ryuga with me. Then Hirakawa Shiki thought about it for half a day and there didn't seem to be anything that would make Takagi Go agree to him going. I don't care, I'm going. Takagi Go rolled his eyes at that. Why did that sound so familiar? Mieko didn't say anything even though she was very upset with Takagi Go. You really want to go? Of course it's true. Well then, Go can go. After Hirakawa Shiki got Takagi Go's approval, he tried to jump up happily, and before he could do so, Takagi Go said, you can go, but, you do the dirty work. If you agree, I'll let you go. Hirakawa Chi nodded with a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot upon hearing this. Well then, it's a deal. After settling on that, Takagi Go called the director of the program again, stating that in addition to going himself, it also carries a Hirakawa Chi. When the director checked the Pinshin journal, he immediately welcomed this Hirakawa Chi guy still has a bit of influence in the world, with 5 million followers worldwide. Prior to departure, Takagi Gohichi went to his confidants to tell them about his trip to the Dragon Kingdom to record a variety show. If you don't say it, it'll be hard for Takagi Go to say it. The number as well as the frequency of exchanging experiences continue to rise during this time. It's like he's trying to drain him before he goes. Good thing Takagi Go is strong. I've also taken good care of Yuko and spent more time with her during this time. Soon it was time to leave for the Dragon Kingdom. The Desired Life crew has sent someone to film Takagi Go and the others, all the way through. It was also used as material for the show's pilot. The program was broadcast live in its entirety and was very bold. Takagi Go boards the plane with his wife Ryohana, and his young henchman plus hard laborer Hirakawa Shiki. No. Why do I get to hold everything? It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm sorry. Hirakawa Shiki cried out in a ghostly voice. How did you promise me in the first place? And sure enough, the male's mouth lied to the ghost. But there's no using me as livestock. There's still time for livestock to rest. Gee, you have to understand one thing to wear the crown. You have to bear the weight. Hirakawa Ji listened to it. Like a chicken, blood is immensely excited. Waist straightened. And head held high. A man can't say he can't. It's a matter of face. It's a matter of dignity. It's a testament to what you can do. Takagi Go glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ugh. Still too young. It's still too good to be true. PUA, he's a pro. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus one more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 200, both cows and horses. Such a wide difference. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were full of pop-up screen swipes. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. I didn't realize Hirakawa-chi was so naive. Easily coaxed by Takagi Go. That's hilarious. When you see Hirakawa-shiki, you see yourself. And also as cattle and horses. We are all cattle and horses. Hey, hey, the person who just said oxen and horses. Do you know what kind of car Hirakawa-chi drives? Don't you dare call someone a cow or a horse. What car? Maybach. Asterisk asterisk. For real. For crying out loud. Only we hurt the world reach that. We're the real cow horses. People as cattle and horses. Luxury cars and beautiful women are not bad. You as cattle and horses are just cattle and horses. How can the difference be so great when they are also both cattle and horses? Hirakawa-shiki. As an internet celebrity with millions of followers, the investigation is still a good one. That's why people in the Dragon Kingdom still know something about him. But not much. Go Takagi, on the other hand, needs no introduction. He's famous all over the world. The idol of young people in the Dragon Kingdom is Takagi Go. In addition to the most traffic stars, call him a cool article hero. Takagi Go walked into the airplane holding Ryohana's hand, and the miserable Hirakawa-shiki followed them with his luggage. Not to mention being a laborer, but also being fed a mouthful of ing dog food. Laughing my ass off. Heartbroken Hirakawa-chi. Everyone hit heartbroken Hirakawa-chi on the public screen. Wow. Ryohana is so pretty. She's practically prettier than an actress. And the two of them are so in love. School uniform to wedding dress. Really seems like a fictional plot. I want to have one too. Wake up upstairs. You're not Yamaguchi Ryohana. And besides, there's only one Takagi Go in the world. An airplane slowly flew from the sky to Kyoto Airport. Upon arriving at Kyoto Airport, Takagi Go looked at his familiar homeland, and for a moment emotions flooded his mind, murmuring softly in Chinese, "I'm back." The cameraman on the sidelines was very surprised, although Takagi Go said in a low voice, but he heard and recorded it anyway. I didn't realize that Takagi Go could speak Chinese. Previously, he went to the Han Kingdom to demonstrate the Chinese language. This time, he came to the Dragon Kingdom. A mouthful of gracious words gave way directly to his desire to cry. If I'd known you knew Chinese, I wouldn't have had to speak Japanese. The netizens in the livestream were also shocked. I didn't realize that Takagi Go was fluent in 3 languages. Asterisk asterisk I just want to ask if Takagi Go is still a human being or not. A student at the University of Tokyo. Not even 24 years old. He's famous all over the world. Created his own business empire. And married a wife as beautiful as Yamaguchi Ryuka. Fluent in 3 languages. An entrepreneur of conscience. And a voice for working people in the face of oppression by the Han plutocrats. Couldn't be more awesome. It's damn near better than a cool article. I want to find a man like Takagi Go so badly, crying. Hirakawa-shiki couldn't help but ask when he heard him say that. What are you saying again? Why can't I understand? It's okay. It's normal for you to not understand. It's not normal for you to understand. I suspect you're calling me names. And I have proof. After arriving at the airport, a few of them took a bus to Miyun Prefecture, a distant suburb of Kyoto. The Aspiring Life program specially built a mushroom house here. Shurichi Hirakawa was instantly attracted by the sight of such an idyllic suburban life. Even Ryohana was attracted, either looking at this or that, like a curious little bee. This adorable act softened the hearts of netizens. Aw, I can't stand it. Ryuga is just too cute. That's right, that's right. Takagi Go and I are at loggerheads. Kill Takagi Go and take Ryuga. Kill Takagi Go and take Ryuga. Kill Takagi Go and take Ryuga. A whole lot of the underground was brushing up on that comment, and it was instantly brushed off. Takagi Go looked over at Ryuga with a doting smile. Ryuga is so pretty. By the time he turned his head toward Hirakawa-chi, both eyebrows furrowed. Chi, will you calm down and act like a man? No, you're so double standard. How you praised Ryohana just now. Why are you talking about me so much now? You just realized I'm double standard. Takagi Go disliked Hirakawa-shiki with one sentence. Ha ha. Once again, the audience went crazy with laughter. Takagi Go and the rest of them dragged on and finally could see the mushroom house. In addition to their resident guests, there are 3 other resident guests that they are hosting Evergreen Hiri, actor Huang Shi, and young singer Lu Hua. At this time, after a few of them received the news that Takagi Go and the others had arrived, already waiting outside to prepare them, Netizens have been waiting for a long time to see what kind of sparks they can collide. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 201, Cooking Competition. Mistletoe County. Mushroom House. Huang Shi. Lu Hua and the others had already been waiting here for a long time. Lu Hua whispered, Mr. Are they here yet? I'm a bit hungry. Lu Hua rubbed his stomach. It was now noon, but the meal hadn't been made yet. He reconsoled by saying, Ha ha, da wa, they'll be here soon and wait. And at that moment, Takagi-go was being collected by the director's team. Guests to the mushroom house are not allowed to bring any food and will have to put it away if caught. Takagi-go pointed to a box off to the side and said, In here are Ryuga's clothes. When he said that, the director's office certainly wouldn't check hard. In fact, that suitcase was full of food. In his previous life, Takagi-go knew the show's pissy behavior. That's why Takagi-go had thought of a coping strategy long in advance. The director's team really didn't check. And a few people passed the inspection with flying colors. After walking for a while, they finally saw Hiri and the others. A few people from Hazi greeted them. Great, it's finally time for you guys, Hiri said with a smile. Takagi-go meanwhile gave them a greeting in turn. Hello Mr. I grew up watching your show. Ha ha, you're making me sound old with that. Hello Mr. Huang. Hello Da Hua. Takagi-go greeted them in turn in fluent Chinese. Hodge and Yellowstone follow online news quite frequently. That's why Takagi-go didn't express much surprise when he demonstrated fluent Chinese. Instead, Da Hua expressed his surprise. Oh, so you know Chinese. Takagi-go smiled and said, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is my hometown. Takagi-go's oral fluency is stronger than Dawa's. He re-spat on the side and said, Da Hua, your Chinese should really be strengthened. Mr. I'll work hard. Da Hua clenched his fists and swore secretly. After Takagi-go greeted him, Ryoka and Hirakawa Shiki also came up to greet him one by one. Ryuga appeared very formal, her sociopathic attributes exposed. Takagi-go, on the other hand, assumed the role of interpreter. Huang Shi greeted, Let's hurry in. Dawa's stomach has long been well and truly hungry and wailing. After Takagi-go had settled his luggage, the group went to the courtyard. Huang Shi asked, Ugh, director, the ingredients haven't been sent to us yet. What are we going to eat for lunch? Our program is based on the principle of do-it-yourself abundance. And we have the ingredients. But it has to be exchanged for your labor. According to the amount of corn for the ingredients. The rules are simple. Trade corn for food. Corn equals money. Has asked that we understand. So how do we convert? 500 corn up for 1 food change. How many? 500. Huang Shi immediately furrowed his brows upon hearing this and said towards Da Hua, you give me your slippers for a moment. Da Hua asked, What for? While asking, he handed the slippers to Huang Shi, who took them and threw them directly at the director. Could you be any darker? The move instantly caused the netizens to burst into laughter. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Mr. Yellowstone went straight for it. Definitely no noise if you can do it. The Have a Say program is so dark. It's already noon, and by the time we finish breaking corn it'll be night, so we'll starve to death. Takagi-go whispered at this time. Mr. Huang, I brought food. What? The rest of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Has asked, Didn't we have to check before we came? Takagi-go smiled slightly and said, I didn't check it when I said that it contained Ryohana's clothes. He burst out laughing as soon as he heard it, and the director had a dark look on his face. Takagi-go was able to make a mistake. The pop-ups launched another round of onslaught. Ha ha, laugh me to death. I didn't realize that Takagi-go was so refined that he guessed it long ago. The director's group is black, and Takagi-go is even blacker than they are. There's a saying that evil has its own way of being evil. Takagi-go took out his suitcase and it was full of ingredients. Wow. Huang Shi laughed, Great, Save yourself the trouble of going to break corn. And I'll make a big meal for you guys at noon today. Iri chimed in. Mr. Huang's cooking is a masterpiece. Takagi-go couldn't help but think that so many people were bragging about Yellowstone's cooking in his previous life, so he'd come to try it this time. Let's see if it's as good as it's said to be or not. Takagi-go said. Why don't I cook? Iri refused on the spot. How can that be? You are a guest. How can you let a guest cook? Takagi-go laughed. Ha ha, I cook a lot at home. Hojo only took it as a polite comment from Takagi-go. He really didn't quite believe that Takagi-go could cook. That won't work either. I'm telling the truth. Aren't I? Ryuga nodded obediently. Takagi-go then suggested. How about this? I'll compete with Mr. Huang. Let's see who makes a good one. Iri and Huang sure nodded their heads as they thought about it. So there was something to see. The most taboo thing about variety is blandness. And you have to create conflict even if there isn't any. Takagi-go's cooking versus Yellowstone's cooking to see who really cooks well. Brothers beg for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 202. When Takagi-go and Yellowstone had to compete in a cooking competition, it instantly raised my netizens' expectations. Yellowstone's cooking skills are highly praised in the entertainment industry and he is nicknamed Chef Wong. No one who has eaten his cooking has ever said anything bad about it. Of course, it's impossible to say it's bad, because it's all human. Yellowstone is also a senior in the entertainment industry, and he knows a lot of bigwigs in the entertainment industry. There's no need to offend him over a meal. Ha ha. This is gonna be fun. We'll find out later if Yellowstone's cooking is really good or if people are just hard boasting about it. I have a question though. Does Takagi-go cook? Assuming he does, that level must be about the same as mine. Not quite good and not quite bad kind of thing. I agree with the upstairs. Go Takagi's too young. And he's only good at cooking. I guess I'm going to get hit in the face this time. I didn't realize I was really being held up to the fire. There's a lot of online speculation and whatnot, but most people don't think highly of Takagi-go. After all, he's too young. If Takagi-go's cooking was that good, it would be a real pain in the ass. If that's true, then Takagi-go is simply perfect. The 2 cameras were pointed at Go Takagi and Yellowstone, at which point the screen was split in 2. Half Takagi-go, half Yellowstone. Goichi Takagi touched on the cooking utensils as if it were a godsend. With his immensely skilled knife work and methodical steps, one look and you know you're a regular cook. Asterisk this sword skill. If you say you can't practice it without a few years. Asterisk you don't say. You don't say. Takagi-go looks like he's got it going on. At least that's a sword skill I can't achieve. Takagi-go's small display of swordsmanship instantly convinced many people. With this skill with a sword, Takagi-goku ended up cooking. Whether it was good or not, I wouldn't even spray him. So do I. When did he develop this sword skill? It's even if he studied so well, and so damn good at cooking. A true schoolmaster takes time out to study, and is busy with life, unlike you and me, who are busy studying. Take time out of your life. Ordered, cried. After about half an hour, Takagi-go was the first to finish. A table full of dishes with all the colors and flavors looks appetizing. After a little while longer, Yellowstone was done as well. When the 2 cooks are put together, just from the color, Takagi-go wins hands down. My god, Takagi-go did so well? Yeah, Yellowstone's cooking was instantly outclassed. Not only was his speed not good, but the character is not good either. Mud. How come Takagi-go knows everything? Crying. When Ling took a comparative look, his heart couldn't help but thump, and he knew that Huang sure was bound to lose. Takagi-go smiled and said, "Hurry over and try it." The crowd walked up to taste the dishes and each person got 1 chance to vote. First Ryohana tried Takagi-go's dish, then Yellowstone's, and then Pingchuanji, Lu Hua. He re-tasted 2 people dishes in turn. Alright, everyone's tasted it all and it's time to cast your vote. Ryuga and Hirakawa Shiki voted for Takagi-go without a doubt, even regardless of feelings. Takagi-go's cooking is truly impeccable. Takagi-go got 2 votes at once. And Yellowstone's face instantly lost its face. And his face immediately darkened. As a senior in the show business himself, losing to a junior, Huang sure felt that he had lost his face. There are still 2 votes left though, so if it's a tie with Takagi-go it's not too bad. If you lose, you'll really lose face. Hori has been friends with him for years, so he'll vote for himself no matter what. That means victory or defeat depends only on Lu Hua. Huang sure looked at Lu Hua, who hemmed and hawed and said, Mr. Huang, I think he did slightly better. Takagi-go laughed inwardly. Dewa was really simple, but with a little understanding of the human condition, would have voted for Yellowstone. The original Yellowstone black face became even darker. At this time, Hiri came out in time to make a roundup. There is no standard answer for this kind of thing. Everyone's tastes are different, and for my tastes, I think Mr. Huang's make might be more to my liking. That's the professionalism of a presenter, determined not to let the scene freeze up. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, the jungle is about people. Yellowstone's dark face only slightly eased after hearing this. It's not possible to be angry, because Takagi-go is a capitalist, and he dares to be angry with the capital. That's not wanting to live. Especially a tough guy like Go Takagi. This is a cook-off that Go Takagi has won without a doubt. At that moment, suddenly the phone in the mushroom house rang. Brothers begging for gifts, crying. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 203, Not Treating Guests Like People. This cooking contest was won by Takagi-go without a doubt. The job of cooking in the future naturally fell to Takagi-go. Not that Takagi-go enjoys doing it. Someone else is in a good mood to eat. It's also able to give Takagi-go a mood value. What's not to like? At that moment, Hodge got up to answer the phone. Hey, there was a voice coming from inside the phone. It sounded weird. I think it was using a voice changer. Prevent others from recognizing it. Hello, Mr. He. Ugh. What's with the voice changer? Who are you? I'm nobody. Ha ha. Seeing that he couldn't ask about his identity directly, Haji sidestepped the question by asking, do I know you? Of course I know them. Mr. He knows so many people. Oh ho, also right. Hodge laughed. As he was an evergreen in the showbiz hosting world, a large portion of the entertainment industry recognizes it. Asking if you recognize the range is just too big. Cooked. I should be familiar with it. The person on the other end of the line felt that they couldn't go on any longer, and that their identity was going to be blown if they kept talking. Forget that for now. I'm here to order. Fine. What would you like to order? After ordering, the phone hung up. At this point, netizens have speculated about the identity of the caller. I'm betting 5 packs of chorizo that the caller is definitely Nana. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nah, wouldn't talk like that. I'm guessing it's Xiaoing. I'll bet 10 packs of chili fries. Guys, is it possible that you're all guessing in the wrong direction? Actually, the caller was a boy. No way. Never. The director looked at the netizens' speculations with joy. He wanted this effect. It's all about the level of discussion. The more discussion there is, the hotter the program will be. Yellowstone asked, who is it? He shook his head and said, I don't know. I can't guess the identity. Using a voice changer. Who cares who he is? Let's eat first. Takagi-go laughed and said, when he comes, let him break 500 pieces of corn before he enters to eat. Takagi-go's words instantly amused the rest of the group. It's so dark. Using the other stars as free labor now. Netizens are also amused. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Takagi-go is so dark. Where do you treat your guests like that? It simply doesn't treat the guests like human beings. Hodge asked. What if it's a female guest? The female guest of honor, that's fine. Takagi-go said. The crowd finished the meal between jokes and laughter. And afterward, all of them went back to their rooms to rest, waiting for the evening's guest to arrive. Takagi-go inwardly prefers it to be a female guest too. The sun was setting, and the sun was slowly moving its feet toward the side of the mountain. It was as if they couldn't let this beautiful day end. It colored the whole sky a fiery red with its last afterglow. That gorgeous color is intoxicating. The nearer trees were also tinted with a faint reddish hue, and their shadows reflected on the earth. It makes a beautiful picture. At this very moment, Takagi-go and the others had moved their stools and were sitting in the courtyard. Bask in the glow of the setting sun and feel the endless charm of nature. Ryoga said intoxicated. It's so beautiful. What do you think, Go? Takagi-go smiled and said, for me, the beauty isn't the view that. Rather, it's the people who are watching the scene with me. One sentence once again swept the screen and directly fed the netizens a mouthful of dog food. Lu Hua and Hirakawa-ji looked at the two of them as if they were glued to each other and couldn't help but envy them in their hearts. Hori and Yellowstone, who had been married long ago, smiled on the sidelines and didn't say anything. At that moment, a female voice came from the distance. Mr. Huang, I'm coming. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 204, Killing the High Dog, Seizing the Cool Flower. The familiar voice once again reached the ears of Takagi-go and the others. Takagi-go only felt a little familiar, but still couldn't remember who it was. Hazi raised his eyebrows, his eyes bursting into a dazzling light. It's Ingbaog. He heard at once who it was, while Yellowstone was still thinking that He nodded only when he heard Hiri say that. The person who came was none other than the popular post-80s actress Xiaoying, with a number of breakout hits under her belt. In the 80s is the existence of the bearer. Acting skills and beauty coexist. Huang sure wasn't familiar with Xiaoying, so it was normal that he couldn't recognize her. Mr. He is so good. He can hear Ingbao's voice at once. Indeed. Haji brought a few of Takagi-go's men along to greet Xiaoying. Takagi-go saw a face he used to see on TV all the time. I have to say in person I'm even prettier than on TV, because photogenic fat round, if in the camera can be seen very thin, then in person is bound to be even thinner. Hello, Ingbao. It was you who called earlier, right? Hiri laughed. Haha, yeah. Hiri directly introduced the others to Xiaoying. This is Mr. Huang. You know him. Ah yes. Hello Mr. Huang. Ingbao has become beautiful again. This is Go Takagi. You should have heard of him. Of course I've heard of him. More than that, he's my idol. Xiaoying nodded her head repeatedly. Takagi-go can be more recognizable in the world than some of the top-tier stars. She was even idolizing Takagi-go. He re-teased. Haha, is that so? It seems like you have a lot of influence in the country. Go. Takagi-go said humbly. No, just average. Takagi-go's Chinese did surprise Xiaoying. Not expecting to speak so fluently, Xiaoying greeted the rest of the group again. He re-said, you're starving. Hurry up and come in. Go. There's nothing wrong with the dishes, Ing said. Right? Sure, no problem. Xiaoying was inwardly a little surprised again. She had thought that it was Huang Shi who cooked. How could I not expect it to be Go Takagi cooking? How old is he? Not as old as her. As if he re-knew Zhao Ying's inner thoughts. Laughing, he said, Ingbao, don't think that Xiao Wu is young, but he's a great cook. On par with Mr. Huang. Not even close? Joke. If you've ever eaten a meal cooked by 2 people, then surely you can taste it in your mouth. Takagi-go is doing way better than Yellowstone. Takagi-go objectively evaluates Yellowstone's cooking, delicious, but not as much as others brag about. Takagi-go humbly said, Mr. He flattered me. I've always just told the truth. After settling Xiaoying down, Takagi-go started his cooking career. Xiaoying said in embarrassment, letting such a big entrepreneur like Boss Gao cook for me. I'm still a little embarrassed. Takagi-go waved his hand without caring and said, what big or not big entrepreneurs? All in all they are all human beings. One sentence directly won Zhao Ying's favor. I didn't expect Takagi-go to have no frame at all. It's even humble as hell. Zhao Ying's beautiful eyes were flowing with a different kind of luster. But with Ryohana in the... Instead, you can't have a different emotion. Takagi-go revealed his cooking skills directly in front of Zhao Ying, and watched her marvel in admiration. He's so handsome, so rich, so talented, and he can cook, and he's devoted. You can't find another man so perfect. Ryohana was giving him a hand, and Zhao Ying couldn't be bothered to help out in a hard way. The netizens are also having a lively discussion. Asterisk. Guys, I feel like Ying Bao is going to fall. What should I do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Asterisk. If I were a female, I'd have to fall too if I met someone like Takagi-go. Seems like such a thing, alas. But what can you think when someone's main palace is here? Ryohana is so good looking, rich and naive. And you're greedy? Mud. No more. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. Kill the high dog and take the Ying Bao. Ying Bao. Promise me. Don't like him, okay? Crying. After an hour, the meal was all done. He reserved the dishes and hurriedly greeted everyone, saying, "Everyone, come and eat." Zhao Ying caught a chopstick of the dish and ate a mouthful of it. Both eyes instantly widened. Takagi-go smiled and asked, "How was it? Is it done to your liking?" Zhao Ying hurriedly nodded her head and said, "It's so delicious. Never in my life have I had such a good meal. Not even in a restaurant. Just be tasty." The atmosphere was relaxing as everyone ate and chatted. That's why this variety show exists. So that when people are busy working, they don't forget to live their lives. Enjoy life and love it. After dinner, the group sat on the couch and started chatting. Then Q Luhua said, "By the way, Hua, don't you still play the violin? Show us the show." "No. This is Mr. Ho's special care to let the youngsters express themselves and show their faces more often. This is what impresses the audience." "Oh good. Hua has been playing the violin since he was a child. And his playing is also first-rate." After the song ended, Yellowstone's eyes rolled. Turning to Takagi-go, he said, "Go, you evaluate it as well." Takagi-go knows in his heart that Yellowstone is digging a hole for him. It seems that what happened before has been nagging at him in the back of his mind. Yellowstone must have calculated in his mind that Takagi-go didn't know anything about music theory, and that's why he asked. He just wanted to bring Takagi-go down. Takagi-go sneered in his heart. "You have not counted 1,000 times and will not count. I am carrying a system. Brothers' gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 205, a skill to surprise the 4. System. I want to exchange something. Okay, what is the host redeeming for? How many emotions are required in total for knowledge of music theory and master violin technique? 2,500. Takagi-go immediately thought of 2.5 years as soon as he heard 2,500 of this. System. You wouldn't be a little black guy too, would you? Host. What little black guy? I don't know what you mean by that. Alright. Takagi-go didn't dwell on the issue much. Redeem these 2 for me. Okay. 2,500 sentiments expended. 600 sentiments remaining at this time. The stuff has all been put into the host's backpack. When he saw it, he immediately came up and said, "Xiao Wu is so young. I'm afraid I only know a little bit about music. Just like me, haha." Takagi-go exited from the system interface, smiled and said, "Mr. He still doesn't know me very well." Oh, Hojo gave Takagi-go a look, telling him not to be a hero, as if he didn't see it. Takagi-go continued, "I took violin lessons before." Lu Hua's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Oh, really?" Hodge took over and said, "That I really don't know." Huang sure said, "Learned anyone? I even learned it when I was a kid." Ha ha. Takagi-go said lightly, "Hua pulls it off well, but there are still some shortcomings, such as..." Takagi-go rattled off a bunch of stuff. using tons of specialized music theory terms that, very professional. A couple of other people froze at the sound of it, but the more Dahua listened the more the light grew in his eyes and, what Takagi-go said was like an enlightenment to him. Hirakawa Shiki looked at Takagi-go dumbfounded, thinking, when did you learn all this knowledge? And how come I didn't know about you playing the violin? They weren't the only ones shocked, the netizens were shocked as well. No dude, you're so good at it. ***. Damn it, how did you get so many of them? And letting people live. Ha ha, can't you guys see that Yellowstone's face has turned black, like he ate poop? Laughing my ass off. That said, is what Takagi-go said true or false? And is there a brother who knows how to say it? Don't just ramble on. I can say this, that he was right about all the music theory. It's absolutely impossible to be at this level without a long period of inculcation. Why are you so conclusive upstairs? You're not a sailor hired by Takagi-go, are you? I have a PhD from Berklee College of Music. Do you think I would tell a lie? That's fine. That's fine. There was silence after Takagi-go finished speaking. The layman will only think it's awesome. Only a true insider will know the gold content of what he says. Yellowstone said, what you said is similar to what I thought. I also knew a little bit about music in college at the time. Yellowstone is known in the entertainment industry as a man of many studies and knowledge, and was a film school teacher in his 20s. Ha ha, indeed Mr. Huang is good at everything and loose. Takagi-go disliked. Yellowstone's face darkened again as soon as he heard this. The pop-ups went crazy once again. People just love to see the dislike for each other. It's in people's nature to eat. Ha ha, the saying that all sorts of things work together is so true. That's something only Takagi-go would dare to say. He's not afraid of Yellowstone at all. It's so quick to dislike. And without further ado, I'm straight up fanboying Takagi-go. Yellowstone knew that Takagi-go was disliking him. So he countered. Just now you said you learned the violin? Exactly. Then why don't you have a song with us? It doesn't matter if you can't play well. Dahua is just the right person to teach you. Yellowstone is trying to make a public spectacle of him. If he doesn't respond, I guess a lot of people on the internet are going to spray Takagi-go for faking it. And if they should, Takagi-go is not pulling it off well. But it's a public mistake. Yellowstone bets that Takagi-go just learned it. Not very well, if at all. Takagi-go sneered inwardly. Now you've hit me in the head. Master violinist level for you to joke about? Hojirai was just about to come out and round up the crowd when Takagi-go answered directly. Yeah. Takagi-go took the violin from Uka and began to play it. He took to the violin as if it were a friend of many years. Familiar and the skill of the violin seems to grow inside his flesh and blood. Takagi-go took a deep breath and began to pull up. A few minutes later, the scene was quiet. The pop-ups were quiet. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 206, full of dog food. There was silence and stillness. I didn't expect Takagi-go to actually play the violin, and play it so well. Takagi-go's violin skills are simply better than even Dewa's. You know that Dewa has been practicing violin since he was a child, and Takagi-go plays it surprisingly better than him. Did Go Takagi also practice from a young age? Or is Go Takagi's talent so horrible? That's the extent of simple learning? Dahua was the first to exclaim. Wow. How did you pull it off so well? He was stunned that he had been learning the violin since he was a child and couldn't play it as well as Takagi-go. He finally understands the saying that there is a world outside of man. Hez similarly said. Yeah, it really shocked me. Zhao Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange luster. Ryuga looked at Takagi-go with stars in her eyes, with adoration. And Hirakawa Shiki is staring blankly. Not buddy. You really know how to do it, and pull it off so well. Huangshi's face was strangely dark, not realizing that the punch to the face had failed again. Ding! Zhao Ying's mood changed from calm to worship. Generating mood value 500. Current mood value 6500. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryohana's mood has changed from calm to worship, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 700. Ding! All of a sudden, Takagi-go's emotion value shot straight up to 200. 000. It's cool. How can one word be cool? Not only did this wave earn back all the emotional value it consumed, it also reached 200. 000 that it hadn't reached before. I'm sorry for the dedication. I'm sorry for the dedication. Takagi-go humbly laughed. Curious, he re-asked. Go, you've been learning since you were a child? Not really, a little learning. This sentence almost choked Hiri, who was drinking water, to death. Hazi smiled at that, and the more Takagi-go said that, the more Versailles he heard it. There's really no one who can pretend to be more than Takagi-go. Netizens, on the other hand, are sending out their own pop-ups. Mud. Takagi-go is too good at pretending. How Versailles. But then I thought, people have the capital to pretend. Also, if I could play my violin like this, I'd be pretending like Go Takagi. Nope, I'm probably more pretentious than he is. Mud. Yellowstone's face has changed. If I were I could find a crack to get in. I didn't realize Takagi-go was all-powerful. Yellowstone is such a small-minded person. Mushroom House. The atmosphere was a bit weird at this time. The air seemed to have frozen, making people feel depressed. Yellowstone tried to troll Takagi-go 2 or 3 times in a row, but each time ended in failure. He knew that Huangshi couldn't hang on to his face and hurriedly said, Alright, it's getting late today. Let's all go to bed early. We still have to break corn tomorrow. Takagi-go didn't pursue the matter and nodded his head as generously as he could. Okay, everyone, take an early rest. Tomorrow is another day of labor. The group returned to their rooms while Takagi-go went out for a walk holding hands with Ryuga. With this weather and this view, it would be a waste of a great time not to take a walk holding hands with Ryohana. At this point, the photographer followed quietly. Takagi-go reached out and touched her head and said, Ryohana, you must be exhausted today. Ryuga smiled and shook her head. It's not that I'm tired. I can't wait to be happy with you. Takagi-go puts his arm around Ryuka and looks out into the distance, which is so dark that he can't see anything. But even if you can't see anything, it's still romantic. Doing anything with the right person is incredibly romantic. Takagi-go's move with Ryuga fed netizens a mouthful of dog food. What's going on? Why are they still feeding people dog food in the middle of the night, crying? I'm so full from the night. I really can't eat any more dog food. How hateful. It's a good thing I'm holding my girlfriend and watching a video right now. Don't either of you have girlfriends? ***, don't go upstairs. Where's my knife? Takagi-go didn't realize that his move had created a storm of shock for many netizens. After a while of arriving, Takagi-go led Ryuga back. There were no cameras in the house. So Takagi-go looked over at Ryuga and said, Ryuga, don't you think it's time we did something serious? After spending so much time together. As soon as Takagi-go said that, Ryuga understood what it meant. And so a great battle was fought. A battle that lasted 2 hours. Actually, it's still 3 hours away. But I have to go break corn tomorrow. So I'll take a break for today. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 207, a small goal of 100 million. The sun rose and the second day began. Takagi-go and the others were up early, while it was still cool and not as hot as it was at noon. Just in time for work. Everyone is outfitted and ready for the big game. All of them headed toward the far side of the pod. Takagi-go walked ahead of him, holding Ryuga in one hand, with the rest of the group following behind. Takagi-go arranged. Koshi, I'll set a small goal for you today. First break 500 ears of corn. Hirakawa-chi froze in place after hearing this. Brother, you're really my real brother. 500 ears of corn? Why don't you say 1,000 ears of corn? 500 ears of corn could kill Hirakawa-chi. Takagi-go replied. 1,000 ears of corn. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Hirakawa-chi rolled his eyes and said, So 500 ears of corn is all I can handle? Takagi Go Pua said. Who are you? You are but Hirakawa Shiki. They say you have to set your ambitions big. And you know what my little goal was at the time? Curious, Hirakawa Shiki asked. What little goal? Earn him $100 million first. $100 million? A small goal? The people at the scene rolled their eyes at this statement. Look at you talking like a human being. Look at you pretending again. The problem is that you haven't been able to refute it. And looking at what Takagi Go is saying now, given his current stature, it was actually realized, and even went beyond that by a long shot. Takagi Go spoke up and once again gave the netizens a storm. A small goal of $100 million? You can really say that. Alas, don't be so small-minded. $100 million is still too little. My small goal is to earn him $3 billion first, on the internet, and still make you more money than me? You're kidding. 3 billion? 3 billion won? Ha, laughing my ass off at the Korean currency. I have a feeling that Takagi Go's comment about a small goal of 100 million will definitely be golden. Takagi Go continued his PUA mastery. She is a man not allowed to say no, because not being able to means being weak, and a man who is said to be weak is basically wasted. Hirakawa Ji nodded his head after hearing this. Just kidding, not to mention 500 ears of corn. Even 1,000 ears of corn wouldn't be hard for me. Okay, that's 1,000 ears of corn. Mud. I'm just saying, are you serious? Hirakawa Chi changed his tone and said, 500 will do. 500 will do. The group reached the cornfield in between jokes and laughter. It wasn't quite so hot in the early morning. Don't look at Hirakawa Shiki, who usually talks out of turn, but he's still very reliable in what he does. Work hard at your job and try to reach the goals you set for yourself. The sun was getting hot after a few hours of labor. Takagi Go's forehead was stained with beads of sweat, when Ryuga came over and pulled a tissue out of his pocket and, gently wiping the sweat from Takagi Go's forehead. After wiping it off, Takagi Go took the paper towel and also wiped off the beads of sweat that were seeping out of Ryuga's forehead. Takagi Go softly said, "Are you tired?" Ryuga shook her head and laughed. "Not tired." Takagi Go softly said, "Ryohana, go rest for a while. I'll get it done." "Don't. I don't want you to work so hard." "It's okay, I don't work hard." No matter what Takagi Go says, Ryuga just won't rest, so Takagi Go has to refuel. Takagi Go's interaction with Ryuga instantly feeds the dog food. Hirakawa Shiki had just finished breaking a piece of corn when he looked up and saw Takagi Go and Ryuga showing off their love for each other. Exasperated, he buried his head and viciously broke off a piece of corn. "Ha ha, laughed me to death. Corn, I'm innocent. Ah, you don't take it out on other people's corn. Didn't they say it was a lifestyle variety show before it started? Why do I feel like I'm watching a romance variety show? I don't want to eat dog food." Crying. What more can a man ask for when he has a wife like this? Ryohana, well, ah. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. I'll say it 3 times. I want a relationship. I want a relationship. I want a relationship. No, no, no. Don't you all have a date, doghead? Mud. Don't go upstairs. I'll knife you. The effects of practicing martial arts. Takagi Go's physique is different from normal. Everyone else was tired and sweaty, while Takagi Go was acting as if he was fine. A couple hours later, it was finally over. Hirakawa Shiki collapsed to the ground. "I'm exhausted. Tired as it is." The sense of accomplishment once the goal you set for yourself is accomplished is unparalleled. Takagi Go broke the largest amount of corn, 2,000. Hiri was directly stunned. Not only him, but the people on the side were stunned. Hiri asked with a straight face, "Go, let me ask you a question. Mr. I'm a little scared that you're so serious." "Ha ha, go ahead and ask. Are you still human or not?" "Of course I'm human." Hirakawa Chi took over. "Just get used to it, guys. This guy isn't tired at all." "Really? It's not even tired?" Only Takagi Goku was heard saying lightly. "Easily. I can break another 2,000. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 208, The Wind Blows Half Summer. 2000 corn? That's ing in human. But I believe that Takagi-go can't be treated as a normal person, or even as a human being. Agree with the upstairs. Takagi-go just isn't human. If you say Takagi-go has a system on him, I'll ing believe it. Takagi-go's view that he's not a human being has garnered a large number of netizens, mainly because this Takagi-go guy is so sick. A few of Takagi-go returned to the mushroom house. When they returned, several of them showered one by one. Takagi-go started cooking after exchanging corn for food. After a while, a few of them had finished their baths and Takagi-go had finished the meal. The rice cooked after a day's labor was unusually fragrant and delicious. After dinner, the time for small talk opened up again. He re-smiled and said, I've heard that Guko is very good at writing scripts. My Savage Girl, which just hit the big time, came from Go. Zhaoying nodded and said, I know. She and Yellowstone were the only ones of the group who were actors. He re-smiled and asked, Go, I want to ask you a question. That's a bit of an out-of-the-way thing for you to say, Mr. He, just ask if you want to. Ryuga is and I'm too embarrassed to ask. What's there to be embarrassed about asking? Ryuga knows basically everything about me. Takagi-go used the word basic. He was afraid to say everything, in case Shura exploded afterward. The ing internet would have to spray him to death by digging up the history books of the years. Well, then I'll ask. What kind of experiences led you to write a book as good as Savage Girl? Zhao Ying's gaze filled with curiosity aimed at Takagi-go. She also wanted to know. She's thinking of transitioning towards a lineup of powerful actors in the future as a popular traffic starlet. All that's missing at the moment is a good script and director. After all, traffic is for a while, acting is for a lifetime. Takagi-go grinned. It wasn't really a special experience. I conceptualized all of this on my own, and I'm not going to lie. My first love was Ryuga. That statement feeds a bunch more dog food to other people. Zhaoying looked at Ryuha with envious eyes. There was a time when she wanted this kind of love. Or not many people don't want that kind of love. Zhaoying said, I have a question. Go ahead. It's that I'm also hitting a bottleneck right now in trying to transition, but never met a good script. Can you point me in the right direction? Of course. Takagi-go nodded and said, by the way, I happen to have a book here that, do you want to take a look? Really? Zhao Ying's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was a windfall? Takagi-go got up and went to his room. Naturally he was talking nonsense. But then he thought, he had the system in place, and the book was still as much as he wanted. System, I want to redeem the script. Good. May I ask what script the host wants to redeem? Takagi-go browsing through the scripts in the store. And then pick the script you've already decided on. The wind blows halfway through the summer. One look at the sentiment value, 200. Not expensive at all. This one is a big female lead drama and will definitely transform Zhaoying. After a while, Takagi-go refolded back, a book in his hand. Zhao Ying's eyes twinkled brightly as she relived the last few days years later. Very glad I went to Aspire at the time. This one experience directly changed the rest of his life. Nah, check it out. Zhaoying opened the script to take a look. And Huang Shi was also curious and came over to look at it together. Even Yuri went over with Dahua. Hirakawa Shiki has little interest in this, while Takajia is showing off with Ryuka. Time slipped by quietly, and a few of them watched with great care and devotion. A couple hours later, they finished watching. The luster in Zhao Ying's beautiful eyes increased as she asked, how much is it? I'll buy it. Takagi-go laughed at his words. Ha ha, no money. Zhaoying asked curiously, then what do you want? Zhaoying wouldn't think that Takagi-go would give her such a good script for nothing. After all, businessmen are all about profit, and Takagi-go is certainly no exception. Takagi-go said under silence, you'll know in the future. It's not a good idea to talk about this here. It's better to talk about it in private. Should it be too? Zhaoying couldn't help but float the idea inside, but Takagi-go didn't explicitly say that. It was all she could do to suppress her inner vision. Hiri was surprised and said, Go, why are you able to write such a good book? Takagi-go smiled and said, a businessman who can't write a script is not a good violinist. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come one, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 209, shame on you. Netizens cried after Zhaoying promised Takagi go. Ingba don't say yes to him crying. Takagi go, I'm warning you first. Don't you ever do anything to Ingbo, crying. No, people have wives. Why are you guys posting this? What if he yes around? Ugh. It seems like mud. Gao dog, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch Ingbo, I'll fight you. You think you can beat Takagi go? The scene of Takagi go single-handedly taking on multiple people appeared in their minds. Can't beat it. It's time to say no. Takagi go's talent is as terrifying as it is. Yeah, can't you see that, mister? He and also Ingbo are all raving about the script. After dinner, Zhaoying quietly found Takagi go. Zhaoying asked curiously, by the way, what do you want to be promised? Takagi go checked that there were no cameras on the side. Zhaoying was very puzzled by his actions. Something is wrong. Just say something. What are you checking for cameras for? It's not like, could it really be what one thinks it is? Zhaoying was a bit flustered inside, although she admired Takagi go inside. But getting her to do something like that would never happen. Takagi go was unaware of some of his little gestures that, directly, Zhaoying put on a dog blood love drama in her heart. Takamigu was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Zhaoying took a step ahead and said, Mr. Gao, if you make me do something like that to get me a script, I'm not going to do it. Takagi go was dizzy. What's this all about? What kind of thing? Then Takagi go thought, this little ninny can't be thinking of something wrong. I'm dizzy. I'm such a sassy, decent guy. What do you think I am? Takagi go was surprised and said, why don't you listen to what I have to say first? Zhaoying took a deep breath and said, go ahead. Takagi go said lightly, I want to sign you. Zhaoying froze when she heard it. It was nothing like what she had imagined. Sign? Sign me? That's right. I want to open up the entertainment market in the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm short of people. So it is. When Takagi go finished speaking, Zhaoying nodded her head, suddenly realizing that, simply put, Takagi go still has his eye on her, only for her business value. So what was thought before? The corner of Takagi go's mouth curled up into a smile. Good Death asked, so what were you thinking before? Zhao Ying's face tugged a little, and she hastily changed the topic and said, no, it's nothing. So what? A little sleepy. I'm going to get some rest. After saying that, Zhaoying hurriedly ran into the house, fearing that she would be slowed down and Takagi go would ask again. Takagi go looked over at her back as she trotted along, smiling and shaking his head. What this little ninny was definitely thinking just now was not good. Zhaoying ran into the room and hurriedly closed the door. She felt her face burning. The whole body heats up. She ran to the bed and pulled a quilt aside to cover her head. Oh, shame on you. Shame on you. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come one, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 210, Fairy Sister. Shame on you. Shame on you. Zhaoying had never been so embarrassed since she was a child, and today was the first time. She moved the covers that covered her face, revealing a cherry red cheek. Pretty and cute. Zhao Ying's heart was complicated. Never mind. Never mind. Let's not think about this for now. Zhaoying forced herself not to think about it, but just as soon as she said it, she started thinking about it again. To promise or not to promise Go Takagi about signing the contract. Zhaoying wants to transform into a strong actor and wants to take off the label of traffic star, and Takagi Go can certainly give her a chance. So the benefits of signing are better than not signing. Zhaoying isn't a procrastinator. She's not from a science class. From an unknown actor to the national popularity of the small dragon set, relying on her unconvincing hard work. After deciding, Zhao had immediately sent a message to Takagi-go expressing her agreement. It didn't take long for Takagi-go to reply to Zhao. Good. Don't think too much about it and go to bed early. It would have been better if Takagi-go hadn't said that, but as soon as he did, Zhao put the moved quilt over her face again. A voice as thin as a mosquito came out from inside the quilt. Shame on you. There was no need for Takagi-go to worry about the signing. He usually left such matters to the people below him. Early the next morning, everyone woke up from their beauty sleep. After yesterday's labor, everyone slept exceptionally well. Sometimes it's just a matter of exercising more. And of course there are many kinds of exercise. It doesn't have to be a sport to be called a sport. Bed sports are also called sports. Hazi yawned. Morning, go. Good morning, Mr. Ho. Why are you up so early? You did the most work yesterday. It's okay. I don't feel very tired. By the way, I've prepared breakfast for you, so let's eat it while it's hot. Go. There's a question I want to ask you. What's the problem? Can I eat your breakfast without marrying you? Ha ha. Of course I can. Today Zhao is leaving. And as the saying goes, there is no such thing as an unbroken banquet. Since Takagi-go went over the top yesterday, he didn't have to break corn today. Hirakawa Shiki breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Just don't let me break corn. Takagi-go raised an eyebrow and said, that's false? When Hirakawa Shiki hears the word false, it's like a cow seeing red, or a brother hearing a chicken. He retorted, void? Just kidding. There's no way in this life that's false. That's good. I'll give you a lighter measure today. Just 250 years of corn. Okay, I admit it. I'm vain. A man can't say he can't. Then do I still want my life? Face is worthless in front of life. Ha ha. Hirakawa Shiki's conversation with Takagi-go caused the crowd to laugh. And by the end of the day, they hadn't bothered to break the corn. It's a day off. And even livestock have time off. Let alone people. Mud. Yesterday we broke up. Today we break up again. Is this the life of a human being? Takagi-go cooks a sumptuous meal at noon to see Zhao off. And after seeing her off, Takagi-go has some inner anticipation. Who will be the next guest? Toward evening, the house phone rang, and Dehua went to answer it. He grew up abroad and doesn't speak the language very well. He rethought in his mind that he couldn't hear who it was with the voice changer anyway, so he might as well just give up. Love whoever comes along. Takagi-goku sits in the yard with Ryohana on a daily basis and enjoys the stars and the moon. With the atmosphere set just right, Takagi-go opened his mouth and sang to Ryuga. Although his voice is not as good as professional singers, it belongs to the category of being a good one. We're each other's special people. The fact that Takagi-go sings Ryuga without understanding the meaning doesn't detract from the fact that sometimes the vibe outweighs everything else. Takagi-go's voice combined with the atmosphere of the night is just like shooting an idol drama. After singing, Ryuga asked, Little Go, what were you singing about? Takagi-go smiled and said, I sing about special people. Ryuga smiled sheepishly at that. Hey, we're each other's special people, ugh. Takagi-go nodded and said, of course, we're the most special people to each other. The internet went straight to madness. Mud. It's like an idol show. No, it's simply more idolatrous than idolatrous. No more looking. No more looking. My heart will break. I'm going to the morning 8. No, don't you guys think that song Go Takagi sang was great? It does sound good. But whose song is it? How come I've never heard it before? Because it's not hot. Didn't Takagi-go say the song was called Special Someone? Just Google it. Asterisk asterisk. What's wrong? This song is not even searchable. What? That means the original song is Go Takagi? What's really add up is that he's singing in Chinese. And he can write songs. That's definitely not human. I'd say. Everyone had to come to terms with the horrible fact that Go Takagi was not only a senior at the University of Tokyo. He has also created countless business miracles, is fluent in 3 languages, writes screenplays, songs, martial arts. To summarize, not human at all. Takagi-go didn't know that the song he sang off the top of his head could cause such a stir. Right now he was sticking to Ryuga like glue. It's getting late. Time to go to bed. Wake up and meet the new guest tomorrow. Although he doesn't know who it is, Hodge tells him it's a female guest. Early the next morning, Hojo tells Takagi-go good news. The song that Takagi-go sang off the top of his head last night actually hit number 1 on the Hot 100. There's also the number 1 music app chart. Takagi-go was dizzy. Honestly, he really just sang it off the top of his head. This is not the time to discuss this. The long-awaited second female guest has arrived. Takagi-go hit his eyes and was surprised to see that it was Kami-san. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 211, I am not a god of song, thanks to user 10953990 for the great healthcare. The topic of discussing Takagi goes off the cuff songs online is particularly high. Asterisk asterisk, you guys say it's really written by Takagi Go? Why does it sound so good? He sings off the top of his head, and I sing off the top of my head, and it's hypnotizing. What a difference. Highly recommend Takagi Go to get the full version out. There's no use talking about it here. Go to the show and brush it off. The director looked at the online hotspot and fell into a deep thought. The best decision he made was to bring Go Takagi over. Takagi Go is like a human search machine. He's always searching for something. The bottom line is that people are all powerful, so you can say you're angry. The second installment comes with a female guest who is none other than the divine sister Lucisi. Takagi Go nodded without moving his head. A fairy sister is a fairy sister. The temperament is just different. Lucisi gave Takagi Go a very noble and elegant temperament. He looked over at her and smiled and joked. Sissy, so it's you who's here. Fairy sister has come to visit. Please bear with me if I've missed you. Lucisi laughed. Don't tease me, mister. There's no such thing as a fairy sister. Hello, Mr. Huang. We haven't seen each other in years. It's true, it's been years since I've seen one. Hodge introduced Takagi Go and the others towards Lucisi again. Takagi Go's popularity in the Dragon Kingdom was very high, and Lucisi was not a stranger at all. After the introductions, Takagi Go reached out and patted Hirakawa Shiki's butt. Got it. Thus, Hirakawa Chi and Dahua sadly acted as free laborers to help Lucisi carry her luggage. It couldn't be helped. Who made the two of them young and lightly qualified? The crowd heads inside the mushroom house. Lucisi laughed as she walked. I've long heard that Mr. Gao's cooking is delicious and makes people linger. So do I have the good fortune to eat Mr. Gao's cooking today? Takagi Go took over and said. There certainly is. Except. Only what? Only one has to break 500 ears of corn first. 500 ears of corn? Lucisi exclaimed out in shock. This is too much. He laughed. Xiao Go. Don't scare Cici. Cici, Xiao Go is teasing you. We were all done breaking yesterday. Takagi Go smashed his mouth. It wouldn't be fun for Mr. He to tear me down directly. So bad. Men aren't bad. Women aren't good. Takagi Go gave Lucisi a small show of his cooking skills and watched her beautiful eyes. After cooking, Takagi Go said, taste it. Let's see if there's bragging rights involved or not. Lucisi picked up her chopsticks and picked up a dish. And after eating it in her mouth, her eyes instantly widened. Yummy. Never had a dish so good. She's been to a lot of restaurants. All kinds of star ratings. But never have I had such a delicious dish. The internet says the name is true. After everyone finishes eating, the director comes in at that moment to find Takagi Go. Go. What's up, director? It's if you can record the full version of the song you sang last night for me. Full version? That's right. So many netizens on the internet have been leaving comments now, all wanting you to get the full version. Netflix burst into tears when he heard the director's words. This brother can deal. We have wishes he is really looking at. Support. Support. Support with both hands and feet. Takagi Go bowed his head in contemplation, and Hojairai chimed in. Yeah, Go definitely isn't short of money. It's good to fulfill a fan's wish. Okay. Takagi Go agreed in one gulp. The director was overjoyed. The conversation was there and the heat was on. Only, I have conditions. What conditions? Your directing team is going to break corn for us. You can imagine how tiring it is to break corn. Takagi Go, how to make the director's team appreciate our hardships. The main one raining on our parade. Hirakawa Shiki's eyes lit up when he heard that. I agree with both hands and feet. The director was a little embarrassed, but it was a great opportunity at the moment. And if he missed it, it was gone. Just break it. It's just corn. Let's see how tiring it is. Okay, I agree. Cool. So when are you recording? Now. Takagi Go's words were shocking. Now. It was urgent, but not that urgent. Allow me to prepare. After saying that, Takagi Go walked into the room. System, I want to redeem the skill, heavenly voice, and the accompaniment of special someone. Requires an emotional value of 850,000. Not bad, not expensive at all. Takagi Go now had 1800 emotion value, and directly bought it with a big wave of his hand. Ding! The purchase was successful. The reward has been issued, and the remaining emotional value is 100. Takagi Go finished his purchase and walked out. Okay. Well, okay? It's not even 5 minutes before or after. Just tell me okay. Be quick about it. Takagi Go ignored the questioning and picked up the microphone given by the program's crew. The sound was already ready. After putting the accompaniment in, Takagi Go was ready to start singing. I am not the god of song. Thanks to user 10953990 for the great care. Why do I feel like I'm suddenly flooded with ideas and inspiration? My back doesn't hurt anymore. My legs aren't sore anymore. And I can go up 18 floors in one breath. But guys, gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more. Unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph. Then heart. Chapter 212, The Almighty Takagi Go. Takagi Go gently opened his lips and it was as if a door to the world of music had been opened. With his breath and the vibrations of his vocal cords. A moving song flowed out of his voice like heavenly music. Mesmerizing. After the song, the scene once again fell into a silence. A silence that was a little scary. You can hear the breathing of the people in the scene. It took a long time before Haji and the others responded. Go Takagi sings really well. No exaggeration. He sings even better than professional singers. A professional singer among professional singers. Netizens were once again shocked by Takagi Go. How this guy can do everything. Asterisk. Why does this Takagi Go guy know everything? How would I know? If you ask me. It's horrible as hell. I can't think of anything else but that word. If you're ing short on words, you can't say you're short on words. But one thing's for sure. He sings really well. It's so much better than those half-assed singers. More than that, if you ask me, Takagi Go is far beyond even a first-tier singer. Let's get him on a singing program. It's a bit condescending here. Laugh it up. Do you think with Takagi Go's worth, he would choose to go on those programs? Oh yeah, that too. He re-smacked his lips and said, heavenly music. Lu Cece also nodded her head and said, originally, I thought it was already rare to hear Mr. Gao sing. Even more so. I didn't expect to sing so well. Hojo asked towards Takagi Go. Go? What exactly is left that you don't know how to do? Takagi Go tilted his head in careful thought and said, sorry, I'm all powerful. Hirakawa Ji almost spit out a mouthful of water. Want to be so pretentious but it was true what Takagi Go said. There really didn't seem to be anything he didn't know how to do. After Takagi Go recorded the full version, the atmosphere was once again electric. With Mr. Ho, there's no venue that can't be heated up. As we chatted, Lu Cece joked, ugh, I've been wanting to make a transition lately, too. I wonder if Boss Gao has a book for me. He re-laughed after hearing this. Cece, why are you talking like Ing Bao? Where does Go have that kind of script? And besides, even if he did, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate. Hearing this as if he had seized the handle, Huang Shi immediately said, right, you really think little Gohan is a god? He's a human being alright. Takagi Go said faintly, you don't say, you really don't say. I do have a script for you. Lu Cece's originally hopeless heart instantly held out hope again. She was just flirting a little bit earlier. She wasn't even trying to get a script from Takagi Go, because she doesn't believe Takagi Go really has a script in his hand either. You think he's a treasure chest? Say there is. Lu Cece's eyes shot out brightly as she asked. Really? Takagi Go gave a harumph. I've never been one to lie. Whether he lied or not was something that Hirakawa Shiki, as the person closest to him, had a lot of say in. Hiri also laughed towards Hirakawa Ji and asked, Ji, really? Hirakawa Shiki opened his mouth, and was just about to say false. But then he felt Takagi Go's murderous gaze. I guess he was cut down by Takagi Go before he could even say the word yes. So Hirakawa Shiki said against his will to save his life. Indeed. Takagi Go twisted his head around and said, what do you think? Chi and I are the closest. You can't possibly not believe what he says. Faith. we believe. Takagi-go got up and said, just a moment So he entered the house again. System, I want to buy a script. May I ask what script the host would like to purchase? Go Where the Wind Blows. Emotional value 200. Takagi-go bought the script outright with a big hand. Ding! The purchase was successful. The reward has been issued. The remaining emotional value is 800. After the purchase, Takagi-go turned back. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 213, Don't Touch My Fairy Sister. Takagi-go came out from inside the room, still holding a book in his hand. Anyone who knew him well knew what the book represented. It was his script. As soon as Lucy saw the book in Takagi-go's hand, her eyes immediately lit up. Her eyes were locked on that book with anticipation and curiosity. Is there really a script? It kind of came today, she thought darkly in her heart, and a trace of imperceptible excitement appeared on her face. Lucy knew how much Takagi-go valued the script, and every time he took it out, all of it will be overwhelming for everyone. She's had previous offers from the cast of the show looking forward, and in fact, she almost never ventures into the realm of variety shows. She is extremely demanding, so she is very cautious about the matter of participating in variety shows, and her time is very valuable, most of it devoted to her work. As a result, she hasn't had much of a chance to go on variety shows, but she didn't hesitate for a second when the Yearning Life invited her to. Almost immediately, he agreed. It surprised the director all right. He couldn't help but exclaim, when did Sister Divine become so inviting? After all, in the past, it was not an easy task to invite this goddess-level figure. Sissy Lou came to the show for the sole purpose of seeing if she could get a script. She had also heard before that Zhaoing had asked for a good script, which would help her transition a lot. After reading it, he re-smiled and said, little go. I now seriously suspect that this room is hiding Doraemon's 4-dimensional space bag. How else could it come with whatever it wants? It's simply amazing. The atmosphere became extraordinarily relaxed and pleasant. Alas, after what has said, the crowd immediately felt it fit the situation. Mister. Your words fit the situation, alas. De Hua said with a smile. Something is definitely not there. Takagi-go laughed. Takagi-go handed the script in his hand to the Divine Sister. Lucy. She took it with her green fingers outstretched. Open the script and read what it clearly says, Go Where the Wind Blows. That's a poetic name. At this point, everyone in the room came up to read the script. As usual, after a couple hours of scenes, the script was finally read. Hiri was the first to exclaim, Go, how in the world did you write such a good script? And it involves a great deal of life, all of it real. So tell me, have you been living in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time? If he didn't say anything, Hiri must have thought 100% that Takagi-go was from Rikoku, because the amount of detail in this can't be described in fine life. It's hard to write so authentically if you're not a local. Takagi-go laughed. Of course not. He then changed the subject and said, What did you think of the script? The corner of Lucy's mouth slightly raised, revealing a light smile, and softly asked, I like it very much. How much is it? Takagi-go casually waved his hand with a couldn't care less look on his face, said in a relaxed tone, Talking about money is a bit vulgar. You know me, I lack everything. But the only thing he doesn't lack is money. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence and flirtation. The last thing he needs as a person is money. The corner of Lucy's mouth hooked up into a smile and said, Let me also promise you a condition? Right. Upon hearing this, netizens were not calm, and some diehard fans of Sister Divine had already started crying. Goddess, don't promise him. Takagi-go, I'm warning you not to touch my fairy sister. Oh, please fairy sister, don't agree to him, okay? What will I do? That's funny. Do you guys think Takagi-go could do anything out of the ordinary? It sure won't be, so you guys just relax. At ease? How can you be relieved? Being a man, don't you understand men? Mud. Takagi-go warns you not to touch my godsister. Kami-san. Don't ever say yes to Takagi-go. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Sure, come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 214, The Painful Sisterhood of the Gods. Again. Familiar words, familiar dialogue, familiar feelings. Only the person changed from Zhaoying to Lu Cece. What's the same as that both are first-class beauties. Both are the goddesses of a group of men's dreams. Goddess. Don't promise Takagi-go. Don't ever promise Takagi-go. After wreaking havoc on Ingbao, this is now wreaking havoc on Sister Divine, crying. Gao thief. I am at war with you. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. Kill the high dog and take the cool flower. Takagi-go didn't realize that his words had caused a heated discussion among the netizens. Lu Cece nodded as she listened. Takagi-go smiled and asked her, how about agreeing? Lu Cece asked rhetorically. If I don't agree, I'm afraid this script doesn't belong to me. Takagi-go shook his head and said, this script was conceived with you in mind. Give it to you even if you don't promise me that the money thing is worth the least to me. Money is the least of his problems. The more I hear this, the more pretentious it sounds, but when I think about it, it still seems to be true. All the people here are people who don't lack money. Money is just a number to them. For Takagi-go Yushing. Because he's got the most money in it. Wouldn't it be better for the divine sister to owe me a favor as opposed to speaking in terms of money? I'm sorry. Takagi-go laughed. Ha ha, you're still really good at business. Lu Cece finished. Then he said, since you're so painfully honest, I'll be a little bit more honest too, so you can tell me what you want. After thinking about it, Takagi-go said, it's better to talk about this in private. Lu Cece nodded her head lightly. The more Takagi-go said this, the more curious she became. After eating, the crowd took a break. Thanks to Takagi-go, they didn't have to go to the field to break corn today. Got a little beer on the side. Hodge raised his hand to the crowd and said, come on, let's raise our hands and have a nice clink. And thank Go for allowing us such a rare moment of leisure. Takagi-go humbly said, where? Everyone's credit. When Ho-ri heard that, he couldn't help but inwardly praise Takagi-go, who was very humble. The people are very well versed in the world. Not at all like what is rumored. Hearing is not believing. Hataru lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked firmly at Takagi-go. Opening his mouth, he said, Go, I think you can try to participate in some singing variety programs. This will allow more people to recognize your talent. He paused for a moment, continuing, especially since Mango is preparing a brand new singing variety show these days. I think it's a very good opportunity. And now that opportunity is right in front of us, a singing variety show on Mango. This will not only give Go Takagi a chance to show off his singing talent, but will also give him more exposure and attention. After all, it's not often that a singer as good as Go Takagi, and the production team of this show will surely give him enough attention and support. More to the point, he brings the heat. Takagi-go shook his head after hearing this and rejected it outright. I'm sorry, Mr. Ho, I'm not really interested in that, and getting on Aspire is purely about enjoying life. Hodge nodded. Since Takagi-go didn't agree, he didn't have to say anything more. Saying it again would instead cause Takagi-go to get bored. Takagi-go then spat out in a turn of phrase, but I didn't realize that. We've become ing laborers, and the guests who come and get to enjoy it first. Ha ha, indeed indeed. In the evening, when no one was around, Lu Cece found Takagi-go. Say, what are the terms? I want to sign you? Takagi-go said bluntly. He didn't like to twist and turn. He preferred to be direct. Sign me? Is that what you told her before? She was naturally referring to Zhaoying. That's right. Takagi-go nodded. Yes, but I have a lot of money for breach of contract, Lu Cece said. Takagi-go was slightly stunned. He agreed so quickly. Did he not even need to think about it? Takagi-go asked curiously. So quick to say yes, without even thinking about it. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin your career? It stands to reason that celebrities are very careful about their choice of company. A little carelessness and your star could be ruined. Lu Cece crossed her arms over her chest and cocked her head to think for a while before saying, not afraid. Sometimes thinking about the unknown is what makes people look forward to it. And I still believe in Boss Gao's ability. Besides, with Boss Gao's strength, it's not like you can't even hold me up. Takagi-go laughed at that. Ha, that's definitely something you can hold up. Takagi-go didn't expect this negotiation to go so smoothly that it made him feel smooth inside. Takagi-go thought about how his point in being here was to recruit for his company. The next day, the goddess left. After the divine sisters left, the next guest came in. He said with great certainty, the person who came this time is a male guest. Takagi-go's hopeful heart was instantly disappointed upon hearing that. A man will do, let him come and break 500 ears of corn first. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 215, you can go now. Takagi-go this sentence. Here, let him break 500 ears of corn first. This statement directly caused people on the air to burst out laughing. Ha, laugh to death. Come first, let him break 500 corn. This is to take the guest as livestock. Laughing my ass off. Takagi-go is simply darker than capital. I work for the Ryogoku group, and I'll be in a hurry with anyone who says Takagi-goku is black. I'm in. I have to support Takagi-go. I'll whoever says he is. +1 +1 +1. Go Takagi's company is arguably the best in terms of treating its employees the best, with top-notch perks and benefits. It can be said that Go Takagi really treats his employees as human beings, not as cattle or horses. That's why so many people spoke for Takagi-go. Hirakawa-chi took Takagi-go's words and said, how can 500 be enough? Takagi-go instantly understood in seconds and immediately asked, oh, do you have any good suggestions? After thinking about it, Hirakawa-shiki said, I think it's better to break 1,000. To make a whole number? Takagi-go and Hirakawa-shiki smiled at each other. The two were just so in sync. It's safe to say that when Hirakawa-shiki puckers his ass, Takagi-go knows what he's going to fart. Knowing that the two of them were joking, he instantly laughed. You two are so dark. Takagi-go joked. Alas. You can't say that, Mr. Ho. After fighting half a lifetime, can't you just enjoy yourself? Hez exclaimed. Why does it seem like I've heard that somewhere before? The next day around noon, the male guest of honor arrived. Takagi-go looks like some kind of flow fresh meat, with no acting skills and no work. Nothing, only one is good looking. Mud. The program team invited this kind of person over, really treating me like a cook. Sailor, what brings you here? He reopened his mouth and laughed. He really didn't expect the male guest to be Zhang Fan, but on second thought, he thought it was the right thing to do. After all, he's one of the hottest male entertainers today. Representative works, none. But can't help that the little girl likes him. Sometimes it's nice to think that a good production might not be as good looking. Zhang Fan walked up and greeted Hiri as well as Huangshi one by one. But when it was Takagi-go's turn, Zhang Fan showed a lack of interest. There was no enthusiasm at all in the way he had greeted Hiri and Huangshi just now. This includes with Hirakawa-chi as well as Lu Hua. Takagi-go took one look at this guy and totally looked the other way. The older ones who are established in the entertainment industry show a lot of respect. Hiri saw Zhang Fan's arrogant attitude, immediately rounded up the situation and said, Fan just came here and is still a bit unfamiliar. Don't mind if you don't mind. Xiao Wu. Takagi-go smiled and shook his head. I don't mind, as long as he breaks the corn. Hajigen was relieved when he heard Takagi-go's previous sentence. Taking the second sentence brought his dropped heart back into his throat. Zhang Fan twisted his head and asked, breaking corn? What breaking corn? Takagi-go said. You didn't know, did you? Guests who come here have to break corn to get in. Zhang Fan was not happy on the spot when he heard it. Darkly, he asked. The company didn't tell me I had to work before I came here. Takagi-go laughed in his heart. Don't work, you're just enjoying yourself. There's no such thing as a good thing in the world. And if there is, how can you get it? Hirakawa Shiki's temper rose at that moment after hearing that. When he greeted them just now, just makes him very upset. Takagi-go rushes to stop Hirakawa Shiki when he sees it. And Hirakawa Shiki is a bit confused. This isn't like Go Takagi's style. In the past, he had always disliked the sky and the air. Not afraid of this or that. Why did he wimp out today? Takagi-go turned toward Zhang Fan and asked lightly. So are you working or not? He resensed that something was wrong and just wanted to stop Zhang Fan to tell him to stop talking. Who knows that Zhang Fan has a brutal attitude? Head tilted and said. My company didn't say that I should work. The corner of Takagi-go's mouth curled up slightly. Waiting for you to say that. It's okay if you don't work. You can go. Zhang Fan was stunned when he heard this. He had been a star-studded existence from the moment he started out. When has anyone ever talked to him like that? Zhang Fan re-asked. What did you say? Takagi-go frowned and asked. Are you having trouble with your ears? Or with your brain? Isn't it clear what I just said? That's okay. I'm being generous. So I'll say it again. You can off. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available. But still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 216, Get Lost. You can off. Takagi-go's straightforward words confused Zhang Fan, and he didn't react for a moment. What? Zhang Fan froze in place and said. Takagi-go looked at him impatiently and said, do you really not understand the words? Or is it not standard enough for me to say roll? Takagi-go's words were spoken and instantly caused a furor on the internet. ***, you guys heard what Takagi-go said. Hear that? It's so cool. I've wanted to scold this bastard Zhang Fan for a long time. I've heard rumors before. They say he plays big with no one in sight. And today I see that the rumors are not rumors, they are facts. Come on. Takagi-go will have to be sprayed to death by Zhang Fan's little sisters. Who is Zhang Fan's little sister? Of course he's a fan of his cerebral palsy. You don't pay attention to showbiz at first glance. Takagi-go. How the hell do you talk to my brother? No respect at all. Apologize to him. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yes. I order you to apologize to my brother. Takagi-go. I'm going to spray you to death. Have you bullied my brother like this? On the basis of their own a bit of money, terrific. The internet is now divided into 2 groups. One in favor of Takagi-go. The other set of people were cursing Takagi-go. Of course scolding Takagi-go are fans of Zhang Fan. Takagi-go doesn't care how many fans you have. He even called out Kubu's young Iki. Not to mention you. A starlet. Without capital. You're nothing. The scene was awkward. Zhang Fan's face couldn't hang on to his face. And a wave of anger arose within him. Say that one more time. He re-held his forehead. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a camera filming here, he really wanted to go up and kick Zhang Fan to death. He even scolded business tycoon Kubu's and Han's plutocrat Zhang Yiji. Who the hell are you? Forget it. It's better to be smart and not get into this mess. Takagi-go smiled coldly, and didn't dwell on him too much. Instead, he looked at the director who was watching the battle from afar and said, the director is still watching the movie. Is he leaving or am I leaving? The director had keenly observed Takagi-go and Zhang Fan from the start, but he never stepped in to stop them, because it's traffic and heat. Netflix doesn't like to see blandness. They like to see something with conflict. The more conflict the better. The director did not expect to get to this point at first. Who would have thought that Zhang Fan was such a... The director heard this and hurried over, saying as he ran, Xiao Fan, apologize to Xiaowu. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhang Fan is too arrogant. Zhang Fan pointed back at himself and asked incredulously, me? I apologize to him? Go ahead and ask my fans if they agree. Takagi-go cursed after hearing this. And ask your fans. Are the fans your mom or your dad? Do you have to listen to your fans when you go to the bathroom to get married from now on? You. Zhang Fan was so angry that he pointed his finger at Takagi-go and couldn't speak. Takagi-go looked at Zhang Fan's finger with a fierce look in his eyes and said, "There used to be one pointing his hand at me, too." Guess how he turned out? As soon as he finished speaking, his aura instantly erupted out, pressuring Zhang Fan to gasp for air. Zhang Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he remembered what Takagi-go had done earlier in his mind. He's not going to do that to me, too. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva and asked, What result? Takagi-go said faintly, "Broken finger." The tone of his voice was as easy as if he was just saying a very common thing. Huang Shi couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. He had heard rumors about Takagi-go before, always thought it was all fake though. After all, how could anyone be that cruel? But the aura Takagi-go showed just now convinced him. Yellowstone couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart, even though he hadn't dealt with Takagi-go before, but not so obviously as today. Zhang Fan hastily retracted his finger, and the director laughed at this. "It's not that serious." Takagi-go grinned. "It's not as serious as that." Phew, the director secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "So he goes, or do I go? Choose one." Takagi-go's attitude was very serious. "Not joking, one had to go today." The director also knew that Takagi-go was getting real this time. He looked at Zhang Fan and another look at Takagi-go, a popular young man from one of the most powerful entertainment companies in the country. The other is a world-renowned entrepreneurial genius with multiple skills. Letting Zhang Fan go will definitely offend the capital behind him. But cutie, all ing know what to choose. Takagi-go, a big capital. He could not afford to offend even more. Zhang Fan had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Why did the director keep looking at him? Shouldn't let him go. The director looked at Zhang Fan and said, "Sailor, I'm sorry, you'll just have to go ahead for now. Get lost. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 217 Brother becomes a jailbird. Get lost. 2 words came into Zhang Fan's ears. From the time he entered the company he was a star-studded presence and no one dared to say such things to him. These words brought immense hurt to Zhang Fan's young mind. Even the director is on Takagi-go's side. Anyone who was human and not stupid would side with Takagi-go. Zhang Fan pointed at Takagi-guichi's group. Well, you're all bullying me. Takagi-go swooned. He didn't even want to talk to Zhang Fan or his IQ would be pulled down. When Zhang Fan saw that no one was paying attention to him, he huffed and puffed and found his manager at the side. Viciously, he said, "I'm going to sue their program." The agent held her forehead. She really convinced this young master. How many times have I wiped his ass before? And before that it was okay to say that the guy I messed with wasn't awesome. Due to the capital behind Zhang Fan, the past is past. But, you messed with the living hell that is Go Takagi. Now that's a kick in the bucket. The agent wanted to cry without tears. If not for the fact that you have some value, she wanted to give Zhang Fan a kick. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm going to sue Takagi-go. He called me names. Send him a lawyer's letter. Zhang Fan asked with a frown. Takagi-go frowned. How in the world did this Zhang Fan bastard survive in the entertainment industry? Really do whatever you want with a face. And a lawyer's letter? You take me for a cutie. Ah, it's good for fooling ghosts. Still trying to fool me? Don't say anything for a while. Go back and talk. Go back and talk. The agent said kindly. Zhang Fan huffed and puffed after hearing this and got into the limousine. The agent hurriedly followed. The farce ended when Zhang Fan left. Aspiring life reaped the heat, but it also offended the capital behind Zhang Fan. The director wasn't worried though, as he had Go Takagi as a more powerful capital. He just couldn't believe that Takagi-go's character would let it go. Takagi-go really didn't want to stop. He wasn't one to be messed with. 2 voices online are now fighting and cursing very intensely. Cool, that was a good scolding. Takagi-go kind of said something I haven't said in a long time. Yeah. I don't know what it's like to go against Takagi Go. It's really crazy without any boundaries. Zhang Fan, this guy has no work, no acting skills, no nothing. There's a whole bunch of cerebral palsy fans for just being damn good looking. Who are you to talk about my brother? Right. What can you say about my brother? Takagi Go is waiting to be sanctioned by my brother's company. You're funny. Right. What kind of capital is Takagi Go? And is it something your brother can touch? What a laugh. I just took a look. And someone else, Takagi Go, is having a cup of tea. Didn't take your brother seriously at all. Takagi Go's affair with Zhang Fan is so hot that it's been hanging on the hot search list for a long time. There's even the show's crew behind it. The attention as well as the ratings for Aspiring Life are at an all-time high. It's people's nature to eat melons, and munching netizens want to see how Takagi Go responds. Takagi Go, who was a party to the incident, was drinking tea in the courtyard, with Ryoka on his left and Hirakawa Shiki on his right, acting cloudy. He re-understood very well that Takagi Go wasn't worried at all. The previous Han plutocrat was much harder to deal with than Zhang Fan, but one more friend is better than one more enemy. Hojo was going to go up and talk to Takagi Go and be a peacemaker. Takagi Go glanced at him, knowing what he was trying to do, and said on the spot, Mr. You don't have to persuade me. It's useless for anyone to persuade me about what I've decided. He then added, of course, Ryuga's words are useful, greatly useful. Hojirai also gave up on the idea of persuading Takagi Go after hearing that. One could only pray in their hearts that Zhang Fan and the two of them would seek their own fortune. After Takagi Go finished his tea, he called with Aika. Hey, Ingawa, investigate someone for me. Yeah, the star of Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Fan. You get me all the information on him, including the unseen, as soon as you can, and call me when you're done. Okay. After making the call, Takagi Go's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He doesn't believe that there are people who are alone in the big dike of showbiz. There was indeed. But that person would never be Zhang Fan. Interesting. I wonder what kind of looks fans will have on their faces when your brother becomes jailbait. I'm looking forward to. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones. But we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have. But still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 218, you guys still know how to play. The headquarters of the Chinese Alliance Brothers Company. Zhang Fan huffed and puffed as he walked through the company's front door, cursing the agent on the side as he went. What's the point of having you if you fall off the wagon at a critical moment? Ha! The agent was silent. She hadn't known how many times she'd been through a scene like this. Get used to it. There's no way around it. That's how sad it is to be a laborer. Zhang Fan continued. I want to go back to see my boss. Zhang Fan jogged all the way forward to find his boss Wang Lei, and before going in, he made a point of straightening his instrument. Then with all his lifelong acting skills he cried and pushed the door open. Zhang Fan said to Wang Lei, the boss of China Alliance Brothers, with an aggrieved face, Boss, I'm being bullied. Wang Lei was dumbfounded when he heard it. He hadn't been reading the information on the internet and didn't know what had happened yet. What is it? Tell me slowly. So Zhang Fan told the story of how Takagi Go had treated him. One's own attitude is one of not saying a word about it. Wang Lei's eyebrows furrowed after hearing what Zhang Fan had told him. I'd rather mess with this living hell than anyone else. This is not a man to be trifled with. Wang Lei said with a soft well, let's forget about this matter. Zhang Fan froze after hearing this. Count. Forget it? That's not right. The script wasn't supposed to go in that direction. In the past, by virtue of Wang Lei's special relationship with him, Wang Lei will be very happy to wipe his ass off. How is it different this time? Wang Lei said softly, it's not that I don't want to help you. Rather, are you aware of the capital behind Takagi Go? Zhang Fan said, is it more powerful than you? Wang Lei's head was dizzy. He was speechless to Zhang Fan. If he hadn't sheltered Zhang Fan behind his back, guess he doesn't even know how he died. Much more so than me. It was Zhang Fan's turn to be shocked. Really? Of course it's true. You'll just have to beg now that Takagi-go didn't take you seriously. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. Wang Lei's eyes turned down and said, hurry up and wipe that clean. Don't ever let Takagi-go catch evidence of this. Zhang Fan said in an aggravated voice, I've already wiped it clean. Takagi-go can't catch any evidence, even if he's as powerful as he is. Wang Lei nodded his head and said, that's good. Alright, I'll have someone squash this matter. And don't take it to heart. You can go out first if there's nothing else. Zhang Fan nodded his head and walked out of the office. As soon as he walked out of the office, his face instantly changed. Surprisingly, there are two faces. Bad old man. Disgusting. Soon enough, Takagi-go received a call from Aika, and he picked it up to answer it. Hello, senpai, I found out. Say, Zhang Fan, he not only cheats on his taxes, but he also prostitutes himself and even does some illegal things. Takagi-go couldn't help but say inwardly when he heard it, isn't this another version of Sailor? Can we find definitive proof? Takagi-go knows in his heart that the only way to turn his brother into a jailbird is to find solid evidence. Younghwa was silent for a moment after hearing that and said, I'm sorry senpai, I haven't found anything yet. Takagi-go didn't feel surprised. Zhang Fan was stupid, but Wang Lei, the owner of Hua League Brothers, wasn't stupid. Guess they destroyed the evidence a long time ago. It's okay, go ahead and check. After hanging up the phone, Takagi-go was deep in thought. Evidence is certainly not that easy to find, and it would be wrong to have it at your fingertips. Just as Takagi-go was worried and at a loss, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Host, need to buy evidence? I'll be damned. You're practically a worm in my stomach. Passing a pillow when you want to sleep is just timely. Needed. So needed. Zhang Fan's evidence, 550,000 sentiments? Takagi-go was inwardly surprised, couldn't help but spit out. His evidence wants 50,000 ing emotion values. Is there any mistake? But after some thought, Takagi-go bought it. Ding! The evidence has been released to the host's backpack. Currently 300 emotional values remain. After buying it, Takagi-go looked at it and was shocked that he had thought too simply before. I have to say, you guys still know how to play. He didn't hesitate for a moment to put the evidence directly online. The heat on this was already high, and when the Takagi-go evidence was released, it was like a fuse for a bomb. Suddenly it exploded. And it wouldn't occur to Takagi-go that, because of how much of a shock this move of his brought to the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom, directly subverted the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers' gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 219, Eating Melon. Eating Melon. May 20th, 2011. It was a day to be remembered by all. It's not because of 520 lickin' dog days. Rather, it's because the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom has been completely subverted by Takagi-go. Just because. Zhang Fan's affair has caused a wave of excitement. Zhang Fan's illegal and disorderly matter instantly on the first hot search. A time swept the major websites. The netizens' discussion intensified. Iron Men, have you eaten the melons of Zhang Fan online? ***, stop it. I've had it. It's ing killing me. I didn't expect to play so openly. It's just shocking, heck to shock, open the door, shocked to the core. All I can say is that your world is a mess. You just realize that? Actually, I already knew. I didn't expect Zhang Fan to be this kind of person. Che, you guys are still surprised. I actually knew it already. Someone reported the melons before, and you all didn't believe me. The boomerang zapped right back. Zhang Fan, you don't deserve to be liked by me. I'm going to de-link. I'll never like you again. No way. Never. I don't believe my brother is such a person that. It was definitely Takagi-go who set up my brother. Definitely. Stop farting, will you? And framing your brother. The evidence is thrown in your face. There are 2 voices online today. One kind of spraying Zhang Fan, The other is in support of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's cerebral palsy couldn't be more cerebral palsy fan. Then there's the pure melon eating crowd that eats melon wherever it's available. But those in favor of Zhang Fan are still in the minority. The headquarters of the Chinese Alliance Brothers Company. At this point, China Union Brothers is in disarray. With Zhang Fan, their company's top streamer, deep in the scandalous turmoil. And it's still accusing him of prostituting himself and stealing and leaking say, that's going to the police. Wang Lei came to a sweep of the pile of papers in front of his desk. Loudly and angrily, he said, didn't you say the evidence had all been destroyed? Zhang Fan panicked and said, I've really destroyed them all. I swear. Wang Lei questioned. What's the use of you swearing? Then what is circulating on the internet? Ha? You tell me what? Zhang Fan looked incredibly flustered. I don't know. Wang Lei was speechless. Now things were even more serious than he had imagined. Even much more serious. Originally, he thought that Takagi-go was simply taking revenge and messing with Zhang Fan's scandal. But now, Takagi-go was actually trying to get Zhang Fan into the bureau. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, what should we do now? Wang Lei propped up his forehead and said, what to do? What can we do? Hurry to suppress things first. Then we'll talk to Takagi-go and see if we can put the matter to rest. Zhang Fan asked rhetorically, can he put things to rest? Wang Lei shook his head, and he didn't know that Takagi-go's character would not let go of the situation. One can only hope for one hand. I don't know. Just after Wang Lei's words, someone knocked on the door outside, and he took a look to see that it was the police uncle. I did not expect that Takagi-go would not give them any retreat at all, and would not leave Zhang Fan any way to live. You really want to put Zhang Fan to death. When Zhang Fan saw the note, his originally panicked heart became even more panicked, and he almost didn't pee in fear, because he knew if he was taken away, it would be hard to get out again. Old boss. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva and nervously turned toward Wang Lei. He didn't know what to do. Wang Lei gave him a look of love. And now in this situation, it was already far beyond his control, and Wang Lei didn't have the slightest solution. I didn't expect that Takagi-go really wants to fix Zhang Fan to death. He doesn't give any way to live. Who here is called Zhang Fan? Come with me. Brother's gifts are indeed a bit low. Ask for a free power for love gift, cry. Ironies, it's not too much to ask for a small gift seeing as I'm updating so consistently. Dog head protection. We'd like to make a dash for the top spot. 2. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 220, Showbiz Disciplinary Committee. The news that Zhang Fan had been taken away by Uncle Hat went viral. Originally, netizens were still arguing about whether or not what happened to Zhang Fan was true or false, but now it has been confirmed. But Zhang Fan's cerebral palsy fans continue to defend him. Zhang Fan's cerebral palsy fans, didn't you say that all the things on the internet are fake? How come your brother was taken away? One warrior took the lead in waging war towards Zhang Fan's cerebral palsy powder. What's wrong with being taken away? The result is not the words did not come out. You guys call on. What's the hurry? Can't you see my brother as good as that? That's right. I see. They just envy my brother's talent. Talent? Your brother has talent. He's not good at acting. Not good at singing. What you want is not working. You fart. You're just jealous of my brother's handsome beauty. The instigator, Takagi-go, was leisurely enjoying the view at the moment. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. As if it were two worlds. Huangshi and Healing were also on the sidelines, and their hearts had already set off shock waves. The showbiz bit, they were very well aware of it. But, Takagi-go was surprisingly able to get evidence. It's pretty incredible, because it's usually the most taboo to leave evidence of something as unseemly as that. Though Takagi-go didn't say he was the one who made it happen. But anyone who isn't stupid knows that this is 100% Takagi-go's doing. Zhang Fan just left in the front foot. The evidence came out in the back foot. Coincidence is not so coincidental. The two of them developed a deep fear of Takagi-go. Takagi-go twisted his head around to look at the two of them and said, "Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a little scared." Hiri was dumbfounded when he heard it and said, No. No. That's good. After Zhang Fan ran, the second guest arrives tomorrow. During the meal, the crowd tacitly did not mention Zhang Fan, but there was a consensus that Zhang Fan would surely die, and no god could save him if he came. Soon the results of the trial came in. What's been circulating on the internet is true, and it's moving very fast. Even the netizens were shocked. Asterisk asterisk. I just went in and got the results right away. No dude. So fast. Don't you want to die? Don't those Zhang Fan's cerebral palsy fans like to scream? Why don't they scream anymore? Is it because you don't like it? It's understandable when you think about it. The evidence is so clear on the internet. I'd believe you if you told me it was recorded at the scene, but Takagi-go was able to get such clear, ample evidence. His hands are in the air. Go Takagi didn't say he did it. Nonsense. Anyone who isn't stupid knows that Takagi-go did it. Asterisk asterisk, this brother is awesome. And let me remind you that this is just a preliminary characterization, and that there is a follow-up investigation. Let's see if we can catch a big fish. I would also like to add that the Zhang Fan incident has caused a great deal of trouble and has had a very bad impact. I've heard that it's already caused something up there. That it's going to be a thorough investigation of the entertainment industry. Asterisk asterisk. Really? Fidelity. This is going to be a change in the entertainment industry. Mud. If you ask me, it's long overdue for a change. And what could be darker than show business? I can only respectfully refer to Takagi-go as the Showbiz Disciplinary Committee. Ha ha, that's a good title. Takagi-go doesn't realize that he's already affectionately known as the Showbiz Disciplinary Committee by netizens. He is eating a flavorful meal at this very moment. Everyone who is in the entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom is now in danger. Anyone who is afraid of being checked is afraid of being checked because there are very few, almost none in the entertainment industry who are squeaky clean. Takagi-go doesn't care. He's trying to make a big deal out of it. It's time for him to clean up the immodesty of the entertainment industry. This pork smells really good, Takagi-go said as he took a bite. Hiri and Huang sure weren't in the mood to eat at all. Takagi-go said to the rest, "Do you know why I don't eat beef?" Ryuga picked up on that curiously and asked, "Why?" "Because I am good." Ryuga looked at Takagi-go with wide, confused eyes, not understanding what this meant. Takagi-go forgot that this was a very famous stunt in his previous life. He reached out his devilish hand and attacked towards Ryuga's little face, pinching and rubbing it. Ryohana's pretty face reddened, and Hirakawa Shiki rolled his eyes breathlessly, still not letting people eat. "And, are you letting me eat or are you letting me watch you show your love and get full on dog food?" After eating, the crowd went back to resting. Zhang Fan's matter's been resolved. It's easy for him to enter, but hard for him to come out. Now that the entertainment market in Rokkoku has also been opened up by Takagi-go. Go where the wind blows and Windblown Half Summer are ready to start shooting. Takagi-go is going to make a trip to the set after recording the variety show to mentor and exchange experiences. He's the only one who goes. The next day, the guest of honor came. The female guest of honor came. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little present. Freebies please, we'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 221 Cold Beauty. The early morning sun was just rising over the horizon. That's when the mushroom house once again welcomed a female guest. A cool-looking girl. She was tall, with long hair like a waterfall, a cool face and deep eyes, willowy eyebrows, high nose, single thin lips, wearing a blue and white floral dress. She looked like a girl from a small town in the south of the country. Takagi-go recognizes that the actress is called Shohiki. Little Hikari, what brings you here? He asked with a smile on his face as he walked up to help Shohui carry his luggage. A large portion of the entertainment industry recognizes Hiri, while the other small portion is an unknown starlet. It's normal for Hodge to not recognize it. You could say that meeting Hori was the first step towards your fame. Ha ha, isn't this thinking of you, Mr. He? Joe Hickey laughed. She is a typical bone-on-bone beauty. Ha ha. He reintroduces the rest of the people to Joe Hickey in turn, and she distances herself from anyone she doesn't know well. It's just a simple hello. After greeting Takagi-go, a long-lost system voice suddenly sounded in Takagi-go's head. Ding! Female Master 009 detected. Joe Hickey. The heroine? Takagi-go froze, not realizing that the heroine had finally reappeared after such a long time. What Takagi-go didn't expect was for the female lead to be Joe Hickey. He said, "Little Hikari, hurry up and pack up your things to prepare for dinner." Good. Joe Hickey continued. I've long heard that Boscow's excellent cooking skills are famous throughout the entertainment industry. I've got a mouthful to try today, too. In fact, it's not just Go Takagi's cooking that's famous in the entertainment industry, but also his ruthless deeds. Takagi-go laughed after hearing that. That must be a blessing. You'll be satisfied with whatever you want to eat. Hez froze at the sound of it. Takagi-go had never said such things to Zhaoing as well as Lu Cece before. Things aren't simple, and they're very uncomplicated. At noon, Takagi-go showed off his skills. As the saying goes, to capture a woman's heart you have to capture a woman's stomach first. Here comes the last dish. Takagi-go got the last dish done and it was a complete success. Joe Hiking eyes light up. I did not expect so many dishes. And excellent quality, color and flavor. Ah, it's delicious to look at. Have a taste and see if my cooking skills are blown out of the water or not. Takagi-go laughed. That's certainly not blown out of proportion. Joe Hickey replied with high emotions while picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of a dish. Eyes were letting out a bright light. Well, yummy. So yummy, it lives up to its name. Joe Hickey had really never eaten anything so delicious before. I didn't realize that Takagi-go made a name for himself. The reality is the same as the rumors. She is in the showbiz industry and she knows the unspoken rules of showbiz very well. Some of it is all about creating it. But I didn't realize that Takagi-go's cooking was really good. Takagi-go smiled. Almost everyone who had eaten her cooking had said so. Eat more, so you can work when you're full. Takagi-go said. Shuhiki nodded. She didn't think that just because she was a girl she didn't have to work. Only to see Joe Hickey square up and say, "Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard." Takagi-go was dumbfounded. He was just making a joke off the top of his head. I didn't realize that this little ninny really pawned it. Takagi-go laughed. It was just a joke. How could I make you actually work? Hirakawa-ji said in aggravation. Why are you still treating it differently? What was that word you said last time? Double standard. Yeah. Why are you still double standardized? She is who she is and you are who you are. Is all that we have between us null and void? Is it possible that we just don't have feelings for each other? Takagi-go's last words killed the conversation outright, leaving Hirakawa-shiki speechless. The crowd laughed with joy as they watched Hirakawa-ji get defeated. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free Power for Love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little present. Freebies please, we want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more O. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more O, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more O, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 22, 3 female leaders in the same frame. While Takagi-go's side is eating and drinking, the entertainment industry is carrying out a major purge at this very moment. Check out a couple of popular actor stars straight away. Checking all of them one at a time is definitely not done. Nor would it be done. Checking a few is just a way to make an example of the remaining people and show them that this time it's for real. Artists who have stolen or omitted information are given a deadline to make up the difference. The entertainment industry has been more strictly regulated since then. Zhang Fan is definitely going to jail. No doubt about it. Except that there are more people involved and the matter is deeper. It takes time to find out. The capital behind Zhang Fan is at stake for everyone. Mushroom House. The crowd started talking again after lunch. Hez said, we'll have to make a trip to break corn this afternoon. If we don't break corn, we'll have to drink the northwest wind. Takagi-go nodded. He didn't care. Shuhiki nodded her head in agreement. She had thought about breaking corn when she arrived. After all food and no action was not her style. Instead, Hirakawa Shiki protested by laying down toward the back after hearing that. The last time he broke corn it almost wore him out. Takagi-go's eyes twitched as he looked at it and said, "Shi, what are you doing with that action? Did you think the amount of corn you broke last time was too small to show your valor?" Hirakawa Shiki rolled his eyes. "What are you interpreting blindly? Can't you see what I'm doing with this move? Okay, since no one has any objections. This afternoon's target, the pod. That's right, go. What is it, Mr. Ho? We've given scripts to our female guests the last few times they've come in, so we're not going to give one again this time?" In his heart, Hori was certain that Takagi-go definitely still had stock, and that Takagi-go didn't have any. The system is more than stocked. Actually, Hori was thinking of him, because he had given the script the previous times, and if he hadn't given it this time, probably going to get sprayed by cerebral palsy fans. Joe Hickey waved his hand and said, "No, no." While others were eager for Takagi-go to give a script that would be a hit, Shuhiki didn't want it. "It's really hard to see. Hikari, why don't you Mr. I mainly don't want to trouble Boscow," Joe Hickey said with a slight smile. That statement was accurately just trying not to owe Takagi-go a favor. Takagi-go smiled and didn't say anything. The group rested for a while, then waited for the sun to set, equipped themselves and set out for the cornfield. Takagi-go's fighting spirit was high as he turned toward Hirakawa Shiki and asked, "Shiki, how many corn are you aiming for this time?" Hirakawa Chi said breathlessly, 100? Only 100 pills? That's not like you. To be fierce as a man. To be a slugger, you know? Takagi-go continued to give Hirakawa Shiki a boost. Hirakawa Chi rolled his eyes. He'd rather not be a slugger than be this tired. "Shi, you listen to me. 500 pills. ***, I'm not going to live. Hirakawa Shikuni is off the hook. 500 corn could kill him. Shiki, come on, I believe in you," Takagi-go said as he cheered him on. "I don't trust myself. Ha ha." The crowd arrived at the venue between jokes and laughter. Hirakawa Shiki has to spit on every corn he breaks, and every time he breaks it, he has to spit on it. On the contrary, it is Joe hiking, has been buried in hard work, beads of sweat are seeping in the white forehead. Let's do it all without saying a word. New Takagi-go couldn't help but say, "Shi, look at the other girls. Haven't said anything yet. You're complaining all the time here. If you keep complaining I'm going to double you up." After Takagi-go finished speaking, Hirakawa Shiki really stopped spitting. Joe Hickey smiled after hearing this, and pinned the strands of hair that were scattered on her cheeks behind her ear. The beads of sweat still rested on her forehead and she looked absolutely beautiful. Takagi-go was keenly aware of the fact that, as the saying goes, women value details above all else. It's up to the details to impress. After getting it done, Takagi-go passed tissues to everyone and finally to Chuhiki. Chuhiki took the tissue and said, "Thank you," still retaining a sense of distance. "Great job. Go home." The crowd packed up and headed back home. When they get home, the group showers in turn, while Takagi-go exchanges corn for ingredients with the show's crew. After the redemption, start cooking. After dinner, the day was sort of over. In the evening, the director popped in. "The director is trying to warm us up?" "No." "Okay then, let's go." "Ha ha, better let the director say what's up." "Okay, director, tell me what's up." The director mused then said, "Another female guest arrives tomorrow." Takagi-go did a double take. "Again, you really think I'm a free cook? But it's fine, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks." The next day, the female guest of honor arrived. Takagi-go also recognizes, surprisingly, Yu Ji-un. Takagi-go swooned. Why hadn't he said anything ahead of time? It's the first time that the three heroines have been in the same frame so peacefully. It's unimaginable. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come one, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, You can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 223, It's Good to Have Money. Takagi Gojin hadn't expected to invite Yu Ji-un. There you go. 3 heroines in the same frame. Takagi Go wasn't worried though, as he hadn't done anything at all to the remaining 2. That's the way it is with a clear conscience. As the saying goes, it's clean. Takagi Go looked over at Yu Ji-un and smiled. I really didn't expect you to be here. Yu Ji-un spat. You don't ask about the company either. Takagi Go hemmed and hawed. He didn't ask about the company gauging that the world knew about it. Recently, My Sassy Girl was finalized in mainland China. Yu Ji-un specially came to this show to promote her movie. Ho-il greets Yu Ji-un and goes inside. At lunchtime, everyone's gossip ignited. Huangsher couldn't help but ask towards Ryu Ji-un. By the way, Ji-un, how did you two meet? Yu Ji-un looked towards Takagi Go. Everyone here has also heard that Takagi Go fought against young Jung Seon for Yu Ji-un. Of course it's just a rumor. Whether it's a real thing or a rumor that. Just wait for Takagi Go to clear it up. So, HOJ to see if he can dig up any more breaking news. After all, there are rumors all over the internet about Takagi Go's fling with Yu Ji-un. Takagi Go clarified in person saying, the online rumors are all lies. Ryuga is still here. Can't not clarify. Figuring that his old husband, Hirotaka Yamaguchi, was watching the show, he was afraid that old Den would split him. A series of disbelieving glances from the crowd. I'm telling the truth. She was right next to me at the time. He can testify for me. Having said that, the pressure shifted from Takagi Go to Hirakawa Shiki. Hirakawa Shiki nodded and said, indeed. At that time, Hirakawa Shiki was by Takagi Go's side the whole time. It's also true that Takagi Go didn't have anything going on with Yu Ji-un. Yellowstone felt greatly disappointed when he didn't dig up anything. After the crowd had finished eating and started to rest, Takagi Go called Chuhiki out alone. Joe Hickey asked curiously, Boss Gao, what is it that you called me out for? Takagi Go said, I have a script here. Are you interested? Joe Hickey shook his head and said, forget it, Mr. Gao. I don't think I'm up to it. You might as well find another actor. Joe Hikari didn't really want to get involved with Takagi Go and would have to agree to a condition in the future. It made Chuhiki want it even less. Really? No more thinking about it. It's free for you. No strings attached. Even when Takagi Go said that, Chuhiki remained indifferent. She didn't believe in free lunches in the world. Behind free lunches often lie great traps. Joe Hiking said firmly, it's better to forget about it. Takagi Go nodded as Plan A failed and Plan B opened. The conversation then ended and Shohiki left the place. Takagi Go picked up his cell phone and dialed Aiwa. Hey, Aiwa. Acquire a company for me. Younghwa is confused. What's going on? How can you say you're acquiring a company? Although Younghwa harbors doubts within herself, she still responds, which is one of Younghwa's strengths. Never ask more than you should. Which company? The entertainment company of a star named Shohiki. Okay, as soon as possible. After making the arrangements, Takagi Go hung up the phone. It's good to be rich. You can't imagine the joy of being rich. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little present. Freebies please. We'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 224, An old friend is here. Takagi Go made a big move and bought Shohiki's company outright. I thought you didn't want to act, but you can. Now you have to. System. I want to buy the script of There's a Kiosk by the Clouds. Okay. Requires mood value of 200. Without the slightest hesitation, Takagi Go directly redeemed it with his emotion value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful redemption. The prize has been placed in the host's backpack. Please pay attention to checking the receipt. A total of 200 emotional values were spent, and 100 emotional values are left. Takagi Go looked towards the only 10,000 emotion value left, not panicking in the least. Emotional value was something that could be gotten in minutes for him. Gotta have extra on hand though, just in case, or not have it when you need it. By the time this evening rolled around, Cho Hiki had gotten the message. She looked at Takagi-go with a shocked face, unsure of what Takagi-go was trying to do. What the hell? What the hell do you want? Privately, Cho Hikari frowned at Takagi-go. I don't want to do anything. Do you think I'll believe it? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. That's how Takagi-go works. Overbearing and unreasonable. And as long as it's in his sights, there's nothing he can't get. Takagi-go then handed the script to Chuhiki. You read this script first. Takagi-go handed the script to Chuhiki, who took it and read it thoughtfully. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and Takagi-go laughed softly. Well, how do you like this script? Chuhiki read it and whispered. Love it. If you like it, you're set for number one girl. After a brief finalization, the matter was closed. Yoo Ji-eun is here mainly to promote her new movie, Savage Girl. Fly back when the publicity is over. And Chuhiki left after 2 days in the Mushroom House to enter the group to shoot a movie. Now Takagi-go's entertainment company in the Dragon Kingdom has a total of 3 pending movies. After the end of Aspiring Life, Takagi-go got to come into the group and guide them a bit. And surprisingly, kept it original. I'm afraid the shot isn't very authentic. After the 2 guests left, a new one is arriving tomorrow. Takagi-go heard that the new guest was still recognizable, which made him flinch. You can be sure it's a woman and recognize it. It's not one of the rest of the heroines. Is it? You're giving me a whole big wave? Takagi-go was slightly uneasy in his heart. The rest of the heroines were different from these 2. That's a real solid fixer-upper eruption. Which one is it? Takagi-go had some trouble guessing whether Maki, Shizuho, Risa, or, forget about guessing, let's just take it as it comes. Whoever should come. Time passed and the next day arrived quickly. Takagi-go took a look and the person who came was Kitahara Hajime. I never thought that the person who came was Hajime Kitahara. It's not like Hajime's style. She's a typical strong woman character. Every second is to be seized and never wasted. For her, time is money. Takagi-go laughed. What brings you here? Hajime asked rhetorically. What? Can't I come? Takagi-go was more like an old friend to her, so he didn't talk as formal as he did with the others. Can come? Of course I can come. It's just that the Hajime Kitahara I know is someone who wastes time like her life depends on it. To put it nicely, he's a time waster. But to put it less nicely, he's an unapologetic workaholic. Hajime said softly, you don't have to corner me and say I'm a workaholic. Even if I work even more. Got to get a life, too. What? Are you not welcoming me? Welcome, of course, with both hands and feet. Hajime nodded. That's good. Hajime greeted Ryuga, who had seen Kitahara Hajime before. She also knew the 2 were business partners. Hajime looked over at Ryuga with some love in his eyes. Hajime was very rare for Ryohana, and sat down to talk about it. Of course it was basically Hajime taking the initiative and talking to Ryuga. As soon as Hajime Kitahara came as a guest, the related topic immediately shot to the top of the hot search. The netizen discussion was unusually lively. I didn't realize that the show had invited Hajime Kitahara too. This is intended to be stolen for the Takagi-go family. What words? What words? What words are you talking about? The 2 of them were supposed to be innocent. Innocent? Too innocent for you to believe. Not for me anyway. I don't believe it either. If there was something, do you think Ryuga would be talking to Kitahara Hajime in a calm manner? That's not necessarily true. Ryuga is a little simpleton. Marred. If Gao Dog dares to bully Lianghua, you wait for me. Add me to the list. And me. Takagi-go had no idea that the response to Hajime's visit to the show was so great. He was hanging out in front of Hajime and Ryuga every now and then, afraid that Hajime would say something he shouldn't. Hajime could see what he was thinking, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Why don't you go get ready to cook? Are you going to make me drink the northwest wind? The crowd looked at Hajime while looking at Takagi-go. Hajime was the only one who dared to make Takagi-go like that. Of course Ryuga would dare, but Ryuga wouldn't be so mean. Takagi-go didn't get annoyed when he heard that. Instead he smiled and said, fine. What does old school sister want to eat? Call me senior sister. Just call me senior sister. Can you not add the word old? Am I old? Of course not. Senior sister will always be 18 in my heart. Disgusting. Takagi-go hadn't been seen by the crowd with this look, and only Hajime knew his look well. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free Power for Love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please. We want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 225, You Can't Touch a Tiger's Ass. Takagigo's cooking was unusually sumptuous this time, more so than any of the guests he had entertained before. Old school sister. See if you're satisfied with the meal I made for you. I made it just for you. I'm sorry, Takagigo joked with a smile. How many times have I told you to call a schoolmate a schoolmate? Can you not add the word old in front of it? Okay, old school girl. Hajime rolled his eyes breathlessly and said nothing more. Instead, he started eating on his own, having eaten Takagigo's cooking before. It's still good, but not as amazing as it was the first time I had it. Hori and Yellowstone had already decided in their hearts that Hajime Kitahara and Go Takagi had an unusual relationship. Lu Hua, on the other hand, was eating fiercely on the sidelines, afraid of eating something less. He's the second simplest-minded person in here. The first simple is a cool flower, a small naive one. Huang Shi's eyes rolled. Since Yu Ji-un couldn't get any words out of him, then Hajime Kitahara can always get something out of him. Hearing this, Huang Shi said, by the way, the audience is quite curious about how you two met. Takagigo sneered inwardly upon hearing that. Is the audience curious or are you alone? Hajime glanced at Takagigo and said, I met him at Tokyo University. Oh, at that time, the principal introduced the two of us to each other, and at that time we made a bet. Hajime looked at Takagigo with a smirk after he finished. As soon as the words bet came out, the crowd immediately smelled the smell of a big melon. Takagigo did make a bet with Hajime at the time, but that's something God knows. Takagigoki knew that Hajime knew, and never a third person knew, and there's no way that Hajime is going to spill the beans on the bet. Both of Huang Shi's eyes widened. This is a big melon to dig up. Oh, what bet? Hajime smiled once and said, no, nothing to bet on. Takagigo's back broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that. It's not a big deal if you just say it, but the less you say, the more people think something's up. Takagigo seriously suspects that Hajime is messing with him. Huang Shi smiled after hearing this and said, is there something else that can't be said? Takagigo took over and said, of course not, right Hajime-senpai, just be direct with any bets. Hajime asked, can we really say? Takagigo grinned at that, of course you can say that. Hajime nodded his head and put down the chopsticks in his hands. I'll say it then. Takagigo listened intently, and if once anything went wrong, he has to speak immediately to interrupt. At the time, I strolled around the campus with Takagigoku-senpai, then we talked about business matters. Ryuga wondered how they met and listened intently as well. At that time, Goki, a student of Takagi, had a unique idea about the internet industry. Then we made a bet. Hajime briefly recounted the experience of the two of them. Some of the details are purposely hidden though. When Hajime finished, Takagigo purposely breathed a sigh of relief, and the fact that Hajime hadn't said it all. Yellowstone was greatly disappointed that he didn't dig up any useful information. Hajime was an old fart and naturally knew what to say and what not to say. After dinner, each rested. Takagigo finds Hajime when no one else is around. What brings you here? I told you I'm here to relax. That's not like you. And the fact that you brought up the bet was on purpose, wasn't it? Hajime wrapped his arms around himself and admitted outright. Well yeah, it was on purpose. Who let you bully me before? Senior sister. You have to speak reasonably. When have I ever bullied you? I'm a bully when I say I've been bullied. Hajime is a woman after all. And no one is loved once the unreasonable attribute is on. Fine, Takagigo said with a quick nod. I advise you not to mess with me or watch out for a fire in your backyard. Takagigo heatedly smiled at that and said, aren't you from my backyard as well? Hajime was furious. Get out. Takagigo idly said, okay, people say you can't touch the ass of a tigress, but Takagi doesn't believe it. And a pat on the tigress's ass. Takagigo slapped Hajime with a slap before he left when he wasn't looking. Slip away straight after the shot. Then a roar was heard. Takagigo, I'm going to kill you. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, We want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 226, The Kiss Goodbye. Takagi-go doesn't care what the consequences look like. He'll touch the tiger's ass first. Hajime was furious beyond belief, and she vowed to return the slap. The whole day Jime had been grim. Anyone could tell she was angry. As for what he was angry about and why, no one else knew but Takagi-go, and neither dared to ask. Hajime has a grudge against Go Takagi, but he won't openly settle it on the show, because there are countless eyes on them. Because their every move involves more than just themselves. The group is involved behind the scenes. As a simple example, if Takagi-go were to be exposed in an emotional scandal, the share price of the Ryogoku group will definitely be affected. And there's no telling how much it will plummet. Hajime was only here for 1 day, and in the evening he had to take a plane and fly back to Osaka overnight. Takagi-go made a special trip to the airport to see her off. Takagi-go couldn't help but say, "Old schoolmate, I say what's your hurry? It's not like the company can't turn without you." Hajime rolled his eyes and said, "You think I'm you? Being a handful and not caring about anything. What's wrong with dumping? I'm at peace with myself." Instead of being ashamed, Takagi-go was very proud. Hajime was really going to be defeated by Go Takagi's thick skin. This guy's cheeks can't be pierced by 1,000 swords, Takagi-go said proudly. Even if I don't take care of the company's affairs, the company still operates. It's time to fight as usual. Hajime was well aware of Go Takagi's hardly at all company traits, and during this time, no shortage of market share, but she found it hard to take a step forward, no matter how hard she tried. "Okay, I'm outta here," Hajime said as he yanked over his suitcase. "Wait," Takagi-go called out. Hajime looked back at him and asked, "You have something else?" Takagi-go asked directly, "Did you come for me this time?" Hajime immediately denied. "No, it's not for me. It's hard to believe it's still for Hirakawa Shiki." "Hirakawa Shiki, are you polite? This also has to bring me." Innocent lying. Hajime frowned and asked, "Does it have to be for anyone?" Takagi-go nodded and said, "I don't believe you came just to relax. This kind of talk is fine to fool a child, but not Gohan Takagi." Takagi-go's eyes were filled with fiery emotion as he stared intently at Hajime. Looking at Hajime made her a little shy. Takagi-go continued to press, "Is it for me or not?" Hajime looked away. Yes. Okay, is there anything else?" "No, I'm leaving." Since their last parting in Tokyo, Hajime finds her feelings for Takagi-go more and more unbearable. Think about it month after month, day after day. At the time when the program approached her, if it had been anyone else, Hajime would have chosen not to come. But this is Takagi-go, so she's come to Ryokoku to find Takagi-go. "Something's up." Curious, Hajime asked, "What is it?" Takagi-go was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a hat, just in case someone recognized him. Takagi-go is now more well known than a first-tier star in Dragon Kingdom. "Come here." Takagi-go dominated and directly held Hajime by the neck and kissed her towards her lips. Hajime looked at Takagi-go with wide eyes and a face full of shock. She couldn't believe Takagi-go-jin just kissed up. Hajime was flabbergasted. How could he be so unreasonable and overbearing? 1 kiss later, Takagi-go looked at Hajime with soft eyes and said, "Have a safe trip." After saying that, Takagi-go's hand became restless again and slapped Hajime's ass. Only this time did Hajime come back from the shock that she had been taken advantage of by Takagi-go again. Hajime said angrily, "Second time, that's the second time you've touched my ass." Takagi-go smiled cheekily. "Only the second time? I've touched it many times before. I'll have to touch and retouch it many times in the future." Hajime couldn't control his furious expression when he heard it, and Takagi-go hastened to put out the fire, saying, well, no more fooling around. Have a safe trip." After a kiss, Hajime and Takagi-go parted. Ding! Hajime Kitahara's mood has changed from calm to joy, generating a mood value of 500. Current mood value 600. Takagi-go inwardly rejoiced. "Still saying you don't like it? The system has completely betrayed you. You can lie with your mouth. You can lie with your actions. But the system doesn't lie." Hajime actually likes it a lot inside, but her own strong personality wouldn't allow her to show it. So Takagi Goku's forced love is right up her alley. Strong men have their own rule. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a small gift. Freebies please, we'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 227 Conclusion. Kitahara Hajime was directly hit by Takagi Go's sweet storm, and on the surface, she remained ice-cold but the heart was already happy. She left the Dragon Kingdom happily. Since the departure of Hajime Kitahara, the show The Wayward Life has come to its final installment. No other female guests were invited back for the latter installments. Mushroom House. The Mushroom House was revealing a faintly sentimental air at the moment. He re-lifted his wine glass and lamented. I really didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It's time to say goodbye in the blink of an eye. I still remember when we first just met. He recalled bits and pieces of the past, and his heart couldn't help but well up with a wave of sadness. Takagi Go, on the other hand, seemed more open-minded as he smiled and said, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as an unbroken banquet. Although he didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually a bit reluctant deep down. After all, there have been so many fun times spent together during a deep friendship was established. After the program, Go Takagi and the others arrive at Kyoto Airport. Takagi Go looks to Ryuga and Hirakawa Shiki. Then in a calm tone, he said, you two go back first. Hearing this, Ryuga was a bit surprised and confused as she looked at Takagi Goku and couldn't help but ask, won't you go back together? Hirakawa Shiki, on the other hand, bristled, knowing in his heart of hearts what Takagi Go was going to do next, though he did not know exactly what it was. By observation and experience, he was able to make some rough guesses. Facing Ryuga's question, Takagi Go shook his head and replied with a smile, you guys go ahead. I've got a bit of work stuff I need to take care of. When Ryuga heard that, she immediately said, then I'll stay with you. Takagi Go shook his head inwardly after hearing this, but remained breezy on the surface. It's okay, Ryuga. You guys go ahead. I'll be there in a few days. Ryuga said accusingly, but I want to stay with you. But there are many inconveniences for you to accompany me. Takagi Go was planning on how to stop Ryuga. Hirakawa Shiki assisted at this point. He went over to talk about business matters, so let's not distract him. Hearing that, Ryuga was reluctant but for the sake of the greater good, she said, okay. Takagi Go gave Hirakawa Shiki an appreciative look. Not bad for his good wingman. Good brother, in the future you drink drinks must hit another bottle. Eat instant noodles. The first bag only seasoning packet. The second bag had only pasties. Takagi Go walked up and gently rubbed Ryohana's head, saying softly, Ryohana, don't miss me too much. I'll be back with you in a couple weeks. After hearing this, Ryuga nodded her head and said obediently, then I'll wait for you at home. Good. After a brief goodbye, Takagi Go saw them off on the plane to Tokyo. After Ryuga left, Takagi Go moved to Zhao Ying's theater. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see updates so steadily. I don't think it's too much to ask for a small gift. Freebies please, we want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 228, The Foot of the Severed Sun. Takagi-go departs to prepare for his first stop, the crew of Wind-Blown Half-Summer, where Zhao Ying is working. Just got into the crew. Zhao Ying's heart then fluttered a little. Just one person? Zhao Ying couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Takagi-go said with a nod. He then explained, I sent them back first. Anything you don't understand about the script, feel free to come and ask me. Zhao Ying nodded. The investor of this drama was none other than the entertainment company set up by Takagi-go in the Dragon Kingdom. So, Takagi-go has the first power as an investor. Even the director has to be respectful. Takagi-go gave the director and the lead actors a dedicated explanation of the play, preserving as much of the original flavor as possible. The director and the lead actor listened in awe. It's hard to believe that you know how to shoot a movie too. Actually, Go Takagi didn't redeem his directing skills. He's just telling the original story of what he saw on TV in his previous life. Well, that's about it. Ask me again if you don't know anything. After Takagi-go finished his explanation, ignoring the crowd's surprise and Zhao Ying's adoring gaze, directly went to the hotel to sleep. In the evening, after the crew wraps up, Takagi-go was resting in the hotel that the crew had uniformly arranged, when a faint sound suddenly came from next door. Takagi-go was transformed by the system so that his senses are very human. What sounded very faint to others sounded clear to him. Got a melon? Takagi-go is like a badger in a melon field, sniffing out the smell of a big melon. Prancing up from the bed, he stood at the door and looked out through the cat's eye. Why are you here? Zhao Ying looked at Zhou Hao in front of her in surprise. Zhou Hao is their male lead in this drama and the one who capitalized on stuffing it in. Zhou Hao smiled faintly and said, Oh, it's nothing. It's just that there are some points in the script that I don't understand. Wanted to discuss it with you. Exploring the script? Or late nights? This is very ambiguous behavior. Not to mention the heat and trouble that would ensue if the paparazzi caught it. You don't explore in the daytime but have to do it at night. Takagi-go sneered in his heart. This guy definitely didn't hold a good fart inside his stomach. Zhou Hao continued. I don't want to explore it at night, either. The main thing is that we're not shooting our next scene tomorrow, and I'm afraid of slowing down everyone's progress. Zhao Ying knew what he had in mind and immediately refused. Or forget it. Zhou Hao said on the spot. How can I forget about it? Soon. Very soon. No matter how Zhou Hao wasted his words, Zhao Ying just didn't agree. Slowly Zhou Hao's patience was exhausted and he planned to break in. Zhao Ying was so shocked that she lost her color. She clutched her clothes tightly and her body trembled slightly. She watched Zhou Hao approach step by step, her heart filled with fear and helplessness. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he thought he had the situation under control. You can do whatever you want. How could Takagi-go endure? He just opened the door and walked out. Surprised expressions surged on Zhao Ying's and Zhou Hao's faces at the same time, and Zhou Hao's face was nothing but surprised and panic. I didn't expect Go Takagi to be here. Takagi-go's previous heroic deeds still echoed in Zhou Hao's mind. Takagi-go quietly looked at Zhou Hao, a trace of imperceptible anger flickering in his eyes. He didn't speak, but his eyes made Zhou Hao feel an invisible pressure. Zhou Hao stopped in his tracks as he looked at Takagi-go, a little uneasy in his heart. He knew that Takagi-go was a man not to be messed with, and if he annoyed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Hao's face became very ugly. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time, but he wasn't willing to give up just like that. So he decided to take a step back for the time being and find a chance to retaliate later. Why are you in here? Zhou Hao said as his horrified eyes looked at him. Takagi-go didn't even pay attention to him and directly raised his foot and kicked at him. And it's a deliberate kick towards the place where he's going to get hurt. It didn't give him any room to react or defend himself at all. Zhou Hao was originally a small weakling. How could he be a match for Takagi-go? He immediately covered his lower half in pain as he was kicked by Takagi-go so hard, wailed half a dozen times, but couldn't hold back a single word. And that's a pretty vicious kick by Takagi-go. It's practically aimed at breaking him. Zhao Ying snapped out of her surprise and hurriedly pulled Takagi-go. Something would happen. Don't make a scene. Takagi-go spread his hands and said, don't be afraid. Even if you make a big deal out of it, I'll take care of it for you. Undeterred, Takagi-go kicked him hard again, the anger in his heart not diminishing at all. Then he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number that, briefly but forcefully, he said, You guys, come here a minute. It didn't take long for a group of tall, cold-faced men to appear in front of Takagi-go. These men were all his beloved henchmen and were loyal to him. Takagi-go glanced at Zhou Hao, who was unconscious on the ground, then pointed his finger at Zhou Hao and told them a little something. The fainted Zhou Hao was then dragged away. If tomorrow's hot search could only have one protagonist, it would inevitably be Zhou Hao. Not only was he physically wasted, but his own career was wasted as well. You might even have to go into the station for a couple days and get a couple free meals. Takagi-go walked smoothly into the room that Zhou Hao was dead set on not getting into. As a result, Takagi-go got in easily. Takagi-go looked at Zhao in front of him, a hint of concern showing in his eyes. Are you alright? I'm sorry, he asked softly, concern and tenderness in his tone. Zhao raised her head, her gaze locked with Takagi-go, a blush spreading across her face as she, shaking his head lightly, he said, no, it's fine. Her voice was soft and shy, as if she were a frightened deer. Luckily, Takagi-go came just in time, and the man was scared less and ran away, so Zhao didn't suffer any substantial damage. And yet, at this very moment, alone in a room with a man and a woman, the atmosphere couldn't help but become somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Ying's heart started to beat faster, and she could feel her cheeks burning. An inexplicable tension surged through his mind. She was reassured by the presence of Go Takagi. But at the same time, it made her realize that the relationship between the two seemed to have subtly changed. Takagi-go stood there, gazing silently at Zhao Ying. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how to break the awkwardness of the. One could only silently wait for Zhao Ying to speak first. Time passed, and an ineffable atmosphere filled the room. Zhao Ying bit her lip and finally gathered the courage to break the silence. Thank you for saving me. Her voice was as light as a fly, but it carried genuine gratitude. Takagi-go smiled slightly and replied gently, you're welcome, as long as you're safe. His words revealed his care for Zhao Ying, causing her heart to warm. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. This should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Crying. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 229 Meeting Zhao Ying honestly. The two men sat on the hotel couch, looking at each other. At this point, the atmosphere couldn't help but be a bit ambiguous. The ambiguity is a little awkward. Takagi-go couldn't help but say, that, there's nothing to do. I'll leave first. When Takagi-go wanted to leave, Zhao Ying was too embarrassed to force her to stay. After all, Takagi-go is a family man. Besides, the two were afraid that something untoward would happen if they stayed on. Zhao Ying nodded her head and said, aha, good. She was also tired today and planned to take a shower later to get some rest. Takagi-go got up and walked out of Zhao Ying's room, and when he reached his room, it was surprising to find that my cell phone was gone. Lost for sure. Takagi-go thought back carefully. He still had it when he punched Zhou Hao. How come it was gone after he punched him? It shouldn't have been taken by Zhou Hao. This kid didn't save his own happiness for the rest of his life. How is it even possible to steal a cell phone? Takagi-go recalls that he went to Zhao Ying's house after beating up Zhou Hao. Oh yeah. Takagi-go snapped to the thought that he should have left it on the couch in Zhao Ying's house. After Takagi-go remembered, he rushed to Zhao Ying's room. Speaking as a cell phone slave, how can you leave your master behind? When he reached Zhao Ying's door, he realized that the door was not closed. I think I left it open when I left. Just as I went in to get my cell phone and leave. Takagi-go had wanted to walk in quietly, but then he thought, he's not a thief. Why do you look like you're afraid of being found out? So after Takagi-go swaggered in, he walked in and didn't find Zhao Ying's figure. Zhao Ying came out to see Takagi-go still sitting on the couch. After these two experiences, the bond between Takagi-go and Zhao Ying deepened once again. Thanks. Thank you, Zhao Ying said. Takagi-go raised his eyebrows when he heard that and said, how are you going to thank me? It was Zhao Ying's turn to be confused, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhao Ying changed the topic. Why did you appear in my room? Takagi-go scratched his hair and said, if I say that I left my cell phone here, I came to get my cell phone. Can you believe it? Zhao Ying rolled her eyes. Well, you don't believe me? No, I don't know yet. Zhao Ying shook her head. I know. Ha, And so, some great battle began. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we'd like to make a dent in the gift list too. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen. But still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 230, do you discuss scripts like this? It took 2 hours for the big battle to end. It wasn't that Takagi-go couldn't do it, but Xiaoying just couldn't take Takagi-go's tossing and turning anymore. Xiaoying had an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Her innocence had been taken away from her somehow. But somehow there are no sad feelings. In fact, Xiaoying had always had a crush on Takagi-go in her heart. And it's almost impossible to find a second man like Takagi-go to be honest. But, he's a family man. You are not hooking up with someone else's husband yourself. Xiaoying felt a sense of guilt in her heart all of a sudden. She felt sorry for Ryohana. Anyone who has come into contact with Ryuga on the show knows that Ryuga is a very simple-minded girl. As if he was reading Zhao Ying's thoughts, Takagi-go said soothingly, don't think too much, okay? But, Xiaoying said but twice at once. No buts. Takagi-go said directly. The two of them took a bath. And when they were done, Takagi-go went back to his room. If we go back in the morning, it's not going to be easy with all the people. So Takagi-go decided that it would be better to go back early after considering it. Takagi-go had been on the set of Windblown Half-Summer for about 3 days. Emotions with Xiaoying heated up quickly during the period. Xiaoying slowly gave up her inner stigma. And she didn't ask for any title, because can't afford to ask for it either. Since you can't ask for it, don't ask for it. Just be happy and have fun. After staying for 3 days, Takagi-go left. Before leaving, Xiaoying looked at him with a reluctant gaze. Don't worry. We'll meet again afterward. Really? Definitely. Takagi-go gave her a look of unshakable determination and reached out to stroke her hair. Xiaoying knew that he would definitely have to leave the Dragon Kingdom in the future. And it would be hard to meet again. But there's no way around it. Getting used to parting is one of life's necessary subjects. Takagi-go leaves the theater and heads to the theater where Lu Cece is where the wind blows. Lu Cece expressed her great happiness. Unlike Xiaoying who met Takagi-go at the beginning, Xiaoying was a bit reserved at first, keeping her distance from Takamigu, while Lu Cece wasn't. She was seemingly distant from Takagi-go. It probably has a lot to do with her being influenced by Pretty Country and having a very open personality. Takagi-go basically went through the same process as Zhao Ying's crew, explaining it all to them. It's nighttime. Lu Cece took the initiative and said to Takagi-go, there's something I don't understand about the script. Can you explain it to me? Can't wait. Takagi-go was worried about sleeping without a pillow. And you sent one. Takagi-go went inside. And Lu Cece dragged Takagi-go to the bed as soon as she could. We're not talking about the script. Why are we in bed? Is that how you discuss scripts? You discuss scripts in bed? But this way I like it and suggest more of it. Takagi-go gave an inward heave-ho. While the heart is happy but Takagi-go still played dumb on his lips and said, Sissy, what are you doing? Lu Cece's pair of fox eyes narrowed. Simply seductive and incomparable. She hooked her fingers in her hair and said, don't you know what you're doing? Takagi-go's big innocent eyes blinked. I really don't know. Lu Cece asked back. What happened between you and Xiaoying? Lu Cece's pair of good-looking fox eyes stared at Takagi-go. Staring at Takagi-go were a little numb. Can you stop staring at me like that? If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Even if I haven't done anything wrong, I'm still afraid of being stared at by you like this. Answer my question. What happened between you and Xiaoying? What? Nothing happened. Takagi-go bit out. We really are pure friendship. Lu Cece shook her head after hearing this and said, it's okay for you to lie to others, but it's really not okay to lie to me. I swear I'm telling the truth. Takagi-go raised his hand when he finished speaking, feigning an oath. Lu Cece looked at Takagi-go in silence. Swearing? If a man's oath works, and it won't splinter, the brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come 1, please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 231, then. Let's get down to business. Hotel. Lucici's pair of good-looking fox eyes stared at Takagigo's scalp and his sweaty hair exploded. What's your relationship with Xiaoying? Lucici asked with a smile. Takagigo played dumb and said, What relationship? Ordinary relationship. Sissy Lu was still trying to set him up, but how refined Takagigo was. How could it be lassoed by Cecilia Lu? Lucici rolled her eyes and said, I don't believe it. Takagigo's words were obviously fine to fool a simple, unsophisticated girl. Takagi Gohan said with his hands spread, I can't help it if you don't believe me. It's indeed an ordinary relationship. Lucici's eyes turned, and she said with a twist of words, well, an ordinary relationship is an ordinary relationship. What's your hurry? Takagigo returned. Am I in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. Lucici covered her lips and let out a silver bell-like laughter. Mud, are you interrogating me? You're not the one who's going to do it. Go Takagi prefers to be actively on top than passively pressed down. Takagigo said, I'm ordinary friends with Xiaoying, but I'm with you. Not just any friendship. Takagigo changed the topic from Xiaoying to Lucici. Lucici asked curiously, oh, why do you say that? Have you ever seen any casual friendships where the relationship is in bed? Don't you dare say that. What do you mean I'm rambling? You're the one who asked me to come. Takagigo looked up at the ceiling as he finished speaking. Immediately afterward, she sighed. Women, are so fickle. Lucici's fox eyes narrowed and became even more enticing. I'm not a fickle woman. Yes, you're not fickle. You called me in to discuss the script. Where's the script? Do you really think I came here to ask you to discuss the script? Or else, still playing innocent with me? Let's get down to business. Then, faced with Lucici's such a proactive attitude, Takagigo couldn't help but feel a little caught off guard. The business in Lucici's mouth wasn't really business. If he didn't know Cecilia Lu well enough, it could be mistaken for an elaborate fairy tale. However, the situation at the moment put him in a delicate position. Takagigo mused in his mind. Now that she said that, shouldn't I do something about it then? What kind of man is he if he doesn't do something? If he doesn't do something, Lucici thought he couldn't. A man can't say he can't. It's a matter of a man's face. And it's not something to be discarded lightly. His eyes began to grow serious, as if he was thinking about what to do next. And Lucici looked at him quietly, waiting for a response. It was then that Takagigo finally made his decision. He took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. Then, do some business. His voice carried a hint of firmness and determination, as if he was fully prepared. With those words, the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense and expectant. Lucici nodded slightly in agreement. The gazes of the two men met and reveals a tacit understanding and trust. They knew that the next moments would be a significant point in each other's lives. Takagigo started going up and down directly after getting the hint. Lucici has a pair of seductive eyes. Very seductive. It made Takagigo instantly unable to resist falling deeper into it. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more. Oh, 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus one more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Showers come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus one more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 232, Taking Down the Fairy Sister. Takagi-go completely didn't expect the Divine Sister to be able to take such initiative. Much more active than Zhaoying. There is meat for those who take the initiative. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. A nameless fire drilled through Takagi-go's heart. Knocking on the door at this time of the day was really adding to the chaos. He walks over to open the door impatiently, and Lu Cece immediately stops Takagi-go. Lu Cece whispered, "How do you count going out? It's better for me to go out." Takagi-go thought about that for a moment and he nodded lightly. Lu Cece opened the door, and outside the door stood the male lead of the play. He was seen wearing a casual outfit, with neatly groomed hair and a faint smile on his face. Seeing the person outside the door, Lu Cece couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise. Subconsciously, she asked, "Why are you here?" Her voice revealed a hint of doubt and caution. The hero smiled slightly, a gentle glint in his eye, and replied softly, "Sissy, I have some script questions I don't understand and would like to discuss them with you." Hearing this, a wave of helplessness surged in Lu Cece's heart. That's obviously an excuse. With the relationship they have now, is it necessary to come to your door specifically to discuss the script? What's more, this Thai reasoning is just not convincing. However, in the face of the male lead's request, Lu Cece maintained basic politeness. She took a deep breath and tried to sound calm and firm. "I'm sorry, it's late in the day and not very convenient. Let's talk about anything tomorrow." When she finished, she was ready to close the door. The male lead seemed to have sensed Lu Cece's attitude. Hastily, he spoke, "Just a little bit of your time. Is that okay? It's really important." Lu Cece frowned slightly. "I'll say it again. I'm tired today. Let's talk about anything tomorrow." The hero was shocked by her tough-as-nails attitude. He was very clear in his heart that Lu Cece had a strong capital support behind her, and if he took too tough a tactic, he might bring more trouble to himself. So he decided to give up and keep pestering. The hero sighed helplessly. "Okay, sissy, then I'm sorry to bother you. Feel free to talk to me anytime you're confused." With that, the hero turned and left. Lu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him leave. After turning around and coming back, Takagi-go looked at Lu Cece and laughed. "I didn't realize that Divine Sister was so popular. Can you call yourself a goddess if you're not popular?" Takagi-go looked at Lu Cece and said, "I have a question I've been wanting to ask you." "Ask. What's your relationship with your godfather?" Lu Cece and her godfather can be said to have gossip rumors. As the saying goes, no wind can't make waves. Flies don't bite. That's why Takagi-go wants to ask. Lu Cece's pair of good-looking fox eyes stared at him. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, and she let out a light laugh. Chirping, she said, "That's kind of funny. Of course it's a godfather relationship." When she finished speaking, her eyes flickered with a hint of cunning. Takagi-go muttered in his heart, "This woman is really good at playing dumb. Playing word games with me here again." He took a deep breath and spoke again. "You know that's not what I meant." Lu Cece raised her eyebrows. A hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes. Pretending to be innocent, he asked, "So what do you mean?" Takagi-go had some helplessness in his heart, but still firmly replied, "I'm talking about whether or not there's any other relationship besides godfather." Lu Cece blinked. The corner of her mouth raised an imperceptible smile, and said softly, "Oh, so what else do you think we have to do with each other?" Her tone had a touch of flirtation and seduction that made a ripple. The entertainment industry is so chaotic that it has long been commonplace for some bigwigs in the industry to subvert female celebrities. It was only natural for Takagi-go to ask that question. Lu Cece said again, "Is there any other relationship? Don't you know if you try?" "How do I try?" "Knowingly." Another 2-hour battle. After the big battle, Takagi-go was refreshed. Initiative is good. It only feels incredibly refreshing to play against someone who's active yet. Takagi-go intended to explain his explanation, but Lu Cece directly reached out her finger to block his lips. "You don't have to say anything. I understand." She knew that it was impossible for a man like Takagi-go to be truly devoted. Perhaps he will be exclusive to every woman? Who can say anything about such things? Takagi-go didn't expect Lu Cece to not only take the initiative, but also be so understanding. Simply the ideal woman. Facing such a woman, what man can resist? Takagi-go had felt a little guilty, but now he suddenly felt that he or she is the one being taken advantage of. After all, it's so hard to find such a perfect woman. Lu Cece saw Takagi-go's confused little expression, and was instantly happy and smiling all the time. Lu Cece laughed and said, "Your clueless expression is really cute. Cute? You can't describe a man as cute. Takagi Gohaya smiled and replied. Cute doesn't describe a man. I feel like you're insulting me by trying to describe a man as handsome. Fine. You're the most handsome. Okay. Takagi Go. Listening to his words, why did he feel more and more like he was coaxing a child? It made him uncomfortable. After finishing and taking a mandarin bath, Takagi Go left her house to avoid being seen. If anyone had seen it, the hot search would have exploded straight away. Takagi Go didn't dare to think that he wouldn't be able to go back to Tokyo alive, and that his old man would have to chop him. Takagi Go remained there for a couple of days, during which time he had been lingering with Lu Cece, as the saying goes. Therefore, Takagi Go righteously wanted to get rid of the bondage of tenderness. He's already made plans to leave, and is about to embark on a new journey of off to find the next tender spot. Nonetheless, that doesn't mean he'll forget about those fond memories from the past. After all, there was still much of the world waiting for him to explore. And now, 3 days have passed, and Takagi Go has decided to head to his last stop in the Dragon Kingdom, Shuhiki. This is the hardest stop, and also the only one where the Dragon Kingdom has a female lead identity, and the only one with the coldest attitude. The words "take down Shuhiki" were like nails in his head. It sharpened his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly as a strong determination and fighting spirit surged through him. This goal has been deeply imprinted in his heart. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift. Crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a small gift. Freebies please. We want to make it to the top of the gift list. Punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. Chapter 233, Something's Wrong. Yunbian Town. A small town situated between mountains with picturesque scenery and beautiful scenery. It's like a paradise. And at this moment, Takagi Go had finally arrived at the place he had longed for. A breath of fresh air hits your face and refreshes your mind. After a long journey, Takagi Go finally reached the town of Yunbian. Here, he met the person he had been waiting for, Shuhiki. Shuhiki stood there, smiling and waving him over. A thrill went through Takagi Go's heart as he quickly walked towards Shuhiki. After they greeted each other. Start talking. Welcome to Cloud Border Town, Shuhiki said enthusiastically. Although this place is a bit remote. But a beautiful place. Takagi Go looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the view from here is just beautiful. Shuhiki smiled and nodded. Yes, the mountain scenery of Yunbian Town has always attracted many tourists to enjoy it. There are also some specialty snacks and handicrafts here, so you can go and try them out. Takagi Go nodded his thanks and asked Shuhiki about the history and culture of Cloudben Town. Shuhiki details the town's past and present. It gave Takagi Go a better understanding of it. Afterward, the two of them strolled through the streets of Cloud Border Town together, taking in the unique atmosphere of the place. It's really quiet and peaceful here, Takagi Go said with emotion. Shuhiki laughed. That's right, this is where the charm of Cloud Border Town lies. People live a simple and happy life, away from the hustle and bustle and stress of the city. Takagi Go took a deep breath and felt the tranquility. His heart filled with longing. He knew that he was going to have a memorable time in this beautiful place. Takagi Go smiled and said to the crowd, it's no big deal to come here this time. It's just a little bit of guidance. And you're all professionals, and I'm an amateur, so I'll just guide you a little bit. Takagi Go's words caused the people around him to show surprised expressions. They had expected Go Takagi to show arrogance and cockiness, but they didn't expect him to be so humble. This attitude, which is completely different from the outside rumors, aroused curiosity. Previously, all the rumors one heard about Go Takagi were that he was very arrogant and conceited. However, having now witnessed his humility, let them begin to re-examine the veracity of these rumors. They realized that they could not rely on hearsay alone to judge a person's character and persona. This statement gave them a deep understanding that rumors are often unreliable. That the only way to really know someone is to experience them firsthand. Takagi Go then explained to them how they should shoot, and this explanation came down to causing Chohikari to turn her head back and forth to Takagi Go. When it was over, only Takagi Go and Shuhiki were left. Takagi Go watched Shuhiki keep staring at himself. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, whispering, "What's with the constant looking at me?" From the time of the presentation, Takagi Go then keenly noticed that Shuhiki's gaze always fell on himself, and at this time, seeing her somewhat shy appearance, a trace of curiosity couldn't help but well up in his heart. Hearing Takagi Go's inquiry, Shuhiki's face flushed a little red, and she hurriedly turned her head to the side, and, shaking her head softly, her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "No, Nothing, just feeling a little surprised. Takagi Go hemmed and hawed. You know less than 1% of me, but that's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to learn about it later. What Takagi Go said was ambiguous, and there would be plenty of opportunities to learn about it later. Giving way to reverie, Chohiki hastily stopped the thoughts in his head. Takagi Go was married to a man. Keeping your distance is the right thing to do. Takagi Go wasn't in a hurry, so he took his time to make the best of it. After the break, they started shooting up. Takagi Go has nothing to do but rest and look around. He doesn't know anything about professionalism, but the general direction can be given out. The crew is wrapping up and getting ready to go back to rest. Takagi Go also went back to rest. When he got up the next morning, he was ready to look for Chohiki, but it turned out that Chohiki wasn't there. When I asked, I realized that I had gone to the mountains to find inspiration. Takagi Go couldn't help but smack his lips. It could still be played like that? Going up to the mountains for inspiration? We've never filmed before. We don't know, and we're not afraid to say. But by nightfall, Chohiki hadn't returned. As a man's sixth sense, Takagi Go felt that something might be about to happen. As the night drew on, and the last vestiges of afterglow in the sky disappeared, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Common sense dictates that if he's not back by sundown, then it's harder to find your way back after the fall. After all, it was easy to get lost in this deep forest with no light at night. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free Power for Love gift. Crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a small gift. Freebies please. We want to make it to the top of the gift list. Punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones. Humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus one more. Oh. 1 for the love of electricity is 10 cents. Cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to be available, but still looking forward to a hand. God certification plus 2 more. Oh, although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more. Oh, this should be able to have it right. Bro, I want healthcare. Cry. Explosive shifts. Inspiration capsules. Show or come one. Please. Beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more. Beaming. Beats heart. Beats heart. Beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart. Chapter 234, Heartache. The sun was sinking in the west in the town of Cloudbend, and a brilliant evening glow was rising in the sky, and enveloping the entire town in a warm afterglow. However, as the sun set, the sky darkened and night was about to fall. This place was surrounded by mountains, with rolling hills that resembled a winding dragon. Clear streams and waterfalls run through the mountains, and the sound of water rushing. It gives a feeling of serenity and mystery. When the sunlight pours through the clouds on the top of the mountain, it is cloudy as if you are in a fairyland. This unique geographical environment makes Yunbian town like a paradise outside the world, which makes people happy. However, it is also because of this terrain that once the sun goes down, the light quickly dims and it's easy to get lost, especially for those unfamiliar with the area, who are likely to get lost in the darkness, unable to find a way back. Therefore, need to return home or find safe accommodation as soon as possible before the sun goes down, to avoid getting into trouble. The director realizes that Chohiki is lost and runs over in a hurry to tell Go Takagi. He's the big boss behind it. After all, he wouldn't dare delay, because not only was it a matter of human life and death, and Chohiki's top man is Go Takagi. Takagi Go frowned tightly when he realized that. The director tentatively asked, let's call the police. You can't go wrong with the police. The reason why the director didn't tell the first time was naturally because of Chohiki's special status. If it goes out in a big way, it's probably all over the hot seat and very consequential for the actor himself. Takagi Go also obviously knew this, and after a long moment of contemplation Takagi Go said, 2 hours. 2 hours if I'm not back. You look for it. At this moment, nothing could be more important than the safety of Shihachi. The reason Takagi Go didn't choose to call the police was because he was convinced that he was capable of finding Chohiki, because the system had just broadcast it to him. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered a difficult problem. Needed. Ding! Does the host need to spend 300 and will get Chohiki's position? Yes. Ding! 300 emotional values have been consumed. 300 emotional values remain. The reward has been sent successfully. Then, Takagi Go's eyes flashed to the location of Chohiki's coordinates. The director looked at the confident Takagi Go in front of him and couldn't help but feel a surge of skepticism in his heart. He thought to himself, isn't this kid too arrogant? Even if it's a local looking for Chohiki, It may not be possible to find him in just 2 hours either. However, despite his inner misgivings, the director did not dare to show them easily. Takagi-go didn't drag his feet in any way. He simply barked a few words to the director then it immediately darted toward the mountains. His steps were light and swift, as if he were an agile cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense mountain forest. Little by little, time fades, the sun dips below the horizon, and the moon slowly ran above the horizon. It was pitch black in the mountains at this time. Takagi-go realizes that Chihiki's cursor is changing in real time, signifying that she is also seeking a way out. It's just that the terrain of the mountain is so complicated that the more you seek a way out, the less you find it. This is not only physically draining, but it is better to sit still and preserve your strength. After a while, perhaps tired, Joe Hiking's cursor did not move at all. Takagi-go could easily find Chihiki by following the cursor. Just then, Takagi-go suddenly noticed a figure not far ahead of him, was sitting alone in a crouch under a large tree. She was so forlorn, like a fading flower, exuding endless loneliness and helplessness. It was as if the entire world had abandoned her, leaving only desolation and silence. Her hair fluttered gently in the breeze, but it added to the bleak atmosphere. That person was none other than Chihiki. After Takagi-go saw her, he hurriedly shouted, "Hikari!" Hearing this familiar voice, Chihiki subconsciously turned his head towards the source of the sound. When she looked at the familiar person in front of her, an unconcealable joy and excitement spread across her face. Takagi-go finally found her. Takagi-go was similarly ecstatic as he immediately sped up his pace and quickly ran to Chihiki's heels. There was concern and worry in his eyes. Upon meeting, Takagi-go shouted at Chihiki, "Do you know how anxious I was to? What mountains are you running to for inspiration?" This was the first time Takagi-go had yelled at someone. The brothers are about to experience the ultimate Shura. Gifts do seem to be a bit scarce lately, so here's a plea for a free power for love gift, crying. Updates have also been steadily updating, and ironic to see that the updates are so stable. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little gift. Freebies please, we want to make it to the top of the gift list, punch. I'm begging for free ones. Of course it would be better if there are paid ones, but we don't dare to ask for paid ones, humble. Requests for free swag are appreciated on my knees. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. I'll be more motivated to update with gifts that way. 100 for the love of brushing electricity plus 1 more 1 for the love of electricity for 10 cents, cry. The king of gifts adds 3 more, unlikely to happen, but still looking forward to a handful. God certification plus 2 more although unlikely to have, but still look forward to a hand. Big healthcare plus 1 more this should be able to have it right. Bro I want healthcare, cry. Explosive shifts, inspiration capsules, show or come one, please, beeping. Other paid swag options plus 1 more, beaming. Beats heart, beats heart, beats heart. If you're bored, you can automatically skip this paragraph, then heart.